Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Magic gates, apparently caused by some magical phenomenon at one moment, appeared all over the world. Even in high-altitude mountains, shrouded in a ton of snow, similar magical objects appeared among travelers who organized an expedition. They were in all corners of the world, not excluding hot countries where carefree children could play ball next to this phenomenon. Because it turned out that the gate is harmless to the human body. They could have been in the very center of the city, at rush hour, when people were frantically rushing about their business, but even so their exact purpose was not revealed. The news was always talking about the appearance of this gate, and as the cases became more frequent, more and more people began to worry about it. Through experiments, scientists are still trying to figure out the cause of this phenomenon, as well as the possibility that the gate is associated with the recent appearance and disappearance of living monstroid creatures. Here the gate, located at the high-rise building, did not interfere at all with the workers who managed to load everything. A middle-aged woman in a loader's uniform was carrying a box telling her colleague that this was the last kitchen set. The man loaded her into the car, then dusted off his hands, while the woman wiped drops of sweat from herself with a towel. He suggested taking a breath while there was time, because they were meeting the deadline. The woman turned around, glancing at her second colleague, clarifying whether he had heard the first. A rather young dark-haired guy who was carrying a box on his shoulder, clearly tired from work, answered positively. The boss clarifies the name of his subordinate. The guy's name was Eugen, and then again told him to take a break before leaving. The young man insisted on moving the box he was carrying. Colleagues stood next to each other while the boss threw a bottle of water for Eugen, because he realized that the box was heavy, while the woman praised the guy for his efforts, calling his arms strong. The guy grins sheepishly, opening a bottle of water. Colleagues looked at the young man and began to wonder why he took this difficult job, supposedly paying for his studies at the university. The guy replied that he was working to pay for his younger brother's university education. The woman asked whether he was paying for it. Against the backdrop of a multi-story building from where they were unloading boxes, Eugen told his colleagues that his parents died quite early and he was left alone with his younger brother. And for this reason the guy dropped out of university to work. Colleagues were surprised how much suffering befell such a young man. He shows a photo of himself and his younger brother together on his phone, saying that he does not consider this torment. The woman takes the phone in her hand. At this time the guy points to his younger brother, while the colleague notes the attractiveness and neatness of the guy. Eugen agrees with her words. The woman holds the phone in her hand and awkwardly looks at the young man who stands opposite her and talks in detail about his younger brother. The guy takes the phone and shows it to his surprised colleagues, standing opposite them, while the woman is perplexed by his detailed story about their life, to which the boss says with a smile that this always happens when it comes to his younger brother. Eugen smiles and happily announces that his brother's classes also end early today. Eugen's hands were clasped on his briefcase, while Eugen happily told his colleagues that he would run to him immediately after work to eat meat. Eugen was sitting on a train full of people. His gaze was fixed on the window. The same gate could be seen in the distance, while his older brother admitted that the work was becoming more and more, although he saw the advantages in it. The blue body of the truck, where the boxes were located, drove calmly along the road while Eugen noted that now is not the moving season, although there is no other season. Colleagues sat in the driver's cab while the boss drove the truck. The young man noted that all this was for the sake of the prosperity of their bosses. The woman with a smile on her face noticed how beautifully the guy spoke. But the boss began to deny, thinking that everything was happening because of the gate, calling it a thing. The young man clarifies, while the man points out the window, talking about how more and more people are feeling discomfort because of this thing, which is why they are moving. Another orange gate hung above the street, not far from a high-rise building. The man notes that it would be nice to know the purpose of the gate, because he had vague doubts. The young man looks out of the window, while the woman touches her chin and makes a thoughtful face. The man is still calm. Eugen says how Eugen said that a gate also appeared on the way to school. A colleague expressed the idea that it could be something good, and perhaps it would be worth buying a house in the area near the gate. The man chuckled, asking where she will find money for this. The young man adjusts his cap, looking closely at the gate, while the woman argued that their situation would improve, because there was more work. All three look out the window towards the guy leaning against the door, drawing the attention of their colleagues to the gate, asking whether it has always had a similar color. The orange gate suddenly sparkled. Eugen didn't even have time to express his doubts about the fact that the gate was blue before. The guy screams and gets pretty scared. All three sat in shock at what had happened. The boss was wondering what it was. The woman looked around, in fear, asked if someone had crashed. The guy was in a hurry getting ready to go out to check the integrity of the things in the boxes. Yujin opens the truck door, looking towards the back of the truck. In front of him, on the back of the truck, sat a huge monster, drooling, looking at the guy. The young man opened his eyes wide, speechless with horror. The monster notices the guy and grins, clearly intending to attack him. It sharply attacks the guy, who jumped back, screaming in horror. The monster suddenly rushes towards Yujin and crashes his head into the truck, because the guy managed to dodge by bending over and covering his head with his hands. The monster overturned the truck while the young man, sitting on the asphalt, screamed in fear, wondering what kind of creature it was. His colleagues were still inside, screaming in horror. Yujin's face is filled with fear. He assumes that it is a monster, not realizing what it really is. His frightened gaze rushes to the right. Monsters appeared in a heap from the gate and flew at the frightened townspeople who were running away from them. The gates are still sparkling while these monsters appear from them, and as it turned out, they were connected to the dungeon. Otherwise, to another world, from where these creatures entered the world of people. Monsters attacked people, mercilessly grabbing them. But as it turned out, the uncleared and abandoned dungeon burst, reaching overflow. These creatures enveloped the entire city, bringing terror to the townspeople, because it turned out that the breakthrough of the dungeon is the moment when it explodes and demonic beasts burst out. Considering the state of the simultaneous dungeon strikes, hundreds of people were injured there alone, many of them died. Yujin grabbed a strong stick and ran towards the monster, screaming, swinging at this beast from behind. The guy wanted this lizard to get out of the truck right away. His face became frightened. He was ready to fight this monster. However, someone else's strong hands managed to stop this creature by forcefully opening its mouth wide. The guy's boss struggled to get out of the truck, still opening his mouth to the monster, while her husband was shocked by what was happening. Her hands took on an unusual purple color while she restrained the beast and told the man to get out while there was still a moment, but he, in turn, did not understand what had happened to her. Drops of sweat were running down the woman's face. She shouted to her husband that she herself did not understand everything that had happened. In fact, it turned out that there were people who awakened their abilities when encountering monsters. There was an accident and fire on one of the roads. The awakened became hunters who had to clear the dungeons. Hunters soon became the most sought-after profession in the world. The demonic beast was burning dead. Those around were horrified after the attack. They looked at the burning monster and at Yuhyun standing in front of the monster as his hands emitted a black and purple aura. He looked at the monster. His shirt was ruined from the battle with the monster. His tie and hair were blowing in the wind. He looked at his hands in surprise, not believing his eyes. He became an S-class hunter, of which there were only a few. 8 years later, the Republic of Korea, Seoul. Cloudless weather reigned over the city. The girl's hand caused an unusual phenomenon of green light. She asked if people could see it. The reporter, standing in front of the girl in a light green sweater, answered in the negative because she saw nothing. She replied that this was a status window that only she could see. A pretty girl with brown eyes and brown hair, wearing a cute sweater, who was looking at the magical phenomenon, replied that at first she thought that she was in a game. The glowing sprout logo, surrounded by a circle, had an inscription beneath it calling on nature to become greener. It was a skill that grew trees in a specific area. Yumi explained that this status window contains a list of skills that she can use. For example, a girl falls to her knees with a roar, touching the tiles with her hands, from which tree vines instantly grew, reaching upward, surprising the journalists present there. Soon the vines intertwined with each other, right up to the ceiling. Inscriptions appeared in the frame with the names of the program and a similar phenomenon. People were delighted with this ability, asking if people were saved with the help of this power. Yumi lived among garbage in a terrible room, overgrown with mold and moss 8 years ago, while looking for work during a dungeon strike. Then she was able to grow wooden vines and save people by awakening her skill, and recently she saved people from a falling building in a similar way. The girl absent-mindedly put her hand behind her neck, talking about how she was in a hurry and didn't notice it herself. A small guild posed near the cleared portal. It was then that Yumi chose the profession of a hunter. A middle-aged woman with short hair pulled back into a ponytail stood with her back in front of shelves with unusual contents, pointing at them with her left thumb. She talked about how the items obtained in the dungeon cost a lot of money. The magical crystals glowing with a purple light floating above a group of hunters were called magic stones, and only hunters with good skills could get them. Thanks to this thing, they could sit on a whole lot of money because they were worth from several hundred to several billion. Yu-hyun especially stands out, looking to the side with a thoughtful expression on his face. He is quite famous. He was still a high school student at the time of his awakening. The small guild emerged from the gates and was greeted by the paparazzi. Yu-hyun, who lost his parents at an early age and lived in poverty, founded a guild, which everyone calls the Abyss, after his awakening. Behind the guy stood a rather strong man, and another guy was walking not so far behind them. Yu-hyun is already 25 years old and many cannot even imagine its condition. The reporter holds out the microphone to Yumi, who was at a loss. She was asked about her condition, to which the girl replied that this was impossible because she was E-class. However, clenching her hand into a fist and closing her eyes, she answered enthusiastically that if she continued to work, she would be able to save money for her younger sister's education. Then the screen darkens and an inscription appears on half the screen about the death of the huntress. This was her last interview, because she died while clearing the dungeon. A whole group of rescuers carried Yumi's body while others tried to help the rest of the hunters. In the morning, the girl's body was taken to the hospital, but she was unable to recover. The dark-haired young man sat in front of the TV screen, his head bowed, his arms crossed, resting on his lap. There were empty bottles on the floor. There was a bandaged wound on the guy's left cheek, and he looked drooping. As attractive as being a hunter is because of the big earnings, the other side of the coin is just as dangerous. A huge crowd of people gathered in front of the portal and stood behind the fence while preparations were made. The gate sparkled, shimmering blue. The hunters were gathering for the next cleanup, preparing their weapons. At this time, one guy in a red uniform called out to his superior, who was nearby in a blue uniform and getting ready, asking about a Class F person. Yujin was sitting on a chair, bending over, wearing a black cap, mask, and fingerless gloves. His crutches lay nearby, while the others scurried around. He is a Class F hunter, nicknamed Educator. The guy pulls off his mask, revealing his face covered in bandages, while grinning at his celebrity. The guy in the red uniform standing in front of Yujin pointed his finger at the person sitting with a displeased expression on his face. Nijni asked to treat him leniently, because he also lived by clearing dungeons, to which the guy opposite objected, saying that this was not the problem now. Seokwoo put his hand on the shoulder of the guy in the red uniform, standing behind him, asking him to calm down the ardor, because few people would want to work for a small reward. However, he did not let up and continued to contemptuously say that he would agree to work on such a condition, calling Yujin a cave grasshopper. Yujin darkened, looking at the guy who called him a magnet for trouble, because many times it happened that all the members of the squad died while he miraculously remained alive, in general a bad sign. Yujin clasped his fingers together as he listened to how things were so bad that his younger brother abandoned him. The guy in red took out his phone, starting to read the article while the blonde hunter was behind him. He began to read an article about how Yujin did not visit Yu-hyun in the hospital when his leg was crushed into powder, and the blonde asked him to stop discussing the younger one. Suddenly, Yujin's hand grabs the guy's t-shirt as he continues to read the article, calling his little brother disgusting. He pulls the guy towards him, threateningly telling him to shut up. The young man looked furiously at his opponent, cutting off his words by saying that this was no one's business. The guy in the red uniform grins at first, raising his hands, taking on a harmless position. Next, he pushes Yujin away from him with a kick in the leg, spreading his arms to the side, causing the lower one to fall, shouting that he doesn't dare to attack like that. Now he grabs Yujin by the collar, who was trying to understand what happened. The guy lifts him off the ground, clearly demonstrating his strength to him while the blonde was nearby. Yujin opened his eyes slightly, grabbing the offender's hand while he shouted that he did not dare to dig into Class D. Then the guy lets go of his victim, causing him to fall to the ground with a roar, while he himself began to move away, throwing words at him that he could complain about it to your brother. The blonde notes that this behavior occurs every time his younger brother is mentioned. Yujin grabs his leg, trying to come to his senses. Opening his eyes, he sees in front of him the hand of a man who used his power. Yujin looks in surprise at Seokwoo, who caused a flash of light with his power, crouched in front of him and complained about what happened, because they didn't even have time to enter the dungeon yet. A flash of light on his right knee strengthened the frame. Now the guy could easily move it for several hours, even though his leg was not completely healed. Seokwoo tiredly closed his eyes, asking not to take the offender's words too seriously, because he considered it meaningless. Yujin frowned as he listened to him say that because of his class, he would have to rely on someone and have to endure it. The young man smiles radiantly, closing his eyes. He accepts the help of the boss with a smile, who extended his hand to him and tried to help him get up, while Yujin thanked him for being accepted into the dungeon, despite his level. They clasped their hands tightly, while the young man said that Syaku himself works hard, reconciling his subordinates. The boss lit up with happiness after hearing his words of gratitude and noted that Yujin is the only one who notices his efforts. The young man looked at him, a little nervous, thinking about the fact that he had been exposed. Yujin hurriedly picks up his cap from the ground. Next, on crutches, the guy walks behind his squad, looking at how the boss slaps the offender on the head, with the words that he should stop bothering the young man, because he is as useful as the others and has enough experience, and with him the purge will go quickly. Yujin used his power to test the subject's upbringing, which he called out mentally. While the boss was diligently scolding his subordinates, Yujin added the head of the guild to the objects of education and almost agreed with the words of his offender. Syaku gathered the squad around him and gave the order to enter, urging Yujin to catch up with them on crutches, mentally noting that he had always survived thanks to his skill. We were transported to the dungeon area. Huge old walls with small gates were surrounded by tree roots. Two huge and terrible bats were moving straight towards the guys. The guys from the guild began to defend themselves from the giant monsters, hiding behind their shields and using their magical powers. The entire guild squad was in the gorge and looking around after they defeated the monsters whose corpses lay on the ground. Syaku told the guys not to let their guard down, because it was unknown where the monster would come out, to which one of the guys stated that they had already been to this place many times. They assumed that the most terrifying monsters in a D-class dungeon did not exist. One of the giant bat's corpses lay on the ground. The guys grinned at this, realizing that during the strike into the dungeons they were shivering at the mere sight of such creatures. Suddenly, the monster's corpse began to evaporate and turn into a sparkling crystal. Syaku and the guy in the red jacket watched the sparkling crystal with delight. Syaku didn't expect that they could earn so much from one monster. The F-class player noticed that the crystal was large, realizing that with such a size, even a D-class magic stone would cost several hundred. The guy in the red jacket turned towards the main character, who at that time was hammering on the rock with a pickaxe in search of stones. The guy called out to Yujin, asking him what he was doing there, ironically noting that if he mines stones, then 80% of his production will go as commission. The protagonist looked at the guy with an anxious look and held a small crystal in his hand. He replied that he did not find anything serious, except for small stones that could be considered waste. Two guys from the guild looked sarcastically in the direction of the main character, and a guy with red hair pointed his finger at Yujin. He said that the magic stones obtained from the monsters would be their share, adding that if he did not want to die of hunger, then he would have to get everything he could. Yujin sighed heavily. Yujin looked ahead with a feeling of depression, imagining images of the rich life of his guild partners who tried to mock him. They added that if he was caught stealing, he would be stripped naked and pilloried. Yujin turned around in frustration and began hammering on the walls with his pickaxe. He was very angry that he was mistaken for cheap labor, comparing himself to Cinderella. Yujin humbly lowered his head, realizing that he was like a young orphan. Yujin lost his parents and even his younger brother turned his back on him. Yujin recalled how his younger brother Yuhyun came to the door and was about to leave, taking his backpack with him. Yujin remembered that his brother left the house after waking up. The main character recalled how he tried to stop him by approaching the doorway through which Yuhyun came out. Yuhyun was not going to listen to his brother when he told him that he should have stayed at home, because his adventure was life-threatening. Yuhyun in his cloak stood on a stone ledge surrounded by his comrades in black jackets. Yujin remembered that while he was in the army, his brother gathered hunters and created the Abyss Guild. And as the Abyss was recognized as the strongest guild in the country, Yuhyun became somehow unattainable. The main character recalled with longing how his brother's entire squad left him alone. Yujin humbly lowered his head at that moment, leaving him completely alone. From such a situation, when he was left alone, he clenched his fists tightly. He felt that he was unlucky and did not awaken, although he really wanted to. A bunch of all sorts of papers and cards were floating in the air, as if the wind had blown on them. Yujin then spent all the money left after quitting his job and found a broker who was supposed to awaken him. He recalled that he fell for their flattering interactions, that they would take care of him since he was an S-class brother. He recalled that he had done a lot of bad things, after which he was still able to awaken only to the F-class, realizing that his brother had received the highest rank. Yujin recalled the difficult stages of his life when he contacted brokers and everyone started talking about him. People heatedly discussed him in a negative aspect, that his conscience should have awakened, because he was called the elder brother of the head of the Abyss Guild. The brokers allegedly believed him and pinned hopes on him, which he did not live up to, so they tried to recoup the money spent from him. Yujin's slender fingers touched the scattered newspapers and papers. He remembered that his name was always mentioned in the press, and he fell into a debt trap. Yu-hyun at that moment looked contemptuously at his brother, who was clutching newspapers in his hands, sitting on the floor, when there was a whole crowd of people around him. Yujin sadly recalled the dialogue with his brother, who did not understand how much longer his older brother would humiliate himself by cleaning up after him. The same F-class hunter Yujin, who received the nickname upon awakening, Educator, as he raised his younger S-class brother. Yu-hyun looked with disgust at his little brother, who was sitting on the floor with his head down. Yu-hyun then noted that Yujin should have been ashamed of such a nickname. Yu-hyun arrogantly leaned towards his saddened brother and stated that he was not a teacher at that moment, but simply a burden that prevented him from moving on. The offended Yujin tried to escape from the hands of Yu-hyun's guards, who tried to separate him from his brother on Yu-hyun's orders. The main character was injured over and over again in the dungeon, so he could no longer use his leg, and his younger brother abandoned him. Yujin recalled a dialogue with his brother at the moment when he asked his brother for the support of a healer, who answered him that he had no idea how such a system worked. The protagonist desperately stretched his hand after his brother, who indifferently stood with his back to him. Yu-hyun noticed at that moment that everything turned out very well, because Yujin would no longer get into trouble in the dungeon. Yu-hyun looked at his brother with disgust and told him to live calmly and quietly from now on, and not interfere with his younger brother's development further. A strong blow from the pick broke off a piece of stone from the rock. The protagonist looked down sadly, whose face was covered in abrasions covered with bandages. The words that came out of Yujin's mouth were that he truly deserved to be abandoned. The main character continued to recall with annoyance how his brother, surrounded by his guild comrades, went towards his adventures. Yujin thought of himself as the weak older brother of the great S-class hunter, like a parasite trying to extract benefits from him, sadly noting that this was not a delusion. In the dark and dusty space of the dungeon, Yujin continued to work with his pickaxe. The protagonist realized that he was an F-class hunter and was still able to survive in a dungeon where people constantly died, only thanks to one skill that took advantage of others. Yujin looked forward with a cold gaze in the past. His nickname as Teacher, Yujin's silhouette was illuminated by the dim light as he sat on a chair with everyone he knew and his brother in the background. He knew that this ability, given to him upon awakening, allowed him to influence those around him. Joyful and inspired, Yujin and his brother headed forward. He recalled he could influence from someone close to him just like his brother, whom he personally cared for and raised, to people he met and became friends with. Yujin recalled how he brought glasses to his boys, who did not appreciate it. He used his code word for such subjects, cheer up, and they immediately became his pupils. The protagonist crawled out of cover and directed a green aura from his hands towards his guys. He used this small buff to their development, because this was his main skill as a teacher. Yujin swung his pickaxe, throwing it behind his head. He wondered how it was possible to survive with such a skill in the dungeon, even if the F-class was purely a support. Yujin watched with wide-eyed horror at the explosion in which his comrades died. He was considered a cave cricket, like a parasite that survived alone even when everyone else in his team died. Yujin watched from a high ledge as a huge lizard monster killed 2 of his comrades. Yujin knew that he survived not because he was lucky and not because he was constantly in the rear. Yujin tried to get his dagger from behind his back. In fact, the teacher had another hidden skill. It was this skill that saved him every time in a crisis, and it was thanks to it that he could survive, despite the death of everyone else. The main character widened his eyes and looked down in surprise. Notification: the effect of the title Teacher appears. The additional skill Last Retribution is launched. The protagonist swung his pickaxe and noticed how it began to glow in his hands, realizing that his additional skill should now be activated. Notification: the skills and abilities of the object of education are transferred twice as much. Yujin looked at his pickaxe in amazement as he held it in his hands. He felt the power flowing into him, and the abilities of his boss too. A magic circle with a pattern of increasing strength appeared near Yujin's pickaxe. The teacher immediately froze and opened his mouth, throwing his pickaxe to the ground. Yujin desperately rushed forward, jumping on his crutches. He understood that this could not happen in a D-class dungeon. He understood that this was a hidden skill, the Last Retribution. The hieroglyph of the tombstone and the red circle glowed in the air. The abilities and skills of the pupil, improved by him, were temporarily transferred to him with redoubled force. A huge tunnel in the cave led to the exit. Yujin knew that if the student's speed was 100, then he would be able to run at a speed of 200, and his strength would also be twice as strong. The main character walked forward in a daze and stopped in the moment, his eyes wide. He knew that thanks to this skill he always survived, but he still considered it an unimaginably bad skill since the condition for activating it was very painful. Yujin sat on that very chair, surrounded by all his friends, whose faces were crossed out with a red cross, except for his brother. The teacher understood that the very fact of activating the skill meant a very bad event. Yujin mentioned his boss Xiaoku, whose face was also crossed out with a red cross. Yujin didn't believe that anything bad could happen to his boss. Yujin reached the spot and stepped into a pool of blood. The main character saw a bloody gorge in front of him and the corpses of his team lay there. Yujin knew that the fact of activating the skill meant the death of the object. The protagonist looked in horror at Xiaoku's bloody and lifeless body, trying to call out to him. The teacher turned his gaze upward to the screams. Yujin looked up and saw a huge angry dragon, which was holding in its mouth the guy in the red jacket with whom he had a conflict. The bloodied and wounded guy, being in the dragon's mouth, looked at the main character with numbness. In the last minutes of his life, he realized that this was hardly possible, that there was this guy in the D-class dungeon, and he was still alive. He assumed that all this happened to him because he contacted him with his bad omen. Yujin looked on with alarm as blood sprayed from the sky from the dragon's mouth. Two angry dragon heads looked at Yujin. He realized that it was the king of the dragons of poison and curses Lachitas. A huge and angry dragon stood on a rock and looked at little Yujin, who stood in front of a pool of blood and a pile of corpses of his comrades. The teacher did not understand why such a monster was in this place. The three-headed dragon Lachitas was on a rocky ridge and looked around. The main character looked at the dragon with horror, realizing that this simply could not happen. One of the dragon's heads glared at Yujin and opened its mouth. The teacher understood that he was in a D-level dungeon. Yujin ran back sharply, throwing his bones to the sides as the enraged dragon tried to eat him. The protagonist did not understand why a Class 1 dragon family like Lachitas was in this dungeon. Yujin's foot glowed with a bright light and barely touched the ground. He used the leg enhancement skill. With quick movements of his feet, Yujin was able to run into a small cave, looking dumbfounded. He understood that he had a superior skill, strengthening the D-class frame, having twice its effect. Yujin saw in the distance a small gorge in the rock that he needed to run into. He was going to use this speed to hide where this monster couldn't catch him. Right in front of Yujin, an angry dragon swung its tail and blocked the path in front of the gorge, destroying the entire land. Yujin pulled his crutches aside and looked down as a deep hole appeared in front of him after the collapse, into which the dragon dived. Dinner looked on anxiously as the enraged Lachitas advanced towards him, swinging its tail. He thought that if he could strengthen his arms, he would block the blow. At that same second, with a light and quick swing of its tail, the dragon threw Yujin's body high. The main character flopped to the ground with his whole body. From such a strong fall, Yujin's blood dripped onto the ground. Yujin was lying on the ground and, raising his hand, noticed with a frightened expression that blood was flowing from his nose. The enraged Lachitas did not move far and was about to complete his attack. The teacher understood that he could not match the dragon, even with twice the strength of the boss's skill. The protagonist recalled the last minutes of his team's life, where the boss held the wounded body of a fighter, telling him that even a healing potion would not have helped. Yujin felt like he was being covered with dying memories. The guy in the red shirt in Yujin's memories turned back angrily, preparing to fight alone, yelling at his superior to hide in the corner. With sorrow, the main character recalled the moment of his death, when the guy was going to gain time, but did not have time, and he was overtaken by death in the form of a dragon, and all his blood fell on the face of the numb boss. The wounded Yujin scrambled on the ground, realizing that he could suffer the same fate. Yujin couldn't walk, and so he crawled on the ground, dragging his feet on the ground. He understood that with such legs he could not escape. The exhausted main character raised his head and watched as the dragon advanced towards him in anger. He understood that in the end he would die. The enraged dragon opened its mouth and was about to pounce on Yujin, who closed his eyes tightly and awaited his death. Suddenly, a powerful and strong explosion sounded right in front of the dragon, causing it to start shaking its heads. At the same second, Yujin's immobilized and humble body was picked up by his younger brother. The main character lay on Yuhyun's back and, widening his eyes, hopefully said the name of his younger brother. Yuhyun managed to hide his brother behind a block of stone and told him to stay behind the stone, as he was going to deal with the monsters himself, taking out his long sword. Yujin looked out from behind the stone, dumbfounded, trying to convey to his brother that even he could not cope with the three-headed enemy. Yuhyun straightened his shoulders proudly and threw his sword aside, looking straight into the face of the enraged Lachitas. Yuhyun whispered quietly, then he activated the blue willow leaf skill. At the same instant, Yuhyun's entire angry silhouette was surrounded by a blue magical aura with blue leaves. Yuhyun, with a deft movement of his body, jumped away from these leaves floating in the air. Yuhyun deftly swung through the air, flying past the dragon's heads, floating in his magical aura with his sword. Yu-hyun held the handle tightly when suddenly it glowed with a bright purple aura. Yu-hyun frowned at the dragon and with a wave of his hand summoned a wave of purple magical aura. The protagonist's younger brother looked down in disdain, pointing his reincarnated purple sword towards the dragon. Yu-hyun attacked the dragon from the air, trying to thrust his sword into the Lachita's dragon. Yujin watched in admiration as the fight between his brother and the angry dragon took place, realizing that his brother's attacks were too fast. Yu-hyun looked down at the dragon with disdain as he continued to point his sword towards the dragon with his hand raised above the hilt. The main character understood that this was an S-class battle. Yu-hyun cast a questioning glance to the side when he saw that one of the dragon's heads was trying to pounce on him from the side. Yu-hyun quickly flew into the air, trying to dodge the green poisonous stream from the dragon's mouth, which was supposed to incinerate him. Yu-hyun cast his desperate glance towards his older brother, who sat exhausted on the ground and watched as a stream of green poison flew towards him. Yu-hyun told his brother to be careful, because it was a deadly poison that even a healing potion could not save from, and contact with it would cause instant death. Yu-hyun, realizing that there was no way his brother would have time to dodge this poisonous attack, rushed to his brother's aid, putting his sword in front of him, using the activation of a giant shield. Yu-hyun bared his teeth in pain as some of the poison still got into him. Yujin was very worried about his brother and shouted his name as Yu-hyun looked towards the dragon with anger and contempt. Yu-hyun swung his sword away from the dragon's poisonous attack and all the sweat of the poison was thrown aside. Yu-hyun looked worriedly as his sword melted from the dragon's poisonous attack. Yujin watched his brother with despair, realizing that the blade of the sword would no longer help them. The main character carefully watched the intense fight of his brother, who confidently fought with Lachitas. Yujin did not understand the behavior of his brother who tried to protect him in this way, noting to himself that his brother could fight more freely. Yu-hyun with a quick movement of his body again tried to dodge the dragon's poisonous spit, throwing an angry look at him from behind. Yujin understood that this was the only way his brother could protect both of them. The protagonist, in hysterics, tried to call out to his younger brother, who, floating in the air, managed to notice his brother's appeal. Yu-hyun did not understand why Yujin entered the dungeon again and tried to convey to Yujin that his ground leg should have been enough for him to come to his senses and not go to the dungeon again. Yu-hyun turned his attention to the undead Yujin team. Yu-hyun offendedly shouted to his brother that he went into the dungeon without knowing his place at all, which all led to sad consequences. Yu-hyun sarcastically asked his brother about how long he plans to leave a trail behind him to clean up after him. Yu-hyun frowned at his older brother, who fearfully raised his head up. Hyung remarked rudely to his brother that he constantly told him that he should have lived quietly and peacefully. The teacher ironically asked his brother that he had come to the battlefield to express all this to his face. The main character lowered his head and grabbed his wounded hand. Yu-hyun immediately boldly told his brother not to contradict him and immediately hid behind cover. Yujin ironically noted that Yu-hyun obviously came for this, since he was again afraid that he would take control of him and begin to interfere with his development. Yujin held his hand to his chest with heartache and bowed his head. He understood that in this situation he could not expect more from his brother. He believed that his brother Yu-hyun came to protect him since they were brothers, but things turned out to be much worse for him. He realized that he really didn't know his place. The dragon opened its mouth angrily. Yujin tried to ironically tease his brother about how he was already tired of his older brother's tutelage. The main character could barely stand on his feet, but still tried to move forward. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him and pulled out his blue sword. Yujin continued to stick to his line and noticed to his brother that he understood that Yu-hyun was already tired of the fact that a person who did not know his place behaved like an older brother and was always meddling in his affairs. Yujin added that Yu-hyun could have acted much simpler and he shouldn't have come to his aid at all. Yu-hyun looked at his brother angrily, lowering his head down. Yu-hyun stood his ground and tried to tell his brother not to come out and hide. But Yujin got tired of hiding in the shadows and started his own plan. Yujin grabbed his sword and attacked the dragon, trying to thrust his blue aura sword deeper. Yu-hyun held his sword out in front of him as one of the dragon's heads approached him. Yu-hyun didn't understand what his older brother was doing. Yujin let go of the sword and threw it to the ground. Jin humbly lowered his head, throwing the sword from his hands. The main character was offended by such injustice, because he understood that if his brother saved him, he would again become a burden to him, so he decided for himself that Yu-hyun left him to die. The protagonist frowned forward. He replied with self-irony that even for someone who died in a dungeon there would be no need to arrange a funeral. Yujin once again remembered the moment when the entire team turned away from him and left. He felt that he was already tired of such a life. Yujin raised his head and spread his arms to the side, watching as he was about to be devoured by the enraged dragon. Yujin closed his eyes tightly, already mentally preparing for death. Yuhyun immediately spread his hand to the side, trying to strike with his purple aura. Yuhyun flew with all his might to help his brother, whose silhouette humbly stood on the ground and was almost overtaken by the paw of a dragon with sharp claws. A powerful explosion occurred, from which a violet aura intertwined with poisonous gusts. Drops of blood appeared on the ground. Yujin widened his eyes and abruptly averted them to the side. Yujin lay on the ground and looked towards his brother, who decided to save him, sacrificing his body, receiving huge holes from the dragon's claws. Yujin wondered since when did things go wrong for them. Yujin knew that they were brothers who had no one else. The main character recalled a sad moment when he and his brother were at the wake of their parents. A photograph of their parents stood near white flowers. With sorrow, the protagonist noted that it was hard for them after the death of their parents. At that moment, their sad gazes crossed as Yujin held a flower in his hands. Then little Yuhyun became interested in how his older brother felt. The brothers held hands and planned to cook dinner together. They understood that in the whole world they were the only ones who had each other. Drops of blood continued to drip from Yuhyun's body. Yujin was alarmed that his brother had received such deep wounds and tried to call out to him, asking if he was okay. Yujin held the exhausted and wounded body of his brother as a huge and ferocious dragon destroyed the entire earth in its path to get to the guys. The ferocious dragon was burning in flames when Yuhyun showed signs of life and rested his hand on the ground. Yuhyun turned to his older brother with a heavy sigh, telling him that Lachitas falls asleep every 5 hours. The main character looked dumbfounded at his brother, who noticed to him that if he held on for another hour, the monster would fall asleep. Yuhyun, with a bloody head lying in his brother's arms, cast his contemptuous glance towards the monster. Yuhyun suggested that Yujin take advantage of the monster's weakness to get out of the dungeon. The main character understood that it simply couldn't be that his brother would care about him like that now. Yujin again remembered the moment when the guards carried him out of the office with crutches. Yujin remembered that even when his bones were crushed into small pieces, Yuhyun never visited him in the hospital. Yuhyun at the same moment desperately reached out his hand to his brother, who stood indifferently in the distance. Yujin remembered that even when he asked his brother for help, he pushed him away with extreme coldness. The memory of the main character remains that very painful moment when his younger brother looked at him with contempt, who abandoned him and told him to live quietly, without sticking his head out. Yujin was very worried about the question, why now his brother came to the rescue and began to smile. Exhausted, Yuhyun held out a small yellow stone with his last breath, telling his brother to take the stone. Yujin extended his hand and Yuhyun gave him the stone, telling him that it was the gate stone with which he could get out. Yujin grabbed his brother, who sighed heavily and held on to his wounds on his body. The teacher understood that he could not take the stone, since it was more important to heal the wounds on his brother's body. Yuhyun, with dragon claws protruding from his back, pressed himself against the body of his brother, who widened his eyes in shock. Yuhyun sadly noted that there was no point in all this and he did not need this stone. Yuhyun, with a bloody face, looked humbly at his brother. Yuhyun added that he would not be able to use the gate stone. Yuhyun put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Yuhyun was living the last seconds of his life and fell exhausted on his brother's body. Yujin looked frantically at his brother, who lay motionless with his eyes closed, and tried to call out to him. The protagonist looked forward in shock as a bright blue light shone in front of him. Yujin continued to hold his brother's immobilized body as a magical blue funnel appeared near them. The effect of the title of teacher has appeared. The duration of the additional skill, the last reward, is 1 hour. The main character watched in numbness as everything around them was surrounded by a blue magical aura. Notice that the skills and abilities of the deceased Yuhyun have been transferred to Yujin with double strength. The enraged dragon, along with its 3 heads, opened its mouth as Yujin's body was pierced by a bright blue light. The protagonist raised his head to the dragon, baring his teeth. The dragon Lachitas struck the place where the 2 brothers were with his powerful paw, destroying the entire earth. Yujin, with the help of his brother's blue magic beam skills, was able to dodge the dragon's strike, flying into the air and holding his deceased brother's body. The main character landed nearby. Yujin sadly and reverently clutched the body of his late brother, calling him a fool. Suddenly, power with a purple magical aura began to flow through Yujin's fingers. A magical purple spear appeared in front of Yujin, which he was about to take. Yujin held this spear in his hands and bowed before the deceased body of his younger brother, which lay on the cold ground. Yujin continued to hug his deceased brother's body, holding his staff in front of him as protection. Yujin pointed out that he should make it a brother even until the very end. A ferocious dragon was approaching the main character, who was looking at the dead body of his brother with mental pain. At the same instant, Yujin flew into the air and with a deft wave of his hands dealt a crushing blow to the dragon with his spear. Yujin, looking out from under his long bangs at the dragon, I noticed that he carried out the attack slowly. In a furious look, the main character swung his spear and was about to destroy the dragon that killed his brother by piercing the body of Lachitas. Yujin held the spear menacingly and noticed that he had twice the strength of his incredible brother. Yujin held onto his spear tightly as the dragon fell from such a powerful blow, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Yujin realized that along with the power, he also received the memories of his younger brother. In Yuhyun's memories, he was holding his brother's card, noticing that Yujin had awakened as an F class. Yuhyun carefully examined his brother's file and realized that he should not have contacted his brother. Yujin delved deeper into the memories of Yuhyun, who lived and moved in his guild fighting community. Yuhyun then realized that he would have to stay away from his brother, even if it meant worsening the relationship, since if he became his weak point, then all the ill-wishers would definitely target Yujin. The protagonist soared into the air and aimed at the dragon with his angry gaze, swinging his staff. Gaining great speed, Yujin landed and ran towards the dragon who was waiting for him. With a deft movement, he jumped away from the dragon's head. Flying high into the air, Yujin swung his spear. Aiming with his gaze, Yujin was about to deliver a crushing blow under Lachitas. Yujin became more and more immersed in memories when Yuhyun tried to still care about him, but could not show it. Yuhyun had his assistant, with whom they examined his brother's case, in order to instruct him to report any events in Yujin's life. Yuhyun then realized that once Yujin became a hunter, he would not be able to properly be protected by the law. Yujin was then in the hospital with his leg and arm bandaged. Yuhyun was very angry with himself for not being able to prevent the moment for his brother to remain unharmed and not lie in a hospital bed. The main character noticed the moment when his angry younger brother ordered his assistants to deal with the scoundrels who broke Yujin's legs. Yujin struck the dragon's body with a powerful blow, causing everything around to sparkle with a bright aura and blood. That very painful moment when Yujin was held by the very guards who were supposed to protect him. Yuhyun told his guard to tell his brother that he was forbidden to provide a healer. Yuhyun ordered his guards to throw his brother out the door, providing only financial assistance. Yuhyun felt terrible, experiencing a deep sense of guilt as he stood in front of his reflection with his head bowed. He told the guards to frame the whole situation as if he was forced to do this only because they were brothers. Yuhyun desperately punched the wall, clenching his teeth. Yuhyun understood that such a situation would be better for his brother than if he went to die in the dungeon. Yuhyun was very ashamed in front of his brother and mentally asked Yujin for forgiveness. Yuhyun sat on the floor, resting his head on his crossed arms, feeling hurt and annoyed by what had happened. He really wanted Yujin not to go to the dungeon under any circumstances. In the dungeon, where Yujin was fighting a fierce battle with the monster, it began to rain. Yujin held onto his staff as he stood on the dragon's dead body in the heavy downpour. The dragon's head with its tongue hanging out of its mouth lay immobilized on the ground. Yujin, seeing with his own eyes the entire chronology of events, grinned maliciously. He ironically noted about his brother that he took too much upon himself, deciding to come up with such a plan and without telling him anything. Yujin was soaked from the heavy rain and held onto his staff, breaking into a mocking smile. He wondered what he should do now in such a situation, because he could not expect this, realizing that he still shackled the entire realization of his younger brother with his behavior. Yuhyun's lifeless body rested on one of the cobblestones. Yujin seemed frozen in the moment and stood motionless, aware of his future fate. He understood that the duration of the last retribution would soon end, and after the expiration of time he, too, would die from the poison of the internal fluids of Lachitas. Yujin wondered what he would be doing now if he could survive. A shortcut appeared with a notification that Yujin received an impossible achievement by killing the dragon. Yujin sadly looked at the icon, which said that he was being given the legendary title of Dragon Slayer. The protagonist widened his eyes when a bunch of notifications with rewards popped up in front of him. As a reward, he was given 10 gate stones, 5 acquired Class 1 liquids, and the Great Sword of the Scarlet Dragon. The most important event was the Wishing Stone, which could fulfill his any desire. Yujin looked with anticipation at the shining crystal above the dead body of the dragon. The crystal emitted a bright light from itself, floating in the air. Yujin thought about what he should choose as his wish. Yujin suddenly raised his hand to the crystal and made a wish for his brother to be resurrected. A notification came out that he could make any wish, except to resurrect the dead. The teacher sat down near the stone and looked at it frantically. He was discouraged and did not understand what kind of wish he should make in this case. Yujin imagined himself in a new way as he stood at a crosswalk during a rainstorm and looked around. He thought about becoming the strongest hunter, a new hero. Yujin presented himself as popular when his face was shown on the city's big screens. He also thought that this time he could get the role that he had been jealous of for so long, noting that he could have wished for even greater honor. The main character was tormented in doubt about the choice of desires with his head down. His black silhouette with a sword behind his back stood under a heavy downpour. Yujin determined his wish and wished to turn back time to a time when his younger brother had not yet died. Yujin extended his hands to the glowing crystal and looked at it dumbfounded. He exclaimed that he would no longer enter the dungeon, but would indeed live peacefully, noting that the crystal returned him to the moment when he had not yet awakened, even at the cost of the fact that in the future he would regret this decision. Shards of a shining crystal floated above the protagonist's hands. The notification popped up asking if Yujin really decided to turn back time. Yujin looked at the stone sadly and noted that this was the final decision. Suddenly, bright rays of light and air currents spread out from the crystal. Yujin humbly closed his eyes and awaited his further fate. He knew that he would not allow something like this to happen again. Yujin found himself in a different space, raising his eyebrows with a dumbfounded look. Yujin was dressed in normal casual clothes and sat on the sofa, looking around. It was a large, spacious office that was well lit. Yujin realized his hand and looked at it, trying to see the changes. He realized that he was in the main building of the Abyss Guild of his younger brother, realizing that he had indeed found himself in the past. The protagonist took out his phone and looked at the date and time. He realized that he had returned 5 years ago, wondering at the same time about that. Why this place? He grabbed his phone and began to study the date more carefully. It dawned on him that he had arrived on the day when he found the broker upon awakening. Yujin plunged into his miserable memories as he was dragged by an angry man in a white shirt. He recalled that he entered the building, unaware that it was a scam, taking money with him, and then he was grabbed and dragged to this place. He thought at that moment that he would be able to catch up with his younger brother as soon as he could awaken. Yujin leaned his hand on the sofa and froze in the moment, realizing that now there would be a certain stage in his life. The footsteps of his brother were heard, who was about to enter his room. The door to the room began to open. Yujin cast his stunned glance towards his brother who had entered, who bared his teeth slightly as he was very dissatisfied. Yuhyun frowned deeply and told his brother not to be in this room again. The main character looked in awe at his living younger brother. The protagonist rushed to run towards his brother, realizing that he was able to return. Yujin pulled his brother into a tight hug, causing Yuhyun to throw his arms to the side and look confused. Yuhyun looked at his brother questioningly as Yujin continued to hug his brother tightly. Yujin was very happy that his brother Yuhyun was alive. Yuhyun continued to look at his brother, who was very happy about this meeting, puzzled, without letting go of his brother's embrace. Yujin apologized to his brother. The main character pressed his face into the body of his brother, who did not understand what was happening and why suddenly his older brother began to apologize for everything he could, noting his unreasonable behavior. The guys were in a spacious, bright office. Yuhyun frantically asked his brother that he could get into even bigger problems. Yujin replied sharply that it was something else. Yujin extended his hand behind his brother's head and pressed himself even closer to him. Yujin said he just thought about it while walking to his office, noticing that he was 20 years old now, although he was 25 years old at the time of his death. Yujin sadly recalled the moment when his younger brother sat on the floor in a closed and tense position. Yujin noted that all this time Yuhyun suffered alone both in the guild and in the dungeon. Yujin also noted that, being in the role of an older brother, he was able to understand this all earlier. Yujin looked at his brother with excitement and excitement as Yuhyun looked at his brother with excitement. Yujin happily noted that he would no longer create a fuss or cause problems for his brother. Yuhyun looked at his brother very reverently as he turned to him. Yuhyun, in response to such pleasant words, snuggled up to his older brother. Yujin closed his eyes and smiled. He felt incredible relief, realizing that he was guilty before his younger brother. Yujin remembered his little brother and himself when they returned from school, playing with each other. Yujin was incredibly happy that at least now he could return everything back. The little happy brothers were happy with each other and smiled. Yujin understood that they were brothers who had no one but each other. Yujin leaned away from his brother slightly, still holding him. He approached Yuhyun, telling him that he loved him very much. The main character thought to himself that now he will forget about awakening and the hunters and will calmly sit in his place. Notification: the recording of the awakened Yujin is completed. The protagonist excitedly raised his head, rejoicing at what was happening. notifications came out that the legendary titles had been received: Dragon Slayer and Ideal Educator. An additional skill called My Child is the Best was also launched. Yuhyun's pupil's growth rate was doubled, to which Yujin was surprised. Delicious bacon and eggs and soup were cooking on the stove. Yuhyun put on an apron and prepared to eat, turning towards his brother. Yuhyun said that everything will be ready soon, so Yujin needs to wait a little and sit quietly. Yujin answered happily. The main character was sitting at the table and waiting for his brother to prepare food. He felt awkward about the situation. Yujin recalled how he had a heated argument with his brother at the same time and was about to leave home. At the moment, Yuhyun was smiling with satisfaction and anxiously preparing food. Yujin crossed his arms and waited with anticipation for Yuhyun's dish to be ready. He was glad they made up, but he didn't expect them to have dinner together. Yujin's expression changed slightly and he raised his finger in the air, trying to bring up the status window. In the memory window there was a red tag with his title of Dragon Slayer L, which proved that he had killed one of the Class 1 dragons alone. Yujin didn't think that he would awaken like this again, trying to find out his rank. The main character frantically looked at his status window and recalled the intense battle with the dragon he had defeated. He understood that he received this title for the murder of Lachitas, however. He assumed that with the return in time everything should have turned out as if nothing had happened. Yujin asked a logical question about whether this would all be normal. The protagonist touched the red label in the status window. He understood that the L class meant a legendary class, even stronger than the S class. The teacher spread his arms, sitting at the table, and watched as 4 more labels with different hieroglyphs appeared around the emblem with the dragon. Yujin was surprised that he received 4 skills from this title alone. The protagonist looked at what was happening in shock. There were 4 emblems with different skills in the status window. There was Poison Resistance L, Curse Resistance L, Fear Resistance L, and Predator Lachitas SS. Yujin realized that this was the first time he had seen such skills, especially L-class resistances that were supposed to be resistant to any poison, curse, and intimidation below legendary class. He also noted that he could still use double strength against representatives of dragons similar to Lachitas. Yujin raised his hands in front of him and clenched his fists. He suggested that he could become the strongest after rolling back. The main character continued to clench his fists as he continued to carefully examine the window with his skills. Yujin imagined a fight with a dragon. His brother and his comrade tried to hide from the attacks coming at them, noticing that the dragon's power was powerful, and this was the end for them. The dragon opened his mouth and was about to splash out a huge poisonous stream. Yuhyun understood that if they came into contact with the deadly poison that this dragon emitted, they would die. Suddenly, Yujin's voice was heard from the side telling the guys to move away. The main character covered Yuhyun's body with his arms outstretched to the sides. Yujin threw his malicious grin towards his brother. Yujin noticed that he arrived at the scene and sarcastically asked what they needed to do with the deadly poison. Yujin sparkled and shone with a bright light, spreading a joyful smile. Yuhyun looked at him questioningly as Yujin noted that the deadly poison was just a refreshing shower for a true hunter. Yuhyun noticed that his brother was cool. Yujin, with his fist raised, proudly imagined how he held his little brother in his arms. To him, this sounded like the beginning of the legend of the Yujin Dragon Slayer. The protagonist, inspired by this idea of his life, clicked on the screen of his status window. He understood that this was how he would become the strongest hunter and be able to live well, noting that he would become the first representative of the L class. Yujin poked his finger on the black screen, choosing his skill level. Stamina 6, Strength 4, Agility 5, Intelligence 4, Mana 2. Yujin realized that his peak was F-class and sadly imagined how the dragon would defeat him in this case. Yujin grabbed his head and pressed it to the table when Yuhyun looked at him questioningly. The main character understood that his body remained the same, and tried to think about how he could use all these skills. The main character looked at the screen with annoyance and held his head. He noted with self-irony that this time there was nothing special about him either. There were 2 icons on the screen with the skill buffing skill E and intelligence buffing E. He understood that the buff skills of agility and intelligence were E grade, which were similar to the previous skills. Yujin looked carefully at the screen and pressed his finger on the teacher icon. This was the title of teacher, which also changed to L class. Yujin looked at the skill screen indignantly, with one hand on his head. Yujin's finger touched one of the 3 skills called L's Final Gratitude, realizing that it was better not to use it. Yujin also noticed that the names of all these ranks sounded disgusting. Yujin imagined the title of My Child is the best L, seeing on the screen that he was communicating with his brother, and suddenly, Unexpectedly, thanks to the code word, his brother suddenly began to emit a fiery aura from himself. This was the accelerated growth of an object under the influence of a code word. Validity period, 3 days. Yujin understood that this title was similar to the previous title of educator. Yuhyun cast his puzzled glance towards his brother, who was very surprised at the increased growth rate. Yujin realized that Yuhyun would become 2 times faster and stronger than other hunters, realizing that all this could be used with a skill called Our Child is So Incredible SS. The properties of this skill were that if you support the object of education with a code word in front of more than 5 beings with intelligence, then the abilities and effect of the object's skills increase relative to the number of living beings, reaching 100% effectiveness. Yujin thought, holding his chin with his hand, that if he supports Yuhyun in front of 50 people, he will become 1.5 times stronger, and if in front of 100, then he will become 2 times stronger. The crowd of guys was delighted with the stories about the Abyss Guild. Yujin understood that with this skill, he could make not only his brother Yuhyun the strongest, but also other Abyss hunters. The main character understood that in just a few years the Abyss would turn into the strongest guild in the world. The protagonist imagined himself as a king, bathed in gold and his red cape held by his brother and several other people. He imagined that in this way he would be reborn as a teacher who raised an entire guild. He understood that if he was lucky and everything worked out so well, he would be able to live richly and happily all his life. Icon with code word, love. Yujin grabbed his head and leaned against the table in frustration, to which his younger brother immediately reacted. Yujin didn't understand who came up with such a terrible code word. Yujin remembered the moment when he held his brother and confessed his brotherly love to him. Yujin realized that the code word had changed during his awakening. Yujin, with tears in his eyes and irony, began to imagine how he walked around and confessed his love to everyone, even small children. He joked sarcastically to himself, realizing that if he walked around like that and threw around such words, he would simply be arrested and he would not be able to educate anyone. Yujin stood at the screen with a downcast face and pointed his finger at it. He was a little desperate and knew that it would all be useless since he wouldn't be able to use it, noting that the skill itself was good. On the screen, Yujin saw the latest skill called Promising Cutting S. Yujin looked at all the people around him and saw letters above their heads. This skill suggested that he could check the class of unawakened people, and objects under the influence of the code word could awaken with optimal talents. Yujin looked pensive, still contemplating his bright future, when Yuhyun walked over to the table and began serving food on plates. Yuhyun looked at his brother and handed him a plate of rice. He asked if Yujin had enough rice. The main character gladly picked up a plate of rice and thanked his brother, saying that he would eat everything with great appetite. Yuhyun noted that he cooked everything from what they had at home, so he didn't know what his dish tasted like. Yujin put a spoonful of rice in his mouth and began to chew it with a puzzled face. The protagonist continued to eat the rice with gusto, and the younger brother looked at it all with admiration. He was glad that he cooked deliciously and Yujin noticed it. Yuhyun looked at his brother warmly and added that if he wants more, then let him say so. Yujin held food on chopsticks and simultaneously communicated with his brother. Yujin noted that he did not know about his brother's excellent culinary skills, who in turn replied that he managed to learn it when he cooked for himself. Yujin asked Yuhyun why he cooked for himself, since he had a lot of money. Yujin began to look down in slight confusion as Yuhyun began to explain the reason for this phenomenon. Yuhyun replied that it was safer to cook by himself, because at that time there were items for detoxification and removal of curses, although such things had not existed before. Yujin asked if there were cases where people added poison or cursed food. Yuhyun held the spoon in his hands and noticed that he was the only youth who performed alone and was restrained. Yujin recalled walking past a crowd of people who looked at him with contempt. He replied that there were other guilds that grew in agreement with large corporations, but he already knew then that he would not join anywhere and would create his own guild. Yujin immediately grabbed Yuhyun's face and squeezed it. Yuhyun added that if he had obediently entered a suitable guild, it would have been better, but he did not want that. Yujin worriedly grabbed Yuhyun's face and brought it closer to him. Yujin was very angry with his brother for not telling him anything about this. Yuhyun lowered his head in annoyance, telling Yujin to change his expression. The main character looked anxiously at his younger brother, who noticed that he had chosen this path himself. Yujin and his brother were sitting in the kitchen near the sink. Yuhyun said that one thing that constantly bothered him was that his behavior had caused his relationship with his brother to deteriorate. Yuhyun recalled how he ordered his guards to limit their communication. Yuhyun explained that he watched his every action and interfered in every matter, trying to make sure that Yujin did not catch anyone's attention and deliberately moved away, afraid that they would touch his only brother. Yoo-hyun lowered his eyes in shame as Yoo-jin put his hand on his shoulder and tried to cheer his brother up. Yoo-jin noted that this should have been said right away, to which Yoo-hyun replied that he did not want to burden him. Yoo-hyun noted that if he had spoken later, Yoo-jin would not have understood him. Yoo-hyun extended his hand to his shoulder, where Yoo-jin's hand was. Yoo-hyun noted that he was wrong in his assumptions. Yoo-hyun looked at his brother in awe and carefully held his hand. Yoo-hyun warmly noted that Yoo-jin still thought and worried about him, and also apologized and said warm words of love. Yoo-hyun broke out into a bright smile and closed his eyes, thanking his brother for saying such kind words despite him acting so disgustingly. Yoo-jin looked at his brother with pride and sympathy. At that very second, Yoo-jin began waving his chopsticks and smiling maliciously. He noticed that there was nothing to thank him for, because Yoo-hyun had already suffered enough during his time, so he offered to try some delicious food. Yoo-hyun happily agreed to this proposal. Yoo-jin sat with his brother at the table with food and looked peaceful. He was happy because he turned back time and it was the best day of his life. Yoo-hyun, still chewing a piece of food, took out his phone and looked at it, puzzled. Yoo-hyun noted that he had a job and needed to go, noting that he had one thing for Yoo-jin to do. Yoo-hyun stood up from the table and took off his apron. Yoo-hyun turned to his brother and told him to delete the broker's contact upon awakening. Yoo-jin immediately rushed to fulfill the condition, to which Yoo-hyun added that in any case the broker would not answer him now, even though Yoo-jin could try to contact him. Yoo-hyun looked at his brother's phone with contempt, waiting for the number to be deleted. Yoo-jin at this moment was thinking that Yoo-hyun was unlikely to get rid of all brokers. Yoo-hyun threw on his jacket and said goodbye to his brother, who waved goodbye to him. Yoo-jin replied that Yoo-hyun could work peacefully and he would take care of the rest. Yoo-hyun noticed that his brother was getting ready to go somewhere, so he tried to surprise him. Yoo-hyun stopped at the exit and held his hand on the door. Yoo-hyun noted that Yoo-jin will not go anywhere now. Yoo-hyun looked at his brother, who was frozen in the moment by such a statement. Yoo-hyun added that Yoo-jin should not go out anywhere and live here in his house. Yoo-hyun was shocked by what he heard and continued to hold his hand in the air. Sunlight filtered through the windows into the apartment. Yoo-jin asked his younger brother what his words meant. The main character looked at Yoo-hyun with confusion and puzzlement, his eyes wide. Yoo-jin asked Yoo-hyun why he couldn't leave the apartment. Yoo-hyun looked at his older brother with concern, smiling slightly. Yoo-hyun told the main character that it was dangerous outside, so he shouldn't go out. Yoo-jin looked at his younger brother with suspicion, frowning. Yoo-hyun looked down thoughtfully, raising his hand to his chin. The main character told Yoo-hyun that in the morning he walked around the area just fine, and it wasn't dangerous at all. Yoo-hyun told his older brother that now the situation is different from the morning, since he has become close to him again, so he is no longer safe as before. Yoo-hyun imagined the people around Yoo-jin, who were looking at him with deceit and malice. Yoo-hyun told his older brother that he was fine because he kept him at a distance, but now his enemies might target him, and there is no telling when they might make an attempt on his life. Yoo-hyun pointed out that he couldn't let Yoo-jin walk around alone. Yoo-hyun told Yoo-jin that this is precisely the reason why he cannot go out. Yoo-hyun spread his arms to the sides, beaming with joy and smiling widely. Yoo-hyun told his older brother that from now on, he will only be in that apartment. The main character looked at his younger brother with concern and panic, his mouth slightly open. Yoo-jin rushed towards the door in a daze, not wanting to stay locked up. An obstacle appeared in front of Yoo-jin's face that prevented him from passing, causing him to widen his eyes in fear. A loader suddenly appeared behind the main character, holding a tablet in his hand. The main character was frightened by such a sudden appearance. The loader handed the papers to the main character, which indicated that this was a relocation center. The mover told Yoo-jin that they had transported everything he said and asked him to sign the document. Yoo-jin watched with wide eyes as the movers placed boxes of things. Yoo-hyun, pointing at the boxes, told his older brother that even if he goes home, there is nothing there, and now his home is in that apartment. Yoo-jin hysterically asked his younger brother what kind of performance he suddenly put on. Yoo-hyun looked at the main character with satisfaction, smiling slightly. Yoo-hyun reminded his brother that he said everything was fine. Yoo-hyun remembered the moment when Yoo-jin stood in front of him with his hand on his shoulder. Yoo-hyun reminded his brother that he apologized to him, told him he loved him, and accepted everything he did. Yoo-hyun closed his eyes in embarrassment and raised his finger to his nose, tilting his head slightly. Yoo-hyun told the protagonist what this meant to him, as if he had received permission. Yoo-jin looked at his younger brother with despondency and incomprehension. The weather was beautiful outside. The main character did not understand how this could mean something like this. Yujin was lying on the floor, face down, among scattered things and boxes. The main character exhaustively pressed his cheek to the floor, imagining the image of a happy brother. The main character was surprised by his younger brother's behavior, thinking that this might be a side effect of going back in time. Yujin placed his hand on the floor. The main character said that he doesn't have time for this. The main character hurriedly began to pack his things into a backpack. Yujin said that he needed to take everything he needed and run away before his younger brother returned. The main character cautiously looked back at the apartment, opening the front door. He thought that he would spend his whole life locked up if he was wrong. Kim stood in front of the open door, gloomily looking at the main character. Kim frowned unkindly and opened his mouth slightly. Yujin looked out of the door with wariness and fear, looking at Kim. The main character introduced Kim by holding his hands in front of him, clenched into fists. The protagonist noticed that this was a class abyss hunter Kim, Yu-Hyun's confidant with a powerful defensive skill. The main character stood close to Kim. Yujin asked Kim to step aside. Kim objected negatively to the main character. Kim held the door with his hand, from where the main character looked out warily. Kim told the protagonist that Yu-Hyun ordered to make sure he doesn't go out. The protagonist was surprised that his younger brother assigned in a class guard. Kim stood with his arms spread out to the sides, not letting the main character pass. Yujin told Kim that he wanted to go out for a while. Kim reminded the protagonist that he was ordered not to let him pass. The main character looked at Kim dissatisfied and slightly confused. Yujin indignantly told Kim that he shouldn't care where he goes. Kim closed his eyes and sighed heavily, putting his hand to his face. Kim put his big hand on the main character's shoulder. Kim told the protagonist that he would not speak at length and ordered him to obediently return to the room. Kim held the main character by the shoulders, overwhelming him with his powerful aura. Kim told the protagonist that otherwise, he would push him there by force. The main character looked at Kim with numbness and anxiety. The protagonist imagined himself as a trembling rabbit, and Kim as a huge angry bear. Yujin thought that Kim seemed to be suppressing his entire body, noting that it was a special feeling of fear that high-level hunters released. The main character thought that he was like a herbivore facing a predator. The protagonist was shaking with fear. He thought that he should not be afraid. Yujin opened his eyes in surprise. A notification window appeared in front of him. Activation of resistance to fear. The suppression is cancelled. The main character remembered the red icon with the image of ghosts. The protagonist noticed that his trembling disappeared thanks to the skill. Due to the use of the skill, the main character's eye briefly turned blue, after which it suddenly disappeared. In the eyes of the protagonist, Kim looked like a cute bear cub. Yujin noticed that Kim now looks not like a predator, but a meek puppy. The main character looked like an angry rabbit baring his teeth. Yujin angrily asked Kim what he was trying to do. Kim frowned, looking seriously at the main character. Yujin angrily poked his finger at Kim's chest. The protagonist sarcastically asked Kim if he really didn't know the laws of the Republic of Korea, noting that every person has the right to freedom, and locking him up like that is a crime. Kim could not restrain himself and grabbed Yujin by the collar of his jacket. The protagonist told Kim that he would go to jail, mentioning the policeman. Kim held the protagonist by the collar, lifting him up. Yujin looked ahead dejectedly, with his hands down. Kim told the main character that this was a punishment and sarcastically asked if he wanted him to continue dragging him to the room. Yujin apologized to Kim, answering him negatively. The protagonist looked depressed, thinking that with or without skill, no matter how hard the frog pouts, he won't become an ox. Kim turned the main character towards the door, continuing to hold him by the collar. Yujin spread his arms to the side and turned behind himself, looking at Kim. Kim told the protagonist to come into the room. Yujin asked to wait a second, thinking that he could find another way since he had so many skills. Yujin introduced red round skill icons. A red icon depicting a twig with leaves appeared before the eyes of the main character. Yujin noticed this skill without understanding what it was. A system window appears. A promising cutting is activated. The protagonist suddenly grabbed Kim by the face, pulling him closer. Yujin looked at Kim's surprised face. The main character saw information about Kim and his skills. Possible awakening level as unwavering body acquisition failed. Regeneration acquisition failed. Expanse shield. The protagonist was surprised that Kim could awaken as S-class. The main character introduced Kim and Yu-Hyun with their backs to each other. The main character thought that then there could be two S-class hunters in the abyss. Yujin began to pull Kim's ears and hair, staring intently at his face. The main character thought that maybe he could change this with his skill. The protagonist closed his eyes, knitting his eyebrows. System notification. Nurturing an object in a state of incompleteness. After using the code word, you can use my baby, the best, and get the S-class skills that you failed to obtain. Yujin was glad that he could change this after all. The protagonist imagined Kim calmly releasing him. The main character thought that he had found a solution to the problem in education, and that if he obediently raised Kim, he would obediently obey him. Yujin added that he would find himself an S-class and regain his freedom. The protagonist looked at Kim excitedly, pursing his lips. The main character thought that for education, it is necessary to say a code word, and that he should tell Kim that he loves. Kim furrowed his brows with rage as the veins popped out on his face. Kim didn't understand what Yujin was doing. The main character pointed decisively with his hand at himself, knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist asked Kim to look where his hand was pointing. Yujin raised his hand and with a confused smile, showed him a heart by folding 2 fingers. Kim looked gloomily and made a gesture that the main character showed. The protagonist awkwardly winked at Kim and showed his heart by folding his fingers. Kim became gloomy at the actions of the main character and looked at him angrily. Kim told Yujin to stop making those nasty gestures and go back to his room. The main character fell to his knees with a drooping look, resting his hands on the floor. The protagonist really wanted the code word to be changed. It was night outside. Yuhyun returned home, looking at his older brother with a relaxed expression. The protagonist was lying on the floor, looking exhausted. Yuhyun asked Yujin if he had a good rest. The main character sarcastically answered his younger brother that he was dying. Yuhyun approached the main character, taking his weakened body. Yuhyun noticed that Yujin still hadn't sorted out his things and said that he would give him the remaining room. The protagonist told his younger brother that he can do whatever he wants, because he is locked up anyway. Yuhyun exhaled heavily and smiled slightly. The main character raised his head and looked at his younger brother with concern. Yuhyun told his older brother to cheer up because he would be releasing him in a while. The protagonist was delighted with what he heard, asking his brother when this would happen. Outside the windows one could see the black sky. Yuhyun told his brother to calm down and listen to him. He told Yujin that the abyss has many enemies holding it back, but if they become the strongest, even they will not be able to touch them lightly, noting that then he too will be able to go out calmly. Yuhyun embarrassedly looked away and scratched his cheek with his finger. Yuhyun told his brother to wait for the moment when abyss becomes the strongest in the world. Yujin looked at his brother with longing and despair, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist thought about what was in their future. It took several years. Yuhyun took his brother's hand and placed his hand on his shoulder. The main character sat on the floor with hopelessness, his head turned away, as if his spirit had left him. Yuhyun told the main character to be patient for just a year, and during that time he would destroy everything in his path. Yujin remembered that in the future it took more than 3 years. Yuhyun told his older brother that he would allow him to go out sometimes, but only with Kim or him as security. The protagonist imagined himself wearing a collar with a leash, which was held by a happy Yuhyun. The main character thought it looked like walking the dog. Yuhyun thoughtfully looked away, grabbing his chin. Yuhyun told Yujin that it would be difficult to do this often, since it took him several days to clear the dungeon. Yuhyun noticed that he also could not entrust it to someone below B class. The main character narrowed his eyes in torment, having lost hope of freedom. Suddenly it dawned on the protagonist, causing his eyes to widen. He thought he could pull off something similar with his abilities. The main character recalled how he sat in front of the TV, looking at the hunters. Yujin thought that back then, he spent days searching for hunter-related information, and clearly remembered who would become a high-level hunter in the future. The protagonist imagined a lot of falling papers. He thought that if he found them in advance and appeased them, he could awaken them, and as payment for awakening, he would make them his guards. The main character imagined himself in a circle of powerful and cool hunters. He thought that if he became more authoritative this way, then Yuhyun would also not be able to do whatever he wanted. Yujin noted that with his skills and rank this is quite possible. Yuhyun turned his thoughtful gaze to his older brother. The main character jumped up and smiled joyfully, pressing his hand to his chest. Yujin happily told his younger brother that he could find a class hunter. Yuhyun looked at his brother in surprise and shock. Yujin knitted his eyebrows and smiled maliciously, clenching his hand into a fist. He thought he would dig up future as classes. Night hung over the city, lanterns glowed on the streets. Yujin thought that since everything turned out this way, he would have to find small children who were easy to convince. Yerim stood in tattered and worn-out sneakers. She raised her head and fixed her gaze on the dark sky. The main character thought that he would carefully appease and raise him as a personal hunter. Yoo-hyun was surprised that Yoo-jin wanted to find a class. The main character looked at his younger brother with enthusiasm, holding out his hand. The protagonist asked Yoo-hyun to allow him to move freely if he found in a class personal bodyguard. Yoo-jin looked at his brother in confusion, smiling awkwardly. Yoo-hyun wondered how his older brother would find a bodyguard. Yoo-hyun looked intently at his older brother, waiting for an answer. Yoo-jin told his younger brother that he has different ways. Yoo-hyun narrowed his gaze and lowered his eyebrows, looking at the main character seriously. Yoo-hyun assumed that Yoo-jin had awakened. Yoo-hyun grabbed Yoo-jin by the shoulders in a panic, scaring him. Yoo-hyun bombarded his younger brother with questions about what kind of skill he had, and when he managed to awaken. He noticed that during the meeting with the broker this had not yet happened, and suddenly even more people would target him in the future. The main character imagined how he was shackled and his mouth taped, with Kim standing next to him with a whip in his hands. Yoo-jin thought that he couldn't tell the truth about the L-class skill, otherwise he would be imprisoned forever. The main character looked at his younger brother with concern, knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist told Yoo-hyun that he is an ordinary F-class, and he can determine the strong and weak of the intended awakening class, and cannot do more than one awakening per month. Yoo-hyun looked at his older brother with a serious look. Yoo-hyun closed his eyes and raised his hand to his chin. He told the main character that with this, he would not become a target. The main character looked at his younger brother with a blank expression, holding his hand. Yoo-hyun told the protagonist that an alternative awakening center would soon appear, noting that the entire awakening mechanism had been revealed. Yoo-jin thoughtfully scratched his cheek, looking away to the side. The main character remembered that the center had not yet appeared at that time. The main character imagined a center with scientists where people could awaken by fighting monsters. The protagonist noted that when he appears, any person will be able to awaken safely, and then the number of scammers promising awakening will decrease, and there will be no people who might need someone's skill. The main character smiled lightly. Yoo-jin told his younger brother that everything worked out well then. The main character smiled happily from ear to ear. Yoo-jin told Yoo-hyun that his skill was useless so he had nothing to worry about, adding that he would find an upgrade if he gave it a chance. Yoo-hyun held a box of his brother's things in his hands and looked at him intently. The main character happily jumped into the air. Yoo-hyun told him that it is not easy, but if he can find it, then good, and asked Yoo-jin whether they are moving things to his house or not. The protagonist happily agreed to his younger brother's proposal. The main character smiled insidiously, knitting his eyebrows. He thought that his brother would not be able to keep him locked up according to his wishes, and would sweep away everyone from A to S-class. Yoo-jin imagined S-class hunters holding him in their arms. The protagonist thought that he would quickly find them and increase his power, and thus he could even found a guild more serious than the Abyss. The sun was shining brightly above the building. The next day, Hunters Association of South Korea, place of registration of the awakened. The hunters opened their mouths wide in surprise, noticing that an Abyss shield, Hunter Kim, had appeared in the building. Kim looked around with a serious expression on his face. Yoo-jin trailed behind Kim with his head down. The hunters in the building were staring at the main character, chatting among themselves. The hunters were surprised that Kim was assigned as a guard to the protagonist, thinking that he would become the new S-class. On the paper one could see information about the main character, and that he was registered as an F-class hunter. Yoo-jin walked disgruntledly from the reception desk to the exit. The hunters discussed among themselves that the main character was pretending to be an S-class hunter, and that he was a complete disappointment. The protagonist thought that he never pretended, and that the most important thing is that he completed the registration, and now he needs to buy equipment. Yoo-jin held an envelope with money in his hand, imagining the image of his younger brother handing him the envelope. The main character opened the envelope and widened his eyes at what he saw. The check said 1 billion won. The sign said Floor 6 Fahrenheit Hunter Shopping Center. The sellers greeted the main character generously and with wide smiles. A girl with her hair tied up greeted the protagonist, asking him what equipment he wanted to start with. The main character was dressed in elaborate jewelry and had his hair tied with a ribbon. Yoo-jin became all gloomy from such highly visible equipment. The saleswoman said that there was equipment that enhances abilities, and they prepared things that can be worn in everyday life. Yoo-jin was wearing the Rumorous Ring Mana plus 30, the Oris Ola Mana Bracelet plus 27, the Sapphire Pendant Mana plus 20, the Leather Hair Rope Mana plus 25. The The main character asked to bring him something more modest. The protagonist was shown a box with small black earrings. The saleswoman said that they could offer him this as a simple accessory. Dark elf earrings, mana plus 29. Yujin put earrings on his ears, pursing his lips. The main character took gloves and a belt, putting it all on himself. Manticore leather gloves, stamina plus 6, strength plus 20. White cloth belt, agility plus 16. The protagonist opened the system window, thinking that his abilities would be C-class. The main character was looking around the store windows. Yujin said that he would take the contract and potions with the remaining money. Kim stood by the car with a menacing face, his hands folded on his chest. Kim asked the main character where he went. Yujin sat in the back seat of the car, fastening his seatbelt. Yujin told Kim that he was out shopping. Kim sternly told the main character to let him know when he was going somewhere, and added that if he had nothing else to do, then they would come back. The car slowly began to move. The main character told Kim that he needed to go to one more place. Yujin sat by the window, resting his head on his hand, and looked thoughtfully out the window. He thought that the ice witch Yerim definitely lived somewhere in the area, noting that she had lost her parents and lived with relatives who owned a meat restaurant. The main character presented the image of Yerim holding a spear around which ice was formed. Yujin recalled that Yerim was an excellent hunter even among the A-class, so this level should have satisfied Yuhyun, noting that she would have to awaken in 3 years when she turned 18. The city at night was illuminated by the light of street lamps. The protagonist thought that he needed to quickly find her and enter into a contract with her in order to regain his freedom. A crowd of people was walking in the market. The woman with the black bag looked at the main character in surprise. She told him that she didn't know any Yerim. The man in the mustard scarf shook his head negatively. He told the main character that they don't have Yerim in their restaurant. Yujin looked around, holding a snack in his hand. Kim walked with a menacing look, looking straight ahead. The main character noticed that there were more meat restaurants than he expected, and he would have to go around them all. The protagonist felt a delicious smell and closed his eyes, sniffing with pleasure. He noticed that it was the smell of roasting meat. The market was hung with garlands and signs. Yujin asked Kim if he was hungry, suggesting they eat first. Kim replied to the main character that he was fine. The main character chewed his snack carefully, looking at Kim. Kim asked the protagonist why they came there, since there is a meat restaurant next to the abyss. Yujin told Kim that he felt a strong energy there. Kim furrowed his eyebrows, looking away in disbelief. Kim muttered under his breath that this was a complete scam. The main character closed his eyes, about to take a bite of his snack in his hands. An angry Yerim stood nearby. The protagonist thought that first he needed to have dinner and then continue his search, noticing that he wanted to eat kopchun. Yerim screamed furiously that it was always her fault. The main character looked at Yerim in surprise, his eyes widening. Yerim furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide. Yerim told her uncle that it was all because of that man Park Suchun's. An angry man looked out from the restaurant. Yerim took off her apron and turned her back to the man, running away from him. The man told Yerim in a commanding tone to come back. Yerim shouted in rage that she hated everything and it would be easier to die. Yerim with a downcast look ran past the main character, who looked at her in bewilderment. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, recognizing the girl. He thought that he had finally found Yerim. Yerim frowned and clenched her teeth, running wherever her eyes were looking. Yujin will extend his hand after the fleeing Yerim. The main character handed his snack to Kim, and with a serious look looked in the direction where Yerim ran away. Kim looked at Yujin in bewilderment. The main character asked Kim to hold his snack for a while. The protagonist followed Yerim, knitting his eyebrows. He thought that Yerim was very fast for someone who was not awakened. A bright blue light began to emanate from Yujin's feet. The main character had to use a B-class item, a light fabric belt, agility plus 16. The protagonist accelerated, emitting blue light from his feet, and ran after Yerim. Yujin noticed that with his equipment, high speed is nonsense for him. The main character ran past people, raising a strong wind. He thought the equipment was the best thing in the world. Many people were walking around the market. Yujin ran, looking at Yerim in the crowd. The main character saw Yerim running away. Yerim turned around, looking at the main character in surprise. The protagonist called out to her, asking if she was Yerim's student. Yujin ran closer and closer to Yerim, his mouth wide open. The main character wanted to talk to the student. Yerim thought that her uncle had sent it. Yerim moved from her place, running out onto the roadway. She called the protagonist uncle, telling him to leave as she had no intention of coming back. Yujin didn't like that she called him uncle, noting that he was in the prime of his life. The main character opened his eyes wide, looking at Yerim with concern. The protagonist noticed that there was a car on the road. The car was shining its headlights brightly as it approached Yerim. Yerim was numb with horror, her eyes widening. A blue burst of energy appeared. The main character released blue energy, bounced off the car and grabbed Yerim. The main character collapsed to the ground, along with Yerim. The driver of the car widened his eyes in fear. A crowd of people watched with shocked faces. Yerim looked at the main character in confusion, her mouth slightly open. Yujin asked her if she was okay. The protagonist looked at Yerim with relief, smiling slightly. The main character told Yerim that he wanted the ending to be cooler. Yerim sat on the back of the main character, resting her foot on his face. Yerim noticed that the main character was a hunter. Yujin invited the student to get up from his back. There was a grill on the table on which meat was being fried. The main character closed his eyes and smiled joyfully, drooling. Yujin said that the texture of the meat was simply killer, noting that he had not eaten marbled beef for a long time. The protagonist and Yerim were sitting at a table in a small establishment. Yujin told Yerim to eat well, noting that she could order as much as she wanted. The main character thought that the student was eating very well, noting that he was paying with a corporate card, and for him this was a huge relief. Yerim ate with great pleasure, stuffing her mouth with food. Yujin worriedly asked Yerim if she could eat in that establishment, because she said that her uncle had his own meat restaurant. Yerim called Yujin uncle, saying that it was not tasty there, adding that he should not go there either, because he would waste his money. The main character objected dissatisfiedly, saying that he was not her uncle. Yerim held a green pepper in her hand, dipping it into the sauce. She noticed that the main character called himself the elder brother of the head of the abyss. Yerim looked intently at the main character, biting the pepper. She didn't understand why such a person needed her. Yujin closed his eyes, raised his hands to his chin and smiled widely. He jokingly told Yerim that it was because good energy emanated from her. Yerim turned around sharply and was about to get up from the table. Yerim thanked the main character for the food, saying that she didn't believe it at all. The protagonist looked away, smiling awkwardly, imagining himself with his little brother and a man with a woman. He told Yerim that he knew her parents, adding that when his parents passed away, they helped him. The main character noticed in his head that this was a lie. Yerim chewed her food and looked at Yujin incredulously. The main character told Yerim that he came to return the favor, albeit belatedly, adding that he did not have time before due to the huge number of things to do. Yerim closed her eyes and lowered her head, exhaling heavily. She told the protagonist that she doesn't care, since she has people who will wipe up her saliva and give her a slap on the head. Yujin thanked Yerim for his understanding. The main character picked up the fried meat with tongs. The protagonist told Yerim that he was thinking about how he could help her, noting that his strength turned out to be outstanding. Yujin looked at the student with a slight smile, raising his hand to his chest. He told her that his ability was to awaken other people. Yerim held a bowl of food in her hands and looked at the main character in surprise. The protagonist told Yerim that she can awaken at least B class. There were 2 black cards on the table. Yujin told Yerim that he was under the protection of the abyss, so he could help her get a good job as a huntress. The main character looked at Yerim with hope, crossing his fingers. Yujin told Yerim that he wants to sponsor her if she doesn't mind. The protagonist extended his hand with a friendly smile. Yerim looked at the main character with confusion. Yujin asked the student if she would become a huntress by entering into a contract with him. Yerim widened her eyes in shock, raising her eyebrows. The main character watched Yerim with interest. He thought that Yerim was hooked since hunting was considered the coolest profession among teenagers, adding that he needed to put on a show to lure her in. The main character raised his hand and opened his inventory. Yujin took out a shining scroll with a feather from his inventory. The protagonist suggested to Yerim that she read the contract. Yerim jumped up from the table, looking at the scroll enthusiastically. Yerim did not understand where the main character got the scroll from, thinking that he had something like inventory. The main character told Yerim that she would also have one upon awakening, and that this contract was a special thing created from additional items from the dungeon. The protagonist wrote the terms of the contract with a joyful smile. A shining contract flew up to Yerim's face. Yujin told the student that all she had to do was officially sign a contract as the huntress Yerim. Yerim looked at the contract with delight, blushing slightly. There were hieroglyphs inscribed on the contract. Yerim read the conditions, which included entering into a contract with the Abyss Guild, keeping Yujin's skill a secret, and being responsible for guarding Yujin for a year. The main character closed his eyes, pretending to be a victim, pressing his hands to his chest. The protagonist told Yerim that he needs a bodyguard because he is weak F class, and someone is constantly trying to lock him up. Yerim asked the main character if he would be ashamed to be protected by a high school student. Yerim's words seemed to hit the head of the main character, who was offended by this. The protagonist leaned his hand on the table and smiled awkwardly from ear to ear. The main character told Yerim that he would not be ashamed, because after awakening she would be much stronger than him. Yerim asked Yujin if she could become independent after awakening. Yerim lowered her head, looking sadly at the contract. The protagonist looked at the student with confusion, raising his hand. Yerim held the pen in her hand over the contract. He told Yerim that this is entirely possible because the awakened minors are on the same level as the adults. Yerim told the main character that she would then enter into a contract with him. The main character suddenly grabbed his pen. Yujin asked Yerim to wait. Yerim didn't understand what to expect, thinking that just writing the name was enough. Yujin told Yerim that everything needs to be checked carefully, adding that the contract doesn't even have her terms. Yerim looked at the contract in confusion, her mouth slightly open. The main character moved closer to Yerim, pointing his finger at the contract. Yujin warned Yerim what would happen if she was deceived when signing rashly. The main character took the contract in his hands. Yerim looked at Yujin in surprise. The protagonist told the student that the fulfillment of the contract must be carefully monitored, adding that at her age she was not used to this, so she still needed a guardian. Yerim lowered her eyes, looking sadly at the floor. The main character looked questioningly at the student, raising his eyebrows. The protagonist added that even if independence looks alluring, you need to be careful. Yerim asked what to do then if this guardian is deceiving her. Yujin looked at Yerim blankly. Yerim narrowed her eyes slightly, frowning. The student did not understand the point of a guardian deceiving her and monitoring the fulfillment of the contract, noting that everything would simply be taken away from her. Yerim kept her hands on her knees, clutching her clothes tightly. The main character did not understand what the student was talking about. The guys looked excitedly in the direction where the source of the noise appeared. The student's uncle searched everywhere for her, shouting her name. An angry Uncle Yerim appeared at the establishment. The uncle told the student that he had been told where she was. The guys quickly got up from the table. The main character greeted Uncle Yerim, but he did not listen to him. Uncle told Yerim that she was not doing what she was told, but was chilling somewhere. The uncle furiously frowned on his face and grabbed Yerim's hand. The uncle told Yerim in a commanding tone to follow him, adding that he would correct her habits. The main character asked Uncle Yerim to calm down. Yujin grabbed his uncle's hand tightly. The uncle directed his furious gaze at the protagonist. The main character looked at his uncle in shock. Yerim's uncle asked Yujin who he was and how close he was to Yerim. The protagonist told his uncle that there was nothing like that between them. The main character held his uncle's hand, baring his teeth. The uncle did not understand where the main character got such strength. Yujin thought it was all thanks to his equipment. The uncle contorted his face with rage. Yujin turned his gaze to Yerim. The student's uncle asked the protagonist to let go of his hand, and displeasedly asked him who he thought he was, interfering in their affairs. Yujin raised his eyebrows and looked at Yerim in surprise. Yerim stood slightly cowed, looking away to the side. The main character noticed the worn-out and old sneakers on the student's feet. Yujin remembered how he saw Yerim and his uncle quarrel outside the establishment. The main character opened his mouth slightly. Yujin told Yerim that now he understood what she was talking about. The protagonist looked angrily at the student's uncle, squeezing his hand harder. Yujin told Yerim that she meant that nothing is better than such a guardian. Yerim furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide. Yerim told the main character that he is absolutely right and her uncle is the worst. Yerim pointed her finger at her uncle. The main character narrowed his eyes and glared at him, causing him to hesitate. Yerim told the protagonist that her uncle stole her parents' entire inheritance and did not give her a penny of pocket money. People in the establishment watched in shock what was happening. Yerim told the main character that during the typhoon, her uncle only gave her a cheap plastic umbrella, and when it broke, he didn't even buy a new one, and she had to cover herself with a plastic bag. People in the institution noticed that this was violence against the student. Uncle Yerim frowned with anger and bared his teeth. He told the student that she was always disgracing people. The student's uncle walked towards Yerim, throwing the main character aside. Yujin suddenly fell to the floor. Yerim and Uncle widened their eyes as they looked at Yujin. Yerim looked at the main character excitedly. Her mouth parted. Uncle Yerim knitted his eyebrows, looking at Yujin in bewilderment. The protagonist sat on the cold floor with his head down. Yerim asked Yujin if he was okay. The main character rolled on the floor in horror, his mouth wide open. Yujin shouted to the entire establishment that Uncle Yerim was beating people. The protagonist sat on the floor, closing his eyes, pressing his hand to his chest. Yujin told his uncle that he could talk normally and not push people, noting that he just stopped the student. The main character looked at Uncle Yerim with a pitiful look, letting tears flow from his eyes. Uncle widened his eyes in bewilderment and bared his teeth. Yujin asked Uncle Yerim that he was going to hit her like that, a weak high school student. Uncle put it harshly, telling Yujin that he was simply turning the situation around. The uncle grabbed the main character by the clothes, pulling him slightly towards him. The protagonist looked down with a serious look. Yujin tripped up the student's uncle. Uncle flew onto the table, sweeping plates off it. The main character rose to his feet and held a can of soda in his hands with a smile. The protagonist told his uncle to be careful because the soda had spilled and the floor was now slippery. The uncle raised his head and looked furiously at the main character. Yujin grabbed his uncle's head, pressing it to the table. Yerim knitted her eyebrows and watched what was happening with a smile, barely holding back her laughter. The main character asked his uncle if he was okay because he slipped again. The protagonist held his uncle's head over the hot grill and leaned slightly towards him. Yujin asked his uncle how he dared to steal from a small child, threatening him with violence. The main character looked at his uncle angrily. Yujin warned the student's uncle not to dare treat Yerim like hell again. The main character turned his head to the side and saw Yerim smiling joyfully. The student noticed that this hit on the table, the sound was just like in wrestling. Yujin told Yerim that the sound was not from him, noting that he heard it from the street. The guys looked at the street in surprise, their mouths slightly open. The restaurant building began to shake violently. People in the building thought that an earthquake or war had started. Kim ran into the restaurant in a panic. Kim called out to the main character at the top of his lungs. People opened their mouths in horror at what they saw. Kim told all people to evacuate carefully. A huge black monster with worm-shaped eyes was destroying buildings. People in panic tried to escape from the terrible monster. Kim said that there was a dungeon break nearby. The guys looked at Kim in shock, their mouths agape. Kim told the guys to move away because it was dangerous there. Kim stood in a fighting position, clenching his hand into a fist, and a golden icon with a shield and a mountain appeared in front of his hand. Kim told the guys that he would stop him. Kim hit the ground with all his might, stopping the huge monster. System notification. Defense skill A, class, Shield of Space. A wall of earth appeared in front of the monster, blocking its path. Kim watched the monster. The main character watched in horror what was happening. Kim told the protagonist to take the chance and evacuate quickly. The main character watched the monster with confusion. Yujin thought that there was no such thing in his memories, and why did the monster suddenly appear? The main character was in a daze. Kim sat on his haunches, looking towards the monster with a serious look. The protagonist recalled that in the past, at the same time, there was no dungeon breakout. Kim jumped off the ground and rushed at the monster. Kim flew into the air, swinging his leg at the monster. Kim kicked the monster with all his might, releasing a golden burst of energy. Kim rested his foot on the monster's body. Kim frowned, looking at the monster with bewilderment. Kim noticed that the monster had no base. The monster began to attack Kim with its tentacles. Kim jumped over the wall, dodging the blows. The monster followed Kim and began to climb over. People ran away from the wall in panic. Yerim ran, turning back in panic. The uncle ran away from the wall in horror, not understanding what was happening. The laces on the sneakers came undone, and Yerim stepped on the lace. The student fell to the ground. The uncle looked at Yerim and ran on. The student looked in front of her with displeasure, baring her teeth. The monster's tentacles were approaching Yerim. Yerim closed her eyes and opened her mouth slightly. The main character covered Yerim with a shield, preventing the tentacles from passing through. The student widened her eyes in surprise, looking at the protagonist. Yujin bared his teeth while holding a huge shield in his hand, from which a bright light emanated. The protagonist looked at Yerim with a serious look. The main character told the student to quickly run to the shelter. Yujin grabbed Yerim's hand and rushed with her, running away from the monster. Yerim slightly opened her mouth and looked at the back of the main character in confusion. The student knitted her eyebrows and looked down sadly. An entrance to the ground appeared in front of the guys. The main character asked Yerim if the hideout was located there, in the underground shopping center. Yerim told the main character that everything was correct. The protagonist turned behind him, looking at Yerim. Yujin told Yerim to quickly go down there. The protagonist narrowed his gaze and frowned at the student. Yujin told Yerim that he needs to go back. The main character recalled hunters attacking the same monster. The protagonist thought that he had seen this type of monster, and alone they are weak, so they move in a pack, noting that if they are not quickly gotten rid of, they become a complete headache. Kim formed a golden shield in front of him. Kim defended himself from the monster's furious blows. The main character thought that since Kim specializes in defense, he does not have a separate skill for area attack, adding that with such an opponent it is the least suitable specialization. The protagonist nervously looked ahead, frowning. Yujin thought that he needed to find a way to defeat the monster at all costs. Yerim grabbed the protagonist's hand. She told the main character that she would also go, and asked him to wake her up, noting that she could go fight. Yerim was full of confidence and looked at the main character intently. Orange sparks flew over the street. Yujin told Yerim that she hadn't even signed the contract yet. Yerim displeasedly asked the protagonist that he was afraid that she would pretend to be out of business as soon as he awakened her, adding that she would not go back on her words, so he should awaken her since the situation was critical. The student widened her eyes in shock, pursing her lips. Yujin told Yerim that this is precisely why she is not allowed to, since she is still a child. The protagonist approached the student and put his hands on her shoulders. He told Yerim that she would not fight skillfully once she awakened, adding that he wanted to awaken her calmly and painlessly, and did not intend to immediately throw her into real combat. Yujin remembered his little brother when he awakened and had to fight monsters. Yujin told Yerim that he could calmly watch the child be forced to fight alone. The protagonist turned around and looked at the student one last time. Yujin told Yerim that adults should deal with this, and she should get to the shelter safe and sound. Yerim watched as the main character ran towards the monster. The protagonist rushed headlong, baring his teeth. Yujin tried to think of a way to help defeat the monster. The main character knitted his eyebrows, looking in the direction of the monster with irritation. Yujin thought that he had been hanging around as a hunter for more than 5 years, and even in this state, he could squeeze some kind of decision out of himself. The protagonist ran up to Kim. Kim turned behind him, looking at the main character in surprise. Kim looked at the main character with displeasure. Kim didn't understand why Yujin came and told him that it was dangerous there. The main character told Kim to use the defense skill. The monster's tentacles peeked out from behind the wall. Kim told the main character that this was useless, and even with a protective barrier it would not be possible to completely enclose the center. The main character knitted his eyebrows and looked at Kim with all confidence. The protagonist told Kim that this skill would be enough since he had an idea. Kim widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Yujin. The men stand on a rock and look down at the monster. One man makes a vague movement with his hands as his companion holds his palms on the rocky surface. The man raises his hand to strike when a golden glow appears around it. This moment attacks the ground when the yellow seal becomes larger. This hit deals damage to some terrible substance. This monster is in a rage. A large crack appears in the ground. A man sits while his companion stands and a green seal appears under his foot. One person argues that such a situation is unexpected. Yujin claims that he is already heading in some direction. The guy pushes away from an emerald-colored spot. He deftly jumps on the rocky surface. Yujin touches the stone with his fingers while performing the trick. He thinks that the protective barrier is like a solid wall, and if you put it around the monster, it will become such a cage for him. The woman shows some paraphernalia in the suitcase when the guy looks at them carefully and puts his hand to his chin. He thinks about the item that was purchased from the hunting association. Green granules are in a box. He adds that it is a class of deadly poison, namely the limitless black poison pill. A man holds an emerald ball in his hand. He thinks that his purchase is quite good. The guy with the short hair is getting ready to throw that pill forward. He reasons that if he blows up this device inside the barrier and closes it, this will mean his victory. Yujin opens his eyes wide in surprise. He says that with a detailed situation, he will be able to kill the monster instantly. Empty gorge of a large mountain. Yujin is surprised that the monster is missing. He opens his mouth and gets nervous when the monster appears behind him. The guy asks himself where his opponent disappeared to. Dark tentacles envelop a man's leg. The monster suddenly lifts Yujin into the air. A guy with short, smooth hair becomes more gloomy. He thinks that the monster got out through the drain. Someone strikes with an umbrella. Yujin remembers that there was no such information, so he didn't think about it, and then wonders if this is the end of him. Yerim opens his mouth wide and holds an umbrella in his hands. The girl calls her uncle. She deals multiple attacks to the monster that is holding Yujin. The monster lets go of the guy's leg. He lands on his feet and runs after Yerim. The girl turns to her uncle, asks him to run and warns him that there is an alley in a certain direction. A guy with short cocoa-colored hair quickly runs with Yerim from their opponent. He asks his comrade what she is doing here if he ordered all civilians to evacuate. The girl asks her uncle what he is doing if he is a representative of Class F. The tentacles of the monster are heading after the heroes. Yujin claims that he is an adult and awakened. Yerim warns his interlocutor not to make her laugh. She asks if this is the person who asked the student of the neighboring school for protection. The guy looks at the girl, who opens her mouth wide and closes her eyes. He claims that he already warned Yerim that she was still quite small. She says that she knows about this, which is why she needs even more strength. A girl with an interesting hair color looks forward sadly. Yerim and Yujin hold hands and run in a certain direction. She argues that when her uncle slept with her recently, the girl was able to calm down because she assumed that her new acquaintance really wanted to protect her. The schoolgirl looks down sadly. She thinks that such behavior could anger her. The heroes run in a certain direction. The girl explains that she does not have the strength to protect herself on her own. Buildings on the street in the city. She claims that this is the reason the girl wants to become stronger. A little girl looks in an unknown direction. She explains that she previously did not have the opportunity to do anything because of her age. An unknown person runs in the rain. People are running away from the child. Yerim adds that she doesn't want to wait for help while she's worried. Someone is running fast enough. The girl claims that she wants power that she can choose on her own, with which she can protect herself. She frowns and looks ahead resolutely. A girl with an unusual color of curls turns to her uncle and reminds him of his own words. A guy with short, smooth hair looks down in surprise. Yerim claims that she has such a power that can make a girl more powerful. She and Yujin run forward from their opponent. The student asks her friend to show her how much stronger she can become. The heroes raise their heads and are quite surprised. They shake hands when a blue glow appears around them. A bright flash of light appears. The man is holding a weapon in his hand. He asks how a situation like this could end this way. The man opens his eyes quite strongly in surprise. Something approaches the girl's hand, over which a blue seal appears. A school student smiles happily as she holds her palms above her head. The world system notifies that Yerim has activated a skill called Icy Breath, and the girl has completed her registration. She calls her uncle and notifies him that she has received an S rank. The short-haired man looks ahead, dumbfounded. Yerim claims that she has developed some cool skills. Her friend claims that no one speaks loudly about their skills. The monster pulls its limbs upward. Yerim asks how her uncle feels about her new opportunities. A girl with an unusual color of curls looks forward when a monster appears behind her. The guy warns his partner about the appearance of a monster. The enemy's tentacles wrap around the wrist of a school student. Her uncle tries to warn her that she needs to be careful. The men watch as their comrade gets scared and hits the wall. Her colleagues are in shock. The girl looks in surprise at the monster she slammed into the rocky surface. Yujin thinks that this kind of power is common for S-class. Yerim clenches his hands into fists and smiles happily. She assures that she will cope further on her own. A schoolgirl approaches a tall man and stretches out her hands to a certain staff. She asks her friend to lend her a weapon. He agrees with trepidation. The end of the staff rests on the ground as a blue glow appears around it. A pillar of light appears as Yerim delivers the killing blow. A man creates yellow shields to protect himself and his friend from rocks. Yujin asks for help. A blue stamp appears under the girl's feet. The game system notifies that the Hermes Shoes skill is about to be activated. There is a flash of bright light due to Yerim's powerful attack. A man protects his friend from falling rocks as he raises his hand into the air. Yujin loudly calls the girl's name and urges her to be more careful, since in this case they will be crushed to death. A guy with short, smooth hair looks with displeasure at a school student who is floating in the air. Yerim apologizes and explains that she still doesn't have good control over her power. Yujin puts his hand to his forehead and smiles with pleasure. Some man extends his hand forward and looks ahead gloomily. The guy talks about how, as a hunter, this person was called an ice witch. The girl grins happily and closes her eyes. Yujin thinks that his new friend turned out to be a child who is capable of a sincere smile. The guy with short hair raises his head up. He says that he could not expect the girl to awaken so unexpectedly, and adds that it would be great if she had the opportunity to launch an attack over a large area. Another man claims that his partner can leave something like this for him. Someone extends their hand forward as a burgundy aura appears around it. A certain person is preparing for a powerful attack when Yujin and his friend are watching him. Yuhyun looks ahead resolutely. Someone calls this person by name. A schoolgirl watches her companion's deadly attack. She opens her eyes wide in surprise. The monster's body is burning. The girl is surprised that the guy was able to burn the enemy with his first attack. The guy raises his hand and sends fiery blows upward. The man frowns and looks ahead resolutely. The schoolgirl looks down with admiration. The guy is standing on the ground among the rubble and stones. He looks with interest at the girl with the unusual color of her curls. Yujin looks at the gloomy Yuhyun. He calls his friend by name and is glad that he came. The guy turns his head to the side. Yerim sinks to the ground and watches as the guy in the raincoat scolds Yujin. He asks him if he knows how worried Yuhyun was when his friend called him on the way to the scene of the tragedy, and then mutters something about how many times he needs to be reminded not to be outside at such moments. Yujin points his hand forward and the men turn their heads in the right direction. The guy with the short, sleek hair claims that everything is fine and his friend doesn't need to worry so much. Yujin points to Yerim. The guy claims that he has found a person whose S-class has recently awakened. A girl with an unusual color of curls awkwardly greets the new person. She is embarrassed. The girl thinks that this man's eyes really look like abysses. Yuhyun looks at his friend, who raises his head and does some action with his hand. He claims that he decided to conclude a contract with this person, and then asks his friend what he thinks about this and whether he has any complaints about the protection of this rank. The guy, crying, teaches that this girl is underage, and then asks where her guardian is. The guy puts his finger to his face and is quite nervous. He mutters something incomprehensible. Yuhyun is in a state of shock and horror. Yujin says that he wanted to become her guardian. The friends argue and wave their arms as Yerim gives the weapon to another man. Yuhyun asks if the person across from him really wants to become a trustee rather than a sponsor. The girl with an unusual color of curls thanks for the staff that was lent to her and asks how these concepts differ. The man moves his eyebrows towards the bridge of his nose. He claims that a simple sponsor cannot interfere in the affairs of his ward, for which reason he would not be able to protect him in any way. The girl opens her eyes and mouth. Her friend argues that the caregiver can do things that the sponsor is not allowed to do and is the one who plays the role of the parent. Yerim asks his interlocutor again. An excited school student approaches the men. She asks them if they will definitely do this for her. The guy in the raincoat calls his friend's name quite loudly and asks him if he really wants to take care of a stranger. Yujin approaches the girl, claims that her real uncle is a bad person, asks if he can simply ignore this fact, and then says that only Yerim can decide this. Yuhyun becomes darker and more angry. The girl is trying to say something. He pulls his friend away from the surprised Yerim. The guy in the cloak claims that he cannot allow such a situation to occur to ensure Yujin's safety. The policeman puts a whistle to his mouth and runs towards the child who is hitting his parent. Yuhyun states that there have already been many incidents where a high-rank awakened has used violence against his low-rank guardian, and then asks what kind of S-class person would obediently follow a person who has an F value. The guy in the cloak points his finger forward. He wonders if there could be a situation where this girl attacks Yujin. Yerim grits her teeth and becomes more gloomy. She claims to be a kind person. Yuhyun gets angry and opens his mouth wide. He says that he would rather become a trustee of this school student. A girl with an unusual color of curls frowns. She counters that she doesn't want this since her uncle promised her that he would do it. Yujin raises his hands and watches his friends fight. Yuhyun claims that the girl is only saying this now and that things may change in the future, and then asks if she really won't harm his comrade. Yerim says that she cannot do this because she entered into a contract to protect this person, and then asks if her interlocutor plans to harm her uncle. Yujin tries to calm his friends down. Yuhyun tries to take his friend home. He claims there is nothing negotiable here. The girl grabs Yujin's hand. She asks where Yuhyun is taking her savior, and then claims that this man cannot interfere with their agreement. A guy with short hair becomes more gloomy due to severe shoulder pain. Yuhyun and Yerim fuss over their friend. The guy in the raincoat calls Yujin's name and asks if he's okay. A girl with an unusual hair color panics. The patient asks the two augurs to move away from him. Yujin points his finger at the man in the cloak. Yuhyun asks his friend if he needs to drink a healing potion. A guy with short, smooth hair tilts his head down. He asks the tall man if he really raised him this way. Yujin presses his finger into his friend's chest, gets angry and opens his mouth. He claims that choosing a trustee is Yerim's right, while he should rejoice as the head of the guild that a person of S rank has joined. Yuhyun tries to object to his comrade. Yujin points to the other man, who feels awkward. He asks for what reason they need to go home, who will clean up all this mess, and adds that they are making the person wait. Yujin waves as he sees off Yuhyun and his companion. He demands that his friend go and do his job right now as the head of the guild. Yuhyun looks ahead dumbfounded. He assures that they will definitely talk later, and he will quickly finish work and return. The girl with an unusual hair color folds her arms across her chest while the guy rests his palms on his hips. She gets angry and opens her mouth wide. A schoolgirl loudly asks if this man is the head of the abyss, and then adds that he is completely different from the person people were talking about. The guy points his finger at the girl, who quickly sits down on a stone far from him. He claims that Yerim, his words also concern you, and then demands that she not come close and sit in one place. The school student is nervous and looks at her new guardian. She apologizes, explains that she currently has control over her power, and then asks what condition Yujin's shoulder is in. He claims that this is an ordinary slight dislocation. The guy picks up his sneaker from the ground. He says that these are Yerim's shoes, but since she cannot control her power, he puts them on. Yujin looks down and puts the shoe on the school student's foot. He claims that she is quite old and the wrong size for a girl, and then curses at the student's uncle. A girl with an unusual color of curls looks forward with excitement. Yujin warns that tomorrow they will definitely go and buy Yerim new shoes. The girl smiles happily when the guy with short, smooth hair looks down with concentration. The school student laughs and says that such an attitude makes her tremble. Yujin can't understand what his ward is talking about. The girl suddenly notices a fly. She tries to explain that this kind of feeling is usually depicted in dramas. A school student tries to kill a midge, but injures Yujin. She mutters something about insects. Blood appears on the face of a guy with short hair. The girl raises her hands up and her new guardian grabs his chest. He claims that this is not trepidation, but that his heart will soon break. Yerim apologizes and assures that she will be more careful. The starry sky is above the city. Yujin claims that he cares. He ties his sneakers. The guy reminds his interlocutor that she recently asked him why he commits such actions. He closes his eyes and smiles. He says that he does this because the story of this girl does not seem alien to him, due to the fact that his parents died when he was little. The boys hug each other tightly. Yujin states that he sometimes thinks about how things would have been different if they had had a strong base back then. The girl looks down with interest. Her new guardian says he understands that he may not appear reliable enough. The school student opens her mouth. She assures that Yujin is a reliable person. A guy with short, sleek hair looks up and smiles when Yerim looks away. He asks his interlocutor if he really is like that. The girl adds that this can be true even for a person who asked a student from a neighboring school for protection, and then asks his uncle, the guardian, to take good care of her. She smiles widely and clenches her hand into a fist. Yujin grins and extends his palm forward. He also asks you to take good care of him. The fists of these people touch. The guy looks up with excitement. He claims that, of course, this can never compare with the love of parents. The girl looks down in surprise. The guy counters that he loves Yerim. A high school student raises her hand to her chest and laughs loudly. She asks why her new guardian said that. The world system notifies that the girl who recently awakened her S rank has received a positive effect from the code word. The girl's uncle runs in a certain direction. He calls his niece by name, namely Yerim. He looks at a girl with an unusual color of curls and her new guardian. This man claims that he was afraid for his ward because he could not find her for a long time. Uncle is nervous and smiles wryly. He asks his niece if she has truly awakened. Yujin and Yerim become more gloomy. The girl's relative claims that people with high ranks earn a lot of money. A guy with short, smooth hair thinks that they still have a detailed problem. The guardian ran up to those standing and spread his hands, saying that he was very worried when he lost the girl. Yerim sighed, turning away when she heard the words that it's not about that now, that she woke up, is it true? The man beamed with joy when the girl told him her class, saying that now a mountain of money awaits them. Yujin coughed into his fist, and Yerim turned to him and said that she was leaving the house because she now had a contract with him, to which the guardian asked again in surprise. Frowning and steaming with anger, he shouted, asking why a 16-year-old girl would leave the house. To this the girl replied that she was 15. Yujin intervened. He approached the man and said that according to a special law, a hunter can become independent from the age of 14. The man looked at the smartphone the guy held out and angrily yelled that he was hearing about the special law for the first time. Let him stop talking nonsense. Yujin looked at him seriously, holding out a smartphone with a voice recorder recording that voiced the words of their recent dialogue. Phrases were heard from the phone that we could talk normally. Why was he pushing him? The man was going to hit her like that. A weak high school student. The guardian, stuttering, asked what it was. The guy showed the recording to the amazed man, saying that he would still get recordings from CCTV cameras, and Yerim was surprised that he was recording everything from the very beginning. The girl listened as they argued. Yujin said that the fact that he was a bad guardian had become clear a long time ago, and recently he completely abandoned this child, running away, to which the man shouted, asking when did this happen. She looked away, listening to the guy's question about what mountains of money we were talking about, how much more he was going to extort from the child, to which the guardian shouted at him to shut up, because it was he who fed and raised her. Yujin stopped him, saying that if he dares to approach Yerim again, but did not have time to finish. Swift movement flashed past the smartphone. The man grabbed the brunette by the clothes and shouted, calling him names and saying that he had planned this from the very beginning. Yujin frowned, silently looking at the man who was yelling that he would sue him. Yerim raised the blue umbrella she was holding in her hands. With force, she lowered the umbrella into the ground between the surprised debaters, and from the impact of the umbrella, bright blue rays of light flew in all directions. From the impact of the umbrella, the ground cracked and smoked. The guardian asked in surprise what it was. The girl, clutching an umbrella with both hands, listened as he stammered and said that the awakened should not harm ordinary people. Yerim raised her shining eyes to him and looked with the most innocent look. Beaming, she innocently asked what he was talking about, what to do if he constantly let go of his hands. The man asked again what she was talking about and, turning to Yujin, said that he, too, saw that she hit her like that on purpose. With a slight movement, the girl broke the umbrella in half along with the fabric and knitting needles. The guardian looked at this in fear, hiccuping with fear. With a sweet and wide smile, the girl charmingly asked, "What is uncle talking about?" She approached the startled man like a red cloud, clutching a broken umbrella, and asked if he pushed the guy and then just fell. Didn't he? Sweating with fear, the man thought, is this really the high school student he saw every day at home? The hair of the furiously burning girl was flying, her eyes were burning, and the umbrella in her hands was crumpled into a ball. The guardian thought that he was standing in front of some kind of predator. Yujin scratched his neck thoughtfully, activating his fear resistance ability, and thought that this intimidating aura showed that she was definitely S-rank. Feet in worn-out sneakers slowly walked towards the man. The girl said that he himself should know that he was not in a position for her to be grateful to him. The enraged girl squeezed the umbrella, crumpled into a ball, tighter in her hands. The man fell to the ground in fear, and Yerim threw a lump of umbrella and said that guardian. This word is funny. He didn't even buy her a pathetic umbrella. The man looked in fear at the remains of the umbrella lying nearby, and the girl continued, saying that if she had her way, she would have turned it into this. He hiccuped in fear when the girl grabbed his shirt, saying that now she would just turn a blind eye to this. Did he know why? Approaching the man's face, Yerim said that it was because he was worthless. The man was not worth even an ounce of her attention. She looked at him menacingly, towering menacingly over her frightened guardian. The girl advised him to remember this and continue to live his worthless life, and if he does not follow her advice and continues to cling to her or make a row with Yujin, attracting attention to himself. The girl menacingly placed her hands on and declared that then she would definitely not turn a blind eye to this. The startled man, sitting on the ground, screamed loudly. Yerim enthusiastically raised her fist in the air, asking, well, did she repeat after the guy? Did it turn out okay? To this, the embarrassed Yujin thought that it was impossible to take a sip of cold water in front of the children. A bad example was contagious. The morning sun was rising over the city. The guy remembered that this is how Yerim became a member of the guild, and he was freed from captivity. The sleeping Yujin suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. He sat up on the bed and asked Yuhyun, who had entered the room, what he was doing. His brother walked towards him, and the guy asked in surprise what was wrong with him, what had come over him since the morning. He looked in surprise at his brother's hand extended to him, who demanded that the guy give him what he bought yesterday. Frightened, Yujin jabbered, asking, he was talking about shopping at the mall, he spent too much, but he thought he was allowed to spend all this money. The younger one shouted that that was not the point, but the black poison fog orb. The eldest held out the ball in his palm, but before he even had time to clarify, his brother grabbed it and squeezed it in his fist. Surprised, Yujin asked why, and then corrected himself and asked how he even knew he bought it. Yuhyun looked at the palm, asking the elder, does he not trust him at all? The guy looked at his brother, who made a surprised sound. Yujin started to ask what he was talking about, but was interrupted because Yuhyun suddenly hugged him. A question was heard in the room, what's wrong with the youngest? Yuhyun asked his brother if he bought it, being prepared even to die if necessary. Continuing to hug his brother, the younger one closed his eyes and continued that if his enemies targeted the older one, he would become his weak point. The guy said that this is why his brother was ready to poison himself so that they could not use him as a hostage. Yujin's face was extremely surprised, and he thought that there was nothing like that. The guy began to deny, and the younger brother let him go and looking into his eyes said that he was so worried about him, but he still should never use something like that. The beaming Yuhyun confidently stated that even if something like this happened, he would definitely come to save him. Yujin thought he bought it to use when clearing the dungeon alone without his brother's knowledge, but now he can't say he has L-class poison resistance. But Yujin agreed out loud and thanked his brother. He had the feeling that there were more and more misunderstandings. The elevator arrived at floor B1. Yujin looked at his brother and asked if everything had already been resolved with Yerim, to which Yuhyun replied that yes, Seok went to her house yesterday. The younger one looked forward, saying that, apparently, the guardian spent billions of the girl's inheritance on his own business. He remembered the picture of a man in a suit handing a paper to a disgruntled, screaming guardian. The guy said that in exchange for the fact that they would not sue, he wrote a receipt that under no circumstances would he approach or contact the girl. He won't interfere anymore. The guild has successfully resolved all the issues with him and secured it with a small amount of money. The guys stepped forward, leaving the elevator, and the eldest asked, Yerim really agreed not to sue. But what about the inheritance of her parents? To this, the younger replied that yes, she said that she simply did not want to contact him anymore. Yujin scratched his neck and agreed, saying that now that amount would rather seem ridiculous, and Yuhyun looked at his smartphone and said that the girl had also gradually finished adapting to her abilities and seemed to have spent all of last night in the training room. Above the entrance to the room there was a sign stating that this was a training room. Yuhyun said that this room can withstand even the power of S rank, so she can use it as much as she wants. The guys froze at the entrance to the hall, which was simply destroyed, with fragments of blocks and broken stones lying inside. They saw destroyed walls, large dents and cracks. Suddenly, a piece of concrete support fell next to the amazed guys. Yujin confusedly asked that this hall can withstand the power of S rank, to which Yuhyun sheepishly said that yes, but against the background of a large crack in the wall, a rod, broken off from its fastening, flew past and fell. Among the fragments of tiles and concrete, Yerim quickly rushed headfirst, holding a chain in her hands. Somersaulting in the air, she landed and slammed her palm onto the floor. The black punching bag swayed, releasing the ice from her fist. The hooded girl swung her second fist. Surrounded by small ice flows, she used the Shadowless Day skill. Yerim stamped her foot and black rays of power rushed across the floor from her foot. The guys looked around and Yujin asked in surprise what happened to the training room. Did something really happen to Yerim? He looked down in surprise. A black shadow from the girl rushed towards his leg, gluing it to the floor, and the guy said in surprise that he could not move. The girl looked intently and said the command to activate the skill. The fragments of stone were covered with a black sticky substance. Like the training barbell, blue fumes rose from the black marks. Covered in a black mass up to his shoulders, Yujin screamed, and his brother called out to him in surprise. Black shadows swirling across the floor connected with the girl who put her fist to her chest. Yerim raised her foot, the sole of her shoe glowing blue. Surrounded by the radiance, she slammed her foot down to the ground, breaking the floor. Yerim quickly ran forward and her steps crumbled the tiles on the floor. With a scream, the girl raised her fist to strike, and she hit the floor with her fist, raising not only blue shining flashes, but also fragments of stones. Cracks from the floor even spread to the walls of the training room. The girl stood confidently clenching her fists glowing with blue power. Suddenly she heard her brother's requests to wake up. Surprised, she turned to the guy she called uncle. She was amazed to see Yuhyun, who, holding white Yujin on his knees, asked him not to die, and told the girl that she had become stronger. Yerim screamed for the guy to come to his senses. They shook white Yujin by the shoulders, bringing him to his senses. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes, looking at her in surprise. Yujin adjusted her hood and excitedly asked if her uncle was okay, to which he asked who she was. The girl thought in surprise that he had lost his memory, and asked if he didn't remember she was Yerim, to which Yujin shouted that he knew, but she had changed beyond recognition, and the surprised Yuhyun said that the stylist had worked with her. The girl beamed, as if against the backdrop of refreshing lemonade, smiled, standing in a confident pose with a new haircut, and said that World's Edge had corrected her image, because she would soon be going to the Hunter Association. Yujin said it suits her, all sports drink advertisements will be hers. Smiling contentedly, she imagined Hermes, thinking that this was his style combined with her skill, and said that she would be live, so she needed to follow the picture. The guy asked in surprise that they also do something like this, and then remembered that S rank is for celebrities. The folder contained the girl's documents and her photograph. She said that she had already prepared documents for registering the hunter, which would need to be provided. She constantly signs something and at the same time sorts out her skills. Holding a folder with documents in her hands, Yerim smiled shyly and said that she didn't notice the guy coming in, to which he replied, those were indeed her skills. But what are they? The girl imagined icy whirlwinds flying forward and said that the first one was a freezing sigh. He saw it last time. A circle with symbols appeared under the girl's foot, and she said that Hermes' shoes allow you to fly and instantly move short distances. The girl presented a skill in which black shadows emanated from her and said that Shadowless Day applied a boost to a wide area. Yerim said that when using it, the effectiveness of skills and attributes greatly increases, and she can also slow down the enemy by absorbing his shadow, which also gives her a corresponding boost. Yujin held her documents and asked that she becomes even stronger by absorbing power from her surroundings. He realized that it was because of this skill that the training hall had turned into ruins. Yerim, thoughtfully, said that there is another skill, the last one, White Corpse, which allows you to read information from a corpse. Yujin listened carefully. Thoughtful, he said that it was quite creepy, and the girl scratched the back of her head and confirmed, saying that it was supposed to be an attack skill. The thoughtful voice of Yujin was heard in the office, who said that they would hide White Corpse for now, and the girl asked again in surprise. The brunette held her documents and pen in his hands and explained that it was not necessary to disclose all the skills when registering. The blue-haired girl listened attentively to the guy who was correcting the data in her documents, saying that since this happened, it would be better to hide a few more details. For example, in Shadowless Day you can only record the effect of sitting, and in Hermes' shoes only flying, which is suitable for her level. Yerim smiled, looking at the dossier. She smiled joyfully, touching the guy's hand, and said that he was so good at this, like a specialist. Yu-hyun looked on in surprise as his brother smiled at the compliment and asked if she had mastered power control. The younger shielded the surprised brother with himself and told the surprised girl that he was so well aware of everything because for his sake he delved into all the details, and advised her to keep his distance. Yujin watched in confusion as Yerim angrily asked the head of the guild that she was not addressing him and why he was interfering, to which the guy said that he did not interfere, but helped his older brother with an explanation. The eldest sheepishly scratched his cheek with his finger, thinking with a chuckle that this is really possible, so everything will be okay. Many photographers gathered near the tall multi-story glass building. Yerim got out of the car under camera flashes. She smiled and walked past cameras, phones and voice recorders pointed at her. Park Yerim, the new S rank, is released. The photographers were taking pictures of the girl, and behind her stood two dark figures. The reporter said that this is the birth of the 8th S rank combat hunter in the country. Yerim only has 3 starting skills. Yujin, wearing a mask and cap, peeked around the corner standing next to Seong-han and said that the girl was doing well, to which the defender replied that instead of acting like that, he should just accompany her. Seong-han folded his arms and said that Yerim was upset because Yujin didn't go with her, and the guy laughed and replied that he has a lot of bad memories of crowded places. Pulling off the mask from his face, Yujin said that resentment has its end. Now that fame and fortune awaits her, it will surely fade into the background. The man remained silent, looking at him, and the guy said that the main thing is that everything will be fine. This pleases me the most. Yujin thought the changes were too big. He remembered the serious girl with long hair surrounded by ice, and thought that there was no trace left of the cold and arrogant Yerim from the future, whom he knew. The real girl with the new hairstyle was smiling widely. The guy thought that now instead of her there was a Yerim high school student imbued with a confident smile. He remembered the monster with eyes between the tentacles that came out of the gate, and thought that the dungeon breakthrough that happened a few days ago also did not happen in the first place. Will everything be okay if the future he saw changes so much? Yujin straightened his cap, shook his head and thought that what difference does it make? What's good is good. What's important now is different. Since he came to the association, he needs to see if there are any newcomers with good potential here. The guy peeked around the corner, looking at the crowd. Letters appeared above the people indicating their class. The guy saw that there was F rank, E rank. He chuckled and thought that finding another S rank would be a huge success. Yujin looked at the people carefully, thinking that he was unlikely to find anything here. What kind of high-level awakened would just walk around here? Suddenly he took off and ran, and Seong-han looked at him in surprise, asking where he was going. The guy thought that nothing was impossible. He imagined how the crystals of the precious stone sparkled in his palms. He remembered that it all started with the fact that he actually turned back time to save his younger brother. Once he was able to change everything for the better for Yerim and for him and Yu-hyun. He saw the figure of a guy with long hair. The guy thought that perhaps his gift had been given to him. Yujin grabbed the guy's wrist. As he ran, his cap and mask flew off. The stranger turned to look at him in surprise, and the guy thought he was needed to make the uncut diamond that caught his eye shine. The long-haired guy looked in surprise, asking who he was. System information meanwhile informed Yujin that the guy was an awakened named Yu Myung-woo. Current class F. Awakening potential F, the optimal starting skill possible for learning SS rank. A guy with long hair and a backpack put on the other way asked in surprise who it was, and Yujin confidently asked, "He's Myung-woo, Yu Myung-woo, haven't seen him for a long time." He doesn't remember him. It's Eugen, Han Eugen. The long-haired man rubbed his neck in embarrassment and apologized, saying that he really didn't remember him. The guy smiled broadly, waving his hands, and said that everything was fine. They had not seen each other for a long time. This was quite natural. But he himself thought that, to be honest, he didn't know him either. A blue circle of the ability used appeared in Eugen's eye. He saw an image of an anvil and hammer icon and the name of the skill master of the golden smithy. He thought, this is incredible. Just look at this guy's skill. An image of an ancient blacksmith working on a golden anvil appeared in his head. Eugen thought that from the name alone it was clear that this was a special skill related to the manufacture of equipment. Moreover, SS rank. Eugen reflected that the S-rank blacksmith, who personally creates equipment that can hardly be bought even for hundreds of millions. Even after 5 years there were no awakened people with such a skill. The guy imagined an embarrassed Manhwa, surrounded by gold, guards, money, and thought that if he managed to acquire this skill, he could build himself a bed from bags of money from all over the world. The guy with the backpack looked rather embarrassed, and Eugen thought that it was all through this man, who looked like a runt depressed by life's difficulties. The elder looked at the guy's documents, asking if everything was fine with him. Did he also wake up? The long-haired one sheepishly replied that yes, although F rank, they give $1 million in subsidies for registering an awakened one. Manhwa held documents with his information in his hand, and Eugen exclaimed that he was also an F rank. The guy asked if he would go with him to get basic training. Smiling, the long-haired man said that he only came for a subsidy. You have to pay for basic training, but F rank and it are not needed anywhere. It is now worthless. Eugen grabbed the guy's palm with both hands, looking at him with enthusiasm. The brunette smiled and invited him to study with him in their guild. Eugen said that he would get it for free, one word from him, but suddenly Seong Han grabbed him by the collar, and Manhwa looked at it in surprise. The guard told the guy that only members of the guild could receive training for new hunters. Manhwa looked at this picture in surprise, asking, is this Seong Han from World's Edge? Eugen asked to make an exception for just one person, and the defense lawyer referred to the charter. He asked the guy who was hanging in the hands of a serious man, like a kitten, if they knew each other and how. Smiling confidently, Eugen pointed a finger at himself and told the amazed guy that the head of the guild was his younger brother. Manhwa covered his eyes with his hands and squinted, turning away from his interlocutors, asking about the head of World's Edge and saying that he suddenly began to blind his eyes, to which Eugen smiled contentedly and replied that it was a halo of power. The elder said that he would put in a good word for the guy and again invited him to study together, promising to lend him his equipment. Manhwa, still covering his eyes, asked that even equipment, is it really possible? He held the guy's gloved hands and said he couldn't even remember him. Eugen held the embarrassed guy's palms and told him not to worry about it and just agree. He wants to take care of him because Manhwa is a good person. With an embarrassed smile, the brunette continued that he actually deserved such treatment. Looking at the guy with shining eyes, the long-haired one repeated what he really deserves. His eyes filled with tears. With sobs, he fell to his knees in front of Eugen, who called out to him in surprise. The brunette told the guy to drink some warm tea. There was a glass of tea in the machine. Eugen handed Manhwa one of the glasses of tea, saying that it would, of course, be better to buy expensive coffee in some cafe, to which the long-haired man said that everything was fine. That was enough for him. Sitting with a glass of tea in his hands and looking down, Manhwa answered positively when asked if he had calmed down. He wiped away the remaining tears with his finger and apologized for the fact that it was so unexpected. He had not heard such words for too long. Eugen looked at him, saying that he had a hard time. Manhwa smiled a little and began to tell me that as a child he had a talent for working with his hands, and even received a lot of prizes. He remembered making a dinosaur with his hands while his classmates and teachers stood around him. Then he remembered people sitting at the university reading books, and said that as an adult, this was of no use. Everyone just told him to stop fooling around and get down to studying. A pile of papers fell on the guy standing on top with a backpack in his hands. He said that that's when he went to the bottom, because he was completely incompetent in his studies. He said that his grades at the university were terrible. He couldn't get a job, and there were also family circumstances. Looking into his glass of tea, Manhwa said that at some point he found himself in such a deplorable situation, and with a lot of debt, like an outsider with nowhere to turn. The brunette sat next to him and listened to him. Then he lowered his gaze, saying that he understood him perfectly. Eugen thought that even after the world changed, everything remained the same. He remembered how one of the students bullied him, saying that he was F rank and dared to say something to D rank. He reflected that people are literally divided into classes. Then he remembered how they called out to him, asking where he was going to climb, and thought that only combat and healing skills were welcome. An image of a railroad appeared in his head, illustrating the idea that if he left this road, he would be F rank among hunters, F rank in society. He imagined Myung-woo standing alone in the dark and wondered what would have become of him in the original scenario. He would never have been able to rekindle his talent. Perhaps he would have continued to be the same. Yujin squeezed his knee with his palm and thought that everything was fine. Anyway, now he can. Jumping to his feet, he looked at the sunset sky and encouraged the guy. Turning to the surprised Myung-woo, with a smile he urged him not to become limp, because what difference does it make that others don't accept? After all, they live in a world in which it is difficult to survive alone. Putting his arm around the guy's shoulders, he pointed his finger forward and quoted the words that he should confidently raise his head. If he remains depressed, the money for the spine operation will also fly away. Myung-woo sat on the bench and watched as Yujin confidently raised his fists in the air, shouting that he is great, and others just don't understand it. He loves himself. Turning around, he smiled and encouraged the guy to think like this. Looking at Myung-woo with a smile, he called him a friend and said that he loved him too. Myung-woo looked at the brunette with a confused look. Agreed, he said that they would do so and thanked him. The system reported that the awakened Myung-woo received beneficial influence from the code word. The sun was setting and illuminated the city with golden rays. The guy thought that this would be solved so simply. But no. A serious man in glasses, the head of the HR department of World's Edge Simeon, confidently said that it is impossible. Yujin looked at him confused. They sat across from each other at the table. Simeon put his hands on the potential newcomer's information and said that it was wrong to allow a stranger to receive training for guild newcomers. Yujin begged him to give in just once with a smile. Lost in thought, the man clasped his fingers and said that giving in and sending a person to training was the same as vouching for him. Myung-woo spat out his tea when he heard that there would be rumors that such a privilege was given to some dog bones lying around somewhere. Yujin held his friend who had fainted from embarrassment and shouted that it was rude. What kind of dog bone? And Simeon adjusted his glasses, saying that he only meant that somewhere they could say that. Holding the white-faced guy, the brunette asked him to stop doubting and trust him for once. He really is an honest person. Simeon took off his glasses, covering his eyes, and said that, of course, he knows that Yujin has outstanding insight. That he found Yerim is already an incredible achievement. Then, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his middle fingers, he concluded that it could just be an accident. Yujin exclaimed indignantly, "What kind of finger is this?" It was time for Yujin to spit out the coffee when the man said that, to be honest, he didn't understand his intentions, especially considering that just a few days ago the guy was caught scamming a broker. The guy encouraged the head of the guild to do housekeeping, and now he's also getting promoted. Myung-woo imagined Yujin as a lady in a pink dress, who is chased away from her son by a lady in green after hearing that it is highly undesirable to protect the safety of World's Edge. Upset, the guy thought that the brunette was being insulted because of him. Covering his face with his hands, the long-haired man ran out of the office, ignoring Yujin, who called out to him, telling the man to stop. He would just leave. The guys stood outside the building. The head's older brother grabbed his head, shouting that Simeon was getting tougher every time. And Myung-woo confirmed with a smile that he was a scary person. Yujin took the phone in his hands, saying that he would ask his little brother directly, and the long-haired one shook his head, saying that there was no need. With a smile, he looked at the guy and said that he was valuable, that's enough. Yujin looked at his friend in surprise, who said that thanks to him, he had the will to live a little longer. Resolutely clenching his fist, the long-haired man said that he would not be discouraged and would try to do what he could. To be honest, in some places they offered work for F ranks like him. A black car drove up to the pedestrian crossing. Yujin asked in surprise, "Where is it in this place?" The car stopped next to the guys and Myung-woo confirmed that they said they would pick him up here. A big hand opened the car door. The man called Myung-woo. 3 men with tattoos and angry looks looked out of the car. One of them asked that he had become a hunter, so now it was time to repay his debts, right? With an encouraging smile, Myung-woo looked at his friend and said that he would go, gain strength, earn money and contact him again. Yujin looked at the people in the car in confusion, thinking, wait, this looks very dangerous. A shaven-headed man in tattoos put his arm around the guy's shoulders and with a menacing smile asked if their Myung-woo received a subsidy, to which the guy excitedly reached into his backpack, saying that yes, here it is. With a sharp movement, the man snatched the money from the guy's hand, laughingly saying that he knew that this was not enough at all. The men looked at Yujin, who looked into the car, asking who they were, the creditors, where were they taking Myung-woo. The strangers got angry and showed their teeth. The fat man with glasses asked if he would find out and what would he do. The excited guy smiled and said that he also wanted to go with him. The car roared along the road. The worried guys sat in the back seat next to a confident man in dark glasses and were silent. Unhappy, Yujin whispered to his friend that he borrowed money from terrible people, to which Myung-woo replied that the bank did not give him a loan, and then said that what is more important is why the guy followed him. He doesn't even have a debt. He excitedly heard his friend's counter question about how he was supposed to let him go alone. The bandit looked at them, asking if they knew each other. Was he also awakened? Yujin turned around in fear and replied that yes, F rank. Myung-woo began to say that the guy was from World's Edge, but with a smile, his friend covered his mouth with his hand and said that they were childhood friends. They met by chance in the Hunters Association. Yujin said that he learned from him that there is a job that takes F rank, so he became curious. The bespectacled bandit chuckled contentedly, saying that it had turned out well. The tattooed bandit sitting opposite them leaned towards them and asked with a smile if they would try to go to the dungeon together to get one magic stone for them. The man added that they know that guilds usually don't teach F rank. Yujin covered his mouth with his hand in admiration and asked if it was true when he heard that they were taking everyone, even F rank. Smirking, the bandit told the hero that since he was a friend of Myung-woo, they had a special relationship with him, and asked if they would go together, to which Yujin resolutely clenched his fist and said that they would. With a sweet smile, the guy threw his hand behind his head, saying that at first he mistook them for scary men, but they turned out to be such good people. Hearing this, all the bandits in the car laughed loudly. One of the bandits, laughing, offered to immediately conclude a contract. With a wide smile, Yujin said that thanks to them he would get a job, but he himself thought that this was a miner's contract. The guy remembered how he was in a gloomy dungeon with a pickaxe in his hands and thought that one day he himself fell for it. They send even F rank to the dungeon without experience and equipment, and get collecting while the rest of the guild members are hunting. Yujin thought that this was an unequal contract. 70 to 80% of the profits were taken as security fees. Blood dripped onto the dirty floor of the dungeon, illustrating the guy's words that, if you're unlucky, being wounded or killed by a monster is quite common. Yujin looked at the guy who was looking ahead anxiously and thought, the future Myung-woo was trampled and died in such a place, never being able to reveal that talent. The driver of the car turned around and said that all they had to do was collect everything that looked worthwhile, and then they would become rich in no time. Yujin asked enthusiastically what was happening. You could just collect it. This is a real jackpot. But he thought to himself that they were scammers. The car was moving along the road. A conversation was heard from it. The guy asked where the office of their guild was and, having received the answer that it was in Myeonmokdong, exclaimed that it was not very far. A small brick building appeared, and the bandit said that they had arrived. Myung-woo was hiding behind Yujin, who admiringly said that Hope Aaron's Services is a good name. The man opened the doors with a grin and told them to come in. Going upstairs, the guy with an overly pleased smile said that although the building was outdated, he felt a future full of hope. Yujin walked between two bandits and, looking back, spoke that the office on the second floor has good lighting. He didn't have time to praise the stairs because someone else's foot pushed him in the back from behind. He exclaimed as he fell to the office floor. The men sitting in the office stopped eating and turned around, looking at the guy trying to get up. He smiled and tried to ask what pushed him from behind. But suddenly he noticed Myung-woo lying curled up on the floor, being kicked by two men. He jumped to his feet, shouting that they had started here, and the bandit, grinning, put his hand on his shoulder. Flashing his gold tooth, the man apologized that they had also brought him in without debt, but he had better regret that he came here voluntarily. The men, grinning evilly, looked at the guy who was holding his friend on his lap. One of them said that you can enter here of your own free will, but you cannot leave. Myung-woo wiped his face with his hand and asked the guy for forgiveness. Tears were flowing from the guy's eye. The second one was covered. He said that he had to go through this alone, and because of him, a debt-free friend also fell under the distribution. Yujin, looking at him, began to speak, calling his name, but someone's hand grabbed him by the shoulder, saying that they should come here. They need to conclude a contract now. The man set the guy down on the sofa next to another bandit. Yujin looked in surprise at the contact sheet that was handed to him with the words that he should put his fingerprint on it. The head of the guild in a shirt and jacket held a glowing sheet of agreement in his hands and said that minus the commission, his profit is 20%, and since he has no debts, it means he will earn a lot of money. The paper glowed. Blue circles hovered around it. The man said that this is a special contract of the Awakened One. Unceremonious violation of its terms imposes a D-rank curse, so they should not even think of escaping by breaking it. The bandits surrounded Myung-woo and forcefully pulled his hand to the sheet and hurried him to put his fingerprint. Turning to the guild leader with a paper in his hands, Yujin said that he had a request. The man asked again displeasedly and said that even if he begged, it wouldn't work. Looking away in embarrassment, the guy squeezed the paper in, saying that this was not the case, asked to compare the contracts. He said that it would be a shame if he had the same conditions as the guy, because he doesn't even have a debt. The bandits, along with the leader, stared at him in surprise, and then they laughed until they cried, saying that the guy was very attentive to detail. Yujin looked happily as the head handed him a glowing contract with the words that you need to live, thinking first of all about yourself. Let him check. The brunette was carefully reading the terms of the contract when he was asked what he would say. The guy reading the contract chuckled that Myung-woo would not be able to get more than 10%. And the grinning boss said that that's it, and these 10 will go to pay off the debt. Yujin exhaled that this was indeed a real slave contract. He took the paper with his fingers from both sides. The guy asked how dare they keep Myung-woo as a laborer or something like that. Looking confidently at the bandit, he tore the contract down the middle with both hands. The head and his subordinate stared at him in surprise, asking why he broke contact, and what about the curse. Yujin looked at them carefully. The system reported that due to the termination of the contract, a level D debuff curse would be activated. The guy leaned his hand on the back of the sofa. The system notification stated that the debuff curse had been removed by level L curse resistance. Suddenly, Yujin kicked the guild master directly in the head. The bandits screamed, calling out to him as they looked at this. The man held his head, closed one eye and yelled that this bad man was not F rank. Confidently clenching his fist, Yujin forcefully slammed his head into the floor with his other hand. The head lay defeated on the floor, and cracks spread across the floor from his head. Confidently holding his hand, demonstrating his muscles, the guy said that he would start with the fact that he was really F rank, and added to himself that he was in the best equipment. The bandits shouted, swinging sticks and fists, insulting him and saying that he would die here today. The men advanced, holding a heavy dumbbell in their hands. Myung-woo sat fearfully on the floor behind the confident Yujin. The brunette looked at them seriously, holding a smartphone in his hand, to which he was told that it was too late to call the police. Instead of answering, the guy showed them a screen where it was clear that he had been talking with Seong-han for 25 minutes and 37 seconds. They asked in surprise that this was not the police. Opening the locked office doors with his hands, an enraged Seong-han burst in with flaming eyes, and Yujin, confidently holding the phone in his hand, stated that he had been following them for a long time. The bandits looked at the angry defender in surprise, asking what was going on. Seong-han frowned as he raised his fist to strike. The man's fist glowed. The bespectacled bandit asked that he had accomplices, even just one, but he didn't have time to finish. A powerful fist slammed into his stomach so hard that even his glasses came off. Everyone present in the room looked in surprise at the bandit, who flew far back from the powerful blow. They called out to him in alarm as his body fell to the floor with a crash. Myung-woo, sitting next to Yujin who was holding him down, asked in surprise how he did it while the voices shouted how dare they hit the head. Yujin remembered how, smiling, he walked with the bandit in glasses and said that everything was simple. The guy's hand found the phone. He explained that from the moment they got into the car, he secretly pressed the call button. Seong-han looked carefully at his smartphone. Yujin explained that this was enough for him to understand the situation, especially since he told in detail where exactly they were, so it was easy to find them. With a straight face, Seong-han was in the enemy's face. With a swing of his fist he hit the next bandit. The bald, tattooed bandit sat next to the beaten brunette and gritted his teeth in anger as he addressed the guard. He grabbed a knife from behind his back. With insults and shouting that if the man did not stop, he ran at the defender, who turned on him with a knife. Myung-woo saw this and screamed in fear that no, this guy has a knife. The bandit stabbed Seong-han in the torso, and looking in shock, he made a surprised sound. The blade of the knife cut the fabric, but did not even scratch the torso of the man, who was shining with the strength of his muscles. The bandit said in surprise that this could not happen. How? Seong-han towered over him, dominating him with a scarlet aura of suppression, and raised his fingers folded to click above the bandit's head, saying that he should have taken a weapon worth a rank. From a click on the forehead, the criminal flew far back, and the man did not even change his face. An alarmed partner called out to the fallen bandit named Deoksu, and another pointed a finger at the man, saying a rank, and then recognized him. Seong Han exhaled, turning his head to the side, and the bandit said that this Mr. Seong Han is from World's Edge. Looking fiercely at the bandits, the man ordered them to kneel down. The criminals, along with the gang leader, fell to their knees, and Seong Han calmly asked Myung-woo if he was injured, to which he received the answer that it was tolerable. Seong Han turned to Yujin, asking what to do with them, to which the guy replied, "What do you have to think about? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." The guy carefully read the papers with contracts that he held in his hands. He handed the gang leader a yellow sheet with an S-rank contact, telling him to sign it. The bandit excitedly read the contract, asking again what it was. A profit of 10%, a contract for 50 years, this is a complete fraud. Beaming and folding his palms in a sweet gesture, with a wide smile on his face, Yujin said that it is too much to call it a scam. It is not a scam, but a super part-time job where you can simply pick up something that can bring you money. The bandits were worried, talking to each other, saying that 50 years, it can't be. It's funny, because it's the same as if he sent them to their deaths. A piece of paper landed on the face of the indignant head, and he whined that this was a slave contract. The man held the golden paper in his hands and watched in surprise as Yujin confidently threw many white sheets onto his head. Taking one sheet, he asked what it was, and the guy replied that he found them in a box. Throwing the sheet out of his hand, the guy continued that these were contracts of the F ranks they had kidnapped, more than 30 people. The head looked anxiously at the hero, who asked how many of them remained uninjured, and hastened to justify himself that it didn't matter. They all agreed to it voluntarily and it was not their fault. Even if you find out, more than half are already dead. Yujin, holding the papers in his hand, suddenly kicked the gang leader in the head. The man held his cheek, and the guy called him an insulting word. Crumpling the sheet in his hand, he looked down at it and asked, does he think that if they are F rank, then he doesn't care even if they die? The guy continued that if you push them with promises to take them to the dungeon, many will agree, and then it's enough to push them there like some kind of cheap consumable, right? Yujin looked at the bandit carefully. Myung-woo called him admiringly, standing next to Seong Han. When he heard the guy say that no matter what level they are also people, and gang members are killers. There were many sheets of old contracts on the floor. The brunette told them to crawl as they had been crawling until now, then they would understand what they had done. Yujin turned away, saying that he really wanted to throw them straight into a high-level dungeon. The fat bandit sitting behind him called out to him. Worried, he said that he was to blame. They were all to blame. They would think it over, so at least this time let him take pity on them. Okay. Yujin calmly listened to the bandits' pleas that a 50-year contract was already too much. Let him come to terms with it. The guy smiled charmingly and said that it was good. Patting the bandit on the head, he said that it was good that they wanted to think things over. He squeezed the man's head with his fingers and, leaning towards him, said that he needed to pay the appropriate price for his crimes. The hero said to take them away from here. A car was driving through the evening city, and from there came words that the criminals had been taken to the Hunters Association. Seong Han, while driving, reported into a wireless headset about what was handed over to the employee. The victims were paid compensation, and would later provide a report. In the back seat, a tired Yujin slumped over Myung-woo's shoulder, saying that it had been a crazy day. In the car, words of gratitude were heard to the guy who asked why. Yujin smiled and shook his head, saying that it was nothing, and the long-haired one said that he couldn't help but worry. The brunette looked at the guy and thought that later, with the awakening of his skill, he would receive good benefits. Myung-woo clutched the backpack that was on his lap and said that the guy had already saved him twice. The long-haired man cried, and the surprised hero asked why he was crying again and asked him to calm down, to which his friend said that if it weren't for him, what would have happened to him now? Yujin was not allowed to say that this was nothing, because Myung-woo threw himself on his neck, hugging him, crying and saying that he really was his hero. The car was driving along the road and shouts could be heard from it about the guy not being stupid, but rather thanking Seong Han and the calm voice of the driver who told them both to buckle up. A glass multi-story building towered over the night city. The hero remembered that immediately after returning he went to Simyeong after he told him the whole story. He, as Yerum's guardian, was able to get a room for himself in the dorm. Simyeong watched in shock as Yujin lay on the floor by his door, preventing him from leaving. Then the following happened. The room shone with cleanliness and newness. It had a wide bed and other furniture. An admiring question was heard, is this really a dorm room? Myung-woo looked around the room, saying that it looked like a luxury apartment, and Yujin, who was holding a booklet, said that they write that there are 4 rooms. Myung-woo was looking around the area with armchairs and a coffee table, saying that you could live in a place like this while studying, and the guy called out to him, Looking at the long-haired man, Yujin asked him if he knew how to do housework, to which he received the answer that the guy knew how to cook ramen. Myung-woo listened in surprise to the guy's words that outsiders are not allowed into this dormitory, but housekeeping workers are allowed to stay in it. How about pretending to be a worker after training to stay here? Yujin waved his hands, telling the surprised guy that this didn't mean he would have to actually do housework. The guy's admiring eyes, shining with tears, did not allow him to finish the sentence that it would be a long time before he settled here. Myung-woo threw himself on his neck, shouting that the guy was such a kind and good friend, to which the brunette exclaimed that he was crying again and asked to let him go. The long-haired man slept with his palms on the pillow. Yujin looked into the guy's room and thought that he quickly fell asleep. He was probably exhausted. Myung-woo muttered in his sleep for the guy to trust him with all the housework. Bath first or dinner? Yujin thought confusedly. What kind of sleep talk is this? He closed his eyes, contentedly saying that he needed to move things from Yoo-hyun's room. Who would be unhappy if he found out that he was moving? Turning to the exit, the guy bumped into Seong-han standing in the aisle and screamed in fear. He shouted indignantly, asking if Yoo-hyun sent him, again ordered him to be locked up, to which he received a negative answer. Seong-han pointed a finger behind him, saying that this time he was on a different matter. Yujin looked at the man in surprise, who said that the matter was not easy and asked to follow him. The waiter, tired from his work, carefully carried a tray of drinks, while many groups in the bar were animatedly communicating with each other. A young man, holding a mug of beer in his hand and a tray in the other, greeted visitors with a smile on his face. Having seen the new ones, he wanted to find out how many there were. But Seong-han walked into the bar wearing a dark shirt, with Yujin awkwardly standing behind him. The waiter hiccuped so much in fear that sweat began to flow all over his body. The man raised his glasses with one hand and asked him if he knew Kim Minui. The guy's face turned blue from the sight of him, after which he bent over and pointed to the side. He said that he received a call about him, and then offered to take Seong-han and Yujin to a quieter place. Yujin became confused when the bar patrons began whispering to each other as they walked past them, and one young man with earrings sitting next to her assumed that they had come for money. The table is bursting with the number of appetizers for drinks, French fries, Caesar salad, and soup with sausages. The waiter said he served them the most popular item on the menu. The guys felt embarrassed by what was happening, but the young man bowed before them again, asking them to call him if they needed anything. Yujin looked around and wondered why he was brought here, because this place looks like a youth place. Seong-han said this is the place recommended by a hunter from the abyss, who is about the same age as him. He said Minui suggested the place because it was popular among his peers. There's a neon sign on the wall of the bar that says Appa is especially attractive when he's drinking, and there's music playing throughout the place. Yujin remembered that he is now a little over 20. While the song was playing in the bar, Seong-han held his hands to his face and advised the guy to relax and enjoy the atmosphere. And although he was still tense from what was happening, Yujin agreed with him. The guy started opening a bottle of soju with a smile on his face. He asked Seong-han why they came here. At that moment, the man took the drink from him because he wanted to pour it himself. While the man was holding the soju with both hands, Yujin felt awkward and didn't understand what was happening. Seong-han said that he wanted to apologize to him before it was too late. The guy made a face at what he heard so that all his muscles tensed when the man told him that he had not liked him all this time, since he seemed to him a stupid obstacle interfering with the future of the head of the guild. Yujin was in a stupor because after the apology he received insults in his direction. After adding soju to his glass, Seong-han said that he was mistaken about him. The man blossomed as he admitted to the guy that he actually turned out to be a good person. Yujin no longer understands what Seong-han is talking about. He began to remember the moment when they were squatting together. He noted that the guy returned to help him as soon as the dungeon broke through. I also remembered the moment Yerim awakened when she used her skill. He noted that at that moment the guy also entered into a contract with her. And he added that in the midst of all this, he not only resolved a problem with a guardian that could have become a source of trouble. He remembered how today Yujin sat between his friend and the bandit. The man noted that he went to save him, risking his safety. The guy was embarrassed by such confessions. Looking at him, Seong-han said that he could now trust him and also trust him to cover the rear. Yujin became so thoughtful that his eyes widened. He realized that this was a chance that he needed to take advantage of and use a code word to strengthen relationships. He imagined how he would say this word to him when they got drunk. Yujin clinked glasses with him, filled with soju. He began to smile as he thanked his friend for his good opinion of him. The guy decided to make him his pupil tonight. The man looked at him and noted that Yujin had handled today's incident incredibly skillfully. Then he asked if he had some kind of secret plan regarding the awakening brokers a few days earlier. The guy, holding his chin with his fingers, remembered how the guards dragged him up the stairs by the shoulder. He told Seong-han that he was investigating something back then. As Yujin tucked into a mouth-watering chicken salad, he added that it was a risky endeavor for the F class. He said that he went there assuming that Yuhyun wouldn't just leave it like that. The guy scratched his head in embarrassment. He also said that he grabbed him before there was even a single assumption, because Yuhyun is very worried about him. Seong-han replied that this is so because he is his only relative, things could be worse. After which the man brought the glass to himself and said that he understood him perfectly since he himself was in a similar position. The guy left his salad aside and turned his attention to the man sitting opposite him. Seong-han admitted that he was raised by his grandparents, as he also grew up without parents. The man remembered the moment he woke up during a dungeon strike, when he was protecting his family. He said that after he grew up, he came to them every vacation to look at their well-being. He imagined an image of Yuhyun in his head, saying that the head helped him until they died last year. He added that the guy even hired a foreign healer specializing in caring for the sick. The man remembered the brunette with a smile on his face, since he knows so well the value of family ties. Yujin again held out his glass for his interlocutor to pour for him. The man told him to treat his brother with understanding, even if his concerns seemed excessive, to which the guy said that he would do so, adding that he himself becomes calmer now that he sees that his youngest's right hand is a person who understands him perfectly. Seong-han smiled at the compliment in his direction and continued drinking together. The guy said that in future he would ask him to take care of him too. The bar is illuminated with a disco ball. Yujin raised his head in surprise and looked at Seong-han when he noticed that he was resistant to alcohol, although you couldn't tell from his appearance. Holding his glass in his hand, he admitted that he could only drink so much because he had an embarrassing habit that manifested itself when he was drunk. While the interlocutor did not suspect anything, the guy decided to prepare the ground for now and use a code word, pretending that the alcohol habit was to blame for everything. There was already a huge pile of empty bottles on the table. Seong-han noticed this and said that the guy had drunk too much. Meanwhile, the young man widened his eyes when he saw such a quantity, since he did not realize that he had drunk so much. Due to so much alcohol, he decided to pretend to be drunk, and his mouth began to drool, and his eyes looked in all directions. In fact, Yujin doesn't understand why he still doesn't get drunk. The guy assumed that this was all due to the poison resistance skill. It is depicted as a red shield with a skull on it. Yujin realized that now he would not be able to get drunk, no matter how much he drank. Seong-han looked at the young man, who, with a puzzled face, grabbed his head and squeezed his entire face. He doesn't want to say something like that sober. The man explained what suddenly came over him. Yujin raised his head and smiled, still holding the glass in his hand. He said he was thinking about something. At that moment, he tried to press the shield to turn off the skill, but at first it didn't work. Yujin began to think hard about making this skill disappear. After this, the tablet began to fall into pieces. Noticing that she was disappearing, the guy threw the glass so that all the soju poured out of it. Seong-han even began to sweat from what he saw. He called the guy by name. When Yujin turned red and his pupils constricted, the man asked if he was okay. The young man does not understand what is happening, as he suddenly became completely intoxicated from the amount of alcohol he drank. He muttered that he was crazy. The man stood up and looked at him warily when he added that everything had gone to his head at once. The guy hit his head on the table, where there were still a bunch of snacks. Seong-han tried to wake him up with his voice, calling his name, but it was no use. Sunlight streams through the open blinds. Yujin opened his eyes, with huge bruises around them. Dressed in blue pajamas, he stood up and grabbed his head, shouting that his head hurt. When Seong-han approached him with a basin in his hands, walking on the bed with a dissatisfied face, the guy said that he thought the skill would just go away. The man said that he had brought water for washing. The guy was embarrassed. A man with a kind face and a soft smile stood in front of him. Yujin jumped out of bed, grabbing the blanket. The man said that he needed to get ready if he wanted to start training from today. The guy didn't expect to see him in the morning. A system tablet appeared in front of him with a list of objects under care, including Seong-han. Yujin was still able to carry out his plan, but he still doesn't understand why he's been here since this morning. The young man looked at the morning guest with frightened eyes when he put the basin down and asked if he really didn't remember what happened last night. Yujin was shocked when Seong-han brought his hand to his face. He hung with his hand in the air, smiling a good-natured smile, and said that he saw that he had a bad hangover. He was embarrassed because they wanted to shove a straw with a juice bag into his mouth. The guy said he didn't want something like that, but then he tried it and liked it. Seong-han looked at it and said that it was pureria juice that helps with hangovers. The man threw him onto the bed and grabbed his leg, or rather the point that needs to be pressed so that the hangover goes away quickly. Seong-han handed him a golden casket, which made Yujin embarrassed and blocked it with his hand, because he didn't understand what was happening at all. The man offered to use it if necessary, if it gets too bad, but the guy indignantly asked why he was behaving this way. The man was puzzled. He realized that the young man really didn't remember anything. That's why I decided to tell you what happened last night. They were in a bar, and Yujin got so drunk that he hit the table and fell asleep next to the snacks. Seeing this, Seong-han fussed and asked him if everything was okay. The guy was in such a state that he was all red and spoke slurred words. The man in the shirt suggested that he had had too much and then offered to stand up. At that moment, Yujin suddenly grabbed his hand. Seong-han looked at him blankly as he bowed his head. He called him by name. The guy decided to tell him something, so he asked him to listen to him carefully. Looking closely into his eyes, he confidently told him that he loved him. The man was shocked by what he heard, so he raised his eyebrows. At that moment, Yujin grabbed his head, and the man asked him what this meant. The guy said that he himself did not understand how he confessed his love to him in such a state. He became embarrassed and blushed even more. The guy suddenly stood up from his seat. He believes that he has gone crazy, but despite this, he still said again that he loves this man. After hearing what happened last night, Yujin bowed down in shame, to which the man raised his hands up and tried to calm him down, saying that everything was fine. Seong-han said that he ended up declaring his love about 30 times. The guy began to apologize to them for committing a mortal sin. The man admitted with a smile on his face that he liked it. Yujin repeated what he had heard. Seong-han thinks this is quite strange, but then he remembered something. He tried to help the guy get up, but he still insisted that he loved him. The man looked at him with a smile and asked if this was the embarrassing drinking habit he had been warned about. But Yujin was unable to answer, so he only muttered an incomprehensible word. Embarrassed by his behavior, he asked him not to laugh, as he asked him to listen. The guy said again that he loves Mr. Seong-han. It brought a smile to his face. That moment reminded him of memories from the past, when he supported a drunken older man by the shoulder to help him stay on his feet, and he said that he loved him. His grandfather pressed him close to him so that his grandson had to bend over. Seong-han asked him why he needed to drink so much. The man replied that he could afford to have a glass today, since he has a reliable family member. Then he has nothing to worry about. Seong-han shouted, "Oh my God." The cheerful grandfather in the hat told him to never get hung up on what some strangers said about his parents abandoning him. He grabbed Nuk by the hair with his hand, even though he was already much taller than him. The man called him the best and said that he loved him. Seong-han, looking at him, exhaled as he again began to be rowdy due to drunkenness. They walked down the path together, hugging each other, talking to each other. Grandfather again said that he loved him, and the man only hurried him to go faster. What happened last night was very reminiscent of this moment from his past life. Seong-han said that for some reason, looking at Yujin, he remembered his deceased grandfather. A system tablet appeared, on which it was written that the awakened Seong-han had received beneficial influence from the code word. The guy, who was still wearing pajamas, was embarrassed by what he heard. He asked him again. Sitting on his knees, the young man asked if he really resembled his grandfather. The man gave a positive answer, not understanding what was happening. Yujin grabbed his face with his hands and thought that he looked so old, since he reminded him of his grandfather. He recalled that he was only a little over 20. At that moment, Seong-han began to shake his head around and said that he also thought it was strange, since he was not a grandfather at all. Then he smiled. He remembered how he covered the guy with a blanket, and Myung-woo watched it all from the aisle. The man said that he had not felt such peace for a long time, because it was as if he was next to his grandfather. There was still a bowl of water, a juice box, and a golden casket on the bed. Seong-han realized that he was constantly trying to serve something to Yujin since he reminded him of his grandfather. He promised that he would not talk nonsense in the presence of others. The man asked if he could occasionally inquire about the boy's well-being and visit him. Seong-han gave him his hand and said that he so wanted to make up for all the remaining regrets to the man who raised him. A bead of sweat ran down Yujin's face. He repeated his last words. It dawned on him that this was all a teacher, or rather the effect of an ideal teacher who protects a child with his own hands. Yujin sits thoughtfully on the bed, looking at the floor. He realized that words about love awaken memories not of a friend or lover, but of the person who raised him. He thought that the result was a projection of this teacher, so he reminded Seong-han of his grandfather. He remembered the behavior of Yerim, Myung-woo, and his brother. The guy realized that they see him as their teacher, like a duckling. He thought that he was originally a mentor for Yu-hyun, so his reactions became more impulsive, and in that case, at this moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Seong-han opening the door, and the guy became embarrassed and raised his hands, smiling. Holding his hand to his face, he noticed that a trembling Myung-woo had been watching them all this time. He grabbed his shoulders so that Yujin was dragging him. The long-haired guy said that he was scared because Mr. Seong-han was suddenly at home. Yerim appeared in front of them and broke down the door. With a smile on her face, she said that she heard that her uncle had moved into the dorm, and even into the room next to hers. When Yujin saw the broken door with a hole, he held a toothbrush in his mouth and was embarrassed by what was happening. He asked to at least knock first. Yerim abruptly grabbed Myung-woo by the collar, which was hanging on her uncle the whole time. She asked why he stuck to him, to which he simply chuckled and called Yujin. The teacher told her that this was his friend. He thought that he believed that it was a brainwashing skill, not any education, that was capable of making even S classes no doubt follow him. Yujin thinks it's too dangerous. The brunette thought about why the system gave him such a skill. With fear, he pressed the button, thanks to which he was able to turn on the poison resistance again. A few days later, the table was set, which was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Seeing this, Yujin said that Myung-woo had become very good at cooking. While his friends looked at the goodies, Myung-woo smiled. The teacher was embarrassed and said that he didn't have to cook like that every day. Myung-woo replied that he couldn't do that since he doesn't even pay rent, which is why he considers himself a freeloader. Yerim, before starting to eat, asked how he could do this. She started making an omelet, saying that Myung-woo should at least cook if he wanted to repay the debt, adding that even she lives separately. Hearing her words, Yujin asked to stop. The kitchen is already clean to a shine, despite the fact that Myung-woo prepared so much food. While they were eating, one of them said that today Mr. Seong-han had not come yet, but yesterday he brought red ginseng. The guy said that the man went to clear the dungeon with Yu-hyun, so he will be gone for several days. Yujin, wearing a gray sweatshirt and holding a spoon, looked at a pleased Yerim. He told her that after some time she, too, would go to the dungeon and immediately get on television. Yerim said that she would go and smash everyone, after which she would collect magic stones, thanks to which she would become a real rich woman. A strange aura began to appear around her and the girl smiled devilishly, which confused those around her. She added that she would then buy a huge house so they could live with her and not just with their uncle. To which Yujin replied that she would freeze the snacks if she talked so much. Yujin felt embarrassed by what was happening. He asked not to be like that, as they would have to get along in the future. Yerim and Myung-woo jumped up and started pointing fingers at each other when the teacher told them that they would be going through rookie hunter training together. Myung-woo asked, "Really with this girl? Did Yerim check with this guy?" The teacher ran away when they started fighting among themselves, because the girl was very angry, which scared Myung-woo. She exclaimed that she thought that during the training she would only be with a mentor. Out of breath, the guy opened the door for the man, asking his friends to stop. A man in a suit called him cheerful since the morning. It turned out to be Simyeong with his assistant standing behind him, and he handed the piece of paper to Yujin and said that the training starts from today. While the three looked at him with surprised faces, the man with glasses announced that the schedule had changed, so he came to visit them in person. Simyeong also said that the person in charge of the theory is a little late. They suddenly changed into orange overalls and found themselves in an unknown place, holding spears in their hands. This happened because the man with glasses decided to start training with basic practice. In front of them was a cage in which there were angry monsters covered with close fur. But despite this, Simyeong told them not to worry, since the essence of the practice is extremely simple. The monster, trying to get out of captivity, makes various growling sounds, showing sharp fangs. The cage disappeared. A swarm of monsters filled the entire room, and the guys shook with fear. Simyeong said that they just need to destroy the monsters in front of them. He asked them, "Is it easy?" A crowd of monsters roared towards the heroes, Yujin exclaimed, asking where such a thing had been seen. The guy looked scared and was holding a spear in his hands. Myung-woo was holding on to him in fear, and Yerim was standing behind them. The guy shouted that this was basic training, after which he asked if they didn't usually get rid of one monster at a time, to which the girl asked if it was necessary whether to kill them all. Simyeong brought the walkie-talkie closer and, laughing, said that this was practice for getting used to monsters. Hordes of rodents were heading towards the heroes. The man added on the radio that the more contact there is with them, the faster they will get used to them, to which Yujin exclaimed in fear about where such a thing had even been seen. The girl moved towards the monsters, telling them not to worry because she would cut them up in no time. She made a strong push with a wide smile. One by one she struck with her spear. At the battle site, a bright light appeared and dust rose. The guys covered their faces and Eugen said that it looked inspiring. Yeren admiringly held a spear on which 2 rodents were hanging and asked if it would be tasty if they were grilled. The guy asked her to lower them, joking that she had an occupational deformity. Simeon watched Yeren through the screen. She told the guy with a smile that the skills also need to be tried. A girl in a dress approached him from behind, calling Yeren a true S-class, adding that although she was a beginner, her power was especially impressive. The man looked at her with a smile. He was glad that she came. He adjusted his glasses, and the woman standing behind him said that this was basic practice, after which she asked if it was dangerous for them to fight with so many, to which he replied that she should not worry about it. He looked at the screen where the girl dumped monster corpses up a mountain, covered them in ice and called it a Christmas tree, and said that he was more afraid that there wouldn't be enough monsters for these guys. The carcasses of rodents lay under a shiny crust of ice. Another living monster crawled out from under them. The heroes noticed it. Suddenly he rushed towards Myung-woo, which scared him very much. Eugen turned to look at him in surprise, shouting his name. The guy, looking at the approaching monster, squealed a little. Eugen shouted to him to put out his spear and cut as it was. The guy threw the spear to the floor. He quickly turned around and began to ask for help, running away from the rodent. Tears appeared in his eyes and he shouted in a trembling voice that this would not work. A monster loomed over him. Myung-woo exclaimed in despair that he was catching up with him. Suddenly, Eugen jumped and pulled the guy out from under the monster's blow, and dust rose into the air. The guy looked in surprise at Eugen, who knelt down, holding a spear in his hand, and asked how he could even throw the weapon. Looking at the angry rodent and said that it is an F-class monster, a toothy mole, and that it has poor eyesight, so it basically only moves in a straight line. The guy stood up, covering Myung-woo with himself, and sternly said that even if he just waved his spear, he would cut it without any problems. Simeon leaned on the table, watching the monster move towards the guys, and called Eugen by name. He said with a calm expression that he wanted to see what the guy would do. He continued to look at Eugen's face and added that the guy was trying very hard. The rodent approached the heroes at high speed. The man said that Eugen, of course, knows about monsters, and the contract signed with Yerem can be considered a standard for their sphere, but he may well be hiding something. Myung-woo looked confusedly at Eugen standing in front of him and asked if everything would be okay with him, to which the guy replied not to worry, because such a thing was even nonsense even for him. Myung-woo smiled and said that he is incredible, because he is not even afraid, after which he added that, unlike him, he is just like an experienced hunter who has been in the business for several years. These words plunged the guy into a stupor. He asked himself, if he easily kills the monster, will it seem suspicious? The enraged monster rushed at him, baring his teeth. The guy threw the spear out of his hands, deciding that he would behave like a beginner, and that at the same time there would be less damage to Myung-woo's self-confidence. The mole attacked the guy, who squealed in horror that he was very scared. Myung-woo looked at him in fear. The man looked at what was happening through the glass and said that on the other hand, his eyes could deceive him. The metal doors slowly moved apart. Yerem asked if it was all over yet. They left the training area. Eugen was carrying Myung-woo. The girl was stretching her arms, saying that everything went well, but she would like to practice more. The guy, holding on to the hero, tearfully asked for forgiveness for being bitten, but he still had to support him, to which Eugen replied that he really did not have any predisposition for battles. Yeren turned to them and happily boasted that she was indeed better. The guy put his hands on his hips and told her to stop comparing. He wanted to say that they should get along, but he was interrupted by Simeon, who praised them. The man adjusted his glasses and said with a satisfied look that they had successfully completed the basic practice. He added that Yerem is incomparably amazing, but he has nothing to say about the guys, to which Eugen annoyedly said that he would tell everything to his brother. A woman from the examination room approached them and the man, looking at her, said that, as had been decided, theoretical training would take place tomorrow, after which he introduced her and said that she would be responsible for the progress of the classes. Haein, holding a folder in her hand, adjusted her glasses and said with a smile that she hoped they would get along. Yerem and Eugen looked at her in surprise. The girl admired the fact that she was so young and had already become a professor, and the guy exclaimed that he knew her. An image appeared in his head where Haein stood in front of the pulpit and presented something to the public. The guy remembered that she was an authority in the scientific circles of dungeon studies, a young genius who, after her trip to the USA, discovered a pattern in the appearance of dungeons, and that in the world she was nicknamed. He finished the thought out loud, which made the girl happy. He called her Dr. White. The girl approached him, saying that few people call her that, causing Yujin to shy away and say that he was pretty much interested in this area. He realized that she was not that famous yet. Heian looked him in the face and said with a smile that he was indeed erudite. Yujin listened in embarrassment as she said that she had heard about him from her uncle, after which she corrected herself, calling her uncle the head of the personnel department. These words made the guy think. Suddenly, Yujin, looking at Heian and Simeon, who had adjusted his glasses, exclaimed, asking what uncle meant, after which he realized that they had the same surname. The man asked him to avoid misunderstandings, because she did not work because he took advantage of his position. Heian smiled broadly and said that for some time she would be working in the abyss in connection with one study, so they would see each other part, after which she asked to take care of her. The guy embarrassedly shook her hand and muttered that it was he who was asking, thinking that judging by the course of events, he was now in the prime of his youth. The skyscraper was illuminated by the sun's rays. The high rocks were shrouded in smoke, and something was burning underneath them. Seong-han and Yu-hyun walked across the scorched earth towards the dead flame lion. Yu-hyun asked if the guy destroyed it. Seong-han replied that he thought so, since no reactions were visible. The dead beast lay with its mouth open. The head said that he was a monster, and that he really died. The man said that they only won because the head had resistance to fire. Yu-hyun sat down next to the animal. The man standing behind him asked what they would do. Moving the carcass, they saw a small lion cub. Shining gates appeared in the darkness. Heian said that when a dungeon first appeared in the world, the portal was floating next to the roof of the building. People in uniform stood in front of it. The girl continued to say that everything was like primitive people who first discovered fire. Another gate was floating over the road along which people were crossing, and the girl finished the thought by saying that the people, half out of caution and half out of their interest, focused their attention on them. Bird-like monsters burst out of the scarlet gates. The girl said that the dungeons, which were left unattended, gradually overflowed and burst, as a result of which monsters poured out. Monsters flew over the city. Heian called it a dungeon breakout, adding that the dungeon shock occurred due to a simultaneous dungeon breakout. The girl in the red uniform held back the bird's mouth with all her might. The professor said that even in such a crisis, many people from among the awakened entered into battle. People in sealed suits monitored the crystals in the capsules. Heian added that others began to invent new technologies using magic stones as a new source of energy, and that humanity was quickly adapting to the measured world. Above the building was a golden symbol of the association. The professor said that in each country an association of hunters was founded to control the awakened ones, and that most hunters conduct their activities by being in an association or being part of a guild. There were several hunters standing near this building. The girl added that S-class hunters in the country conduct activities that are mainly related to business, or go the way of founding large guilds. Yujin listened with interest to the girl's lecture. The girl stood near the pulpit in front of the heroes, saying that she would then tell about the awakened ones. Yujin was thinking about that, and when he listens about it now, it gives him new thoughts. The professor pointed her hand at the screen, saying that the level of an awakened one is determined by looking at stats and skills in general. The guy looked down at the table and thought that she was giving a good lecture, and her explanation was easy to understand. The images changed on the screen, and the girl was still saying that since skills are abilities that are characteristic of each person, in a crisis situation they manifest themselves in various forms for self-defense. The guy, looking at this, continued to think that due to the fact that the materials were 5 years old, there were shortcomings and inaccuracies in them. A slide appeared on the screen with a girl sitting on a bed in a cluttered room with her legs crossed. It said that because she lived in an environmentally friendly environment filled with mold and moss. On the second slide, the girl put her hands forward. Next to her a plant grew to the ceiling, and the inscription said that thanks to this she received the ability of a wooden vine. Looking at this, the guy thought that the skills simply differ in inclinations and environment. The girl with the tablet leaned towards him and asked if she had made a mistake somewhere. The guy recoiled in fear from the table, and Heian said that he looked like a professor in her specialty, after which she said that he looked that way because there was a mistake, and asked where she was. Yerim stopped drawing and looked at them, thinking that she was almost noticed. Yujin awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that this was just his guess. Yerim and Heian looked at the guy while he raised his hands and said that according to the professor, skills appear only at a critical moment for self-defense. However, recently the number of awakened ones whose skills are not related to battles has been growing, and, in his opinion, It has nothing to do with self-defense. The girl put her hand to her lips and listened with interest to the guy while he said that before it looked like this because the situation was in crisis every day due to constant dungeon breakthroughs. But in reality, there may be other factors in the manifestation of skills. He looked into the professor's eyes and sheepishly said that she could simply ignore him, thinking that nothing should happen from this piece of information. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the guy's hand. She approached Yujin with delight and admired the fact that he even understood the tendency of skill displays. Sweat appeared on the guy's face and he listened in embarrassment as she said that he really deserved his uncle's attention. After which she asked if he was conducting some kind of personal research and if he wouldn't mind talking a little after the lecture, about 10 hours in total. Suddenly he extended his hand and loudly asked Yerim if she had any questions for the professor. The girl made a circle with her fingers, timidly asking how much S ranks earn. The professor grinned and said that this was an important question. She took out a bill gun. She filled the room with golden bills and, holding her hand up, said that the base salary for such heroes is $10 million, to which the girl reacted with delight. The guy asked himself if the professor brought this thing specifically for this purpose. He looked with relief as the girl issued a large number of banknotes and said that it was only natural that the salary was so outstanding, because in all countries S-rank hunters were so rare that they could be counted on one hand. An image of a map with marks in the form of people appeared in my imagination, and the professor said that in addition to the fact that they fight monsters in creepy high-level dungeons and protect the safety of citizens, the image was replaced by jewelry and flowers floating in the air. The girl added that the objects obtained by them in dungeons have simply astronomical value, be it magic stones or rare animals and tree fruits. Then an image appeared with a screaming fiery lion, and the professor said that sometimes there are living magical beasts. The guy stood behind his brother and asked if he had found it in the dungeon, to which Yuhyun said that it was, saying that it was a fiery horned lion cub, and that he thought he could tame it and use it as a mount. Yujin listened to him in surprise. He remembered what the lion cub looked like: one horn on its head, scarlet fur, and a fox-like tail. He imagined how a huge lion cut the air with its claws, setting everything on fire. The guy remembered that this is a subspecies of unicorns, a second-class fiery horned lion. It has high stats and high speed. An image appeared in my imagination of how this lion loomed over the hunters, and the guy added that this was a dangerous magical beast that even S-rank hunters would find difficult to compete with alone. The guys stood in front of the cabinet on which there was a baby. Yujin added that in front of them was his cub, and Yuhyun said that he had no signs of taming. He took some kind of blue necklace in his hand. Yujin asked with interest whether there were any hunters who specialized in taming, to which his brother replied that there were, but he had already tried all the basic techniques, and even got the owner's sign, but said that this was not will help. This blue stone in the guy's hand was the sign of the owner, which allowed him to recognize the owner as the owner. The guy pulled it out in front of him and imperiously told the lion cub to come down to him. The kid looked at him in shock, after which he staggered, standing on the cabinet. Yujin said that it seemed to him that there was an effect. The baby bared his claws. Suddenly he jumped with a scream on the face of Yuhyun, who shouted to his brother to be careful. He pushed away the frightened Yujin. The guy extended his hand, shrouded in a dark aura. He released a strong stream of energy from his hand. Yujin asked him not to burn the baby. The room filled with purple flames. The lion cub, shrouded in fire, still screamed. The guy remembered that fiery attacks do not affect a fiery lion. The baby, reaching the guy, scratched his face. Yujin looked at it in shock. A guy screamed in the house, shouting his brother's name. Yuhyun stood covered in bruises and held the disgruntled baby by the withers. He threw him behind the glass door and said that he needed to be locked in the garden. Yujin watched as the kitten landed on a tree branch and said that such a little thing has a lot of ferocity. He laid his hands on the glass and asked his brother if everything would be okay, because he behaves this way even with the presence of a sign from the owner. Yuhyun inspected his clothes that had been scratched by the lion cub and said that he didn't have high hopes anyway and offered to get rid of it, to which Yujin asked if he wanted to put it up for auction. The words of the guy were heard in the room, saying that he wants to kill him, because if someone gets him, there may be problems, to which the brother exclaimed in shock. He looked upset at the kitten behind the glass, thinking that nothing could be done anyway, but it was still a pity, because if he could be tamed, he would be ideal for Yuhyun. He looked at the kitten, around which information appeared that he was currently C rank and had the ability to resist class of fire, but after growing up he could become or S rank and gain fire breathing, fire running, and gigantization. Looking at him, he thought that even after 5 years there was no person who could tame such a monster. Suddenly, the guy's attention was attracted by a notification that appeared, stating that the object was in a state of incomplete application of the effect of the code word. Yu-hyun looked blankly at his brother, frozen in a stupor, who was asking himself if he could use the training skill on monsters. An image appeared in his mind of Yu-hyun, sitting on an adult lion, galloping with a sword in his hands, and he thought what it would be like if he succeeded. Keeping her eyes on the kitten, she asked if the other guilds had mounts, to which the brother replied that they did, but they were all low level, and no one had a high-level monster like this. Yujin smiled contentedly. He turned to his brother and asked if he could try to raise him, thinking that it could be huge, and if he succeeded, the baby could become the only high-level riding monster in the world. The guy began to think about magical beasts. A painted fiery lion stood in front of a man with a sword and shield. The guy thought that monsters that existed only in legends became reality after the appearance of dungeons. Huge snakes were pierced with spears. He added that most of them should be destroyed. The knight was sitting on a blue unicorn, holding a spear, and the guy finished his thought by saying that, however, there were cases when they could be tamed. Warriors on unicorns galloped after the fiery lion. Yujin told his brother that monsters were especially rare as mounts. People on griffins flew down. The guy added that they are especially needed in high-ranking dungeons because of their size, and the presence of a mount makes staying there much more favorable. The guy looked at his brother with enthusiasm, holding his hand in front of him, and said that, among other things, the lion cub has resistance to fire, so it's a pity to just refuse. He pointed to his brother, who was looking at him in confusion, and added that a lion would be ideal as his mount. Yujin asked him to think about what would happen if he found another mount, after which Yu-hyun imagined how he was sitting on a chicken that was fried after using the technique, and said that his brother was right. In the fantasy, Yu-hyun was sitting on a lion, and the guy was lying on a lot of money. Yujin continued to say that the lion has resistance to fire, and it is an unprecedented high-level monster, and if you tame it, you can get a power that is impossible to imagine. And Yujin himself will get insane many benefits as payments for taming. Looking at the angry lion cub, Yu-hyun asked how he was going to tame it. The guy tilted his head with a smile. Suddenly he raised his hand with a ladle. He and his brother were wearing scarves and aprons, after which he said that they should start with food, because if you give him something tasty, you can earn extra points. There were broccoli and monster meat on the table. The guy also put a bowl for food and asked his brother what the baby was eating, to which Yu-hyun replied that he was eating monster meat, to which magic stones needed to be mixed, adding that 1 stone was needed for 1 meal C class. Yujin was very surprised by what he heard, since 1 such stone cost 10 million won. They poured fragments of broken crystals onto a bowl of blue meat. This is the elite food of a magical beast. The kitten started eating. The guy looked devastated, thinking that if the baby eats only once a day, then a year will be 3.65 billion won, and if 3 times a day, then 10 billion won. Yu-hyun told him not to worry, and that he will pay for the food. The baby happily devoured the food in the bowl. Yujin thought that if you look at it like that, the kitten is quite cute. The guy's cheeks turned red as he wondered if the beast would understand the code words if he said that he loved him. In the guy's fantasy, he and the lion cub stood on the grass next to the bowl, and the guy wondered that if he generally understands the meaning of each word, take heart, then will there be an effect if he tells him every time during feeding that loves him. Yujin opened the glass door, deciding that he needed to first gain his interest. The animal looked at him irritably. The lion cub angrily jumped on the guy. Yujin waved his hand, deciding that getting closer through play after feeding would suit him. He swung the B-class belt, which the baby bit on. He recalled how he played with the dog and thought that while working part-time at a veterinary clinic, everyone was delighted with such a game of toffee. Suddenly the animal shook its head and the guy was spun around in the air, which made him scream to his brother. Yu-hyun ran into the garden in fear while the guy was getting up and asked if he was okay, to which his brother replied that everything was okay, but something else was more important now. He took the owner's sign in his hand. Yujin brought it to the face of the irritated beast and calmly said that he was its owner. Suddenly the baby calmed down. The guy sat in delight in front of the baby. 2 notifications appeared, saying that the title of the ideal teacher adds an effect to the owner's sign, and that the animal is showing interest in the teacher. The lion cub fell on its side and began to play affectionately with the guy. Yujin put his hand on his chest and mentally called him cutie, and Yu-hyun said in surprise that it was the first time he had seen a baby behave like that. He leaned down and extended his hand while the guy held the animal by its paws, saying that he would hug it, and his brother told him to be careful because he was still a monster. Suddenly the animal bit Yu-hyun's hand, causing him to exclaim. Yujin took the baby in his arms while his brother grimly held his hand and told the little animal that this should not be done. Yuhyun exhaled and scratched the back of his head, saying that it's fine as long as he doesn't act aggressively towards Yujin, and added that his brother should raise him well because even if he doesn't become a mount, he will protect Yujin. The guy held the baby in his arms and with a wide smile said that he would put all his effort into raising him. The kid rubbed his head against the guy while he thought that raising animals was better than brainwashing people. He imagined himself playing with several baby magical beasts and wondered if he could keep several of the beasts he had raised near him. Then he imagined how these kids jumped into his arms and he was very happy, thinking that in this case he would become something like a tamer of magical animals. He stood up with a smile, holding the animal in his arms, and said that he would take it, as they had agreed, after which his brother asked him if he would raise it outside of the garden. The guy headed to the door and said that the dorm room was also very spacious, to which Yuhyun asked in surprise if he really would leave and live separately. Yujin turned around with a smile, thinking that if he stayed, his brother would ban him again, after which he replied that it would be better, and he also had Myung-woo and Yerim. Yuhyun looked down in disappointment. Yujin asked in surprise what was wrong with him, to which his brother replied that they had just made up, and he couldn't even really see him, adding that he understood that the guy should have his own life, but still, he didn't raise glance at brother. Yujin listened in surprise as the guy said that he thought they could live together like before. He remembered the words of Seong-han, who said that the guy knows the value of family ties so well that even if his anxiety seems excessive, it should be treated with understanding. Yujin put his hand on his brother's head, thinking that he was not to blame for anything. He patted his brother on the head and said that he was not moving around and that he would live here and there, and would also come here often, after which he thought that in fact, his skill and the way the world had become were to blame. He happily patted his brother on the back and said with a smile that as soon as he finished training, they will relax together more often. Suddenly it dawned on him and he asked Yuhyun if he was free tomorrow evening. The brother's answer rang through the kitchen, saying that he could free up some time, and then asked what it was for. The guy looked him in the face and offered to have a glass after tomorrow's practice, to which his brother asked in surprise if he wanted to drink. Yujin raised his hand and said that Yuhyun is already an adult, and they haven't even drunk together yet. He imagined them sitting in a room with pizza on the table, and thought that if there was peace all around, as before, then it would probably be normal for them to live together and drink in the evenings. Yuhyun happily lowered his gaze and said that he would wait. Yujin raised the animal and said that he still needed to come up with a name. His brother asked if he had any ideas. The guy lowered the baby lower and with a smile suggested calling him Peace, because there should be peace and love in the earthly world. Clouds floated across the sky while the guy reasoned that there was nothing wrong with this, because they were recently reunited brothers, and they should often spend time with each other. Another gate appeared in the city. There was a crowd of people around it. A policeman was talking on the radio, and a cameraman was filming what was happening. Yujin stood in a stupor. Yuhyun smiled warmly. Myung-woo stood behind Yerim. The girl confusedly asked what was going on. Suddenly she pointed to the hero's brother and exclaimed, asking why the head of the guild should go with them, to which the guy replied with a smile that he was looking forward to today. He turned his gaze to Yujin and asked him to take care of him. The guy looked up with a devastated look, thinking that there was definitely something wrong with his younger brother. Yuhyun and Yerim stood in front of the dungeon. The girl looked unhappy, and the guy looked to the side. The operator said that he would take pictures of them, asking them to look at him. The reporter approached the guy and asked why he was personally assisting in the first clearing of the Yerim Hunter's dungeon. The girl looked nervously into the camera, and the guy calmly answered into the microphone that this was the first dungeon of the new S-class, and therefore he wanted to conduct it personally, and besides, it was his duty as the head of the guild and the most experienced S-class. Myung-woo and Yujin were sitting on a bench behind them. The guy covered his face with his hand and asked if this is how PR works, after which Myung-woo said that this story would become a touching example for others. Yujin had an image in his head of his brother, Yerim, Myung-woo and Seong-han using abilities, and he thought that this was an ideal alliance, because they are two representatives of generally opposite elements, fire and ice, plus they have the creator of the equipment Myung-woo, and then thought, will he get Seong-han's defensive ability? Yujin looked at the guy with a smile and said that he was looking forward to it. Various types of blades glittered on the stand. The surprised guys stood among a large amount of equipment. The man behind them said that all this was given out for free, but everything must be returned after returning. Myung-woo and Yujin looked at the weapons. The hero said that due to the influence of the guild, there were indeed a lot of good things there. Suddenly Myung-woo was frightened by a man who appeared next to him. who said that any damage would need to be repaired. The hero looked at his comrade and thought with displeasure that this was a man who would create things 10 times better. He handed the spear to the guy and told him not to be so afraid, because high-level things are stronger than ordinary ones. They looked at the jars illuminated by the sun, and the guy said that they should grab some restorative potions, after which they asked if they were free. Yerim was collecting potions. The man replied to Eugen that since they were not in the guild, they needed to be paid. The guy didn't listen to him and shouted to the girl to grab potions for 4 and give them to them. The girl picked up a huge axe with eyes and asked her to choose a weapon, asking if Eugen liked it, to which the guy confusedly asked where she found this thing. Yuhyun, standing in front of the reporters, looked at his brother, who explained to the girl that she focuses on skills, so she should take something to suit her physique. The journalist brought him a microphone and asked if he had any idea about the prospects for the further development of the guild. But the guy did not listen to him. Thinking that his brother, as he thought, was surprisingly erudite for a novice hunter, he decided that this knowledge was accurate indicate that. He suddenly smiled warmly, ending the thought with his brother gathering as much information as possible about the hunters out of concern for him, and the reporter exclaimed that the head of Abyss smiled. The reporter quickly left, deciding that the prospects were really good, and the head and heroes gathered at the dungeon. Yuhyun offered to move forward, to which his brother agreed, and Yerim quipped that they were inseparable. The dungeon gate was floating in the air. Yuhyun said that on the other side was a relatively safety-ranked dungeon, a rocky area, and that the gate would close an hour after they entered, and would not open until either the boss or hunters. The guy took out the capsule and said that in a pinch, you can use the gate stone. But it is such a rare thing that you can't even find 2 of them in the country. The girl was amazed that he even had such a thing. Looking at his brother standing with a spear, he told them to try their best. He called out to Eugen, but he did not hear. Images of the past appeared in his thoughts, and he thought that just a couple of days ago he was treated like trash and humiliated in the dungeons. He looked at his group, Yerim was calling him, and thought that now everything is different. He is not at the bottom of the dead hole. He is not being persecuted. He adjusted his equipment, adding that he was going with his younger brother and people who were glad to see him. With a wide smile, he replied that he was already following them. He walked towards the group, deciding that that future no longer existed, and as if it had never existed. Entering the gate, he thought that he believed in it then. Myung-woo and Yerim looked around in surprise. The girl exclaimed in admiration. They stood on a small hill. Around them there were green fields and high rocks. The girl exclaimed that this was a dungeon. Yuhyun drew his blade. Stepping forward a little, the girl looked around and said that this is the first time she sees such a landscape, as if it were another world, to which the guy replied that they did not come to have fun, and so that they should not succumb to the camp mood. The guy looked sternly at the sword, which was enveloped in dark flames. He struck the ground and a wave of flames hit in front of him. The heroes looked at what was happening in shock. Yerim looked at the guy's face in a stupor. The next second she walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the burning fields, grabbed her head and exclaimed that he was doing this. She turned to Yuhyun and shouted at him in irritation, asking what he was trying to achieve by setting everything on fire for no reason. Eugen approached her from behind. She continued to shout, asking if he had heard anything about protecting the environment, after which she said that if he didn't like something, he could just say it. But she was interrupted by Eugen, saying that everything was completely wrong and for her to look down. She looked down and was surprised to notice that there were monsters hiding there. Yuhyun, standing against the backdrop of a burning flame, sheathed his blade and said that the first thing after getting into the dungeon is to ensure safety. But from the outside it is impossible to assess the situation and find out if there are monsters, and therefore the strongest hunter of the group takes the lead and responsibility for this. He looked sternly at the heroes and asked if they were taught these basics in theoretical classes. The girl, standing behind Eugen, awkwardly scratched the back of her head and said that, of course, they were taught everything, adding that she simply did not have an area attack, because if she had, then the girl would have done everything. She was interrupted by Eugen and said that she is right, and that as she levels up, she will have it too. The head, standing with his back to them, exhaled heavily and listened as the girl asked whether skills could really appear. Eugen asked if she listened to the lectures. He looked at the dead monster and explained that the level increases after killing monsters, and every 10 levels a new skill appears. He opened the interface and added with a smile that this is exactly why they came to practice, but it was impossible to predict which skill would appear. He looked up at the girl, who was looking at him with interest, and thought that, fortunately, he himself could choose him. The notification window said that the guy could select a preferred skill for the Yerim object. He remembered the pale rain that Yerim used in his previous life and thought that this was just a characteristic area attack skill for an ice witch. A notification appeared in front of the girl looking at the guy, saying that the Yerim object was set to receive this skill. The girl listened with delight as he said that he was sure that she would have an area attack, after which she happily said that if she raised 10 levels, she would be able to help Yujin. Yuhyun languidly said that he did not need help. He turned to her and explained that the amount of experience for raising one level for an S class is 5 times higher than for an F class, and besides, for each subsequent level, more points are required, so even if they cleared the entire dungeon, they still won't get 10 levels. Suddenly he put out his hand, pointing at the girl, and said that he would help his brother, and that she should take care of herself. Yujin stood behind the angry girl and asked his brother to be careful. Yerim said that he has been very cocky lately. The girl approached Yuhyun and, pointing her finger at him, began to quarrel with him. Yujin, standing behind them, tried to calm them down. The girl asked if he was annoyed because she was close to his brother, and then said that he was her guardian. The guy calmly told her that he wasn't bullying anyone. He was just trying to instill in her S-rank self-awareness. Yerim said irritably that she herself was aware of this. Yujin tried to calm them down, telling them to listen to him, but his brother interrupted him, telling the girl that she was talking about awareness, but still clings to his brother. Yujin grabbed both of them by the cheeks in a rage. They still continued to argue. The girl asked why he even followed him here. Yuhyun replied that it was not out of great pleasure that he kept his distance all this time. Unable to bear it, the guy shouted at them to stop, asking what they had done inside the dungeon. They pointed at each other, trying to shift the blame from themselves, which made the guy even more angry. Myung-woo timidly stood aside and listened as the guy shouted at them that if they were going to fight because of him in front of him, then they should leave now, after which Myung-woo fearfully asked if they would leave. Yujin looked at his brother and asked why he came here with them, to which he replied that he came to help with the practice. Then the guy turned his gaze to the girl and asked her why she came to the dungeon. She awkwardly replied that she came to raise the level and hunt monsters. He then looked at them angrily, raising his hand, and told them to focus on killing monsters furiously, adding that the F classes also needed to kill a large number of monsters in order to increase their levels. Yerim and Yuhyun listened silently as he told them to pretend they were getting along, just like in an interview, but if they kept fighting like that, he wouldn't even look at them. They looked at each other angrily and decided that there was nothing to do. The girl tensely extended her hand, asking if they would be friends from now on. Yuhyun looked at her irritably and said that he would also speak informally, after which he asked her to take care of him. They quickly and angrily shook each other's hands with great force. The guy looked at this and said that now they should try to really get along with each other. A monster appeared not far from them, taking off while the guy said that they were in a dungeon and should not let their guard down, after which he asked to help him and Myung-woo raise 10 levels. Yerim and Yuhyun quickly looked at the fleeing monster. They decisively took off, leaving behind an explosion, and continued to argue in the air about who exactly would bring the monster to Yujin. The hero and Myung-woo watched in shock as they created explosions after blows with enormous power, and the guy thought that an ideal alliance would only be when they learned to get along with each other. Then he wondered whether such a future would come. Voices were heard in the shining ice palace. Naked said that someone had entered the dungeon, to which the second voice asked who exactly. Stairs rose next to the ice buildings, and the first person said that this was the one who turned back time. A girl with blue hair approached the chair and loudly asked if it was true, after which she asked to find where exactly he entered. The girl in the chair fussily asked her for some time. The blue-haired girl with a smile asked her to hurry up, because they can only intervene when he is in the dungeon. She looked at the screen where Yujin was and said that they were waiting for his return, calling him dear. A huge stone arch stood next to a rock. Some animals were grazing under it. Something caught the monster's attention. He looked at the sky. Suddenly Yerim struck their herd, freezing the area. She looked at what had happened with a smile, and, letting off steam from her mouth, said that it was easy. She turned to the flying monsters and said that she would freeze them and bring them to the guy. Suddenly a thread of energy knitted together, while the girl was wondering whether a spear would pierce such an ice sheet. Yuhyun snapped his fingers and the monsters burst into flames. He said that he would burn there first so that the spear would penetrate better. One by one, the monsters fell into a heap in front of the guys. The rivals said that they were still breathing, so it would be enough to just pierce them with a spear. Myung-woo looked at it in shock while Yujin fussed behind him and said that they were incredible. He asked Yujin, who was holding a magic stone, what he was doing, to which the guy replied that it was necessary to collect stones from dead monsters, and was horrified at how much it all cost, and the S ranks were freaking out. The guy, standing on the corpse of the monster, extended his hand to Myung-woo and said that he also needed to raise the level. Myung-woo looked down timidly, sticking his spear in. He asked the hero if he would have good skills if he diligently leveled up. Yujin looked at him as he opened the interface and said that he had nothing to worry about, because this would happen. He looked at the information about the guy and thought that at level 10 he would unlock the SS class crafting skill, Master of the Gold Forge. Suddenly he noticed that this skill had one more condition. In the skill window it said that to obtain it you need to reach level 10, and it was written with an error that you also need to sharpen 10,000 blades. The guy looked at the inscription in surprise. He looked towards the joyful Myung-woo, who had raised another level, and thought that this had just happened. He continued to cut monsters in shock and asked himself whether there were errors in the system, and whether it was really filled in by hand. Myung-woo wiped the sweat from his forehead and, looking at the interface, said that he had reached level 10. But not a single skill was given. The guy silently walked up to him and patted him on the back, asking himself who was filling the system. An amazing rocky landscape opened up before him, and he remembered that in the future, nothing was known about the system either. It changed the world. So many thought that it was a miracle given by God, after which he asked himself if it were God. Would there be typos? Yerim hovered above Yuhyun and said that she thought this was the last section. The guy below asked how Myung-woo and Yujin were doing and how many levels they had raised. The guy replied to his brother that Myung-woo had already raised 10 levels, and he himself was almost finished. Suddenly his attention was attracted by a notice that said that he had been found. He looked closely at the inscription. Wondering what it meant, Myung-woo asked if he was okay. Another notification appeared in front of his face, on which someone was apologizing. Looking at him, the guy said that there was something in the system window. He looked at it in surprise, ending the sentence by saying that he was apologizing for something. Suddenly his brother called out to him, causing him to quickly turn around. Looking to the side, he saw worried Yerim and Yuhyun flying towards him. The guy covered his brother, and the girl covered them with her spear from the flames heading towards him. Yuhyun sat on the ground next to his brother and worriedly asked if everything was okay with him. The guy looked at what was happening in shock and asked what it was, to which Yerim replied that it was an attack from the boss. The fields all around were blazing in scarlet flames. The guy exclaimed, asking what the boss meant, because the boss of a low-ranking dungeon cannot attack in such a radius. The bull with red eyes and curved horns looked ahead, and he was told that initially the boss should have been another, huge mountain bull. This bull was pierced by the beak of a huge bird, and the girl added that suddenly that bird appeared and killed him. The heroes looked up, after which Yerim asked in shock what they would do, and wasn't the gate supposed to open after killing the monster? Yuhyun told her that even though he died, the gate does not appear, and that means that bird took his place as the boss. Looking at the bird making a strong screech, the guy thought that they needed to defeat this boss in order to get out. Yuhyun took out a capsule with a return stone and, looking at the bird, said that it was the first time he had seen such a monster, and did not know how dangerous it was, and, handing the capsule to his brother, told him to take it and, if something happened, at least he could get out. Yujin nervously looked at his brother's hand. He called out to him, but the guy did not answer. Memories from the past when he lost his brother appeared in his head, and he wondered if this time it would be the same, wondering if the powerful boss appeared because of failure to take measures in time. Then he remembered how his brother in the past, bleeding, also handed him a capsule, and the guy wondered if the younger brother would really go alone. Just like then, he put his hand on his brother's while he told him to quickly take the capsule and leave. Holding his hand, he calmly said that he didn't need it. Yujin's eyes shone as he looked at the monster, and he said that the bird is weaker than Yuhyun. The boss was circling above the ground, dropping fiery attacks. The guy said that it was a second-class monster, a golden build Mayan, and that it had a fire attribute, and the monster itself was the same level as the bosses of high-level or rank dungeons. Then the guy added that the bird's main weapon is its beak, and its weak point is the fragile skull bones compared to the rest of its body, and that the bird has a pair of spare wings, so Yuhyun should go straight to the head. Sitting on the ground, the leader asked his brother how he knew this, to which he asked if it was suspicious. The guy wiped the sweat from his chin and said that they could talk after they got out. Looking at the bird approaching them, he thought that this time they would all get out, because now everything was different from his past, adding that he would not allow the same thing to happen again this time. Yuhyun sat on the ground behind his brother, who looked confidently ahead. He turned to Yerim and asked her to create a curtain with her breath. The girl stretched her arms forward and used icy breath. An aura began to accumulate in her hands. She raised her hand above her head, after which a large snowflake appeared above the heroes. Then the guy turned to his brother, who was holding the sword, and said that the bird remained with him. Yu-hyun turned to the girl and asked her to take care of her brother. She looked him in the eyes confidently and told him not to worry. The guy again took out the capsule with the stone and put it in his brother's hand, saying that he could not trust it. He then drew his sword and rushed towards the monster across the burning field, Yujin shouting after him to aim for the head. The girl, holding the barrier, asked if he was sure of his choice, because she has the skill of flying. To which the guy replied that she would have burned alive, because you can only resist the monster's flame with the same resistance to fire that his brother has. They watched as Yu-hyun blocked the bird's flames with his blade, and the guy added that although he did not have the skill of flying, he did, however, have something similar. The bird looked at the guy, then she walked towards him with a squeal. The guy dodged the monster's powerful blow at the last moment. He looked at the bird while his brother shouted to him that the monster had opened. The guy turned to the bird, resting his foot on the ground. He raised his sword back with a stern expression on his face. The next moment, he struck the monster with an incredibly strong blow, cutting off its wing. Myung-woo admired the fact that the guy was able to cut off a wing with just one blow, and Yujin asked in shock why he was aiming for the wings. The bird flapped its wings, and the guy added that it had extra wings, and it was pointless. The bird rose into the air with explosive force. The guy looked at it in surprise. Opening her mouth, she launched a flame into him. The guy covered his face with his hands from the flame. Yujin looked at this in surprise and thought why his brother was not doing anything but just standing on the ground, because he would have finished off the monster at once if he had gone up and hit him in the head. He remembered how his brother used the willow leaves skill in the past, and thought that although he did not have the flying skill, he could use them, and then wondered if it might be that he had not yet obtained this skill. The bird in the air looked back. Suddenly she walked behind the guy, straight towards Yujin and the others. Yu-hyun turned to his brother in fear. Yerim held the barrier in horror, asking the guy what they should do. The monster opened its mouth and began to accumulate energy. The girl shouted that it was rushing towards them. The heroes were very scared. Myung-woo grabbed the guy by the neck in horror. The girl with tears in her eyes asked if she could stop the monster with her icy breath. Myung-woo whined and called the guy by name. Yujin coughed and asked to let him go. Yu-hyun gritted his teeth as blue leaves began to appear in front of him. He activated the blue willow leaves. The technique enveloped the bird, causing it to stop and squeal. The guys looked at this in surprise. Yujin exclaimed joyfully that his brother could really use this technique. Looking at his brother, he said that now Yu-hyun will. Without finishing the sentence, he noticed that his brother was standing with his hands raised. Yujin looked in shock as his brother waved his hands, standing under the bird, which was enveloped in willow leaves. The guy mentally asked what he was doing there. Suddenly, Yu-hyun's attention was attracted by Yujin, who shouted to him that the technique was being used incorrectly and to advance. The guy put his hands to his face and shouted with all his might for his brother to step on the leaves and run along them. Yu-hyun was surprised by what he heard. He stepped on willow leaves. A second later, he looked in surprise at how his feet were standing on the floating leaves. Without taking his eyes off it, he said that now he could win. He pushed off sharply with his foot. A moment later, the guy was already running through the leaves above the bird's head. The monster opened its mouth, in which a sphere of energy appeared. A stream of fire shot out from the beak and headed towards Yu-hyun. The guy swung his sword and exclaimed that flames were just nonsense to him. He made a direct strike, and a column of dark flame hit the monster in the back, pinning him to the ground. The guy swung his blade again. The next blow hit the monster's head. Yu-hyun was thrown away from the bird by the explosion. A huge amount of stones scattered to the sides. The girl covered herself with her hands, continuing to hold the curtain, on which fragments were falling. Yujin shouted to her not to lower the protection, otherwise they would all die. The dust around the monster's corpse swirled and began to dissipate, the bird's body sticking out of the ground. Yu-hyun lifted his foot from the willow leaves. The guy went down to the ground. All his clothes were covered in blood. He turned to his brother, who called him by name. He watched as Yujin ran up to him, asking with a smile if he was okay and if he was hurt. He grabbed his brother by the shoulders in delight as he smiled and said that it was all thanks to him, and said with admiration that his idea was simply incredible, after which he asked how he came up with the idea of using willow leaves instead of the flying skill. The guys just beamed with joy. Yujin replied that he thought Yu-hyun had always used them that way. The guy replied that he didn't even suspect such a use. Yerim and Myung-woo stood aside. The girl awkwardly scratched the back of her head, while Yu-hyun said that he always regretted that he did not have the skill of flying. but his brother solved his problem, to which the guy replied that it was nothing special. The girl thought that since he killed the boss, she would forgive him once. Yujin listened with a smile as his brother said that this was not a small thing, because it was like he had gained a new skill, and at that time he thought that since this made his brother so happy, then so be it, and that it was as if he had received a Christmas present and Children's Day at the same time. His brother looked into his eyes with delight and said that it all happened thanks to him, adding that he was the best. The dungeon gates opened. The guy awkwardly said that when they leave, he will look at the rest of his skills. The brother thanked him, and Yerim asked him to look at her skills. The people standing at the dungeon were fussily asking if everything was okay with the head. Yerim and Yuhyun were surrounded by reporters who said that they were worried about them, because the level of the dungeon had changed dramatically. The guy said that they suddenly had a rank boss. A man from the crowd said that it was a great relief that Yerim was okay. Yujin began to move away from the crowd and, pretending that they were strangers, listened to his brother say that this should be reported to the association, while thinking that it was better to keep a distance outside. Xianghan ran towards him very quickly, while the guy was thinking that he needed to quickly hand over his equipment and leave. The man shouted his name with all his might. He fell at the feet of the frightened guy, who had raised his leg, and began to ask if he was hurt, saying that he should have come with them. Yujin awkwardly said that he was fine, thinking that the mission of not being conspicuous had failed. Myung-woo watched as the man rose to his feet, standing in front of the embarrassed guy, and told him to climb on his back, because he needed to get back quickly, to which he awkwardly replied that he was fine. Myung-woo looked down in disappointment. The skyscraper stood under the night sky. The guy turned to his brother, saying that he had arrived. The guy put the food on the table, saying that he had brought snacks from the administration, and that they looked wildly expensive. Holding the bag by the handles, he looked back when he heard the sound of water, and asked himself if Yuhyun was washing himself, adding that he had recently gotten a lot of the boss's blood on him. The guy opened the door to the garden, deciding that while he would wait. He entered the garden with his arms wide apart. The animal ran towards him, and he finished his sentence with a smile, saying that at this time he could play with peace. The guy asked if he was okay, but the kid interrupted him by kicking him in the stomach with great force. The lion cub again spun the guy around, and Yujin, spinning in the air, said that he loved him. He lay down next to the baby, who was eating food, and again said with a smile that he loved him. Yujin lay down in the middle of the garden. All his clothes were torn off, peace lay on his chest, and the guy wondered if the imposed effective education would be enough, adding that he was dying of fatigue. He looked at the ceiling with a smile, saying that today he really thought he was going to die. He recalled strange notifications from the system, reasoning that there were too many strange things today, typos, and the fact that it seemed to be talking to him. He then remembered the boss fight, continuing to reason that there were a lot of strange things in the dungeon too, because a high-level monster appeared out of nowhere, and this only happened occasionally in the future. The guy got up and sat on the floor. The lion cub rolled off his chest. He turned pale with fright, wondering if this was all because he had turned back time. The animal, lying on its back, began to swear. The guy apologized to him, thinking that something had broken due to the time rollback. There was an emptiness in his head. He only thought that because of him, the phenomena that appeared in the future began to appear now, adding that if the system personally spoke to him because of this, he timidly wanted something to say, but stopped. The next second, he raised his hand up and shouted that this was not his problem, because the system should have explained everything clearly from the very beginning, adding that it was very unfriendly. He clicked on the skills icon, saying that with skills everything is the same. Although everything is written in detail, it is not clear what the code word is. Suddenly a holographic book opened in front of him, throwing him away. He looked at it in shock, asking what was wrong with the system window. The unknown girl ran her fingers over the interface, asking if the connection was stable. In front of the system window stood a girl, next to whom were two beastmen. The girl said that their contacts were very limited in time, and that they forcibly opened the channel. The centaur next to her said that they should have explained everything more clearly. The girl added that there is no time, but the guy, however, must figure it out, because they tried to make it as intuitive as possible, and then gave it a form that is familiar to his world. On one of the pages of the book there were photographs of Yerim and Yuhyun. Above them there was an inscription that these were objects with the education effect completed. The guy was sitting on his knees, looking at the book, and asked if it was a magazine. He raised his hand and asked what was going on in the head of the creator of the system. He read the writing on the page out loud, asking if only S grades counted, then answered his own question by saying that judging by the fact that Myung-woo and Seong-han weren't, it was. He noticed that on the page there was the number 50 and a hen with her chicks wishing him good luck, asking if there were only 50 windows and what that good luck wish meant. Suddenly his brother entered the garden. Wiping his head, apologized and said that it took him a long time to wash himself. He looked at Yujin, sitting on the ground next to the system interface and the magazine, and asked if everything was okay with him, because he was kind of pale. The guy wondered if the system wanted him to tame as many as 50 S-rank hunters. The furry monster sitting in the cage bared its teeth, looking at its prey with glowing red eyes. When the grate opened, he ran forward towards Peace, swinging his long claws. A loud impact sound was heard. Drops of dark blood began to fly in different directions. The camera filmed a breeding lion, which sat next to the defeated monster and licked blood from its paw. The voiceover noted that this is a subspecies of unicorns, flame-horned lion. Class 2, Day 2 of training the skill of taming animals. Yujin looked at the beast through his protective helmet and said that its current indicators are 51 centimeters in length and 5.6 kilograms in weight. He added that in the past 2 days it had doubled in size. The guy behind whom the camera stood lifted the bars and noted with a smile on his face that the beast was a beast. He spread his arms with a satisfied face when Peace began to jump in his direction, and said that he had done a good job. At that moment, the fiery lion hit his teacher in the stomach with his front paws, causing him to start coughing loudly, flying back. The guy smiled weakly as a bead of sweat ran down his face. Taking the beast wagging its tail in his arms, Yujin raised his fist up and loudly declared that this was a mere trifle, since he had rented all possible equipment to increase endurance and strength, after using which his indicators increased by 94 and 45 units. Last night, the man poured a light liquid into a glass with ice, asking about the animal tamer. The two brothers were sitting on the floor near the glass table, and Yujin raised his glass. He said that he got this skill after he reached level 10. Yuhyun asked him what he was doing. The elder brother opened his mouth slightly and began to bring the glass to him, simultaneously telling him that this was a skill that allowed him to influence animals. He added that it was an S-class skill, so it could be used on high-level monsters. At this moment, he thought that it was better to hide behind a new skill, since he could not tell about the skills of the teacher. The younger brother was very surprised when he heard about the S-class. He rose to his feet with his eerie eyes burning and wrapped a rope around his hands, causing Yujin to stumble back. Yuhyun began to reason that an S-class skill in an F-class body in such a dangerous world. Moreover, it is also a unique skill. His brother indignantly asked if he was really thinking of locking him up again. The guy with a displeased face arched his index finger and began to exclaim that instead of hiding it, they should find a use for it. While Peace tried to steal a snack from the table with his paw, his teacher said that he could raise him into a mount for his brother, and could raise him to have the same mounts. A picture appeared in his head of hunters sitting astride various animals. Yujin asked how many more S-class hunters need high-level mounts. He asked his brother to imagine how everything would change if the Abyss acquired them and could explore the huge dungeons on horseback. The guild leader froze, pursing his lips as Yujin noted that thanks to this skill, the course of clearing dungeons would greatly change. The guy thought that, fortunately, Peace was already under the effect. He threw the cub a small toy in the shape of a mouse, which he successfully caught with his teeth. He thought that if the system wanted him to educate 50 S-classes, the teacher put protective pads on his hands, which the fiery lion hit with all his might. They also ran at sunset, tying a large tire to the body of the beast. The guy thought that it would be better for him to train monsters and brainwash people. He buried his face in the floor of the training room while Peace sat on his back and moaned about how bad he felt. The fiery lion with a good-natured face looked at the teacher when he asked if he was tired. Yujin, with empty eyes, lay in a puddle of his own and said that he did not think that he would have to work so hard for this venture. He recalled how a bunch of monsters flew over the city, thinking that the more hunter riders appeared, the more effective the cleansing would be, which means there will be fewer dungeon breaks and Peace will be safer. He thought that especially considering that over the years there will be more dungeons, and they will be more and more dangerous. The guy abruptly turned over on his back and took Peace with his hands. Closing his eyes, he exclaimed that his conscience did not allow him to simply relax and rest. He looked up in surprise when a voice from the side said that this was simply incredible. Simyoung entered the room with a smile on his face and clapped his hands, saying that Yujin's practice had barely ended, and he was already training here. Looking at the man, the guy rose to his knees, saying that Yukon allowed him to use this premises. Simyoung replied that he did not come here to kick him out. He looked at the fiery lion with a soft smile, noting that he had grown a lot in just a day of training. Peace, with one ear raised, sat calmly on the floor, hugging himself with his tail. Yujin, with a frightened face, jerked sharply as the man bowed in front of him and said that he was delighted and inspired. The guy was embarrassed by this action and indignantly asked what came over him. Without raising his head, Simyoung began to apologize for all the times he was rude to him and underestimated him. He noted that he had demonstrated soothsaying and analytical ability as well as his new skill. When he grabbed the guy with his arms while on his knees, he with an indignant face began to push away Simyoung, who asked him to join the Abyss and become the new wind in World of Hunters. Peace recalled how he flicked the teacher in different directions, seeing how he was now doing the same to the man. Yujin shouted that he didn't want to, and that he didn't have the ability to do it. The man continued to ask, saying that they needed his strength. Turning blue, the guy clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that he was not at all insightful, but simply knew all the answers from the future. He remembered the unpleasant meeting with Simyoung and thought that this person was unpleasant to him, and every time he went to the Abyss, he became angry and upset because of his poisonous remarks. The man waved his hand, asking him to think again. Sitting on his knees and looking at the puzzled guy, he said that they would provide him with transportation for the monster cubs, food, and the necessary equipment. He added that they would do anything at his request. Yujin froze as a bead of cold sweat ran down his cheek. He presented an Egyptian fresco depicting him as a ruler, with Simyoung as his servant. He suddenly remembered that these events did not happen in this life, and the man simply does not know all the horror that he had to endure because of him. He realized that he was now in charge. The guy grimaced sharply and muttered that he didn't need to. Humming the song, Yujin spread his arms to the sides with a satisfied face and said that his brother would still cover all the expenses. Looking at the training room, he added that since he was using them as a dormitory, then, in general, he could sign a contract. The man immediately became inspired and waved his hand until a blue holographic window appeared. He said that if so, then it was worth doing right now. Yujin squatted down with a grin and patted Peace's head, saying that he had the condition that he should be a regular employee since he was going to be an independent hunter. He lifted the cub up and began to circle, noting that this way he could freely raise animals for other guilds and make a lot of money. When Simyoung began to say that this was for the sake of the future of the Abyss, he said that it did not concern him. The man's eyes widened in surprise when the guy said that the Abyss, in any case, is the strongest guild in the country, so they simply would not easily fulfill this exclusive contract. While the beast was washing itself in his arms, Yujin looked away and began scratching his ear, saying that even he had an idea of how important the skill of taming magical beasts was, because thanks to it, clearing dungeons would become much more effective. He introduced the golden egg, saying that to high-ranking hunters, he was like a goose laying golden eggs. He asked how other guilds would react to this if the Abyss wanted to take this skill into its own hands. He imagined a goose in a nest, surrounded by many people with knives. The guy said that many are ready to use force if they cannot get something, and some are even poisoned by putting poison in their food. He noted that since he is F-class, he definitely won't die from this. Imagining a picture of how people would sit in front of the goose, and she would give them golden eggs, he asked whether it would be better for him to be an independent hunter. Hugging the yawning piece, Yujin stuck out his index finger and said with a smile that he could raise one beast per guild in exchange for immunity and money. Looking at Simyoung, he showed a thumbs up and noted that, of course, he would raise a fiery lion for them, so he asked to hire him and negotiate with other guilds for him. The man opened his mouth slightly when the guy continued to babble about salaries, bonuses, and social security. Touching his chin with his hands, he laughed, noting that, apparently, he could not cope with it, so he accepted the conditions. He pointed to the camera mounted on a tripod and asked if he could take the video from the training for negotiations. Yujin agreed. Simyoung touched the camera and added that there was something else. Holding Peace in his hands, the guy looked at the man as he began to ask if he would sign the hunter's contract in the event that Abyss became the strongest shields in the country. The guy lowered his head and replied that he didn't even know. He pointed to the man with glasses and asked if he was just trying to film this. He looked away, noting that he had been caught. Simyoung turned around on the way out, hearing the question of what use would it be to them to hire him. Yujin, with peace on his shoulder, laughed sweetly and said that with his skill he was going to help them anyway, as he had nothing else. He said that if in the future he signs a contract and the man regrets it, it will not be his fault. He, in turn, went out into the corridor and laughed loudly, saying that he was amazed. Simyeong walked along the bright corridor with a camera in his hands, asking how is it that there is nothing else. He watched the video with interest, saying that apparently Hunter Yujin had problems with self-esteem. He thought that he continued to surprise him every time he met. At this time, the guy in the training room with a joyful face was rolling on the floor, holding peace in his hands and joyfully exclaiming that now he will have a salary and social benefits. He asked the cub if he saw Simyeong stutter out of confusion. Remembering their long-ago meeting in his office, the man thought about that those with unique abilities imagine themselves to be someone unknown, and power intoxicates them and makes them arrogant. He thought that Yujin also seemed eccentric to him, but he is different from them, since he soberly assesses the prospects, and managed to lead to negotiations that were beneficial to him. Imagining images of the two Han brothers in his head, he wondered if the guy had always been so gifted, but he did not notice it because of the genius of his younger brother. Simyeong touched his glasses with his hands, saying that just imagining Yuhyun, Yerim and Seong Han fighting in his head, he thought that he assumed that other guilds would begin to put pressure on Abyss, but she was willing to take such a risk. Then an image of Yujin appeared in his head, dressed in an expensive suit with gold accents, with an adult fiery Leo walking next to him. He thought that if the guy remained an independent hunter, then all attention would be focused on him, and not on the Abyss. He realized that this was both a great benefit and a great risk. The man lowered his head, asking if he didn't realize their weight because he was far from the world of hunters. Raising his head, he straightened his glasses with his hand and asked if it could be that he was doing this to protect his younger brother. While Yujin was playing with peace on his knees in the training hall, Simyeong mentally noted that from now on the trophies of the largest guilds around the world would be focused on him. A man with dark hair sat on his desk and watched a video of a fiery lion on the screen. The girl in the fuchsia suit did the same. On the large, bright terrace there was a chaise lounge on which a man was lying with a tablet in his hands. Touching his face with his fingers, he smiled, noting that he needed to go to the Abyss as soon as he cleared his schedule. The video showed Yujin sitting and petting a contented peace while holding him in his arms. Simyeong thought that he would soon find out what a valuable figure he really was. With his hands folded on his belt, the guy stood opposite the large play complex and told Peace that his corner was now completely ready. He squatted down, letting the cub sniff the new territory, after which he asked if he liked it. He said that now they can live together in a dormitory. He said that it would most likely be crowded here when he grew up, and in that case. The guy smiled nervously when Vuk and Yerim entered the room, and the girl with enthusiastic eyes pounced on his back. She asked loudly, "Who is it?" The guy with long hair asked in fear why there was a monster here. Yuhyun opened the door to the room amidst caustic screams. He heard the girl exclaim that this cat was very cute, after which his older brother explained that it was not a cat at all. Myung-woo then screamed that the monster was biting him and asked to be saved, to which Yujin explained to Peace that it was not food. He turned to his brother, holding the angry beast in his arms, while the girl with a joyful face tried to pet him, and the bitten guy with long hair sat on the floor. The teacher said hello and asked what happened. Yuhyun asked him to step away with him for a minute. The elder brother looked at his family member with worried eyes and said that he would come over now. While expensive cars were cutting through the city streets, the guy shouted loudly, asking if the guild heads were really coming here to meet him. The two brothers walked out into a large, bright corridor. Yuhyun said that he could very well refuse and not see them. Yujin replied that he couldn't do that. He walked ahead with Peace in his arms, and the head of the Abyss walked behind him, saying that these are S-class hunters, and hunters who are a lower class usually find it difficult to deal with them. The elder brother agreed with his words. With a grim face, he grabbed him sharply by the shoulder as the guy muttered that he would just tell them to go back. Yujin asked indignantly, how could he continue to behave like this towards the guild heads? As people in suits walked along the corridors, he asked how the fact that the leaders of the three guilds personally came to the Abyss would affect public opinion. He himself answered, saying that everyone would be surprised and realize that the guild has influence, after which they themselves would want to meet with them. The teacher stepped forward, holding the fiery lion on his shoulder and sticking his thumb up. He said he needed to show himself at least once. Yuhyun began to say that but. However, Yujin interrupted and said that from now on he was forbidden to say that word. Opening the door, he began to enter the room, saying that since they were going to negotiate, they needed to personally evaluate everything. Glancing forward, he froze, seeing many people in the room. A guy in a blue suit and glasses was looking at him, with an elderly man sitting next to him. Then the teacher looked to the side and saw a dark-haired man in a printed shirt, who folded his hands in front of his face, on the fingers of which there were many gold rings. Yujin, with the beast in his arms, smiled nervously as he smiled as his fear-resistance skill activated. He thought that he felt a lot of pressure. His brother glanced to the side and introduced the hunter to Han Yujin. A man in a classic suit and sunglasses approached the guy and asked if he could hold his hand for 1 minute. The teacher asked why this was necessary. With a surprised face, he began to extend his palm to the man while a blue light glowed above his hand. He said he needed to test his skills before negotiating. Hearing this, Yujin's face immediately changed and his eyes narrowed in shock. He waved his hand, pushing the man away from him, and indignantly asked how he could so carelessly grab an unmarried man. He cursed in his own head, annoyed at the fact that a professional appraiser had come with them. He thought that if he started testing it, he would definitely reveal his L and S class skills. He recalled how he was afraid that his brother would lock him in a cage and tie him around the windows and legs. He understood that something similar would await him if these people found out that he had the skill not of taming, but of influencing. When the man began to approach the frightened guy, Peace began to growl with a displeased look. The appraiser said that he needed only 1 moment and urgently asked for a hand. With a loud roar, the animal suddenly jumped out of the owner's hands, which greatly frightened the man. He landed on his paws and stood in front of the teacher, making a loud hiss. The people in the room watched in surprise as Yujin tried to calm the cub down. Sitting at the table in a blue suit was the president of the Hanshin Guild named Park Minju, and the white-haired president of the Hunters Association. He assumed that the fiery lion recognized that they wanted to use the skill on his master. Minju noted that although he is a cub, which he should be above C class, however, he is already very capable. Yujin, squatting, turned around when he heard the voice of a man approaching him. The girl said that she believed that this ardent defense of her master was enough to be regarded as proof. A tall, long-haired girl with broad shoulders rolled a chair up to the guy, noting that she couldn't even make an impact with her suppression. Guild leader Breaker Moon Hyuna smiled softly and asked the beast tamer if this is true. Yujin put his arms around Peace as the girl pointed to a chair and asked him to sit down since they couldn't force such an important person to stand. The guy looked at the head glowing with joy and noted what a large physique she had. Hyuna enthusiastically noted that she did not know that the head of the abyss had such an older brother. The teacher sat down on a chair with Peace in his arms with a nervous smile, wondering if all S classes are like this, and will Yerim one day also become taller than him. The head looked thoughtfully at the horned flame lion and noted that when he grew up, he would be on par with the S-class boss in the dungeon. The cub on its owner's lap looked back at her shyly. Hyuna touched the back of the chair with her hand and turned towards Yuhyun, who was busy with documents. She asked him if they would give them his kittens if they ever showed up. The head of the abyss looked up at her and smiled, saying that they definitely wouldn't get it for free, but they could exchange it for a baby riding monster with resistance to cold. As Yujin and the beast listened in surprise to their conversation, the girl smirked and suggested that he wanted them to get a monster mount for Yerim. A loud, indignant male voice asked if he was getting too impudent. Yuhyun turned and looked towards the man in the printed shirt who slammed his fist on the table. He stated that the abyss had already taken all the animals in the market and had 7 monster cubs and 1 high-level one. The head of the MKC guild, Choi Seokwon, looked at him with indignation and asked how he dares to demand an exchange in such a situation. He slammed his fist down hard on the table when the head of the abyss said that you could always get one from the dungeon and trade it. Choi furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, saying that he was literally asking to give it to the Guild of Mounts, provided that they wanted to acquire them themselves. He asked if he had turned his nose up too much because of his brother. The man jumped up from his seat and pointed his finger in the direction of the teacher, shouting that they should have negotiated with his brother as an independent person. He asked how they knew that he was not only independent in words. He stated that since he and Yujin were brothers, it would be absolutely the same if he were an official void hunter. Closing his eyes, the guy leaned forward when Hyuna intervened in the conversation and asked the man to stop. He said that he has exclusively partnership relations with the guild. He looked up at Choi and said that they were helping him only because he couldn't handle everything on his own, and even this meeting happened only thanks to them. The head of MKC pursed his lips in puzzlement when the guy added that if he only planned to help his younger brother with raising mounts, then there would be no point in coming here. Yujin scratched the pleased piece, adding that he also has a certain limit on how many monsters he can raise at a time. He stood up from his chair and moved his hand to the side, saying that if they could agree, then their guilds would be among the first in the whole world to acquire mounts, just like the abyss. He smiled broadly as the fiery lion walked on his shoulders and asked, "Isn't this a significant reward for these negotiations?" He noted that it is great for him to see his dear clients here. Ignoring his words, Choi crossed his arms and sank into his chair. Yujin thought that he didn't seem so creepy on TV, and he even fangirled over him for a while since he was a member of the national soccer team before awakening. The guy was surprised when a finger was poked into his cheek. He turned his head and saw Hyuna, who with a smile on her face held his shoulder and said that she saw that he not only had a good skill, but he was also very talkative. The teacher was embarrassed when the girl took his chin and moved closer to his face, saying that she was starting to like him. She said he has a rising star in the form of a younger brother and also has a cute cat. She asked if she would get it all in addition if she received it, and then asked if he wanted to join the ranks of her guild. While Yuhyun stood behind them, blazing with rage, Yujin repeated that he had no intention of joining anywhere, and he was not for sale. Hyuna asked, is he really not selling even to his own brother? The guy thought that now that he saw her up close, he realized that she was a beauty, after which he switched to his younger brother and thought that he should not be allowed to burn down the entire conference room. Waving his hand, he pulled away and smiled shyly, saying that he could only make an exception for his precious brother if he became the best in Korea. After these words, a male voice asked again. Yujin turned his head and looked at the man in the light suit. The blonde man with yellow eyes who was touching his chin with his hand was the head of the Jupiter Guild named Sung Hyunhee. He asked if it looked like his guild could buy it right now. The teacher with the animal in his arms was caught with a puzzled face. He imagined the blonde stretching his hand forward, with energy shining around him, and thought that the Jupiter Guild was now the strongest in the country, and not only strong as a guild as a whole, but its leader was also the strongest hunter. The guy, dripping with sweat, looked at the carefree face of the head and wondered why he had only remained silent all this time and decided to speak right now. Yujin put a wide smile on his face and stuck his index finger up, thinking that if he agreed, there would be chaos here. He said that this was an exception only for his brother. The three guild heads looked at him with surprised eyes when the guy said that everyone else would have to become at least the best in this world. When the atmosphere around was restored, Hyuna ran up to the guy with a satisfied face and slapped him on the back, causing him to bend over in pain. She laughed loudly, noting his confidence. The girl noted that he would rather die than go anywhere. While he was trying to come to his senses with a gloomy look, and Hyuna was waving her hands in front of him, Peace hissed back at her. She noted that both hand brothers appear to have tenacity and independence. At that moment, the teacher imagined himself as a small shrimp among the bolting whales and thought that he was experiencing great tension. He mentally noted that if it were not for his suppression of fear, he would have died long ago from these intimidations. An image of the four fully armed heads he had met today appeared in his head, and he thought about what he had heard that S-classes were all crazy due to the fact that their path often crossed with death. He wondered how they managed to exude such pressure even when they don't take their smiles off their faces. Due to pressure, he presented Yuhyun as an object of bullying, mocked by powerful people. He tried to understand how his brother had survived among them all this time. Yujin stood with a confused face not far from the head of Minju and thought that they definitely offended his brother because of his young age. The guy in the blue suit said that now he understood why this newcomer was so insistent on creating his own guild. He noted that he apparently wanted to follow his older brother's example. The head noted that Yujin still looks much kinder than Yuhyun. Raised with peace in his arms turned to him and with a smile on his face noted that this was not at all the case. All the people in the room froze with surprise on their faces when the guy said that his brother was much kinder than himself, and even kinder than everyone in this room. He saw the atmosphere in the conference room immediately darken, and everyone present grimaced in shock. The fiery lion yawned loudly, and his owner opened his mouth in confusion, and his eyes widened when he was asked the question, "Is he serious now?" Yujin wondered if he really said something wrong. He remembered how little Yuhyun ran home from school and thought that he could not even dream of a better younger brother. Meeting Yujin at the door, the child hugged him tightly as he was about to leave. The boy with an embarrassed, joyful face handed him an envelope decorated with a beautiful red bow and congratulated him on his birthday. The beast tamer thought that even when he was very small, he cared for him a lot. Memories with the child changed to a young man with a bouquet of flowers, who offered his brother to take a photo together, and then to a high school student who scored excellent on all tests and was going to enter a medical university. Blushing from the memories, Yujin lowered his head and closed his eyes, thinking that although he could not devote himself entirely to taking care of him, since he worked a lot after the death of his parents, he began to tell everyone that Yuhyun is kind, obedient, tries not to lose heart, and in the whole world you can't find anyone kinder. Listening to all these words, everyone present fell into a stupor in shock and lowered their heads. They started laughing loudly and imitating him when the guy asked what he said wrong. Shaking into a quiet chuckle, Hyuni said that he was wondering why the Abyssal Chief was so polite today, but now he understands. Yujin saw that even the head of Jupiter was laughing. Hyuna pointed her finger at Yuhyun, who stood calmly on the side, radiating kindness, and loudly declared that this crazy person was just showing off in front of his brother today. She smiled puzzledly when she turned her head to see the angry teacher clenching his hands into fists, and loudly indignant that Yuhyun was being humiliated just because he was the youngest. The girl noted that he was just a typical older brother. Minju and the head of the Hunters Association smiled widely, only calming down their laughter. The old man said that there was nothing wrong with that he was kind to his family member. The guy in the burnt suit asked him to wipe away his tears before saying something like that. Irritated by the situation, Yujin grimaced offendedly, extending his hand to Hyuna, who was fighting him with a piece of paper. She noted that she had had enough time to unwind and now was the time to move on to the next stage. The teacher wondered what problems they all had with his younger brother. He thought he understood that since he became the head at such a young age, he couldn't be nice to everyone. But while the Han brothers were studying the documents, Luga waved her hand and looked at the others present, noting that they were having very lively negotiations. While Yujin held the piece of paper, she asked him to tell him if there was anything he wanted to fix. He began to read it with round eyes. A few lines stated that 5 guilds were working to ensure the safety of Han Yujin and his mission, and that each guild was limited to receiving 1 monster every 2 months. He asked what kind of task he was talking about here. The girl and the head of the association looked at him in surprise. She asked if Simyeong didn't tell him. The old man replied that he would need a place to raise animals, so they decided to rebuild a building specifically for this purpose. The teacher covered his face with his hand, hiding his tears of happiness, and mentally thanked Simyeong. The 5 heads of guilds present signed an agreement, which had several basic provisions. Security, priority for orders from 5 guilds. The Abyss does not participate in the financial issue of the construction of the building. Han Yujin will be considered the full owner of the building. Yuhyun handed the sheet to his brother and noted that only his signature remained. When he saw his face with a stupid crooked smile, he asked what happened to him. The pleased and embarrassed teacher began to massage his cheeks, noting that he was so nervous that his muscles were cramping. He imagined a map of South Korea, excited that he would own a building in the center of Seoul. He again imagined himself to be a shrimp among whales, only this time the honey that was with them was friendship and peace, and he thought that he was quite ready to fall before his dear customers. He imagined how he and the heads would cut the ribbon at the opening of a luxurious high-rise building, and thought that this would be his personal building, which would be under the patronage of the 5 main guilds of the country. He imagined Myung-woo working inside with chalk on his hands and Dr. White, thinking that he would definitely build a workshop there, and try to persuade the woman to continue her research there. In his mind, images appeared of 2 presenters handing him a microphone, asking Yujin, the 25-year-old owner of the building, to reveal the secret of how he managed to become the richest man without any education. In response, holding a glass in his hand, he laughed and said that there was no secret and everything was simple. The teacher in an expensive suit, a raised glass and piece on his shoulders, said that he did his best to please his dear customers. While he sat in the real world, lost in memories, confused and with his hand raised, a hand was touched on his shoulder. He thought that he could provide himself with a pension just by renting out premises. He looked up and saw Hyeon and Hyuni walking past him. The girl waved her hand and said that today was fun, but they had to go. The guy responded by wishing them a good trip. The blonde looked at him with a soft smile on his face and said that he would keep his condition as an exceptional person in mind. Yujin looked back at him with his mouth slightly open. When most of the people had left the room, Yuhyun walked up to his brother. The teacher said that he was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice how it all ended. The head of the Abyss looked away and asked him not to promise attention to what the other heads said about him. When the joyful Yujin touched his back, he added that at least he definitely didn't do anything that could disgrace him. The elder brother laughed, noting that there was nothing wrong with the fact that the head of the guild caused a scandal a couple of times. With a joyful smile on his face, he took peace into his hands and praised him for holding it for so long. He looked away contentedly and thought that the most important thing was that everything was successful. Returning to the hostel closer to night, he thought that peace had suddenly become beautiful. He saw a lush table on which there were liquid dishes, salads, and many snacks. The guy enthusiastically asked what the reason for this feast was. While he gazed at the food in fascination, Myung-woo, wearing an apron, continued to serve his dishes. Yujin asked if today is a special day. The guy with long hair replied that he just decided to cook more dishes today. With a slight blush on his face, he smiled softly, noting that his friend deserved special treatment. Yujin, with a satisfied face, began to gobble up the food with a spoon, the other saying that today was not his day, but a small agony pleasure. He picked up a pickle with chopsticks and noted the fact that Myung-woo didn't have many things with him. The guy with long hair agreed with this fact and asked why he was interested. He suddenly froze with a stunned face when he heard his friend's words that he should be ready to pack his things at any moment. With his mouth slightly open, he tried to utter a word. Without paying any attention to this, Yujin began to chew the cucumber with appetite, saying that sooner or later a new building will be built nearby. He spat out the entire contents of his mouth when Myung-woo suddenly fell to the floor and began to cry, noting that he was being kicked out after all. Rising from his seat, the teacher turned his arms, looking at his friend wiping away his tears, and indignantly asked how could he even think of such a thing. The guy with long hair replied that he knew it would all end this way. He tried to wipe away the tears from his face with a sad face, saying that even though he was kept here, he was still a useless F class. Yujin asked him not to cry, noting that he had exactly the same class, but the guy screamed that they were still completely different. He recalled how, on their first meeting, his friend helped him solve a problem with high-level hunters and noted that he did it without even blinking an eye. He then remembered the joyful faces of the two brothers, noting that he had given sound advice to his guild leader, who was an S-class. The teacher looked at Myung-woo with a confused face, who hung his head and said that he, in turn, could not even open the only level 10 skill. Yujin thought that you were sleeping because he was a cheater. He knelt down in front of his crying friend and spread his arms to the sides, asking him to stop. The guy with long hair said that he was just a non-entity. He smiled softly with wet eyes and began to take off his apron, saying that he really had better move out of here. The teacher was shocked by what was happening and froze with his hand raised and his mouth wide open. With an angry face, he began to pull the departing Myung-woo by his clothes, shouting that he would not leave here anywhere, at least because he had nowhere to go. The guy with long hair replied that although it was true, he couldn't afford to continue being a waste of time. A shocked Yujin, with a gloomy face and sweat pouring down his cheeks, loudly shouted that he was not a waste of time at all. Looking at his drooping friend, he saw an inactive skill and mentally noted that the owner should obtain this SS grade skill after sharpening 10,000 blades. He thought that this was one of the foundations of his safe old age. However, if he told the truth, no one would believe him. He imagined a picture of him trying to stop his friend leaving, saying that he has SS class potential, but he asks him not to console him and is sold forever. Yujin thought that he shouldn't reveal his skill mindlessly anyway. He reached his palm towards the sleeve of Myung-woo's t-shirt, but it froze in the air. He hung his head and with a sad face noted that he really did not have any right to hold him by force. The guy with tear-stained eyes also lowered his gaze to the floor when his friend began to say that he would not like to force him to try even more than he suffered now. He said he was very sorry now. Yujin, with a soft smile on his face, looked away with his mysterious gaze and said that only today he learned one very, very useful information. These words showed surprise on Myung-woo's face. Grabbing his almost crying face, the teacher began to act out the scene, trying to push his puzzled friend away from him with his second hand. He emotionally exclaimed that no matter how valuable she was, he could not force him to listen if he did not want to. The guy with long hair asked what kind of information. He reached out his hand to Yujin as he turned away and thoughtfully touched his chin, saying that he was only going to tell this to a friend, even though he shouldn't have. Myung-woo, in a state of confusion, asked him to just tell him about it. The teacher with an interested face turned to the guy and asked him if he really wanted to find out before he left. He began to tell what he heard from Han, that there was one training that allowed awakened ones like him to discover a special skill. He thought that his friend would be more willing to believe if he mentioned an authority figure. He apologized to Dr. White for using her name a little, but noted that he would definitely pay it back later. A dark-haired woman sat in a dark room, littered with various literature, and looked at the burning computer monitors. Haen closed her eyes and stretched tiredly. She looked at the screen sweatily and noted that all preparations were now complete. She noted that she was very interested in whether this would really help to get an answer. While the girl, sitting at the table, leaned her chin on her hand, shadows thickened on the walls behind her. A pile of sharp knives lay on the table. Yujin noted that this training was perfect for Myung-woo. Myung-woo looked with incomprehension at the main character, who dumped a bunch of knives out of the bag onto the table. Yujin told Myung-woo not to tell anyone where he learned about this training, especially Haein. Myung-woo understood Yujin's message and asked what he should do with these kitchen knives. Yujin noticed that these were all consumables. Myung-woo picked up one of the knives and frantically began to examine it as the main character looked at Myung-woo with excitement. Yujin noted that Myung-woo had a passive skill related to weapons, so he asked Myung-woo to sharpen those knives. Myung-woo was slightly embarrassed by this proposal, but still agreed. Myung-woo's slender fingers held the knife and sharpened it on a special whetstone. The main character watched with interest as Myung-woo began to sharpen the knife, and a blue window with a skill label appeared near him. Yujin understood that if Myung-woo continued to sharpen knives like this, he would be able to gain the skill. A window appeared with a scale of 1 out of 10,000. Yujin noted with delight that everything worked out and the sharpening was counted. Yujin looked at Myung-woo, who raised his knife into the air and stared back desperately. The protagonist noted that he had heard that it was possible to gain equipment skill by sharpening blades for a long time. He also added that, moreover, Myung-woo will be guaranteed a cool skill through which he can get rich. Myung-woo didn't believe Yujin's words and was even more surprised. Yujin frowned sarcastically and raised his hand to his face, covering his lips from prying eyes. Yujin noted that he was speaking in all seriousness and explained that this would not be an easy test, since Myung-woo would have to sharpen as many as 10,000 knives. Yujin said that it would be very good if Myung-woo could do it in at least a year. Myung-woo opened his eyes excitedly, rejoicing at this news, because in this case, 10,000 knives would not be a problem. Myung-woo replied that if he sharpens 100 knives a day, he will finish it in 100 days. Yujin was slightly surprised by Myung-woo's statement and asked him if Myung-woo would really sharpen knives all day long. Myung-woo was taken aback by the main character, saying that he is very good at such things and is great at cyclical work. Myung-woo took the knife in his hands and looked gloatingly at Yujin, who raised his hands in front of him, slightly frightened by such a reaction from Myung-woo. Myung-woo sarcastically noted that Yujin could count on him, ironically explaining that Yujin would not even have time to blink an eye before he would have finished his work. Yujin stood with his hands up and desperately told Myung-woo to put down the knife as it sounded strange. Myung-woo enthusiastically raised his hands up and closed his eyes joyfully. He grinned and remarked that he would work hard and make sure to repay Yujin for his kindness. The main character raised his eyebrows and scratched his nose. Yujin thought sarcastically about his kindness that Myung-woo mentioned, realizing that his very existence was already an investment in his pension. Yujin felt it was time to make his second investment. Haein Research Laboratory. Haein looked at Yujin in amazement, crossing her arms. She was very happy that Yujin was very pleasant to talk to. Haein sat at her desk opposite Yujin with her arms crossed on the table and her head resting on them, smiling maliciously. Haein noted that the main character knew a lot about dungeons, asking him that he could get all this knowledge from independent research. Haein was all beaming and suggested that Yujin enroll in graduate school, adding that she would like to establish a joint laboratory. The protagonist sadly looked to the side and thought about how to quickly go home. Haein held a pen in her hands and drew different animals in her notebook. She noted that everyone around them claimed that the dungeons were unpredictable. Haein pointed her pen at Yujin, who raised his hand to the side in displeasure. Haein noted that because of this factor, people do not want to study dungeons in detail, because no one hopes to find any kind of pattern. Yujin replied that he was only guessing for now, because there wasn't enough information, especially considering that there weren't that many dungeons in their country. Haein frowned sharply and raised her index finger up. She agreed with Yujin's words, noting that it was because they were such a small country that they had too few dungeons. After speaking, she convulsively covered her mouth with her hands and Yujin immediately laughed. Haein sharply apologized for her words, realizing that she could be severely punished for such behavior. Yujin understood Haein's words perfectly and told her not to worry. Haein's office was bright and cozy. The main character said that they could collect more statistics if they were able to explore more dungeons. Haein noted that this was exactly what they were talking about, wondering why most countries didn't allow foreigners to explore the dungeons. Yujin immediately widened his eyes and looked ahead in shock. He began to think that he would have little choice but to join a foreign research group. Dr. Haein looked to the side thoughtfully, lightly touching her face with her fingers. Yujin understood that this is why Haein would leave for the USA in the future. The protagonist imagined how Haein, in the company of other professors, walked forward along with scientific documents. He assumed that in 3 years Heian would open the principle of forming dungeons together with his team, and the United States would receive a bunch of royalties from other countries. Yujin would really like Heian to be able to reveal this principle while in Korea. It was already getting dark outside and the clear silhouette of the moon was showing. Heian placed the pie on a tray on the table. Yujin realized that it was buckwheat mug. The main character sat on his chair and looked at Heian holding her pie on a tray near the window. Heian noted that buckwheat mug and rice wine on the last night of the lunar month for Dakibai. Yujin asked about Dakibai. Heian frowned slightly and looked sarcastically towards the main character, holding wine in her hands. She explained that it was the famous teleporting hunter, asking Yujin if he had ever heard of him. Heian began to tell a story about Dakibai, who looked like an assassin in a blue cloak with black ribbons. Dakibai, as the name suggests, is an unusual hunter who wears the Dakibai outfit. This hunter never revealed his name, age, or gender even over the next 5 years. Heian recalled the moment when the plane caught fire in the air and was about to fall. Heian noted that the only thing known about the hunter is his special teleportation skill. People on the plane panicked and screamed in horror, realizing that their plane would soon fall. But the silhouette of a hunter, who glowed with a bright blue aura, arrived in time to the plane. Heian continued that thanks to this skill, Dakibai could go anywhere he wanted. Heian noted that the hunter became famous for saving people from dungeon breakouts and natural disasters. The mafia group was sitting at their table with a bunch of money on it. Heian said that at least this skill gave him elusiveness and at the same time threat. One of the mafia gang, lighting a cigar, looked up in surprise. Suddenly, a glowing silhouette of Dakibai appeared out of thin air, causing the mafia gang to immediately open their mouths. One of the mafia guards raised his gun and was about to shoot the hunter in the back. Dakibai, wearing a red mask, deftly dodged the bullet flying towards him. The hunter began to spin in his blue aura, reflecting the fiery sparks from himself. The hunter's glowing eyes through his red mask looked furiously at the mafia gang with pistols. Dakibai came face to face with one of the mafia gangster in a black suit with a beard. The hunter deftly flew into the air and placed his foot on the gun of the mafia bandit, who was frantically holding it. The hunter illuminated the entire space with his aura, standing on the mafia guard's gun. Dakibai knew that they were afraid of his abilities. The hunter smiled sarcastically and brought his finger closer to his mouth. He addressed the bandits, calling them gentlemen with many secrets, and adding that they remembered once and for all. The hunter noticed that his bag contained many secrets and he was not going to reveal any of them while he was in danger. Suddenly, Dakibai disappeared and all the mafia thugs looked at the remaining blue aura that was already evaporating. The luminous pattern in outer space reflected the essence of what was happening. Initially, Dakibai was difficult to catch due to the specifics of his skill, but in the end there was not a single group left whose secret he did not obtain. And in the end, all these people became the guarantors of his safety, and Dakibai himself continued to travel freely and independently around the world. Heian finished her story and delightedly sprinkled fried buckwheat on Yujin. Heian thought that Dakibai might have picked up all sorts of things about dungeons. The main character was chewing food with a malicious grin as buckwheat crumbs flew at him. Heian noted that she searched the internet for Dakibai calls, to which Yujin asked about the internet. The protagonist raised his hands in front of him and watched as Heian happily scattered buckwheat around the office. Heian began to imagine what she would ask first when they met. Yujin tried to stop Heian, saying that there was not a real Dakibai there and thought that it would be easier for Heian to ask the Abyss for help than from a hunter from the internet. Suddenly, their office became dark and the entire library was shrouded in darkness. The silhouette of the moon could be seen through the window. They realized that their electricity had been cut off, thinking that the traffic had been knocked out in the first place. Yujin took out his phone and turned on the screen, which was shining in his face. He was about to turn on the flashlight on his phone. The main character threw a puzzled look towards Heian. Heian at the same time was holding her phone in her hands and looked in surprise at Yujin, who addressed her. Heian looked at Yujin in horror and closed her mouth. The teacher did not understand why Miss Heian had such a gloomy expression on her face. Suddenly, the silhouette of a monster appeared behind the dazed Yujin and was about to place its hand on his shoulder. Yujin still didn't understand what was happening around him. Heian immediately fell to the floor, clutching her head, when Yujin turned back and screamed in fear, seeing the silhouette of a monster in front of him. Heian was lying unconscious on the floor and foam was coming out of her mouth. An embittered Yujin ran up to Heian and picked up her body. He didn't understand why this happened, trying to call out to Heian. Yujin sweatily looked at the notification window, which stated that fear resistance had been activated. Yujin understood that he needed to calm down, because in their world there was nowhere for ghosts to come from. If only monsters could exist, looking like an exaggerated show. Yujin thought it was a joke aimed at surprising people. Yujin furrowed his eyebrows and looked up furiously. He realized that it was the same Dakibai and he told him to stop. Dakibai glowed with its magical aura and landed on the floor where Yujin was sitting with Heian's body, lifting sheets of paper into the air. Dakibai tried to calm the situation and said that Yujin was not angry. Dakibai put on his red mask and looked at Yujin through it. Dakibai said that he only came because they themselves wanted to meet him. The main character worriedly held Heian's lifeless body and looked at Dakibai. The hunter understood that his appearance was too much, noting that his plans were not to make Heian faint. The protagonist looked at Dakibai in amazement, who felt guilty and told Yujin not to be angry. Various cards with its characteristics and active skills appeared near the silhouette of Dakibai. A notification came out that the object was under the influence of a code word. Yujin realized that he had the opportunity to raise Dakibai. The hunter put his hands on his belt and watched as Yujin desperately looked back at him, holding Heian's body in his hands. Yujin knew that Dakibai was an independent hunter who could move anywhere freely. Yujin raised Heian's head closer to him. Yujin knew it must have been tempting. The main character rested his hand on the floor. He understood that if he received Dakibai's support, Heian would not need to go to America. The protagonist realized that this was his chance. Yujin frowned sarcastically and looked at the hunter sarcastically. He said that he is not afraid of such pranks and told Dakibai to stop doing it. The hunter immediately became very angry and spread his arms, seeing how Yujin mocked him with a malicious mockery. Dakibai noted that Yujin was lying, as he personally saw that Yujin was shaking violently from fear. Yujin said it was just unexpected. The hunter raised his hands up in outrage, exhaling heavily as Yujin grabbed his back. The hunter noted that Yujin was still scared, calling him a coward. The main character replied that he was not afraid, noting that he would not fall for such a childish trick. From the side, Dakibai continued to sigh languidly as Yujin smiled sarcastically. Yujin knew that Dakibai was very fond of pranks, who was willing to risk his life just to prank others. Yujin looked at the hunter enthusiastically, resting one hand on his knee. The protagonist proposed a bet to Dakibai that the hunter would try to scare him very much. Yujin felt that Dakibai had finally met a worthy opponent. Heian lay in the room and began to come to her senses, humming slightly. Heian jumped up abruptly and remembered Dakibai in horror. Heian looked ahead at Yujin worriedly, adjusting her glasses when he replied that the hunter had left. The main character sat next to Heian's bed and anxiously waited for Heian to wake up. The protagonist looked to the side with a sarcastic grin and covered his mouth with his hand. He mentally mocked Dakibai, calling his clothing style crap, adding that the blue clothes and red mask looked ridiculous, like something out of a coloring book. Heian's chamber was brightly lit by the light coming through the curtains on the window. Yujin grinned in delight as Heian sighed in relief. The main character noted that there was silence around, which definitely meant that Dakibai had left. Heian apologized for her behavior. Heian looked ahead animatedly. She called the situation pitiful, saying there was still a lot she wanted to ask. The protagonist looked in surprise at Heian, who said that inside the country she had hit a wall, so she really hoped to somehow break through it, but it would be very difficult. Yujin crossed his fingers and lowered his hands in front of him. He turned to Heian, saying that he could help her. Heian looked at Yujin with delight and admiration, who held his hands out in front of him. Heian thought that Yujin would go to graduate school. Yujin was immediately taken aback by Dr. Heian, saying that he meant that he could become her informant. Heian looked at Yujin sadly. The main character held his hands up in front of him and smiled. He recalled her saying that the biggest problem was that the data collection was not enough. The protagonist noted that he already had another way to obtain information. Yujin noticed that they had a bet, which he made with Dakibai in Heian's office. The hunter was lying imposingly on the table, crossing his legs, when in front of him Yujin spread his arms to the sides. Dakibai was pleased with this proposal and asked what they would argue about. The teacher said that if he gets scared, he will obey the hunter, and if he doesn't get scared, then Dakibai will work for him for 3 years. Dakibai began to laugh sarcastically, pointing his finger in Yujin's direction. He smirked because the pathetic F-class was going to make him, the great hunter, a subordinate. Yujin looked up at Dakibai expectantly. The hunter noted that if the contract was for 3 years, even though he was the elder brother of the Abyss Chief, then Yujin would have to work for him for at least 20 years to make it worth it. The main character looked at Dakibai mockingly, raising his eyebrows. He understood that Dakibai knew a lot about him. Yujin, with his eyes closed, extended his hand and presented Dakibai with a blue glowing contract. The main character added that he didn't care about all the factors, so he was ready to draw up a contract. In response, Dakibai tried to stop Yujin, telling him that everything looked suspicious because Yujin was one step away from defeat, but still wanted to sign the contract. The Great Hunter looked at Yujin with a puzzled expression, tilting his head to the side. Dakibai flew closer to Yujin as he humbly held the contract in his hands. The hunter was wondering what Yujin was hiding in himself that he decided to take such a reckless step. Dakibai replied that it was all unlikely that Class F had some kind of incredible skill, and suggested that Yujin would use some kind of item. The main character became angry and frowned forward, anticipating his victory. He knew that Dakibai had no idea about his skills because his resistance to fear made him invulnerable to any suppression and intimidation skills of legendary class and below. A ghost icon appeared in space. Yujin knew that he would immediately win the moment Dakibai agreed to the pair and the bet. Dakibai, with his head bowed, opened his mouth and looked towards Yujin, who said that he sincerely had an ulterior motive. The hunter was very interested to find out what Yujin was hiding within himself. The protagonist timidly put his hand behind his head and looked at Dakibai with admiration, holding the contract in his other hand. Yujin noted that it was all because Dakibai was incredibly cool. Yujin recalled the moment when Dakibai saved an entire plane from crashing. Yujin noted that he greatly admired Dakibai's accomplishments, as he had saved people countless times. He also recalled the moment when Dakibai was dealing with the bandits and put his finger to his mouth, telling the mafia about the secret bag. Yujin noted that this also sounded very cool. Dakibai looked at Yujin in surprise as he lightly touched the back of his head. The main character answered shyly that it was as if he didn't even lose anything, because if he wins, then there will be a common victory for everyone. The magnificent hunter smiled with delight. The protagonist noted that even if he loses, he will become a subordinate of the great hunter Dakibai himself. Dakibai, in such admiration of himself, spread his arms to the sides and rejoiced, floating in the air. He laughed and appreciated Yujin's words, saying that he noticed everything correctly, because you couldn't find anyone cooler than him. Dakibai hung upside down in the air and looked mockingly towards the main character. Dakibai found Yujin funny, because if he simply begged to be taken as a subordinate, he would only cause laughter. Dakibai added that Yujin provoked him into signing the contract with his bet, and noted that he liked Yujin. Dakibai floated in the air and looked sarcastically towards Yujin, holding his hands behind his head. The main character looked back with delight and said that he was very confident in his victory, and said so in advance. Dakibai replied that he agreed to this bet and noted that he would make 3 attempts over the next week. Blue glowing paper with a contract written on it floated in the air. Dakibai explained that even if Yujin doesn't get scared once, he will become his #1 subordinate. The protagonist sat in Heian's room and told her this story with enthusiasm and a raised hand. Yujin noted that he could not reveal his method of obtaining information, but added that he would provide enough information for Heian to continue her research in Korea. Yujin moved his hand to the side and continued to reassure Heian. He said that he was not used to steaming too much. Heian looked at Yujin in amazement and was slightly puzzled as she touched her chin. The main character informed her that if she found the principle of forming dungeons using his information, he would simply share the profit that he would receive from it, asking her if she was satisfied with this option. Heian looked forward as Yujin looked slightly displeased and clenched his fists. Heian thanked Yujin, but added on her own that there were no guarantees that these studies could yield any results. Yujin noted that no one but her could handle this matter. Heian broke into a shy smile, straightening her hair as the main character placed his fingers at his temple. Heian noticed that Yujin embarrassed her with such words, but the main character himself said that this was not just flattery. At that very moment he became suddenly puzzled by the date. He stuck his index finger up, suggesting an alternative. Yujin frowned slightly and continued to point his finger menacingly. He mentioned Heian knew a class dungeon that was found in Ikan Gyeonggi province. Yujin added that this dungeon will either have coastline or slime. Heian looked at Yujin in amazement, her eyes wide as he covered his mouth with his hand. Heian didn't understand where he got this information from. Yujin replied that he stole information from the future. The protagonist leaned back from his chair and was about to stand up. He noted that if this were the case, he urged her to seriously consider his proposal. Yujin stood over Heian's bunk and put his hands in his pockets, looking at her happily. He replied that he was putting forward exactly this theory since he was very confident in it and assured that Heian should not worry about the results of her research. Heian looked to the side with concern as the main character was about to leave the room. Yujin then told Heian to ask her uncle to bid in the auction for the rights to this dungeon. Yujin left the office and stood in front of the door, leaning his back against it and exhaling with relief. The main character closed his eyes contentedly and clenched his fist, raising it in front of him. He knew that everything was supposed to be fine and nothing bad would happen because he gave her too much information. Yujin found himself at home and light leaked from his window onto the dark street. He realized that he only had to play with Dakibai for a week. Dakibai, in the form of the ghost of a scary grandmother, laughed sarcastically, joking about the color of his pants. Yujin was playing with peace when Dakibai looked out his window as a ghost. The main character noted that even his pet would not pay attention to such outdated ghosts. Dakibai's first attempt fails. The protagonist walked into Myung-woo's room and was holding a large box. Yujin noted that he returned and asked Myung-woo if he was in the room. Suddenly, the scary hands of Dakibai appeared from the closet, who intended to grab Yujin by the leg, who added that he had purchased dull knives at a flea market. At that same second, Dakibai jumped out of the closet and grabbed Yujin by the leg, who immediately fell from dropping the box. Dakibai ironically joked that Yujin would give him back his legs. The protagonist became very angry and sighed heavily, waving his fist towards the ghost of Dakibai. Yujin said that Dakibai was meant to scare him and not kill him, to which Dakibai immediately apologized and noted that he didn't know Yujin would fall so easily. The protagonist noted that Dakibai should not underestimate the weakness of the F-class. Dakibai's second attempt failed. Under the cover of night, dark clouds gathered and a heavy downpour began. Yujin woke up and went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to take a bottle of water. As soon as Yujin poured a mug of water, a scary scarecrow appeared with drops of blood. Yujin smirked slightly. Yujin sarcastically pointed his finger at the scarecrow. He noted with irony that Dakibai gave it his all for the last attempt. Suddenly, the main character turned his gaze to the side and said that he would not do such a thing. Yujin looked back in fear and saw the scary ghost of Dakibai reaching towards him. The terrifying ghost looked creepy and Yujin realized that it was a continuous attack. The protagonist held a mug in his hands and looked mockingly at the ghost. The fear was neutralized. Yujin noted that it still looked a little creepy. Suddenly, Myung-woo leaned into Yujin from behind, to which the main character turned his gaze in surprise. Myung-woo grabbed the knife and raised it into the air. Myung-woo anxiously looked back towards Yujin, holding a knife in his hands. Yujin was slightly surprised and realized that it was Myung-woo when Dakibai got very scared and thought that Myung-woo was a ghost. The protagonist looked mockingly towards Dakibai as Myung-woo stood nearby holding a knife. Myung-woo said he couldn't sleep, so he decided to sharpen more knives. Yujin noticed that Dakibai himself was scared. Myung-woo widened his eyes and looked in horror at the corner of the room, seeing the ghost of Dakibai there, who himself was afraid of him. Myung-woo fell back unconscious and foam came out of his mouth, to which Yujin looked dumbfounded, trying to call out to him. Ghost Dakibai spread his arms out to the sides and was confused. Dakibai's third attempt was unsuccessful, and he lost. Ghost Dakibai widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He realized that he had lost. Yujin was next to Myung-woo's unconscious body and looked back towards Dakibai, who was waving his arms in anger. Dakibai noted that his subordinates still scold him terribly for signing the contract without permission. Yujin asked about Dakibai's subordinates, adding that he should have thought carefully about the contract. Dakibai floundered on the floor as Yujin barely listened to the hunter's screams. Dakibai understood that his subordinates would bury him alive, realizing that it was better for him not to return home and it would be better to stay here. The main character looked back at Dakibai with displeasure, who continued to behave inappropriately. Yujin told Dakibai to stop acting like a child, noting that he is no longer little. Dakibai responded in tears that he was over 100 years old. Yujin told Dakibai to stop joking. Myung-woo was lying on the bed unconscious and had a bruise on his face from falling. Dakibai noted that he was not lying, because he is a great hunter. Dakibai. Yujin noted that this was just an image, wondering how Dakibai could actually exist. The protagonist placed his hands on his belt and towered over the silhouette of Dakibai, who was pointing his finger. Dakibai added that the underworld and the awakened could exist, noting that his younger brother could breathe fire. Yujin humbly replied that it was all because of the system. The main character looked thoughtfully at Dakibai, realizing that he was not lying after all. Yujin looked at Dakibai, who had descriptions of tables with his characteristics and skills appearing in front of him. Yujin wondered if the existence of Dakibai and ghosts made any more sense than the sudden appearance of dungeons and awakened ones. Yujin thought that Dakibai must have been an awakened one, even though the name was strange for a person. Dakibai took off his black mask with a sad expression. The main character asked Dakibai whether he was human or not. Yujin looked at the hunter with anticipation and surprise. Dakibai noted that since they had a bet, he would tell about everything, mentioning his boss Kim. Dakibai transformed into his normal form and glowed with his bright aura as he spread his white cape. He replied that he was over 100 years old in total and at the same time 3 years old. The main character widened his eyes and looked at Dakibai in amazement, realizing that he was 3 years old. The blue magic core of the system shone brightly. Yujin remembered that exactly 3 years had passed since the first appearance of the dungeons and system. Dakibai flew closer to Yujin, who was pointing his finger at him. The protagonist asked that Dakibai was born on that very day along with the system, to which the hunter noticed the correctness of Yujin's thinking. Thick clouds floated past an old small hut located near a stream. Initially, Dakibai are creatures born from the infusion of a soul into an old object. Dakibai's clothed body sat in the water, bowing before her. Dakibai, in the body of a guy with long hair, looked up and raised his hand in front of him. Dakibai recalled that the power of the dungeons imbued and awakened him. Dakibai raised his head up and saw a glowing white door in the sky. This power of the underground interrupted his 100-year sleep. The main character looked at Dakibai in surprise. Yujin thought that it all sounded meaningless, but it still explained Dakibai's ability to teleport. Glimpses of the system floated in the air. The protagonist noted that the power of the system in some sense connected different dimensions. Dakibai floated in the air with a mischievous grin, crossing his arms and legs. Yujin felt that it was strange to realize that this was the real Dakibai in front of him. Yujin looked to the side thoughtfully, lightly touching his chin as Dakibai became slightly angry. Yujin knew that Dakibai's name was Yun, and noted that if one of these words meant his last name, then the name must mean wheel from the Chinese word yun, adding that in that case, Dakibai's home was originally something like an old watermill. Dakibai was indignant that Yujin was able to guess it himself. Dakibai was amazed at Yujin's incredible thinking, trying to find out about his boss from him. Yujin turned around and began to leave the room when Dakibai followed him in the air. Yujin noted that Dakibai was wrong. The main character grabbed a black folder from the table, noting that this was the boss of Dakibai. The main character looked sarcastically back towards the hunter. He noted that he had a special task for Dakibai's subordinate. Dakibai immediately became sad. Yujin didn't understand why Dakibai had that expression on his face. Yujin watched humbly as Dakibai became hysterical and rolled on the floor, waving his arms and legs. Dakibai didn't want to admit being forced to do something, especially if it was something boring. The main character noted that subordinates should not behave this way. Yujin took out a piece of paper and looked at it, reading out the tasks. He noticed that Dakibai needed to explore the dungeons of other states, and he wrote down for him everything he needed to know. Dakibai continued to lie on the floor and looked displeasedly towards his new boss. The protagonist noted that foreigners are usually not allowed into dungeons, and the skills of stealth and teleportation that were supposed to work in this area would be appropriate here. Dakibai looked at Yujin tiredly, resting his head on his hand. Dakibai said that it was possible, but did not understand why Yujin needed it. Inspired and delighted, Yujin grabbed his hands and squeezed, breaking into a smile. Yujin proudly noted that this was all to make Dakibai an even greater hero. Dakibai didn't understand what was happening. Dakibai gleefully imagined Yujin's plan when he became famous and he became a star all over the world, and clothes and accessories with his image appeared. Yujin added that if he collected the necessary information, they would be able to uncover the principle of dungeon formation and reduce the damage caused by dungeon gusts. And this all meant that they would receive research aimed at saving the world, and Dakibai would become a worldwide hero since he got this necessary information. Noting that his fans and the biography of the great Dakibai would begin to appear, Dakibai snatched the task list from Yujin's hands and enthusiastically went to complete it, to which Yujin smiled mockingly. Dakibai realized that such an offer could not be missed and began to carry out the assignment as quickly as possible. Dakibai looked at the list of tasks and locations in surprise. He understood that he needed to go to other countries, noticing that it was too far away. Yujin looked back at Dakibai with confusion. He asked that Dakibai had to use his teleportation skill for this task. Dakibai noted that over such long distances this was impossible. The main character carefully looked at Dakibai's skills. Yujin realized that the hunter could not yet overcome such greater distances, noting to himself that a certain skill was not even on his list. Yujin came up with a new plan and, looking at Dakibai, tried to call out to him. The protagonist looked forcefully at Dakibai and told him that he loved him. Yujin realized that he would have to train and raise Dakibai until a certain skill manifested itself. Dakibai looked at Yujin dumbfounded with his confession of warm feelings. Yujin extended his arms for a tight hug, to which Dakibai immediately caught on with confusion in his eyes. He was disgusted by such words. The main character explained that Dakibai should have known that the Dakibai race was originally famous for its love, and there were even a lot of jokes about turning into beautiful women who seduced men. Yujin moved his palm to the side and enthusiastically told this theory, which he himself read on the internet. Dakibai was puzzled and looked in numbness at Yujin, who continued to say that a true Dakibai should be familiar with love. The main character looked at Dakibai with shining eyes and extended his hand to him. He noted that from now on they will have to greet each other this way. Yujin once again confessed his love to Dakibai and told him to try to confess his feelings too. Dakibai frantically opened his mouth and tried to pronounce the same words of love. Dakibai was unable to say these words and immediately disappeared, saying that he was leaving behind a thick green cloud. Yujin ironically noted that he was sorry. The bright sun was already hiding behind the clouds floating in the sky. Yujin noticed that he was counting on his dear subordinate. After this, events moved to the city. Joyful Simyeong and Haein ran towards the main character, trying to call out to him. Yujin held peace in his hands and looked in bewilderment at the joyful Haein and Simyeong, who were running towards him. They shouted that Yujin was right in his theory. Encouraged, Haein and Simyeong rejoiced and threw Yujin's body up, which made him unhappy. Simyeong noted that they had indeed encountered a slimy dungeon. The enraged Peace bared his teeth and was ready to rush to the defense of his master. Simyeong explained that he had no doubts when he placed the bet, but did not expect that they would hit the whole jackpot. The main character alarmedly shouted to the guys to put him on his feet, and noticed to his animal that he was calmer. Yuhyun Company, along with other guys from the Abyss, represented themselves for Yujin. Simyeong noted that thanks to Yujin, the Abyss Guild received treasure. The guys from the guild talked among themselves, realizing that this was an extremely expensive raw material, and from now on they would not even have to worry about money. Simyeong and Haein looked at Mr. Yujin with awe and warmth, raising their hands in front of their chests. Simyeong broke into a wide smile and ironically wondered where such a wonderful person as Yujin came from. The main character felt that this sounded extremely burdensome. Haein raised her hand to her chest and looked at Yujin with enthusiasm. She replied that she accepted Yujin's decision and would work as hard as she could. Yujin was extremely happy to hear this and thanked Haein for his indulgence. Simyeong looked at Yujin carefully and was about to join his colleague's words. He said that they should install a tracking sensor for security reasons on Yujin. The main character was extremely dissatisfied with this statement. The protagonist looked angrily at the leaders and put his pet in front of him. He told the leaders to stop talking nonsense and shouted to his pet to rush to his defense. Simyeong extended his hand towards Yujin and noted that they couldn't just abandon such a valuable talent. Yujin looked ahead resentfully and pointed his hand towards Haein, who was standing behind him. Yujin noted that he could not make accurate predictions and decided that Miss Haein would be involved in this research, to which she looked at the protagonist in surprise. Yujin told Simyeong to send all their support from the guild to Haein. Simyeong and Haein watched in amazement as Yujin ran away from them. Yujin shouted after him that he only knew how to train magical beasts. Yujin looked at the leaders from afar and glared at them while clenching his fist. Yujin noted that he would not buy their flattery, as he intended to live a quiet and peaceful life. The leaders looked at the protagonist in amazement as they stood next to each other. Yujin realized that his prediction was correct only this time, and from now on everything will be different, so he decided that he would not accept the role of a trickster who would pretend to know something. Haein looked at Yujin in awe, placing her hand on her chest as Simyeong lowered his head and placed his hand on his head. Haein understood that Yujin could be a true scientist who cared more about supporting future research than his own well-being. Simyeong added that Yujin could pretend that it was all wrong, but he knew for sure that Yujin truly cared about the guild more than anything else. Yujin realized that the misunderstanding was only getting worse. The bright and interesting labyrinth at the show was illuminated by powerful spotlights. The announcer spoke about the task. It is necessary to find a way out of this labyrinth for the animals. Toys and hoops littered the floor of the labyrinth and were reflected from its mirrored walls. The announcer said that the maze had mirrors and toys to distract attention, noting that even cats and dogs took at least 3 minutes to get out. Peace's paws appeared from the maze. The fiery lion flew out of the maze with delight, sticking his paws out in front of him and tearing the ceremonial blue ribbon in honor of the victory. The announcer wondered how long it would have taken Peace, and at that very moment he triumphed. Peace flew out of the maze before he even finished his performance. The host and assistant watched with glee as Peace jumped into his master's arms and they were entwined in a tight hug. The announcer announced that this was a new record, as expected from a high-level monster with his impressive intelligence. The main character praised his pet. The protagonist was about to let his pet go when he was on a show called "These Are the Hunters of the World," and cameras were pointed at him and the audience was watching. The announcer asked the audience to loudly applaud Peace and his master Eugen. The main character broke into a satisfied smile and closed his eyes, holding his pet in his hands. He thought about what kind of TV show this was. He recalled the moment when Simyeong showed him a golden card with the name of a TV show and invited him to go see it. Eugen was then sitting at the table and frowned with displeasure as Simyeong handed him an invitation to the show. Eugen did not understand why he had to go there, to which Simyeong confidently replied that it would be better to make Eugen recognizable. Simyeong looked to the side thoughtfully and touched his protruding chin. He noted that no matter how carefully they hid information about Eugen, it would still spread all over the world, and it would be better to just make sure that everyone knew him anyway. The main character realized that it was easier to hide something in plain sight. Eugen hugged his Peace to himself and, with a tear in his eye, realized that although he agreed, it was not the same. The main character scratched his joyful pet Peace on the cheek and this made him all glow. Eugen felt that he didn't like all this because he didn't have any good memories of appearing on television, but could only gather negativity around himself. The announcer and the audience were touched by the incredible pet Eugen. The announcer noted that he had never seen such an adorable monster before, adding that seeing this cute monster up close was the best part of his television career. Eugen looked down at Peace sarcastically and closed his eyes. Eugen released his pet to the floor and Peace began to dance, to which all the spectators looked on with admiration. Eugen immediately thought that the TV show was the best thing ever. Eugen reclined on a comfortable chair with his pet as the TV show writers exchanged papers, noting that they should have taken a short break. Eugen broke into a bright smile and beamed, realizing that he had shown his pet in all its glory. Two girls approached Eugen with glee and started talking about the fact that he had started a page on social networks for his pet. Eugen thought that the world should seem cute not only to him, because the real crime against humanity is to hide your cute pet. Eugen imagined himself as a star along with his pet, basking in the glory and having many followers on his pet's social networks. He thought about actually making an account for Peace, releasing a personal clothing brand and an album of music, realizing that Peace would become a star by the time he grew up. Eugen ironically noted to himself that he could then gain some fame as a manager and tamer of magical beasts. The protagonist threw his hands behind his head and leaned back on the chair, breaking into a satisfied smile. He sarcastically noted that if the guys want an autograph, then let them stand in line. One of the girls noted that she was the first in line. It was Hyuna and she closed her eyes sarcastically, lowering her head in front of Eugen. The main character looked up in surprise, his eyes widening when he saw Hyuna in front of him. Hyuna joked that Peace would have to use her paw print as a signature. A bunch of spotlights from the ceiling shone onto the stage. Hyuna greeted Eugen, calling him the brother of the Abyss Guild leader. Eugen looked back towards Hyuna with displeasure and his pet was also extremely frightened by this appearance of Hyuna. Eugen knew that it was the head of the Crusher Guild and asked her what she was doing here. Hyuna replied that at least 3 A-class hunters and above had to be present when filming the monster, so she took this opportunity to see Eugen. The main character looked at Hyuna in surprise. The dark-haired head of the Smasher Guild extended her hand to him, emitting a bright aura from herself. Hyuna wanted Eugen to take her hand and stand up. Eugen closed his eyes and lowered his head, resting one hand on his knee as Hyuna continued to reach out to him. He felt her strong aura. Hyuna was a little confused as to why Eugen didn't want to take her hand. Hyuna grabbed the back of her head with her hand and looked at the main character in bewilderment. Hyuna jokingly asked Eugen that she should have delicately picked him up like a bride. The protagonist nervously replied to Hyuna that he didn't need anything like that. Eugen awkwardly shifted his gaze to Hyuna. The main character told Hyuna that everyone was looking at them and asked her to make sure there were no misunderstandings. Hyuna took the protagonist by the shoulder and approached him, smiling widely. The protagonist looked at Hyuna in panic, his mouth wide open. The head of the guild told the main character that it makes no difference to her because he will raise her baby. Eugen told her that these were the misunderstandings he was talking about. Hyuna stood behind the main character, holding his shoulders. The protagonist turned his head away, exhaling heavily. Hyuna told Eugen that she liked him, inviting him to join her guild. The main character harmfully told the head of the guild that they should offer him the best conditions in the world in order to offer this. Hyuna told the protagonist that she liked his fearless responses the most. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, looked straight ahead. Yujin told the guild leader that he had nothing to fear since his brother was also S-class, adding that they were all human. Hyuna smiled contentedly, looking at the main character. Hyuna squeezed the protagonist's shoulder, and a bright light began to emanate from her hand. Peace widened his eyes when he saw what Hyuna was doing. The guild leader told Yujin that it sounded great, but there was something that bothered her. Yerim ran into the studio with a joyful smile, holding drinks in her hands. Yerim shouted to the main character that she had brought him some drink. Yerim widened her eyes at what she saw. A black barrier began to form around the main character, and Hyuna, the main character, looked fearfully towards Yerim. Yerim frowned and extended her hand, rushing to help the protagonist. The head of the guild winked at Yerim and raised her finger to her mouth, smiling maliciously. Hyuna told Yerim that she would borrow the main character for 5 minutes. Hyuna kept her hand on the main character's shoulder, covering herself and him with a barrier. Peace bared his teeth and raised his fur, looking towards the head of the guild. The protagonist noticed that Hyuna created a barrier with the air flow. The main character held Peace in his hands and looked displeased at Hyuna, who was smiling sweetly at that moment. Yujin didn't understand what was happening. Hyuna told the protagonist that she used a simple soundproofing skill, adding that one of her people will definitely explain themselves to Yerim. The main character lowered his eyebrows, slightly gloomy from such actions. He thought that this was not such a simple skill. The head of the guild crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the protagonist, and smiled maliciously. The main character noticed that Hyuna's skills were at a serious level, and that even Yerim's class did not have time to react. Hyuna told Yujin that they could talk in private. Yujin smiled in confusion, scratching the back of his head. Peace looked at the head of the guild in disbelief. The protagonist asked Hyuna what secret she wanted to discuss. Hyuna told the main character that this is not a secret, and it is not customary to gossip openly, noting that we will be talking about his younger brother. Yujin was stunned by what he heard, his mouth parted. Hyuna gazed at the protagonist, smiling slightly. Hyuna told the main character that he doesn't know his brother very well, and that worries her. The head of the guild narrowed her gaze, lowering her eyebrows. The main character became wary, looking irritably at Hyuna. Hyuna told the protagonist that she hasn't said anything yet, but he's already reacting like that. The head of the guild smiled sweetly, closing her eyes. Peace, baring his teeth and sticking out his claws, attacked Hyuna. Hyuna told Peace to calm down because she had good intentions. The head of the guild walked towards the main character, tapping his heels on the floor. Hyuna told Yujin that she did not intend to sow seeds of discord between them. Hyuna placed her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The main character turned his gaze to his hand, looking at it with apprehension. Hyuna leaned over slightly, grinning mischievously. She told the main character that he should take a closer look at his younger brother. Hyuna recalled the moment of signing the contract, where she laughed with Seokwon as the main character imagined his little brother as a kind angel. Hyuna told Yujin that she laughed her head off during the contract because she was overwhelmed. Hyuna lowered her sad gaze to the floor. The head of the guild told the protagonist that since this was the situation, she could no longer ignore it. Hyuna imagined an image of Yuhyun standing with his back to her. Hyuna seriously asked the main character if he really trusts Yuhyun and considers him a kind younger brother who was able to lead the guild only thanks to his skills. The protagonist recalled a photograph of him and his younger brother. Hyuna noticed that an obedient younger brother, born in poverty and deprived of his parents, is not even written about in children's fairy tales, since it is too unrealistic. The protagonist looked at Hyuna with displeasure, his mouth wide open. Peace watched the head of the guild unkindly. The protagonist wanted to object to Hyuna, but she interrupted him. Hyuna told Yujin that he thought he was just like an angel descended from heaven. Hyuna smiled wickedly, putting her hand to her face. The head of the guild slightly widened her eyes, looking at the main character with irritation. Hyuna told the protagonist that little did he know that angels don't go over other people's heads to raise their own guild. Hyuna remembered the image of a not yet matured Yuhyun, splattered with blood. The guild leader told the protagonist if she should tell him how his brother lived as a hunter. Hyuna recalled the past when she was at the gala. Hyuna said that after awakening, she had to retire from the sport, and eventually rose to the rank of guild leader. The guild leader was wearing a beautiful dress, awkwardly interacting with other people. Hyuna said that there was no way she could have started running a guild if up to that point she had only been involved in sports, noting that she and Seokwon had to snuggle up with large companies and play the role of henpecked. Hyuna said that out of all the 5 guilds in the country, the only real guild heads were Seokwam from Jupiter. Hyuna looked in surprise towards the source of the noise. Yuhyun stood with clenched fists in front of the man lying on the floor. Hyuna added that there was also Yuhyun from the abyss. Yuhyun looked at the man with an indifferent gaze. The people at the reception watched what was happening in shock. Yuhyun turned around and walked to the side, away from people. The man yelled at Yuhyun in displeasure, saying that he should have been grateful for his offer of support. Hyuna noticed that Yuhyun was a high school student who ignored the big shot's offers and decided to create his own guild. Hyuna said that she considered Yuhyun to be simply out of place and a disobedient child who would soon fall on his face, noting that he was restrained in every possible way, and at some point there were even rumors of an assassination attempt on him through poisoning. Hyuna said she was naive at the time and rushed to the scene to try to stop it. The door was wide open. Hyuna shouted to the people there that they had lost their sense of proportion after the world began to go crazy. Hyuna burst into the building, looking furious. Hyuna said that no matter how much of an eyesore he may be, Yuhyun is just a child. Hyuna looked at what was happening in shock. Hyuna told Yujin that at the time she felt it was too cruel to threaten the life of a child who hadn't even received an ID yet. Hyuna saw that the entire building was on fire, and the bodies of people were burned. People lay burned on the ground. Hyuna thought that a monster had appeared there. Hyuna turned around in shock at the source of the sound. The man screamed, asking for help. Hyuna saw Yuhyun looming over the man. Yuhyun loomed over the man, stabbing his weapon into the floor. The man told Yuhyun that he would never do that again and swore that he would never touch him again. Hyuna watched Yuhyun's actions in horror. Hyuna said that it was an unequal massacre. Hyuna approached Yuhyun carefully and slowly. She asked him if he was okay. Yuhyun turned sharply towards Hyuna with an angry look. Yuhyun swung his weapon at Hyuna with all his might, emitting a bright yellow light. Hyuna blocked Yuhyun's bloody weapon. Hyuna furrowed her eyebrows and smiled maliciously as she looked at Yuhyun. She told Yuhyun that she was a fool for worrying about him being just a child. Yuhyun widened his eyes and looked at Hyuna with a mad look. Hyuna told Yuhyun that he actually just turned out to be a baby monster. Hyuna told the protagonist that the incident was hidden by a gas leak and subsequent explosion, and all the people involved in that incident were gradually, one by one, destroyed. The main character listened to Hyuna's story with dumbfounded eyes and a slightly open mouth. Hyuna told Yujin that the same forces that controlled them from the shadows ended up kneeling before Yuhyun and allowing the abyss to consume them. The protagonist lowered his head in confusion, his mouth parted. Hyuna looked at the main character with her arms crossed over her chest. The guild leader told Yujin that it's hard to believe, but that's what S-classes are like. Hyuna looked at the protagonist with a serious face. She told the main character that she heard that the two of them had been separated for a long time, and asked if he had noticed that Yuhyun was no longer the same as he was before awakening. The protagonist turned his head away, looking to the side in frustration. Hyuna put her hand on Yujin's shoulder. The guild leader told the protagonist to think it over carefully. Hyuna leaned towards the protagonist's ear, looking at him seriously. Hyuna told the protagonist that the person she saw all this time was not at all like the person he knew, adding that Yuhyun is a monster and can pretend to be an innocent younger brother. Hyuna presented a photo of Yujin and Yuhyun, where half of the photo was burned and Yuhyun's dark side was visible. The guild leader told Yujin that who knows when he will show his true colors to him too. Hyuna turned her head to the side, looking at her pants pocket. Hyuna told the protagonist that it was too dangerous to be around Yuhyun. Hyuna took her phone out of her pocket when she saw that Yuhyun was calling her. Hyuna noticed that what had happened had already reached the ears of the head of the abyss. Yujin sat with his head down, under Hyuna's gaze. The guild leader asked the protagonist what he would do, noting that if he preferred to stay away from him, she was ready to help. Yujin drooped slightly, his mouth slightly open. The main character said that his younger brother apparently also broke down in such chaos. The protagonist snatched the phone from Hyuna's hands, which surprised her. Yujin answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Yuhyun was surprised that his older brother answered the call. The main character stood with a serious face, his mouth slightly open. Yuhyun asked his older brother if he was okay and if she said something strange to him. Yujin thought that his monstrous little brother was climbing, getting his hands dirty, and walking over the corpses. The main character rolled his eyes in displeasure, opening his mouth wide. The protagonist told his younger brother that Hyuna talked nonsense to him behind his back. The main character thought that he didn't care, even though he really became strange. Hyuna closed her eyes, turned her head away, and sighed heavily. Yujin thought that he knew perfectly well how this world worked after spending 5 years of his life in the depths of the dungeon, adding that he could not say that there was not a drop of blood on his hands. Yujin remembered a moment from the future when his little brother died in his arms. The main character looked at Hyuna with a sly smile. Yujin didn't understand what kind of older brother would disown his younger brother after going through something like this. The protagonist told Yuhyun that he underestimated him. Hyuna pursed her lips and looked at the main character seriously. Yujin told his younger brother that after hearing everything, he might as well gossip behind Hyuna's back, even though he is technically standing in front of her. Hyuna furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, looking at the protagonist in shock. The main character recalled telling Yuhyun that last year, or more specifically, in April of that year, Yujin thought that the dark affairs of Hyuna that in 4 years the whole nation would know about. Hyuna abruptly snatched the phone from Yujin's hands. The main character began to tell his younger brother that on the 2nd of April, at about 5 o'clock in the evening, at the convenience store CS Ikan Gyeonggi province, how unexpectedly he was interrupted. Hyuna clenched her phone in rage, breaking it in half. The head of the guild blushed all over and looked furiously at the protagonist, squeezing her phone in her hand more and more. Hyuna asked the main character how he knows about this, since almost no one knows. Hyuna grabbed Yujin by the clothes and began to shake him. The main character closed his eyes, pouting his lips. Hyuna furiously asked Yujin where he heard about this. The protagonist told the guild leader that he just happened to overhear. He bared his teeth, raising his fur, and glared at Hyuna. The guild leader told Yujin that she couldn't even kill him to shut him up. The main character sarcastically told Hyuna to try to kill him if she doesn't need mounts. Yujin knitted his eyebrows, smiling maliciously. He told the guild leader that she shouldn't gossip about his younger brother, adding that why don't they mutually shut up now, even though it would put him at a much greater loss. Hyuna looked at the main character with a malicious smile and frowned. The head of the guild let go of the protagonist and grabbed her head with her hand, drooping from this outcome. Hyuna stated that she was deceived by both brothers. The protagonist thought that the public would eventually find out anyway. Hyuna snapped her fingers. She told the main character that she thought that he, unlike Yuhyun, would be innocent, so she tried to hit him. Hyuna looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. The barrier began to gradually disappear. Hyuna told Yujin that since they have him like this, she shouldn't worry about other guilds intercepting him. Yujin looked at Hyuna with a confused smile. Peace narrowed his eyes, watching the guild leader. The protagonist thought that now everyone would pester him like that. Yerim looked at the guys angrily, clenching her fist. Hyuna placed her hand on the protagonist's back, smiling widely. Yerim ran to the guys, frowning. Yerim told Hyuna that she promised not to touch him. Yujin told Yerim that he was completely fine. The guild leader told Yerim that they were just discussing adult matters. Hyuna approached the protagonist's face, looking at him bloodthirstily. Hyuna warned the protagonist that she would kill him if he told anyone. Yerim flew her head into Hyuna. A girl with a ponytail approached the main character, handing him a bottle of water. Yerim asked Hyuna what she was planning to do with the main character. The girl with the ponytail told the protagonist that they would continue filming in 5 minutes. The main character watched Yerim and Hyuna in surprise as he opened a bottle of water. The protagonist did not understand when they managed to become so close, thinking that it was all due to the fact that they were the only S-class women in Korea. Hyuna smiled widely as she wrapped her arms around Yerim. The main character thought that Yerim was going to the Smashers after her contract with the Abyss ended. The protagonist introduced Hyuna, who was holding a weapon and a sign that read Crusher. Yujin thought that the Crusher would soon disappear, noting that Hyuna would not last long in a cramped cage. And the same goes for Seokwon, and in 5 years both the Crusher and the ISS would disintegrate. The main character brought a bottle of water to Peace to give him something to drink. The protagonist thought that he should lure Hyuna. Yujin smiled happily as he watched the guys. The main character thought that Hyuna with attacking power would go well with Yerim, and did not understand what the system was trying to accomplish if he needed to raise S-classes. The main character smiled joyfully, bringing the bottle to his mouth. He thought that Yerim would be better taken care of by a female mentor than by some shady guy. Yerim knitted her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, clenching her hand into a fist. Water began to pour out of the main character's mouth. Yerim told Hyuna that the main character will not only grow up her baby, but also her. The studio was brightly lit by bright lanterns. The protagonist yelled at Yerim to move away from Hyuna immediately as she was a bad influence on her. The main character mentioned a TV show he went to see. The name of the TV show appeared. These are the Hunters of the World, capturing the moment. On the TV screen, the main character was holding Peace in his hands and smiling joyfully at him. The protagonist told Peace to listen to his daddy. A line with the inscription appeared on the television screen. Monster Dad Eugen, 25 years old. Yerim smiled widely, looking at the drooping protagonist. Myung-woo walked up to the guys, holding plates of chopped fruit. Yerim noticed that the protagonist was nicknamed Monster Dad. The main character did not understand where they had taken the animal tamer. Myung-woo told Eugen that he looks great on the show. The main character thought that this is how society remembered him. The red bag contained knives wrapped in rags. Myung-woo was surprised that the maintenance department would give him a desk. Eugen looked back at Myung-woo with a smile, holding a bag of knives. The protagonist told Myung-woo that he asked them because he couldn't really sharpen knives in the kitchen all night long. Myung-woo told the protagonist that he was right, adding that they also scared his friend Dakibai. Myung-woo smiled awkwardly, looking at the floor. The protagonist looked at Myung-woo with a satisfied face. Eugen told Myung-woo that it would also be nice for him to become friends with the maintenance guys, noting that they could become colleagues in the future. Myung-woo told the protagonist that it would be a good idea because, to be honest, he didn't want to clear dungeons anymore. Myung-woo remembered the moment during the training when monsters attacked him. Eugen agreed with Myung-woo, saying that such activities are not very suitable for him. The protagonist looked happily to the side. He thought that Myung-woo's destiny was to be an SS-class blacksmith, and that he would rather be lost in workshops than in dungeons. There was a sign on the door that said, "Maintenance Department." The door opened slightly. The guys went inside, covering their faces from the intense heat. The guys saw huge cauldrons filled with hot liquid metal. The main character noticed that this is the technical maintenance department. Hot liquid metal poured through the pipes. The guys looked around the room with delight. The protagonist told Myung-woo that everything there looks very serious, and that he heard that everything there is at least E-class. Myung-woo extended his hand towards the large glowing crystal. Myung-woo asked the main character that this was also some kind of magic stone. A man in a blue scarf ran up to the guys, his mouth wide open. He shouted to Myung-woo that this stone should not be touched. The guys looked at the man running up to them. The man told the guys that they couldn't go there. The main character told the man that HR should have contacted him, adding that his friend should have been allocated a workplace. The man relaxed his face and looked at the guys. The man bowed slightly, after which Myung-woo bowed back. The man told the guys that he had indeed been contacted and that he had heard that Myung-woo had sharpening skills. The main character was surprised, thinking that the difference in physique was striking, and whether Myung-woo could really become a blacksmith. The guys obediently followed the man, holding bags with knives in their hands. The man asked Myung-woo if he knew how to use a sharpening machine. Myung-woo told him that he used it a little when he was a kid. A special work tool caught Myung-woo's eye. Myung-woo noticed that this is a special grinder. Myung-woo happily looked at the grinder, admiring him. Myung-woo said that he saw it on the internet, and that just ask a command, and he will do everything himself. The man told Myung-woo not to touch it since it was their equipment and his workplace was here. The battered door opened easily. The guys entered a dimly lit room where all sorts of rubbish was scattered. An old machine was placed in the room. The man told Myung-woo that he could use it. Myung-woo placed the bag of knives on the table. The main character turned to the leaving man. The man told Myung-woo that he said he knew how to use it, so he would go. The main character asked the man to wait. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. Myung-woo looked at the main character in confusion and grabbed him by the shoulder. Eugen told the man that it was too much to drive someone into such a dump. Myung-woo asked Eugen to stop. The main character widened his eyes in surprise. The workers in that room looked at the guys with displeasure. Myung-woo hesitated slightly, hiding behind the main character. One of the workers said that this is the guy who has connections with the head of the guild. Another of the workers noticed that they don't even let F-class in there. Another worker was unhappy, saying that they had enough to do without him. The protagonist looked at Myung-woo in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Myung-woo told the main character that this is natural, because for them he is someone who was simply pushed there. Myung-woo closed his eyes and smiled happily. He told Eugen that he could now use the equipment and would work as hard as he could. Myung-woo took a chair and brought it to the machine. The protagonist thought that he was ashamed because it was he who brought him there. The main character walked up to Myung-woo, who was holding a dull knife in his hand. Eugen asked Myung-woo if he was sure that everything was fine, because he said that he had not used such a machine for a long time. Myung-woo told the protagonist that he still needs to try. Myung-woo pressed his foot on the pedal from the machine. The guys watched the spinning machine. Myung-woo brought the knife to the machine, sharpening it. Myung-woo brought the sharpened knife closer to himself, touching it with his finger. System information about the Myung-woo sharpening was revealed to the main character. It was said that Myung-woo sharpened 72 10,000th blades. Myung-woo said that it would do just fine. The main character was happy, thinking that such a sharpening counted. The main character watched the happy Myung-woo with a serious face. Yujin thought that this method of sharpening would be more reliable than using an automatic machine. Myung-woo pulled his hair into a ponytail. The protagonist watched Myung-woo with interest. The main character told him to be careful and not get hurt. Yujin looked at Myung-woo in surprise, his mouth parted. Myung-woo sharpened a knife on a machine. The knives began to sparkle after perfect sharpening. The main character watched Myung-woo closely. The protagonist was surprised, thinking that Myung-woo could be like this. Myung-woo was enthusiastically sharpening his knives, looking at them with a serious look. The main character remembered Myung-woo as slightly shabby and pinched. The protagonist recalled how Myung-woo ran away from the monsters in panic. Yujin thought that the Myung-woo he knew always looked scared or depressed. The main character recalled Myung-woo grabbing his back in a panic. The protagonist thought that he had never seen Myung-woo so calm before. Beads of sweat ran down Myung-woo's peaceful face. Yujin put his hand in his trouser pocket when he heard the ringtone. The main character took out his phone and turned to Myung-woo. The protagonist told Myung-woo that he would need to leave to train peace. Myung-woo raised his gaze and looked at the main character with a smile. Myung-woo was surprised that the protagonist was next to him all the time. Yujin told Myung-woo that while watching him work, time flew by. The main character closed his eyes and smiled widely, raising his palm. Myung-woo asked Yujin if he spent a lot of time on it and if he should spend it. The main character tells Myung-woo that you shouldn't do this, and they will see each other at home. The protagonist looked at Myung-woo with interest, smiling slightly. He thought he wanted to watch him some more. The main character presented a fish in a pond. He thought it was a bit like a fish that had nearly suffocated in a shallow pool finally returning to its home waters. The protagonist thought that even someone like him, who doesn't know a damn thing about such things, could understand at one glance that this was his natural talent. Yujin glanced at Myung-woo before leaving, smiling happily. He thought that Myung-woo would be fine. Myung-woo was lying in bed under the covers, his head buried in the pillow. Myung-woo sadly shed tears as he put a lot of band-aids on himself. Myung-woo told Yujin that this happened after one day, adding that he really was no good for anything. The protagonist thought that the next day he had to stay home due to severe muscle pain. The gray walls of the room were illuminated by yellow light. One of the workers asked if Myung-woo had arrived. The workers were undressing, having changed into their uniforms. The girl with the scythe asked another worker, reminding him that Myung-woo also borrowed their machine. The working man called Myung-woo a living example of favoritism. The girl smiled haughtily, looking at the worker. The worker told the girl that Myung-woo said he couldn't come because he was sick. The girl said sarcastically that he didn't come just for one day, thinking that he might be pretending. A man in a white scarf stood at the door. The girl said that Myung-woo most likely leaked because the job he was promoted to was not that easy. The man told the workers to take a look at it, adding that if anyone expected an easy job, they could do it. The workers did not understand what was going on. There were sharpened blades on the pallet. In the room near the machine there were boxes with a huge number of sharpened knives. The man told the workers that Myung-woo sharpened 1,000 knives in a day. Myung-woo lay on the pillow, closing his eyes, letting out a small tear. In about a week, there were a bunch of boxes with sharpened knives in the room. The workers watched in shock as Myung-woo worked. Myung-woo was passionate and serious about his work. There were many knives lying around Myung-woo. The main character thought that Myung-woo's progress in sharpening knives was already 5,610,000th. There was delicious-looking food on the table. Yujin and Yerim looked at the set table in bewilderment, their mouths agape. Myung-woo closed his eyes, smiling sweetly. The main character said that the whole table simply shines, thinking that sharpening the blades also raises the level of cooking. Yerim didn't understand what it was all about and called Myung-woo Appa, inviting him to live together forever. Yerim furrowed her eyebrows in satisfaction, raising the spoon to her mouth. The main character was surprised that Yerim called Myung-woo Appa after just one spoon of rice. Yerim stuffed food into her mouth with pleasure. She said that she needed to eat a lot, and that she wouldn't get such delicious food in the dungeon. The main character clarified to Yerim that she would soon go to the dungeon. Yerim closed her eyes and knitted her eyebrows in displeasure. She said it had become very boring lately. Yerim imagined herself on the standing monster, baring her teeth. She told the protagonist that she was only allowed into Class B, and lower dungeons due to her being underage, adding that she needed to level up faster to gain new skills and get rich. Hyujin looked at Yerim with a serious look. Yerim looked at the table displeasedly, chewing her food. She asked the protagonist if it would be better if she went to dungeons every day without a break, adding that if she used all the skills at the same time, she could even take on several dungeons per day. Hyujin told Yerim that this is impossible. The main character pointed her finger in the air, imagining a little man above a sign of health, mana, and an unconscious man. Hyujin told Yerim that it is easy to determine when health is low, but replacing mana consumption is difficult. The main character asked Yerim what would happen if she passed out in the middle of the dungeon due to lack of mana. Yerim looked at the main character relaxedly, chewing her food. Hyujin told Yerim that it would be difficult even with potions and asked how much mana she had. Yerim told the protagonist that she has 102 mana. The main character smiled dejectedly and closed his eyes. The protagonist thought that he had mana 2 and equipment plus 29. Yerim turned to Myung-woo, smiling widely. The main character sat depressed, head down. The protagonist did not understand who else should take care of whom, thinking that her characteristics were 51 times higher than his, and even if he added up all hers would be 5 times higher. Yerim asked Myung-woo if he would go to the dungeon again. Myung-woo told Yerim that he would not go there again. The protagonist turned his attention to Myung-woo's hands. Yerim told Myung-woo that he could get rich if he went there as a cook, or they could just open a restaurant. Myung-woo's hands were pretty beat up. Yerim told Myung-woo that with his talents, he doesn't have to be a hunter. Myung-woo looked at the protagonist, smiling slightly and raising his eyebrows. Hyujin asked Myung-woo if he's been working too hard lately, noting that he spends his days sharpening blades and then cooking. Myung-woo told the main character that he liked it all. The protagonist handed his black gloves to Myung-woo. The main character told Myung-woo to use them. Myung-woo took the gloves and looked at them in confusion. The main character closed his eyes and raised the spoon to his mouth. Myung-woo noted that his gloves are wildly expensive, saying that he told him they were a grade. Hyujin told Myung-woo that he hasn't been wearing them much lately anyway because of the heat, and he can borrow them until he finishes sharpening the blades. Myung-woo blushed with happiness and his eyes filled with tears. Myung-woo suddenly rushed towards the main character, hugging him. Myung-woo told Hyujin that he promises him that this favor will not be in vain, and will never take them off. The main character asked Myung-woo to move away from him and told him to at least take them off in the toilet. The main character thought that step by step, Myung-woo was carrying a box of dull knives. Myung-woo said that it is enough to sharpen about that much after lunch. The workers looked in surprise at Myung-woo, who was hanging over the box of knives. Myung-woo turned his head to the side, wiping the sweat from his face with his hand. Myung-woo thought it was very hot there, noting that a lot of fire was used there. Myung-woo turned his head behind his back, seeing a blue towel. The girl with her hair tied up handed the towel to Myung-woo. She told him that this towel was made of magical materials and therefore retained its temperature. Myung-woo held a towel in his hands and looked at the girl, blushing slightly. Myung-woo thanked her. The protagonist continued his thought that everything began to form. Myung-woo sat on a stool and stretched up. Myung-woo said that he was completely exhausted. Myung-woo took out his phone and looked at it confused. Myung-woo noticed that it's already very late. Myung-woo pushed the door open with his hand. He walked around the room, looking around. Myung-woo noticed that everyone had already gone home. Suddenly Myung-woo shifted his gaze, opening his mouth slightly. Myung-woo saw that big glowing crystal. Myung-woo walked closer to the crystal, examining it. He was surprised that it glowed on its own. Myung-woo jumped in fright. The man suddenly shouted at Myung-woo not to touch him randomly. Myung-woo turned around and saw a man in a white scarf. The man put his hands to his side and looked at Myung-woo with a serious expression on his face. He told Myung-woo that it was an S-class magic crystal and was worth about 1 billion. A large white crystal emitted a bright light. The woman told Myung-woo that it is very rare for crystals of this size to be completely preserved, adding that they left it aside because they were not even sure how to process it. The man leaned towards the crystal, lightly tapping it with his hand. He told Myung-woo that it was a pity that even a team of such a large guild with all its equipment did not have a single person in its ranks that could work with him. Myung-woo looked at the man in confusion, pursing his lips. The man told Myung-woo that the F-class could not even dream of such a thing. The room was no longer so light. The man told Myung-woo that he is sure that he is having a hard time due to the fact that he is being accused of cronyism. Myung-woo awkwardly lowered his head, scratching the back of his head. The man told Myung-woo that they are all meritocrats there, so they do not recognize those who get there without going through proper selection, adding that sometimes in life you meet other people, Myung-woo slightly widened his eyes and opened them slightly in surprise. The man added that there are other people who need a special chance to get out of the mud in which they have been crawling all their lives. Myung-woo looked at the man in shock. The man looked intently at the crystal with a serious look. He noticed that Myung-woo had sharpened tools for their workers the previous day, and said that he had looked at them and they looked like new. The guys stood in front of a brightly glowing crystal. The man told Myung-woo that he thinks that he has a predisposition for this, and therefore in the future, he must show him that he is not just some thief. The man told Myung-woo that if only he was interested in working with them. Myung-woo opened his mouth in surprise. The man told him that the lack of characteristics could be compensated for by equipment that increases strength. Myung-woo told him that he will try his best. Myung-woo blushed with happiness and smiled widely as he looked at the man. The main character thought that everything was going just fine, until one moment. A refined hand touched the door. Myung-woo turned behind him, looking at the people. The girl in the black suit looked slightly alarmed. She asked if he was Myung-woo. People in black suits walked inside, walking towards Myung-woo. A man in a white scarf walked towards those people, stopping them with his hand. The girl in the black suit told Myung-woo that he should come with them. The man asked those people what was the matter. The girl put her hand on Myung-woo's shoulder. She mentioned Hunter Yujin. Myung-woo looked at the girl in shock, his mouth parted. The girl told Myung-woo that the main character has disappeared and they are investigating. Myung-woo darkened at what he heard and widened his eyes in bewilderment. Myung-woo did not understand how this could happen. Myung-woo looked at the girl in shock, shouting that Yujin could not disappear. He said that today he plans to stay in the abyss all day. A girl in a suit shook the guy's hand. He said that he didn't see Yujin in contact with anyone suspicious. The girl asked what does this mean, that he himself couldn't disappear. At that moment Yerim burst into the room asking what happened to the guy. She looked at them excitedly. She was asked if she wasn't at the dungeon today, to which she replied that she was called when she was already halfway there, and she immediately returned. The girl answered into the headset that the check did not reveal anything. The man in the suit took Yerim away, saying that the head had also returned, to which she asked if there was any news, and Myung-woo looked on in amazement, saying that he would also go, if he can help in any way. The girl looked at the man who asked the guy to stay here. It's safer, he was sorry to say this, but the guy couldn't do anything. Myung-woo looked at them in shock. A few hours earlier, a sigh was heard in the dorm room decorated with house plants. Yujin lay carefree on the sofa with his hands behind his head and said how calm he was. He thought that Yerim and Yuhyun were doing well. He had recruited Miss Han, and it was only a matter of time before Myung-woo's skills awakened. The room was a mess. The floor lamp fell to the floor and broke, as did some pots of plants. The pillows were torn, and Peace was diligently tearing up the sofa. The guy thought that now he had absolutely nothing to worry about, except for the sofa that was destroying Peace. The little fiery lion began to bite the hero's head with a growl, and he asked if he was tired of sitting at home, right? The guy sat on the sofa, holding out his hands to the pet, who made an enthusiastic sound when he suggested that they go downstairs and practice. With the beast in his arms, Yujin turned to the guy standing at the door, saying that he was going out for a while. The guard turned around and asked where he was going, and the guy thought it was a little annoying. He remembered that after negotiations, the largest guilds decided to take turns sending him bodyguards. This ploy is probably necessary to keep an eye on him and keep each other at bay. The guy, together with the security guard who said on the phone that they were about to go down, stood at the elevator doors and, using his skill, checked that today it was a B rank from the ISS. Yujin held Peace, who was escaping from his hands, and answered with consent when the guy asked if he was going to the training room, saying that he needed the second basement floor. With a meow, the lion pressed the B2 button with his paw to a surprised cry. The guy looked at the pet glowing with pride, admiringly saying that his baby himself pressed the elevator button. Looking at the guy with a smile, he stroked the beast and asked, "Isn't their baby smart?" The guard didn't answer, looking at his phone. The brunette coughed, raising his head and holding the beast in his arms. He thought that yesterday's bodyguard was delighted with Peace. But not everyone should necessarily like him. The elevator door opened. An unknown blonde man in a red suit entered and, apologizing, wheeled a large black suitcase on a trolley into the elevator. Nodding with a smile, he apologized for the fact that their suitcases were quite large, to which Yujin said with a smile that it was no big deal. Standing behind those who entered, he used his skill to check them. The man was D rank, the guy standing further was E rank, and the blonde was C rank. The guy thought that, judging by their classes, they were not from the Abyss. The man, upon hearing the question that they were not from World's Edge, answered with a smile that they were from Bricks, a sub-guild of World's Edge. There were several large black suitcases in the elevator. The man explained that a lot of armor and other bulky things were pulled out of low-level dungeons as byproducts. He said they sometimes borrow World's Edge training rooms when they need to test them. The strangers looked at the guy with a smile, saying that all the suitcases had already been checked. They were not some suspicious people. With a laugh, the guy answered them that they were definitely working hard. The elevator made a sound indicating that they had arrived at floor B2. With a smile, the strangers said that they would go and wish them luck. The bodyguard and Eugen turned to them, and the guy said goodbye. Holding Peace in his arms and licking his paw, the guy thought it was suspicious. Pouting, he glanced sideways at the strangers and thought, why didn't they say that the animal was cute? Entering the hall where there were many exercise machines, the hero thought that why is he? Anything can happen. Not necessarily everyone he meets should praise his pet. With a smile, he let go of Peace and said that they had come. The beast immediately brought him a small rope, making animal noises, to which Eugen asked what he wanted to play first and asked him to wait a little while he prepared. Behind the guy pulling on the glove stood strangers in red suits, one of whom was holding a bottle and the other a rope. The guy didn't finish saying what he needed to do when he turned around and saw these people. The guy looked at the red powder in surprise. The blonde looked at him as he poured this powder from the bottle onto him. The system reported that a guard fruit had been detected. The next notification announced the activation of poison resistance and the neutralization of the item's effect. Peace looked at this in amazement with a rope in his mouth. He growled, trying to cover his nose with his paw. Eugen exclaimed in surprise, turning around at the fallen pet. His mouth was covered with a hand covered in some kind of cloth. The blonde covered his mouth, saying that this powder should knock him out instantly. Why is he conscious? Strangers reached out to him. The man replied that World's Edge had provided him with some item with an antidote effect. The hero recognized those guys from Bricks. He watched angrily as the man brought the rope to him. He kicked it hard and threw it aside, wondering what they were doing here and how they got here. The man with the rope fell on his back and the other one asked what the hell. Eugen hit the blonde man who was covering his mouth with his elbow. The bandit exclaimed that his stats weren't F rank. Eugen looked at the open door into the corridor and thought that he could only get to the door. The bodyguard turned in surprise at the guy who ran out and asked for help, saying that there were suspicious people there. The man punched him forcefully. Eugen coughed in shock at the blow. He fell to the floor, and the man, clenching his fist, turned to the others, asking why they couldn't do everything right. The fake bodyguard looked down at the guy and said that his brother must have given him high-level items, so his equipment should be removed. Three guys were holding a stubborn brunette, who was gritting his teeth and did not understand what was happening. He was ordered not to twitch. When his gloves were removed, the system notification reported that the leather reinforcement gloves had been removed. The strength was reduced by 25. The current value was 4. The light fabric belt was removed and the system reported that agility was reduced by 16. The current value was 5. The guy was amazed to think that MKC betrayed them and sent a spy instead of a bodyguard. Then he ordered himself to pull himself together because he needed to get out somehow. Eugen hung on the villain's arms. The second looked at his equipment in surprise. The blonde looked carefully and asked if there might be an antidote in the earrings. Eugen shouted for him to stop. The blonde ripped the earring right out of his ear, causing Eugen to wince in pain. He thought not. The system reported that the dark elf's earring had been removed. His mana had been reduced by 29. The guy was amazed to think how many skills he had previously used. If they took off the earring, his mana would run out. He remembered explaining to Yerem about mana, saying that it was easy to tell when your health was running low, but it was difficult to notice the mana consumption. He then asked to imagine what would happen if she lost consciousness in the middle of the dungeon due to lack of mana. He thought in shock that there wasn't even 1 point of mana. Eugen went limp in the arms of his captor, who was relieved that he had finally calmed down. The bandit said that he and the beast should be put in suitcases. They had already been checked upon entry, so they would not be searched upon exiting. The guy hanging with his eyes closed mentally cursed and thought that he should have understood everything right away when they didn't appreciate peace. Water was thrown into the face of the guy lying on the floor. He coughed and woke up, raising his head. In shock, he looked at the ropes that tied his wrists and heard the words that he had finally woken up. A long-haired brunette with scars on his face sat in front of him and grinned. While the hero was studying him with his ability, he said with a grin that he was snoring so loudly that he decided to help the guy wash himself. Eugen looked at him silently, water running down his face. He thought he didn't remember Wu Yi's name. Was he from the same guild as the kidnappers? If he is B rank, then he must be either the head or the deputy. The man rose from his haunches to his feet, saying that he was embarrassed to mock the fragile F rank, so he immediately offered to be honest. He grabbed the exclaiming brunette by the hair with his hand. Holding the guy by the hair, the stranger approached him and asked about that fiery horned lion he was training. Did he have the owner's mark? The man demanded to give it back. The kidnapper, holding a cigarette, smiled and told the guy not to hope that someone would come for him. The guy looked at him silently and listened to the words that it was easier to calmly give the sign. He thought that since he needed a sign, it means they didn't kill Peace. He remembered how the kidnappers said to put him and the beast in suitcases and thought that if these words were to be believed, then they had to drag him somewhere here too. Eugen looked at the kidnapper indignantly, asking what he really thought he could get away with. If you touch him, the 5 guilds in the association will stand up for him. To which the man, holding the phone in his hand with a smile, replied that it was a matter of time. He showed the guy a phone in which a certain Min Seong was sending a message saying that everything was calm every 20 minutes. The man asked if he could see it and said that his bodyguard was sending the message. He is still guarding the training hall. No one knows that he was kidnapped. A guy dressed as a security guard stood at the door of the training room, looking at the laughing people. Waving his hands, the kidnapper exclaimed that even if they found out later, how many centuries would it take for them to discover this place? They were in a seaport, where there were many identical metal containers on the ship. The man said that there are 1 million of the same containers in this port, and by the time they try in vain to find them, they will already sail to Japan. Eugen exclaimed in surprise, Japan. Was it all arranged by the Japanese? To which the kidnapper responded with a laugh that no, there was simply an auction there, for which they were promised generous sponsorship and half of the amount raised at the auction. The brunette looked at him carefully and thought that everything was clear to him. He thought that since they could not do anything with him on Korean territory, it was decided to sell him to another country. That's why the sub-guild and the bodyguard agreed to cooperate. He remembered the men who tried to put him in the bag and wondered if they would be able to save them in time. Once it became clear that he had been kidnapped, the guilds and association would dig deep to find him, even if they had to involve the Coast Guard. But things will become more complicated once the ship leaves territorial waters. He decidedly thought that he needed to stall for time until that moment at all costs. The kidnapper, holding a cigarette, asked him why not give up and give up the sign. Eugen, bowing his head, laughed, to which the man asked in surprise, "What's so funny?" Looking at him with a smile, the guy asked if he understood correctly that a man had once been shot in the head. Did he seriously think that he would now be scared out of fear and just give a sign? After he told all this, the man looked in surprise at the rather grinning guy who showed him his hands with a rope. He stated that the man had just admitted that he was an extremely valuable commodity. He could not harm him, so why be afraid? The guy made an obscene gesture at him, asking if he was smart and said that they were stupid for not thinking about it. What a shame his face and his brain suck. The man took a deep drag on his cigarette. He leaned over and put out his cigarette on the floor. Peace cockily said that even if he gave up the sign, how would he use it? Suddenly the man sharply kneed him in the stomach. The guy fell to the floor and coughed, to which the man said that he clearly did not realize his situation if he spoke like that. The guy, lying on the floor, looked at him and said that he still realized it. The man looked at him angrily. The guy kept saying that he has brains, unlike the fool in front of him, and he has better skills. B-rank fighters like him are an empty place. Even if they assemble a truck like the kidnapper, they are no comparison with him. The man swung his foot in a heavy boot at him. Swift strike. Eugen screamed in pain. The man stepped on his foot with force, pressing him to the floor. Looking furiously at him with an aura of strength, he said that, it's true, his body is very valuable, so it shouldn't be broken. It's a pity that he can't do more with it. The guy thought that the man would continue to go even further, cut him, damage his intestines. The man lifted him by the shirt with his hand, and the hero thought that he needed him to kill him half to death, and he had to spend time finding a hospital or something. The bandit dragged the guy by his clothes to the exit of the room, saying that he would better introduce him to his new friend. Eugen fell and hit his back against some bars. He was sitting in the corner by the cage. The kidnapper approached him and said that they also had a demonic beast that they were raising. The guy looked at the black tentacle that was reaching for his neck. The man leaned contentedly against the door frame and, folding his arms on his chest, heard the scream of the victim, saying that now he was scared. A black beast with glowing eyes and long tentacles peeked out of the cage, reaching towards the frightened guy. The man explained that this is a dungeon monster C-rank creek. It hangs poisoning curses on the victim using its tentacles. He continued that the beast causes extreme pain. Just 30 minutes is enough to make anyone howl and foam at the mouth. The beast looked at him predatorily with a yellow eye and bared its teeth. The man left the room, holding the door, and said with a smile that they would see how such a valuable product would begin to beg for mercy. The guy, wrapped in tentacles oozing a curse, looked fearfully at the man, who said that he was giving them half an hour to have fun. A frightened scream was heard in the darkness of the room. Yerim decisively opened the door. She looked at Yuhyun, who stood in front of her, wiping his hands. The girl resolutely approached him, and the guy said that she was the hunter Yerim, the head of the ISS guild, had just called him. With her hands she grabbed the head of the t-shirt. Violently clutching the fabric, she screamed for an explanation. The guild employee looked in fear as Yerim shouted that he said that World's Edge was safe. He said that Yujin would not be in danger here. And now what? Yuhyun calmly looked at her and said that there was no way this should have happened, to which she screamed, asking how it happened then. The guy introduced a wolf who was looking at other wolves standing below him. He explained that the chance of betrayal by the direct subordinates of an S-rank hunter is negligible, especially if they happen to clear the dungeon together. Just like wild animals follow the alpha for survival, hunters are irresistibly obeyed by S-rank on an instinctive level. The girl held him by the clothes and heard the words that therefore only bodyguards who were directly subordinate to the heads of the guild were allowed to guard her brother. At this she screamed, asking why then he was kidnapped. The guy remembered the short-haired bodyguard and said that it turned out that the wrong guard had come. He said there was a revolution inside the ISS. There was a huge pile of money behind Seokwam, with 3 men sitting next to it. The ISS is sponsored by powerful unawakened. Unlike the hunter-centered World's Edge, the internal power structure of the ISS is divided. One of the sponsors found out about Yujin and arbitrarily organized the kidnapping. Seokwam furiously shouts something into the phone, clutching his head. Next to him, people in suits are also shouting into their phones. The guy said that this also means that the head of the ISS has lost control of the guild after being cornered by the sponsors. He expected the day to come when the 2 powers would clash. He introduced his brother, who was holding a small flame lion in his arms, and said that he did not imagine that they would cooperate with one of their sub-guilds. He also didn't think they would use low-level hunters who weren't under his command. His brother is F rank, so he really should have been wary of such hunters as well. The girl, still holding the guy by the clothes, asked what the head of the ISS said and where Yujin is now, to which the guy replied that this still needs to be found out. Yuhyun touched the girl's wrist and said that that's why he called her by name. The girl looked at him after hearing the request if she could use her ability. Yerim frowned at him. She, along with Yuhyun and a female employee, stood at the door to the training room, saying that now it's clear why it stinks of blood in here. Is it in this room that she needs to read the memories from the bodyguard's corpse? To this the guy told her that she was right. She needed to find a place where they could keep her brother. Yerim covered her mouth with her hand when the guy opened the door and said that he had already warned that World's Edge would deal with the bodyguard. A guy's body lay against the wall, completely covered in blood. Yuhyun added that he thinks this is safer than trying to extract a confession. Without looking at the girl, he said that this should be kept secret from his brother, and she agreed, saying that she would not say a word to him. The man was holding a smartphone in his hands, on which the time was 7:42. The man with a cigarette in his mouth looked at the phone screen and said that it's strange why the bodyguard doesn't report anymore. Looking away from the screen, he thought they couldn't have opened them already. He put out the cigarette butt with his foot, next to which there were many more of these lying around. He thought that he didn't care, he would get a sign. He would remain in the black even if the rest of the mission failed. Opening the door to the room, he smiled and asked if they had a good time. Yujin was lying face down on the floor next to a cage that was filled with purple curse haze. The kidnapper asked what was going on. Stepping on the guy's hand, he said that this curse does not even allow him to cut off his eyes, and ordered him to get up. The guy stood up, to which the kidnapper laughed, asking that he didn't even have the strength to move, and asked what he was muttering there. There was a beast sitting above the doorway right above the man and reaching out with its tentacles towards him. The guy told him to wait, calling him by name and Kai. The man asked what he was saying and felt a black tentacle touch his face. He jumped back in shock from the monster that had jumped to the floor and was stretching its tentacles towards him. The beast wrapped around his wrist, and the man angrily asked what was happening. The beast has already wrapped its tentacles around his face, while the villain says that this cannot be. Yujin stroked the monster's head with his hand, to which he made a tender sound. The beast stood right behind him with one of its tentacles extended towards the man, to which he shouted that he had been told that Yujin could only tame cubs. The brunette looked at him with a grin, saying that he himself should know that he should not reveal all the details of his skill, and then gave Kai the command to attack. The kidnapper cursed, sitting opposite the guy sitting calmly by the cage, tried to pull his hand away from the grip of the tentacles and said that he was not informed about this. He clenched his teeth, saying that no one said he could do that. Yujin looked at him with a smile and asked that he didn't expect that an ordinary F rank could do something like this. In fact, he can do a lot of things. Half an hour ago, he sat with his hands tied on the floor of the cage, hiccuping in fear, looking at the monster. He winced, thinking, what kind of abomination is this and what kind of tentacles does he have? He looked at the beast with its flaming eyes and wide-toothed mouth and thought that resistance to poisons was good. But could he resist it in a direct attack? With a cry, he rose to his feet. A blue knife materialized above the guy's palm. He thought it was good that he could use the inventory. Pieces of cut rope fell. The monster looked at him carefully. The brunette held a knife in his hand, looking at the beast standing at a distance, and wondered if he could withstand 30 minutes against the S rank. The guy looked at the monster in surprise. He watched in surprise as the beast backed away, crawling away from him, and thought that he was retreating. What came over him? He was definitely scared. Aka F rank. The system reported the activation of the Dragon Slayer and Rachita's Predator properties. The next notice announced a doubling of all effects before Creek. The guy looked at them in surprise. He remembered the silhouette of a menacing three-headed dragon and thought that this was because of the title of Dragon Slayer. He remembered the red Dragon Slayer symbol, which he received as confirmation of killing a first-class dragon alone, and the yellow Rachita's Predator symbol, which doubled all skill effects when fighting Rachitas and dragons of the same species. The hero thought in amazement that since he received this title for killing the king of poison and cursed dragons, it affects dragons of the same species. The guy with a knife in his hand looked at the clearly frightened beast in front of him. The monster growled, looking at him with a yellow eye. The guy looked at the beast and said that it had no attacking skills, but since the effects doubled, then the effect of education should also double. He unclenched his fingers, throwing the knife from his hand. The beast watched as the knife fell out and fell to the floor with a clang. A blue bubble materialized above the guy's hand. He affectionately addressed the beast, saying that Inkai was a good boy. He showed the dragon the vial, asking if he wants something tasty. This is a finely ground S-rank magic stone. Yujin looked at the frightened kidnapper and said that he couldn't explain the details, but I must say that he was either lucky, or they just got along in character. He stroked the monster that approached his face and said that thanks to the kidnapper, he really was able to make a very good friend. The guy pointed his finger at the man, and ordered Inkai to attack. The beast, opening its mouth, flew at the man. He managed to escape screaming, saying that it was useless to attack him with these tentacles. He winced, looking at the black footprints exuding the smoke of a curse, and asked how he dared. He screamed in pain when the guy suddenly attacked him from behind, stabbing him in the arm with a knife. Yujin forcefully pressed the weapon into the enemy's body, to which he shouted, "What is he doing?" He managed to push the guy away, who fell backwards onto the floor along with the knife. Yujin stood up, saying with a grin that even a knife would do against a B rank weakened by poison. He grabbed his injured arm, clenching his teeth in pain, and cursed. The beast opened its mouth, emitting a curse, when the guy ordered to attack it again. The kidnapper extended his hand, in front of which a golden flash appeared, and shouted that he didn't care, it was a C-rank monster. A cold weapon appeared in the man's hand, and he shouted that he would defeat him with one hand. He stood with a round weapon in his hand in front of the attacking monster, and then he slashed at his neck with force, leaving a bright mark from the blow. The defeated monster fell to the floor next to the man, splashing black blood. The kidnapper turned to the guy and looked at him, laughing, saying did he really think he could do anything with him? He looked angrily at the prisoner with a grin. Yujin sat next to the beast's body, touching its body with his hand, and heard the man say that no matter what trick a low-class beetle attempted, it was nothing against B rank. He laughed, saying that the guy would pay for what he did to him. The man felt in surprise how the world around him swayed. He fell to his knees, screaming in pain, pierced by a curse. Coughing and trembling, he stared at his palm in shock. I looked at the dead animal and thought, what's going on? He wondered if he really killed him, because the curse of the beast was a class below him. Yujin stood confidently next to him, wrapped in tentacles oozing a curse. The system reported the activation of the last retribution skill. The skills and abilities of the Inkai monster are transferred with double strength. Yujin's eyes glowed yellow like a monster's. The system reported that the Rachita's Predator skill had been activated, and all the effects of the last retribution skill had been doubled. The man fell to the floor in front of the guy's feet, who said that since the skills had doubled twice, he would be in a lot of pain. The kidnapper gritted his teeth as he looked at the guy and heard him say that he was just doing to him exactly what he was doing to him, so it was self-defense, right? Yujin looked at him with sparkling yellow eyes and asked if he should have touched someone who just wanted a peaceful life. Grabbing the man by the forehead, he lifted his head up. Holding his head and wrapping his tentacles around him, Yujin said that now he will ask questions and asked where they are keeping his little piece. The man bit his lip and called him names. Gritting his teeth, he asked what he was and called him a monster, saying that he would find out and kill him. Yujin calmly looked at him and said that it looks like he won't tell until the very end, in which case there is no point in saving his life. The man looked at him in alarm, feeling black blood running down his face. The guy was squeezing his head, bleeding black, and the system reported that the viscous poison skill had been activated. Looking at him, Yujin apologized, saying that his skills, especially the last retribution, should not be revealed. He removed his palm, from which poison was still dripping, and asked why they needed to kidnap him. He hoped that in this life he would not have to kill anyone. Instead of a head, there was blackness on the body burned by poison. The body fell to the floor. Yujin, with tentacles coming from his back, left the room, saying that he would prefer to leave his body intact. But they have a girl who can read information from corpses. Yujin was holding a piece of the torn-off door handle in his hand. He looked at her carefully. Closing the door to the cabin, he thought that he could not control his strength because of the last retribution. All his stats increased several times. He raised his head, exhaling, and thought that this buff would last a week, and before it would end in an hour. When he returned, he would need to carefully hide it so as not to get caught. He extended his finger, activating the menu, and wondered what useful Enkai skill he had. A system window opened in front of him, with round images of skills: Wall Lizard, Thorn Trap, Viscous Poison, Scratch, Intuition of the Weak, and another one in which he held his finger. He read the description of the level D Wall Lizard skill, which stated that it was about merging with the environment to hide the presence of the wearer. The guy thought that the stealth skill was ideal for hiding. The weak intuition skill, level C, made it possible to sense creatures stronger than the wearer. With him, he doesn't have to worry about running into high-class hunters. Pain shot through my injured ankle. The guy stood, looking anxiously at his throbbing leg and thought about how painful it was. He raised his finger to the image of the lizard and said that thanks to his elevated statuses, it didn't hurt so much that he couldn't walk. From his step, a blue glow spread across the floor with a lizard in the center. He looked around his body, which was surrounded by blue flashes and became as if transparent. A transparent guy emitting a blue glow stood in the middle of the corridor and said that it was time to go look for peace. In one of the cabins there were 3 men in red suits who kidnapped him. They laughed and said something, and one of them asked what time it was. Blue transparent tentacles rushed towards them. The blonde man anxiously held the phone in his hands and asked if they could get out, to which the second one answered him that the ship would soon, but did not finish. The tentacles grabbed the stricken men by the heads, dragging them from their seats. The guy walked along the corridor, and bandits with their necks entangled in tentacles were sticking out of the cabins, screaming, trying to relieve the pressure, and saying that there was something around the neck. A man in sunglasses and an orange jacket sat in the cabin. He put his feet up on the table, holding a smartphone in his hands, and was very surprised. Yujin kicked down the door to his cabin and, hearing the question of who he was, calmly replied that he was the victim of their kidnapping. The guy entered the cabin with papers and bottles lying around, saying that it looked like the man who was left held the most important position, and the man jumped up in surprise, asking how he got out. With a grin, the man reached for the green box, hearing the guy say that it was none of his business, and the question, "Where is the fiery horned lion?" The guy fell silent in surprise at the open box flying at him, and didn't even finish the sentence about what would happen if the man resisted. He looked at the wall behind him, where there was a smoking dent. The man stood opposite him and said that the guy was lucky to get out. Being F rank, he should have thought about escaping. Why rush in here fearlessly? The man materialized a weapon, saying that the flame lion was securely locked. He even had the key. What would he do now? The man held his axe forward, saying he advised him to surrender. He began to ask if the guy was already sorry, but a blow to the face from a blue tentacle made his glasses fly off and silence him. He tried to get up in surprise, and Yujin pulled tentacles towards him, ordering him to give the key and tell him where the beast was. The kidnapper stood up and tried to ask what he had done, but the guy hit him in the face again. The man wondered if it was some kind of object. Was he really hiding his skills? Then asked him to stop. The beaten kidnapper wiped his broken face and asked how the guy got caught in the first place. Yujin scratched his neck boredly, replied that it was none of his business, and ordered him to give the key. A man entangled in tentacles lay on the broken floor, which was covered with cracks, and moaning in pain. The guy turned to him and said that he himself did not want to harm him like that. The man looked angrily as the guy picked up his axe from the floor. A symbol of poison appeared above the axe that Yujin was holding in his hand. With a wide smile, the guy said that this is not his only skill. He gave a choice to either obey him or. The axe in his hand became covered with a black slurry of poison. The man screamed heart-rendingly as a drop of poison fell next to him. He trembled, telling the guy that he would give the key, the cage in the center of the compartment, to which the brunette smiled widely and extended his hand, saying that great, let him give it here. The man sent him a yellow sheet with pictures of thorns, saying that there was a contract ahead of him. Yujin read the magic contract, hearing the man's words that he first guarantee his safety. He will give the key, and let the guy promise that he will not attack him. He took the sheet in his hand, bringing his pen to it, and said that he would add a clause that the man would not tell anyone about it, to which he happily agreed. The kidnapper watched as his hands were freed from the tentacles. Turning around, Yujin with the key in his hand said that he would go and get peace, and let him take care of it. The man frowned, looking at him angrily. The guy looked in surprise at the claws on the changed hand of the man who was about to attack. Swiftly he grabbed Yujin by the neck. The man squeezed her with his hands, laughed evilly, saying that the guy believed it, and now he can't attack him anymore. The scroll with the contract shimmered with gold. The bandit said that there was a strong curse on this contract. If he attacked him, he would be blinded for violating the clauses of the contract. Yujin held the contract with his fingers, lowered his head, and listened as the man told him that he needed to be careful. However, how could a newcomer who had hardly ever been to a dungeon before know? With one movement, the guy tore the contact sheet in half to a surprise sound. The fragments of contact flashed purple. The kidnapper looked at it in surprise, holding the guy by the neck and not understanding what was happening. A system notification announced the activation of the curse of blindness for destroying a contact. The next notice stated that the curse of blindness had been neutralized by curse resistance. Yujin grabbed the guy by the hand with which he was strangling him and, looking with the yellow eyes of the monster, said that he was sorry to disappoint him. But he was not a beginner, he was the most experienced here. In the middle of the purple darkness, a loud scream was heard. The guy stepped into a puddle of black and purple poison, saying that he knew it. Turning to the huge puddle, he said that in any case he was not going to save his life. The molten remains of the door floated in a huge puddle. The guy said that no one would have thought that he did it, right? More like some kind of internal conflict. He walked past the unconscious men in red suits lying in the cabin, thinking that let them stay. They did not see him use the skill. He was sure that World's Edge would take care of them when they came to rescue him. He stopped, remembering. His shadow appeared on the floor of the room next to the killed beast. He lay with his tongue hanging out, and the guy called him by name. Yujin sat down next to him, putting his hands on his torso, and thought that if he left him like this, he would simply be stolen for materials and sold. A purple glow appeared from the guy's palm. The guy's eyes glowed yellow with vertical pupils. A red crystal appeared in front of him, surrounded by a bright glow, and Yujin said thank you to Inkai. A closed cage appeared. A fiery lion was sleeping on a rag in a cage. Yujin told him that he had come. Opening the cage, he went inside and asked if he was still sleeping. The guy looked to the side, thinking that he would like to immediately get him out of here, but this would only lead to more suspicion. He picked up the small beast, which had its tongue hanging out, asking if he would wait here for the others with him. Sitting on the floor of the cage with a sleeping pet on his lap, Yujin laughed, saying that he sleeps with his tongue hanging out. Now everything is fine. He won't even have time to wake up, and they will already come for them. He slept peacefully in his arms. Yujin looked at him with a smile. He sat leaning towards the beast and said that he was very glad that everything was fine with him, even if he didn't dare die before him. People were running along the corridor. The girl standing next to the guy with glasses shouted that they had found him. A guy was sleeping in a cage on the floor next to Peace. The girl shouted that in the center of the first compartment, there was the hunter Yujin and a fiery horned lion. The guy was sleeping, hugging his pet, and the rescuers were shouting to break into the cage and call the head. A system sign appeared in front of Yujin, warning him of the approach of an awakened S-class. The guy who had just woken up assumed that it meant Yuhyun's presence. At that moment, he just entered the room where he saw Yujin hugging Peace. Yuhyun called his brother. He helped him up, and, hugging him, the brunette worriedly asked if everything was okay and demanded that he open his eyes. Yujin was surprised and asked him if he had come to save him. Frightened Yerim and Seong Han opened the bars of the cage and joined them. They asked their uncle if he was okay. Yuhyun asked about the presence of wounds and whether he was able to stand up or not. Embarrassed, Yujin thought that literally everyone had dragged himself to him. Holding onto his brother, the brunette stood up with Peace in his arms, causing beads of sweat to start dripping from him. He assumed that its value had jumped during this time. Yujin had so little strength that he could not stand on his feet and fell onto Yuhyun in front, who managed to catch him. Excitedly, the guy called his brother, to which he only muttered something incomprehensible. The pupils were worried about their uncle's condition, so they attacked him with questions, which made him feel uneasy. Seong-han loudly asked him where he was injured. Interrupting him, Yerim clarified who dared to do this to him. After which, looking at his uncle, Yuhyun said that he would call a healer. They embarrassed Yujin with their concern, so he raised his hand and smiled, thereby hinting to stop. The young man said that he was fine and could go. At this moment, Yuhyun, not paying attention to this, picked up his brother, embarrassing him. Yujin closed his eyes nervously, letting out tears, but decided not to resist his brother. Yuhyun clarified whether the healer was left waiting outside. Having heard a positive answer, he demanded to call him. Listening to all this, the teacher thought that his kind younger brother was worried about him, but still proud of his elder. Meanwhile, a black, darkened car quickly drove up. Sitting in the car, Yujin saw Yerim placing her palm on the glass. She said that she would rush over as soon as she finished inspecting the scene and other matters, finally asking him to get a good rest. Smiling, the guy said, "Okay," thanking her. Next to the teacher, who was thinking about something, Yuhyun was sitting in the car. The guy believes that when examining the scene, Yerim is going to use the whiteness of the body, which should not be entrusted to a child. Interrupting his thoughts, his brother informed him that they would first go to the hospital to check for other injuries. Yujin was so surprised by what he heard that he opened his mouth. He, holding a sleeping fiery lion in his hands, became agitated, which frightened his brother. The guy asked him why he needed to go to the hospital, because the healer had finished treatment. Yuhyun, looking at him, replied that it was still impossible to know for sure, adding that he would also undergo a medical examination. Sweat began to flow through the teacher's body, right down to his hands. He believes that it is impossible to go to the hospital, since everyone will find out about the increase in stats that occurred due to the last retribution. While they were driving, sunset came outside the window. The teacher asked if it was possible not to go to the hospital, surprising Yuhyun with his question. Beads of sweat were running down his face again, and he grabbed his chin. Yujin said that in the hospital he would have to face strangers again. He is also worried that he will be knocked out again during the examination. His brother put his hand on his shoulder, calming him. Yuhyun asked him for forgiveness and said that he was stupid, after which he asked the driver to go home. The alarmed assistant immediately replied that he would turn around now. The brother began to restlessly examine every part of Yujin's body, which confused him. He asked if he really didn't have any pain. Laughing with embarrassment, the guy replied that he was fine. Yuhyun came so close to him that the teacher's face turned blue. The guy, sniffing, said that there was definitely something unclean here, since he smelled of some kind of damp reptile. Hearing this, the guy thought that he was in terribly sensitive sneak. A system sign appeared in front of Yujin about activating the stealth skill. He told his brother that the smell was just damp because there was a port there, which meant he would need to go wash himself right away. Believing him, Yuhyun reported that he no longer seemed to smell. This long day has come to an end. Seokwon, holding his hand in his pocket, watches the city at night. MKC were removed from security for a while, so this is only natural. Upon entering the building, everyone is checked with a metal detector. After all, the screening of visitors has become much stricter. A particularly significant innovation is that guild heads now provide information about the bodyguard each time they are assigned. There were several guards standing in the dark corridor outside Yujin's room. He saw the dirty cell bars in front of him. He sits on his knees, not understanding what is happening. Holding a jar filled with magic crystals in his hands, the guy looked at someone. He poured them onto his hand, showing them changing from purple to blue. Yujin fell to the floor in front of a man wearing a purple jacket. Frowning, Wuyi spun around, noticing the tentacles. Lying on the floor, the guy stood up and saw that the man was fighting. Yujin continued to look sadly as blood splashed in all directions. Frightened by what he saw, the guy suddenly jumped out of bed. He thought, looking at the passage of the room. Yujin, not understanding what was happening, assumed that it was a dream. Peace was sleeping curled up on his bed. Drops of sweat began to flow down the brunette's face due to excitement. Holding his head, he said that he saw in Kai's memories before his death due to the skill. Yujin bowed his head and grabbed his knees. After a while, he opened the refrigerator, which contained bottles of water. The guy realized that he had managed to get out of the habit, although he had often gone through this before. The brunette decided to drink water without leaving the refrigerator. He wondered how much time had passed since time had been turned back. The young man looked upset at the floor, brought his hand bones closer to his face and wiped his lips. Yujin remembered that low-level hunters died often and a lot. He sits in front of the TV, holding his head on his bed. When people suddenly burst into his room and took him to the hospital, the guy only drank out of shock for more than a week. The brunette assumed that Yoo-hyun had clearly called them then. Yoo-jin turned to leave the kitchen. He believes that this will not happen now, since S-classes are not dying. On his way to the room, something attracted him. In front of him was a room with a made bed. Seeing this, Yoo-jin wondered where Myung-woo went since he was awake again. Boxes filled with unsharpened blades lie on the floor. A man works at a machine in a workshop. Despite the fact that his hands are already tired, he continues to sharpen the blade, supporting it on both sides. Myung-woo is so focused that he doesn't pay attention to the beads of sweat running down his face. He sharpens his knives so that they shine. The man took the next blade in his hand. Looking at it, he said that it was 9980. Myung-woo smiles, despite being very tired. The man hit the table with his fist so that the things lying on him flew in different directions. He leaned his hands on the table, continuing to look at it. Near his hands lies a sharpened blade, the end of which is wrapped in cloth. Looking at him, Myung-woo called himself wretched, because he doesn't understand what good he is if he wastes time on this. He was so upset that he wrinkled his forehead. After all, at that moment the man remembered that he was doing the same thing, even when his friend was in danger. Myung-woo believes that this is all he can do. He remembered that he could not do anything then. While everyone was trying to somehow solve the problem, the man stood behind them, attracting attention. He shouted that he could help too. At his words, Wary Yerim and Simyeong turned around. The man in the suit asked him to stay, because it would be safer, adding that Myung-woo won't be able to do anything. The guy was shocked by his words, so he opened his mouth. The man said that, just in case, he made inquiries about him, thanks to which he learned that he had no points of contact with the hunter Yoo-jin. Myung-woo was left alone in the room, not knowing what to do. The man in the suit said there was a mistake. Then he asked what he could trust with a complete stranger. After hearing all this, Myung-woo realized that he was truly nothing to them. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he not only couldn't do anything, he hunched over the table in the workshop, saying that he was nothing of himself. The phone began to vibrate from my brother's call. Yoo-hyun, still in his pajamas, picked up the phone. He asked him what was the matter. The guy moved the phone away from his ear when Yoo-jin shouted that Myung-woo was missing again. He answered his brother, who was standing nervously in the kitchen, that perhaps the missing man had gone out somewhere for a short while. But the guy said that nothing like that could happen. He believes that he definitely ran away from home. There was mushroom soup in the open slow cooker. Looking at it, Yoo-jin assumed that Myung-woo had cooked it and left, so he was serious. The guy was embarrassed after Yoo-hyun asked him about the soup. He told him that Myung-woo would definitely not be back for a while. A man with a backpack walks along a crowded street. Imagining this, the guy added that the missing person could be kidnapped by some scoundrels. Myung-woo lowered his head because he was upset because he realized that he was ashamed to see Yoo-jin. Remembering the moment when his loved one was kidnapped, he thought that there was no help. But they also treated him in such a way that it seemed to him that he was not really a friend. The man approached the subway, near which there were many people. He realized that he had left thoughtlessly, since he had nowhere to go anyway. Myung-woo raised his eyebrows in surprise before noticing that his shoelace had come undone. The man bent down to tie his shoelace. While trying to do this, all his things fell out of his open backpack. Myung-woo looked blank as he realized he was a complete loser. At that moment, guys approached him with bruises all over their faces. The girl told the boy to look. She was attracted by the badge Myung-woo had dropped, and she noted in surprise that it was a pass to the abyss. The guys began to scream loudly, which attracted the attention of those around them, while the man sat with an incomprehensible face. Taking the pass, the girl asked him if he was an abyss hunter. At the same time, the boy, spreading his arms to the sides, exclaimed that he dreamed of entering her. Myung-woo, embarrassed, began to shake his head around as people heard that he was an abyss hunter. The girl asked what class he was and how far he got in the dungeon. She also asked if he knew Yoo-hyun, who skillfully shoots fire. Making a face that looked like he was about to cry, Myung-woo admitted that he was only an au pair at the Abyss dorm. The man became embarrassed when the children looked at him blankly. The girl assumed that he was not awakened, but having received a negative answer from the man, she clarified what skills he had. To which Myung-woo replied that this is a buff for F-class weapons. The kids almost broke his heart when they said it was a bad class. Looking at the girl in the purple jacket, the boy said that F-class hunters are useless, according to his mother. She agreed and added that they could not go to the dungeon, and also did not earn money. Tears began to flow into Myung-woo's eyes, as even children consider him useless. who has no prospects. The man realized that even in the eyes of others he looked hopeless, with a crappy class, which would not be helped by gaining the skill for sharpening knives. In his head, a system sign appeared in front of him, which said that he had received a useless garbage skill. Myung-woo imagined his friends judging him. With his hands in his pockets, Yoo-hyun said that he was no help. After the man called Yoojin by name, he just smiled, saying that there was nothing to be done. Looking at him, the smiling guy apologized and said that he was so useless. Myung-woo, left alone with his hand outstretched, became hysterical. Those around him did not understand what was happening when they saw him lie down on the ground. The man shouted that everything would be exactly like this. The worried boy asked what was wrong with him. The children felt so ashamed that sweat started running down their faces. The boy asked if he was crying. Myung-woo continued to cry, calling his future bleak. The man looked at the children with a downcast face as the girl accused the boy and then asked what they would do now. Myung-woo was even more moved when he heard the boy offer to help him. Taking him by the hand, he said that they had one way by which a man could gain a good skill. The children began to try different options. First, the girl dipped Myung-woo into water with a basin. Then she pushed him and the boy from the second floor, which is why the man turned blue with fear. The girl grabbed his hand and ran so that he could barely keep up with her. At this time, Myung-woo realized that this was not help, but torture. He wondered what was wrong with him that even small children bullied him. His eyes widened when he saw what awaited him next. In front of him was an 8-lane road. Pointing his finger at her, the boy said that now it was necessary to go to the wrong place. Hearing this, Myung-woo opened his mouth and asked what. The boy decided to go first, but the man grabbed him by the t-shirt, shouting that he should stand there. Left on the sidewalk, the child became angry at his antics and asked what he was doing. The man shouted at them, asking why they were only doing something dangerous. Seeing that the boy was upset, the girl, placing her hands on his shoulders, replied that they were helping. Myung-woo felt awkward when she said that a good fighting skill can come from being in danger of a person's life. Hearing this, he understood the reason for the appearance of his only skill in the past. Holding his chin in his hand, the man told the children that this was what happened to him when he woke up. At this moment the girl was delighted, exclaiming that she was right. Thoughtful, Myung-woo lowered his eyes and said that this was still too much. The children, not knowing what to answer, looked at him. Not so many cars were passing on the 8-lane road. The man asked them if they really do this kind of thing every day. Confirming his guess, they replied that they needed to cope with at least something like that in order to become a hunter. Myung-woo became worried, holding out his hands and said that it was dangerous, and then suggested that they study. To which the boy asked who was given this education. While the girl stood behind him with her arms crossed and her eyes closed, he said that everyone does this because they can't feed themselves by studying. The man thought about it when the boy said that it was best to become a combat hunter. A bead of sweat ran down Myung-woo's face. He realized that although the world had changed, everything remained the same, since the hunter's craft simply replaced his studies. At that moment, a loud sound was heard and black smoke appeared behind the man. Frightened, Myung-woo turned around with the children. The whole city was filled with smoke. Citizens were notified that a dungeon had been broken through, asking them to urgently evacuate to the nearest shelters. Looking at the message on his phone, the man realized that it was very close. Myung-woo became excited as he saw the joyful children start running away from him. The boy shouted that they too could wake up if they went. Stomping his foot hard, the man said that it was forbidden to go there. All the people began to run away from this place, but the children were not at all embarrassed by this and they walked towards their goal. Myung-woo, following them, shouted that it was too dangerous. The monster had large purple limbs. Leaving a web behind him, he climbed out through the portal and growled loudly. A helicopter with reporters in it flew over the destroyed part of the city, which was blazing with fire. They said that they were broadcasting live with the sister of the dungeon breakout. As huge purple spiders climbed over broken cars and clouds of buildings, they said that the entire city center was covered in cobwebs, and spider-like monsters had been spotted. The young man with a camera sat on the edge and filmed what was happening, while next to him a guy with a microphone said that a gate had opened in the building of an abandoned shopping center, but due to the fact that they were not discovered in time, the operator started up, and his mouth and eyes opened wide from shock. He said there was something down there. He moved the camera in that direction and captured a guy and 2 children taking the road. She, with frightened eyes, tried to escape from the spiders that were everywhere. A helicopter was flying over the scene, and the reporter said that there were people who had not yet evacuated. Continuing to run, they looked around, meeting the eyes of the monsters and shouting that they were very scary and disgusting. Later they saw several spiders who had managed to wrap people in cocoons from their web, and tried to understand what they should do in this situation. Clenching his hands into fists, the terrified Myung-woo continued to run with the crying children without breaking his pace. He exclaimed that they should try not to cross paths with them at all costs, otherwise they would die too. The girl turned her head and indignantly asked what was wrong with them, since they came here to rise, and not to be afraid. Their eyes widened in horror when a black shadow flashed to the right. A huge spider, waving its long legs, jumped at the trio. As Myung-woo clutched his head in horror and the boy began to hide behind him, the girl stepped forward with a confident face and spread her arms to the sides. She exclaimed that fear had no place here, until two of her comrades screamed loudly, asking for help. Frowning, she began to wave her arms blazing with bright flames and exclaimed that she was using her super fantastic S-class fist of truth. The spider looked at her with his 6 eyes, puzzled. With one swing of his paw, he threw the child aside, breaking the wooden fence with her body. The girl in the wreckage sat on her knees, pressing her hands into the ground, while her brother called loudly to her. She looked at her open palm with a blank look, ignoring the boy's questions about her condition. She asked why nothing worked out for her. While she sat on her knees and looked at her hands in horror, the dark figure of a large monster hung over her. She nervously began to say that this should not have happened. When the spider struck a powerful blow, Myung-woo managed to grab the girl under his armpit and dragged her brother by the hand, shouting that they urgently needed to run away from here. He saw the undestroyed staircase upstairs and said that they should go there. The frightened boy ran ahead while Myung-woo behind him held his sister in his arms, exclaiming that as soon as they got up, they would call for help. The child turned to him and asked if he was okay and could he go up to the roof with his sister in his arms. The guy, sweating and with round eyes, tiredly exclaimed that he would do it. He turned his head to the side in surprise when the girl buried herself in his shoulder and asked him to leave her. She looked down with upset eyes, from which flowed a copious stream of tears, and asked to leave her, since she had failed anyway. The guy, breathing heavily, looked at the child with stunned eyes when the girl said that she had managed to wake up and received an F-class. The boy with a frightened face turned around and pointed in the direction with his hand, loudly asking to look there. Turning his head in that direction, Myung-woo saw a spider approaching the stairs. Hugging the girl tightly, he, almost crying with fear, shouted that they needed to quickly get to the roof. He tried to take a step, but his legs were shaking, and he muttered that he had no more strength. The girl clutched the fabric of her t-shirt tightly on her shoulder, saying that it was all because of her, and that she wanted to be left here. While the spider, making eerie sounds, looked at them with its red eyes, she noted that the guy would be able to get up if he left her. She said that since she was only in F-class, she was already doomed, especially without combat skills. Having closed her eyes, she continued to cry and scream that she was not worth being saved at the cost of her life. Hearing these words, Myung-woo with a sweaty face looked at her with a puzzled look with round eyes. He bent down and sat the tear-stained girl on the steps. Opening his backpack, he took out a knife, the blade of which was wrapped in fabric. The children looked at him in fear when the guy, baring his teeth, began to go down the stairs with a weapon in his hands. Looking at his trembling palms with a knife in his hands, they asked what he was going to do. Putting a smile on his face, the crying Myung-woo turned to the children and said that he would hold off the monsters while the two of them had to climb to the roof. The girl began to jerk forward, but her brother began to stop her, grabbing her by the shoulder. She indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The guy exclaimed that he couldn't do otherwise, because they were still very young children. The girl with a sad face opened her mouth in surprise when he quoted her words that she was doomed and asked him to leave her. She looked at the back of the guy who asked her to never say that again. Remembering the smiling face of her friend, she began to say that if you have a lot to do in life, you don't have to become a hunter. He exclaimed that life was worth living. He lowered his beaten face and said that the two of them should therefore quickly run upstairs, call for help, and only then return. The girl looked at the guy with frightened, tear-stained eyes and touched her brother's palm when Myung-woo asked them to hold hands and run as fast as they could. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, threatening the spider with his knife, while the boy with a confident face grabbed his sister by the back and dragged her upstairs. Although Myung-woo was terrified, he tried not to show it, and therefore turned his face towards the children with trembling lips. The girl screamed that they would definitely come back for him, after which she asked him to wait and not die. The guy, who only felt worse from her words, closed his eyes, from which tears were flowing profusely, and mentally asked her to stop. Clutching the knife tighter, he ran towards the monster with a tear-stained face, thinking that he thought too much of himself. But in fact, he couldn't even hold a candle to himself. He thought that this little child was saying such things that he himself did not notice how. He screamed loudly when the spider hit him with its paw, after which the guy flew to the side. He broke through the glass with his body, and fragments flew in different directions. Myung-woo fell headfirst from a multi-story building, thinking that he was truly nothing. He stared ahead with empty eyes while his hair fluttered with the air, and thought that such a non-entity like him would have the same ridiculous end. He saw his friend running after him along a tall building. The guy mentally thanked Yujin, noting that apparently his death was already close, since he saw him before his eyes. Clenching his hands into a fist, the teacher quickly continued to run. Myung-woo thought about how happy he was to see his friend at the last minute of his life. Yujin, with a frightened face, extended his open palm to his comrade, approaching a guy with long hair who was shocked by what was happening. He held his hand and loudly asked him to quickly grab it. Myung-woo looked at his friend with surprised eyes for several seconds through tears. He closed his eyes and began to cry loudly, wondering how he always succeeds in everything. The teacher grabbed the guy's wrist. Holding hands, the two of them quickly flew down, and Myung-woo thought that Yujin really always succeeds. At the place where they touched, there was a bright flash of light. The guy with long hair noted that he didn't remember much from that moment. The spider squealed loudly, showing its mouth with sharp teeth. Waving his hand, Yujin directed the long black tentacles that protruded from his back at him. When Myung-woo, who had been clinging to his friend all this time, saw them, he was very surprised, and his lower jaw moved down. When the teacher, pushing off the ground with his feet, ran forward, the guy with round eyes asked in fear, "What is this?" Yujin, who took his comrade in his arms, grimaced with irritation when he asked in horror where the tentacles on his back came from. The teacher replied that he seemed to be hallucinating, so he should not pay attention to it. Myung-woo indignantly asked how he could do this. His face darkened as Yujin knocked him out with a blow to the neck, not allowing him to finish the question of whether he had always had this skill. He replied that he did not need to know this, and it would be better to sleep. The guy with long hair thought that all his memories ended at that moment. He jumped up, sweating and with round eyes. The battered Myung-woo was lying on the sofa in the living room, covered with a blanket, all this time. He asked in bewilderment how he ended up in the hostel. The voice on the TV suggested moving on to other news. When he looked at the screen, they showed a boy and a girl he already knew, who were sitting in an ambulance and crying bitterly. The reporter noted that the lives of the rescued children were no longer in danger. Myung-woo sat right in front of the TV, touching the screen with his hands, which is why he did not notice the person entering the room. He exclaimed that this was not a dream after all. However, he still does not understand how it turned out. A man's voice interrupted him with a question about how he felt. The guy with frightened eyes turned to the side. In front of him he saw Yujin in home clothes, standing with a tray in his hands on which stood a brazier. When the teacher began to put the tray on the table, his friend began to rise from the floor and say that he remembered that he saved him. He asked where he got those tentacles from. Yujin calmly asked what tentacles we were talking about, simultaneously noting that the guy was probably not fully awake yet. He said that he was rescued and brought back by the hunters of the abyss. He grabbed his friend by the collar of his white t-shirt as he muttered in confusion that he didn't remember it at all. The teacher began to shake the guy with long hair in anger, indignantly asking what he was thinking, exposing himself to such danger. He shouted that they were lucky to get into the live cameras, otherwise he had no idea what would have happened to them. Myung-woo responded by saying that he understood that he was to blame. Yujin looked at him with a dissatisfied look with frowning eyebrows, exclaiming that he had again come up with all sorts of nonsense, and ran away. He asked if he had any idea how scared he was. Myung-woo, with black eyes, looked back at him, pursing his lips. When he suddenly started crying, he was very surprised. A guy with long hair with a soft smile on his face wiped away his tears while his friend asked why he was crying and if any wound was bothering him. The guy responded by saying that everything was fine. At that moment, he thought that he felt as if all the fog that had shrouded his heart had finally cleared away. The two of them sat on the floor and Yujin's eyes widened in surprise when Myung-woo asked him if he would still be friends with him if after sharpening 10,000 blades he got a useless skill. The educator with a gloomy face grimaced, frowned, and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The boy with long hair's eyes widened in fear as his friend, who was enveloped in a dark purple aura, rose from the floor, clenching his hands into fists. He asked in a creepy voice whether he really ran away from home because he was worried about such nonsense. The satisfied faces of the workshop employees appeared in his head, and he began to say that the guy was doing a great job even without skills. He said he heard he was offered a job by the maintenance department. Yujin lowered his head, touching his comrade's shoulders with his hands. He said that besides, he should be the one asking about such things. He looked away in embarrassment and said that it was because he could no longer eat anything other than his food. With his mouth slightly open, Myung-woo looked at his friend with a puzzled look while he asked him not to turn away from him at the moment when he becomes very successful. He asked if he could come over and make him snacks sometimes. The guy with long hair smiled widely, closing his eyes as Yujin replied that he would pay him for it and wouldn't be picky. He happily replied that he would fulfill his whim and from now on he would cook as much as he wanted. He thought that he finally understood. He looked at the wooden boxes of his warehouse workspace, thinking about what he didn't need. Approaching the already familiar machine, he thought that there was no need to be sad and nervous. Wearing black fingerless gloves, Myung-woo tied his hair into a ponytail. Sitting down at his workbench, he touched Murakami's sharpening wheel. He began to press the pedal with his foot. Sparks flew in different directions when he brought the blade to the disc, thinking that all this time Yujin. The guy smiled softly, indulging in his memories. He looked down with overgrown stubble and bruises under his eyes. The system showed an emblem of a whetstone, and a notification stated that the registration of the awakened Yu Myung-woo was successfully completed. He sat on the floor of a dark room, surrounded by scattered things and garbage, clutching his bloody wrist and looking at the system notification. He read the information about activating an E-grade skill called Grindstone. He recalled waking up in a tiny, dark apartment, recalling the bloody utility knife lying on the floor. He said it happened while he was cutting his wrist in an attempt to commit suicide. He will be able to obtain a certificate of receipt in his name, and the voice said that this is his payment of 1,000,000 won for registering a hunter. He stood opposite the man at the reception desk with sad eyes and looked at the document. The employee said that he was very sorry, but such a skill would not be used, so he should try to find his calling in another field. Myung-woo thought that although he had awakened, his life had not changed in an instant. Putting his briefcase on the side of his stomach, he went outside, shielding his face from the scorching rays, thinking that he had not seen the sun for a long time. Lowering his eyes, he began to take out a white envelope from his briefcase, thinking that with this money he would pay off the debt, pay the rent, and then he recalled that initially he did not have any special expectations. At this moment, nearby, a smiling Yerim was answering questions from journalists. Myung-woo stepped aside, thinking that, apparently, some high-level hunter had appeared since there was such a crowd here. He thought it would be better for him to leave through the back entrance. He knew he was never the main character. Taking further steps, he began to step on the black viscous liquid. After a while, the guy, holding his briefcase, entered her knee-deep, thinking that he was living without anything or anyone. He knew that he couldn't do anything and was only wasting oxygen on himself. He reasoned that maybe his life had been shed a little more because of this awakening. But beyond the point of living for sure, the unknown man suddenly grabbed his arm. Myung-woo saw in front of him the face of a puzzled dark-haired guy, whose cap had fallen off his head. He remembered his contented smiling face, thinking that he had met him at that very moment. When Yujin brought him to the Abyss dorm, he recalled that at first everything was very strange. Averting his frightened gaze with trembling lips to the side, he wondered whether he really should try and whether he really deserved it. He, with a pole in his hands, after the first training competition, looked back at the smiling Yujin and Yerim, next to whom stood an indignant Yuhyun. He reflected that he cared as much as he was grateful. He thought that, unlike the teacher, he could not do much and would never be able to begin to resemble the head of the Abyss or Yerim. Remembering the many boxes of dull blades in his warehouse, he reasoned that even while sharpening all night long, he never dreamed that he would be able to acquire some cool skill. He suddenly remembered the expression on the face of a crying girl who screamed loudly, asking him to leave her, because she was not worth saving at the cost of her life. Then he was very puzzled by her words. Continuing to hold the child's body in his arms and run, he thought that this was not true at all. He recalled that it was only after hearing these words from the mouth of a small child that he realized how wrong he was thinking. He thought that he now understood that Yujin from the very beginning. A moment appeared in his mind when his friend broke his contract with the bandits, and he thought that he had never despised him for his class. Then a memory arose of how the teacher, holding a rod in his hand, protected him during the battle in the training dungeon. The guy mentally noted that he had never forced him to get used to unequal battles. He recalled how the two of them walked along the corridor with blades for sharpening and thought that only so that he could again do what he liked. And he noted that so that he could devote himself entirely to what he was good at. For now sparks flew in different directions during the contact of the blade and the disc. He realized that all this time, with his free hand, Myung-woo wiped away the tears that formed, thinking that his friend supported him all the time. When Yujin's broadly smiling face appeared before his eyes, he thought that he believed in him even though he didn't believe in himself one bit. He placed the sharpened blade on the table, thinking that this was why he was no longer worried. Then he took another blunted tip from the pile nearby and mentally noted that he finally saw a path to the future for himself. When his sharpening progress reached 9,997 10,000th, he mentally addressed Eugen, saying that he wanted to become stronger. The guy thought that he wanted to be strong not in what he or Yerem were strong in. Progress showed 9998. He noted that he wanted to be strong in what he was best at. The enchantment scale rose to 9999. He thought that he wanted to become strong in his own way. When the next sharpened blade flew into a pile with the others, progress reached 10,000. Myung-woo, whose eyes reflected a bright blue light, cried quietly. Kneeling on the floor, he raised his head, looking at the skill upgrade icon. He thought that he wanted to do this in order to repay his friend for the faith that he had given him. The system notified me that I had received an SS class skill called Goldforge Master. A loud, frightened scream was heard in the workshop. Two employees looked with surprised eyes at the dumbfounded girl, who was pointing to the side. They asked what was wrong with her. The girl tried to tell them about the magic crystal. She pointed with a trembling hand to the empty stand where it was kept and exclaimed that apparently someone had stolen it in the middle of the night. The two men gave her a mocking look and grinned, asking if she hadn't heard yet. They noted that they would soon talk about this in the news, but now the stone is with its owner. Around the silver trident with a crystal in the center, a blue light burned. Yerem, surrounded by drones with new weapons in her hands, towered over a large lake. She noted that, as expected from S-class equipment, the color and appearance are completely different. The girl was looking down at the lake, and an earpiece with a microphone was stuck in one ear. She said that the first round of testing of the Farm and Ice Tree Spear, handcrafted by Myung-woo, is now beginning. Looking around the spacious body of water, colored with green fields, she said that her goal was that lake. The girl smiled contentedly, squeezing her weapon with her other hand, and noted that now is the time to try it. She sat with a wave, and a huge icy power quickly headed towards the lake. In an instant, a huge piece of ice appeared on its surface, passing onto the crystal. Yerem, with pleasant surprise and a smile on her face, covered her eyes from the sunlight, noting that they were very confused, and that with such a level. Suddenly her blue eyes opened wide in confusion. The girl saw that a piece of ice broke away from the surface of the water and began to increase in length. She wondered if her skill was really capable of this. The screen showed a close-up image of an ice flow, and a voice noted how clearly the effect of enhancing the S-class ice attribute was visible. There were a lot of people gathered in the high room where the press conference was now taking place, and there were 3 people on the podium on the big screen. The man with the microphone said that the 16th S-class weapon had been born in their country. He also noted that it did not drop as a dungeon reward. The Ambalu was made by human hands. Simeon, with a smile on his face, pointed his hand towards the Farm and Ice Tree Spear, which was currently in the hands of a man wearing sunglasses. He said that based on the results of the inspection, the weapon was given an S-class, and the South Korean Hunters Association also certified that the creator was Hunter Yu Myung-woo. A blonde man in a business suit and a microphone in his hands sat in the hall and asked what is the maximum level possible for creation. Myung-woo sat in front of the screen wearing a red formal suit and his hair pulled back. He replied that he had no limit on the level of equipment he could create. Eugen, with a satisfied face, was also sitting in the hall at this time along with the surprised Seong-han and holding a drink in his hands. His friend also added that it would only require a level of skill above the SS class. Shouts of admiration were heard throughout the hall, and the man noted that this was incredible. The teacher smiled softly as he frowned and asked if Myung-woo should now have security guards as well. Eugen laughed and asked not to worry about it. Looking at his friend's joyful face in the spotlight, he asked if he looked more impressive. Seong-han agreed with these words, saying that compared to how he first saw him, he definitely looks much better now. The man opened his mouth in surprise when the guy sitting next to him said that thanks to the creation of equipment, Myung-woo's stats had risen, and now they were about C-class. The man indignantly asked how this is even possible. Eugen smiled widely as Seong-han stroked the back of his head in puzzlement and said that this was the first time he had heard that stats could rise like that. The guy answered a little nervously that this was apparently some kind of special case. Looking forward at the podium with the corners of his mouth upturned, he said that no matter what, Myung-woo was indeed admired. A few hours ago, a loud cry of surprise rang out in the dorm room. Eugen, with his arms and legs outstretched, looked at his embarrassed friend, who was holding a silver spear in his hands. He asked loudly, did he really create this as soon as he gained the skill? In response, he only said that it happened that way. Myung-woo waved his palm with a satisfied smile on his face, and a bright light appeared above it. He said that in the pile of materials there were just the right ones. When he spread his arms to the sides, the teacher with round eyes saw an airy whirlpool in which there were many different materials, from stones to the bones of monsters. Myung-woo said that this is a spatial storage unit containing a ton of S-class and SS-class materials. Yujin's eyes, wide with shock, darted from one object to another while his friend told him that it was attached to the skill, to the ice branch from here and the magic crystal from the workshop. A book suddenly appeared in his hands, which the guy with long hair began to leaf through with interest, telling him that to simplify production, he had also been given an encyclopedia. The teacher was deeply indignant in his thoughts that there were so many attachments to one skill. He exclaimed in his heart that he was given only one line of description and a stupid code word for his L-class skill. Myung-woo turned around and looked at his friend, who lay down on the sofa in sadness, thinking that this is some kind of discrimination from the system. The guy with long hair asked if he wanted to see his forge. Hearing this, Yujin turned around with interest and asked again. Sitting on the sofa, he looked with surprised eyes as his friend put his hand forward, as a result of which a golden seal formed in that place. Myung-woo said that he thought this skill was just called Golden Forge for looks. Turning to face the teacher, he smiled softly and extended his hand to him, saying that only those people who had received his permission could enter it. Yujin, with a surprised face and a drop of sweat on his cheek, began to extend his hand, noting that in this case there was no need to be afraid of the invasion of thieves. The thought flashed through his head that they were now as if they were in a film or a novel. As he touched his friend's hand, a subdued yellow light began to flicker around him. As he went through teleportation for a while, he thought about how Myung-woo is now the main character. The guy with long hair looked contentedly as his friend covered his eyes from the bright light after they were inside. A moment later, Yujin's eyes widened in surprise. With a look of shock on his face, he began to look around the huge, bright room with openwork carved walls. He looked at one of the wooden windows, the frame of which depicted skillful patterns, and indignantly asked whether this wood would catch fire from the fire in the forge. Myung-woo replied that he was also surprised by this at first. When they went deeper, the teacher leaned over and began to examine the forge in surprise. He asked why there is no fuel, but it still burns. Suddenly, the fire in front of the guy's face began to grow, and was reflected in his shocked eyes. Yujin jumped back in fear and screamed loudly when he saw the outline of a face in a huge piece of flame. The guy with long hair laughed when the teacher pulled him into a corner and began to cuff him with his hand away from the creature, loudly asking him to move even further. Myung-woo replied that now he will be stronger than him. Looking at the outline of white eyes in the flame, he said that it was the spirit of fire. The teacher asked again in surprise. They both stood in front of the forge, and the great fire spirit crossed his fiery arms over his chest. He greeted the owner and said that his name was Ismuar, and that he was born from the last breath of the creator. Myung-woo smiled softly, and Yujin's lower jaw dropped in surprise. He said that he had seen this in games before. The guy with long hair said that Ismuar helped him create weapons. Looking at the fiery face, he began to say that the previous owner of the fire had prepared everything so that he could easily master the basics of manufacturing. The teacher asked who the previous owner was. Turning to his friend, he saw a bouquet of flowers in his hands. He asked if there were other hunters with the crafting skill, noting that he seemed to be the first. Myung-woo hung his head and said that he didn't understand, but that's all that was left. When he first entered the forge, he saw a large bouquet of bright crystal flowers, next to which lay a note. He said that there were only these flowers and a card with a message. Seeing it in the guy's hand, Yujin approached with interest and asked if he could read it, noting that it was the first time he had seen such letters. The guy with long hair replied that for some reason he understood what was written. Holding a note with hieroglyphs in his hands, he began to read a greeting and a wish to the air for the blessing of flame and iron. Dragons flew among the destroyed ancient buildings, and Yujin began to think that sometimes traces of a certain civilization are found in the dungeons, and although the ruins are similar to their world, the elements are completely different. He noted that this is why everyone says that there was another world somewhere. In one of these abandoned buildings, in a well-equipped forge, a man stood with a sledgehammer in his hands, and nearby a spirit of fire was fiddling with a vat of flame. The guy wondered whether the owner of this forge lived in the past of this other world. He asked if he really left all this for the next generation skill owner. Standing between the current owner of the forge and the spirit of fire, he lowered his head thoughtfully, touching his chin. He thought that in this case the system. Myung-woo interrupted his thoughts by saying that he was giving it to him. Yujin, removing his hand, gave him a surprised look. The guy with long hair, holding the flowers, smiled softly, noting that he received all this thanks to him. Closing his eyes, he handed the bouquet to his friend, who froze with a stunned face. The guy said that from now on he would always follow him. He added that if he wants independence or decides to stay in the abyss, then he will do so too. Eugen, with his mouth slightly open, looked at the flowers in surprise while his friend said that if it weren't for him, then still. The teacher in his thoughts began to rejoice and swim in a pile of money, thinking that everything was going according to his plan. He mentally noted that Hain had transferred to him, and Myung-woo had decided to follow voluntarily, and he could live off the money without any worries. Suddenly, Eugen sank sharply, and his face became gloomy. The guy with long hair froze in surprise when his friend abruptly ordered him that he didn't have to do this. The teacher lowered his head and began patting the back of his head with his hand. He said that he did not have to take care of him. He looked away shyly, without removing his hand, and said that, to be honest, he had been hiding something for a while. Yu Myung-woo stood in front of Eugen with flowers in his hands while he looked away, feeling awkward. He said that they didn't actually know each other before. Eugen put his hand behind his neck, still not looking at him and nervously answering, adding that he had made a mistake and they had never met before. An awkward situation arose between them. The guy in the green shirt spread his arms to the sides, trying to explain himself to his interlocutor, apologizing to Yu Myung-woo, whom he interrupted. Eugen raised his hands at face level with the back to his opponent, still frantically trying to apologize, urging him not to worry about himself. Yu Myung-woo looked at the young man. It was clear from his face that he was confused. The main character at this time was thinking why he was doing this, because he saw that Yu Myung-woo had finally matured, because he brought him for the sake of the skill, also sincerely rejoicing that he had blossomed. Approaching and touching the door, the guy was in a black suit with the same backpack on his back, clearly intending to enter. Such a picture appeared before Eugen's eyes while he was thinking that it was really better to let Yu Myung-woo go than to keep him by force. The guy drooped, looking at his interlocutor, still with flowers in his hands, who did not know what to say. The dome of the building shimmered beautifully from the sunlight while the long-haired youth asked the F-class representative about his skill, which should give him more influence than any other guild. Eugen responded hesitantly but positively. The sun's rays shone on Yu Myung-woo's face, which calmly answered his interlocutor that under such circumstances, you cannot worry about anything for a long time. Next, he hands the bouquet to the main character with the words that he should still accept it, otherwise the flowers will burn. Against the backdrop of bright flames, the long-haired guy with a sparkle in his eyes declared that he would try to do whatever he wanted, not caring about Eugen, doing as he saw fit. Surrounded by paparazzi and wearing a red suit, Yu Myung-woo held a spear in his hand as Park Yerim approached him. She picked up the Farmini Ice Tree spear. Eugen and Seong-han sat among the guests on red chairs in business suits. The young man was clearly worried, holding a glass of drink in his hands while a man in a black suit looked at him. As it turned out, Yu Myung-woo was supported by the Abyss. He decided to give the hunter of this guild his first S-class weapon. The young man in the purple suit closed his eyes, upset, asking himself why he did this, because he could have gotten a bag of money. Park Yerim happily raised her spear hand while the long-haired guy stood behind her and applauded her, not far from Seok Simyung, who soon gave the two of them his word. Eugen looked at them a little upset, while the man in the black jacket focused his gaze on him. The main character praised the creator of this spear, really noting that now he can be left alone. Several powerful spotlights from the ceiling of the building shone directly onto the stage. Seong-han asked the young man about Yu Myung-woo's plans, whether he would be independent or work with him. Eugen did not give an exact answer, but suggested that he would be welcome everywhere. The whole trio stood on the stage, not far from each other, and it was clear that the long-haired guy was happy with everything, while the girl willingly carried on a conversation with the man in glasses. The main character rested his head on his hand and looked at them thoughtfully, not understanding why Yu Myung-woo would stay here if he could find a better place. Seong-han looked at him indignantly, unable to find words for the young man's expression that despite his friendship with the long-haired guy, they were not that close and had not known each other for very long. He turned to Eugen, who was calmly drinking his drink while his interlocutor tried to express his guess. At that time, the girl, sparkling with happiness, with a microphone in her hands, thanked the hunter for the new weapon, smiling widely. The main character suddenly chokes on his drink and spits, hearing words of gratitude from Park Yerim addressed to himself as well. Yu Myung-woo also took the microphone and chimed in, adding that everything worked out thanks to the young man. Several powerful spotlights were directed towards Eugen as the hunter thanked him, sincerely acknowledging the enormous contributions of both the guild and the F-class himself. The entire hall turned their gaze to the main character, who was hiding behind the seat, who in panic was trying to hide his face with his palm. Xiang-Han smiled a little, looking at the young man. He, in turn, blushed from such attention, not understanding what he had done to deserve it, while the man thought that the guy really didn't understand how much he meant to them. Everyone present in the hall began to fuss, starting to whisper among themselves. Yu Myung-woo smiled lightly as he was next to the girl who praised him for such words, because their purpose was to show Yujin's value, thereby guaranteeing him some security. The glass multi-story building sparkled in the sunlight. Several days passed very calmly. The main character was looking out the window, with his hand in his pocket, also holding a snack in the other. There was no reason for him to go out, although security had been strengthened. Yu Myung-woo was always in his forge and often brought snacks to the young man, which he was content with. However, peace has been rather down and out of sorts lately. The guy knelt down next to the animal, which was lazily lying on its side, inviting it to take a walk, to which the animal did not react. The young man took his pet in his arms, clearly worried about his condition, not understanding why he was so exhausted. Standing up and placing the animal on his shoulder, the main character assumed that its abduction could cause him such damage. Walking out into the corridor, a girl with long blonde hair noticed them, paying attention to them, while the hunter tried to cheer up peace. The blue-eyed girl looked at them enthusiastically, asking if they were heading to the training hall, and took the initiative to see them off. She turned out to be the bodyguard for today. Her name was Kang So-yeon. She was an A-class huntress recruited by the head of Jupiter from England, who was a tall and rather handsome man, blonde, possessing special talents. At the age of 19, Sung Hyun-hee himself recruited her personally. She and Yoo-hyun were shown on the news, filmed from behind, as they headed to the conference room. The main character assumed that she would be a suitable passion for his brother and was already calling her daughter-in-law in his thoughts. The dazzling blonde crouched down in front of the beast, extending her index finger, smiling broadly at him and showing all her friendliness to get acquainted. She turned and, looking at the main character, pointed towards the elevator, clarifying their route to escort them. Yujin was glad to see the girl and hoped that he would get along with her the same way his younger brother should. A small screen above the entrance to the elevator showed them a red one and the same down arrow, indicating that the elevator would go in the direction of the sign. At this time, the girl started a dialogue, mentioning the recent abduction. A girl and a guy with a pet in their arms entered the elevator. Kang So-yeon expressed her joy to the guy, calling him her last hope. The main character asked what she meant. The blonde raised her index finger in order to attract the young man's attention, talking about what she had SS class. Yujin gasped in surprise. This was a dragon rider skill. A huge flying lizard, with green scales and a red belly, paws, and wings, was the most indomitable of all monsters. The girl fantasized about how she was cutting through the sky on horseback with a black dragon, whose crests resembled iridescent crystals. However, finding a dragon even for a class is almost impossible. But if she had such an opportunity, she would be able to move from dungeon to dungeon more freely than anyone else. With her hands on her cheeks, the girl sighed in disappointment next to the young man, sad that she could not use her skill. The guy tried to maintain the dialogue, calling her position very burdensome. Despite this, scientists in special protective suits tried to hatch the eggs themselves, recording data about them. Kang So-yeon relied on the skill of the main character, saying that in the dungeons controlled by Jupiter you can sometimes find dragon nests, and if you manage to hatch them, then she will finally get her dragon. The girl clasped her hands together, holding him close and smiling widely just at the thought of her own pet. Yujin was touched by the girl, still hugging the animal to himself, thinking about how cute his younger brother is. Having arrived, the girl happily exited the elevator, while Yujin fell off his feet after her words. She said that she would do everything to protect the young man, because he would have to raise her baby, which is why the guy fell, because the words did not sound very appropriate. Trying to get to his feet with the pet on his head and catch up with the girl in front, the main character asked why she put it that way. The girl looked at him and replied that that's what everyone says. Yujin sighed displeasedly, with his pet on his head, remembering Moon Hyuna, from whom such phrases came, to which the guy promised to cause trouble for her. The huge training hall, equipped with everything necessary, did not impress the animal, which lay down on the floor, stretching its paws to the sides. The guy knelt down in front of him, trying to understand what was going on, and the blonde was nearby. Peace meowed displeasedly, not reacting to his owner. The young people looked anxiously at the animal, which had caught its claws on its owner's t-shirt and did not want to do anything. Yujin tried to remove the animal from himself, jerking in different directions in every possible way so that it would come unstuck, while the girl watched everything and considered it a very funny sight. Touching his chin with his hand, Kang So-yeon came up with an idea on how to safely walk with the monster. The young man, who was still wearing peace, looked at the girl with hope, not believing his ears when she suggested they take a walk in another good place. Overjoyed, the girl took out her phone, causing the guy to panic when she suggested a garden on the roof of the guild building, mentioning that the head might be there. The guy tried to stop the girl, but didn't even have time to finish. The man put the phone to his ear, promising the huntress to send a car. Sung Hyunhee sat on his chair, legs crossed, in front of a huge aquarium instead of a wall, telling them to pull up at any time. Leaning back in his chair, the head of the guild examined the aquarium, adding that he needed to prepare to meet his dear guests. The garden, huge and beautiful in its splendor, was illuminated by sunlight, literally sparkling. A blonde and a brunette, holding their pet in their arms, walked through the garden, while the young man marveled at the existence of such a place right on the roof of the Jupiter building. The red-haired animal noticed the butterfly and looked up, surprised. Then he meowed loudly, looking at his owner, and said that it was safe here. The girl put her hands on the shoulders of the guy, who was trying to convince the pet that it was safe here. The blonde kisses Yujin on the cheek, trying to convince the animal that she poses no threat to them. The guy moved away from the girl in embarrassment while she calmed the animal. Inside himself, he was indignant, saying that this was impossible. Peace noticed blue flowers behind him, while his owner did not understand the girl's action, assuming this was due to her foreign origin. The animal became interested in them and, with sparkles in his eyes, began to look at them while the girl and the guy watched him. Approaching the flowers, the pet began to sniff them, while the blonde asked whether he had seen such flowers before and whether he liked them. The next moment, the animal jumps and destroys the flower bed with its strength, scattering the flowers to the sides with streams of wind. Kang So-yeon was very pleased with the pet's energy, but his owner did not appreciate this act, beginning to apologize for the mess. The girl touched her jacket, looking dreamily towards the building, fantasizing that their pets could play together, while the young man looked at her and was interested in the breed of the dragon. The dome of the building sparkled incredibly under the sun's rays. The blonde happily answered that a third-class flying dragon, dark and spiky-winged, should hatch. These dragons are the strongest, and they are completely covered with durable black scales and have huge spikes on their wings. Kang So-yeon touched her cheeks, moved by just the description of the dragon, while her opponent didn't understand what was cute about it. The girl's eyes sparkled with happiness, and the young man became nervous, wondering why she was so pleased by the fact that there was poison on the tail of this lizard. With a smile, closing her eyes, she looked at the young man and asked him to look into the garden more often in order to brighten up the situation. Yujin smiled at the blonde, agreeing with her words. While his pet continued to rage, he looked up at the sky, at the shining sun, wondering when was the last time he walked like this, because he had not been given such a luxury before returning. Peace, with flowers in his mouth, contentedly approaching the young man, while he was thinking about how he could be in the garden more often. The young man sat down in front of the animal, scratched it behind the ear, and took the flower, sitting in front of it, while the girl was touched by the pet's peculiar gift to the owner. At this time, the week's intuition skill was activated, which is an ability that determines the approach of a hunter of a higher level. The girl turned around in alarm, asking Sung Hyunhee what brought him here. The main character was clearly wary and nervous. The head's hand touched the beautiful purple flower, and he himself replied that he could not help but come. A tall blonde man dressed in rather cozy clothes looked at the huntress, calling the young man an important guest. He is quite popular because he is the head of the leading guild of the country. He is surrounded by a huge number of paparazzi, and he himself has influence not only in Korea, but also abroad. Before he disappeared for several years, he was undisputed #1. Now the table was covered with various cakes and goodies. The guy was clearly in shock, looking at the table. He panicked even more when the blonde left him alone with the head of the guild. He himself calmly poured the tea, which surprised the young man most of all. The man warned him to be careful, because the tea was very hot. Yujin drank tea, looking incredulously at his opponent, who was just about to hand something to his pet. The winged dragon bone was quite long, but it looked strong. Peace first looked at this item. He literally went crazy from the mere presence of the bone. The man said that usually all high-level carnivorous monsters like these bones. The brown-haired man looked at his animal, which was basking with this bone, licking it, falling to the ground. The guy was sure that Peace was delighted. The main character closed his eyes, tasting the cookies, thinking that the head of the guild was not so bad. The next moment he shuddered. He was still holding the bitten cookie in his hands. Yujin began to eat, looking at the friendly face of the man. Thinking that his long-haired friend made better snacks, he, in turn, noticed that the brunette looked quite healthy and was happy about it. The young man replied with a smile that everything was fine and he was uncomfortable that the blonde had come to see for himself. Sung Hyunhee smiled wider, covering one of his hands with the other, placing his elbows on the table, reinforcing everything with the phrase that it was his responsibility because the guy still has to raise the baby. In response to these words, the main character once again mentally threatened the girl that she had put this phrase into use. The blonde lowered his palms onto the table, which were half fastened into a lock, noting the importance of his spoken words. The men looked at each other as they sat at a beautiful table in the garden. The head of the guild noted the guy's skills, as well as the fact that he is under the patronage of the only blacksmith in the world, noting the incomparability of his interlocutor. The blonde continued, raising his palm at chest level, noting that the other guilds would like to talk to Yujin. The blonde took a closer look at his opponent, reinforcing his words about his influence on other people. The brunette looked warily at the man's palm, listening to his offer to try. The young man awkwardly looks away, putting his hand behind his neck, trying to politely refuse him, because he understood that he was asking him to take advantage of his position and noted for himself his bad temper. Each of them tried to carefully insist on their own, searching for more and more arguments and compelling reasons. The main character was sincerely surprised and removed his hand from his neck when he heard words about the possible appearance of a second high-level monster for the purpose of protection. The blonde gasped in surprise, asking if his brother really hadn't told him about this. A silver fork broke off a piece of the berry dessert, adding that the ISS would pay for everything, because they were guilty of the kidnapping. Otherwise, they would have faced unpleasant consequences. Sung Hyunhee raised his hand with a fork stained with dessert and looked sarcastically at his opponent, noting that his younger brother could have shared such information. He lowered his hand and looked innocently at his interlocutor. The brunette looked away, saying that everything was fine, because the blonde thought that he was speaking like a blacksmith. The guy remembers how Yuhyun was talking about something with Seok Simeon, while he himself was standing not far from them with pets in his hands. He noted that his younger brother really didn't tell him anything. He just waved it off when the guy asked him about the progress of the investigation. The blonde put down a cup of tea, saying that lately he hasn't understood his younger brother Yujin much. He was clearly surprised when the head of the guild asked about his influence and the opportunity to create his own guild, in no way inferior to others. He's continued to play with the dragon bone while his owner was convinced that he could create his own squad of monsters, due to a number of reasons. The brunette became nervous, touching his cheek with his finger, but the man calmly answered his concerns about the illegality of such activity, that for now it could indeed be illegal. He began to pour himself more tea, smugly declaring that laws are something for the state and society. A stream of tea flowed into the general mass, forming a whirlpool, where various monsters and destroyed buildings were clearly visible. The blonde's stories made the guy feel uneasy, because he said that the dungeons were only temporarily under their control. But the quantity and complexity of the meaning was not permanent. He believed that in about 5 years everything would change and they would need any additional strength. Yujin frowned and tensed at the words of the guild head that he could become the source of eternal high-level power. Sung Hyunhee smiled carefree, taking the cup in his hands, advising his interlocutor to definitely talk to his brother. The next moment, his gaze became cold as he took a sip of tea. This bothered the main character, but he didn't understand what was wrong, as if the blonde was talking down to him, neglecting him and trying, and then his thoughts stopped. And so, a newly glazed multi-story building, sparkling in the sun. Yuhyun was interested in his brother. The girl, sitting on the sofa, wearing a sweatshirt, turned to the brunette in a suit who was at the table, sharing her suspicions. Park Yerim put her hand to her chin and thought about it as she recounted what she saw in the memory. Sitting in front of the dead body of a BRICS member, she used the whiteness of the body. In the memory, the man, along with his accomplices in red clothes, wrung their hands behind the brunette's back, indignant at why he was conscious. Then one of them suggested that the Abyss Guild had supplied the guy with some kind of antidote. Yuhyun tensed after listening to the girl, because she said that his older brother does not have items with an antidote effect. Imagining Yujin turning around and looking back rather ominously, he listened to the girl who suspected the brunette's older brother of hiding something important. The windows of the building sparkled at sunset. Yujin thought that Jupiter had decided to assign a rank bodyguard to him on the way back. A guy with a gloomy look rode next to Hyunhee, who smiled and said that he was obliged to personally take him. The guy looked at his lap, where peace lay next to the flowers, and thought that the bodyguard was on his own mind, after which he wondered whether it was normal for an S-class to move around so freely. He turned to the driver and with an awkward smile said that he was very grateful to him, but this would not give him additional preferences. He suddenly stopped and watched in horror as the man quickly reached out to him, The blonde quickly fastened his seatbelt. The hero listened in fear as he said with a smile that since he was in F class, he had better buckle up. Holding his hand up, the man grinned and told him to consider this as payment for not helping during the kidnapping. The guy held peace and timidly, with a smile, said that it was nothing, thinking at that time that the man was creepy. Their car was driving along the road. The guy said that, in any case, it was all MCS's fault, to which the man agreed. Looking at the road, he added that, however, the guy visited him in person. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he continued to say that in addition, it revealed that the MCS was so rotten that it would be better to uproot it as soon as possible. Hyuni looked out the window with a smile. Yujin looked at him in surprise. The sun created glare in the windows of skyscrapers. The guy remembered that the MCS would fall earlier than they should have. Looking out the window, he added that, however, they were the first of the main guilds to fall before he returned in time. Yujin looked at the driver, looking at the man who was illuminated by the sunset. He thought that even before returning, he knew little about this man. He imagined the man sitting in a chair at a table with a book in his hands, and reflected on the fact that nothing was known about his past before awakening, and that because of his light skin, there were opinions that he was a foreigner or a mestizo. After which he added that it was still not known where he was from, nor whether he had relatives. The guy put his hand to his mouth and wondered if he should use the sprout skill. He turned his gaze to the smiling Hyuni, thinking that he wanted to look at the international first place stats window. After all, there was nothing wrong with that. He wouldn't pay attention to just one glance. Then he added that he would activate the skill and take a look with one eye. He glanced carefully towards the driver. Looking towards the steering wheel, he decided that he would pretend to look at the billboard. He activated the sprout skill, thinking that he would not read everything, only part, and that he should not dart his eyes. Hyuni interrupted his thoughts by grabbing the guy by the neck. The bouquet fell from Yujin's lap. The car continued to move. The guy held the animal in fear and wondered what the hell happened. The skill of resisting fear was activated, and the guy thought that he was now on the verge of death. He turned pale and looked down with wide eyes, thinking that he would die if the man squeezed his neck even a little. The man watched the road with a calm smile. Sitting with his hand on his neck, the guy fussily thought about how the man noticed him, because he didn't even have time to activate the skill. Peace jumped up and started growling at the driver. The guy looked up timidly and said that he believed the man was accompanying him as a bodyguard, before asking if he was going to follow in MCS's footsteps. The blonde looked at him with a smirk. He let go of the guy's neck. Removing his hand, he said that he did not understand what he was talking about, because none of them had done anything. The driver looked at Yujin with a grin. The guy held the angry animal with an awkward smile while Hyuni asked him if this was so. The guild skyscraper reflected the sun's rays. The man mentally said that the damn kid has excellent sense of smell. Simyong and Seonghan stood near the entrance. Hyuni appeared from the car, smiling and saying that everyone had come out to meet them. He walked up to the passenger door and, opening it, the guy flew out of the car like a bullet while the man called him a dear client. Yujin, with peace in his arms, fearfully stood next to Seonghan. Hyuni said that he was very playful. The man wanted to give him the forgotten flowers, but Simyong blocked his way, and, asking what he was doing there, said that his sudden visit without warning was very problematic. Standing in front of him, Hyuni called him by name. He raised his hand slightly and said with a smile that he should have been notified that a class or higher hunter was coming, to which the head replied irritably that he knew that was not the problem. Simyong adjusted his glasses and said sternly that hunter guilds are kind of military groups, and Hyuni is well aware that S-classes are extremely rarely allowed into other S-class guilds. Yujin listened silently as the man said that Hyuni knew very well what had already happened in such cases. The guy wondered why he personally took him then. Suddenly the guy looked at them in shock. He looked at the smiling Hyuni, realizing that he was deliberately pissing them off for fun. The blonde pulled out one flower from the bouquet, saying that there was no need to be so harsh. He stuffed the flower into the irritated Simyong's pocket with a smile, adding that he took it upon himself to guarantee Yujin's safety. The head watched in fury as Hyuni walked past him, put his hand in his pocket and told the guy that with the bouquet he would like to give him a gift. He opened a box containing 2 red earrings and said that they were a small gift, and that they increased mana stats and contained a B-class shield, adding that Soyoung would often work with them from now on, and then asked him to take care of her. Yujin looked at the gift in surprise and thought that an item with a skill was difficult to get even for several 100 million won. He was suddenly shocked by Hyuni's words that he didn't see the earrings on him and thought he had lost them during the kidnapping, and Yujin wondered when he noticed it. The man said with a smile that this gift may seem like too much, however, the greatest effectiveness can only be expected from such overkill. Hyunhee opened the driver's door and, smiling broadly, said that he looked forward to a long and close cooperation. The morning sun illuminated the bathroom. The guy's hand was rested on the table next to the empty earring box. Yujin looked at himself with new earrings, his face in the water. He turned around and called Peace to launch the rockets. The animal burst into the room enthusiastically. He jumped at the guy, but a shield appeared in front of him, which he hit. Yujin caught the stunned animal and said with a smile that the shield works great. Suddenly the guy sniffed Peace, saying that it smelled strange, after which he added that the animal had played a lot today and needed to rinse off. Yujin happily ran to the bathroom, throwing up his pet. Peace sadly sat under the stream of water with foam on his head. The guy poured water on him from the shower head and, while washing the pet, said that he was glad that the animal had regained its energy, and besides, Yujin acquired an item that increases the mana stat, adding that it was a good trip. Yujin remembered Simeong yelling at him and thought that he didn't want to go to Jupiter anymore. Simeong angrily looked after Hyunhee and said that he was impudent, and that if their leader came out, then everything around would turn into a sea of fire, and Yujin said with a smile that he was just going too far. The man turned to him irritably, saying that he was not joking, because it was impossible to predict how everything could end if they crossed paths, and said that once the head was arrested after his visit to one of the guilds. After hearing this, the guy asked in shock what happened to his brother. Coming out of his memories, Yujin looked down in frustration, asking himself what his brother had been doing all this time. He thought that, in addition to everything else, he needed to impose the effect of education on 50 equally dangerous people, adding that he wanted to grab the system by the scruff of the neck and cause a scandal. Peace began to shake off the water, splashing everything around. Suddenly the animal jumped out of the bath screaming. The guy fell back in surprise and told him to stop. Yujin caught the pet in the air, asking where he was going, then calling him a bully. Looking at Peace, he said he needed to dry off. Suddenly he noticed that instead of a pet, he had a toy in his hands. Dakibai watched as he turned around in annoyance at the wet animal and asked when he learned the body replacement technique, after which he said that it was a gift from him. Yujin looked at the joyful spirit who was waving to him and said that he had come. Dakibai came down from the windowsill holding another toy, and Yujin asked if these were Japanese toys, to which the guy replied that they were, but they were not sold as a peace toy, but as a fiery horned lion toy, after which he added that, whatever you call a rose, it will still smell like a rose. The spirit circled in front of the guy, naming the price of everything. The headband with ears cost 1650 yen. The 50 centimeters toy cost 6050 yen. The backpack cost 2700 yen. And the 30 centimeters toy cost 3850 yen. Dakibai flew up to the embarrassed guy and, putting his ears on him, said that after the show the guy became famous throughout the world, to which Yujin replied that he did not particularly observe the reaction of the internet. The spirit handed the tablet into the guy's hand. Yujin asked what was going on with his work and whether he was having fun all the time, to which Dakibai answered in the negative, asking who he took him for. He sat down next to Peace while the guy looked at the tablet, telling the animal that he was a real fiery horned lion. Yujin admired the fact that the spirit really had everything filled, adding that he was much more efficient than he expected, so he asked why there was no information about the dungeons. Dakibai put his head on his hand and said that he could not enter them. Yujin looked at him in surprise and asked why he couldn't get into the dungeon, to which the spirit replied that he didn't know why, but every time he tried to get into the dungeon, he was thrown out. The guy listened to this in surprise, asking himself if it was because the spirit had the power of the dungeon, after which he thought that the dungeon could not be pushed into the dungeon. He put down the tablet and thought that if Dakibai is essentially the same as the dungeon. Without finishing the thought, he called out to the spirit. The guy abruptly hugged Dakibai, startling him, and called him his love, causing the spirit to ask what the hell he was doing all of a sudden. Peace poked his paw at the toy with interest while the guy said that he was showing love. The spirit tried to break free and told him to unhook, to which Yujin replied that he should not be harmful, but hug him and teleport away. While hugging Dakibai, he looked back at him slyly. It was night outside the windows. Dakibai nervously asked why he needed to teleport, and the guy told him to listen to his superiors, and that he would not get rid of him if the spirit did not listen. Dakibai sadly resigned himself. Suddenly they were in the air. Yujin looked down in surprise, and the guy said that he would only do it for a little bit. The headband with ears fell on the night city. The guys were floating in the air above the city. Yujin looked down in surprise and thought that this was exactly the same feeling as when passing through the dungeon gates. An image of a shining gate appeared in his head. Dakibai pushed off from the air that glowed under his foot. Step by step, the spirit with the guy in his arms teleported through the air above the city. Yujin looked around. Before the next jump, he began to think that, to be more precise, each such teleportation is a movement through a kind of dungeon. A man with glasses sat behind the wheel of a car. An aura glowed above his hood. Suddenly Dakibai appeared in front of him with a guy in his arms, which scared him very much. Yujin apologized. The guy looked at the night sky, thinking about what was just like his last trip to the dungeon. The system window malfunctioned and the guy happily finished his thought, thinking that the system window was changing. The frightened driver watched as the guys jumped into the teleportation portal. Yujin thought that the system was sending him messages when he was in the dungeon, and therefore, if he used the power of Dakibai, he might be able to talk to the system normally. The guy, sitting in the arms of the spirit, pointed to something with his hand with a smile, and said that he needed to do this a few more times. The spirit looked exhausted and said heavily that he could no longer do it. The guy took Yujin by the waistband of his trousers, saying that when he holds someone like that, he wants. Without finishing the sentence, he knocked the guy over his back and hit him on the ground, shouting the name of the fight as Siren. Dakibai hovered in the air above the guy lying on the ground and said embarrassedly that he couldn't help himself. Yujin asked if he was really trying to stick to his role as a spirit. Dakibai, looking at the guy who was stretching his shoulder, asked if he was hurt. The guy with a nervous smile thought that he couldn't imagine what would happen without the shield. He swiped his finger through the air to open the system window, adding that there should have been enough time for the system to send him something. A notification window opened in front of him. The acceleration of pieces growth was activated, and in the skill description the letters were highlighted, which formed the inscription "Go to the dungeon." The guy looked at this irritably. He did not take his eyes off the system window and thought that first there was a typo, now a change in the description of objects, after which he wondered if it was possible to simply open the chat, as it was in the dungeon. He remembered the moment when he received unknown notifications and thought that, based on the contents, until he entered the dungeon, he would not even be able to find it, after which he wondered if it was possible that they simply could not do much in his world. The guy placed his hand on the spirit's head as he nervously asked if he should be given the potions. Yujin removed his hand and said with a smile that everything was fine and he just needed to check something, and that thanks to Dakibai it was possible. As he walked away from the spirit, he looked back at him and said that he could go, and that if anything was needed, he would call, after which he thought that he had no choice but to return to the dungeon. The guy smiled sarcastically, raising his hand, and said that the spirit did a great job, calling him his favorite. Dakibai looked at him in confusion. The image of his grandmother appeared in his imagination, and he wondered why the boss looked so much like the grandmother who owned the house in ancient times. The night sky hung over the city. Dakibai said that he would see the guy off and offered to teleport him home. The guy agreed, thinking that this is how the spirit ended up under the influence of upbringing. The light was on in the guy's room. He looked at the message on his phone that showed the location of the winnings and said it was nearby. Yujin, looking in the mirror, put on a black hat, saying that no one would recognize him that way. He picked up the dark glasses and thought that it was time for him to move forward, because this is the only chance while the little black man's skills are still active. He put on his glasses and covered his face with a mask, adding that he was just quickly running into the dungeon for a small conversation, and mentally turned to the system, thinking that he was already on his way to it. There was a plant with large leaves in the corridor. Suddenly Yujin appeared around the corner. Step by step, he tried to walk secretly along the corridor, leaning against one wall or the other. Sitting behind a large flower, he held the leaf at face level and thought that this was the first stage. He activated the stealth skill Wall Lizard, after which he activated 2 more skills to strengthen it 4-fold. The final Retribution and the Rachita's Predator. The guy hid his presence and, sitting opposite the elevator with security, thought that it would be very suspicious if the elevator suddenly went to a floor to which no one had called him. The elevator doors opened slightly. A man in a white robe came out of the elevator with a cart full of food. Yujin quickly slipped inside while he said that he was carrying lunches. Adjusting his mask, he looked at the guy through the closing door and thought that he had come at this time on purpose, and that his skill had been strengthened 4-fold, so that he could not be afraid of being detected even by a class hunters. Yujin held onto his hat as he stood in the corner of the elevator next to a crowd of workers. The elevator reached the first floor and the door began to open, and the guy continued to think that, besides, stealth skills are inherent only to monsters, and Dakibai is the only non-monster with such a skill. Yujin looked around as he exited the elevator, thinking that no one would suspect that someone could leave or enter using a stealth skill. He looked at the arched metal detector, towards which a man in a suit was heading. Yujin rushed away while the man stood in the frame with his hands raised and was examined by a female security guard. The guy flew at their feet at high speed, thinking that all he had to do was get out of there. While he was running away from there, the girl told the man that the alarm had gone off and she needed to look at him, to which he said in surprise that he seemed to have laid out all his equipment. Clouds floated across the sky, and the guy mentally apologized, adding that after the skill ended, he would behave lower than grass, quieter than water. The multi-story building was surrounded by a blue barrier. The guy stood in front of the front door and, trying to catch his breath, said that the road here alone was more difficult than the dungeon itself. He stood at the console to enter the code and, looking around, was glad that no one was watching the F-class dungeons. The door opened and the dungeon gates appeared behind it. Looking at them, the guy thought that he was just quickly going to talk to the system, after which he would return back to the hostel. He started counting on his fingers, saying that he had taken items and a lot of potions with him. Eugen then took out the gate stone, saying that he would take that too just in case. He remembered the moment when Yuhyun gave him this item, and, clenching it into his fist, he thought with relief that he had done the right thing by taking it, and mentally thanked his brother. Looking up at the gate, he turned to his brother, thinking that he might just come here and immediately return to peaceful life. He stepped into the dungeon and the gate shone blue. The guy ran in the shade of the tall treetops. Looking around, he said that this was supposed to be a forest dungeon, but everything looked more like a jungle. The monsters watched him from the tree branches as he accessed the system. There were many shining eyes watching him from the shadows. Eugen said that the system could at least guide him to the right place. The monsters jumped at him with a roar. The blue energy whip cut the monkey. The whips that grew from the guy's back cut down the monsters one by one, while he wondered out loud if it would take the system some time to find him again. The guy walked away towards the bushes. The whips continued to wriggle, and the corpses of the monsters fell to the ground. The guy ran through the forest past the monkeys, cutting them apart, keeping his hands in his pocket and trying to shout to the system. Extending his hand, he activated the viscous poison and began to accumulate the dark substance in his hand, saying that he had already arrived. Jumping up, he threw poison at the monsters, shouting for the system to finally show itself. He stepped on tree roots, shouting to the system. Having climbed the mountain of corpses, he raised his hand to his mouth and shouted for the shitty system to finally answer him. Eugen lowered himself and began collecting magic stones, indignant that at this rate he would simply clear the dungeon, adding that, besides, F-rank stones were practically worthless. Suddenly he fell back in fear because of the system window that appeared, and exclaimed that the system scared him. In the system window, using leet style, it was written that it was not their fault. The guy scratched the back of his head incomprehensibly and wondered what this meant, that it was not their fault. The guy looked at another window that appeared, not having time to finish the question about why it was written like that and what they were talking about. In the window that appeared there was a description of the wishing stone. The guy asked what they had this time. He thoughtfully said that he remembered the wishing stone, after which he asked what it was for. Suddenly, before the guy's eyes, the line about the ban on resurrecting the dead began to disappear. He kept his eyes on what was happening and wondered why it was being erased. Suddenly, in place of this line, the system wrote an apology and an awkward emoji. The guy looked at this incomprehensibly, asking why they were apologizing. This message was repeated in the guy's head when suddenly he realized something. He, on his knees, grabbed his head and screamed, asking if the ban on resurrecting the dead was a bluff. He put his hands between himself and shouted at the system in rage, saying that it was not for nothing that it seemed strange to him last time. Because how could it happen that you cannot resurrect the dead, but you can turn back time? Symbols appeared on the system window showing that the system was ashamed, and the guy continued to shout, asking why she deceived him, and then insulted her. Furious, he asked if she was hinting that she could not tell, and if she could only communicate with such symbols. He took out the gate stone and again insulting her, told her to look at it. He raised the object above his head and angrily shouted to the system that he could easily deal with even a high-level monster, so that it could speak calmly. He fell silent and silence hung in the air. Suddenly a response from the system appeared, and the guy said in surprise that this was what he meant. Before he could finish speaking, he looked in shock at the windows that appeared. System windows appeared in the air one after another and he asked in shock what it was all about. While they appeared in the air, the guy asked to slow down. She told them not to get angry, because they understand how unpleasant it is, and that they want to tell him everything. But direct contact will cause certain consequences, and that the stronger the intervention, the easier to detect him. Then the system said that additional preparations were needed, because if too much information came up, he would be in danger, and then asked him to carefully prepare for a week. Eugen read the inscriptions in surprise, asking why they took so much time. A whole week. and if they were asking him to return a week after preparation. The guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, and, thinking that by then the effect of the final retribution would end and he would again be a simple F rank, he said that he would have to look for another way. He remembered the moment the flame bird appeared, when Yerim covered him with her spear, and he wondered what the system meant by danger and interference, and what it meant that it could be noticed, and then asked himself if there was someone else besides the system, and is this somehow connected with the monster that appeared last time after the system messages. Suddenly, a crack appeared in space while the guy was thinking that the more messages they sent, the more dangerous it would be. Eugen looked in fear as the space in front of him became covered with a web of cracks. The space at the crack burst, throwing the guy who covered his face with his hands. The system window began to glitch, and looking at this, Eugen thought that he was in trouble. Shielding his face from the shrapnel, he wondered aloud if it was because the system had sent so many messages. He watched as the energy swirled in the rift and asked in horror if something worse would appear now than last time. Suddenly, energy splashed out from the rift throughout the area. The guy continued to cover his face from the light, thinking about what was blinding him. He lowered his hand, holding the gate stone in it, and wondered if a monster worse than La Cheetah's would really appear. The guy looked in surprise at the white lump that appeared on the ground, around which dust settled. With a shocked expression, he thought it was a dumpling. The ball turned out to be a small chick. He was trying to roll over to his feet while the guy was thinking whether it was really a monster. The chicken couldn't turn around and squeaked, which is why the guy mentally called him Cutie. Eugen watched from the bushes as the chick ran on the ground, deciding that he should not let his guard down, because although he looked cute, he could actually turn out to be a ferocious monster. He used the sprout skill on the fleeing chick. An information window opened, in which only the fact that he was F rank was visible. Other information was blurred. The guy thought that it seemed to him that this was an ordinary monster, even taking into account the system errors, after which he wondered what he should do, whether to kill him, but this is a baby, and the system did not indicate the appearance of the boss. Suddenly Eugen opened his mouth in surprise. He saw how the chicken wanted to eat the magic stone and shouted that this stone was very poisonous. The next moment, Eugen quickly grabbed him and moved him away from the stone, shouting at him not to eat him. The guy immediately began to sweat and thought in confusion that he had picked him up. He looked at the chick, which lay in his palms, and thought that it was very soft and cute. Suddenly the chicken began to squeak, flapping its wings. The guy looked at him pitifully and asked him not to cry, saying that if he ate it, his stomach would hurt. There was another monster sitting on a branch behind Eugen, looking at him as he asked the chick if it was feeding on mana stones. Suddenly the monkey rushed at them from behind. The guy's whip cut its jaw. The monster dropped dead, and the guy told the chicken that he wouldn't let it get hurt. He looked back and saw dozens of eyes looking at them, after which he said that they had come again. He lifted the chick to his face and asked him to sit still while he collected food for him. The dungeon gate opened in the air. The guy stood in front of the corpse of a huge turtle and scratched his head, saying that in the end he got all the way to the boss. An image arose in his imagination of him fighting monsters and the chick running after stones, and Eugen said that it swallowed all the mana stones that fell out over and over again. He held the chick on the finger of one hand, and in the other he held a large crystal of mana, and, calling him a glutton, he asked if this was enough for him. Suddenly, the chicken with a greedy look jumped onto the stone in the guy's hand and began to lick it, while Eugen said in shock that he was eating again, and that he would not fit into the chicken. At that moment, a system window appeared. The guy tore the chick off the stone, shouting to him to wait until Eugen broke it. The window said that he had received an amazing achievement. In front of the guy, an icon for the Miracle Novice achievement appeared and a system window saying that he managed to successfully complete an F-class dungeon alone with F-class stats and skills, using less than 3 items. Eugen read the inscriptions. The chick jumped out of his hand again while he thought about what they give for a single passage of the dungeon. Suddenly he noticed in surprise that this was an S-class achievement, asking out loud whether the S-class title was given for an F-class dungeon. The description of the achievement stated that a distinguished novice hunter had completed an F-class dungeon alone with low stats, and the reward was doubling the rewards received from the dungeon. After reading this, the guy collapsed to the ground next to the chick gnawing on a crystal, and said that doubling the rewards is an excellent reward, but when passing low-level dungeons they do not give good rewards, and the effect of the last reward will soon end. The chick with a full belly was burned off its feet. Eugen stood up upset, asking if ranks in dungeons of other classes are given for solo completion, adding that now he can pass the D-class dungeon. He took the chick in his arms, looked confidently in front of him and thought that even if this was not entirely fair, He needed to go through some more dungeon and see what they would give there, after which he asked to give him something good. The guy looked at the chick and exclaimed, asking if he had swallowed a cobblestone, and whether he was a bird or a pig. Particles flew through the air. The guy thought that in the end he returned safely to the hostel. The guild skyscraper gleamed in the sun. Peace jumped on the chick and bit it, causing it to squeal. The guy sat with the chicken under the scratched door and thought that, as it seemed to him, everything was fine, but he was wrong. A grinding sound was heard from behind the door, and Eugen was frightened and wondering what to do, because Peace was furious. He remembered how his pet, with a chick in his mouth, had made a mess of the room, and wondered how he had not thought about keeping cats and birds together since he had almost become Peace's prey. Eugen held an exhausted chicken in his hands and thought that it was in vain that he brought it home. But, on the other hand, he could not just abandon the baby. In his fantasy, Eugen imagined that a huge piece with a pumped-up body was standing on the other side of the door and was hitting the door, after which he thought that perhaps he could calm him down and explain everything in words. While he was looking at the chicken, Yuhyun came up to him and interrupted his thoughts about how he couldn't keep them apart on his own. His weakness intuition skill activated and warned him that an S-class hunter was approaching, causing him to scream in fear after his brother asked him what he was doing there. The chick fell to the floor and Yuhyun looked at it with interest. Eugen quickly covered it with his hands, after which his brother said that it did not look like an ordinary chicken. Eugen replied that it was a monster. The brother exclaimed in shock, asking what this meant. He took his brother by the shoulders. Eugen began to sweat while his brother asked him how the monster ended up here. The guy awkwardly replied that he picked him up in the corridor. Yuhyun looked at him with his mouth open, listening to his brother say that, apparently, someone had abandoned him, and that he himself was in complete shock, because abandoned pets are a very big problem, asking for the sake of appearances what people were thinking about. Yuhyun sighed heavily, saying that he wanted to ask him something. Eugen quickly took his brother's hand. Without listening to his brother, he said with a smile that he was very glad that his brother had come, and that he would help him calm Peace. The angry pet stood in a stand while the owner told him to be a sweetheart. Yuhyun watched silently as he fearfully held the chick in his hands, telling Peace that it was not food, but his little brother, and not to hurt him. The animal again rushed at the chicken that Eugen was holding, thereby interrupting Yuhyun, who was talking about what he came for. The guy turned away from what was happening, and, not paying attention to his brother's screams, continued to say that he wanted to ask something about the kidnapping. He opened his eyes. Peace jumped from behind him onto his lap, while the guy said that he could not decide to have this conversation, because it was a traumatic experience for him. Yuhyun sternly grabbed the animal by the scruff of the neck, adding that he still needed to make sure. Eugen watched in shock as his brother threw Peace to the ceiling, the animal screaming at the top of his lungs. The guy swallowed his tongue in shock and squeezed the pet in his hands, while his brother, rubbing his hands, said that now everything was fine and they could talk. Eugen suddenly shouted at his brother in rage, asking what he meant and what the hell he was doing. Yuhyun listened to his brother in surprise, without saying anything in response. The white tiles of the room reflected the bright light. Eugen furiously asked his younger brother why he abandoned such a little one. The main character grabbed his younger brother by the shirt, glaring at him with his evil gaze. Eugen told Yuhyun not to act like he didn't see anything wrong with it. Yuhyun told his older brother that Peace had C-class characteristics and that it should be a piece of cake for him. Peace jumped from the ceiling to the floor, looking at the main character with widened eyes. Peace and Yuhyun looked at the angry protagonist in confusion. Eugen asked Yuhyun what he considered a compelling argument, and that now everyone should be thrown around if their characteristics are high enough. Yuhyun told his older brother that everything was wrong and asked him to calm down first. Eugen opened his mouth wide, scolding his little brother furiously. Eugen told Yuhyun to quickly sit down on the sofa and look down at the floor, but not quite at the floor. Yuhyun and Peace sat on the couch looking guilty. The main character mentioned Soyoung in conversation, telling his younger brother that she said that her pet would be her companion for life, and that she would take care of him like her own child, adding that even the head of Jupiter brought Peace a gift. The main character extended his hand, pointing his finger at Yuhyun, who looked at his older brother in confusion. The protagonist told Yuhyun that he is its owner, but at the same time allows himself to throw it, adding that he does not care about Peace at all. Yuhyun turned his gaze to the confused Peace. Yuhyun told his older brother that he couldn't say that he didn't care about Peace at all. The main character opened his mouth wide in bewilderment, clutching the back of his head. Yuhyun told Eugen that of course he is happy that he has a high-class beast and it is a very valuable device, adding that from now on he will try to be more gentle with it. Yujin was in slight shock, asking Yuhyun what he considered peace to be a device. The protagonist angrily widened his eyes, pointing his finger down. Peepo sat on the protagonist's shoulder, spreading his wings to the sides. The main character told his younger brother that this is why peace does not listen to him. Yuhyun looked at his older brother in confusion, his eyes wide. He told Yujin that a couple of trips to the dungeon would fix it. The main character clenched his fist in rage, opening his mouth wide. The protagonist told his younger brother that it was not about that at all, but about his attitude, asking if he had done anything for peace. Yuhyun sadly lowered his head, looking at the floor. He told his older brother that he was buying food for peace. The main character looked like an angry cat baring his teeth. Yujin stated to Yuhyun that he actually decided to pay off with food, asking where he was when he put all his efforts into raising peace. Yuhyun drooped slightly, lowering his head. The protagonist put his hands to his side, glaring at his younger brother. Yuhyun told his older brother that he was to blame. Yujin thought that it was clear from him that he did not understand at all what his fault was. The main character recalled a moment from his childhood when Yuhyun brought a huge tree branch. The protagonist thought that his little brother had always been like this since childhood, noting that he doesn't care about the opinions of others when he can break off an entire tree branch without any problems. The main character closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Yujin told Yuhyun to hug him at least once. Yuhyun stood up from the sofa, happily looking at his older brother and spreading his arms to the sides. The protagonist told his younger brother not to hug him, but to hug peace. Yuhyun sat down on the sofa, and with a downcast face, hugged peace without touching him. The main character told his younger brother that this was a completely different matter, and he was positively delighted. The protagonist plopped down on the sofa, closing his eyes. Yuhyun and Peace quickly jumped away from each other. Yujin told Yuhyun to hug him more often and try to be friendlier with Peace. Peace approached the main character, raising his paw. The protagonist turned his attention to Peace, holding Peepo in his hands. Peace pressed his paws against the main character's leg, looking at him guiltily. Yujin thought that Peace looked upset because he realized that he would also be scolded for his attitude towards Peepo. The protagonist extended his hands to Peace, holding Peepo in them. Peace extended his paw to Peepo. The main character asked Peace if he would hurt Peepo anymore. Peace closed his eyes and licked Peepo with his tongue. The protagonist asked Peace if he was trying to eat him. The main character stroked Peace on the head, causing him to wag his tail contentedly. Yujin noticed that Peace understood him, telling him how cute he was. Peace stood on the floor, stretching out his paws towards the main character. The protagonist with a wide smile extended his hands to Peace. Yujin told Peace that he would still need to house them separately. Yuhyun told his older brother that at least one check should still be done, adding that he would call someone. Yujin turned his head, looking at his younger brother with a smile. Peace sat on the protagonist's lap, licking his paw. Yujin asked Yuhyun if he had free time next week. Yuhyun looked at his older brother with a serious expression, pursing his lips. The protagonist suggested that Yuhyun go to the dungeon to have a look at his skills, adding that Peace should be taken with him so that they could get closer. Yuhyun opened his mouth slightly. He told his elder brother that he would prepare everything. Peepo sat on the protagonist's shoulder, looking to the side indifferently. Yuhyun looked at his older brother leaving with a serious face. Yuhyun thought that dodging and making excuses with a lie was so obvious that anyone would notice it, thinking that his older brother was hiding something. Yujin thought that since that day he had gone to the dungeons twice more. The main character ran away from flying beetles into a dungeon in a panic. The protagonist recalled that he went to an E-class underground cave. The protagonist sat with his hand extended towards the water serpent. The main character recalled that he also went to the D-class lake dungeon. Yujin looked attentively at the system windows, raising his eyebrows. The main character noticed that every time he visited the dungeon, the system greeted him. Yujin dropped a lot of stones and rewards. System notifications. An incredible achievement. You managed to successfully complete an E-class dungeon alone with F-class characteristics and skills, using less than 5 items in the process. Veteran F-class. You are a superhuman who has reached the peak of an F-class hunter. Your attack power is doubled. The protagonist stared furiously at the system window. Yujin asked the system if they were normal there at all, because he did not have a single attacking skill, and for him it was useless. The protagonist put his hand to his face and knitted his eyebrows as he looked at the achievements given to him. The main character thought that he was indignant like a grandmother at the market, and next time he was given something more or less suitable. System notification. You managed to successfully complete an E-class dungeon alone with F-class characteristics and skills, using less than 5 items in the process. Achievements have appeared. Elusive. You must be a master of stealth to be able to complete a D-class dungeon while being an F-class. Find hidden. You are difficult to detect even for those who are purposefully looking for you. Another bonus. You can share the effects of one rank or one skill below S class with one person who is in physical contact with you. Yujin said that any rag will come in handy at 3 years old. The protagonist sat on the floor with a thoughtful look and crossed his legs. Peace ate deliciously from the bowl. Peepo stood near a jar with magic crystals. The main character thought that it would be nice to use the bonus to double the attack skills of Yuhyun or Yerim, but he would only be able to share it through contact, and in battle he would simply be crushed into powder. The main character raised a small bottle upward. Peepo happily looked at the crystals, tightly grasping the bottle. Yujin told Peepo that it was not meant for him. The main character thought that maybe it was because of that system error, but Peepo had a lot of strange things. The protagonist recalled how he studied Peepo by placing him on a scale. The main character noticed that the skill of the tamer brought by Yuhyun did not work, and that even he could not check either its growth conditions or activate it on it. My baby is the best. Peace closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, yawning. Peepo quickly ran to the lying Peace. Peace opened his eyes wide and turned his head to look at Peepo, who jumped on him. Peepo happily sat on Peace's head. The main character suddenly rushed out of his phone, photographing Peace with Peepo. Yujin asked them to freeze so he could take a photo of them. Peepo stood on his paws and spread his wings to the sides. Peepo could not stand on his head and began to roll down Peace's face. Peepo fell under Peace's paws, lying on his back. The protagonist looked at the photographs taken on his phone. Yujin said that the photo of Peepo standing on Peace's head could be the new profile photo. The main character thought that he had finally created an account on a social network, which he had wanted to do for a long time. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking at the profile on the phone. The main character was surprised that he had so many subscribers. Yujin thought it was because his babies were too cute. Dakibai suddenly appeared from the TV, smiling widely. Dakibai told the main character to follow him back. Dakibai extended his finger with a sharp claw towards Peepo. Dakibai told the protagonist that everyone was going crazy over how cute he was, noting that Peepo was the new gluttonous rice cake. Dakibai held out a large magic stone and Peepo immediately grabbed onto it. The main character was shocked by what he saw. Dakibai offered Peepo a mana stone. The protagonist noticed in surprise that this was in a class stone. The protagonist grabbed Peepo, angrily swearing at Dakibai with an innocent face. The main character called Dakibai a hooligan, telling him not to give anything so easily and not to throw away such valuables. Dakibai clasped his hands together, blushing slightly when he saw the swearing granny in the main character. Dakibai told the protagonist that he would remember this and called him Granny. Yujin thought that he didn't have time to understand anything, and Dakibai was already under the influence of his upbringing, adding that gradually everything began to unfold and develop. It was raining heavily outside the window. It was said on TV that a building for breeding animals would be built right next door to the Abyss Guild. There was news on TV from the construction site of the building. According to the news, thanks to the hiring of a team of awakened builders and an excess of building materials, the building is planned to be put into operation in 2 weeks. The main character watched the news with an amazed look and folded the washed clothes. The protagonist was surprised that this was even possible, noting that he had heard that they had invested a lot of money in it. The main character raised his thoughtful gaze upward, pursing his lips. He thought there would be a lot more work to do after construction was completed. Yujin imagined a huge number of animals and images of Myung-woo with Haein. The main character thought about calling Myung-woo and hiring Haein, because more baby monsters would arrive soon, and thought about other hired workers. The protagonist threw things out of his hands and sadly fell to the floor. Yujin said that he didn't understand what the hell he was doing, because he just wanted to enjoy life. The protagonist peeked out from under his arm, looking dejectedly to the side. He thought that he should deal with everything in order, and first he needed to contact the system in a few days. The main character remembered the moment when the system contacted him, showing him the wishing stone. The protagonist thought that this really bothered him, and that he could still close his eyes to the fact that they changed the description of the wishing stone, since he did not lose anything in the end, noting that the system clearly knew about everything that happened before returning in time. The main character slightly opened his mouth with a serious expression on his face. He said it wasn't his fault. The protagonist remembered the moment when the system told him that it was not his fault. Yujin thought that the more important thing is that isn't something that is usually said when something goes wrong. The main character with a serious face began to pack his things again. He thought that the system was talking to him as if something had gone wrong in his return in time. The protagonist fell on the sofa and began waving his arms and legs in displeasure. Yujin said that he does not know anything, and from thinking the answer will not appear in his head. The protagonist closed his eyes and put his hands behind his head, pursing his lips. He thought that he would have to make sure to ask the system when he went to the dungeon next week. The main character thought that he should have been more careful. The entire area was burning with a purple flame. A sharp blade was pointed at the main character's body, causing him to look ahead in bewilderment. Yu-hyun furrowed his eyebrows and glared at his older brother. Yu-hyun with sparkling red eyes looked at Yujin, holding a sword to his neck. The main character thought that before things turned out this way, he should have been more honest with his younger brother. The table was set with delicious dishes and snacks. The main character thought that he should have guessed earlier how this could all turn out. Myung-woo turned with a smile to the protagonist, who was holding a frying pan with scrambled eggs in his hands. Yujin told Myung-woo that he didn't have to cook so much and asked for his forgiveness, saying that all he could do was fry the eggs. Myung-woo told the protagonist not to worry, as he was doing this all of his own free will. Yu-hyun, Yerim and Myung-woo gathered at the table with the main character. Yujin thanked Myung-woo for the food. The main character recalled that day he gathered everyone together so that they could get to know each other better. Yerim closed her eyes and smiled widely, clutching a spoon in her hand. Yerim said Myung-woo is the best as always. Yujin closed his eyes and smiled widely, pointing at the food with his hand. The protagonist told his younger brother to try the food as it was very tasty. Yu-hyun knitted his eyebrows and looked at the food with a serious face, holding chopsticks in his hand. Yu-hyun said that everything is fine and his older brother's scrambled eggs are enough for him. There was a tense energy at the table. The main character looked slightly downcast from this situation. He thought that Yu-hyun could at least try halfway to be like Yerim. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly and looked displeased at his younger brother. Myung-woo looked at the main character with a slight smile. Yujin asked his younger brother to stop behaving like that. Myung-woo told the main character that there was nothing wrong with this, since they did not need to find a common language, because in any case, they were unlikely to see each other often when he left the abyss with him. Myung-woo looked at the food with satisfaction, smiling slightly. Yerim asked Myung-woo to stop. Yu-hyun turned his head towards his older brother, who was bringing the spoon to his mouth. Yu-hyun clarified with Yujin that Myung-woo will leave the abyss with him. The protagonist told his younger brother that Myung-woo was going to leave with him, although his guild begged him to stay, but he still decided to join him. The main character imagined Simyeong sitting on one knee, holding the hand of Myung-woo, who shook his head negatively. Yerim moved closer to the table with a joyful smile, widening her eyes at the protagonist. Yerim asked Yujin what it meant that the new building would have both a nursery and a forge. The main character told Yerim that this place would become a gathering place for talented people. Yu-hyun, with a downcast face, raised a glass of water to his face. Yu-hyun said dissatisfiedly that this would not be certain. The main character chewed his food and glanced at his younger brother. The protagonist thought that Yu-hyun had finally realized that he would lose a capable person. Yujin and Myung-woo smiled happily as they clinked their food with each other. The protagonist thought that he brought them together so that they could get to know each other better, and Yu-hyun could be a little friendlier with Myung-woo and praise him. The main character told Myung-woo that when they move, he will give him a penthouse room. Myung-woo told Yujin not to do that and asked if he needed any equipment, saying that he could make it. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, beaming with happiness. Yujin was surprised to ask Myung-woo if this was true. The main character thought that Myung-woo already promised free equipment. The main character couldn't decide what to choose, armor or skill. Yu-hyun looked with an embittered look into a glass of water, which he squeezed tightly in his hand, causing it to crack. The main character thought that Yu-hyun was really that stubborn or just clueless. A huge mountain of dirty dishes lay in the sink. Yujin said that he didn't think he could digest so much. The protagonist and Yerim were washing dirty dishes with downcast faces. The protagonist did not understand why his younger brother was like this. Yerim told Yujin that his younger brother has been a bit distant these days. The main character recalled how Yu-hyun stood up from his chair at the table, holding his phone in his hand. Yujin thought that even if he was embarrassed by Myung-woo, he thought that he would be glad that no one would bother his older brother anymore. Yujin widened his eyes as if he understood everything. Yerim narrowed her eyes at the main character. Yujin thought that Yu-hyun was jealous that he was becoming more successful. Yerim understood his thoughts from the protagonist's face, answering him that she didn't think so. Yerim closed her eyes, holding a plate in her hands. The protagonist looked at Yerim in surprise. Yerim told the main character that Yu-hyun must be upset because he became independent. The protagonist told Yerim that it was Yu-hyun who stopped depending on them, because he is his older brother. Yerim wiped her plate with a thoughtful face, remembering a conversation with Yu-hyun where she thought that the main character was hiding something. Yerim told Yujin that for some reason, Yuhyun could feel that they were growing apart. Yerim smiled nervously, looking at the main character and closing her eyes. Yujin asked Yerim for some reasons. Yerim told the main character that these were just her thoughts out loud and she didn't mean anything specific. Yerim awkwardly looked away, pointing her finger upward. Yerim told the protagonist that maybe this is all due to the fact that after his abduction, security at the entrance to the guild was strengthened, but for several days it has not been working, and he may be on edge because of this. The main character widened his eyes, looking at Yerim in bewilderment. The kitchen was brightly lit with lamps. Yerim asked the main character if he was okay. Yujin told Yerim that he was not okay and was tormented by his conscience. Yerim told the protagonist that it was not his fault, and that the leader was simply too worried, suggesting that they leave him and go to her. Yujin told Yerim that this is how they all work together. Yujin's conversation with his younger brother was open on the phone. The main character asked Yuhyun to buy him some tasty food. Yuhyun replied to Yujin that he would buy everything. The protagonist wrote to Yuhyun, asking him if he was free next week, and if not, he would go to the dungeon with Yerim. Yuhyun replied to the main character that it was not worth it, since he was free. Yujin thought that he still felt guilty, thinking that he was the reason after all. The main character closed his eyes and smiled joyfully, holding a beautiful flower bouquet in his hands, holding it out to Yuhyun. The protagonist told his younger brother that this was a gift for him. Yuhyun looked at the bouquet of flowers indifferently, knitting his eyebrows. He asked his older brother what it was. Yuhyun took the bouquet and handed it to his guard. The main character watched the actions of his younger brother with bewilderment. Yuhyun told the guard that he would pick them up later and that he should hold the bouquet for now. Yujin thought something was wrong. The main character was sitting in the front seat of the car with a downcast look. Peace lay on the protagonist's neck, watching him closely. Yujin thought he bought them to make Yuhyun relax a little. The main character imagined himself giving flowers to Yuhyun, which made him smile with happiness. The protagonist thought that he would be happy with such a surprise. Yuhyun sat behind the wheel of the car with a serious look, carefully looking at the road. The main character did not understand what could make him so angry. The protagonist awkwardly looked out the car window, raising his hand to his face. He thought they really should talk. The weather in the dungeon was beautiful, clear, and the sun shone brightly on the island. The main character noticed that in the end, something happened in the dungeon. Peace approached the grass with curiosity, raising his paw to it. The protagonist told Peace that this is called a dungeon. Yujin put his hands to his side, looking at Peace with interest. Peace looked at the main character with a questioning look. Yujin asked Peace if he remembered living in a similar place. Yuhyun pursed his lips and gazed intently at the area of the dungeon. The main character told Peace that maybe it was for the best that he didn't remember it. Peace reared up, eyes wide. The protagonist looked sideways, raising his eyebrows. The main character told Peace that these are probably not the best memories. Monsters jumped out of the bushes at the guys, baring their teeth. Peace bared his teeth, rushing at the monsters with rage. Peace scattered monsters in the air, rushing at him. The main character and Yuhyun watched Peace closely. The protagonist was surprised by what Peace was doing. Yuhyun looked at Peace indifferently, his mouth slightly open. The main character looked at his younger brother in surprise. Yuhyun told his older brother that this was quite normal. Peace tore monsters apart with his sharp claws. Yuhyun told the main character that most monsters see each other as enemies, which is why they fight among themselves, noting that this makes them feel better. Yuhyun turned around and walked away from the main character. Yujin was happy that Peace would at least increase his level a little, as before he was worried that he had not been growing lately. Yujin told his older brother that he should also raise his level, because that is what they came there for. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking indignantly at his younger brother. He didn't understand how long Yuhyun would continue to act like this. The main character ran after his brother along a forest path, holding a weapon in his hands. A monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere and jumped on the protagonist. Yujin widened his eyes while standing in a fighting stance. The monster was suddenly grabbed, with a rope wrapped around him. The main character said that this was another monster, calling him to him. Yuhyun closed his eyes, and with a pathetic expression on his face, raised his hand, exploding the monster above. The main character pulled his spear forward, defending himself from the monster, and suddenly Yuhyun grabbed him again. Yuhyun fried the monster, causing the main character to cover his face with his hand, looking at what was happening in bewilderment. Yuhyun covered his brother's eyes with his skill, looking away with an indifferent gaze. The protagonist twisted his face with displeasure, frowning his eyebrows. The main character looked furiously at his younger brother, who threw the monster in his direction. Yujin asked Yuhyun why he was constantly trying to stop him. Yuhyun told his brother that he was helping him because it was dangerous there. The protagonist pierced the monster with his spear, looking displeased at his brother. Yujin told his brother that he perfectly understands that he has some grievances against him, since it is written on his face, and if he is upset about something, he can simply tell him the reason. Yu-hyun looked at his brother with a displeased face as he swung his blade, killing the monster. Yu-hyun told Yujin that he would not talk to him openly. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and looked at Yu-hyun with confusion. Yujin extended his hand, pointing his finger at Yu-hyun, looking at him furiously. The main character confronted his brother that he wasn't telling him anything either. The protagonist bared his teeth, clenching them in rage, and furrowed his brows, remembering the image of Simeong and Hyeon-ah. The main character told Yu-hyun that he heard everything about how he caused chaos everywhere. Slightly distorted rumors. Yujin threw his spear over his shoulder, pointing his finger at his brother with displeasure. The protagonist told Yu-hyun that instead of sharing with him, he constantly keeps everything to himself. Yu-hyun threw his sword towards his brother, killing the monster behind him. The protagonist widened his eyes in fear. The main character looked warily at the killed monster, leaning on his spear. Yu-hyun told Yujin that this was all to protect him and also to increase the guild's influence. Yu-hyun lowered his gaze, frowning in displeasure. He told the main character that, however, he had his own big business. Yujin looked at his brother in confusion as he pulled his sword out of the monster. Yu-hyun told his brother that he knew very well that he was crossing a line, but he had to admit that it was beyond him and he was extremely upset. Yujin was slightly upset and opened his mouth slightly. He didn't understand why his brother was saying such things. The main character leaned down slightly, stabbing his sword into the monster behind Yu-hyun. The protagonist told his brother that the family can worry about each other as much as they want. The main character looked at his brother with a serious expression, throwing him his sword. Yujin told Yu-hyun that he was telling him that he didn't need to be overly concerned since the leaders of many guilds wouldn't lay a finger on him. Yu-hyun looked at his brother with displeasure, catching his sword with his hand. Yu-hyun opened his mouth slightly. He told his brother that this was not the problem at all. The main character looked with confusion at his brother, who extended his palm to the ground. Yujin asked Yu-hyun what was the matter then. Yu-hyun swung his sword and slashed his fire at the advancing monsters. Only the red eyes of the monsters were visible in the fire. Yu-hyun asked his brother why he couldn't just stay. The main character raised his hand, shielding his face from the fire. Yu-hyun told Yujin to just stand there and do nothing, adding that he would do everything for him. Yu-hyun looked at his older brother with a serious look, his eyebrows knitted together. He told Yujin that he doesn't ask questions, and he shouldn't, and that at the very least, he doesn't need to go to the dungeons. The main character widened his eyes, knitting his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist recalled how his younger brother sat against the wall with a downcast look. Yu-hyun in the memories told Yujin not to go to the dungeons. The main character asked his brother that he had a reason that he couldn't tell. Suddenly a system window appeared with a message. Ready to talk. Yujin looked at the message window in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. The protagonist looked in horror at his hand, which was being absorbed by the system. He asked the system to stop. Yu-hyun looked behind him, turning his attention to Yujin. The protagonist became covered in pixels, gradually disappearing. The main character's hand practically disappeared into pixels. Yu-hyun watched in bewilderment as his older brother disappeared before his eyes. Yujin thought that this all happened at a very bad time. Yu-hyun looked at the remaining spear from his brother. The black spear lay on the ground. Yu-hyun didn't understand what happened. Yu-hyun turned his head, looking around the dungeon. He turned his head to the side, his eyes widening in horror. Yu-hyun called his brother. Yujin moved to another space surrounded by blue light. The main character opened his mouth wide and widened his eyes in panic. He did not understand where he was being dragged, and why at that moment. The protagonist suddenly hovered in the air and widened his eyes in surprise. A pixelated emoticon appeared in front of the main character's face, which made him perplexed. The system said to the main character, "Welcome," calling him sweet. The system looked like a pixelated pink smiley smiling widely. A lot of pixelated emoticons appeared in front of the shocked main character. The system contacted the protagonist, asking if he could see them well. The main character looked at the systems in shock, his mouth open. He asked her that she was a system. The system smiled happily at the main character. The system's yellow smiley told the protagonist that he was right and they were pleased to meet him, noting that he connected just fine. The blue emoticon of the system asked the protagonist that he must have many questions. Yujin asked the system to wait, not understanding why they called him sweetie. The system covered the main character's mouth with a pixelated hand. The system told Yujin that names were not allowed. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the system. The blue emoticon of the system told the main character that if the amount of information reaches the limit, the connection will be interrupted, adding that the name is an important fact and they need to hide it from him. Hyujin opened his mouth in bewilderment. He asked the system who they were talking about. All the emoticons in the system smiled sarcastically and covered their eyes, saying that this is the one who cannot be named. The main character joked that it could be Voldemort. The main character looked anxiously at the pink smiley with his hand raised. The system noted, apologizing in advance, that there was a reason why the description of the wishing stone was wrong. Hyujin told the system that everything was fine. Hyujin looked away displeasedly, clutching his neck. He noted that in the end everything ended well, and all the guys were fine. The pink smiley smiled widely. The protagonist told the system that his younger brother was waiting for him and asked them to get to the point. The protagonist asked the system how they knew about the events that happened before time turned back, and if there was any problem because of it. Enlarged image of a smiling pink emoticon. The system began to form glowing trees around the main character. The system noted that the most important thing is what will happen in the future, adding that, to put it simply, he is the one who turned back time. The main character looked in surprise at the resulting forest, resting his hand on a tree. Hyujin looked up in surprise, looking at the tree on which he placed his palm. The system told the main character that if you imagine, then each tree symbolizes the universe, and for example this is his world. The wishing stone appeared in front of the tree, emitting its bright magical energy. The system said that when the wishing stone was activated, it became like this. Hyujin watched in shock as a small sprout formed in his hands. The sprout emitted bright blue energy from itself. The system noticed that only his world had returned 5 years ago. Hyujin looked up, eyebrows raised. The system noted that for those outside this world, everything remains the same, adding that this also applies to the number and difficulty of dungeons. The trees emitted a blue magical light from themselves. The system told Hyujin that they were also increasing their numbers and strength faster, adding that they were trying to slow down the process, but they were spreading their influence through the dungeons. An open thick book appeared in the air, with a skill icon appearing above it. The system told the protagonist that this is why he should do something. Signs with numbers appeared above the book. The signs surrounded the shocked protagonist, who began to examine them. The system told Hyujin to use the code word on 50 S-class people to influence them, noting that if he did this, he would be able to protect his world. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, remembering the album with drawings of chicks. The protagonist asked the system what exactly that strange list was for. The system imagined a game world with a main character. The system told Hyujin that she made it to seem like something from his world, like in game systems resembling a status window, adding that she thought long and hard about the best way, even down to the Oracle Warriors. The protagonist held a glowing book in his hands and looked in surprise at the pink smiley face. The system said that all this becomes unnecessary as soon as people get used to it. Hyujin asked the system that the status windows would disappear. The system showed icons with different characters from the life of the main character. The system told the protagonist that they were needed only to help beginners. Although convenient, they still drive people into limits. The system showed an icon with Myung-woo, which crashed it. The system told Hyujin that, for example, people believe that the F-class is hard to grow up no matter how hard you try. But there are those around him who have already destroyed this stereotype. The protagonist watched the system carefully, pursing his lips. The system noted that nothing is set in stone, neither characteristics nor skills, adding that people are destined to change. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The main character grabbed a smiling pink emoticon with both hands. Hyujin angrily widened his eyes and bared his teeth, clutching a pink smiley face in his hands. The main character told the system to first change the code word. The protagonist contorted his face with frantic anger, glaring angrily at the system. Hyujin told the system that if they were going to entrust him with an important mission, then they shouldn't have given such a crap word. The system asked Hyujin to calm down. The main character imagined himself among his friends, where he had to fulfill the mission of confessing his love. The protagonist angrily swore at the system, asking that he needs to influence 50 people, and they invite him to confess his love to them all, noting that it looks like some kind of game. The system told Hyujin that this applies not only to humans, but also to magical beasts. A blue smiley face appeared in front of the angry protagonist. He told Hyujin that they couldn't choose a code word, adding that they were just testing his skills and writing down his name and explanation. The protagonist told the system that the code word wouldn't be so terrible if they explained everything better, noting that his friend Myung-woo received the ingredients and a manual with instructions. Hyujin imagined a happy Myung-woo receiving everything he needed. The main character looked intently at the pink smiley face. A green smiley appeared behind the protagonist. He told the main character that this is all because the skills were taken from information about the past world. Various creatures appeared around the main character. The system noticed that Eugen had already noticed the existence of other universes. The system imagined a forge with the fire spirit Ismuar. The system told the protagonist that the gold forge was created from outside and sent to his world. A pierced heart with a dagger bled onto the crystal, against the backdrop of a blue dragon. Manhwa stood with flowers against the background of a golden forge. The system noted that it was very rare to send such value there, because the previous owner of the skills used his power, sacrificing his life, for the sake of the future of others. The system presented gray cards with pictures of rabbits. The system told the protagonist that they usually write down all the information jumbled together, such as writing the classification of a new animal based on already known ones, adding that even so there are inaccuracies, and they have no power to change the code word. A red icon with a skill appeared in front of the main character. The system told the protagonist that this was also the first appearance of the ideal educator. Red perfect caregiver skill icon. Proof that you have raised a person who has become one of the strongest in the world. The abilities of the teacher have become even more ideal due to the improvement of your previous characteristics by 100% compared to the current characteristics of the student. The system told the protagonist that there wasn't much information and they had to guess. The system's pink and green smileys floated in the air. The green smiley said that the title of educator itself is quite rare, and in order to gain the skill, he must be recognized as an educator by a born S-class. The main character asked the system about the born S-class. The system recalled the moment when the main character looked at Seong Han's face. The system told Eugen that he had used a cutting. The system recalled Yerem holding a weapon in her hands, surrounded by ice. The system noted that most often the awakening of an S-class becomes possible under the condition between A and S, and this means that you can become both an S-class and an A-class, depending on the environment, adding that there are also rare cases when people are definitely born into the S-class. The system presented the image of Yuhyun and Hyuni, with system windows above their heads. Possible awakening level S-class. The system noted that they are extremely rare, only a few people exceeding the abilities of the rest. The system imagined 3 Greek gods. She said that being so superior, more often than not they cannot get along with others, and ordinary people, even their parents, often tend to feel uncomfortable around them. Eugen looked down in confusion, his mouth slightly open. The system said that this is why the title of educator is so rare. The main character thought that he had never felt uncomfortable in the presence of his brother. An image of Greek gods fighting among themselves. The system noticed that educators do not live long, and sometimes they even become victims instead of the natural S-class, adding that the difference in power is high, so patronage of this class can turn into cruelty. The system's pink smiley smiled widely, saying that they hoped that the main character would successfully collect all the S-classes. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the system emoticons. The system told Eugen to just take it slow and not put himself in danger for 5 years. The pink smiley face gradually began to disappear. The pink smiley began to explain that upon completion of this test, something should happen, but the smiley's speech stopped there. The main character turned his head, looking at the disappearing emoticons. The system told the protagonist that their time was up, adding that they were sending him back and not much time should have passed, thinking that about 30 minutes had passed. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, his mouth wide open. A vortex of blue energy began to form under the protagonist's feet. Eugen asked the system if he could tell his brother about this, noting that he was very worried about him, and they could just send him a message. The system told the main character that he could not say everything, but only that he was simply helping her. The funnel of the system began to suck in the body of the main character. Eugen realized that the dungeon generation rule remained the same, so he was going to explore it. The system responded that it remained the same, noting that there would be instances of dungeons from the future appearing, but they would get rid of them as quickly as possible. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise and knitted his eyebrows, raising his hand to his face. The main character wanted to ask the system about monsters. The system told the main character not to worry, because he would find out about everything, even if he didn't want to, and the time would come when he would definitely understand everything. Eugen appeared in the sky, having escaped from the system. The main character was lying on the ground, looking up in bewilderment. The protagonist suddenly jumped up from the ground, looking around the dungeon in shock. He was worried about what was happening to his brother. Huge clouds of smoke rose up around Eugen, and the entire forest was on fire. The main character was going to hurry up and explain everything and calm down Yu-hyun. The protagonist looked at the burning forest with numbness and a nervous smile. All the land and trees were scorched. Yujin did not understand where he was, because there was a forest in his dungeon. The monster's huge paws rushed along the ground towards the main character. Yujin thought that the system had accidentally sent him to another place, to some low-level dungeon. Yujin looked behind him in fear, his mouth parted. The enraged Peace bared his teeth and rushed at the main character. The protagonist, not recognizing Peace, thought that this monster was definitely not low-level. Yujin jumped aside from the blow of the enraged Peace. The main character looked at Peace with horror, his eyes wide. He didn't understand how he could cope with it. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue. The main character looked at his angry pet through the system window with his characteristics. Yu-hyun's hand suddenly grabbed the main character. The protagonist did not understand how this monster turned out to be Peace. Yu-hyun threw Yujin over his shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes in fear. Yujin grabbed his brother's coat with his hand, looking at him in surprise. The protagonist gazed at his brother's serious face. Yujin asked Yu-hyun what he was doing there. The main character turned his head towards Peace, behind which a purple fire was raging. Yu-hyun noticed that for now they were in a forest dungeon. The protagonist lay on Yu-hyun's shoulder and looked around as the entire forest dungeon was engulfed in purple flames. Yu-hyun continued to walk forward, carrying his brother on his shoulder as Peace walked humbly behind them. Yujin tried to calm his brother down and told him to let him go. Yu-hyun clenched his fist and replied that he couldn't remain calm in such a situation. Peace looked disdainfully towards Yujin and snorted. The main character told his brother that he would explain everything to him, and at the same time turned to his pet to stop his angry little brother. Yu-hyun frowned deeply and bared his teeth. The main character began to make excuses with the understanding that Yu-hyun would be worried. Yu-hyun snapped back that he didn't care and told his brother to just shut up so he wouldn't have to forcefully shut him up. Yu-hyun frowned deeply and turned to the side, asking ironically that Yujin really wanted to drive him crazy. Yujin, lying on his brother's shoulder, cast a questioning glance. The entire forest dungeon was ablaze with violet flame. The protagonist tried to speak out, but Yu-hyun did not want to listen to him. Yu-hyun continued to follow his path. Yujin thought that he just needed to wait a little longer since Yu-hyun said he could handle everything alone. The main character also said that he believed that he could relax and not worry about it. Yu-hyun grabbed his brother's hand tightly and was very angry with him. Yu-hyun threw his brother to the ground, causing him to close his eyes tightly, waving his arms to the side. Yu-hyun explained that he no longer had any other choice. Yu-hyun held out his sharp sword in front of Yujin's face, who looked on in sweat. Yu-hyun glared at his brother and held a sword with a purple aura in front of the protagonist's face. Yu-hyun noted that he would simply tell the others that Yujin died in this dungeon. Yujin looked dumbfounded at his brother, who was holding a sharp blade in front of him. Yu-hyun added that too much could happen if Yujin were left alive. The corpse of a huge monster, similar to a griffin, lay on the smoldering ground. Yu-hyun noted that he could convince others that Yujin died because of the dungeon boss, even though some would not believe that he could not protect his D-class dungeon brother. Yu-hyun ran the blade of his blade across his frightened brother's shoulder. Yu-hyun added that an arm or a leg would be excellent evidence to the contrary. Yu-hyun imagined two warriors in golden armor fighting each other, realizing that the patronage of the S-class could turn into cruelty. Yu-hyun replied that although it would be painful, he would protect Yujin from now on. Yu-hyun raised his blade into the air and glared at his brother. Yu-hyun told his brother to be patient for a moment, because he would instantly heal him with a potion. Yujin was shocked and his eyes widened. Yu-hyun tried to thrust the sword into his brother, but the system shield prevented him from doing so. The main character suddenly jumped up and ran to the side, angrily turning back at his brother, calling him a psycho. The protagonist tried to grab two system blades, looking back angrily. Yujin understood that if Yu-hyun really wanted to do this, he would have already lost his arm. The protagonist understood that Yu-hyun still had doubts. Yujin displeasedly asked his brother how he could be grateful to him for this. Yujin also added that if Yu-hyun protects him against his will, then he said that he will never look in his direction again in his life. The main character released two daggers towards his brother, who was preparing for this attack, and swung his sword. Yu-hyun looked at his brother angrily as he parried Yujin's dagger attack with his sword. Yu-hyun noted that the protagonist still had no thoughts of staying by his brother's side. Yu-hyun grabbed his brother's shirt while holding his sharp sword with a purple aura. Yu-hyun angrily pointed out that his older brother had been hiding information from the very beginning. Yujin held the blue pendant in his hands and raised it into the air. Yujin told his pet to stop his little brother. Peace immediately became furious and grew in size, trying to attack Yu-hyun. Peace bloodthirstily grabbed the hand of Yu-hyun, who glared at him. Yu-hyun noticed that this option with the beast could not work. Yu-hyun moved his hand to the side and struck Peace on the head with the hilt of his sword. With a deft movement of his hands, Yu-hyun knocked the huge and ferocious Peace to the ground. Peace lay unconscious, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. Yujin, frightened for his pet, rushed to his aid, trying to call him. Yu-hyun swung his arm and knocked Yujin to the ground. Yu-hyun gripped the hilt of the blade tightly and raised it into the air above his head. Yu-hyun noted that it would be better this way. Bright fragments of matter scattered in the air. Yu-hyun deliberately missed with his blade and stuck it into the ground, next to the head of Yujin, who looked dumbfounded at what was happening. Yu-hyun bowed down in front of his brother and looked at him carefully. Yu-hyun said that he liked everything and thought that they had made peace and everything was back to normal. Yu-hyun tried not to notice anything, even if something seemed strange to him. Therefore, Yu-hyun asked his brother if he had told the truth anywhere. Peace lay lifeless on the destroyed ground. Yu-hyun also recalled the fiery horned Peace, asking the protagonist if he really received the skill to tame magical beasts at level 10. Yu-hyun explained that Yujin would not mess with the beast, knowing how much effort it would take. Yujin looked at the blade angrily, pursing his lips. Yu-hyun reminded the main character of Myung-woo and Peepo. The protagonist looked up in surprise at his brother, his mouth slightly open. Yu-hyun said that he didn't care what happened outside the dungeons, but for some reason something happened every time he entered the dungeons, even this time. Yu-hyun dropped his head and opened his mouth slightly. He said he has no idea what's going on and there's nothing he can do when the main character goes missing. Yu-hyun looked at his brother with a sad expression, causing his eyes to fill with tears. Yu-hyun didn't understand how he was supposed to deal with all this. Yujin fell to the ground and looked dumbfounded at his brother, who was holding his head. Yu-hyun said that he still didn't think he could take his arm, but he could take some blood or a piece of flesh. Yu-hyun tried to free his sword from the ground as the main character lay underneath him, his eyes wide in shock. Yu-hyun looked at his brother with contempt as he tried to reach for his sword. Yujin ordered not to do this, but the younger brother noted that he would immediately cure him. The main character looked at what was happening in rage and anger and shouted to the system about how long it would last, because his brother practically touched his face with a purple sword. Yu-hyun swung his sword as a blue system window appeared between him and his brother, emitting a blue aura. Yu-hyun looked ahead in amazement. Yu-hyun clutched the sword in his hand and looked dumbfounded at the blue system window. Yu-hyun watched as Yujin fussed and ran from place to place. Yu-hyun didn't understand what came out in front of him. Yujin hurriedly notified his brother that he was going to explain everything quickly. Yujin cleared his throat lightly as Yu-hyun looked at the system window in shock. The main character said that everything was exactly as Yu-hyun thought, because when he saw Peace for the first time, he decided to raise him, noting that he actually received an S-class skill. Yu-hyun listened in amazement as Yujin explained that he had gone into dungeons several times and ended up with Peepo. Yujin shyly peeked out from under his bangs, sitting on the ground and holding his head. Yujin explained that this all happened thanks to the system and he secretly helped its creator. Yu-hyun looked at his brother worriedly and opened his mouth. The protagonist noted that he was going to tell his brother about this, which is why he requested messages. Yu-hyun began to go over the words spoken and tried to understand the essence of what was happening. Yujin got angry at his brother and punched him in the face as hard as he could. Yu-hyun didn't understand why the system chose him if he was constantly being forced to do something dangerous. Yujin replied that it was Yu-hyun himself who constantly exposed him to danger. Yu-hyun, after such a blow, held his hand as he was injured, realizing that the S-class had a hard head. The main character glared at his brother from under his long bangs. He explained that he did not hide all this because he could not trust his brother. Yu-hyun opened his eyes in trepidation and looked back at his brother. Yujin explained that the only one he trusted the most was his brother. Yujin bowed down in front of Peace's lifeless body while his brother was watching everything that was happening. Yujin noted that if Yu-hyun calmed down, he asked him to give a healing potion for Peace. Yujin held a pot of magical green stones in his hands and used one of them for Peace. Yujin went on about how Yu-hyun must have been worried about him all this time. Yu-hyun leaned forward slightly, leaning on one hand to watch as the main character tried to revive Peace with a potion. The protagonist noted that he was sure that Yu-hyun might have been worried because of the security measures at the entrance, but everything was fine with them. The main character added that he simply used the skill of stealth, and in addition he had the skills of splitting effects, resistance to poisons, curses, and fears. Yu-hyun became slightly sad and looked at his sitting brother, noting that his skills were too strange. Yujin looked sadly at the system window. He understood that he could not tell Yu-hyun about the impact or the last gratitude. Besides, it was impossible to talk about the past. Yujin looked at his brother peacefully, stroking the animated piece. The main character approached Yuhyun and told him not to hesitate to ask questions if he was interested in something. Peace, with embarrassment, began to lick his joyful owner when Yuhyun was not indifferently watching everything that was happening. Yujin noted that Yuhyun might have been confused because he received too much information. Yujin also said that he really hid a lot from Yuhyun. Yuhyun looked sadly at his brother under the bright light. Yujin told his brother not to worry about anything anymore. Yuhyun lowered his eyes in pain. Yujin added to his speech by saying that if Yuhyun was worried, he should have just asked directly. Yuhyun closed his eyes and lowered his head when peace was between his brothers and purred with tenderness. Yuhyun apologized for his behavior and said that he thought Yujin didn't trust him. Yujin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his brother in awe. He believed that it would be enough to simply help his younger brother, but he understood that his responsibilities would not end there. Yujin extended his arms towards his brother to hug him. Yujin understood that if he were in his brother's place and he disappeared, then he, too, would not find a place for himself. Yujin hugged his brother tightly with peace between them. The main character apologized to his brother and asked him about the fact that Yuhyun was afraid that he disappeared at the moment. Yuhyun also began to apologize in response and admitted his guilt. Peace looked up, purring from the brother's tight embrace. Yujin told Yuhyun not to worry about it and hugged him even tighter. Yujin, standing opposite his brother, widened his eyes and spread his arms to the sides when he saw that the fiery piece had shrunk in size. He didn't understand. Why did his beast shrink, although just recently it had just grown? Yuhyun looked down on his brother, who looked a little surprised at his pet, whose eyes shone with affection. Yuhyun, with his hands in his pockets, noted that peace will become larger when necessary, and it did not increase on purpose. Yuhyun added that Yujin wouldn't be able to hug his pet if it was too big. The main character asked his brother in surprise if this was the only reason. The protagonist picked up his pet Peace, who lay contentedly and purred in his arms. The main character ironically addressed his beast, telling him that he should at least warn him when he is about to grow again. A woman's hand reached out through the system's blue screen, and the system's character watched as Yujin glared at his brother menacingly. The main character told his brother that he didn't level up as a result and told Yuhyun to apologize to Peace for hitting him before leaving. Through the blue window, the systems continued to watch as Yuhyun and his older brother sorted things out about the situation with the beast. Yujin held his peace by the paws when Yuhyun lowered his head in shame and began to apologize to his pet, to which Yujin reacted extremely sharply since he did not like such apologies. A system character in the form of a girl with long white hair watched with a thoughtful look as her assistant stood near the blue system window and poked her fingers at it. The head of the system noted that everyone had already taken care of this, to which the assistant replied that this was unlikely. The head of the system stood behind his assistant, who was sitting at the system control panel. The assistant asked the head about whether Yujin's younger brother, calling him sweet, was dangerous to them. The chapter noted that Yuhyun had already saved the main character once, risking his life. The head pulled her hand out in front of her and spread her fingers out to the sides as another assistant in a white dress sat nearby in her bush behind her. The head noted that if sweet Yujin raises his brother well, he will become his reliable protector. Assistant number 2 was slightly surprised by this statement and asked about the blacksmith and his great potential, which would be appropriate here. The head of the system crossed her arms and turned her gaze back towards the other assistant, answering her that there would not be enough time for the blacksmith to grow. Assistant number 2 was slightly saddened. Another system character with the skin of a white wolf on his body was walking up the stairs. He noted that Yuhyun should have been sent to the next world if their current one collapsed. The head of the system, puzzled, turned back to her assistant, who was sitting at the control panel, lightly touching her face. The assistant asked about Yujin, noting that if they failed, then he too should be sent to the next world. The head of the system replied that she would very much like this, but Yujin himself would agree given his rank. Through the system window, they continued to watch the two brothers, in front of whom a black magical window appeared. The guys from the system noticed that Yujin the protagonist would probably refuse, especially if they forced him to leave. He would fall apart. The assistant looked carefully at the system screen and noted that this seemed very wrong to her. The system character in wolf's clothing moved his hand to the side, in which there was a glass of drink, and looked up at the assistant. He noted that this option, in any case, sounded much better than not having a chance at all. He asked that Yujin might take this as his relief. Another hero of the system with horns on her head walked up the stairs with a glass of drink and added that they would have to give up some little things for the sake of the common good. The horned character raised his hand into the air and picked up a bone-shaped jug of wine as drops of wine floated in the air. He noted that this would also be good for the assistant at the control panel, since she would be promoted from a novice position. A bone-shaped bottle poured wine into the assistant's glass. The assistant with horns on her head said that for now it would be worth decorating Sweet Eugen's room. One of the system characters raised a glass of wine in front of the blue system screen, which depicted two brothers. They were going to have fun while waiting for the fateful hour. The characters of the system made a toast to the immoral imprisoned children. We were transported back to the big city. The main character felt that everything went very smoothly after his return. The protagonist looked joyfully at his younger brother, who was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. The main character felt that he and his brother became more comfortable with each other. Eugen was in the gym playing with his pet, throwing him a blue ball. Eugen realized that his pet piece continued to grow well. Hayan looked at the folder with the image of the peace beast with slight bewilderment. Eugen noted that Yun collected the documents. Hayan glared at Eugen with her hands on the table. The main character asked Hayan that something might be missing. Hayan sharply replied that this information was enough, because it was much more significant than what she had with her. Hayan picked up the paper with the image of peace and cheered happily as a pleased Eugen looked at her from the side. Hayan noted with delight that she had never had such high quality, and in such quantity in such a short time. She also added that even the Hunters Association did not do that much for her. Eugen clapped his hands and replied that he was glad that the information was useful to her. Hayan continued to carefully study the document with a smile on her face. She noted that it was a very useful document, because there was a limit to how many documents she could get on her own. She also added that her uncle said that he would help build a research center, noting the feeling that if it was associated with the guild, her research would be used for profit. The main character extended his hand forward, palm up. He said that he had a special offer for Hayan just for this occasion. Hayan, holding the document in her hands, looked perplexed at Eugen, who began to tell her about the proposal. He said that he would provide her with a research center next to the building for growing monsters and noted that anyone could freely use the results of the research. Hayan looked at Eugen with admiration and awe. The protagonist continued that he could also recruit several assistants by asking Hayan for an opinion. Hayan exclaimed that this was a very great idea, looking at Eugen sitting quietly with his eyes closed. She also didn't understand why Eugen wanted to help her so much. The main character explained that Hayan must understand that research for world peace deserves this amount of help. Hayan looked at Eugen with admiration, closing her mouth as the main character introduced planet Earth. Hayan picked up her phone and walked closer to Eugen, who she wanted to show something to. Hayan asked if she could bring her friends, to which the protagonist noted that they had to be laboratory workers and was going to look at them. Hayan showed a joint photo with her joyful colleagues. She explained that this was a second-year research group for the study of dungeons and awakened ones. She also added that if she told them that they could all work together, they would immediately fly to her. The main character looked at the screen in surprise as Hayan pointed at the phone with an admiring face. She said that in their group there was a special guy named Jadon who was extremely interested in the awakened ones. Eugen realized that these were the dungeon people. The main character represented a company of scientists led by Hayan, which was moving forward. He understood that this was supposed to be the team that would discover the law of creating dungeons in the future. Eugen carefully examined the photo on his phone. When Hayan looked at the protagonist in surprise, he turned to Hayan. Eugen looked up sarcastically towards Hayan and gave a thumbs up. He greeted his new colleague, telling her to bring all her scientists. Hayan exclaimed with delight that Mr. Eugen is the best. Hayan and Eugen shook hands firmly and an agreement was reached. The research center was undergoing rapid construction. Eugen understood that this was a very important investment. The main character, together with his beast on his shoulder, looked back through the large window at the building. He knew that if the number of dungeons increased, as the system said, then it was only a matter of time before the building collapsed, even if he became its owner. The protagonist understood that he had to help Lady Hayan make progress in her research and distribute her investments instead of relying only on buildings. Eugen pressed his finger on his phone to buy shares in cash. Eugen sarcastically looked up and smiled sarcastically, pressing his phone to his face. He decided to spend the remaining money on shares in a company that would successfully develop a cure for hair loss in a few months. Eugen also understood that these shares would go to waste, but this would still happen in the future. The company's workers watched as a huge loading crane unloaded huge containers. The most important thing for Eugen is to collect S-classes. Yerim, accompanied by Hyuna and Soyeon, extended her hand upward in greeting to her guardian. Eugen stood with his brother outside the loading dock fence and the girls began to approach them. Eugen noticed Yerim and thought she was about to leave, but returned with others. She waved to Yujin and said that she was spending time with her sisters. Hyuna looked away with a malicious grin as Yerim pointed furiously and enthusiastically at her phone. Hyuna replied that she gave advice as a hunter to her younger Yerim. Yerim explained that she received many recommendations for good restaurants. Yuhyun held his phone in his hands and dissatisfiedly glanced at the guys who were watching the arriving ship. Hyuna held her head with her hands and asked if the three monsters got there okay. Yuhyun noted that these monsters were still being unloaded since the ship had just arrived. Hyuna cast a haughty glance towards Yuhyun as she raised her hand up. Hyuna walked closer to Yujin with a grin and covered her mouth with her hands so that others wouldn't hear. Hyuna asked Yujin if he was okay. The main character looked up enthusiastically and clenched his fist. He noted that a lot had happened to him, but nothing terrible happened to him and everything was fine with him. Hyuna didn't know what was wrong, but she felt that Yujin seemed a little distant. Hyuna hugged Yujin's head tightly, causing Yujin to widen his eyes and spit out saliva. Hyuna noted that since everything was fine with Yujin, she asked him for one of the three new monsters. Hyuna squeezed the main character in her tight embrace and covered his mouth with her hand. Yujin noted with irony that one monster sounded like a lot. The enraged little brother glared furiously at Hyuna, who was clutching his brother. She was taken aback that the highest class monster would still go to Yujin, so she asked to borrow the monster at least sometimes, because it would be beneficial for both of them. Yujin noted to his brother that Yuhyun should be patient because Hyuna has a lot of influence. The main character was in Hyuna's arms and they were looking at each other with a smile when Yujin's hand was grabbed by Soyoung. The protagonist noted that this condition was easy to fulfill because Hyuna is their favorite client. At that very moment, Soyoung turned to Yujin. Soyoung looked at Yujin with a pitiful look and held his hand. She really wished there was room for her too. Hyuna continued to squeeze Yujin with one hand, breaking into a smile as Soyoung continued to hold the protagonist's hand. Soyoung asked Yujin if he would still raise her baby despite the fact that he himself would have three new ones. Yujin replied that he would do so. Yerim watched with curiosity as Yujin fooled around with Hyuna and Soyoung, glowing with happiness. Yujin understood that the F classes were dying here because these people were too strong. The protagonist broke into a satisfied smile and closed his eyes, lost in his imagination. He already felt that his strength was running low, and he wondered if he could handle 50 or more S classes. Yujin fell to the ground and braced himself with his hands, turning towards his brother, who knelt down in front of him. Yuhyun turned to his older brother. Yujin extended his hand and Yuhyun handed him the yellow pendant. Yuhyun sat next to his brother and squeezed his hands. Yuhyun said that it was a transfer item, and once the cultivation facility opened, people would come from abroad. Yuhyun thought that this item will definitely be useful to his older brother. Yuhyun timidly looked away and scratched the back of his head. He explained that from now on he will not stop him, even if he worries. The Abyss Guild Master noted that his younger brother would tell him whenever he needed help with anything so he wouldn't overwork himself. Yuhyun responded with trepidation that Yujin is more precious to him than anything else. Hyuna and Yerim looked with disgust at the brotherly declaration of love as the main character looked at his brother enthusiastically and warmly, pressing his hand to his chest. Yujin felt that people change greatly when problems are solved with words, noting that he will do his best on his own. The loader guys unloaded the last container and one of the workers noted that the cages with monsters had been unloaded. Yujin looked forward with elation, his hand on his knee as his younger brother stood behind him. Yujin told the guys that they had to go, realizing that he could not leave the world to its fate. The door of the huge van began to open. Inside the container body were wooden boxes with monsters. Yujin knew that he had to do everything possible so that he and his brother could live a good life. Bright glowing eyes appeared from the iron cage, in front of which lay someone's bone. The worker, sweating, grabbed his cap and said that these were the owner's tokens. One of the workers negotiated with Yujin and shook his hand as other workers tried to unload the container from the truck. The chief worker noted that it would not be easy for the Yujin company to raise monsters. The chief worker looked ahead with horror and shame and noted that a disaster had happened along the way. The rest of the workers looked in horror into the dark space of the van as strong gusts of wind came from there. People realized that one of the monsters seemed to have gotten out. A strong ball of wind in the form of a tornado came from the van. The powerful beak of the monster appeared. A huge monster with the wings and face of an eagle flew out of the van. Yujin, in the company of his brother and Soyoung, raised their heads up, shielding themselves from the strong gust of wind, realizing that it was Griffin. Griffin's silhouette was on the emblem with gold on the red background of the flag. It was an animal from Legends, having the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. It was a monster that had appeared since the dungeons opened. Griffin floated in the air, causing the workers to run away in horror, and the Eugen company watched the animal with interest. Hyuna noted that it was likely that there were no other monsters capable of handling Griffin, so she thought it would be a good idea to ride him. Soyoung added that for her the best was still the dragon. Yerim watched the magnificent monster with admiration, noting that he was cute, especially with such beige wings. Griffin looked down predatorily, flying in the air. The main character was holding a blue crystal in his hands and looking up at Griffin with a puzzled expression. Notice that the title of Ideal Educator added an effect to the owner's sign. Griffin looked at the guys furiously and headed towards them, pulling out his sharp claws. The protagonist widened his eyes in numbness, holding blue stones on ropes. Yoo-hyun glared angrily at Griffin advancing towards them, trying to save his brother by grabbing onto him. Griffin landed on the ground and immediately calmed down as all the guys watched in panic as Yoo-hyun tried to revive his brother. Yerim shouted that they would need a potion here. Griffin lay on the ground and looked around in bewilderment while workers unloaded another cage. Griffin immediately became angry and looked to the side angrily, opening his beak. Griffin soared into the air and was about to attack the workers who were moving the cage. Yerim angrily cast her gaze towards what was happening and understood that something bad was about to happen. Hyuna looked at Griffin annoyed and raised her hands in front of her, about to use her red aura magic, knowing that she couldn't let Griffin fly away. Hyuna raised her hands in front of her and sent a red magical aura into the air towards Griffin. Hyuna looked in bewilderment at how Griffin was able to escape the influence of her magic without much effort. At that same second, Yerim soared into the air with the help of her blue aura, which appeared in the form of wings. Hyuna angrily pointed her finger in the air, noting that Griffin should have wind resistance even though he was still small. Yerim replied that she would grab him herself. Yerim flew in the air in a daze and tried to furiously catch the little wretch Griffin, who was flying confusedly in space. Yerim closed her eyes in horror and screamed when he was hit in the face with a wing. Hyuna waved her arms in the air as she watched Yerim desperately try to catch Griffin. Hyuna didn't understand what Yerim was doing as an S-class. Yerim ironically replied that she did not understand what to do with Griffin's wings, since she had never even caught a dove in her life. Yerim thought it would be a great idea to just freeze Griffin. Workers scattered in different directions as Griffin flew past them. Hyuna replied that this would be a bad idea since Griffin could die from the cold. Soyoung also tried to help the guys, taking with her a thick piece of fabric. She screamed for them to use the cloth that was made from a byproduct from the dungeons. Yerim noted that this was a great idea, and the fabric floated into the air. A minute later, in the thick of the pink clouds, it was already calm and the sounds of Griffin could be heard. The little animal was wrapped in thick fabric and was beaming with happiness. Exhausted and tired, the girls were glad that they were finally able to catch Griffin, who was being held by Soyoung in a thick cloth, sitting on the ground. Hyuna, sweating, looked displeasedly at Griffin, who was being held by Soyoung with a tired look. Hyuna noted that it would have been much easier for them if they had hunted him. Soyoung responded with a hint of despair that she was no longer sure that such a monster was even possible to tame. Soyoung continued to hold Griffin in her hands as Yerim and Hyuna stood next to her, at the same time as the workers climbed out from under the rubble of the mayhem caused by the flying beast. The guys recalled a situation when these creatures attacked people. These dangerous creatures killed people and were killed in return after opening the dungeons. Suppressing their aggressive behavior and accepting them as comrades sounded like an illusion or a dream. Yoo-hyun looked disdainfully towards Griffin as Eugen grabbed his younger brother's hand. Yoo-hyun said since Griffin attacked his brother, it would be worth killing Griffin. Eugen immediately came to his senses and said that there was no need to kill anyone. The main character tried to get to his feet, holding the back of his head, thanks to the help of his brother. The protagonist looked forward with a malicious grin as he logged into the system. He noted that Griffin had no ill intentions, despite the fact that his attack left him with almost broken bones. Eugen looked at the joyful little Griffin through the system window and saw all the skills and characteristics of the beast. The main character thought that before they met, Griffin most likely saw only first-class hunters. Height requirement notice, consumption of a specific amount of magical horse meat. Eugen also noted that Griffin may simply not know how to control his power against low-class hunters and non-awakened ones. Eugen put his hand on his brother standing next to him with a displeased face and turned to Soyoung, who was holding the little Griffin. The teacher asked Soyoung to let Griffin go for a while. Eugen also added to his brother that he was standing still, to which he asked in bewilderment what Eugen was going to do. Soyoung worriedly asked if the guys would be okay. The main character decided to reassure his friends and told them not to worry, because he was just going to teach Griffin to coexist next to them. Eugen pointed his thumb at himself with a sarcastic grin. He noted that he was the weakest person on their team. Soyoung looked at Yujin anxiously, holding the cloth-wrapped beast in her hands as the main character began to roll up his sleeves. The protagonist noted that Griffin was supposed to be an obedient boy. Yujin extended his hand towards Griffin and told him to fly up. Griffin happily flew towards his summoner, holding out his paws with sharp claws in front of him. Griffin grabbed Yujin's hand with his claws, who tried to hide from the beast with it. Yujin immediately became gloomy and drooped. Griffin flew to the side in concern when he saw blood splattering heavily from his summoner's hand. Yujin screamed in a panic that he was in great pain and was bleeding. Griffin continued to float in the air and watch what was happening as Yujin doubled over in pain and held his wounded arm. Yujin made a point for Griffin to understand that he was not a threat to him since he was weak. The main character stretched out his wounded hand, trying to call Griffin to himself again, and poured a healing potion into the wound. The three girls widened their eyes in horror and watched as Yujin did not give up and was about to tame Griffin, from which he received constant open wounds from which blood splattered. All the guys watched in shock as Yujin angrily looked at Griffin and tried to convey to him that he felt what real weakness was. The guys ironically thought that Yujin could be proud of his weakness. And yet, finally, at one moment, Griffin sat calmly on Yujin's wounded hand. The main character looked with delight at his beast, which he was able to tame. He praised his Griffin, saying that this is exactly what needed to be done. Griffin began to make out with Yujin, closing his eyes, causing the summoner to break into a sweet smile. Yujin continued to praise his beast, noting that he learned too quickly because he was smart. The guys surrounded Yujin and watched in delight as the beast calmly sat on his arm. Satisfied with his work, Yujin turned to Yerim and invited her to hold Griffin in her arms, telling her to cover his eyes. Yerim looked at Yujin in confusion, pointing her finger at herself. Yerim looked frantically at Griffin, who was sitting on her arm, and covered his eyes. She asked if everything would be okay now, because there could be a possibility that he would fly away again. The main character turned back with enthusiasm and noted that if they close Griffin's eyes and move him to another place, then everything will become normal. The small door of the iron cage began to open little by little. Yujin explained that the reason why Griffin became overexcited was because of what was in the iron cage. In a small dark cage, two unicorns, black and white, lay with a pitiful look. Yujin noted that the reason lay in these shadow unicorns. Hyuna and Soyoung approached the cage and began to examine it. Hyuna noted that these two were still in the cage all this time. Yujin, standing behind them, noted that Griffin was most likely agitated due to the fact that he was in the same space with them. The main character also explained that Griffin's main source of food is magical horses like unicorns. Yujin remembered this characteristic from Griffin. Hyuna looked at Yujin with an exclamation and pointed her finger at him, to which the main character raised his finger up. Hyuna said that there was a lot of meat in their guild's dungeon and they could share it. Yujin noted that it was a good offer. Soyoung looked warmly at Hyuna, who threw her a wicked grin at her. Soyoung commented that it sounded great, to which Hyuna also agreed. The main character looked joyfully at the two little unicorns. He told them not to be afraid, because now everything was fine. The two unicorns looked up at their savior with tears in their eyes. Notification: the title of Ideal Educator adds an effect to the owner's sign. The object expresses interest in the teacher. Being a weak F class, Yujin easily did what no one else could do. Two unicorns approached the main character and began to sniff him because he put his hand in front of them. Hyuna watched closely what was happening as the main character tamed the unicorns. She understood that now the elder brother of the head of the abyss and also the hunter Yujin had gained even more of her trust. The protagonist looked at the white unicorn with delight and stroked his head. He ordered the unicorns to be sent to the training center, noting that they needed to be given names. It was already evening outside and the sky was covered with purple light. Yujin suggested naming unicorns by color, i.e., white and black. The guys realized that it sounded very stupid and said that they were stupid names. One of the girls noted that creativity in names was not Yujin's best trait. At the same time, in a dark space somewhere in a cave, a fighter in a black t-shirt stood on the ruins and held a man by the neck. The fighter's hand tightly squeezed the man's neck, and he tried to break free. The fighter asked if the man really wasn't aware that the bricks had bought out her contract. A bunch of human corpses were already lying on the rubble on the ground. The fighter noticed that she had placed a high-class curse on him, blinding those who violate it. She also said with dissatisfaction that someone simply tore up the contract as if it meant nothing. The fighter explained that only she would worry about this because she had recently opened her own business. The man was already drooling from his mouth under such pressure and screaming that he really knew nothing about the contract and who could destroy it. The fighter held the man in the air with a strong hand. The man said that the guild leader died during the kidnapping incident. The fighter girl opened her mouth slightly and realization dawned on her. The fighter's strong hand grabbed his neck even harder, and the man clenched his teeth in pain, spitting blood out of his mouth. He wanted the fighter to let him go. The fighter squeezed her neck tightly, thereby tearing her head away from her body. The fighter noted that it sounded pathetic, noting that if the man did not know anything, then in that case there was no point in leaving him alive. The fighter stepped on a pile of paper and a photograph on which blood was dripping. The fighter grabbed a photo of the main character, in which he was sweetly petting his pet. The fighter was thinking that the person who bought the contract had died, and no one in the kidnapping guild knew about it. A fighter in a black t-shirt with drops of blood picked up the photograph by the edge and looked at it sarcastically. She believed that then she would have to ask the kidnapped person personally. Photos of unicorns hung on a white wall with green flowers. The white unicorn was called White, and the other Black. Yerim was furiously angry and waved her arms in front of the main character, who looked at her with displeasure. Yerim was very angry, so the names of the unicorns changed a little. Joyful Griffin was flying in the air with his eyes closed. Griffin was named Blue after the color of his eyes, and he caused a stir on his first day. The protagonist tried to stop Blue, who was destroying everything in the room, throwing around a table and a bowl of food. Eugen shouted to his beast that he warned him not to spread his wings at the dinner table. The main character began to dissatisfiedly remove everything from the floor when the joyful Blue looked around. The protagonist understood that he would have to wash the floors again, although he had just recently cleaned up. Griffin turned back in surprise and saw the overwhelmed and tired piece, who was sitting on the floor and holding his stomach. Blue grabbed his bowl and began to sort through the blue pieces when Eugen looked disdainfully in his direction, wiping the floor of debris. Eugen believed that Blue began to behave better thanks to Peace. The main character recalled when he and Euhyun watched together as an enraged Peace sorted out the relationship for dominance with Griffin. Peace effectively proved its superiority that day. Griffin, Peace and Peepo slept in their places in a deep sleep after lunch. Eugen wiped the sweat from his forehead and closed his eyes contentedly, exhaling in relief. The main character was quietly about to leave the room where the animals were sleeping, realizing that raising children is difficult. Eugen plopped down on his large bed in slight indignation. He felt that it was very difficult for him, because he would have to collect all 50S classes. A warm wind blew from the window and straightened the curtains as Eugen lay exhausted on the bed. The main character had almost fallen asleep and lay with his eyes closed, reasoning that he already had Peace, Peepo, Blue in his arsenal, and 2 more unicorns in the training center. A notification popped up saying that the dragon of poison and curses, Dio Valchisis, had been discovered. He also remembered that he also had a dragon of poison and curses. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes in bewilderment. He immediately jumped up and widened his eyes, looking up at the pop-up notifications. Rachita's Predator skill activated. Colliding with Dio Valchisis will improve skill effects by 2 times. Eugen looked at his phone screen and it was blank. The main character noted the dragon of poison and curses, thinking that a dungeon had appeared nearby. But there were no notifications about this on the phone. Suddenly, a fighter appeared from a portal above Eugen's head and tried to take his phone from him. The protagonist looked up in shock. The fighter looked contemptuously at the frightened main character and touched his phone. The fighter climbed out of the portal completely and grabbed the phone from the hands of Eugen, who was shocked by what was happening. The fighter remarked in French that it was amazing. The fighter looked at the phone with a grin. She continued to speak in French about how Eugen was able to notice her, thinking that he was hiding some kind of unique power. Eugen sat stunned on his bed and watched the fighter with incomprehension. She replied that her translator necklace was not activated. The main character did not understand how the foreigner got into his room, thinking that it could be a dragon of poison and curses in the form of a person. The fighter girl grinned sarcastically at Eugen, raising the yellow pendant in front of her face. This girl's name was Riette and she looked sarcastically at Eugen, noting with irony that it was a beautiful night. Eugen realized that it was an awakened S-class. The protagonist looked stunned at the system window that popped up with the characteristics of Riette. He realized that it was the same S-class as his brother and Hyunyi. The main character looked angrily at Riette through the system window. He knew for sure that he would not hear anything from her in the future. Riette ironically stared out the system window and they looked at each other face to face. Riette asked Eugen what he was reading so carefully. Riette suddenly grabbed Eugen by the head and pinned him to the bed. Yujin looked puzzled through Riet's fingers, which were pressed against his face. Yujin just hummed when Riet noticed that his eyes were moving from left to right, as if he was reading something, maybe some information about her. Riet looked sarcastically into Yujin's eyes. The main character felt that Riet understood everything, noting that the same happened to the head of the Jupiter Guild. The protagonist thought that the S-classes instantly noticed this. In addition, Yujin noted that Riet was able to get past their security system very easily. Riet's hand tightly squeezed Yujin's face, who understood in such a situation that if he acted rashly, he could die. Riet kept a close eye on Yujin, who was trying to escape from Riet's grip. The main character said that if Riet had some urgent business, then they should talk in the light of day. Riet sarcastically stuck out her tongue and smiled. Riet nevertheless removed her hand from the face of the protagonist, who looked very unhappy and angry. Riet said that she was interfered with by the guilds with whom Yujin entered into a contract. The main character continued to frown at Riet, raising his hand slightly. Riet also explained that his younger brother Yuhyun clearly warned everyone. Yujin noted that he expected this from his brother. Riet pointed her finger at Yujin's head, who widened his eyes at the movement. Riet looked intensely at the main character, continuing to poke her finger into his forehead. Riet replied that she decided to make her way in this way, and find out the answers to her questions and leave. Riet held her finger to Yujin's head, who became very angry. Riet noted that the main character did not look like a regular F-class. Riet was surrounded by her dark aura and smiled maliciously, pointing her finger at Yujin's forehead. The protagonist thought that this was how he would die, although he had only recently begun to enjoy life. He was very sad, because if he had known that this would happen, then everything would have been different. Riet held her finger to Yujin's forehead and looked at him in bewilderment. Yujin closed his eyes and lowered his head in displeasure when Riet removed her finger from his head. She asked in confusion why her magic wasn't working and why Yujin didn't feel anything. At that same second, Riet grabbed Yujin's shirt and tried to look at his body, to which the main character widened his eyes. Purple cat paw prints flew through the air. Yujin did not understand what Riet was doing, who understood that the protagonist should not have items to resist poisons and curses. Riet grinned mischievously and put one hand on her belt. Riet noted that Yujin must have had the right skill to resist. She also realized that Yujin was the one who broke the contract. The protagonist timidly grabbed his shoulder as Riet towered over Yujin and pulled out her glowing contract scroll. Yujin didn't understand what they were talking about. Riet began to explain that she had recently started a contract business using her curse skill, and all the contracts were illegal, unofficial, but quite useful. Yujin frowned slightly and carefully studied the glowing contract. Riet replied that the treaty blinds the one who destroys it. Yujin remembered his incident when one guy held him by the neck and the contract began to evaporate in the hands of the main character. Yujin, sweating, shyly looked away as Riet looked at him arrogantly and showed him the contract. Riet said that she didn't think that Yujin would be the one to break the treaty and repel the curse. Yujin immediately replied that he was not involved and he did not understand what was being discussed, because he was just a weak F-class. Riet put her hand to her face and smiled maliciously, looking at Yujin, as she understood that his theory needed to be tested. Riet suddenly grabbed the protagonist's hand, causing him to flinch. Riet pressed herself from behind to Yujin and pulled out a glowing contract in front of his face. She sarcastically said that it was worth testing his theory, because in the worst case scenario, he would just go blind. Yujin screamed with the sweat of his brow for Riet to stop bullying. Riet held the protagonist's hands and broke the contract. A notification popped up stating that destroying the contract had activated the curse of blindness. Another noticed that the curse of blindness has been repelled by curse resistance. The protagonist looked angrily at Riet with the contracts torn in his hands. Riet looked at Yujin sarcastically and raised her hand, noting that she knew it. Yujin shouted at Riet that she was psychotic and crazy. The protagonist grabbed his shirt and looked at Riet in fear. Yujin thought that Riet had gone crazy because she didn't know for sure that he couldn't have resistance to curses. The main character did not understand who she was and what she wanted, because he could not tell from her that she was expecting payment for an illegal contract. Riet laughed with her eyes closed. She replied that Yujin should not worry, because she would not offend him. Yujin rested his hands while sitting on the bed and looked angrily at Riet, who was wearing a malicious grin. The main character said that she had just offended him, to which Riet replied that she just wanted to find out what really happened with the contract. The main character frantically looked up towards Riet. Riet explained that he was wondering if everything was okay with his curse skill, because it was a reward for destroying the boss in the missing dungeon. Yujin was sitting on his bed as Riet stood in front of him with her arms crossed. The main character asked about the missing dungeon. Riet said that if she told him everything, nothing would change because no one would believe it anyway. The dark door to the dungeon began to evaporate. Riet noted that when she cleared the dungeon, it immediately disappeared. Yujin looked down at the same moment, puzzled, lightly touching his chin. Riet asked Yujin if he believed her and if he knew anything about it at all. Yujin replied that he knew little. Yujin remembered himself in one of the space systems with a worried look. The main character realized that this was a system, because this was the same dungeon that was supposed to appear in 5 years. The protagonist remembered the system's words that there would be cases of dungeons from the future appearing, but they would try to get rid of them as soon as possible. Riet's strong figure arched imposingly in the space of the system. Yujin realized that he didn't know any S-class hunters in the future who used curses and poison, which meant Riet had acquired a skill that no one in the original future had. Yujin realized that the reason was that he had turned back time. Drops of blood in the space of the system. The protagonist realized that the reward for defeating the boss of the poison and curse dungeon was this skill. Notification: colliding with Dio Valchisius will increase skill effects by half. Yujin looked ahead thoughtfully as Riet looked at him with curiosity and fascination. The main character replied that it was the dragon of poison and curses, Dio Valchisius. Riet asked how Yujin knew about this. The silhouettes of Riet and another hunter stood back to back as a huge dragon headed towards them. The title of SSS class Dio Valchisius twins could only be obtained by killing the dragon itself and its twin. Riet explained that her brother is an S-class hunter, which is why they both received the powers of dragons. Yujin looked at Riet with anticipation and listened to her stories. The silhouette of Riet against the backdrop of a black dragon stood with a malicious grin. Yujin realized that this is why he did not receive a notification on his phone about the dragon of poison and curses, because Riet was a half-dragon, half-human who absorbed the dragon's power, becoming its embodiment. The main character realized that this was an extremely unusual incident that occurred due to turning back time not only with Riet, but also with her brother. Riet looked at Yujin's face with curiosity as she approached him, making Yujin a little confused. Riet didn't understand where Yujin came from so smart. Riet began to flirt with Yujin and moved closer to him as Yujin crawled backwards on the bed. Riet felt that Yujin could also be some kind of dragon. The protagonist replied with confusion that he was just an ordinary person. Riet grabbed the main character's hands and was about to pounce on him. Riet said that she smelled the scent of a fellow creature or the scent of a predator, which could also easily defeat Dio Valchisius. Yujin tried to stop Riet's advances by asking her what she was doing. Yujin recalled the battle with the Rachida's dragon, which he defeated. The main character thought that this could be due to the predator skill of Rachida's, the very king of the dragons of poison and curses. Riet flirted with Yujin's body with her fingers, who definitely thought that Riet couldn't know about his skill. Riet pushed Yujin onto the bed and towered over him. Riet explained with passion that she was no longer attracted to ordinary people. Riet looked sarcastically at Yujin, pressing his body to the bed. Riet noted that she had not had so much fun for a very long time. Yujin was confused by this situation and did not understand what Riet was going to do with him. Riet continued to press Yujin to the bed, blocking her room for maneuver with her body. The main character asked what Riet wanted to do with him. Riet closed her eyes and touched Yujin's body through her shirt with her fingers. The protagonist asked in bewilderment what Riet was up to. Riet responded to Yujin to relax and suggested that they get to know each other a little better. Riet licked her lips and came close to Yujin's face and wanted to kiss him, while Yujin looked away with great shyness. Riet said that it had been a long time since she felt the similarity of her powers with others. Yujin ruined the sweet moment by telling Riet that she couldn't get into bed without taking off her shoes. The main staff peered out from under Riet's body and pointed at her black boots, which she had not taken off. Riet looked at her boots and replied that she heard that this is not the case in Korea. Yujin timidly hid under the covers when Riet began to crawl out of bed. Riet was slightly saddened that there was no continuation, and she explained that Yujin still should not have rejected her so coldly. The main character explained that he does not think that he is to blame for this situation. Riet looked arrogantly at the main character, towering over him. Yujin said that since Riet found out everything, she should have left already. Riet exclaimed and replied that she wanted to know something else. Riet blurred in tenderness and love and clasped her hands, looking at Yujin, who covered himself from such shining cuteness with his hand with a dissatisfied look. Riet wanted Yujin to help her raise the beast. Yujin rested his hand on the crowbar with dissatisfaction as Riet began to daydream and beamed with love for her animal. Yujin did not think that Riet would come to him with such a request, thinking that she was too talkative. Riet noted that there was one baby animal in mind that she wanted to entrust to him. The main character looked contemptuously at Riet, raising his hand near his head. He ironically noted that Riet should take the turn behind the other guilds that had already made a deal with him. Riet approached Yujin from behind and looked at him sarcastically, putting a knife to his throat. Riet said that she already knew everything, so for this reason she decided to sneak up to him under the cover of darkness and ask for this favor. Yujin noted with irony that Riet really knew how to ask others for something. The main character humbly looked forward and swallowed his saliva, thinking that this proposal did not sound so bad. Riet looked sarcastically down at the main character, bringing the knife to her face. Yujin realized that she was a natural-born S-class with the rank of SSS class. He realized that it was too dangerous to let her go, even if she didn't end up joining a guild. Yujin caricatured himself when he takes custody of the little chick Riet. The protagonist felt that if something happened, this kind of connection would serve him well, realizing that in this case Riet would be in his debt. Yujin looked attentively at Rita, sitting on the sofa with folded hands. He agreed to Riet's proposal, stating that he had one condition. The rays of the sun illuminated a large high-rise building in the morning. Seong-han entered Yujin's room with bags of food and drinks. He greeted the main character, telling him that he had purchased a ginseng tonic to increase his stamina. Suddenly, Seong-han's frightened gaze caught on the main character. Seong-han looked at how Yujin was lying on the floor and his entire room was trashed. Seong-han didn't understand what happened here. Seong-han desperately ran to Yujin's body to revive him. Seong-han asked what happened that night. Yujin replied that he was exhausted because a lot had happened. Yujin's hand reached out to the turned-on phone. As a result, last night the protagonist agreed to Riet's request and agreed to secretly exchange personal messages with her. In Yujin's phone there was a correspondence with Riet, where she wrote him all sorts of pleasant compliments. Sleepy and exhausted, Yujin looked ahead heavily, remembering how Riet left him last night. Yujin noted that Riet did what she wanted until she left. The exhausted Yujin was picked up by Seong-han and given him a tonic in a red package. Yujin was glad that nothing bad happened, because Riet could have easily killed him. Seong-han helped Yujin wash his face and dried his face with a towel. The main character understood that it could have been worse, so he didn't even want to imagine if only his friends were next to him. The protagonist was sprawled out on the couch as Seong-han was cleaning the house. Myung-woo was in the forge at that moment, and his brother Yoo-hyun would not be able to both protect him and withstand the S-class poison and curses. Yujin looked indifferently at the ceiling and rhetorically wondered whether he should have used a code word against Riet. The red skill tag glowed against the backdrop of Riet's spin. Yujin thought, since the effect of the skill is doubled against poison and cursed dragons, it would have an effect if he said the phrase, "I love you," just once, but he understood that Riet was too unpredictable. The main character turned his head from side to side, thinking that he could not predict what would happen if Riet became as clingy as everyone else. Seong-han, wearing a pink apron, approached Yujin worriedly and asked him if he was okay. Yujin immediately exclaimed and replied that everything was fine with him, he just thought for a while. The main character sat down on the floor and widened his eyes when he saw the sparkling cleanliness of his room. Yujin asked Seong-han, who was sitting next to him, when he managed to restore such order. Seong-han folded his hands and replied that he was just cleaning up a little. Seong-han held the main character's hands and noted that he did a great job taking care of the animals. Seong-han looked at Yujin in admiration, removing the pink scarf from his head. Seong-han explained that Yujin can call him whenever he gets tired, and he will immediately come to his aid. Yujin raised his eyebrows pitifully and tremblingly and looked at Seong-han, realizing that he was always ready to help him. The protagonist broke into a pleasant smile and hugged Seong-han, glowing with happiness. Yujin told Seong-han that he loves him very much because he is so amazing. The main character understood that first it would be worth nurturing the people around him to the maximum, and Riet could wait. Yujin raised his eyebrows and looked at the pop-up notification with admiration. Seong-han has met the minimum requirements to obtain the next class. Seong-han looked at Yujin in bewilderment, who was squeezing his cheeks and looking at him with wide eyes. Yujin looked at Seong-han through the S-level system window while still squeezing his face. Yujin was happy that he could finally make Seong-han an S-class. Yoo-hyun after that moment held the document in his hands and looked questioningly at his brother. Yoo-hyun asked if Yujin could raise Seong-han's level. Yujin stood in front of his younger brother's workplace and waved his arms. Yoo-hyun did not understand how this was possible, to which the main character explained that that was why he ran to him as quickly as possible. Yujin noted that the demands were tricky, card with conditions. Conditions for raising the level of Seong-han. Meet one of the conditions. Defeat the boss of an A-class dungeon with one hit. Defeat an S-class beast alone. Defeat an SS-class beast with a team of less than 10 people. Yujin looked at his thoughtful brother with delight. Yuhyun thought that the last condition was the most successful of the three, but explained that SS-class beasts were only found in dungeons outside of Korea. The protagonist raised his hand and clenched his fist, noting with encouragement that the first option didn't sound very sad either. Yuhyun imagined Seong-han defeating the monster with a crushing blow. Yuhyun replied that Seong-han had the same A-class attack skill, but that would not be enough to defeat the boss in one hit. Yujin looked at his brother with elation and pointed a finger at himself. Yujin said that he could help with this. Yuhyun was slightly surprised and asked how Yujin would do this. The main character began to present a plan to make Seong-han an S-class, with the two of them cheering enthusiastically on stage. Seong-han's silhouette was wrapped in iron armor with gloves and glowed with a bright aura. Yujin noted that the first step was to equip Seong-han with everything that could increase his attack power. Yerim's silhouette sent blue energy towards Seong-han. Stage 2 Yujin suggested using Yerim to add a Seong-han snare using a buff of the day without a shadow. A jubilant Yujin imagined how he held Seong-han's hand and together they defeated the blue silhouette of a monster. At stage 3, the protagonist suggested doubling Seong-han's attack using his skill. Yuhyun looked arrogantly at his brother's small and joyful toy, squeezing it in his hand. Yuhyun asked why Yujin was included in this plan. Yuhyun held his brother's toy in his hands and looked at Yujin, who closed his eyes in displeasure, holding the monster and Seong-han toys in his hands. Yujin explained that he also had to go. Yuhyun noted that the main character has gone crazy. The protagonist looked at his brother worriedly, holding Seong-han toys and a monster in his hands. Yujin explained that he said everything in all seriousness. Yuhyun offered a comparison to what Yujin would say if he went into an A-class dungeon while being an F-class. Yujin realized that in this way Yuhyun would drive him crazy. The protagonist quickly spread his arms to the sides and looked at his brother, who indifferently closed his eyes and lowered his head. Yujin noted that he had a B-class shield. Yuhyun noted that Yujin himself understood perfectly well that this shield would not save him. Yuhyun looked at his brother indignantly, holding the toys in his hands. Yuhyun explained that they were still talking about destroying the boss. Yuhyun imagined Seong-han dealing a crushing blow along with Yujin. Yuhyun began to explain that Yujin could only share this skill's effect when touching a person, deducing that the protagonist would have to touch Seong-han the moment he dealt the killing blow to the boss. Yuhyun explained bitterly that the blast wave from such an attack would simply crush the F-class's body into powder. Yuhyun tried to stuff the toy into his pocket and looked out from under his long bangs towards his brother, who hung his head down, laughing hard. Yuhyun said that the shield would not work since it would touch Seong-han. The protagonist broke into a malicious smile and took out a blue luminous bracelet from his pocket, remembering the moment when the four of them had dinner. Yujin reminded his brother of that evening, saying that he asked Myung-woo to do something for him back then. Yujin enthusiastically held up his gold bracelet in front of his astonished face. He said it was a new shield item. Yuhyun wondered what it was. Yuhyun took this gold bracelet and looked at it in amazement. The gold bracelet floated in the air. It was a nameless bracelet, class undefined, disposable. Yuhyun's eyes widened as he watched his brother spread his arms out to the sides with a satisfied face. Yuhyun realized that this bracelet nullifies all damage taken for 10 minutes, wondering how this was possible. The protagonist noted that that's why he spoke that evening, so that Yuhyun would make a good impression on Myung-woo. Yujin put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Yujin noted that Seong-han would become an S-class tank and make his guild even more impressive, and he would take care of that himself. So it was decided. Myung-woo and Seong-han were extremely unhappy with this decision. Minwoo noted that he did not make this bracelet for such a situation. Seong-han crossed his hands in front of his face and said that it was impossible to take Yujin to such a place. The main character knew that he had to persuade Myung-woo and Seong-han for some time, and in the end they set a date for going to the dungeon. The whole team of guys stood in front of the dark gate to the dungeon, from which a blue aura emanated. Seong-han looked at Yujin with concern as Yerim rejoiced at what was happening. Seong-han asked if the main character would be okay. Yujin held his piece in his hands and told Seong-han not to worry. Yerim noticed and agreed with Yujin's words, saying that they are still S-classes and will be close. Yerim said that a couple more guys will join their team. Hyuna donned a bright red suit and appeared with her blue bag and black glasses. Hyuna straightened her hair and looked out sarcastically through her black glasses. She asked Yujin how long they had been waiting for her. The main character noted that they enlisted the help of another S-class just in case. Hyuna looked with delight at the disgruntled beast in the hands of Yujin, who laughed slightly. Hyuna also greeted Peace, calling him a good boy, and ironically asked if he would allow him to ride. Yujin joked about whether Hyuna really dreamed of having her own mount. Yujin thought that this number of participants should have been enough. Hyuna and Yujin turned their gazes to the side in displeasure when they heard an exclamation that someone had arrived last. A foot in an expensive brown shoe appeared. It was Hyuni, who was very interested to know what the main character was up to this time. Hyuni looked out of the car and began to walk out to the guys. The Yujin boys in a large group, standing in front of the magic gate, turned their attention to Hyuni, wondering what Hyuni was doing here. The ground of the city of black golems, on a class dungeon, was strewn with skulls. Towers rose behind the collapsing arch. In this terrifying dungeon there are legions of golems and immortals everywhere. This is where everything happened. Yujin sat on a red lion with white undercoat and, leaning binoculars to his eyes, peered into the distance. Seonghin stood nearby, holding a tablet in his hand, and said that the golems here are slow but strong, so their tactics are to separate them to defeat them. The brunette thoughtfully put away his binoculars. While they were standing on the cliff, an explosion was heard in the dungeon, and fragments of stones flew. Hyuna pierced the monster with her spear, shouting that they were not strong at all, but rather like soft tofu. Yerim laughed and said that these guys were too slow. Yujin, blushing with admiration, said that he could not believe that he was watching this with his own eyes, and Seonghin said that it would take a group of classes a week to clear this dungeon, and said that for the first time he felt sorry for the monsters. The hunters swung their weapons, killing the golems with ease. The field sparkled with flashes of attacks, and Yujin thought that even in the future, there was no team consisting of 4 S-class people, and he did not imagine that he would ever see such a sight himself. An explosion was heard on the field. The brunette turned to Seonghin and asked with joy on his face whether it would not be easier to send S-class groups to other dungeons. Looking at what was happening, the bodyguard replied that S-classes were prohibited from entering the dungeons together. He awkwardly looked away when Yujin asked if this was really necessary for the distribution of forces in case a breakthrough occurred in some other place, and said that not only for this, the guy himself would see and understand. Yujin raised the binoculars to his eyes with curiosity. Yerim, being a damage dealer, with a look of joy on her face, extended her hand with her palm open and created a blue magic ring. Damage dealer Hyuna wielded her spear with enthusiasm. Yuhyun, the damage dealer, was wielding his sword with concentration. Yerim raised her hand with a trident and shouted that she would now show a couple of skills that she had received recently. Yujin asked himself the question, is everyone really fighting alone, without even sharing roles? The short-haired girl jumped up, shooting out blue streams of energy, activating pale rain. Violet flames flashed on the ice-covered golems. Yuhyun cut the ice flows with his sword, creating flames. The angry girl screamed, telling him not to go there because the ice would melt. Streams of wind rose around Hyuna. Yerim, flying from above, got burned and shouted that her wind was touching her. The long-haired girl looked back and said that she did not know that she was there and shouted at her to dodge, because she is S-class. Yujin and Seonghin looked on in confusion, aware of the complete lack of teamwork, when a cry was heard that all the golems that Yerim had frozen had melted. Looking at this with a straight face, Yujin asked if it was because they were too good individually. Seonghin laughed awkwardly, turning his gloomy gaze to the left. The brunette thought that this man was the most capable here. The head of the guild Jupiter looked at the battle with a grin. The brunette wondered incomprehensibly why he came here, but did nothing. Hyuni glowed with splendor. Yujin thought with irritation that the blonde was dressed up in fashionable gear for going to the dungeon, and he was the only one here with an SS-class weapon and a coat. In the future, looking down on Yuhyun sitting on the crumbling ground, the blonde, wearing SS-class fireproof equipment, Flame Dragon Selikia's wings, will cause a lot of trouble for the guy and defeat him. Yujin stared at the guild leader with contempt, thinking that it would be good to rip off this unfortunate coat from him and hide it. Into inventory, the blonde said that he felt his burning gaze. Turning his head sharply, Yujin laughed nervously and said that he was just very glad that the head of the guild Jupiter himself came to help and came all this way. The guy answered with a smile that since he had lent the dungeon to their guild, he came to visit them. The brunette scratched the back of his head and, thinking that this was the only dungeon with ideal conditions, said that they were fine and the head could go. Suddenly, Yujin screamed in horror to shut up as the head said with a smile that it was sad, because he thought that they were already at the stage where the guy trusted him, considering that he was raising his child. Hyuna looked up and, turning to Hyuni, asked what he was doing there and whether he had really come to idle. The guy haughtily closed his eyes when she screamed, asking if he wanted to work, and if he had really grown old and lost all his strength. Hyuni asked if it was really so difficult for them without his help. He raised his hand and fire flared above his fingers. At the same moment, an explosion was heard on the battlefield, filling everything with fire. Yujin screamed in horror, and the blonde narcissistically said that he was just helping. The smoke slowly cleared, and Yujin asked what kind of help this was he really offended by the girl? But the guy answered in the negative, pointing his hand to the place of the explosion. The brunette asked why the head did this then, how he could attack his colleague instead of the monster. Hyuni asked again with an ominous fire in his eyes, she is a colleague. Yujin opened his mouth in confusion. The smoke was cut through by the silhouette of an angrily screaming girl. Veins popped out on Hyuna's furious face. She kicked off the ground, activating the wind path. Holding a spear in her hand, the girl flew to the head, shouting that if he was going to provoke her, honestly, he should have at least had equipment of the same class with him. Yujin was confused when Hyuni moved behind the guy with an innocent expression on his face. The girl opened her eyes in horror. She flew with the spear now pointed at the innocent Yujin and could not stop. Screaming in fear, Seonghan created a shield above them. Hyuna, flying down, screamed that this stupid shield wouldn't work, so let him get out of the way. The girl grabbed the spear with her legs and shouted that she would stop. The tip slammed into the ground. The girl landed in front of the shield. The spear stuck into the ground, created cracks in the ground. The edge of the cliff broke off and fell down. Looking back at the collapsed area, Hyuna breathed a sigh of relief and said that everything was fine. Yujin and Seonghan, hugging each other, trembled with fear, and Hyuni, clapping, innocently said that the girl had excellent control, and she, pointing her hand at him, shouted that he was a fool and it was his fault. The brown-haired girl with disheveled curls turned around when she heard a voice telling her to be more careful. His brother appeared in front of Yujin, his brown coat fluttering in the wind. The head of World's Edge frowned, looking at the girl. Approaching her, Yuhyun asked if she hadn't seen his brother. How did she dare to attack? Hyuna displeasedly asked what the problem was. She had stopped. Yujin awkwardly said that she was right and it was because of the head of Jupiter. Looking at her with a murderous gaze, Yuhyun darkly asked that even if they were in a quarrel with the head, couldn't she simply not succumb to his provocations, and said that her character is simple, which is reflected in her attacks, which are so obvious that the child will be able to dodge. Veins popped out on Hyuna's face, and the enraged girl asked what he just said. The brunette grabbed his sword, saying that she was sticking her nose where it shouldn't. The girl squeezed the spear in her hand. The clash sparked between them as Hyuna asked why don't they have some fun while they're here. Looking fearfully at the head of Jupiter, Yujin asked him to stop the two, and asked why they kept provoking each other, and Hyuni calmly replied that nothing could be done, because S-classes fight alone, not in groups. Yuhyun and Hyuna crossed their weapons, causing flashes of light, and the guy said that now dungeon breakthroughs rarely happen, and asked if they were not forbidden to enter the dungeon together. Hyuni leaned his black-gloved hand against his chin and smiled sarcastically, ominously looking at the battle with burning eyes. He said that since they were all here, this was the perfect opportunity to grab each other's throats. Yujin opened his mouth in horror. Hyuna attacked Yuhyun with fury in her eyes, and Yujin thought that it took a long time to convince Yerim and Hyuni to go with them, and he was surprised that the other guild heads were willing to go, although he did not reveal the true purpose. But now I understand why S-classes can't go to dungeons together. Yerim, standing on the mountain of defeated golems, with joy on her face, stuck her trident into the shining blue stone in the center of the monster and said with satisfaction that she had hit a big one. The girl took the red stone and, wiping her forehead with her hand, said that she was allowed to collect magic stones here, so she would sell them and pay for all the expenses for the ice tree spear and buy new equipment. An explosion was heard from her side, and the girl turned around in confusion and wondered what they were doing instead of hunting. Yujin, holding his head, watched in horror from the cliff as Yuhyun floated in the air, holding a purple flame in his hand, and under him Hyuna created a red ball of energy in her palm. Yujin fell to the ground in indignation and, shouting, asked what they should do, because they really began to fight. The excited brown-haired woman said with a grin that she didn't know that blue willow leaves could be used this way. Suddenly she pushed off from the ground. Jumping up, Hyuna attacked the guy with a spear, shouting that she couldn't be stopped by pathetic leaves. Seonghan raised his hand, creating a shield. Yujin, cowering, stood next to him, hiding from a new explosion. The guy cleared his throat and opened his eyes slightly, thinking that someone will get hurt if this continues. But he doesn't know what he can do because he's just an F-class. Yuhyun suddenly looked up worriedly when he heard a cough. Suddenly he jumped onto a cliff, leaving the girl alone, and asked if her brother was okay. The guy grabbed Yujin by the shoulders and carefully asked if he had inhaled the smoke, and, apologizing, said that it was his fault, while Hyuna, who had climbed onto the cliff, asked where he had gone, because they were fighting. Bringing a handkerchief to his brother's nose, Yoo-hyun turned around and offendedly told the girl that his brother was here, so she should be more careful. Hyuna was dumbfounded and asked if Hyuni heard this. Holding a handkerchief to the guy's nose, the brunette told him to blow his nose, and he thought that there was another way, a little awkward, but effective. Yujin fell to the ground and, closing his eyes, put his hand to his head, shouting that he was dying because he was just a weak F class. Hyuna bashfully scratched the back of her head, and Yoo-hyun leaned over his brother with a handkerchief in his hand as he screamed that the naughty S classes started fighting and scared him. Poor F class. He already had a stomach ache, and now he won't be able to sleep yet and will cry from stress, and there's not even a doctor here. The girl apologized, saying that it seemed they were too cruel, and asked if F classes were always so weak. Yoo-hyun turned his reddened eyes full of hatred to the girl. Pointing his hand at the lion and the man, Yujin shouted that of course they should be ashamed, because even Seonghun and Peace behaved better. The S-class hunters hung down as they listened to the guy yelling for them not to be distracted, to finish quickly and get out of here, because they are not children and should stop fighting. The guy put a red cap on his head. He took out a gray whistle. Sitting on Peace and pointing in the direction with his hand, Yujin whistled and said that the golems were for 3 hours for Hyuna and let Hyuni inspect the perimeter. Exhaling, the guy said with relief that he had to separate them so as not to fight again. A digital window appeared in front of him with the reward he received, where it was written that he had acquired the SS class skill, the terrifying chicken commander, and the description said that he was a teacher who leads the stubborn awakened ones. And although the children are naughty, there is no need to worry if you use this skill. The guy looked at the window in shock, wondering what was wrong with the name of the skill and its description. The night sky above the destroyed dungeon was illuminated by constellations. Holding a steaming mug in his hand, Seonghun offered it to Yujin and said that they would stop here for the night. Looking at the mesmerizing views of the gloomy night dungeon, the man said that if they continue at the same pace, they will get out of here tomorrow. Leaning against a wooden beam, Yujin looked up at the stone building above them and said that because of these buildings it was convenient to relax here, asking Seonghun if he thought there was a castle or a church, to which he replied that he was not sure, since so far I didn't find any documents. The guy brought a cup of hot drink to his lips. On the dilapidated building could be seen the image of a warrior galloping on a horse and pulling the string of a bow. Yujin, looking at this, thought that according to the system, these were traces of another fallen world, where they could not cope with the growing number of dungeons due to those who wanted to increase their influence with the help of them. Imagining the collapsing multi-story buildings, the guy wondered if they would meet the same end if they failed to cope with the dungeons, if they could stop them with 50 S-classes, with these uncontrollable people. Screaming pitifully, Yerim said that they were all too angry. Everyone sat or stood around the fire, and the short-haired girl, laying out all the magic stones she had mined on a white cloth, shouted that they were taking away all the fun, because she also wanted to fight. While wiping his sword, Yoo-hyun asked who she could handle if she didn't have enough experience, skills, and equipment. Hyuna ran her hand over the girl's face and asked with a grin if that was why she was collecting stones so hard that she got soot all over her face when Yerim shouted that she would buy new equipment after selling the stones and smear them all. Yoo-hyun wiped his sword with a calm expression, and Yujin smiled nervously as Hyuna asked who burned the ends of her hair. The girl was upset, holding her burnt curls in her hand, and Yerim, looking at her, said that she could just cut her hair, and asked if such long hair didn't get in the way when hunting. Running her hand through her curls, the girl replied that they were in the way, but she needed them for advertising and for those old people who sponsor her guild. Tossing her luxurious hair, Hyuna said that she was told that she should remain graceful, since she is a female S-class hunter. Yerim asked incomprehensibly what this had to do with hunting. Jumping on the girl from behind, Hyuna said that this is a good question, and let her do what she wants and not worry about such things. Placing her hand on Yerim, the brown-haired girl closed her eyes and, exhaling, said that sometimes it's even more comfortable in the dungeons. Turning to the head of the Jupiter Guild, the girl said that she would like to kill all these old people, and asked if they should be as independent as the head. Bringing a porcelain cup with a hot drink to his mouth, Hyuni said that you shouldn't be on a leash all the time. Raising his eyes upward, in which the fire of the fire was ominously reflected, the blonde said that they only think about profit, and this was the reason for the incident in MKC. Besides, those who do not know anything about high-class dungeons will not be able to understand them and will not may consider them the same species when they are so far behind. Yujin looked at him silently, his mouth parted. Remembering the battle he saw between hunters and golems, He thought that after that he began to understand that S-classes are significantly superior to ordinary people in strength. For several days, or even weeks a month, predators dominate monsters from other worlds. Holding a thermos in her hand, Hyuna said with a smile that the young master is full of surprises, and she stops recognizing him when he is next to her brother. Yujin turned his gaze to his brother. Yuhyun looked down. Looking down, Yujin thought he was holding back. Looking at his brother's back, he asked himself, because he is holding back not because he is kind, but does not act as he wants. Because his brother is an F-class, all because of him. Yuhyun looked at him, noticing that he was looking at him, and asked what was the matter. Looking at him, Yuhyun asked if he was tired, because he didn't look very good, and Seonghin chimed in, saying that the guy should rest. A rolled-up gray sleeping bag appeared in the brunette's hands, and a white pillow flew into his head when everyone told him to go to bed, and he asked how they would cope without him. A girl with short blue hair pointed her finger at herself and said that they are S-class. So for them one night is not scary. Clenching her fist, Hyuna agreed and said that they will continue to protect the dungeon and will hunt in twos, replacing each other. Yujin blushed with joy as he looked at the guys. Everyone shuddered when the guy, holding a sleeping bag in his hands, asked suspiciously that they had not split into two to fight. Grabbing the orange bottle, Yerim looked away when the guy noticed that there was a whole bunch of mana potions hanging on it, and said that it was just because she was hungry. Yuhyun awkwardly looked down, and Hyuna screamed at the head when the guy said that he noticed that Hyuni had changed his gloves, and his brother was sharpening his knife all the time. Raising his index finger, Yujin sternly told them to hunt monsters and do nothing else, and if he noticed them fighting, he would tell Myung-woo everything. The guy lay down in the sleeping bag, and Yerim screamed that he had misunderstood everything. This was just her only equipment. Yujin replied that then they just shouldn't fight. Lowering his head onto the pillow and closing his eyes, the guy exhaled, thinking that it was already difficult for him with 4, but he needed 50. The star-studded night sky was glowing above him. He wondered if he could really trust the system, and thought that at this point he had no other choice anyway, and maybe if he moved forward in small steps, he could recruit 50 people and save the world. He jumped up when it was light, looking ahead in horror. In front of their team was a huge gray creature that resembled a lizard. A man in a black suit and glasses stood under the congratulatory sign and, holding a microphone to his mouth, congratulated Seong-han on his promotion, saying that thanks to this, World's Edge now has a third S-class. Yujin appeared behind Seong-han with a bouquet of flowers in his hands, congratulating the man and saying that he was looking forward to continuing to work with him as a team. The discarded bouquet fell to the ground as Seong-han told him to get lost. Showing a thumbs down, the man irritably said that from this day on he was leaving World's Edge, since the S-classes did not need comrades. Yuhyun pulled out his sword when Seong-han shouted that he was challenging him to a duel. Hyuna grabbed the spear, and Yerim happily jumped up with a trident in her hands, shouting that they wanted to come with them too. All the S-classes rushed at each other, drawing their weapons. Yujin opened his eyes in horror, shouting for everyone to stop, because the building might collapse. The guy was lying in a sleeping bag. Peace was sleeping on his back on his side, and Seong-han, sitting next to him, asked if the gentleman was okay. Jumping up, the guy screamed in horror, asking that Seong-han not go to work for himself and not get involved in fights just because he became an S-class. The man waved his hands in front of him, saying with a smile that there was no need to worry, since he would continue to faithfully serve as the shield of World's Edge, and asked why the guy woke up so suddenly. Because he was sleeping sweetly. Peace licked the guy's neck, and he scratched the back of his head, awkwardly saying that it was just a dream where they were all fighting and the building was collapsing. The guy looked up, asking where the lightning came from, since there was no rain. Putting his palm to his forehead, he squinted and said that he seemed to see a flash there, and suddenly asked what happened to the lock that was there. Suddenly a bright flash appeared above them. Hyuna and Hyuni stood on opposite pillars with a sparkling golden chain surrounding them. Drops of dark liquid dripped onto the ground near the girl's leg. She crouched down, looking at her wounded hand as the guild leader said that they really needed to get back to business. Pouring a potion from a yellow bottle onto her hand, Hyuna with a smile told him to finally answer her question and asked what made him honor them with his presence. Did he really have his eye on the older brother of the head of World's Edge? The blonde looked at the girl with a malicious smile. Holding an open bottle in her hand, Hyuna said that the guy may have valuable skills, but he is only an F-class, and the head said that you should never judge people by their class. The blonde with sparkling eyes smiled and asked if it was possible to just have fun for once. The girl raised the yellow bottle to her mouth as Hyuni said that the guy looked unusually fearless and surprisingly self-confident. The girl threw the empty bottle behind her back. The yellow container fell to the ground as the blonde said that there were enough reasons why he was interested in this guy. Suddenly, the long-haired girl grabbed a spear and attacked the head. The tip hit a link in the magic chain. Hyuni stopped the tip of the spear in front of his eyes with a chain. Holding the spear, the girl smiled sinisterly and said that he was a forbidden area and they didn't want Hyuni to break their precious crystal ball while he was having fun. The guy surrounded by chains jumped to the side. Raising his hand, he sighed and said that it was unexpected that the girl was not indifferent to such things. Hyuna jumped, dodging the chains flying at her, and shouted for the guy to shut up. Having destroyed the chain in front of her, the girl told him to at least wait his turn until she received the mount. Illuminated by the glow of magical chains, the blonde smiled when the girl shouted that he had already destroyed several of his toys. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. Yujin was sitting on peace and, looking up, said that the hunters were moving so fast that he could barely see them. Seong-han asked him to stay here while he tried to talk to them. The man looked at the battlefield and froze, his mouth open. 2 hunters were in the air against the backdrop of a bright flash. Seong-han looked up in fascination, thinking how amazing it looked like 2 S-classes fighting against each other, and he couldn't muster the courage to even come closer, let alone talk to them. Yujin shouted, placing his palms over his mouth. The hunters turned sharply at the sound. Seong-han looked in surprise at the guy, who with a menacing look ironically shouted that there were a couple of people with a fever who had turned the dungeon into a personal sparring hall. The S-classes landed on a cliff next to an angry guy who asked if he was unclear. Grabbing the girl by the hand, he angrily shouted that she had literally burned her sleeve. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy angrily asked if they were really 5 years old, and what would happen if they hurt themselves fighting each other. Hyuna whispered to the head that he was right, and there was clearly something about this guy there is, thinking that he doesn't even know what fear is. Pointing his finger at them, Yujin frowned and asked if guild heads shouldn't lead by example. And don't they know that the dungeons are full of dangers? Suddenly the guy staggered, his mouth open in fear. He called the system and asked what it was. The blue board said that you need to run since there was a violation number 8 in dimension. The guy staggered and grabbed his forehead with his hand, and Seong-han ran up to him worriedly, asking if everything was okay. Removing his hand from his face, the guy said that, as he had said, the dungeons were full of dangerous surprises, and shouted for everyone to run as far as possible. The hunters looked up in shock. Pieces of stones began to fall from the buildings, and a cry was heard asking what was happening. Seong-han created a shield over Yujin, protecting him from falling rocks, and told him to be careful and stay behind it. The guy looked to the side and, activating resistance to fear, asked where his brother and Yerim were. 2 hunters appeared above them and shouted that they had better get out of there now, and Hyuna asked if it was an earthquake. Yerim, with her mouth wide open, screamed that where they were standing, something was rising from the ground. The guys turned around and looked at the cracked ground, shaking from the tremors. Everyone rushed out of there. Looking back at the flying stones, Hyuna asked in horror what was happening here. Suddenly, behind them, a huge gray monster poked out of the ground with its mouth slightly open. A huge stone frog landed. Opening her mouth, Hyuna raised her head up and said that she had never seen such a monster. Yuhyun asked if he was sure that it was a monster, because it was incredibly large. Frowning, Yujin said that it was definitely a monster. After calling the system and reading the information about the monster on the blue window, the guy said that it was Mountain Eater Bavar, an SS-class toad monster whose body is completely covered with impenetrable rocks. Hyuni looked at Yujin with interest as the others shouted that this dungeon was only in a class and asked what something like that was doing here. Opening his mouth, the blonde whispered that Yujin undoubtedly foresaw this. The guy with the cape fluttering in the wind looked at Yujin from behind and asked himself if this was not just a coincidence, then what else was he hiding? The little griffin got his head entangled in a towel and screamed. He flew around the room, and a guild employee with her hair in a ponytail tried to catch him and screamed for Blue to stop playing with the towels, while Chirpai squeaked from behind, attracting attention. The girl turned to the bird, saying that who would have thought that babysitting monsters would be so difficult. At that time the bird was knocking on the door to a closed room with a squeak. The girl opened the door, asking what it was and saying that Yujin was not in the room, and Chirpai, who ran into the room, stopped, looking at something in surprise. The bird stood in the room and looked around, squealed in tears. The girl consoled her that tomorrow he would return, but then ran after Blue, asking, "Is he doing it again?" The sad bird was left alone in the room and cried with a squeak. Her little muzzle was red and tears were streaming down her face. Suddenly Chirpai let out a loud squeak, spreading her wings, and the space next to her flickered with blue light. A blue flicker appeared in the air, next to which a system table began to form. A red circle with a pattern appeared in the middle of the blue whirlwinds. This L-rank skill was called Dimension Master. The round vortex created an image of Yujin sitting astride Peace as Chirpai stared at it in surprise. Looking at the blue whirlwind, she let out a startled squeak. She took a step towards the whirlwind that fascinated her. Suddenly, a griffin fell right on top of her with a scream, causing the pinned bird to squeal. The employee literally barged into the room asking the pet if everything was okay, and Blue made a surprised sound. The space shimmered blue in front of them. Behind this blue shine, high-ranking hunters and Yujin could be seen looking at the monster in the form of a huge turtle. Hyuna stood in front of the guy sitting on the lion and asked that this dungeon is only a rank. What is doing something like that here? The toad monster raised a huge paw into the air, and the huntress asked if they could even fight this creature. At least it looked pretty slow. The huge toad hit the ground with its paw so hard that debris flew around, and the hunters standing on the hill and looking at it seemed very small. The ground around the paw was covered in rubble and smoking. The monster moved towards the hunters who were running away from her. Yerim screamed that she had only taken a step and was already able to inflict such damage. Turning to the monster, she suggested that everyone use their gate stones and leave from there. But Yujin, looking at her, said that no, they couldn't just leave her like that. What if there was a dungeon breakthrough and she crawled out into their world? Yujin remembered how a huge toad stood in the middle of the city, with a helicopter flying next to it, which seemed very small. The guy thought that it actually happened a few years later in the original version of the world. In rural China, a toad caused catastrophic damage just by crawling slowly. The guy realized that worse than that, this dungeon was open right in front of the college campus in the city center. Its breakthrough could destroy the entire area. Yuhyun, resolutely holding the sword in his hand, said that then they would have to give it their all. He shouted to his older brother to stay away, flying into the air, and Yerim, who jumped nearby, asked Seong-han to take care of him, to which Yujin shouted, trying to stop them. Yerim held her ice spear in her hands and thought that the icy sigh of a rank, and the pale rain of S rank below the level would not even leave a scratch on this monster. SS rank. The spear began to shine. White whirlwinds surrounded it. The girl said that a day without a shadow is another matter. She will apply an SS boost to mana and fire skills. The girl thrust a spear into the ground and a large dark shadow spread from it. She shouted that she had created all this for the head of the guild. Then it was up to him. Yuhyun decisively rushed forward along this shadow. His gaze burned, and a ball of violet flame appeared in his palm. He hovered over the monster, directing a huge stream of purple flame at it, spreading far around. Yujin looked at the blazing fire, sitting on the pet next to the man, and shouted that the black flames of SS rank should be enough. He advised his brother to hit the back of the neck. This is its weak point. The guy thought he already knew how to kill a turtle, especially with a team like this where they had the perfect combination of skills. Yuhyun struck the enemy with a swift movement of his sword. From the blow, a mark from the movement of the sword appeared on the turtle's neck, and that's all. The guild leader struck with his sword again even harder. The guy thought that the whole point was that they were still in the moment 5 years earlier. Hunters didn't have an extra 5 years to get better equipment, higher stats, and more experience. Yuhyun looked at the monster with displeasure, and Hyuna, who came from behind, shouted for the young master to get out of the way. She said, so the back of the neck, one-hit kills is her specialty. The woman forcefully thrust a shining scarlet spear straight into the monster's neck, and fragments of the shell flew around. Only the tip of the spear entered the body. She cursed, saying that it was very difficult. The worst thing was different. The edges of the wound glowed red as she drew her weapon. The wound began to heal, healing, to the surprised cry of the hunter. Baver can heal almost instantly. Hyuna screamed in shock that if she had an SS rank spear, she would make a pincushion out of the monster. It seems it's time to take out her SS rank chains. Hyoni, holding out his hand with a golden chain, said that if they cannot pierce the skin, a golden chain entangled the body and mouth of the monster. Hyoni shone with golden fire, squeezing the monster's body with chains, and asked, what about this? Seong-han and Yujin, who closed his eyes from the radiance, along with the fiery lion, looked at this, and the guy thought that this was madness, even he could not defeat him alone. Seong-han sighed in surprise, asking if it worked, and said that this was the first time the monster had reacted. Baver opened his red eye and growled. Suddenly he took a big leap forward, despite the chains. The hunters looked at this in horror and screamed. With a terrible roar, the toad jumped to another place. The earth was crumbling under the monster's paws. There was even a deep crack running along the ground, splitting the soil in two. The remains of buildings and columns collapsed, falling down. Hyunhee stood next to the hunters trying to come to their senses and said that no, it seems they shouldn't anger this creature by making it jump like that again. Hyuna annoyedly asked him if there were any other ideas on how to defeat the monster with one blow. Taking a closer look at the giant toad, she exclaimed for the others to look, it recovered in one hit. Frowning at the monster, she asked how they should kill it. Behind her, Yoo-hyun told his brother sitting on the beast that he needed to leave, to which he replied to listen. They could still destroy the monster if the hunters worked together. Yoo-jin looked at his brother carefully. He presented a huge toad that had a red cross on its back that had to be hit, and said that simply using one skill after another would not pierce the hard skin. He said the best chance was to make a series of attacks and hit the weak spot on the neck. He looked at Yerim, who was floating next to him in the air, and asked again in surprise, and said that they would start with her, let her freeze the back of her neck. Turning to his younger brother, the guy said that immediately after he should apply heat. Hyunhee looked at them carefully and listened to the dialogue of the hunters. Yerim said that she understood how a cold glass mug can crack if hot water is poured into it. Yoo-hyun asked what happens, will they weaken it with a sudden temperature change? To this Yoo-jin said that he was right, this is the most effective way to deal with her stone skin. Looking at the elder, the blonde asked, does such good information come with his skill as a beast master? To this the guy turned around and replied that one could say so. Standing at peace, the guy turned to the woman, saying that she would step in next, to which Hyuna asked in surprise, did he seriously think this would work? She remembered how the wound from the blow on the monster's back had healed, and said that the guy had seen how quickly this creature was recovering. It would heal before they had time to carry out the next attack, if they missed the moment even a little. Besides, they are not that and worked hard as a team. The long-haired woman spread her hands, saying that they wouldn't be able to train either, unless he wanted to see this creature jump again, and they didn't have telepathy. To this the guy asked what if he said that it was possible. Everyone looked at the standing F rank and asked in surprise, what? Looking at the woman with determination, Yoo-jin said that what she said was correct. The most important thing was to carry out a series of attacks at the perfect moment, but this meant that they would have to work as a single mechanism. The guy looked at the blue circle of the system element shining next to him. He said that this whole plan wouldn't be possible otherwise, but luckily for them, he could make it possible for the hunters. Yoo-jin thought it would be nice to use something like an effective attack skill, but he couldn't ask for more in this situation. Standing surrounded by blue system symbols, he said that he was going to use his skill now. He looked at the yellow skill symbol with a chicken and chicks and thought that he was using the skill that he accidentally received yesterday. Looking at the others, Yoo-jin waved his hand and said that yesterday he received a special team skill that should help improve their teamwork. Yoo-hyun looked at his brother in surprise and asked again. He received a command skill, to which Yoo-jin, calling up the system menu, answered with consent and said that he must have been able to fulfill the conditions to unlock it. He looked carefully at the shining menu table and thought that at least now the description was more detailed. Below the yellow picture of a hen with chicks was a description of the skill Terrifying Chick Commander. It said the following, teacher guiding the stubborn awakened ones, the kids are so naughty, aren't they? Don't worry, if you use this skill, you will be able to unite several objects of influence, teach them to work in harmony and coordinate their actions. The guy thought that it seemed to him that the writing style had also changed. He read that there were additional explanations. Round bottles with blue potions illustrated that, firstly, the skill depends on the level of intelligence and mana. Yoo-jin drank the liquid while pointing his finger and told Yoo-hyun to get Yoo-hyun closer to Yerim. Secondly, the caster can take damage if the target of influence disables the synchronization attempt. A book with a picture of a hen and chicks appeared in front of the guy's palm, surrounded by radiance. The guy told the others that he was using this skill now and they needed to accept it. It was important. Holding the book in his hand, Yoo-jin created glowing blue patterns at his feet with his other hand. Yerim and Yoo-hyun looked in surprise as the same patterns appeared on the ground where they were standing. The system reported that the Terrifying Chicken Commander skill has been activated. The girls and the guy's eyes glowed yellow. Yoo-jin with yellow eyes saw in front of him windows with images of hunters, as if there was what they see with their own eyes. He opened his eyes in shock, realizing, and exclaimed to himself in surprise. He extended his hand forward, as if feeling the same hand of his brother nearby, and thought that he could feel their bodies. The brothers looked at their palm in the same poses, as if translucent, and Yerim looked at them in surprise. Yoo-jin thought that he felt their bodies like his own, as if he knew in advance what they wanted to do. The guy thought that he understood what they would say, even if they themselves did not understand it yet. The younger one looked at his palm and began to say that he couldn't feel it. Yujin said for him that there was no difference, and his brother looked at him in surprise. Yerim exclaimed in surprise, asking what happened now. Yujin held his hand over the book and happily said that great, now he will try to synchronize the two of them. Yuhyun and Yerim looked ahead seriously, listening to the sensations. The symbols at their feet intertwined, and the hunters looked at each other in surprise. The girl said that it was both cool and creepy. Hyuna looked at them and asked what happened. Yerim extended her hand with a spear forward, as if sensing the presence of a guy nearby, and said that it felt as if the body of the head of the guild had become part of her own. She could even predict his movements and balance their forces, sharply hitting the head, who immediately reacted. With a spear, she said that's it. Yujin covered his eyes from the rising wind, and Hyuna asked in surprise how it was that the tip of the spear came perfectly close to the sword. The tip of the spear made perfect contact with the tip of the sword, and the woman added in amazement that they did it without blinking an eye. How is this even possible? Encouraged, she pointed at herself and told him to do the same to her, to which Yujin, who was drinking the potion, told her to give him a second, he needed to recover. The guy said that her role is to destroy the toad's skin. Once Yuhyun does what is required of him, she will be able to minimize the damage from the fire if she holds tightly to Peace's back. Hyuna looked at him in admiration, happily asking that she could ride Peace. The woman was delighted, saying that how did he know that she had brought a saddle and even fire-resistant equipment just in case. At this time, Yujin stroked the head of the disgruntled fiery lion, apologizing, and said that it was only this time. The guy thought about the third clarification of the use of the skill. Yujin reached into his inner pocket, telling her to take care of the pet, and said that he had something else for her. Hyuna turned around with the saddle in her hands, and asked what exactly. The guy remembered the clarification that the skill is easier to use on objects of influence, whom he takes under his wing using a code word. With a cute wink, the guy showed her his fingers folded into a small heart, and said that his heart. He said that he loved Hyuna. Yujin thought he would take this chance to make her his ward. They were already close enough that he could get out of such a situation by laughing it off. A critical failure occurred. Hyuna stood with the saddle in her hands and a rainbow poured from her mouth, and the guy hastened to add that he was very grateful for everything she did for them, went with them and so on. She was so kind to him, even when he kept yelling at her, and that's why. Hyuna looked at him with a smile and laughed, saying that it was so stupid. Shyly scratching her nose, she told the guy not to worry. His attitude helped her remember how harshly she was trained when she was still an athlete. The system reported that Hyuna responded to the code word and became a pupil. Yujin turned away in embarrassment and thought, well, guess he succeeded after all. He turned with a smile and said that they need it now, but he was interrupted. Hyuni stood in front of the brunette with his arms folded and said that it should be his turn now. The guy excitedly thought that this was definitely a tough nut to crack. He remembered that the fourth explanation stated that the higher the stats of an object, the more difficult it is to use a skill on it. With respect and a stupid smile, Yujin asked if he had already mentioned that he also loved Hyuni, just like his brother, to which the blonde replied that after everything they had been through, he didn't need to call him formally. And the guy said, what is certain is that he loves Hyuni. Yujin thought that, as he had expected, the code word would not work on him yet. The guy extended his hand forward and, looking with yellow eyes, asked not to reject his skill. Hyuni did not look at him, engulfed in a blue glow. He looked at the brunette with shining eyes. Yujin swayed in shock as he felt resistance. The system reported that the object refused his skill. The guy doubled over, coughing, and Hyuni exclaimed in surprise, looking at him. Frowning at the blonde, Yujin said that he said that they shouldn't do this. Looking at him calmly, the guild leader said that he just slightly rejected him and that's all. In response, the guy mentally cursed. Yuhyun ran up to them and asked in alarm what happened and if everything was okay. Hyuni threw his red coat over the guy's shoulders, saying with a grin that maybe at least this would help him stay whole. And the brunette said displeasedly that everything was fine. He only needed one assistant. He thought to himself, maybe he should steal this coat. Yujin held his hand to his mouth, feeling what the others were seeing. The toad, him from behind, him and his brother. He thought he was receiving visual information from 4S rank and peace hunters, hard to handle, as if he were some kind of hub or filter, or a teacher trying to stage a school skit with unruly preschoolers. He covered one eye with his hand, thinking that maybe if he closed his eyes it would feel better. Out loud he told the hunters to hurry up, because he was not sure that he would have enough strength for long. Under a cloudy sky, a huge toad stood on the ground, and at a distance from it, on a rock, stood Seong Han with a bow in his hands. Yujin thought that he knew that they had to worry about the SS rank beast now, but their first priority was to make the S rank man. Seong-han looked at his opponent resolutely, clutching his bow in his hand. The guy thought that this is why he should strike the first blow. The man pulled the bowstring. He released the arrow, and it quickly flew out of the bow, leaving behind a bright trail and surrounded by a red glow. The arrow, small compared to the monster, easily flew off his back. The archer was upset. Yerim, holding a glowing spear in her hands, said that she assumed that there would not be even a small scratch left on it. Raising her weapon, she ran forward with a shout, thinking that since the first attack had been made, now it was up to her. Swinging her hand with a spear, the girl applied a mana boost. The system reported that the Day Without Shadow skill has been activated. She extended her hand upward. Dark swirls and frosty patterns spread from her weapon. The girl said that she would link it with another skill. The system reported that the icy breath was activated. Black shadow lines crawled across the toad's strong skin. Screaming decisively, Yerim extended her hand with the weapon upward and said that she would concentrate all the cold energy at one point. Shining ice flows appeared around the tip of the spear. She said that she would make the spear thicker and sharper as possible. She shouted the command to the pale rain and screamed militantly. Surrounded by a blue glow, she flew at the monster, pointing her spear down. Huge white ice flows flying out from its tip. The beast's back was covered with a huge layer of ice. The girl enthusiastically shouted that he was completely frozen and ready. It was up to the head, who was already approaching with a sword. The system reported that Hermes' shoes were used for teleportation. Yu-hyun released a pillar of flame from his palm. Hovering above the monster, he directed all of his flames down towards him. The beast's skin became red hot, engulfed in flames. Yerim hovered sitting on her spear and said in admiration that everything melted in a second. She had never seen this before. How strong is this heat? Standing nearby, Yujin, bent over, replied that he could barely breathe due to the general sensory information. Hyuna sat on Peace's back next to the blazing flames and shouted to the guy not to worry. She's strong enough to handle the fire. She needs to hit this thing while the shell is still soft, right? She looked forward with a confident smile and said that right now was a great chance. Seong-han looked intently at the beast, surrounded by flames. Yujin thought that the woman was right, that at the moment the shell was in a vulnerable state, but it was not time yet, just a little. The hunter's eyes glowed yellow. A bright purple flame engulfed the beast, gathering into a whirlwind. Yujin reasoned that they needed to wait until the flame died down to an acceptable level, but before the skin began the healing process. Yujin frowned, pressing his palm to his forehead and ordered himself to think. He felt and imagined Hyuna riding a beast, and thought about Peace's speed and agility. Yu-hyun kept using the attack, and the guy thought about the heat of the remaining flames passing through the younger's senses. Hyun's back is standing, and the final moment when he must join the fight. A drop of blood fell onto the palm of the exhausted guy. The man took him by the forearm and he was surprised. Yujin looked at the blonde, who grabbed his arm, holding him, and asked what is it. Hyun held him back, saying that isn't it time for them to move out already. He thinks he can figure out when it's his turn, but for now let him focus on Hyuna. Yujin wiped the blood from his face when he heard the words that in this way the man would apologize for his disobedience, and replied that he could definitely become the teacher's pet. After materializing the golden chain, Hyun heard the guy tell him to hold tight because they needed physical contact to share the skill. Hyuna, riding a torturing lion, rushed towards the enemy. Yujin thought he needed the perfect moment. Considering speed, distance, and time remaining before the flame goes out, calculating every option. The perfect moment. Yujin shouted loudly now. The hunter on a fiery beast with a spear in her hands flew at the monster, and the guy, leaning on the blonde's shoulder, looked at it. The terrifying monsters that emerged from the portal filled the entire city, leaving behind only rubble. Yujin remembered how, in the very early days of the dungeon breakout, low-class monsters left a trail of destruction in his world. A hunter with various weapons is trying to defeat a huge black monster with tentacles behind his back. The guy realized that over time, along with complex dungeons, more and more formidable creatures began to appear. The special team skill, which depicts chickens, was obtained by the brunette when they teamed up to clear the dungeon together. S-class hunters stand in a circle, above which hands supposedly rise, controlling them like puppets. Yujin believes that if an equal person tries to control the thoughts and body of another, then at that moment he will have a feeling of aggression and rejection. An F-rank beast sits on the blonde's head, pulling his strands. The main character thinks that it feels much more harmless. Hyuna controls the flame lion with a smile on his face as they were able to carry out the first coordinated attack of the S-classes. Holding his mane with a spear in her hands, she loudly exclaimed to him to move forward. Hyuna raised her spear above her head with a menacing face as she shouted, "Let's take this chance." She stuck a spear into the stone, creating such a whirlwind around it that she was almost carried away. A bright pink light began to erupt from the impact site. Everything around turned into rubble, but peace stubbornly remained in place while Hyuna sat on him. Looking at what was happening, Yerim had tears of happiness running down her face. She proudly exclaimed that the girl had succeeded, despite being burned by the flames. Wreathed in fire, Hyuna laughs happily with a crazy smile on her face while riding a lion. She said it was an amazing feeling. Something swamp-colored began to appear under the concave spear. The girl was thrown to the side, and some liquid began to splash out from this place. Seeing what looked like a volcanic eruption, Hyuni told Yujin, who was being held in his arms at the time, that it was time for him to join too. When he followed down, the guy, putting his hand to his heart, asked the head not to worry since he was using a bracelet, thanks to which the blonde would not be able to hold back. Hyuni, with a serious face, extended his hand forward to use his skill. At this point, Yujin started using Yerim's buffs. A system sign appeared, announcing the activation of the F-class veteran, as the brunette decided to add some extra punch. Seeing that everything around was shrouded in golden chains, the blonde was surprised when Yujin used an attack skill that adds a double strike. The monster, covered with green scales, began to scream, sticking out its tongue. The brunette covered himself with his palm while everything around was shrouded in targets. Out of breath, I thought it was a very overwhelming force. Hyuni opened his mouth when he saw what was happening. A slight smile appeared on his face. Sitting on the dais, the monster cried out pitifully. A black hole appeared on his back, covered with green scales. The monster's eyes turned white from such a strong attack. The frog-like beast could not stand on its feet, while the breathless Hyuna sat on the fiery lion. Yerim, smiling, asked if they really won. Everything around began to collapse. As the monster fell, the ground began to crumble, causing Yerim to jump. Hyuna exclaimed loudly, asking her to be careful with the debris. While the guys ran away, Seong-han remained in place, arms outstretched. At this moment, Yujin shouted that he needed to leave. A system sign appeared in front of the man, informing him that the conditions for raising the level had been met. The man stopped the falling debris, which surprised the guys. A notification has appeared about increasing the level of Seong-han's stats and skills. While pieces of stones were flying away, Yujin, who was watching from the side, leaned on Hyuni. He exclaimed loudly that it was simply amazing. The guy raised his hand to his face, after which he suddenly began to fall, without finishing his thought, and blood flowed from his nose. Sweat dripping all over his face, rolling his eyes, he said that he would take a short nap since he had no energy left, asking them not to fight until he woke up. Yujin bowed his head and began to fall, but was stopped by Hyuni. The green monster lay flat, kicking up dust all around as the first coordinated attack was successful. Hyuna's eyes began to light up with delight, despite the fact that the effect of the skill had ended. She joyfully exclaimed that they had the best cat, inviting him to come live with her. The others were surprised to see the girl hugging Peace, clearly dissatisfied with such closeness. The main character suggested that the sudden collision with a terrible enemy, against whom she had to spend all her strength, liberated her. Yerim, who stood next to the perplexed Yuhyun, said that everything worked out for them. Then she loudly exclaimed that they were really able to destroy the SS-class beast. The girl sharply hit the guy's palm with her hand as a sign of victory. They lowered their gaze, looking at each other because they did not understand what had happened. The embarrassed partners turned in opposite directions, holding their guns in their hands. Yujin believes that this happened because fighting hand in hand created a bond between people who dislike each other. But that's not all. Seong-han runs excitedly, so much so that his mouth opened when he shouted Hyuni's name. His eyes widened at what he saw. In front of him, a lifeless brunette lay on the ground, with Hyuni sitting next to him. The blonde looked at his palm with a surprised face as he was able to enjoy the feeling of doubling his strength. Putting his hand to his mouth, a small smile appeared on him after he realized that such power could always belong to him. In a room illuminated by a bright blue light, the head of the system with long ears stood slumped in front of the control panel. She cried out pitifully that this creature had come for Yujin. Her teammates standing behind her tried to calm her down. The head reported that the measurements were suddenly distorted, as the beast they had been expecting only 5 years later appeared. An assistant with horns on her head asked her partner in wolf clothing whether recovery would take a long time, to which he asked to wait for her, saying that there was still a little time left. The head of the system burst into tears while the assistant was busy with work. She asked loudly if they thought it was on the conscience of others, since a man, obsessed with his son's duty, acted strangely. The wolf-skinned man asked her to calm down, explaining that the attempt was made from the world of sweets, so her guesses were wrong, because those people were working from the outside. The assistant behind the controls turned his head towards the head. The girl with the horns had a worried head in front of her as she said that someone in the world tried to use the teleportation skill to get to him. She warily asked her who could have done this. Holding her chin, she looked down and assumed that this was done by someone with at least an SSS class skill, or even legendary. An image of the murdered Bavar appeared on the screen, seeing which the head called her assistants and looked at the picture. She was surprised and said that they had already defeated this monster so quickly. The man in wolf's clothing came up to the screen and, raising his finger, said that he thought they would tinker with him longer, because for this they would receive a worthy reward. The assistant with the horns took a closer look and said something was wrong. She saw a photo of Eugen's lifeless body lying next to a blonde man. Looking at him with a devilish smile on his face, Hyuni asked the guy who he really was. The brunette is constantly surrounded by animals, which is why the blonde assumed that he had the only skill as a master of beasts. So he decided to wait until the end of the contract. He thought that at the same time he believed that Eugen was hiding a lot, because he behaved in the dungeon as if he knew everything in advance. After reflection, it dawned on the blonde that his partner had received a command skill at the right time. Looking at his black glove palm, Hyuni said that the brunette shared with him a skill that doubles damage. An ominous aura began to emanate from him as he remembered the time when he had such power. While Eugen lay with his eyes closed, the blonde looked at him and wondered why he was human, since in his place Hyuni would have acted differently. He threw it over his shoulder when a worried Yuhyun began to approach them, whom Seong-han tried to stop. The guy asked if his brother was okay. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise when he was interrupted by Yuhyun, who asked him if he could leave it to him. With one hand confidently supporting Eugen as he lay on his shoulder, the blonde said that he would feed him 3 times a day and provide everything he needed for the best care. His green eyes sparkled as he added that he was taking it with him. Hyuna turned around and saw Hyuni hanging Eugen's lifeless body over himself. The guy got so angry that he couldn't say anything, but the girl with a surprised face asked if the blonde was serious. At that moment, an enraged Yerim came running, holding a spear in her hands. She threateningly told the head that this was not funny, asking him to return it to them calmly, since the Ajaci just needed to rest. Seong-han grabbed his bow tightly and cast a stern look at Hyuni. Standing next to the fiery lion, Yuhyun took the hilt of the sword and demanded that the man give him the brunette. Hyuni, throwing his head back, thought with a sly look, maybe kill them. Even though he was standing alone against several, he decided to simply destroy everyone, blaming the SS class monster since the double damage buff was still active. After which I realized that it would be very easy to eliminate MKC and Hyuna. The girl sharply thrust her spear into the ground, breaking it into fragments. She stood in a menacing pose and extended the weapon in his direction when she had shouted enough. Yerim was scared when she saw that the girl was very angry. Hyuna said that she would finish him off if he did anything strange, while the others restrained themselves so as not to hurt the elder. Hyuni looked intently into her red eyes. She told him not to be greedy, considering Eugen to be his toy, otherwise someone would simply break him. The brunette began to hang from the shoulder of the guy, who reported that the bracelet was out of order. Hyuni, resigned, carried his body to the girl in his arms when he said that it seemed that he was in the minority. With a smile on his face, looking at the ground, the blonde wanted to say something, but did not finish. He attacked Yuhyun, who was standing still, holding the hilt of his sword. The guy broke the chain with his weapon when Hyuni reported that he had returned the brunette safe and sound. Yuhyun concentrated, using his skill, asked him if he decided to attack him due to the lack of fireproof equipment that his brother wanted to get. Standing opposite his opponent, the guy swung his shoulder strongly as he decided to check something. Hyuni looked with a confident look at the frightened Yuhyun. Suddenly, a block of ice appeared in front of the brunette, which surprised him. They turned around because they were interrupted by Yerim, who shouted stop. Holding her trident in one hand, with an enraged look, she loudly asked if they remembered that they needed to keep the Ajaci safe. Supporting Eugen by the shoulder, Hyuna threw aside her burgundy cloak as she told Hyuni to grow up already, because the guy is half his size. While the brunette ran past the block, she turned to the young master and asked him to take his brother already. Taking off his swamp-colored cloak, Yuhyun distanced himself from the blonde and told him to stay away. He replied that he was unlikely to be able to do this, since he had become his big fan. When the brunette turned his head to the side, Hyuni, throwing a menacing look, Hyuna screamed that she was telling them to stop. The young master began to cover Yujin, who was still unconscious, with his cloak. Seong-han told him not to be so nervous. Meanwhile, the girl assumed that her brother would be safe since Hyunhee liked him so much, thinking it was for the best. Opposite them, in the distance, stood a blonde man, next to whom Yerim grumbled defiantly. Yujin, lying on his clothes, made a face when he heard the girl call him more impudent. He shouted, "Stop fighting." A black portal appeared in front of them, illuminating it with a purple light, when the brunette said that they needed to wrap up and get out. That's how they cleared this dungeon. Having learned about what had happened, the excited employees worked with all their might, as the guys actually set the entire internet on edge. A huge number of letters were written about this, because the appearance of an SS-class beast in a class dungeon shocked the whole world, causing the association to plunge into complete chaos, although some details were hidden for security reasons, fearing public protest. All the news channels and websites were broadcasting that Seong-han had become an S-class. Even this was enough to keep the world buzzing about the purge. The girl leaned on the table with her hand, where strands of red hair lay. Entering the dressing room, the assistant was surprised, so she opened her mouth when she reminded her boss about the photo shoot tomorrow. She saw Hyuna standing in front of the mirror with his temples shaved. The girl exclaimed loudly, "What happened to her hair?" The assistant approached her excitedly while she was choosing her clothes. The red-haired woman said that she just cut her hair short for now, as the ends were burnt, to which the assistant asked if she was sure of her decision, because the sponsors would be furious. The girl's face turned blue as she looked at the departing boss when she asked him to tell them to be happy about the top part of their hair that had been left behind. Hyuna, holding her jacket over her shoulder with one hand, said that now was not the time to worry about this. Change is coming soon. Today, the building with panoramic windows was illuminated by sunlight. The hero believes that the appearance of mounts, the existence of a blacksmith, as well as the appearance of the first team of S-classes will change a lot. Such changes can rebuild the foundation of the system. While looking at the scenic view outside the window, Hyunhee told someone on the phone that plans had changed. He threw his head to the side and with a grin on his face told his twin brother Valsius to get ready to come to Korea. The interlocking brass gears of change began to turn. Meanwhile, the multi-story hospital, surrounded by greenery, has become the center of these changes. Something began to squeak throughout the entire ward. An animal sat near the face of the awakened Yujin, which continued to scream right in his ear. He hit him on the cheek so that the brunette was pressed to the pillow. Rising from the bed, he saw a white creature jumping on the blanket. Holding his forehead, Yujin asked Chirpai if she was hungry. The guys who had been in the room all this time were moved, embarrassing the brunette. They loudly exclaimed, "Woke up." The guy dressed in hospital clothes looked at his hand and asked what they were doing here, remembering that he had passed out in the dungeon. Awkwardly holding the back of his head, covered with a blanket, the guy said that it seems he slept longer than he thought. To which Myung-woo shouted angrily for 2 days. Giving Seong-han a menacing look that made him feel uneasy, the guy said that they couldn't even save his brother, even if all 4 of them had S-class. To which the man replied that he was fine, according to the doctor. Chirpai climbed onto Yujin's head, next to whom stood Myung-woo, devouring the guys with his eyes, after which they asked him for forgiveness. What was happening made the brunette happy, as he saw that the blacksmith was now keeping everyone in fear. Yujin took the squeaker in his hands and awkwardly looked at Myung-woo, who said that she cried a lot, which is why they asked permission to bring her to his room. After which he offered to take her away so that he could rest. But the brunette said that everything was fine. He began to stroke the white furry creature with his hands as he asked her if she missed him. Yujin decided to open the list with students because he wondered what about Seong-han's level. A system plaque appeared in front of him, displaying photographs of those under his care. He was happy when he realized that Seong-han now has an S-class. In the same list, the brunette saw peace. He jumped out of his bed, causing Myung-woo to worry as he realized that the flame lion had become an S-class as well. Because of what he saw, the blacksmith decided to call him by name. Yujin tried to get up from the bed where the guys were standing around. He said that he needed to see peace because he had already matured. But Myung-woo said that the doctor asked to stay in bed until tomorrow. In turn, Seong-han added that the head took the fiery lion with him to the dungeon. The hospital bed on which the brunette lies is surrounded by a curtain. He asked the guys if he had gone to the Yuhyun dungeon. Seong-han stood looking at Yerim worriedly when the guy, remembering the mention of clearing the S-class dungeon, asked him why he wasn't with him. To which the man said, "You see." A drop of sweat began to run down the girl's face when she hesitantly answered that only the chapter with peace went to the dungeon. Yujin widened his eyes at what he heard and asked what. The man remembered how the 3 of them stood with a fiery lion right in front of the entrance to the dungeon. The touching guy said that he had never been to a cleanup operation with peace. The guys got scared when the fiery lion transformed, becoming much stronger. They called him. His partners surrounded him with surprised faces, thinking that the lion was cool now. Yuhyun asked what was going on. Meanwhile, Hyuna clarified when he managed to grow so much. The guy with widened eyes lowered his head and said that he had finally grown up. Peace began to look evil as he had large fangs. The guy, in whose eyes his reflection is visible, looked closely at the fiery lion. He used his skills to block the way for the scared kids. They opened their mouths and looked at him, some even turned blue with fear. The partners, not understanding what was happening, called the head. Yuhyun, behind whom stood the S-Class piece, told them to stay because only the two of them would go on this cleanup. The guy wrinkled his face in anger so much that all his muscles tensed. While Yujin was sitting in his hospital bed, immersed in his thoughts, and Myung-woo ran off to work, Yerim asked him if he had calmed down. The guy asked her how he could be calm, because the gates were closed, which is why they wouldn't be able to get the guys back now. The brunette remembered how 10 minutes ago he threw a tantrum at his students who were trying to restrain him. He tried to jump out of bed, but Yerim stopped him when the guy said that he still doesn't understand what Seong-han was thinking about then. Meanwhile, the man decided to calm him down with the help of technology for laboring mothers. Drops of sweat began to run down the guy's face out of anger, as he understands that clearing the S-Class dungeon requires at least 10 days, which is why they may not get enough sleep. Standing next to the girl, Seong-han closed his hands pleadingly and said that the dungeon seemed normal to him. He also believes that everything will be okay with them, because they have the gate stone. Yerim also asked him not to worry so much about it and asked the brunette what awards he received. Yujin's face turned blue from what he heard, since he does not understand what awards she is talking about. Showing off a magic crystal earring, she revealed that it was SS-grade equipment that she received for defeating Bavar. Mermaid Queen earrings, deep blue waves, made of 4 blue magic crystals. The girl said that they not only increase the level of mana of intelligence, but also give complete freedom of maneuver in the water. And also thanks to them, her efficiency will increase by 30% when using skills related to water and ice in water. The guy jumped up from his bed with a surprised face when he said that she would be absolutely invulnerable in the aquatic environment. Yerim agreed with him, since thanks to them she would calmly destroy all the underwater dungeons, thanks to which she would quickly pay off the remaining half of her debt. Thinking of this, a wide smile appeared on her face. Her thoughts about the huge amount of money began to crumble when she remembered that she would go into debt again due to the purchase of new equipment. Hearing this, Yujin realized that she had a long journey ahead of her. Holding her head, she began to run around the ward. But despite all this, the brunette is glad that she is growing so slowly but surely. Now she is constantly surrounded by partners, so the brunette believes that, unlike the S-classes who ruled alone, she will grow up surrounded by caring sunbees. While the guy was flying in his dreams, the guys next to him were whispering. Looking at him, the girl realized that she had managed to distract him. When the guy was looking for something on his profile, the man said that he received the gate stone while Yeremi was dying of curiosity. Yujin found that something SS grade had appeared on his profile. Seeing this, the girl was happy, because he also had strong equipment. The guys were surprised that the whole room began to be illuminated with blue light. The nameless Demon King's copper old water wheel appeared in front of them. The brunette held it in his hands with a surprised face when the girl asked him what it was. He said that it was an old wheel once used by the Demon King. The guys imagined the roll and demon sitting near the spindle when Seong-han suggested that he used it for a spinning wheel. The girl thought that this was a rather peaceful hobby for him. She decided to put this wheel on the guy's head, thinking that it should be worn that way. But Yujin believes that it is most likely an item, not equipment. Holding the wheel above his head, which Chirpai had climbed onto, he thought that the system had deliberately given him this reward. That is why he decided to check with them about this when he went to the dungeon again. At this moment, the guy became sad, as he remembered that his partners were alone in the S-Class dungeon. His screams could be heard throughout the hospital as he again scolded Seong-han, who again tried to calm him down. From the window of the brunette's chamber one could see a beautiful tree. He decided to look at his profile when a man disturbed him and asked if he was sleeping. Approaching him, the man made a surprised face when he said that the guy was sitting in some kind of prostration. Just at that moment the guy was checking how things were going with those two in the dungeon using his skill. Standing up, he grabbed the TV remote when Seong-han guessed that he had noticed an early symptom of dementia. Flatly refusing, Yujin said that he simply couldn't sleep, so he decided to watch TV. He turned on the channel where the girl was telling the news that Hunter Seong-han, who had renewed his contract with the Abyss, would be promoted to the position of deputy guild leader within this month. With his eyes wide, the brunette jumped out of bed and asked him if he would become deputy head. He said that he was chosen for this position because Yerem is still in high school, even though she is also S-class. From what he heard, the guy's eyes sparkled, so much so that he opened his mouth. With a smile on his face, Eugen took his hand and said that he was the best candidate for this position and asked him to take care of his brother, for which the man thanked him, after which the guy suggested throwing a party in honor of his promotion. Lowering his head, he embarrassedly touched his face and said that many people had already congratulated him, adding that he even received a bouquet from Hanshin. Hearing this, the guy smiled and asked him again, because Minju from this guild was known for his hostility towards Seong-han. Standing with his jacket unbuttoned, he became embarrassed as he revealed that he once worked at Hanshin, surprising Eugen. He remembered the moment when they were drinking coffee, looking at each other, after which the man asked the guy if he knew that this guild was once part of the Hanshin group conglomerate. He also said that he and Minju were colleagues back then. The company executives patted him on the shoulders, inviting him to marry after awakening, saying that he would receive all the support as the chairman's son-in-law. Just at that moment, his partner awakened as an S-class. The brunette opened his mouth wide as Seong-han looked at him and said that he eventually married the daughter of the chairman, thanks to which he became the head of the guild. The man became sad and, lowering his head, admitted that since then Minju had been afraid of him, which made him feel awkward around him. Eugen, imagining that he was sitting with glasses and eating popcorn, realized that his story was similar to a plot from a drama. Inspired, he rose from his bed and assumed that Minju was afraid, because he himself wanted to become the husband of the daughter of the head of the guild, to which the man reminded that he was only in a class then. He remembered reading the letter while holding a bouquet of roses. Just at that moment he received a congratulation in which they wished him to remain forever in the abyss. In Seong-han's hands was a piece of paper on which he was called a devoted servant. The guy hit the cabinet next to the bed when, holding his head, he realized that he was right. Meanwhile, the man thinks that it's good that this happened, because there's one less threat to the abyss. Hearing this, the guy removed his hand from his face, as he was surprised by his words. Eugen remembered how Minju stood in a black suit, bowing his head as he realized that he was not going to keep them under control, despite the fact that there were 3 S-classes in his guild. Seong-han said that his former colleague would not expand the influence of his guild, because he is not a fan of publicity. Looking at the smiling pupil, who lowered his head, the brunette realized that he put their guild above his personal feelings. At that moment, the man said that he was happy with the way things were now, despite the fact that others were saying that he had been kicked out. Remembering how he fought in the dungeon with the guys, he admitted his reluctance to become the head of the guild, because he believes that the role of an assistant is more suitable for him. Inspired, Seong-han raised his hand in a fist as he promised that he would do his best as he wished to continue supporting Eugen. The brunette remembered his last trip to the dungeon, when his partner tried to quietly take care of his comrades. He believes that even as an S-class, Seong-han will become a reliable team player. Dakibai appeared on the windowsill while the brunette, looking at the man, admitted that he was glad that he would be next to his brother. The spirit said he knew the reference about the watchman. Taking hold of the blanket, Eugen widened his eyes as he did not expect to see Dakibai. The creature said that his boss had woken up. The spirit held a red package in his hands. Smiling, he said that he had brought hotels, which he himself would eat. Looking at Dakibai sitting on the windowsill, a drop of sweat ran down the man's face as he believes that he is dangerous. But the brunette calmed him down, calling him his friend. Handing him a tin of food, Eugen confessed that he loved him since he came all this way for him. At that moment, he remembered that he had already influenced the spirit, so he decided to inquire about the progress with the long-distance teleportation skill. A system sign appeared near the smiling spirit, who began to eat the canned food, informing him that he was an unfinished species. Seeing that the spirit had bitten off the chirpai, the guy opened his mouth, not understanding why he was doing this. Meanwhile, the next tablet appeared, which informed him that for his development he needed an object corresponding to the essence of the unfinished species. The guy lowered his head and remembered that Dakibai was born from a water mill. It dawned on him that in order to develop, he needed exactly the wheel that he received as a reward for his victory over Bavar. The guy showed the spirit a blue-lit wheel when he realized that it was for his development that the system gave such a reward. He asked him if he needed it. Dakibai took the wheel in his hands and began to carefully examine it when Eugen revealed that he received it as a reward. The spirit realized that this was an ancient water wheel that belonged to the Demon King, so it was even older than him. The brunette was surprised when the creature sitting on the windowsill was able to determine the name of the object. A shimmering sunset had already appeared outside the window. Dakibai asked the guy if the demon king with big horns was really scary, to which he received a positive answer. Yujin smiled awkwardly, laughing at him as the spirit declared that he was the demon king from now on. The guy believes that he cannot change his appearance so easily. Meanwhile, the guys became scared when they saw that the spirit began to transform. In the room, which began to be enveloped in purple light, a frightened Seong Han does not understand what is happening. Seeing how the man's body was wrapped in dark loops, the blue brunette asked Dakibai what he had done. Huge horns appeared on the spirit's head. In the scarlet light, the spirit flapped its demonic wing. He looked at them furiously in his new guise when he became the demon king, believing that there was nothing more terrible than him. Beads of sweat ran down the guy's face. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized that the creature had become a demon, which they had never seen even after 5 years. Illuminating everything around with a black light, the spirit soared above the frightened brunette, after which he called himself the king of demons. Yujin believes that the system was wrong in its action. When Dakibai began to attack the brunette, he hid behind a shield, not understanding what was happening. While he was defending himself from the demon's attack with Chirpai, the guy realized that he was also SS class, which is why he assumed that he was stronger than Bavar. Seeing Seong Han trying to get out of captivity, Yujin said that Bavar was at least humble. The guy grabbed his head, standing behind the shield, when he saw that Dakibai considers himself a big and scary demon king. Beads of sweat ran down his face as he realized that this monster would turn the hospital into ruins, since even Seong Han was unable to resist it. Hiding behind the protection, he lowered his gaze, because he does not understand how he remained in perfect order, because the shield from the earrings is only B class. Near the king of demons, the captive pupil was hanging when the brunette realized that the spirit had not touched the area around him, despite its powerful energy, with which it was capable of destroying this chamber. Looking at his hand, on which Chirpai lay, Yujin assumed that one of the furry creature's abilities had not saved him. Among the students there was still a photo of Dakibai, despite the fact that he became the demon king. The brunette got so angry that all his muscles tensed when he realized that the spirit still saw him as a granny. That's why Yujin called him a naughty little imp. While holding the peace toy, he caught Dakibai's attention when he yelled at him for making a mess. The demon jumped out of fear as the guy started beating him with a stick, calling him a bad demon who needed to be put under house arrest for a week. Defending himself from his attacks, the spirit, transformed into a demon, asked the boss whether he considered him not scary at all in this form. While playing with a stick with a ball at the end, Yujin told him that in his previous form he was 100 times scarier. Having said this, he decided to divert his attention, since the spirit was still not indifferent to practical jokes. Keeping away from him, Dakibai was reminded of how the creature caused Myung-woo and Heian to faint. The spirit and Yujin, who was blue with fear, looked at the captive Seong Han. At this point, Dakibai asked him if the others were afraid of his transformed form. The brunette hinted to the man to play along with him in order to calm the spirit. Towering over the blue guy and the demon, Seong Han also said that the spirit was much scarier in its previous form. Then he explained that he was only scared now because of Yujin, who might be in danger. Dakibai calmed down, looked at his hands, and asked them again if they really thought he was much worse in his previous form. Seeing this, the guy realized that his plan was working. Along with the screaming Chirpai, they surrounded him as the brunette reiterated that he was much scarier. In turn, Seong Han confirmed his words, recalling that people fainted at the sight of him. While Dakibai sat with his mouth open in disbelief, they continued to say that they had never seen such a chilling mass of absolute horror in their lives. A smile appeared on the demon's face, allowing his only 2 teeth to be visible as they begged him not to kill them. He replied that he would no longer be the demon king. The guys looked in surprise at how Dakibai was happy, raising his hands up. Seong Han stood in shock as he noticed the black loops letting go of him. At this moment, he clarified whether the spirit was normal since the fog began to dissipate. Chirpai sat on the head of the surprised brunette, who asked the man what he meant by normal. Dakibai began to transform again, losing its wings and large horns. A system sign appeared, announcing that he was now the king of Yoon. The demon king's mask shattered. Now the spirit has turned into a blonde guy with an ancient wheel hanging from his belt. Blue-eyed Yoon is wearing a blue cape. With a smile on his face and his arms outstretched, he announced that he had reincarnated as King Takabi. A surprised Seong Han sat next to Yujin, who believes that the spirit has evolved. The man asked him if everything would be okay now. Holding a pendant with an ancient wheel over his hand, Yoon said that there was still a piece of the Demon King's energy left in this thing. When this item began to glow, the spirit promised that everything would be okay, because after the transformation he was much stronger than the demon. Someone knocked on the trashed hospital room, asking if everything was okay. Meanwhile, Yoon told the guys about a new skill that he wants to show them. Seong-han excitedly walked to the door when the brunette asked to show them off in front of the nurse. The man asked if he could leave him alone with this creature. As the spirit began to play with Chirpai behind him, Yujin confidently replied that there was nothing to worry about now since Takibai do not harm people. Standing in front of the broken wall, the guy awkwardly said that these creatures simply cause a lot of damage to hospital wards. After that, he asked the spirit about the skill he was talking about. Yujin widened his eyes when he saw that Yoon had become a copy of him. The spirit clarified whether he looked like him. Now the brunette had two squeaking chirpies in his arms as the creature said that he had acquired a skill that helps him change shape, but he is not able to copy the skills or stats of a person. Yujin thinks it was too much. Looking awkwardly at Yoon hovering in front, the brunette asked him if he had managed to unlock the skill of teleportation over long distances. Hearing this, the spirit was surprised that the boss already knew about everything. Yoon remembered how he was sitting on the huge gate of Takibai when he told the guy that he was able to recover almost anywhere once every 10 days, adding that he should choose a place where he had been before. When Yujin began to jump with happiness, the spirit looked at him in confusion and asked if everything was okay with him. Holding Chirpai in his hands, the guy was very moved, as he now had safe teleportation over long distances. He was already starting to be afraid, believing that the end had come because of this whole fiasco with the Demon King. Yujin imagined people throwing all their money at him, thinking that he could finally rest in peace after hard work. He believes that with this he can achieve great success in dungeon exploration. Inspired, he looked at the flying spirit as he suggested that he begin exploring the dungeons right now. But Yoon refused him, saying that he was too busy for that. Putting his hand on the wheel, he looked down and admitted that he needed to create his subjects, so he was going to go looking for really old and worn out discarded things. Yujin was so surprised that he opened his mouth, after which he clarified whether the spirit was planning to create even more Takibai. A bright blue light was visible through the open gate as Yoon said that it was his royal duty and responsibility that he must fulfill. Waving his hand to the boss, he looked at him to say goodbye, because he went to create many minions. The brunette tried to stop him. A bead of sweat ran down Yujin's face as he stretched out his arms, remembering that he still needed to figure out how dungeons were formed. He asked the spirit to explore them along the way, suggesting that he go to China, because there were many potential subordinates there. They sealed the promise with their fingers joined when Yoon said that it would not be difficult for him to do it. Looking back at the chief, he entered the gate after bidding him farewell and promising that he would return with his own kingdom. While Chirpai was playing with Yujin's hair, he sighed, because he believed that everything planned had worked out. Standing in the destroyed chamber, the guy drooped when he remembered what the spirit had said about his kingdom. The guy rubbed the back of his head, looking at the disappearing picture, not understanding whether he should buy a huge plot of land for the Takibai kingdom. Yujin believes that in a couple of months he will regret it, because he let Yoon go so easily. In a sunlit high-rise building, someone thanked the chairman for addressing him personally. Simyung, looking out the window, talking on the phone. He confirmed that Yujin was being discharged from the hospital today, and also said that construction of a monster breeding complex had recently been completed. The man with glasses looked down when he decided to ask again. He threw his phone on the table. Simyung turned away from Haein and became angry because something happened just when the head of the guild was absent. The girl asked him what happened. She looked up and was surprised when Simyung said that the association was going to send someone to look after Yujin. In turn, Haein believes that there is no problem in this, since those guys are just civil servants, and not the heads of other guilds. Sweat began to flow down the man's face, placing his hand on his forehead. He said that this guy was on a completely different level compared to the heads of the guilds. Meanwhile, in a building surrounded by a fence, there is a sign on the wall saying that the head of the Awakening Department is on a business trip. The man remembered the broad back in the black suit, after which he said that he was talking about the head of the PMO. The young man stands with a gloomy face, holding a pass that says his name is T1. The bright multi-story clinic building is illuminated by the sun. Yerim frowned, opened her mouth in surprise and asked what happened here at night. She stood in the middle of the destroyed chamber, clutching her head, and shouted that this chamber was made specifically for hunters. How did it end up so destroyed? To this, Yujin calmly answered her that nothing happened, he was fine. The girl approached the guy, carefully examining his tired face, and said that it seemed to her that he was not okay, as if he hadn't gotten enough sleep. He had such big bags under his eyes that they were about to reach his nostrils, to which the guy thought, that he stayed up all night trying to find out if his brother was still alive. Suddenly he shouted sharply, pointing at the girl with his hand, so that she was scared, and asked what she was doing here on a weekday. Was she skipping classes? Scratching her neck in embarrassment, she remembered how she asked the employee for a certificate for today, and said that the teacher let them go early for the day today, to which Yujin gloomily replied that he could imagine how this could happen. The guy stated that she may be a hunter, but she still needs to follow social norms. She needs to stop acting like a criminal. The girl smiled sweetly, pointed at herself and thanked her admiringly, saying that she thought she was quite diligent. In response, the guy said that this is diligent, it's not the same thing. The hunters walked along the corridor and Yujin turned around displeasedly, saying that she needed to go to school more, to which Yerim giggled, walking frivolously behind him. Feet in sneakers followed. The girl heard that this was no laughing matter. Awakened ones were more prone to breaking the law if they were not too careful. The girl adjusted her briefcase, smiling, and wore a school skirt over her sports uniform. She heard that especially high-class hunters like S rank, because they are too powerful to be contained by conventional law enforcement. Yujin introduced Hyuna with flowing hair and Hyuni with a sly look. He thought that in other countries, guilds of high-class hunters already had much more power in their hands than the government. He pictured flag-carrying rebels standing on battered cars and said that on more than a few occasions such guilds had completely overthrown the government, plunging the entire country into anarchy. He imagined a broad-shouldered brunette in a suit who stood with his back turned, and thought that the only reason Korea was able to continue to function as a normal state was because of this man. Yujin turned to the girl, saying that she should return to school. Someone is already on the way to pick him up, to which Yerim asked in surprise, "Is someone coming?" The view from the hospital's large panoramic window overlooked the parking lot. The brunette replied that yes, the association had sent someone to him. He figured that since that was the case, they wanted to give him a tour of the new cultivation facility. A red car stopped and the guy said he was the only S rank working for the government. The man's hand was tightly gripping the steering wheel of the car. Yujin said that even after awakening, he deprived himself of the wealth he could have accumulated as a hunter and became a government employee. Since then, he has been a strong supporter of the Hunter Association as the major guilds continue to grow in power. A foot in a black boot appeared from the car. The guy said that he is the first person the S-rank hunter will see who breaks the law, just like he apprehended criminals as a police officer. Yerim happily pointed her finger, saying that this must be Boss Song that Hyuna keeps talking about. They looked surprised when they heard Yujin being addressed. A dark-haired man in a suit showed his ID and introduced himself as Song T1, head of the Awakened Affairs Department at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security. Yujin and Yerim opened their mouths in surprise, thinking that he was huge, and the man said that it looked like they were already waiting for him outside. The guy thought in surprise that S-rank usually has a strong body, but this person is exceptionally bulky. Towering over his interlocutors, T1 asked to wait a minute while he parked the car. It appeared in my thoughts that it was like looking at a huge monolith. With difficulty, the man climbed into the small car for him, to the surprised gasp of the amazed hunters. Yerim asked, confused, what did such a big guy forget in such a tiny car? T1 sat bent over and touched the top of his head to the roof of the car. Yujin replied that it looks like he's just being careful with their taxes. The headlights of a dark car appeared on the side of the red car. Yerim reasoned that he was an S-rank after all. Couldn't they really have given him a bigger car? A surprised cry, an even more surprised cry. The black car, without turning, drove straight onto the red one. An even more surprised cry. The black car drove sideways, throwing sparks from the impact. There was a startled question, what the hell? Yujin and Yerim looked in surprise at the scattered parts of the car. The guy amazedly introduced the ghost of the boss and thought that this was the first and last time they would see each other. T1 got out of the wrecked car with broken doors and the guy breathed out a sigh of relief, remembering that it was an S-rank. He thought in shock, who would even have the courage to do this to T1? The door of a black car opened and a man in a light suit said that he did not want to. Hyuni got out of the car and smiled brightly, saying that when he saw the man squeeze into this tiny, ridiculous car, his right foot suddenly pressed the gas pedal out of sympathy. T1 looked at him in recognition. Yujin put his hand over Yerim's mouth, who started saying that the more she sees T1, the more she thinks he's crazy, and the guy ordered her to close her mouth and just go to the hospital and tell everyone to evacuate. The guy covered the girl's mouth, and they both looked at the hunters in shock. He looked at the high-class hunters standing proudly across from each other and thought that he could understand why Hyuni did this. T1 has the legal right to conduct special investigations against major guilds, so he must be a thorn in the side of the likes of Hyuni. Now the blonde has so openly provoked the boss. Hyuni smiled and handed the man the keys, saying that he could send the bill to the guild or, if he wanted, he could take his car. T1 frowned at the handed keys. Yujin thought that he would not close his eyes to this. Closing his eyes and exhaling, the brunette said that he was afraid that such expensive gifts would be considered a bribe. He asked for forgiveness. He needed to call the insurance company. In front of the surprised hunters, he simply turns around to walk away. Yujin and Yerim looked at him in surprise. The guy asked in surprise that they would not fight, although he was S rank, and the girl said that if this had happened to Hyuna or Yuhyun, they would have already razed the hospital to the ground. T1 with an imaginary golden halo and flying white feathers was sweeping up the wreckage of the car with a broom and dustpan. Yujin said in amazement that he even cleans up the broken pieces of his small car. He is like a saint. He thought with admiration that this man was truly outstanding. The hunters looked at the man in admiration. Yujin put his hands to his heart, thinking that it is no wonder that he is called an S-rank policeman. He is completely different from the rest of the S-rank crazy ones. No offense to Yerim and Yuhyun. T1 held the phone and said that he would like to report the accident. Yujin thought that the man was surprisingly calm. It was definitely not the first time for him. Looking sideways at the blonde, the guy thought that especially when it comes to Hyuni, and the blonde caught his eye, and he smiled sweetly at him, closing his eyes, surprising Yujin. Approaching the hunters, he asked how the guy was feeling. He had heard news about his brother. The man held out a blue paper bag, saying that sweets are the best remedy for stress, but a woman's hand snatched the bag. Yerim calmly stuffed her mouth with sweets from the box, telling the blonde that he had the nerve to show up here, especially since the hero had already been discharged, to which Hyuni calmly replied that he tried to arrive earlier, but their friends turned him around at the door. Yujin smiled embarrassedly, wondering what was going on and what happened while he was sleeping, and asked out loud what he owed to such a surprise. Hyuni replied that he had come to share the good news that the dark spiky and winged dragon had hatched and was waiting for its daddy. He imagined a blonde with a ponytail happily hugging a white bundle. Yujin sighed, asking if he had a Soyoung monster to ride. The blonde smiled charmingly and replied that Soyoung would meet them at the cultivation complex. Why don't they go there with him? He will give a tour. The angry Yerim blocked the man with her hand, asking again, with him. T1 put the phone away and said that it was his responsibility to show the guy the complex. They turned to the wrecked car when the blonde sarcastically asked, "Is it really on this car?" Hyuni rubbed his chin, declaring that he expected more from the association. Was he really going to accompany their friend on this wreck? Not listening to the guy's indignation that it was because he crashed, the blonde continued that the strength of the car was questionable from the start. Looking closely at the man, he said that he was worried that such reckless behavior could lead to a person with such special skills simply getting hurt. He expected more from a public servant charged with protecting the weak. The head of the department silently looked away, bowing. T1 said that he was absolutely right and asked Yujin for forgiveness, to which he waved his hands, shouting that he did not understand why he was apologizing. Yujin thought that Hyuni would stop harassing the man and leave. With his palms out, Yujin said apologetically that he would just ask his guild for a ride, and since Soyoung was already there, he thought he would be fine. He wouldn't want to take up the man's precious time. Hyuni turned away offended, holding his hand to his chest, theatrically saying that he was going to refuse him again. He had come all the way here, to which Yujin embarrassedly stopped him, saying that he was already starting to scare him. Looking sweetly at the guy, the blonde put his hand to his chest, as if surrounded by flowers, and said that it seemed to him that they had already become close enough. After all, he really put a piece of his soul into this. Yujin thought excitedly that it looks like yes, he gave peace food, and those sweet pastries, and earrings, and Yerim from behind shouted indignantly that he should not let him fool him. The girl sighed displeasedly, saying that he was too pliable, when Yujin agreed, saying that why not? They could all go together, and the blonde said that he was glad of this decision. Yerim heard the words about the blonde not picking fights with anyone anymore, turned around and looked at T1 standing behind her, thinking about how cold his gaze was. T1 remained silent, watching what was happening seriously. The girl looked at the man, thinking that it was not surprising, considering how many times the hunter had harassed him. Yujin walked next to Hyuni, sternly telling him that there would be no more fights. He didn't want to see how the new building would be destroyed. Yerim noticed in surprise that T1 was not looking at the head of the guild, but at their Yujin. They walked to the car, and the girl looked back at the man. Hyuni and Yujin had already approached the car. The girl thought that maybe he was here for another reason. In the center of the city there was a large glass building with a greenhouse and a round glass dome. This was a newly built animal breeding center. There were several floors inside the building, and plants could be seen in the center. Inside were small glass rooms overlooking the plants. The hunters walked, looking around the building. T1 began to speak, but the blonde interrupted him and said that the area under the dome is a place for raising animals, and the floor above can be used for staff living. He interrupted again and continued that the building nearby was connected to this place by a special passage. The dissatisfied man began to say that it was for greater safety. Hyoni interrupted him again, saying that the windows were equipped with mana-enhanced glass for greater security. Yujin looked at them and thought, is it normal that he keeps interrupting? The guy turned around when he heard his name. Soyoung was running towards him, waving her hand, and holding a basket in her other hand. The girl smiled happily, looking at him, and said that they had finally arrived. She was waiting for them. Yujin smiled and said that she was early. The beaming girl said that she was so excited that she couldn't take her foot off the gas pedal. She suddenly hiccuped in fright when she saw Chief T1 and said that she swears she wasn't speeding. The man told the frightened girl that he had no plans to arrest anyone, and the guy thought that she must often bring him trouble. He looked at the small black dragon with a silver collar who was sleeping in the basket, and thought that it was a baby thorn dragon. Looking into the basket, Yujin said that he needed to think about what nickname would be suitable, to which the girl resolutely stated that she called her Comet. She decided that it would be better if she gave the nickname herself, and Yerim confirmed that this was a great idea. T1 looked into the basket, looking at the yawning dragon, and said that the cub was a little smaller than he thought. After all, she should become a mount. Soyoung said that she would grow up quickly, and then exclaimed that they woke her up and called her to look at those beautiful eyes. Yujin looked into the small dragon's black eyes and saw that it was a hatchling of a spiked-winged dark dragon. The current stat class was D. The possible stat class was from A to S. The dragon had skills such as acid breath, high-speed flight, spiked armor, and poisonous scales, which will receive after growth. Yujin smiled, handing the dragon his master's blue stone on a cord, and greeted him, saying that he was pleased to meet you. The system reported that the title of Ideal Educator enhances the effect of the owner's sign. The dragon stood up and looked at him with a squeak. The system reported that the animal began to feel affection for the guy. The brunette looked tenderly at the dragon, which landed on his head, and the blonde exclaimed that Comet flew. While she was admiring how cute it was and how she seemed to like Yujin, the man turned around, noticing the shadow of the wing. With a scream, a griffin flew in from above. With shining eyes, everyone looked up in surprise. T1 turned around, telling the guy to be careful when Blue ran into him. Yujin, with a dragon on his head, calmly looked at Blue, who landed on his shoulder and said that he was here too, to which the griffin responded with a welcoming cry. The griffin looked at the little dragon with tender eyes when the guy told him to say hello to his sister. With a satisfied smile, Blue showed off his muscles while Yujin told them to get along, and Comet looked at him in surprise. The griffin flapped its wings and the dragon flew far back as the others screamed her name in shock. T1 tried to say something by raising his hand, and Yujin said that everything is fine and it's kind of a tradition, and then tried to stop Blue. At this time, Hyuni calmly said that the wall that had just collapsed was an ordinary partition, because the entire territory is surrounded by two. He did not finish, because Yujin turned to him and angrily said that now was not the time to continue the tour. The guy indignantly pointed his finger at the girls, telling them to try to grab the animals while he attracts their attention, to which Soyoung asked in surprise, how? The guy showed them a golden semicircular tambourine, which he always carries with him for such occasions. The girls watched in admiration how professionally he waved his tambourine and maracas, while the animals joyfully listened to the music. Yerim caught the griffin with a joyful cry, and Soyoung caught the dragon, while the guy with the carrier in his hand told her to throw it into the cage. T1 stood and watched carefully. He watched, hearing the blonde ask to repeat it one more time, and someone trying to stop Blue. The man clenched his fists, saying that something was definitely wrong. A battered Soyoung pressed her palm to her chest, smilingly saying that she hoped Yujin would take great care of her Comet. They stood holding hands next to a cage with an angry griffin and a dragon screaming at him. The girl told him to let her know if she needed anything. She would come running at any moment if she was not on a cleanup mission, to which the guy reassured her by saying that of course. The blonde leaned her cheek against the basket with the lying dragon, telling the pet to eat well, become stronger and bigger, and mommy would return soon. With a wave of her hand, Soyoung rushed off to buy decorations for Comet's nest, and Yujin waved after her, thinking that she was the best daughter-in-law. He thought, if only his brother would take Soyoung's example and treat Peace at least half as kindly. He wonders what they are doing in the dungeon now. Putting his hand to his heart, he shed a stingy tear with a smile. The brunette closed the door of the cage with the dragon and thought about Yuhyun. Turning around, he asked Hyunhee and Yerim if it wasn't time for the two of them to go. He was sure they had more important things to do, and he thought to himself that he needed to throw out this unnecessary company. Yerim pointed her fingers at the men, saying that it was definitely time for both of them, to which the guy indignantly said that this also concerned her and she needed to go to class, to which the girl indignantly asked why. The blonde thoughtfully scratched his chin. Hearing that he is also a busy man, T1 will explain everything necessary to the guy. Sweetly folding his hands in prayer, the blonde said that for him there was nothing better than spending time with a dear friend, and Yerim enthusiastically said that it was for her too, to which the guy gloomily thought that now they had united. Yerim angrily pointed her finger at T1, telling him to tell this guy, I mean boss Hyunhee, to leave first. She firmly stated that if he leaves, she will leave too. Grabbing the guy's hand, the girl bared her teeth, saying that he was making her damn angry with his glances in his direction, to which Yujin said in surprise, really? Looking gloomily, he thought that, of course, he was not so stupid as not to notice this. He looked at T1 standing next to him seriously, and thought that perhaps he had come to discuss something with him. The head of the security department was too important a person to come and give a tour. As for the reason why he wanted to see him, he imagined a man sitting in front of him at the table, hands folded over documents, and saying that he needed to talk about Yuhyun, to which the guy exclaims in horror about his brother. Yujin thought that it must be something to do with him. Why else could he show up just when Yuhyun is not there? A kind of parent-teacher meeting. Yujin pushed the girl in the back with a wide smile, and he himself thought that he could not understand what Hyunhee wanted from him. He told the girl that she was worried about him or something. Don't worry, T1 is a civil servant. He's not going to steal him like a kidnapper, right? The guy turned with a smile at the man, who said that that's true. He had no reason to arrest an innocent person. To this the guy thought that he was committing murder and blackmailing and using violence. It would be better for him to never get caught. Yujin looked at the blonde with a smile, saying that he, of course, loved him too, especially after how carefully he took care of him while the guy was unconscious. But he would really be grateful if he left quietly today. Hyunhee looked at him silently. The blonde's gaze was very attentive. Yujin thought vindictively, so what will he do now? He will raise your precious dragon cub. With a smile, Hyunhee turned and said that he believed that he should do as he said, and could only hope that the civil servant would not imagine himself to be the boss here. Yerim resolutely pointed her finger and said to let her know, if anything goes wrong, let the guy promise. Yujin, standing next to the man, waved his hand at her, thinking that now they were free of interference. He turned around and asked the surprised T1 if he would like a cup of coffee, to which he agreed. There were plastic glasses, cups and jars of jam on the shelf. The guy said he noticed there was a kitchenette in the break room. Yujin stood with a glass in his hand and looked at the man with a smile, telling him to sit down and relax because he would cook everything quickly, to which T1 thanked him and said that he was very kind. The brunette put his hand on the coffee machine, looking at the man, and thought that now it was time to find out what kind of trouble his brother was in, and said out loud that he probably had a hard time with these S ranks, especially in such a position. Wearily turning away, the head of the security department said that in fact everything was not so bad. At least recently the number of dungeon breakouts had decreased. He remembered how he stood and looked at the disheveled dark-haired hunter in a shirt and said that it was much harder at the very beginning, when this happened more often. He explained that high-class hunters can be irritable during the clearing process. The situation becomes much more dangerous if 2 or more S ranks are in the same dungeon at the same time. The guy looked at the shelf, holding a box of tea in his hand, and said what about his brother? And he himself thought that he wanted to talk about what happened in the past, how good it was that he already knew about everything. He was sure that he could withstand whatever it was. The guy dropped the box of tea and glass in surprise when he heard that T1 lost his arm because of his brother. Leaning over the tea and glass, the guy said with tears that he was very sorry, and the man asked in surprise if he was okay and if he needed help. The blonde turned pale when he heard that he didn't have to worry about it. Potions do a great job of it as long as the hand is available. At least Yuhyun found it himself. To this the guy asked that his brother was worse than monsters. The man leaned his hand on the tabletop and said that this was indeed the case and that it was bothering him. T1 heard that the guy goes on sweeps with people like him. Yujin held a teapot and a glass in his hands and said that he understood him. He poured water from the kettle into a glass of tea. Hearing the man say that no one could handle these S ranks, while he was only an F rank, albeit with an unusual set of skills. This means that the guy depends on the mercy of these S ranks. Yujin turned to the man, saying that it seems like this is what his brother always talks about. He froze in surprise, the bag in his hand, when he saw how close the man leaned, hovering over him. He looked at him worriedly. T1 looked down at the brunette, saying that the reason he came here today was because he wanted to look at his condition. Yujin asked again in surprise, and the man put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to answer him honestly. The guy listened to us in amazement when we asked that any of the high-ranking hunters used force on him or influenced him mentally. The man looked at him carefully and asked with an aura of strength that he really left the dungeon without a single scratch. Yujin put the bag in his mouth and thought in surprise, and then he smiled broadly and sweetly said that T1 is a noble paranoid. Holding the glass in his hand with a smile, the hero stated that he was a little tired trying to get them to stop fighting each other, but he wouldn't say that it hurt him in any way. The glass fell to the floor, spilling tea. Suddenly, T1 pushed the guy towards the tabletop, hanging from above. He squeezed Yujin's throat, who asked in surprise what he was doing. The head of the security department looked at him carefully, saying that he knew it. He had been watching the guy since the meeting at the hospital. It's clear that he is the problem. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered what he was talking about. It turned out that the man was not here to talk about his brother. T1 angrily squeezed his hands on the guy's throat, the air filled with an aura of power. Yujin was amazed to think that he had even done this to him. The boss was strangling the guy, lifting him off the floor by the neck, and he was amazed at what he had done to him. The brunette grabbed the man's strong hands, squeezing his throat. He thought whether to resist him, whether he could, why he was doing this. There was no reason for this. The guy frowned, looking at the man in confusion. T1 calmly looked at him and said that even now, a bag containing a ball, a toy mouse and other toys fell on the floor. Soyoung stood in the doorway and looked at this picture in amazement. The man turned around and looked, recognizing her. The blonde quickly ran up, materializing her weapon in her hand. She hit the man. He covered himself with his hand and let the guy go. Soyoung angrily asked what he was doing. Yujin inhaled with a cough, pressing his hand to his neck. He thought that she would not succeed on a rank hunter against T1. The girl angrily tried to hit the man with her metal pole. The guy thought that even Soyoung. She lashed the pole forcefully at his head. Her whole appearance was very tense. T1 held the pole with his hand, and he let him go, throwing him away. He suddenly bowed to the surprised guy sitting on the floor next to the equally surprised girl and apologized. A bottle of potion appeared above his hand. He turned to Yujin and asked him to use this potion to remove the marks on his neck. The hero extended his hand in agreement to take it. The girl knocked the bottle out of her hand. It fell to the floor and broke. She asked how dare he, pointing the pole threateningly. The blonde screamed that he was somehow strange, that he had just strangled him. And now immediately after he was giving him a potion, the guy thought in confusion about the poor potion. T1 closed his eyes, listening to the girl's words that Yujin needed to be careful. Who knows what was there in the first place? And the hunter confirmed that Soyoung was right. She asked again in surprise, looking at him, and the boss confirmed that the guy should be careful. Looking at Yujin, he said that he had been watching him since he was in the hospital. He remembered the moment of catching the magical beasts, and said that Yujin was hanging around high-ranking hunters and beasts as if it was nothing. He understood his relationship with Yerim, because he heard that they were close but high-class beasts, and the head of the Jupiter Guild. The guy looked at him in surprise, asking, "What's wrong? Is it bad to be on good terms with them?" The man lowered his head, saying that this was not the problem. He looked away and said that he had seen an infinite number of hunters, and among them he was the only low-ranking one who was comfortable being among creatures above his level. T1 imagined a frightened Yujin standing next to 3 grinning dogs, and said that most people are afraid of even aggressive dogs, especially if they approach them without a leash. He imagined a guy looking in surprise at the many palms around him, and asked how an ordinary person should feel when faced with a monster many times stronger than him. The man asked if he really didn't feel the full power of the head of the Jupiter Guild while he was in the dungeon, but he didn't look scared at all. Even now, when he was strangling him, Yujin rubbed his neck and thought that it was because he had the skill of resisting fear. He sighed in defeat, thinking, wait a minute. Yujin remembered how the man angrily squeezed his throat and wondered if a window had appeared notifying him of activating this skill. He imagined the skill symbol and thought about how it activates when you feel extreme fear. He remembered the hands squeezing his throat and thought that the skill didn't work when T1 threatened. He remembered the Demon King who screamed with his wings open and thought that when he encountered him, the skill also did not work. T1 looked at him, saying that this is not just bravery. Yujin stood with his hand on his neck and heard the words that he had no sense of self-preservation. He was not aware of the danger around him. The guy lowered his gaze when he heard the question whether he understood what the man was talking about. T1 wanted to continue, but the girl poked him with a pole. Soyoung looked at the man indignantly, asking if this gives the right to strangle a guy, why doesn't he leave? Yujin looked at her in surprise, and the man turned to her. The blonde looked at him indignantly, saying that she would file a formal complaint with the guild regarding this incident. T1 calmly told her that he was trying to protect Yujin from this very guild. The guy grabbed the pole with his hand and said that the tension from these two would cause the building to collapse. He agreed with what he just heard from the man. The blonde looked at him in surprise and exclaimed his name. With a smile, he waved his hand, reassuring her, and said that he needed to be more careful and thanked the man for the advice. The huntress exclaimed indignantly, why was he thanking him again? The man silently reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. He took out a small notebook and wrote something in it with a pencil, saying that Yujin is a very strange person. The hunters saw him put a piece of paper on the table with the words that he was leaving his business card. As he left, the boss turned around and told the guy to call if he needed his help. Then he added that he hoped the guy wouldn't find himself in a situation where he needed her. A large glass skyscraper rose in the night city. Yujin looked at his neck in the mirror, thinking that there were no traces left. He remembered how the girl tried to turn him towards her with the phone in her hands, saying that they needed a photo that they would attach to the complaint. The guy thought gloomily that he had to calm her down for a long time. Sighing, he put the jar on the countertop and said with a sigh, what kind of civil servant would strangle an ordinary person? I'm sure he himself provoked Yuhyun so that he cut off his hand. Looking away, the brunette said that T1 would die soon anyway. He imagined the man standing among the huge thorny branches surrounding him, and remembered that a few years ago T1 would die while clearing the dungeon. Then the Jupiter Guild, without saying a word, will leave Korea. Rumors will spread that Hyunhee killed him. He imagined a blonde man in a coat. After this, will things be so good for the World's Edge Guild that people will begin to suspect Yuhyun? The brunette remembered his younger brother. He put a hand to his mouth with a frown, thinking that there was certainly no chance that his brother had done this, and if he had a good reason for it. An electric train was driving past the buildings. The guy thought that he didn't know what really happened. T1 was riding on the train, towering over the others, who were photographing him in surprise. Yujin thought that the fact that the chief's death gave rise to such rumors indicated how hostile the guilds were towards him. Hyunhee was sitting at the computer, on the monitor of which Yujin's photos were open, and he thought that this was probably why the blonde kept interrupting. The hero looked at the phone number on the piece of paper in his hand and thought about his behavior earlier. He thoughtfully put the piece of paper to his face. I remembered the head of security who asked him to call if he needed his help. He thought it looked more like concern for him than a threat, although his methods were a bit harsh. The guy shook his head sharply, throwing away these thoughts, and said that he was actually strangling him, which is what he was even saying. Yujin thought that he seemed to be taking things too calmly. He left the bathroom and entered a large room filled with boxes. Standing there was Myung-woo, who asked the guy if these were all his things, to which he heard confirmation. The long-haired man materialized a large blue rope that wrapped around all the boxes at once, and said that this was a special rope that could be used to safely move all things to the new building. Yujin said admiringly that he had created another amazing item. When all the boxes were put away, Yujin asked if the guy had already finished moving into the penthouse. To this he received an affirmative answer. A friend said that it was great there. There was so much space that it became lonely. Yujin handed the blue key to the delighted Myung-woo and said that in this case it can come to him. This is the portal key. The guy looked at this with admiration and asked if it was true. Holding the card in his hands, he turned to the confidently smiling brunette, who confirmed and asked if there was time. Would the blacksmith make an item for him that would increase intelligence? Myung-woo replied that it was easy and asked why. Yujin rubbed his face thoughtfully, thinking that by raising his intelligence, the side effects of resisting fear would be reduced, which would come in handy the next time he used the now terrifying chicken commander skill. Myung-woo asked anxiously, the guy is not going to run into trouble anymore, is he? At that moment, the wall of the room collapsed and an excited Yerim flew in. She walked past the rubble into the room, shouting that she knew something had happened here, so she should have stayed. The long-haired man turned around and said that he knew something had happened. Yujin looked at her in shock. He began to make excuses, saying that this was the case, but did not finish. Yerim looked at him indignantly, next to the girl angrily pointing her finger. Myung-woo looked in fear, shouting that the guy was crazy. Why did he drive everyone away so they could strangle him? The guy fenced himself off from them with his hands and began to make excuses that T1 was just worried about him, to which the girl shouted that he himself does not often strangle people he worries about. Long-haired tiredly rubbed his forehead and asked him to be careful, and Yerim shouted that she felt terrible when something like this happened. She grabbed the guy by the hands and said that she promised to protect him, but could not do anything when he was kidnapped, and today too. She looked at his palms with alarm and said that Yuhyun was not here either. Yujin smiled when he heard her promise that she would protect him no matter what happened. He ruffled the girl's hair and promised that he would be careful. He thought to himself that it seemed like he had really relaxed too much. Everyone was worried about him. He needed to become more careful. However, drops of black blood fell onto the floor. Yerim sat at the feet of some man, bleeding black blood. Yujin pulled her away from the monster and shouted at her to hold on. He thought that just when he decided to be more careful, this incident happened. Everything was fine until this morning. Blue was flying around the greenhouse. Yerim was looking at him from below with glasses of coffee in her hands. Two unicorns stood next to the table. She looked at the little bird, holding glasses, and said that everyone seemed to love the new house. There was even a garden on the roof. She said that everyone was so energetic this morning, but she didn't have time to finish, shouting out to Yujin, who was lying back in his chair with his mouth slightly open. The guy fell limp on the bench, and the girl anxiously asked what happened again. I didn't sleep all night. The guy agreed and said that you can't relax with them, and it doesn't help at all that the comet is nocturnal. He remembered Soyoung pointing at Comet and saying that the hours of activity were from midnight to 8 in the morning. They saw a griffin flapping its wings, throwing branches everywhere, and the girl said that it sounds terrible, especially with Blue, who, as always, creates problems. The brunette reassured her, saying that everything was fine. The cubs needed to play to grow strong and big. At least Blue doesn't fly far. She keeps an eye on her distance. Isn't she smart? The griffin looked sweetly, turning around when she heard the praise. Yerim said that she doesn't even know. She would rather say that the griffin is destroying the whole garden. The round bird brought a small flower in its beak, and Yujin leaned towards it, asking what it was for him and thanking it. Behind Yerim, who said that she knew that he loved these animals, but didn't he think it was too much, rushed a griffin, carrying in its paws a whole uprooted tree. Noticing the danger, the girl broke the tree with a movement of her hand, throwing the pet back, and the guy watched in surprise. The huntress angrily shook the limp beast, shouting for him to stop. Can't he see that Yujin is tired? He's ruining a completely new garden. The guy reassured her with a chuckle, saying that they are like this by nature. They should not be forced to follow human standards. He looked with a smile at the crying griffin sitting on his shoulder, and in his other hand he held a branch of a flowering tree. The brunette said affectionately to the griffin that she also wanted to give him flowers, a good girl. Holding the pet in his hands, he stroked the girl's head with his wing. They say that they should say thank you to Yerim for taking care of him, a good girl. To this she shouted indignantly that she was no longer a child. She smiled as she brushed the feathers out of her hair and said that they had to admit that they were lucky to have Yujin. With a griffin in her hands and a bird on her head, she turned to the guy who was drinking a drink from the package and asked why he didn't rest. There were other people who would look after the children. Yujin replied that no matter how much he wanted it, today was the first day of business. He thought that was it. Now that he had his own building, he would start rolling in money. The round dome of the glass building rose among the high-rise buildings. He thought that S-ranks from all over the world would come here to leave monsters in his care. If one by one he took them under his care, he would instantly fill all 50 cells in the album. With a drink straw in his mouth, he looked at his phone and thought that his first client today was none other than. There was a message on the phone from Riet, who wrote, "Hello sweet, my brother Korea tomorrow." This broken Korean is because the necklace doesn't translate the text. He imagined a girl standing with her back to the blonde, and above them were two huge dragons with open toothy jaws. The guy thought that he undoubtedly meant the twin of Dio Valchisis. Yujin thought that, in fact, he was the one who asked Riet to introduce him to him in exchange for raising her monster. The brunette remembered the girl who stood in front of him with a phone in her hand. He remembered asking her that his brother was also an S-rank, and she replied that yes, he was very handsome. The hero thought that thanks to Rachida's predator, his code word would be twice as effective on the twins. 2 S-ranks in the album without much effort, albeit without Riet for now. He remembered the huntress, who licked the knife predatorily, saying that she herself raised the boy, like he raised his brother, and diligently improved him in everything. And Yujin smiled embarrassedly and embarrassedly. Suddenly he thought, what if he turned out to be as dangerous as his sister? He presented a huge, muscular man in armor with a mohawk, licking a knife, called the well-mannered Riet S-rank, and clasping his hands in front of him, he hoped that he was wrong. Yujin thought that everything would be fine. He would have an S-rank guard with him. Yerim excitedly straightened her hair, saying that he was already here. She heard him being let in. The girl adjusted her dark glasses, shouting for Yujin to stay by her side. She wouldn't let him see anyone alone anymore. She was blocking the guy with her, who was peeking out from under the blue emotional wall, giving a thumbs up. The brunette thought that he would be fine, no matter how cruel the guest was. Feet in brown boots were approaching them. The system reported that the Rachita's predator was activated. The system reported that the effects of all skills when fighting Dio Valsius are doubled. A handsome blonde man in a blue suit approached him and said that it was a great honor to meet Eugen. He is Riet's younger brother named Noah Luhier. Has your emotional wall cracked? The girl covered her eyes from the shine with her hand, and the guy in black glasses looked out in admiration, thinking that he was an angel. Noah sat at the table opposite the hunters and with a sweet expression thanked them for the invitation, asking first of all to apologize for his sister's rude behavior. With a charming smile, he said that the sister did not share details, but undoubtedly she behaved inappropriately. Eugen thought that this was the complete opposite of his sister, and the blonde asked him that he was probably wondering why they were so different. His appearance had changed because of his rank. The brunette smiled embarrassedly, laughingly, saying that not at all. He thought that the guy not only looked different, but was also a nice person. Yerim leaned over to him and whispered how he even knew about him. He even came all the way from France. Eugen replied that he was friends with his sister on social networks. The girl exclaimed that he should not date strangers from the internet, and the guy with an embarrassed smile said that a teenager was giving him a lecture on this topic. The blonde smiled and replied that he was not some random stranger. He even ran his own guild in France. The blonde put his hand to his chest with a smile, and the girl asked him in surprise that he was the head, but he looked so young for this. Noah said that he is 19 years old this year. The hero looked at him in surprise, and his friend admired him, and then said that their leader was also only 20 years old. The guy was surprised to think that this was the head of the guild at such a young age, just like Yuhyun. The brunette exclaimed enthusiastically that he would certainly be able to make friends with his brother, and Yerim sheepishly added that she was not sure that this would be successful. To this, the guest replied with a smile that he was afraid that his guild was too small compared to World's Edge. He imagined little gnomes floating among potion jars in a leaf on a river called Noah's Ark. He said they were a small group of hunters who specialized in support. Until he received his rank, they only had healing and buffing skills. They could not develop much due to the missing attack skills. The brunette looked at him and asked if he didn't run the guild with his sister. To this, the interlocutor replied that no, only he and his sister were too freedom-loving. Looking away thoughtfully, the blonde said that she was a loner and only contacted him when she needed something. Sometimes she drags him into the dungeon, despite his schedule. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, pierced by a guess, and thought that he understood. This must be that type of relationship. He imagined an angry girl in armor with her tongue hanging out and a weapon at the ready, behind whom stood a brother with angel wings, and thought that this was a healer brother at the mercy of his cruel sister. Eugen thought he had hit the jackpot. A polite, kind S-rank who specializes in support. Noah folded his arms and looked very cute, as if surrounded by flowers, and said that since he was full of shortcomings, his sister helped him with everything. Eugen imagined himself hugging the blonde, thinking about an optimistic view of the future and musing that he was such a good guy. As soon as he takes custody of him, he will do everything he says because he sees his sister in him. Yuhyun will also have a close friend. He introduced the guys and Riet and thought that maybe he should still influence the girl. In his thoughts, the guy thoughtfully scratched his chin, looking up, and I decided that this should work. He enthusiastically told the surprised blonde that his story sounded harsh. He probably came all this way from France, also from Riet. At the very least, he can offer him a place to stay for the night. Noah smiled sweetly and said that everything is fine. In any case, he remains in Korea on another matter. Looking at him with a smile, Eugen said that, of course, let him know if you need anything. And Yerim looked at the phone and asked how long he would stay and if he wanted any advice on where to eat nearby. Hearing this, the guests thanked them for their hospitality. Eugen thought that now it should be simple and natural. He extended his hand. With a big smile, he said, "You're welcome." He loves him as his client, so he enjoys serving him. The system reported that Rachita's Hinnock has been activated, improving skill effects by 2 times. Noah responded to the code word and became his pupil. The guy looked at him as if in a blue haze. Eugen imagined his photo appearing in his blue album and thought it turned out great on his first day of work. What a good start, may every day be like this. Yerim looked at him sternly and asked if he thought he was throwing around confessions too easily. He even told Hyuna and the head of Jupiter that he loved them. The blonde sat opposite the swearing hunters. Listening, the brunette said that it was just business. Eugen turned to the guest with a smile and said that he heard that in Europe they always say this as a greeting, right? Noah sat gloomily with his head down. The brunette called out to him, but the guy remained silent in response, making an unclear sound. Looking at him, Eugen said that he didn't hear a little. Did he need something? The blonde bowed his head and grabbed the table with his fingers. The brunette began to make excuses and say that he did not want to offend if it was because of his words. Noah squeezed the tabletop with such force that debris fell down. Eugen looked at this in shock, grabbed by the girl's clothes. Yerim barely managed to throw it away when Noah broke the table. She literally threw the brunette back. He landed behind him, opened his eyes, asking in surprise what was that, why did he suddenly do that? He looked at the blonde, who was rising among the wreckage of the table. Looking at the girl lying on the ground, he asked if she was okay. He saw claws appear on the guy's hands. The guy asked in surprise what was happening. Noah looked at his hand, which had turned into a clawed paw. He turned around when he heard the question, why was he angry? The blonde, holding out his clawed paw, quickly rushed at the guy who was looking at him in surprise. Eugen thought in surprise that the code word just worked. Why are all his guests suddenly becoming so aggressive? A blow of enormous force shook the entire building, scattering sparks of bright light around it. Noah looked at his hand. His fingers stretched out, his nails became claws, taking on an unnatural appearance. As if going wild, he looked at Eugen, who did not understand at all what was happening, because the code word had already worked. The blonde began to attack the wounded guy, who was holding his hand and did not understand why he was attacking. Noah grimaced with displeasure, making an angry expression on his face. The enraged young man looked at Park Yerim, who used her power to encase his leg in ice. The girl waved her hand using her powers, accompanied by an angry comment. She barely had time to help the brunette, whom the blonde had already swung to attack. The next moment, Park Yerim attacked herself using a spear, but the offender managed to dodge. Noah dealt a blow to the girl, which she successfully managed to hold back with a spear. However, the blonde was still able to wound her arm, causing her to gasp painfully. The main character tried to get up and come over to help, to which the girl refused to shout at him not to come closer. She swung her ice spear, but the blonde was able to throw the ice projectile aside. Park Yerim was horrified, still holding her spear horizontally, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly she fell down right in front of the offender. The brunette was excited as he looked at her. The heroine held onto her wounded hand, where the deadly poison got in and the infection began immediately. The blonde swung at the unarmed girl in order to take advantage of the moment. The brunette, in fear, shouted to the offender to stop. Noah opened his eyes wide and froze after these words. He jumped away from the wounded girl at a decent distance. Alarmed, Eugen was perplexed, suggesting that the code word might have worked. The offender put his hand on his head, starting to tremble for unknown reasons. The main character opened the book in order to take advantage of the moment, using his power. The head of the offender shone with a yellow light, looking at his palm, preparing to attack again. And the brunette decided to synchronize his sensations in order to predict his attacks and calmly evade them, because it was necessary to hold out until help came. The blonde attacked the young man from the left, who in turn dodged thanks to his ability. However, the guy barely managed to jump away. He leaned his hand on the ground while scarlet blood flowed next to it. He was unable to dodge completely. The brunette put his free hand on the tap, squatting, realizing that he would have ended if the offender had fought at full strength. The young man closed his eyes and tried hard to concentrate, because his life depended on it at the moment. He managed to successfully synchronize with Noah. The brunette clenched his teeth, clearly worried. The guy opened his eyes wide, shocked by the blonde's thoughts. He kept repeating that he had to kill the girl. Because she was weaker than him, this was his chance. With his yellow eyes, he looked anxiously at the offender, who covered his face with his hand. His also yellow eyes suddenly went wild, and he looked mercilessly at his victim. The young man could see himself wounded through the eyes of the blonde, suggesting that he had confused him with someone else. In his place, he noticed his older sister, who raised him. It dawned on Eugen. He gasped in surprise, because he understood everything. The offender again rushes at the guy with a roar. Someone's hand was emitting a yellow aura, emitting a yellow light, and a man's voice demanded to stand behind him. The blonde was unable to break through the protective sphere, which Xiong Han caused, thereby protecting the guy. The man held back the attacker's attack, asking the startled brunette if he was okay. Other hunters also arrived at the battle site. Meanwhile, behind the enraged man, someone suddenly appeared. It was Sung Hyoni, who slammed the offender straight into the asphalt. He stepped on his head with his boot, pressing him to the ground, thereby preventing him from getting out. The head of the guild stood on the blonde like a winner, adding that it would be nice if Yu-hyun caught this sight. The brunette at the same moment ran up to the wounded girl, calling out to her. Park Yerim held her wounded hand, looking at the young man, asking him to move away, because a potion with an antidote would not help her. However, with the help of his power, Eugen was able to help the girl while the head of the guild was watching them from behind. The man took a closer look at him, being sure that he not only had at least S-class resistance to poison. Magical golden chains grabbed the attacker through his palm. The rest of the chains wrapped around his body, and the head of the guild leaned slightly, looking at the offender, for he created problems as soon as he entered the country. He looked at him coolly while his name was called. The main character walked a little closer to him along with Seong Han, asking the blonde to wait a little. He looked at the guild master with confidence, while this caused his neighbor to fall into a stupor, because he stated that he could not allow him to injure the guest, despite all his help. Sung Hyuni looked at the brunette carefree, but with sarcasm, declaring that he himself was not in the best condition, although his opponent tried to argue that he had been cured with potions. The blonde looked at the newly destroyed roof of the building, assessing the damage, and also stating that the young man was too careless about his safety. He got off no allure, looking at him as he transformed back, sitting on the ground. The head of the guild himself wanted to hear what happened. At that time, the brunette dialed the number of his older sister, showing the phone to the leader, because he himself had to find out everything. The phone screen showed the caller's name and beeps. The attacker immediately panicked upon hearing his sister's number. The men stood around the offender, who was rubbing his hands, which had returned to their previous form, while the girl was wondering what she owed to the young man's call. Yujin said that there was a small problem because her younger brother attacked him. The blonde became very nervous while his sister said that he was clearly incapable of such a thing. Worried, he looked at the brunette who was holding the phone in his hand, because Rieta turned to him, clarifying whether it was true, to which the younger responded positively. At this time, the main character used his ability. His eyes turned yellow again, while the brother and sister communicated with each other. The young man looked at Noah Lior, frightened and trembling with horror in front of his own sister. The brunette opened the panels with the blonde's characteristics. He was a representative of the S-class, although his maximum was a class. Next, he looked at the characteristics of Seong Han, who was able to rise to the top level, but this was due to his intermediate potential class. With the blonde it was different. The brunette looked at him, comparing him to an overflowing vessel, realizing that he had become stronger by force. He remembered how the offender sweetly told him about how his sister helped him overcome his shortcomings. But after breaking through the dungeon, the guy's growth was already far ahead of the system norms in just 3 years. Then he remembers the crazy Rieta and her words that she diligently improved her brother in everything. He looked at the trembling and cowering Noah Lior, still holding the phone in his hand. He looked at him intensely, bringing his mobile phone closer to him, realizing that he had attacked the man in whom he saw his sister, as soon as he considered that he was weaker than him. Rieta, like a devil, grabbed her younger brother, which he was already incredibly afraid of now. At this time, Yujin did not understand what the girl had done to him. The city of Paris was in chaos. Someone's hand was holding the monster's head, bleeding like some kind of trophy. A crazy girl in a hat stood on a mountain of defeated monsters while she was filled with crazy laughter against the backdrop of the setting sun. Her face was completely covered in blood, and she herself shouted contentedly that she knew that such a world would overtake them. She turned her gaze to the side. Noah Lior looked at her in fear, while simultaneously trying to heal people with his ability. The girl walked towards her little brother, asking if he had woken up. She placed her bloody palm on the blonde's cheek as he looked away, looking at the frightened people. As if crazy, she touched the blonde's head while he talked about being a class and having healing skills. Rieta swung her fist at her brother, causing the younger one to fall to the ground. She lifted him up by the collar of his t-shirt as her own blood dripped from his mouth and face, and she wondered why the young man was making her so upset. People were frightened by such a picture, so they ran away from her in horror while she screamed and asked her brother how he could survive with such a low class. The girl looked at the people running away, calling on her brother to look back at these people running away from her, even though she helped them. She placed her hands on her brother's cheeks, kissing the frightened boy's cheek as he looked away from her in horror. Tears flowed from his eyes. The horror of what had happened was clearly visible in them. Like the devil, she told her brother that she would make something useful out of him. That's where it all started. Now the frightened blonde sat, trembling with fear, listening to his sister's claims, apologizing to her. The drooping Yujin looked at the phone, while the head of the guild assumed that the girl met the main character when she was in Korea. The girl asked the brunette who he was with now, warning that he was quite insidious. The clearly dissatisfied young man nevertheless raised his voice, addressing her on the other side. He guessed out loud that her brother probably had a negative attitude towards her. The blonde wrapped his arms around himself, looking around while the brunette put the phone to his ear, continuing the conversation. Noah Lior pressed his hands into his face, listening in horror to his sister's answer. She answered with confidence that this could not be, because she raised him strong. The guy looked down to the side while the blonde grabbed his head with his hands. The main character clarified that her younger brother was supposed to receive in a class upon awakening, to which he received the answer that his sister was not at all happy with this situation, even though he was her brother. The young man used his ability again, causing his eyes to turn yellow, but even so, he already understood everything. He saw the boy's memories when his sister stood in front of him among the fragments, or when she mercilessly attacked a defenseless youth. In his eyes, the girl was a monster. The blonde was tormented by all these memories caused by traces of violence. It seemed to him that his sister again reached out with her long paws, touching her head, while her voice sounded in the background, which clearly stated what a weakling Noel Ure was, that he was not able to do something on his own. Hands actively moved along his chest. The guy was almost choking with fear. He was tormented by his sister's arms everywhere, as if she had many limbs and each one did not even allow him to breathe freely. But she believed that his brother should thank her, because if it weren't for her, he would have long crawled through the streets, being a nobody. This picture clearly did not please the main character. Noel Ure felt as if his sister was nearby, touching his cheek and whispering that anyone else in her place would have gotten rid of him long ago. Yujin listened to her carefully, still holding the phone to his ear while she covered herself with love. The brunette clenched his hand into a fist, resolutely urging the huntress to listen. Those around him looked at him with interest, looking at the destroyed garden, in places the destroyed asphalt and damaged flower beds. The guy said that the blonde had injured the Korean Awaken, so he would have to ask the association to leave him in the country for a while. The girl tried to persuade the young man not to do this. Next, he looked at the intimidated blonde. Quite seriously, he threatened the girl with a ban on entering the country, reporting an illegal contract. Looking at the high-rise buildings, the brunette continued his thought. He looked up while the girl desperately tried to understand what was going on and somehow convince her opponent. The young man clutched the phone, clearly frowning, as if he had broken free. Yujin began to shout at the girl, calling her a non-entity who was fooling his younger brother. The blonde had tears in his eyes. He clearly did not expect such words. Turning to the younger man who was staring at him, the brunette screamed desperately, calling his interlocutor sick, because she was clearly covering up her violence with words of love. The men were also surprised by the guy's scream while he was desperately trying to convey to the girl that because of her he was dying of fear. The main character held the phone in front of him while a shocked Noel Ure looked at him, scolding his sister for such an upbringing, because she completely intimidated the poor child. Hope appeared in the eyes of the younger one. The young man still called her abnormal, realizing that the guy woke up at the age of 11 and from that early age his sister tormented him and brought him to a similar state. The brunette seemed to be confronting his tyrant sister, continuing to reasonably accuse her of cruelty. Angrily pointing his finger at the phone, he finally told her not to dare come to him until she corrected herself and fell at her brother's feet, begging for forgiveness, and hung up. He stood in front of the seated blonde as the others watched them. After a couple of moments, the guy himself got scared, seeing the number of missed calls from the girl. He excitedly put his fist to his forehead while the guild leader applauded behind him, while he tried to calm himself down, assuming that the girl would not touch him, because he still had to raise her monster. The blonde stood up, looking at the brunette in fascination. Yujin looked like a deity in his eyes, looking angrily at the phone, because he was able to scold the girl so that she could not object to him. Soon after, the attacker was brought to the association. The man in a black suit and white shirt tiredly touched his forehead, declaring that a person cannot change so quickly. But Yujin remained just as helpless to him. Taking the captured Noel Ure by the elbow, he stood in front of the other two men. He stated that he would take him to the detention chamber for hunters, since no civilians were harmed. After imprisonment, the main character will receive a request for settlement. The main character, standing opposite the man from the association, asked not to expel the blonde from the country, because he proposed a similar option right now. He secretly whispered to the man that he could deny entry to the boy's older sister, in order to separate them and for his own safety, of course. He looked at Noel Ure with joy and declared that his sister would not be able to come to him. The blonde's eyes sparkled, and with gratitude in them, he beamed with happiness. They tried to take him away while he looked at Yujin as his hero. A rather dark man in a white shirt, with a scarf over his shoulder, asked the girl to sit down. He was a healer from Jupiter. The brunette, sitting on a bench, watched as he treated the remaining wounds of Park Yerim. She happily jumped up, and the healer approached the young man, asking him to show his wounds. The girl tore her t-shirt into nothing to the suspicious guy, declaring that the dark man should heal all, even the most minor wounds. Covering his naked body with his hands, the guy was still treated by a healer, while the girl scolded him for such negligence towards his health. The brunette closed his eyes, awkwardly answering that he would think about his behavior. He imagined himself being friendly against the backdrop of the giant hunters who were reaching out to him and posing a threat. He spoke the code word to everyone, imagining the head of the guild in a child's cap and bib, as well as with a pacifier. He was in great shock from this, thinking that he had received psychological trauma. The girl brought the guy some clothes while the healer walked away from them in bewilderment. The girl was embarrassed by the words of gratitude, looking at the guy, plopping down on the bench in disappointment. While the young man was getting dressed, she objected, because she could not protect him to the end. Also asking about the antidote of class, he presented a diagram where there was no allure with his class and an antidote of a lower class, suggesting that otherwise it would not have worked. She suspiciously asked about the poison resistance class from the brunette, who felt caught. He secretly whispered to a very surprised girl that the resistance was L class. While the girl was counting all the classes on her fingers in shock, the guy thought about one thing, remembering the guild head's gaze on himself. While he was treating the girl, he remembers how he guessed his resistance class as well as the attacker's poison class, wondering how he did it. The sky, covered with a small amount of pink clouds, hung over the hunter detention center where the sun was shining. The door opened slightly, letting a little light into the room. A dark-haired guy in a formal suit entered the room, not understanding how the blonde managed to ruin everything. Noah Lure sat in a chair and looked down as the light from behind the doorway shone on him. The brunette reminded the blonde of a promise he had to keep. The man sitting looked up at the man. The blonde only once again confirmed his arrival. Hyoni stood in front of the handcuffed Noah, who looked slightly downcast. Hyoni wondered why Noah did this. Hyoni looked at Noah with arrogance. Hyoni told Noah that he provoked conflict as soon as he arrived, noting that by doing so he made his job in Korea more difficult. Hyoni looked at Noah with contempt, narrowing his gaze. Noah sat in handcuffs with a downcast look, his head turned to the side. Hyoni told Noah that he must keep his promise to repay. Noah bared his teeth in rage and clenched them. Noah clenched his hands into a fist and hit the table with all his might. Noah didn't understand why he had to repay them just for telling him how to become stronger. Noah made a small dent in the table and jumped out of his chair, angrily addressing Hyoni. Noah noted that they forced his sister to do the same. Hyoni closed his eyes and sighed heavily, crossing his arms over his chest. Noah noted displeasedly that of all the dungeons that existed, they simply had to show her the one where the brother and sister needed to work together. Hyoni noted that he said it would make him stronger, not that he would become stronger than Riet. Noah furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth in anger at Hyoni. The dim light slightly illuminated the room in which the guys were. Noah fell to the floor after a table flew into him. Noah raised his head and looked at Hyoni angrily. Hyoni told Noah that it didn't matter and what mattered was what he had already asked him twice. Hyoni looked at Noah with contempt, slightly towering over him. He wanted to know why Noah attacked Hyojin. Hyoni walked quickly down the corridor of the building. Close-up view of the back of Hyoni's head. Hyoni noticed that as soon as he looked at Noah, he had a strange feeling. Hyoni recalled the moment in the interrogation room when Noah sat against the destroyed wall. Hyoni raised his hand to his chin, remembering the image of a nervous Noah. Noah told Hyoni in a flashback that he felt that Hyojin was the same poison and cursed dragon as he and his sister, and that he was even a class above, so he saw him as a Riet, despite his weakness. Hyoni recalled how Hyojin approached the poisoned Yerim. Hyoni thought that the main character had a related title and didn't understand how he got high-class poison resistance. Hyoni imagined the image of the main character against the backdrop of angry dragons. Hyoni didn't understand how someone with F-class characteristics could achieve a rank higher than Dio Valsius's SSS class. Hyoni opened his mouth slightly, looking straight ahead. Hyoni thought that it didn't seem like the protagonist had any offensive abilities. The formidable T1 appeared before the head of the guild. T1 looked at Hyoni with hostility, his eyebrows knitted together slightly. T1 noted that he knew full well that Hyoni was connected to this. Hyoni put his hands in his trouser pockets as he stood in front of T1. Hyoni told T1 that he didn't know what he was talking about, noting that he only came to help as the person who helped resolve the conflict. T1 asked Hyoni not to put the main character in danger. Hyoni looked at T1 with a scary smile, raising his palm up. Hyoni noted that it was he who put an end to the situation and brought the healer, adding that in the end the situation was not what he imagined. Hyoni closed his eyes, covering his mouth with his hand. He said it was really interesting since even Riet didn't know what to do. T1 closed his eyes and noticed with displeasure that a person with F-class characteristics was no different from ordinary civilians. T1 looked at Hyoni with contempt. T1 warned Hyoni not to dare to put the main character in unnecessary danger, and use him. Hyoni looked at T1 annoyed. Hyunhee placed his hand on T1's shoulder. Hyunhee leaned slightly towards T1, smiling mischievously. Hyunhee noticed that T1 cared a lot about Yujin and jokingly said that he should learn from him. T1 stood with his back to the departing Hyunhee. Hyunhee thought that he too could strangle Yujin. Hyunhee stood at the window from which a beautiful night city could be seen. Hyunhee thought that not using it was the wrong wording. A message came to Hyunhee's phone saying that the head of the abyss had come out. Hyunhee noted that it is only getting more interesting. Hyunhee stood with a wicked smile, holding the phone to his chin. Hyunhee stated that it doesn't look like Yujin is being played with. A crowd of people gathered in front of the building. Hyunhee thought that they were playing with a completely different person. The reporter was broadcasting the news, saying that he was broadcasting live right in front of the dungeon building. The reporter stood with the microphone, clutching it tightly in his hand. He said that Yuhyun came out of the dungeon in less than a week, and it was estimated that it would take about 10 days. The reporter stood in front of cameras and brightly glowing lights. The reporter speculated that Yuhyun could set a new time record, or fall through and use the gate stone to get out. People with cameras noticed that he was S-class, assuring that everything would be fine with him, adding that if they lost someone like him, it would be a national tragedy. A black car drove up to the building where the gate to the dungeon was located. The reporter noted that they do not know what the situation is inside. Yujin and Seong-han got out of the car, looking around with surprised faces. The reporter said that the hunter may be in a state of passion, and there is a possibility of an attack, so they could not approach. The protagonist suddenly rushed towards the building. Seong-han hurriedly followed the main character. The reporter noticed that Hunter Kim and the brother of the head of the abyss were entering the building, noting that he was F-class. Yujin ran into the building with a worried face to meet his brother. The guys ran into the building. Seong-han opened the door, turning to look at the main character, who was covering his face with his hand. Seong-han told the protagonist to be careful and not walk in front of him. Yuhyun came out of the dungeon gate with a blazing piece. Seong-han thought that here he was, a high-class hunter right after clearing the dungeon. Seong-han watched Yuhyun in shock. Yujin ran towards his brother in shock. Seong-han thought that Yuhyun managed to clear the dungeon. Yujin swung his legs and arms to the side, furiously scolding his brother. Yuhyun turned to his brother, asking him that he had come to greet him. Yujin grabbed Yuhyun's face, his eyes wide as he inspected his wounds. The main character asked his brother what happened to his potions. Seong-han watched what was happening in surprise. The protagonist scolded Yuhyun for leaving the two of them just like that. Yuhyun told Yujin that he just wanted to work with peace since he grew up. Yujin told his brother that he is still a child even if he is an adult. Seong-han thought that Yuhyun was fine. Seong-han looked at Yuhyun dumbfounded, his eyes wide in fear. Yuhyun gave off an incredibly terrifying and overwhelming aura. Seong-han took a step back, sensing Yuhyun's aura. Sweat dripped down Seong-han's forehead in horror. He thought that Yuhyun was dangerous to approach because he had been in several dungeons with him. Yujin sat completely calmly next to Peace, taking his paw. Kim was surprised how the main character could be so at ease around the two of them. Hyunhee raised his head, looking at the starry sky with the moon. Hyunhee said that in an analogy, it's like a cat courting a tiger. Hyunhee watched the stars in the sky with a calm face. He noted that this is why people are so drawn to the protagonist. Hyunhee noted that specifically those that are outside social norms. The black door of the building opened slightly. Yuhyun walked out of the building, looking slightly unhappy. The guys from the guild beamed with happiness when they saw Yuhyun. Hyunhee thought Yuhyun was jealous. The reporters were in a panic, their mouths open. They didn't understand whether it was possible to be near Yuhyun. Hyunhee reasoned that Yuhyun also caused fear. The main character covered his brother with a blanket, which made him slightly surprised. The reporters said they should report to the association immediately. The protagonist stated that they would do this the next day, asking the reporters what they wanted from the child who suffered from insomnia. The main character stood in front of his brother, covering him with his body and holding Peace in his hands. Hyunhee did not understand how such a person could meet someone who would treat him like a normal person, or even like a child, and take care of him. Noah sat in a dark cell with his head on his knees. Noah said he ruined everything. Noah's hands were handcuffed. Noah looked at the floor with a sad look, saying that this was not what he wanted. Noah was terrified. Red hands covered his face. Noah raised his head and in his imagination saw Riet in a terrible form. Riet told Noah that she told him that even being S-class, he couldn't do anything properly. Riet pointed out that if he had just done everything the right way, he wouldn't have been stuck there and she wouldn't have had anything to be angry about. Hands grabbed Noah by the throat of his face, causing him to bare his teeth. Riet told Noah that it was all his fault. Noah widened his eyes, looking out from under the arms that engulfed him. Noah broke the handcuffs and they fell to the floor. Noah rose to his feet, pressing his fist against the wall. The starry night sky could be seen from the grating. Noah looked up with displeasure, and beads of sweat were running down his face. Noah said he couldn't leave it like this. Broken handcuffs lay on the cold floor. Noah said he had to make things right somehow. A black car was speeding down the road. According to the news, it was expected that the reduction in the time it takes to clear an S-class dungeon by the Abyss Guild would have a strong impact on public opinion regarding their regulation, and would also have a positive effect on residents who usually shunned high-ranking areas. Yujin was sitting in the back seat of the car, fast asleep with his mouth wide open. Seong-han, sitting behind the wheel, glanced at the main character with a smile. Seong-han told Yu-hyun that he hasn't slept for the past few nights. Seong-han watched the road intently, smiling happily. Seong-han told Yu-hyun that it might be because of the new beast, but he was very worried about it. The protagonist was sleeping on his little brother's shoulder, drooling. Seong-han told Yu-hyun that it seemed a little strange, because the whole world knows that he is S-class, but he's still worried about him, like his own mother. Yu-hyun stared straight ahead with a serious face. Seong-han was interested that all this was happening because they were family. Yu-hyun opened his mouth slightly, saying that the main character was just weird. Peace lay on his back with his paws spread out and slept on the protagonist's lap. Yu-hyun thought that his brother was hugging him like he was a child and caring for beings with powers so different from his. Yu-hyun recalled a moment from the past, how they sat on a bench in winter and Yujin hugged him. Yu-hyun thought that he had been doing this before waking up, ever since they were younger, and even when someone first mentioned it, he had always been like this. The main character bared his teeth in his sleep, clenching them tightly and furrowing his eyebrows. Yu-hyun thought that this was the reason why all sorts of strange things were happening to him. Yu-hyun introduced his brother as a small mouse among huge predators. Yu-hyun thought that no one would object to this affection and care. Yu-hyun thought that this was still better than when he did nothing, and as long as all eyes were on him, he was safe. Yu-hyun recalled the moment in the dungeon with Peace, how they stood on a pile of corpses from monsters. Yu-hyun thought about the time spent away from his brother in the dungeons. Yu-hyun, with minor abrasions on his face, looked at Peace seriously. Yu-hyun told Peace that his brother's safety is a priority for both of them. Peace looked at Yu-hyun with his powerful gaze. Yu-hyun reached out and placed his hand on Peace's head. Yu-hyun told Peace that it would be better for them to join forces, work together, and help each other raise their stats faster. Yu-hyun thought that the time he would spend in the dungeons would be reduced. Yu-hyun pressed his face to his brother's head, closing his eyes. He thought that then everything would be alright. Yu-hyun suddenly raised his head and looked at Seong-han. Yu-hyun was wondering if something happened while he was gone. Seong-han dropped his head sharply upon hearing Yu-hyun's question. Seong-han told Yu-hyun that a lot has happened and will tell him in detail when they return. The phone vibrated and lit up. Yu-hyun turned his head and paid attention to it. A message arrived on the phone. Yu-hyun was surprised that someone sent him a photo. The pictures showed Yujin, showing bruises on his neck and a wound on his chest. Yu-hyun's eyes widened in rage. The main character opened his eyes heavily and looked into space with a tortured look. He didn't understand when he managed to fall asleep. Yu-hyun emanated a purple, terrifying aura as he held the phone tightly in his hand, causing it to shatter. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly, raising his hand to his mouth. Yujin apologized to his brother because he was probably dripping with saliva. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the clothes on the main character were torn to shreds. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock, covering his body with his arms. Yu-hyun looked at his brother with anger. Yujin did not understand why his brother tore his clothes. Yu-hyun was interested in how he was wounded, because there was blood all over his chest, and wanted to know what happened. Yu-hyun was furiously clutching the pieces of clothing and staring at his brother with a frown on his face. Yujin told Yu-hyun that everything was fine and he was fine now. Yu-hyun noted that they tried to kill him. Yu-hyun looked at his brother furiously, his eyebrows furrowed. The protagonist told his brother that it was an accident, and that he simply found himself between two fires. Yu-hyun asked the main character who did this and if they told him anything strange, such as cultists, Confucianists, and the like. The main character was horrified by such pressure from his brother. Yujin did not understand since when Confucianism is a sect. The protagonist closed his eyes and lowered his head. He told the worried brother that it was Noah and he was the head of the Ark Guild. Yu-hyun squeezed the car seat with his hand, causing it to tear and a spring to come out. Yujin told his brother that nothing bad had happened, since the head of Jupiter had sorted everything out and even called a healer. Yu-hyun was furious that this was no big deal for his brother. Yu-hyun bared his teeth in fury, clenching them. He said that he had been gone for less than a week, and he had already been wounded, although he did not specifically invite Seong-han, Yerim, and everyone else with him for this purpose. Yujin watched in horror as his enraged brother smashed the seat of the car. Yuhyun didn't understand what the point was in going to these dungeons at all. The main character put his hand on Yuhyun's head and ruffled his hair. The protagonist understood why his brother only went to the dungeon with peace. Seong-han looked at his brother in confusion, his mouth wide open. Yujin told Yuhyun not to worry as Yerim and Seong-han protected him. Seong-han quickly agreed with Yujin's words. Yuhyun sat with his head down, his hands clutching the car seat. The main character told his brother that everything was fine, and Noah was arrested. Yuhyun asked his brother if he was still alive. Yujin replied to Yuhyun that he was alive. Yuhyun raised his hand to his face and looked suspiciously to the side. Yuhyun was surprised that the Jupiter head didn't hit him, noting that they were probably related somehow. Yujin was surprised by his brother's logic. Yuhyun approached his older brother, his eyes wide and furious. Yuhyun said that he would have to check it out and asked the main character what kind of marks were on his neck. The protagonist walked ahead of his younger brother, carrying Peace in his arms. Yujin told his brother that T1 was choking him because he was trying to teach him a lesson. The protagonist looked at his brother warily. He thought that Yuhyun once cut off T1's hand, and now he will decide to kill him altogether. Yujin told his brother not to get too angry. Yuhyun looked straight ahead with a serious look. Yujin looked at his brother in surprise. Yuhyun told the main character that he understood everything perfectly. The stars shone brightly in the night sky. Yuhyun told the protagonist that T1 was right, that he was too helpless and did not listen to anyone, and therefore, he decided to scare him so that he would understand this himself. Yuhyun looked at the floor worriedly, his eyebrows knitted together. Yuhyun noted that the main character was being hunted by many people, and if T1 used this method, it made him become more careful. Yuhyun suddenly became angry, frowning on his face. Yujin looked at his brother in shock. The main character thought it was somehow unexpected. Night enveloped the city. Yujin was shocked that he was being hunted by someone other than his kidnappers from the ISS. The main character imagined two men standing in strange positions. The protagonist thought that it would not be enough to win people over to his side, and that Confucianism was not about hunters or guilds. The main character extended his hand to the door of his building, holding Peace with one hand. The guys entered the building, and Yuhyun began to look around with curiosity. Yuhyun was talking on the phone with T1. T1 asked the protagonist if they had already returned home. Yuhyun knitted his eyebrows and looked to the side with a serious face. A slightly shabby Noah appeared in front of the guys in the building. T1 told the main character to never leave there again, since Noah had disappeared. Noah, looking out of breath, looked intently at the guys, slightly knitting his eyebrows. T1 told Yujin that they had already contacted the Abyss, and that it was better to stay home until he was found. Peace jumped out of the hands of the protagonist. Yujin greeted Noah. Peace grew in size and bared its fangs in anger. The protagonist told Noah that he thought he was under arrest. Yuhyun noted that there was no way they could stop a high-class awakened from escaping. Yujin asked Noah what brought him there. Noah fell sharply to his knees, pressing his hands to the ground. Noah closed his eyes and brought his hand to his face. Small tears appeared in his eyes. Noah told the main character that he wants to apologize. Noah looked down at the ground with a sad look. Yujin was surprised that Noah escaped from his cell only to apologize. The guys watched closely as Noah swayed. Noah told the protagonist that he understood that it was rude of him to come there after everything he had done, adding that he was ready for anything, and asked him to accept his apology and take him under the wing of his sister's beast. Yuhyun moved forward, glaring at Noah. Yujin extended his hand in front of his brother, stopping him. Noah raised his head and looked joyfully at the main character. The protagonist told Noah that he was not angry and asked him to stand up, adding that he would talk to Riet. Noah looked at the guys in shock, his mouth slightly open. The main character told Noah that he had better leave and would come back the next day to apologize to Yerim. Noah stared at Yuhyun. The protagonist stopped his younger brother with his hand, looking at Noah. Noah asked Yujin who is next to him. The main character told Noah that this is his younger brother. Yuhyun clenched his fists in rage. Yujin covered his body with his arms. Noah asked the protagonist that he was being bullied by his own younger brother, to which the main character replied that everything is not like that at all. There is a rational explanation for this. Yuhyun slowly moved towards the slightly frightened Noah. Yuhyun said that he is the head of the Abyss Guild and he knows what happened. Noah widened his eyes, looking at Yuhyun in horror. Noah didn't understand how someone like him could be the brother of the main character, and didn't understand how he wasn't afraid of him. Noah saw Yu-hyun's terrifying and overwhelming aura. Yujin extended his hand towards his brother, stopping him. Noah was shaking in fear, causing sweat to run down his face. Noah told the protagonist that this is dangerous. If only one of them is S-class, he might end up like him. Noah narrowed his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand, panicking. Noah thought that Yu-hyun was not human at all. The main character pointed his finger at his brother with displeasure. He told Yu-hyun that he was scaring him. Yu-hyun watched Noah and waved his hand towards his brother, saying that he was a little crazy and asked him to move away. Yu-hyun placed his hand on his brother's chest, pulling him aside, saying that he was weak. Noah remembered Riet, who smiled maliciously at him, saying that he was weak. Noah was overcome with indescribable panic. Noah remembered his sister's bloodthirsty laughter. Noah angrily attacked Yu-hyun, baring his teeth. Noah told Yu-hyun to take his hands off the main character. Yu-hyun glared at Noah and pushed his brother aside. There was a small explosion in the building from the collision. He stood in a fighting stance when Yujin fell to the ground next to him. Yu-hyun pressed Noah's head into the ground with his hand while sitting on top of him. Yu-hyun told his brother that something was wrong with him and it was dangerous to let him live. Noah glared at Yu-hyun, baring his teeth. Yujin told his brother that he could explain everything. Yu-hyun grabbed Noah's hand with his hands, glaring at him angrily. Yu-hyun told Noah that he should answer for his actions like a guild leader should, and asked him which hand he used to hurt Yerim. Noah stretched his tail behind Yu-hyun's back. Noah jumped away from Yu-hyun, hitting him with his tail. Yu-hyun managed to dodge his blow. Noah slightly touched Yu-hyun's hand, tearing his sweater. Yu-hyun's hand turned black and emitted gray smoke. Yu-hyun said that he didn't know he had a tail. Noah sparkled with his angry eyes, emitting a purple aura. Yu-hyun was afraid for his brother, looking at Yu-hyun in shock. Yujin told his brother that it was poison. Yu-hyun told the main character that he would just cut off the skin before it spreads. Yu-hyun cut off the skin, throwing it to the ground. The protagonist was completely bewildered, his mouth wide open. The main character dejectedly raised the phone to his ear. Yujin asked T1 if he was still in touch. T1 told Yujin that he was on his way. Yu-hyun poured yellow potion on his hand while watching Noah. The protagonist asked T1 to hurry up. Noah covered himself with his hands and began to turn into a dragon. Noah's eyes sparkled furiously. Noah spread his wings and opened his mouth wide, turning into a dragon. The guys below watched Noah in surprise. Yu-hyun was surprised that Noah could completely transform. Noah quickly rushed towards Yu-hyun, baring his fangs. Yu-hyun thought that he had never seen anything like this, and that he could even fly, but physically he was at a disadvantage. Yu-hyun smiled maliciously, raising his hand up. Yu-hyun noticed that Noah is an ordinary beast, and that now he can kill him. Blue leaves appeared in front of the dragon and glowed brightly. Yu-hyun used the blue willow leaves skill. The leaves covered Noah's eyes, causing him to squint. Yu-hyun hit the dragon, causing it to fly down. Yu-hyun swung his sharp sword, flying at the dragon from above. Yu-hyun told Noah that there is no place to fly there. Yu-hyun hit Noah with all his strength, causing blood to flow from the wound. Noah opened his mouth wide in pain. Yu-hyun looked at Noah bloodthirstily, holding out his hand. Yu-hyun noted that the poison he splashed out would not work on him and it would simply burn him out. Yu-hyun pinned the dragon to the ground, standing on top of it. Yu-hyun swung his sword, which emitted a purple aura. Yu-hyun told Noah that this is for his brother and he must pay with his life. Noah widened his eyes in fear as he looked at Yu-hyun. The dragon slowly stood up, bleeding. Noah said this couldn't be true. Yu-hyun looked at the light source in shock. The wound on the dragon began to glow with a bright light. Noah used the skill healing hand. The dragon stood in a circle from which a bright blue light emanated. Noah said that he is also now S-class. The dragon bared its fangs and looked at Yu-hyun angrily. Noah, in the form of an angry dragon, opened his mouth and tried to pounce on Yu-hyun. Noah understood that he should not lose. Yu-hyun, with a deft movement of his hands, put his sword to his defense and repelled Noah's attack. Yu-hyun spread his palm and swung his hand to use his blue aura. Noah was happy to finally be in S-class. A blue glowing rope wrapped around the dragon's neck and it roared furiously. Noah felt like he tried his best. Yu-hyun wrapped this magical rope around the dragon's neck and tried to knock it to the ground. This rope tightened around Noah's neck more and more, and he growled in despair. Noah remembered his sister. Noah recalled the moment when his sister Riet leered at him with a smirk while he was in his dragon form. Riet remembered her words to him. Riet looked at her brother with contempt and a widening grin, in whose memory she considered him a weakling. A powerful explosion occurred, the shock wave of which spread in all directions. Yu-hyun stood in his torn shirt and was about to put away his long blade, looking at how the dragon was defeated and lay on the cold ground. Younger brother Yujin noted that he had to struggle to deal with Noah without skill. At the same moment, Yoo-hyun widened his eyes and looked to the side when he was called out. Yoo-hyun looked back in bewilderment, looking at Yoojin standing behind him with a glowing book in his hands along with peace, his hand outstretched. The main character ordered to stop mocking Noah. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows and looked angrily at his brother, extending his hand with a palm from which a blue aura emanated. Yoojin replied that if Yoo-hyun doesn't stop, he will convey his feelings to Noah. Yoo-hyun stood in front of the dragon's lifeless body and looked back with a displeased expression on his face. Yoojin pointed out that it would be fairer if Noah could know his next move. Yoo-hyun responded to such a statement that Yoojin could use his skill in this way. Yoo-hyun also asked if it was too late for the main character to defend Noah, given that he attacked first. The exhausted dragon lay on the ground and tears flowed from his eyes. The protagonist threatened Yoo-hyun to leave Noah behind, because he had already answered for his actions, because his building was already practically destroyed. Yoojin walked closer to the dragon and looked at it worriedly, when the brother standing behind him looked to the side indignantly, placing his hand on his belt. Yoojin noticed that Noah began to come to his senses. Yoo-hyun told his brother not to go near Noah. Noah opened his eyes slightly and put on his human form, lying on the cold ground without clothes. Yoojin immediately said that Noah understood everything wrong, because he and Yoo-hyun were very close. Noah began to stand up and put his hands on the ground when Yoojin put his hands in front of him, clearly embarrassed by Noah's appearance. At the same moment, Peace tried to jump to the side when the main character noticed that Noah was not wearing clothes. Noah looked down with tears in his eyes and wondered why this happened to him. Yoojin put his hands on his knees and looked carefully at Noah, who was sitting on the ground exhausted and sad. Noah was very sad about why he was so weak, because even the F-class decided to save him. In Noah's imagination, he was lying on the ground, holding his hand, as his sister Riet glared at him. Noah felt that he would be able to avoid his fate if he became S-class, and his sister recognized him if he became stronger. Noah realized that even with a guild and a title this would not be enough. Noah looked ahead sadly. He talked about how he kept ruining everything, both before and now. Noah said as he thought about his sister. Then he became so scared that his mind became foggy. The main character looked at Noah with a feeling of complete regret and practically began to cry himself. Noah apologized to his brothers, saying that he was too weak. Yoojin didn't understand what Noah was talking about and why. The protagonist sighed heavily and spread his arms to the sides, looking at Noah, who was sitting on the ground, who looked worried. Yoojin began to justify Noah, telling him that it was not his fault at all, because in fact the problem was in Riet. Noah raised his head and looked ahead in shock, his eyes wide. Yoojin moved closer to Noah as Peace lay imposingly next to them, and they looked around at the destroyed rubble of the building. Noah sadly said that he had already done a lot of bad things, to which Yoojin replied that Noah had only made a few mistakes. The protagonist raised his finger in the air and looked towards his brother, telling him to bring something to cover Noah. Yoojin brought a blue blanket and spread it in the air. The main character carefully covered the naked body of Noah with a blue blanket, who looked at him in reverence. Yoojin turned to Noah and explained that he did not know him and Riet well enough, but he could clearly see that Riet was treating him wrong. Yoojin imagined how Riet squeezed the frightened Noah from all sides, who tried to hide from such pressure. The protagonist noted that anyone in his place would have understood that this was an abuse on the part of his sister, and he expressed his understanding that in such conditions Noah would have been scared in any case. Yoojin said that it couldn't be otherwise when Riet had too much influence and bullied him. The main character sadly lowered his head and crossed his arms, sitting opposite Noah. Yoojin noted that Riet itself scared him, so he explained that probably no one could have stopped her from treating her brother so badly. Noah timidly covered himself with a blanket and bashfully looked away to the side. Noah believed that if he were much stronger, Riet would be more lenient. Yoojin noticed that this was not the reason at all, because even if Noah did not have enough strength, no one should have treated him like that. Noah beamed at these words and looked at Yoojin with a feeling of gratitude, his eyes wide. The protagonist extended his hands towards Noah and grabbed him by the blanket. Yoojin noted that Noah was not weak at all. Yoojin closed his head with a sense of optimism and began tying the blanket over Noah's chest, who was looking away in embarrassment. Yoojin noted with a pleased face that Noah tried to create a guild and received the title, also trying to resist Riet. Noah looked down with an exhausted look. Yoojin continued to list Noah's accomplishments and added that he did a great job and was already strong enough. The main character grinned with a slight mockery and closed his eyes. He noticed that even now Noah fought and tried to protect him, thereby showing that a weak person was not capable of such a thing. Noah became emotional and cried from such pleasant words, closing his eyes tightly. Yoojin sat opposite Noah, who covered his face with his hand due to tears, and everyone watched as Peace and Yoo-hyun stood behind him. The main character looked at Noah excitedly, not understanding how it could happen that no one had ever said such words to Noah. Yujin understood that anyone would feel sorry for Noah if they saw him in such a relationship with his sister. Noah pressed his hand to his roaring face, feeling confused. The main character looked at Noah with enthusiasm, raising his hand. He noted that Noah had a hard time, so he suggested that he stay away from Riet for now. Noah, dumbfounded, asked Yujin about the place. Noah looked down sadly, wiping tears from his face with his hand. He didn't believe that Yujin allowed him to stay at his house until he stopped being afraid of his sister. Behind the main character, Yuhyun and Peace stood with indignation, noting that such a statement could sound quite rash. Yuhyun clenched his fist and looked intently towards Noah along with Peace, thinking that if only they could kill Noah there would be no problems. Soon enough, Chief T1 arrived for Noah. T1 in a black suit looked intensely at the guys as Noah frantically covered himself with a blanket behind him. T1 noted that in this case, tomorrow they will continue the conflict resolution process. Yuhyun, along with his brother, watched as T1 directed his uniformed boys to tell the evacuated people to return as other suited workers cleared away the rubble from the mayhem. Yujin noted the professionalism of the T1 civil servant, who had already managed to evacuate local residents and contact neighboring buildings. The main character looked in fear at his brother, who swung his hand and threw the knife towards T1, who managed to catch it with a lightning-fast reaction. Yuhyun got a little freaked out over the choking incident, but everything ended peacefully. Noah, in a security guard's uniform, looked around with slight concern, holding a walkie-talkie in his hands. It was decided that Noah would remain in their house for a while as a guard. Noah stood on the roof of the building and spread his wings, monitoring the situation in the city. Free security for the S-Class as compensation for damages is a great business, but the issue of settlement with Yerim still remained to be resolved. Yerim sat on the bench and finished her cocktail from the bottle. Yujin noted that Yerim forgave Noah much faster than he thought. Yerim replied that she didn't mind, because for her it was a fun battle. Yujin looked on in bewilderment as Yerim jumped up into an ominous pose and put her hands out to the sides, clutching the bottle in her mouth and looking at Noah. Yerim suggested Noah repeat it again, because she wants to try to freeze his poison. Noah raised his hands and exclaimed, saying that he was ready to fight whenever. Yujin ironically thought that this was how the S-classes were reconciled. Yujin stood with Yerim and waved goodbye to Noah, who was about to leave to deal with the remaining papers. Yerim turned back towards the main character, holding the bottle in her hand, and noticed that she was fine and decided to ask Yujin the same. Yujin looked at Yerim with confusion while eating his ice cream on a stick. Yujin asked Yerim what she meant. The protagonist grinned maliciously, closing his eyes as Yerim began to explain to him. Yerim said that Yujin brought a psycho who tried to kill him the first time they met, and besides, his sister was also an S-class crazy. Yerim ironically asked the protagonist about when he managed to believe in himself so much. Yerim looked worriedly at Yujin and shone a flashlight in his face, trying to figure out if everything was okay with him. Yerim sarcastically asked Yujin if he was under the influence of a person or some other skill. The main character sarcastically replied that he was in fact involved in this area. The protagonist scratched his head as Yerim hit her chest and became very angry. Yujin noted that he felt sorry for Noah because he was still very young, and besides, helping others was a good thing. Yerim replied sharply that this was precisely his problem. Yerim stuck out her index finger and pointed it at Yujin, looking at him with displeasure. She noted that they knew very well the nature of the S-classes, because all people were simply afraid of them. Yerim's silhouette glowed with an aura in a school photo with other students. Yerim explained that she tries her best to hide her aura at school so as not to scare her friends. Yerim portrayed Yujin as a hamster who greedily ate ice cream. Yerim said with dissatisfaction that Yujin and others like him were not afraid of S-classes at all, but on the contrary, they even felt sorry for the S-class, like a hamster worried about a predator. Yerim sat on the bench with one leg thrown up, amused by the situation. She noticed that Yujin seemed strange to her sometimes. The main character put one hand on his belt and finished his ice cream. He replied that he was not strange, but that Noah and Yuhyun were the same age. That's why they were similar to each other. Yerim adjusted the glove on her hand and playfully peeked out from under her long bangs. She sarcastically said that it sounded even weirder and asked Yujin about what kind of relationship he had with his brother. Yerim ironically noted that the main character spoke as if he had raised not a younger brother, but a child. The protagonist exclaimed excitedly and widened his eyes, noting that Yerim was right. Yujin began to reminisce about his history with his brother, mentioning the day they gave each other red flowers and Valentine's for Parents' Day. Yujin explained that he began raising his brother at a very early age. Yerim exclaimed in surprise, not believing what she heard. Yerim extended her hand in surprise as she watched Yujin finish his ice cream and look away. Yerim was curious about why they didn't live with their parents at the time, thinking that they didn't get along with each other. Yujin answered with a little shyness that their parents actually had a great relationship. Yerim looked at Yujin reverently and carefully, crossing her arms. The protagonist recalled how his parents walked together every day and went to eat but dined on a joint trip. Yerim sadly asked the main character if his parents left him and his brother alone at home. Yujin looked up thoughtfully, lightly touching his chin as Yerim looked at him with wide-eyed horror. Yerim noted that it was a little strange. Yujin felt that he was not sure about this. Yujin raised his eyebrows and looked at Yerim enthusiastically. He noted that it must have been great that his parents loved each other so much. Yujin began to remember a moment from his childhood when he lay on his pillow and drew while listening to a program about animals. The program said that the cuckoo lays its eggs in the nests of other birds and the eggs looked similar in appearance. In the show, a small white bird fed a worm to a black cuckoo chick. Completely different chicks are born and the hatched cuckoo releases different eggs. The little protagonist lay on a pillow and enthusiastically drew colorful silhouettes of his family in an album. Yujin held a green pencil in his hands and drew a happy family in an album. From the broadcast it was heard that the mother bird was feeding the cuckoo chick, which was larger than itself. Little Yujin looked to the side in awe, his eyes shining. The little main character watched through the open door as his parents sadly and heatedly discussed his brother. His mother cried a lot and noted that it was very creepy that their child neither cried nor laughed. The father replied that the hospital said there shouldn't have been any problems. Through the small doorway, Yujin's mother wiped the tears from her face with her hand, noting that Yuhyun was very different from Yujin and that it was strange. Little Yujin sat on a pillow and put his hands on the floor, looking at his parents with bewilderment. His mom kept talking about how she didn't feel like Yuhyun was her child. The protagonist got up from the floor and walked forward into the room. Little Yujin opened the door and went into his brother's room. Mom said at this time that she continued to think that this child would someday leave the house. Little Yujin stood in the doorway and watched his brother Yuhyun sleeping in his crib. The little protagonist climbed onto the bed. He wondered why his parents spoke so strangely about his little brother. The little main character watched as Yuhyun lay in his crib and stared emotionlessly at the ceiling. Yujin crossed his arms and watched his brother with warmth, noticing that Yuhyun was sweet and kind. Little Yujin was playing with his brother when his mother approached them from behind. Yujin remembered the moment when his mother invited him to have dinner at a restaurant with his mother and father, but there was no talk about Yuhyun's brother, so he asked. At another moment, Yujin looked at his parents with admiration, holding the hand of little Yuhyun in a red sweater. Then Mom suggested that the main character go on a picnic with Mom and Dad. However, he again forgot about little Yuhyun. The parents watched through the doorway into the room where Yujin was sitting with little Yuhyun and reading a book. Parents did not understand why Yujin was so calm next to his brother. The little main character carefully and reverently read the book along with his little brother. The parents noticed that Yujin treasured his brother, but they didn't really. Mom held her head in horror and hysterics when her father tried to calm her down. Mom thought that there was something wrong with them themselves, realizing that she herself gave birth to Yuhyun. She also sadly gave an analogy that if others knew about their case, they would call them crazy. The brother's father tried to calm his wife down and held her crying to him. He replied that he understood her perfectly because he was also afraid of Yuhyun. On the floor lay a broken photograph of their family, with Yuhyun's face crossed out with a marker. The door to the little brother's room began to open a little, and the father wondered why this was happening. After all, they were just children. The father began to open the door and enter the room. Suddenly the father fell into a stupor and drooped. He saw Yujin reading a book with his brother, who transformed into a black silhouette. Yujin pressed himself against the black silhouette of his brother and looked towards his father as he entered. Yujin did not understand what was the matter then and asked his father. The parents began to think that not only Yuhyun was abnormal, but also Yujin. After a while, several banknotes lay on the New Year's table with a bunch of snacks. The parents left money for the children and told them to take care of the house. A bright Christmas tree sparkled and shone in the New Year's lights, surrounded by people anxiously awaiting the anticipation of the holiday. Little Yujin and Yuhyun were wrapped in winter clothes and walked towards the Christmas tree. The main character was glad that his parents gave them a trip for Christmas because their parents got along very well. The protagonist looked at his little brother with enthusiasm and told him that they would spend this birthday together. Little Yuhyun held his older brother's hand and looked at him puzzled. Yujin noted that Yuhyun's birthday fell on Christmas and everything was shining, explaining that it was wonderful. The brothers held hands tightly against the backdrop of shining lights. Yujin asked his brother if he knew a place that sold birthday cakes at Christmas. Yuhyun was already looking attentively at his palm in real life. Yuhyun sat on the bed and looked down, holding a laptop in his hands. He also felt this moment, and knew that if he had not held his hand at that moment, then perhaps Yujin would have led an ordinary happy life. Yuhyun watched the guys from the second floor, who were heatedly discussing their affairs. Yuhyun's gaze caught on the happy and contented face of his older brother. He felt that even knowing this, he would still love him and help him. It was already evening in the city and a huge tall building reflected the city lights. There was an exclamation on the phone that she heard that Noah had made a mistake. Hyuni was in his office, talking on the phone with a girl under bright lighting. Hyuni replied that it was as if he had trained a dog, and he broke loose and ran away. The girl on the phone asked that it was because of this that her plan to enter the country was postponed. Hyuni looked sarcastically at his phone, where a girl named Evelyn was on the call. Evelyn asked why Noah did this. Hyuni replied that he was not sure, but believed that it must have been related to Yujin. Evelyn realized that it was the monster trainer. Evelyn at the same time was running through the big city with a huge suitcase and looked back at the clock on the building. Evelyn said that she really hoped that Noah could be tamed not because he is half monster. Hyuni laughed and commented that it was funny. Evelyn put the phone to her ear and spoke to Hyuni, noting that he didn't sound upset. Hyuni grinned maliciously in response. Hyuni looked down arrogantly, looking at two photos of Noah and Yujin. He noted that it was supposed to be fun, because he really liked the current situation, because it was different from what he expected. Hyuni carefully looked at the photographs, touching them with his fingers. Hyuni thought that he could go and complain to the new owner of the runaway Noah. A wooden tower with a dragon hieroglyph absorbed the bright solar stream of daylight. Soyoung screamed with joy that this thing she wanted so badly had finally arrived. Joyful Soyoung walked towards the children with delight and carried in her arms a wooden house and a bunch of bags and toys. Soyoung said with enthusiasm that it was not a cat tower but a dragon one. And besides, she added that there were a lot of goods and toys in addition. Soyoung carried the wooden dragon house on her shoulder with enthusiasm and curiosity. She joked, saying that the dragon would not let the doctor in on the day. Soyoung looked up in shock and saw, together with other people, how a man was falling from the roof of a high-rise building. The dragon's wing appeared in the air. Soyoung noticed that the man was falling and she needed to save him. Noah transformed from a human form in a bright blue aura into the form of a white dragon, which Soyoung looked at with wide-eyed surprise. The silhouettes of Soyoung and other people in the city watched with wide-eyed eyes in complete shock. Soyoung brought her hands to her face and opened her mouth in surprise, sighing heavily. Soyoung looked at the dragon with a shining gaze and put her hands to her mouth. She was delighted that it was another dragon or dragon man. Soyoung's opportunity to become Yujin's daughter-in-law is completely ruined. Noah, in the guise of a huge dragon, flew in the clear sky along with Griffin Blue over the city. Yujin asked Noah about how he felt about the situation. A huge white dragon spread its wings wide along with Griffin as it flew over the city. Noah replied that he felt great, because Blue also had 4 limbs and wings similar to his, noting that the feeling of flight was immediately transmitted. The main character held a book with a glowing blue aura in his hands and looked enthusiastically into the air at Noah's flight. Yujin happily exclaimed that he was glad for Noah's success, since Blue specialized in flying, so he could learn a lot from him. The main character stood on the roof of the building and carefully followed Noah's training for flight, holding a blue book in his hands. Yujin told Noah to repeat the wing movements like Blue. Yujin stood on the roof of the building and watched the flights of Noah and Griffin when 2 system windows with portals between the city climbed out in front of him. Noah noted that it became much easier for him than it was before. The protagonist tilted his head and broke into a satisfied smile with the understanding that it was strange for him to feel those parts of the body that he did not have. Yujin closed his eyes and dived into the system portal, where he felt like he was flying. He felt the wind blowing on him. The main character soared into system space with a blue aura and spread his arms to the sides, feeling himself in flight. He felt the fresh air freely sliding across the sky. Yujin was imbued with the sensations of flight that Blue conveyed to him, with his eyes closed. At that very moment, Yujin began to sweat and felt ill, dizzy. Joyful of his free flight, Blue circled in the air with Noah, leaving behind strong gusts of wind from his wings. Yujin fell to the ground as Blue and Noah in human form ran towards him with their hands raised. Noah tried to ask Yujin if he was okay after such maneuvers. Yujin put his hands on the ground to recover and noted that everything was fine with him and he would cope with this task. Griffin landed on the bare back of Noah, who looked at Blue with admiration. Noah noted that Blue should have made the maneuvers more difficult gradually. Noah began training to get used to the dragon's body. Yujin looked at Noah through the system window, describing his characteristics and skills. Yujin knew that there were some problems, but still his expectations were confirmed, and he hit the jackpot and was able to take Noah under his wing, since he realized that Noah had valuable skills beyond just holding the title of Dio Valsius's twin. Yujin imagined how the silhouette of Noah in armor fought with a purple monster and hung a tag with the skill of Healing Hand. The protagonist reasoned that the healing skill was very useful for them. Most healers have low stats, but Noah was S-class, so there was no need to worry about him getting hurt. Yujin then introduced another skill where Noah's armored silhouette attacked the monster from a distance. It was an attack skill, a silent scream that caused the enemy to experience pain twice as much as Noah himself. Yujin stood opposite Noah, who was smiling slightly and holding the back of his head. Noah explained that this attack skill only affected the same parts of the body, however. This time his wings were injured. The main character noted that it would be dangerous if Noah hit him anywhere else. Noah and Yujin stood opposite each other, proudly squaring their shoulders as Yuhyun watched them. Noah, with a little confusion, raised his hand and sent a blue magical aura towards Yujin, saying that he would begin. Noah held his hand towards Yujin, who was surrounded by a blue magical aura with a scared look. Notification. Specified characteristic, strength. Yujin raised his fist and angrily announced with anticipation that he was ready to begin. Notification. Characteristics rental is activated. The main character held onto his hand and delivered a crushing blow to the floor, shattering it into pieces. At the sight of the impact, there were shattered fragments of stones and dust rose into the air. Yujin, with a feeling of inner strength, spread his fists to the sides and rejoiced that he had succeeded, causing Noah to happily clap his hands. A shortcut with a skill appeared where the hands were intertwined. Characteristics rental. You can lend or borrow half of the characteristics once a day for 30 minutes. Yujin realized that renting stats would be much more useful than many items. The protagonist looked at Noah with a glowing and upbeat look, who was also happy about what was happening. Yujin noted that Noah's strength was incredible despite him being a healer. Noah replied with a grin that he was an S-class after all. The main character imagined how he and Noah raised their arms in jubilation and rode on a carriage pulled by two white horses with a fierce look. Yujin realized that if he added his double damage buff and the effectiveness boost from the Rachita's predator, then this transferred skill would be 4 times more effective. The main character imagined himself on Noah in the guise of a dragon, where he settled down and looked back enthusiastically. Yujin also thought that if Noah activated his poison and allowed it to mount him in his dragon form, then most monsters would not even dare to approach him, since he would also be able to enter high-ranking dungeons. Yujin enthusiastically placed his hand on Noah's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, noting that Noah was just a great person. Noah pressed his hand to his chest with a pitiful look, almost with tears in his eyes, and said that it was the first time he had been praised so pleasantly. Yujin understood that Noah liked living in this place anyway. Griffin stood proudly on the roof, spreading his wings into the air as Peace lay nearby, looking displeased. The protagonist believed that this all happened thanks to the skill, "My baby is the best," but also noted that Blue also grew a lot while training with Noah. Griffin tried to swoop down on Peace, his sharp claws outstretched to attack. At the same instant, Peace transformed into his menacing fiery form and looked contemptuously aside at Blue. Because of such impudence, Peace hit Blue on the head with his paw. Yujin, watching what was happening as Peace effortlessly struck at Griffin, waved his arms in different directions. Yujin asked his pet Peace to be a little friendlier this time. The protagonist broke into a radiant smile, tightly squeezing his pet, who was not particularly fond of such sentimentality, in a strong embrace. Yujin thought that Peace didn't like the fact that he worked more than he rested, and therefore spent less time with him. The main character told his Peace not to worry so much, because it was just his job. Bright sunny weather was observed in the city. These bright and productive days continued. Hyoni brought a huge basket of flowers with a satisfied expression on his face. He brought this bouquet in honor of Blue's growth. Yujin held the book in his hands and looked in bewilderment at this incomprehensible action from Hyoni. The main character noted to himself that he still needed to take care of some things. Hyoni noticed Yujin's cold gaze and explained his action by saying that these were flowers from Soyeon, and therefore they were worth accepting. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and enthusiastically picked up this basket of flowers. He understood that Hyoni had to be busy at this time, and therefore it was not worth delivering these flowers to him personally. Yujin noted that Hyoni shouldn't have brought flowers here, because there was a delivery service for that. Hyoni felt that Yujin's thoughts and words were contradictory to each other. Yujin asked Hyoni why he came to him. Hyuni looked at Yujin with a kind expression on his face and replied that he was hurt by such cold hospitality. Hyuni, as an investor, wanted to catch the escaped debtor Noah. Noah, at this time, in the form of a dragon, flew in the air with his wings spread. A huge dragon soared over the silhouettes of Yujin and Hyuni, who felt the strong flow of wind from the flapping of their wings. Noah landed behind Yujin and bared his teeth in anger as he looked at Hyuni. Noah responded to such a brazen statement that he did not run away and kept his promise. Noah in his dragon form walked closer to Hyuni, who stood humbly with his hands in his pockets. Noah told him not to interfere with Yujin and their affairs. Hyuni ironically replied that Noah should have said that before running away, noting that Noah listened to Yujin very diligently. Hyuni grinned sarcastically and noted that Noah was adopted as a pet. Noah, in the form of a dragon, bared his teeth and looked contemptuously at Hyuni, answering that he was still a man. The main character opened his mouth and told Noah to stop. Yujin stood in front of Noah to protect him and spread his arms to the sides. The main character noted that Noah was his responsibility, and if you think about it, he took him under his wing. Noah looked back at Yujin in bewilderment, trying to find out why this was so. Yujin tenderly placed his hand on the dragon's muzzle. Yujin explained that it was his decision to bring Noah here and he was doing it all for his sake, so he told him not to worry so much. Yujin looked forward with disdain as, behind him, Noah clasped his hands and looked lovingly at his patron. Yujin knew that Noah shouldn't have transformed back into a human, otherwise he would have seen too much bare skin and there wouldn't even be peace to cover him. Yujin looked at Hyuni, who looked back slightly saddened. The protagonist explained that he didn't know what Hyuni's problem might be. Hyuni looked sarcastically at Yujin, who was trying to protect Noah. Yujin explained that he would have to take Noah with him. Hyuni frowned slightly and peeked out from under his long bangs. The protagonist noted that in this case, Hyuni must discuss the issue of debt with him. Yujin extended his hand and looked displeasedly at Hyuni, asking him what he wanted in return for Noah. A female reporter from a news channel with a serious face tells us that the guild affected by the incident has made a decision and will be disbanded. Eyewitnesses say that there was a golden dragon at the scene, and the cause of the incident was a dungeon breakout. Hyuni sits in a chair and talks about a job well done, turning his head to the TV. He thought about his investment finally paying off and grinned. The head stands on the water and is reflected in the form of a huge golden dragon. Speaks of the benefits of Noah's poison as giving the ability to transform. Even famous hunters would not be able to transform into a monster. Therefore, after the murder, the guild will simply pretend that this is a dungeon break. Hyuni touched his chin and smiled. He thinks that if the target was an S-class it would be difficult. In the case of an ordinary influential person, this should be a piece of cake. Guildmaster makes the villain face and raise his hand to his face and smile. He thinking about kill all the supporting figures to Guild's Hanshin and the Breaker to weaken them. Then Yujin's skills once again in his hands. We see a hand holding a can of drink and hear the question, is it suitable? Blonde man smiled a little and looking at a tin. Yujin says he saw the leader drinking Earl Grey, and he bought a lot of tea so he could choose anyone. The Guildmaster is outraged because the protagonist can't even imagine that he ruined his entire plan with just tea. We see a glass building. Hyuni talks about his investment in Noah's with a calm expression. He doesn't want to give details, but he mentions that it contains information about getting a name for it. We see several cold cans in front of us. The head thought that he could be useful despite the support class, so he helped found his own guild to get rid of Riet. But he unexpectedly went to their guild. Hyuni looking at Boy turned his head away. Lost said that the Arc Guild was disbanded with one call. Yujin was astonishment and asked again. Noah looks at the boy with a pleading look and said that he decided to stay here. Gigi asking himself, is that really okay? Guildmaster telling smugly about how he was planning to let them think Guild was unrelated for his benefit. But Urchin found out anyway. Yujin disgusted, think leader just confessed it yourself. The dragon confidently shouts that he is still an S-class hunter and can pay his debts on his own. The protagonist addresses the winged one, but he does not listen to him and speaks of his readiness to join the raids. But Hyuni stopped him, rising hand and shakes head. He said that the Jupiter Guild is not lacking any hunters, plus Noah not a charm to him because he don't have a guild, and now the boy knows about his transformation skill. Dragon looks worried. Blonde man folds his hands and asked Urchin, is he useful for Han? They look at each other in tension. Whitehair smiles and says that due to his resistance to poison, Noah can be used as a mount. The main character dissuades him by saying that Noah is a person. Guildmaster insists that they could also go to a fairly high-class dungeon without flying monsters. The protagonist again insists that he does not need to clear the dungeons. Eugen thinking about how that scam saw through all his plans. Main character asking about Hyunhee intentions, because contract on monster training is signed. And Jupiter Guild don't need any ordinary hunters. Guildmaster smiled shyly and rising his hand to his chin. He threw out his hand with protruding fingers and asked 3 times when he need Eugen. Protagonist was surprised. The boy, with his eyes downcast, said that the wording was too vague and asked to draw up a contract with a more detailed description, and a sheet appeared in his hand. But the guildmaster calmly said that there was no need for this. The dumbfounded teacher asked again and tried to find out what would happen if he played dumb when he was needed. Whitehair languidly said that this would only hurt him. Eugen was open-eyed. Hyunhee smiled softly and said that he trusted them. Protagonist is amazed and wonders if Hyunhee is crazy for wanting a verbal agreement to hand over the S-class. Whitehair smiles sarcastically, intertwining his fingers. Gigi has a question about why he is so confident that he can get what he wants without a written contract. Main character looks at him with concern, since he is not even under his influence. He is still worried, but wants to pretend that he is going to help. Eugen threw up his hands and erased the list, saying that he would do it as he wanted. Noah was surprised and turned to Eugen. Eugen turned to the guildmaster, extended his hand and said that he would refuse any request that he could not fulfill or that could harm other people. Hyunhee looked confidently at the protagonist and extended his hand in response, saying not to worry as he was not going to harm anyone. They shook hands. Whitehair turned to Gigi and asked about using the ability to double attack power only if there is an item that compensates for the damage. Eugen agreed in surprise and said that he no longer had that bracelet. Guildmaster said to let me know if Myung-woo does something similar. The main character became wary and thought that he needed his abilities. Buildings stand in the background. Eugen internally exclaimed about the stupidity of the head, since he is not going to help him. Such an item is extremely difficult to get. Myung-woo holds out his hand with 3 beads. These are Charlotte's marbles whose class is not set and have a one-time use. Myung-woo says that these beads are similar to a bracelet. We see a golden collection of weapons falling into the lap of Myung-woo and an astonished Eugen. He asks the blacksmith if he sleeps at all while doing such things. The protagonist tries to calm the blacksmith, and Yoo-hyun holds an egg in his hand and looks back. Yoo-hyun says that this space would be convenient during raids. The blacksmith says he doesn't want to see anyone else here. Gigi says that he knows and the blacksmith let Yoo-hyun in at his request. He thanked Myung-woo and asked if he knew what kind of thing Yoo-hyun had in his hand. Yoo-hyun extended his hand to the blacksmith and it turned out that the item was an SSS class red egg. This is the reward that Yoo-hyun and Peace received for clearing the S-class dungeon. Several scientists stand near the incubator and look in amazement at the red egg. We are told that this egg is one of those that appeared extremely rarely before the rollback of time. No one understood what this egg was for because it did not react to anything and did not break. But Ismuar's elder brothers might be able to use it. A very annoyed Eugen clenched his fists behind Yoo-hyun. Yoo-hyun was surprised to be distracted by the heat at his side. Eugen thought in his head that the meeting was organized so that Yoo-hyun and Myung-woo could become friends. Fire poured out of the huge door and Ismuar burst into flames. The protagonist is surprised by the appearance of Ismuar. Flame reached out to the egg and touched it. Everyone screamed. The egg began to crack in the tall guy's hands. A strong flame suddenly flares up and the hair of the eldest of the brothers is disheveled. He stares at the egg, which is about to burst. A lizard emerges from the egg in Yoo-hyun's arms. Eugen approached Yoo-hyun. Eugen asked Yoo-hyun if she hatched from the egg. Yoo-hyun replied that it was possible. The lizard looked around. Then she sharply jumped into Yoo-hyun's eye. Eugen was open-eyed. He screamed. At the same moment, the lizard climbed into Yoo-hyun's eye. Eugen jumped up and screamed that his eye was hurt. Yoo-hyun is calm and replied that everything is fine and she got out. The lizard sat on Eugen's hand and looked at him. Shortire says she only stayed in his eye for a second and seemed to like it there. Eugen asked what this meant. We see the characteristics of the lizard and it turned out to be a fire elemental with the current class F, and its contractor is Yoo-hyun. The blacksmith examines Ismuar and wonders if the lizard awakened from his power. Eugen is stunned and believes that this is why she did not hatch from the egg before, since initially there were no spirits in their world. Yoo-hyun looks affectionately at the lizard and strokes it with his finger. After Yoo-hyun releases a small spark of flame from his finger, the lizard eagerly looks at it. Yuhyun pushes it a little harder and the lizard opens its mouth. The lizard crawled onto Yuhyun's shoulder, the man watches it, and Yujin looks at the two of them. Yuhyun said that it is completely resistant to flames. Yujin asked if she eats fire. The younger one looks enthusiastically and says that the older one will be able to feed her and try to raise her properly, and then, perhaps, she will become as strong as Ismuar once hatched from a high-class egg. The upset blacksmith asked not to say that. Ismuar pulled up his arms and legs and began to get upset. Myung-woo immediately jumped up and began to encourage Ismuar with words that he is the best, and this little girl will not become as strong as him. Yujin, who was watching this, thought that the blacksmith also had a hard time. Yujin examines the bead in his hand, and the lizard sits on Yuhyun's face. Yujin thinks that it was worth bringing Yuhyun here. Besides, he received a damage compensating item. We see a blurry image of Hyuni. The protagonist thinks that this happened just some time after Hyuni asked. Yuhyun turned to Yujin and asked what was wrong with him. Gigi just raised his hands and said nothing happened. We see a joyful Yujin who is thinking about Yuhyun thanking Myung-woo. The thought flashes through his head about how he got the item, but he has no use for it. Even if he went to the dungeon, it would be with members of his guild, although he thought about it for a while. We see a sunny landscape with reflections of dew, basket with wine and 2 sandwiches and a set of cutlery. White Hair softly closed his eyes and lowered his head down, and raising his head towards Yujin, he drawlingly told him that he had brought lunch. Yujin stands very gloomy, is silent and thinks that he is with him again. Yujin thought that it all started with sweeping small changes. Hyuna carried the monster's meat on her shoulder and turned to Blue with a smile, saying that she had meat for him. The guy and the griffin joyfully turned to the girl. Yujin drew attention to her hair, to which she said that she was simply delighted with it, even though she was scolded by the old brats. The leaves of the trees were illuminated by the sun's rays. The guy said that it turns out that baby monsters are very rare now. They sat on a bench, watching Blue try to swallow meat, and the girl said that everyone was now trying to find babies and give them to the guy to raise, after which she added that maybe she should get one for herself too. Hyuna put her hand on Yujin's shoulder with a smile. He looked tired and said that he didn't have the strength for new monsters yet, to which the girl said that that's why she came, to remind him of the promise. Hyuna hugged him tightly, asking if he forgot that he promised to let her ride Blue when she grew up, adding that she could get anything he wanted. Yujin only croaked in response, thinking that careless hugs could lead to something unintended F-class murder. Suddenly the guy looked at her face while her hands were on his neck and face, saying that she recently went to clear an S-rank dungeon, after which he asked what she received, to which Hyuna replied that she received a very good thing. What he heard made the guy a little irritated. He thought that he was already aware of this. In his imagination, a white crystal appeared against the backdrop of a large whale, the energy from which went to Yerim. And the guy began to mentally reflect on the fact that in the past she had received a tear of joy from a white whale, a one-time item that applied an ice effect to equipment, and Hyuna put it on auction because all her skills are related to the wind. And now that he has Yerim, he can buy this item from the girl and give it to her. Suddenly Hyuna joyfully took out a golden bottle of elixir. Yujin looked in shock at the item in the hands of the girl, who happily talked about how this is a very rare elixir, and that it is even better than a potion, because it is like an extra life, adding that this is the first such elixir in Korea. The girl brought it to her face and, looking at the guy, plaintively asked if it was not him he was asking for, to which Yujin asked if she had received anything other than this, for example, something like an item that imparts abilities. He was surprised to learn from the girl that besides this there were only S-class gloves, after which he thought that this was a different reward, and that the reward had never changed before. The girl silently looked into his face. She raised her hand to his face, interrupting his thoughts, and asked why he was in the clouds. She put her hand to her chin and coquettishly asked if he had fallen in love with her, causing Yujin to turn away with a grimace, saying that he wasn't. He looked at Hyuna, who was laughing very sincerely, and thought that many things were different from the future he knew, including even her hairstyle. Yerim and Noah approached them. The girl waved with a smile. Yujin thought that they too, absolutely everything had changed a lot, but in a good way. Hyuna with a malicious smile stretched out her hands to the frightened Noah. Yujin blocked her way, while Yerim struggled to lift Blue, asking what was wrong with his stomach. Hana asked Noah if he was the same dragon boy about whom there were rumors, to which Yujin said that he knew that she would ask for a ride, adding that she should not even think about it, and then thought that it also made sense that the rewards had changed. Yujin held his phone open to the news and read aloud about the White Shield of Sancross in the USA, the Book Singing Cradle in the Philippines, and the Windy Bow in India. Lying on a lounge chair with peace, the guy said out loud in surprise that the reward in other dungeons remained the same. The young man put the phone on his chest with a calm smile and thought that this was possible, because it might be that she had changed only this time. Suddenly, Yujin approached his brother with a wary look and asked him to go to the dungeon, thinking that this was bothering him. A bridge full of cars stood in the afternoon sun. Yuhyun asked his brother if he wanted to ask the system something. The guy, holding his hand on the pet, replied that he wanted to ask about Chirpai and in general, thinking that he could not say that he had turned back time and now the future was different from how he knew it. The guy remembered the moment when Chirpai was weighed and said that her abilities do not work. And besides, she does not grow like Peace or Blue, after which he added that sometimes she behaves strangely. Yujin was sleeping on the bed, hugging his pillow. Suddenly he was awakened by a voice from the TV, which said that they were continuing. He rose from the bed, holding his head, and, listening to the voice begin to talk about the next news. He could not understand why the TV was working. Yujin looked out the door, rubbing his eye, and asked if it was his brother. The guy silently stared as Chirpai sat on the couch and watched TV while a voice said that the Jupiter Guild had taken on a foreign S-class hunter, Evelyn Miller, an independent huntress who specialized in long-range attacks. Looking at the chick, he incomprehensibly called out to it. Suddenly Yujin began happily running around her, asking how she got onto the sofa and whether she turned on the TV, after which he exclaimed that she used the basket and called her a genius. Yujin smiled affectionately and took out a mana stone, again calling the chick a genius and asking if she wanted the stone. Chirpai turned away. The guy fell silent in surprise and looked at her. Chirpai was watching TV and squeaked in response to a guy asking if it was her. Yujin came out of his memories and looked at his hands in confusion, saying that then she became stupid again and rushed towards the mana stone, after which he asked if there was something wrong with her, and if it could be something like dissociative identity disorder. Yuhyun replied that it was quite possible. Yujin introduced the three-headed Chirpai and turned pale as he listened to him say that there are monsters that grow another head as they grow up, and usually each head has its own personality. And perhaps Chirpai is one of those, to which the guy replied that doesn't know how to feel about this. Peace raised his head in interest while the guy said that he just wanted to ask, because he couldn't take her with him because she was an F-class and couldn't wear any equipment. The animal rose to its feet, looking at the fire lizard on Yuhyun's hand as Yujin asked it what happened. Peace looked at Yuhyun's pet with wide eyes, raising a shaking paw. Yujin said that the fire lizard was also with them. Sweat appeared on the animal's face. It pulled out its claws and the lizard quickly ran under Yuhyun's sleeve. Yujin and Peace looked at the lizard on Yuhyun's shoulder. The guy asked if he could take it, because it was F-class, to which his brother replied that it was always on her, so it wouldn't get hurt. The lizard began to burrow under his skin as he said that as long as it was on his skin, it was safe. Yujin looked at his brother when he asked if something was wrong, to which the guy replied that there was nothing like that, thinking that his brother had also changed a lot. Yujin happily approached the guy, hearing that he should not worry about him, and that he should also stay close when they were in the dungeon, after which he replied that he could be relied on. The guy looked out the window with a joyful smile while Peace was rocking, and thought that everything had really changed for the better. Suddenly he turned around in fear because his pet had jumped on his brother's face, and thought that he and Yuhyun had made peace and were going to the dungeons together, adding that he could never have dreamed of such a thing in his previous life. Yujin fussily tried to remove the pet from his brother's face, taking Peace, who was looking for a lizard in confusion, away from the face of an irritated Yuhyun. He smiled and thought that it doesn't matter if other things change, because the most important thing is that his brother is okay. Yujin remembered the moment of his brother's death, and he thought that the time when they were apart, and the events that he does not want to remember. Yujin ruffled his brother's hair with a wide smile and ended the thought by saying that those events in this life became what which never happened. And this is the most important thing, after which I wondered what could go wrong. The guys found themselves in a snowy area near the forest. They looked around in surprise. Yujin said that it was supposed to be a sand dungeon, and his brother added that there were no monsters visible either, asking what happened there. While Yuhyun thought with his hand on his chin, Yujin put the pet around his neck like a scarf and asked if this could be a trick of the system. Yuhyun put his hand on his shoulder and offered to leave from there. The guy said that they would wait for him a little, then the system. The guy interrupted him, asking if this system could be trusted, and if it was a trap. The guy listened with an awkward smile as Yuhyun said that this was done by some guys trying to kill him, and then asked what kind of person could change the dungeon like that. He looked at his nervous brother, who was looking around, and addressed him by name. He looked at Yuhyun and wondered why he was so worried, because even if many people wanted to get him, In the guy's imagination, an image arose of his brother shouting about sectarians. Yu-hyun turned in surprise at the guy, who, without looking away, asked his brother if he was hiding something. As flakes of snow fell around him, Yujin continued speaking, saying that an ordinary hunter could not influence the dungeon like that, and those he feared were not guilds or hunters. Holding the pet in his arms, he looked at Yu-hyun and asked if it was related to the sect he mentioned. The brother looked away, saying that he could not tell anything about it, after which Yujin asked why. Something flew at the guy from behind while he was saying that he had signed the contract. Yujin watched in fear as his brother, without finishing his sentence, turned around and covered his face with his hand, which was hit with great force by something. Yujin ran to his brother, who had an arrow in his hand, and shouted his name. Yu-hyun told him to get the bead. Peace took on an adult form and burst into flames. The guy looked at his brother in shock, thinking that even a high-ranking monster was not capable of piercing an S-rank arm with an arrow. Something appeared from behind the snow. Suddenly, a toy soldier with a bow crawled out of the snowdrift. The guys looked at him while Yujin bandaged his brother's arm, and Yu-hyun said in surprise that it was a toy, not a monster. The guy fearfully activated his sprout skill, asking what the hell this thing did. Yujin watched as information appeared in front of the tin soldier that he was number 6, S-rank, and that he was a contractor. The rest of the information was hidden, after which the guy exclaimed that he was an S-rank enemy. Another soldier appeared from the snow, drawing a bow. Yujin thought that if he is number 6, then there could be from 1 to 5, or even more. More and more enemies appeared around the heroes, on horses and with sabers. After a while, they were surrounded by a horde of enemies and the guy mentally turned to the system, asking what this was all about. Yu-hyun sternly closed the frightened guy, telling him to get out of there somehow, to which his brother replied that he couldn't handle it alone. Yujin saw the enemies rushing towards them, holding weapons in their hands, and shouted that they were advancing. The guys watched in surprise as all the soldiers froze in the air after someone ordered them to stop. Yujin, with a frightened look, pushing his brother away, held the bead in his outstretched hand. Suddenly a box appeared in the air, and a voice commanded them to go back. The little soldiers quickly began to fly inside the box, decreasing in size. A blue light began to shine from the box. All the enemies ran to the last in the box. Suddenly a volleyball appeared from it and addressed the guy, saying that they must have been scared. Yu-hyun covered the guy with his hand. They looked at the ball, which rose into the air, apologized and said that he did not think that they would attack his brother. The guy remembered the pixelated image of the ball, and, pointing to it, asked if it was him that time, and addressed him as a system. Ball smiled widely, winked and said they could call him Newbie. Suddenly the guy, in a rage, began to hit the ball on the ground, shouting that he didn't care, because it made a hole in his brother's hand, to which Newbie replied that it was partly his fault. The young man irritably took it in his hands, and, turning to Yu-hyun, asked what his brother could do. The guy was surprised to see that his pet and brother were closed in some sphere, and looking at him. Looking at how they ran into the wall of the sphere, he asked what was happening. Newbie said with a smile that he blocked them for a while because they were not allowed to listen to what they had to say. The guy began to look around the area after the ball said that he had created this place especially for them, and that he would not allow it to be burned down, like that time. Yujin gestured to his brother that everything was fine and thought that that time they took him away without saying a word. Newbie asked for forgiveness for attacking his brother, adding that it was all because he was involved in something that they were not allowed to talk about mention. Yujin looked at him in alarm and asked with a cry what this meant. He looked at the ball, saying that his brother said that he could not tell him about something, after which he asked if we were talking about some sectarians, to which Newbie replied that he could not answer him. Yujin again asked if they were very dangerous and if his brother would be okay, to which the ball fussily replied not to worry, because there was no way they could harm him or his brother. Yujin angrily pulled him in different directions due to the fact that the ball said that it was against the rules to interfere directly. Yujin nervously replied that they might break it. Newbie wanted to say something to him, but he was interrupted by a rumble and shaking, because of which the guy began to look around. Looking up, he listened as Newbie said that it was because of what they were saying about them, adding that it was dangerous, and then asked not to ask any more questions. Yujin worriedly thought about what the hell this was. The guy was lost in thought and began to talk about the fact that the group that is hunting for him and Yu-hyun is not an ordinary group of people and they have access to something against the system. He wondered if they could resist them, because even this volleyball is so strong. And how could they even get mixed up with his brother? Newbie interrupted his thoughts, telling him not to worry, because everything will be fine as long as they are together. Yujin looked at the ball in surprise while he said that his safety was the most important thing for them now. The guy looked away, listening to Newbie say that they didn't have much time left, and asked if he had any questions. Yujin thought that he was right, and they should get down to business. The ball opened the system window after the guy said that he had picked up an F-class bird named Chirpai, that her status window was broken and she was behaving a little strange, after which Newbie said that he would look now. Looking through the system window, the ball said that he could not find it, after which he asked if the guy was sure that she was under his influence. Yujin replied that this could not be, because the code word worked on her. The guy looked at the ball while he said that it was weird and that the guy should bring Chirpai with him next time, then asked if he could deal with it. Yujin angrily tossed it forward after Newbie said he would remove it especially for him. The guy yelled at him, saying that she was alive. He turned around and held his head while the ball bounced back to him, saying that the errors needed to be removed. Yujin wondered if all the system workers were such crazy people. He looked at the smiling Newbie, who said that F rank wouldn't cause much trouble, and wondered if he could be trusted, because the more answers he got, the more worried he became, adding that he attacked his brother and now so talks lightheartedly about killing Chirpai. Holding his face in his hands, he thought it reminded him of a scary story he had read as a child. An image of a hooded creature appeared in his mind. He had skinny fingers and sharp claws, and between his hands he held two people sitting on a golden pile. Yujin recalled that this is a story about a deity who had a goal, but did not have human emotions. He gave people what they wanted, but in a distorted form. Then the guy remembered how he made a wish at the wishing stone, and thought that they had already deceived him with this, and if they did not fulfill his wish properly, then he nervously removed his hand from his face, thinking that this could not be. Looking at Newbie, he said that he had one last question, after which he said that the reward for his known dungeon was different from what it was in the past, thinking that at least, unlike history, he was happy with the result, and everything changed for the better. The guy asked with a smile if this happens sometimes, or if it has something to do with the fact of his regression. The guy listened in shock that if the reward was a one-time item, then most likely the changes occurred because it had already been used. He kept his eyes on the ball, saying that it reversed time so it wasn't supposed to be used. Newbie replied that it wasn't. The ball added with a smile that the guy most likely didn't know. Yujin looked at him silently. Kneeling, the ball said that just because he went back in time, it doesn't mean that all the events that happened didn't happen. The guy's face changed. He fell into a stupor and with a confused look asked what it meant. The ball created an incomplete sphere from the smell, saying that they would take data overriding as an example. Two decanters appeared, one poured water into the other. Newbie explained that the world 5 years later, where he came from, did not disappear, but was simply overwritten, because most creatures are the same, and they can simply be united. The guy was hanging in space above the people he knew, under which were their past versions. And Newbie added that since he was a regressor, the information about time after 5 years was overwritten by the present, and as for the rest, their present would overwrite the original future. Yerim, Hyuna walked past their copies, and Hyuni looked towards the copy. Newbie explained that they did not realize that they were united, and only someone very sensitive would be able to sense anything. Many people were walking along the sidewalk. The ball said that theoretically, everyone still has data from the original future. An image of various treasures appeared. Newbie added that this does not apply to used items. Yuhyun stood with his back to his original copy standing behind the crack, and the ball finished his sentence by saying that this also does not apply to dead people, because it is impossible for them to turn back time, because information about them is erased and removed from the world. From what he heard, the guy fell into a stupor, listening as the ball added that he would not be able to mix the information of the dead with the living. Keeping his hand on his knee, he began to speak, which means, looking ahead desolately, he continued speaking, saying that all the events that happened in the original future cannot be undone, but instead they will be erased and deleted. He looked at the smiling Newbie as he said that they would disappear, but there was nothing special about it. Yujin was thinking about his brother. Without raising his head, he thought that his brother, who died that day, he remembered the image of his brother leaving, saying in his head that it was 25-year-old Yuhyun, who suffered alone for 8 long years, died protecting him. He remembered the image his fat, free body lying on the ground, and he thought that he still had to go through this, and he would remain lying there in the dungeon where he left him, cut off from the world. Coming out of the memories, he turned his head to his brother and started to give up while the ball was saying that the reward he was talking about had probably been used up and simply didn't exist in this world after the regression, and that's why it didn't even appear. Newbie watched as he walked up to the sphere his brother was sitting in and asked to be released. The ball asked what that meant. The guy put his hand to the barrier in the place where his brother's hand was, looking at him in surprise. Yujin turned to the meat in a rage and yelled at him, asking why he shared it with his brother without saying a word, then demanded that he be released instead of leaving him alone in such a place. Yuhyun watched in surprise as the barrier at his hands dissipated as the ball said that time was almost up anyway. Peace, and Yuhyun rushed towards the sadly standing guy. The young man asked Yujin if they had finished their conversation. Yuhyun took his brother by the shoulders. Newbie said goodbye, saying that they could get there by knocking on the gate 3 times. Newbie disappeared into thin air, leaving only a trace of energy. Yujin asked his brother for forgiveness. Yuhyun watched in surprise as his brother took him by the shoulders, saying that he was probably cold there, to which the guy replied that he was S-class and that was not a problem for him. The young man interrupted his brother's words by placing his hand on his cheek. Yujin sadly hugged his brother by the back of his head and torso, after which, leaning into his shoulder, he asked for forgiveness and said that he was very sorry, thinking that he should not have so easily agreed to regression, but should have prayed to the system to return his brother to him with the help of a stone desires. The image of his dead brother again appeared in his imagination, and he wondered whether his younger brother, who saved him at the cost of his own life, had already disappeared beyond the boundaries of this world, or whether he was still out there somewhere, abandoned. The dome, whose dim spotlights created the illusion of night light, was located directly above the building. A pair of boots lay chaotically on the floor next to white sneakers. The guy's things were scattered around the room. He himself lay depressed on the cold tiles, barely realizing that his younger brother had died. Disappointed, completely absent, he repeated again that he was no more. He remembered Yuhyun entering the dungeon as the gate closed behind them. Peace approached his owner, sensing something was wrong, his ears drooping. The pet began to rub its head against the cheek of the guy, who was still lying on the floor. He began to lick the young man, and he finally reacted, reaching for his monster. The brunette stood up, and while the animal's saliva was dripping from him, he convinced him that everything was fine with him and there was no reason to worry. He hugged his pet to him, sadly looking into the distance, holding him close, convincing himself that everything would be fine. Rising with Peace in his arms, he headed towards the stairs, shocked. But he should only think about the present now. Some strange people contacted his younger brother and they were so dangerous that even the developers of the system were afraid of them. Looking at the phone, he recalled how he tried to persuade his brother to tell him something, touching his shoulder, but he refused to tell him anything. The guy dialed someone on the phone and the beep started ringing. Sitting on his bed in front of the panoramic window with the animal on his lap, he pressed the phone to his ear, after which the subscription began to speak. Only the head of the Jupiter Guild could know something about these people, which the guy suspected. The upset young man spoke, intending to ask the man something. He looked into the distance with confidence, asking if he knew any sect similar to Confucianism. The guild master chuckled, also holding the phone close to his ear. He sat in his chair, looking at something on his tablet, crossing his legs, answering that his little brother would be angry if he told the guy about this and implicated him in this matter. With a sparkle in his eyes, he confidently, even threateningly, replied that he would be angry if he did not receive an answer to his question. The blonde told him with a smile that he was, of course, much more dangerous when angry. Yujin sat in front of the window, which offered a beautiful view of the city at night. Sung Hyuni replied that he could not tell, but he could show him by asking him to prepare a bracelet and an attack enhancement skill. The brunette asked what would happen next, to which the blonde replied that they would go to a high-ranking dungeon and go fishing there. Already in the morning, Yuhyun asked his brother if he was going to go to the A-class dungeon. The elder stood nearby, by the sofa with his hand behind his head, the other in his pocket, while the younger looked at him. He said that he became interested in the ruins during the last cleanup, and as it turned out, the blonde knew a dungeon where the fortress wall still remained. Yuhyun asked to go with him. Yujin spread his arms to the sides, closing his eyes, trying to convince his brother that this was not necessary, because it was just a walk, like a picnic. He remembers how the blonde man on the phone asked him to definitely refuse to accompany his brother, otherwise they would not take the bait in the form of Yuhyun. The elder enthusiastically said that he would take no allure instead, presenting him with a picture where he would be completely safe riding on it. In addition, he had resistance skills and Shalos beads, as well as system support. My brother, of course, suspected that this might be a trap. Yuhyun was surprised when he heard that the dungeon belonged to the court guild, because the main character tried to convince him that the head of the Jupiter Guild would not set a trap in someone else's dungeon and waste so much effort on a representative of such a low class. The younger one thought, touching his chin with his hand while the older one continued to reassure him that he would be safe, and he succeeded. The building of the Guild of the Courts was protected by something like a blue sphere, but the main character was surprised by the fact that the courts, or rather its head Yoon Kyung-soo, was the last representative of the S-classes in Korea, whom he had not yet met. He was curious as to who had not come to see him along with the rest of the higher ranks. Yoon Kyung-soo, with purple hair and a similar colored jacket, looked rather unfriendly. The blondes looked at him calmly while Yoojin tried to approach the man and shake his hand, but he waved his hands, asking him to stay in place, hiding behind the fact that he could hurt the guy. Yoon Kyung-soo pointed his thumb at the dungeon with displeasure, saying that they were only borrowing the dungeon and he didn't care whether they were going to go there or not. The brunette turned to look at him, standing among his men, with his hands in his pockets, declaring that he would tell his younger brother that he had not laid a finger on him, for he had received many warnings the day before. He followed Sung Hyuni, who entered the dungeon, assuming that the head of the guild was dissatisfied with the abyss, but the blonde said that he rather simply hated it. The head of the guild, closing his eyes, confidently answered the brunette's questions, stating that the names of hatred are the reason why they are heading to their dungeon. The brunette became worried, holding onto the strap of his black backpack, having heard from his interlocutor that they would most likely be attacked, and maybe they would enlist support to guarantee their victory. He became terribly scared, sweat dripping from him when he heard that their goal was to lure out that very support. He was indignant, realizing inside himself that they were going there, realizing that they would definitely be attacked. Sung Hyuni handed the main character a basket, asking him to take it. Yoojin looked at the unremarkable picnic basket in surprise. While he and No Allure looked at her, the head of the guild replied in a friendly manner that there was a cake inside and that he would be an excellent guide. He turned to look at them, raising his head a little, asking if they were expecting fun. The brunette looked at the blonde seriously, suggesting that he was definitely safe with this man, no matter who attacked them. People rioted in Mexico, standing with signs and shouting that they needed security measures in local dungeons and they needed them now. They waved their hands indignantly, asking whose side the association was on, inciting the upper-class hunters to emigrate, since there were only 2 of them in the capital. Rieta, in a Mexican costume, meanwhile, was indignant at the airport that the soldiers were defending, and asked to send a complaint to the Korean Hunters Association, while the police threw their hands to the side in confusion, not knowing what to say. She was indignant with the employee, not understanding how entry could be denied because of some illegal contract, to which the employee replied that it was not in his power. The police looked at the protesters outside the building. They told her that the situation was already difficult, to which the girl replied that they could secretly check the documents in such a commotion. The employee with a tablet in his hands looked at the girl with her hand on her waist, who was still perplexed, telling her that she would contact her superiors. A bright flash of light appeared behind the employee, and he did not have time to finish his sentence. Suddenly an explosion occurred, which had no effect on the girl, but seriously injured the employee. His dead hand lay on the floor not far from the broken tablet. Rieta didn't understand what was happening while the employees behind were actively panicking. Terrorists in red masks arrived in the same red car, shouting that this was the association's punishment for sins, and breaking through the dungeon was nothing more than God's will. The girl calmly looked at them while the guards called for help and prepared to defend themselves from them. She unhappily took hold of her bloody poncho, while all the employees behind her were panicking. She felt sorry for her souvenir. She threw a poncho at a frightened employee with broken glasses, telling him to watch carefully. She walked through the ruins, taking out her magical weapon, setting the condition that for this they would be obliged to send the girl to Korea. The guards fought the attacking terrorists while Rieta shouted at them to disperse. The girl jumped straight into the epicenter of events, breaking the asphalt under her to smithereens. She was in a half squat holding 2 sickles in her hand while the terrorists shouted why she was getting involved in this matter. She crossed her sickles ominously, angrily declaring for you to make sure that they can dodge, because she attacks without distinguishing between an ally and an enemy in front of her, activating the skill of eternal cutting. She launched an attack on a group of terrorists who were trying to attack her. Before the 2 guys from the group had time to come to their senses, she attacked them. The girl cut off body parts indiscriminately, and there were painful screams all around. She stood smugly near the wounded terrorists, that they shouted that she was crazy while she looked at the sky and enjoyed the chaos. She smiled ominously, stained with blood. Then, holding one sickle in her hand, she turned to the others and sighed in relief, declaring that she had dealt with them all. The severed head called out to her, being not so far from the corpses. She looked around incredulously, looking at the head of the blonde, who was offering something to her again. The dead man with a completely blank look did not have time to finish his sentence. Rieta crushes her head with her boot, leaving a splash of blood around. She pressed her boot against the head of another dead man, ominously asking why he had bothered her again, for she had warned him never to approach her or her brother. The corpses of a guy in a bulletproof vest, wearing a red scarf tied around his head, and another one behind him suddenly rose from the dead and, like zombies, approached her, calling her name. The same thing happened with the guy in the green cap and the brunette. They again offered her a contract. The dead suddenly stood up and began to approach Rieta, repeating what they had said while she turned to look at them. The girl frowned, clutching the sickle in her hand, threatening them to keep quiet, otherwise she would kill them again. Her weapon hand suddenly trembled when they mentioned the first of the poison and cursed dragon twins, Dio Valchettis. Unable to swing, the girl began to fall to her knees, exhausted. She fell to the ground while the dead were still approaching her. The body of an employee killed by an explosion in a bulletproof vest called on her to obey, calling her the blood of curse and poison. She pursed her lips and became angry when they told her to kill the head of the Jupiter Guild and capture Eugen. Rieta, using a sickle, again cut off all their heads with the last of her strength, and again everything was stained with blood. The exhausted girl sat down, bowing her head, barely holding the weapon in her hands, for she had a headache. She swore, saying she couldn't handle it even if she wanted to. She grabbed her head and turned to the silhouette behind her who offered her help. It turned out to be the head of the guild MKS Choi Seokwam, a confident and strong man. He pointed his thumb behind him as he said, "What the private plane prepared as this walking corpse told him." The bright sun was shining above the beautiful fortress like a fairy tale castle, reflecting its rays over a wonderful lake, not far from the building. The remains of the monsters rested on the surface of the earth. No allure in the form of a dragon flew over the area where the corpses of monsters lay, the work of the guild. Having landed near the men, the dragon looked at them, a little worried about the safety of the brunette. She looked at the lake, standing by the water, and there was a basket next to her. The guy calmly chewed a sandwich while the blonde told fictitious information about the lake, pretending to be a guide. Eugen offendedly turned away from the blonde, who was jokingly speaking into a hand like a telephone receiver, and pretending to be a debt collector, for the young man jokingly noted that if there was a connection here, he would certainly complain about him. They both looked out over the sparkling waters as the brunette finished his snack. They were waiting for the hunters from the guild and the ships that were soon to come, for the gates were soon to close. As Eugen finished chewing, he looked at his opponent in disbelief, realizing that he was using him as bait. He sat down in front of the basket, examining the contents, while the blonde still admired the lake. He asked about the conflict between the heads of the courts and the abyss. The leader of Jupiter told him a story that began in the first days of awakening. The sinister Yu Hyun stood in front of the slain Yoon Kyung-soo against the background of magical explosions with a weapon in his hands. It turned out that he was looking at the brunette from above, for which he received a beating from the head of the abyss. Eugen popped a piece of cake into his mouth while the blonde covered his mouth with his hand. The guy said that he got what he deserved, to which the interlocutor called this reaction funny. Yu Hyun glared murderously at the intimidated head of the guild at the courts. Intimidation was the reason why the guild could not develop much. He remembers how strange the head behaved when they entered the dungeon, while the blonde was saying how it is difficult for a surrendered dog to bare its fangs, and for this reason, perhaps, he agreed to send them here. He took out his mechanical gold watch. The blonde looked at them with a smile, holding them in his hand. The brunette also looked at them, thinking that everything would not have turned out differently if the unknown people had supported the courts. He imagined the blonde fishing, using him as bait, trying to catch the dangerous piranha. However, the main character shuddered when the head of Jupiter said that the ships also wanted to get rid of him. Sung Hyun-hee touched his chin with his hand, saying that he signed a contract with them, as if with the devil, standing on a mountain of gold chains and jewelry, planning to get information from them and escape in a few years. He closed his eyes while the brunette looked at him suspiciously, for he revealed it, saying that all this happened around the moment when the young man made peace with his younger brother. He imagined the blonde man walking behind the curtain into the sun while a pile of puppets and dolls lay on the floor behind him. The brunette remembered that he would really betray them in a few years, and even if he turned back time, they remembered this information, because they were outside their world and most likely would try to pluck the seeds of betrayal in advance. The head of Jupiter looked at his interlocutor while his hair fluttered in the wind and said that they were both quite tempting bait for ships. Sung Hyun-hee crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the exposed brunette, who awkwardly put his hand behind his head because he assumed that the blonde man is on their side, which is what his interlocutor actually asked him about. The head of Jupiter calmly looked at his opponent, not having time to finish his sentence, when the dragon called out to the brunette. As he flew over the men, he said that people were coming towards them. He landed, a little out of breath, talking about the Sudama hunters they met at the entrance. Sudan's people with his leader were coming towards them fully armed. The blonde used his ability, summoning chains, while the brunette was surprised at the presence of two high-class hunters, standing next to the dragon. Sung Hyunhee took a closer look at them, because there were fewer of them than he expected. Hyunsu with Choi Seokwam approached them while the blonde simply called them and the team two natural latex mattresses and small items. Standing on the edge of a hill, Sung Hyunhee addressed them below. The head of the courts took out a magical object. The next moment the blue ball sparkled. Then he produced a huge shockwave of magic. The blonde's chain suddenly became normal. The use of electric-type skills stopped. Sung Hyunhee calmly touched his chains while the brunette behind him reacted in shock at the state of the weapon. The head of the courts laughed triumphantly. Holding a magical object in his hand, the head of the ISS, looking at him, praised him for having such a thing. Yujin looked at the blonde worriedly, pointing a finger at himself, offering a double damage buff, which the man refused, saying that he would take care of himself. The guy looked animatedly at the head of Jupiter when he suggested that he use the skill of exchanging sensations like last time. Holding his cloak, the blonde jumped, looking back at the brunette, promising him a beautiful landscape. He jumped down to the opponents, who were in full readiness. The hunters became nervous just from one glance from the guild leader, feeling significant pressure. The head of the guild of ships extended his hand to his frightened subordinates, urging them not to be afraid and to act as in training. The magical golden staff suddenly glowed on command. The next moment, the owner of the magic instrument managed to activate the protective dome. Yujin stood next to the dragon and was horrified to hear that the entire crowd would be casting a buff. Each of the hunters applied a boost, causing the percentage of power boost to gradually increase. Then the overlay effect was used on Choi Seokwam, which is why he increased his power. The man had a fierce look, and the veins stood out on his face from such power. He punched the ground with his fists, then attacked the blonde with lightning, hitting the ground again with his fist as he managed to dodge. The head of the ISS clenched his fist ominously, turning to his opponent, asking if he remembered. The last time they fought was 2 years ago. Sung Hyunhee smiled confidently as he answered that he remembers with precision how he suppressed his opponent. The dark man struck again, but missed, and the blonde man managed to avoid the blow. The head of Jupiter accurately dodged all the blows of his opponent, not allowing himself to be inflicted with a scratch. There were many destructive explosions at the battle site. The dragon and the brunette tried to escape from the whirlwind and stones flying towards them. The vibrations reached the heights, which is why Noelure invited the brunette to climb onto himself. The leader of the ships clenched his hand into a fist, grinning and declaring that their enemy would not be able to survive even one blow. This time the blonde managed to crouch, causing the enemy to strike in the air. The main character, riding a dragon, flew past the battle site, who was worried about the head of Jupiter. He pointed out to the guy that he said they had nothing to worry about. The young man's eyes were yellow, and there was a book in his hands. He still used the ability. His yellow eyes expressed shock at what he saw. He watched through the eyes of the blonde as he dodged his enraged opponent. Sung Hyunhee's face expressed complete calm. The opponent's hand moved as if in slow motion. The blonde clearly saw every movement of his opponent, in which direction he was attacking, being completely at peace. He looked confidently at the man's fist, which missed and passed to the left of his head. The enemy tried to attack again, but hit the ground, while the head of Jupiter calmly jumped to the side with a slight smile. Choi Seokwam began to worry, realizing that he could not hit his opponent. The brunette watched everything that was happening excitedly, realizing that the enemy would never defeat a person with such a skill. This is the premature detection of enemy attacks and movements. The blonde smiled arrogantly as his hair fluttered in the wind and his opponent couldn't get a hit. Explosions were still occurring at the epicenter of the battlefield, and a terribly powerful wind was emanating from there. An enraged Seokwam punched hard, but Hyunhee avoided the blow with a slight smile, baring his teeth, with veins bulging from tension. The man looked at the enemy and thought that he could not hit him. The blonde looked at him confidently and with a slight grin, surrounded by debris. Yujin thought that identifying the enemy's attacks and movements prematurely was combat foresight. Shards scattered around, the hunters stood opposite each other, preparing to attack, surrounded by whirlwinds of purple power from Seokwam's clawed hand. The guy thought that a person with such a skill would never be defeated, especially if you are a hunter who specializes in close combat. The guy sat on Noah in the form of a dragon and thought in amazement that it must be thanks to this skill that Hyoni could rule as the strongest. In addition, through the commander's skill, all sensations are transmitted to him. The guy introduced high-ranking hunters along with grown high-ranking monsters who were heading into battle together. He thought that if only he possessed this ability, then together with an army of coordinated S-ranks and combat foresight at hand, riding beasts to boot, any dungeon would be cleared. The guy squeezed the fabric of his t-shirt on his chest and decidedly thought that he wanted this. He clutched the t-shirt, and his eyes burned with greed. Yujin thought that he wanted to take this skill away from him at all costs. Why should such a skill fall into the hands of such a bad person? Hyoni dodged the enemy's swift attack with a smile. Hyungsu looked determinedly and ordered the others to quickly join the ranged group, to which the blonde hunter with a bow in his hands retorted that the opponents were so close to each other that they could not aim. An enraged Seokwon swung his fist surrounded by a purple glow of power, angrily asking how long the opponent was going to dodge like a rat. He punched hard, but the blonde ducked down and dodged. He looked at the dark-haired man insidiously and extended his hand, in which the mother had realized a long chain, and said, if that's what he wants. The chain hit the ground with force, scattering debris. The head of the Sudum Guild turned to the others, saying that he would go himself, and ordered them not to forget to cover him. Among the surprised guild members, the earth rose, crumbling into stone chips. They looked at it in surprise. Hyungsu opened his eyes, sighing in surprise. The sound of a blow was heard. The guild members were hit by the long chain and were bent over, bleeding. The head looked at this in amazement, not understanding what was happening and why the entire support group was defeated. The blonde smiled contentedly, clenching the wound chain in his fist, and said that he needed to stop playing. Seokwon stood surrounded by a purple glow, looking at him in amazement, and clenched his fists, not understanding what was happening. The system informed him that his skills were weakening. His attack power was decreasing. His agility was decreasing. Hyoni raised his fist with a chain wrapped around it, and the system reported that muscle strength was decreasing. The brunette tried to cover himself with his hand and stop the blow, but the fist hit him hard on the cheek. The man was amazed and thought that this couldn't happen, because they were both S-rank. The impact caused a powerful explosion, scattering flashes of fire around. The man wondered why the blonde was so much stronger than him. Hyoni looked at Seokwon lying face down on the ground, which was all covered with cracks, and said that if this is all, then he is disappointed. He hopes there are more tricks hidden. He turned around and looked at the support group that stood behind him in the cracked ground. Hyungsu looked at him in fear. Looking slyly at the blonde, he said that the man was a monster, but they weren't done yet. Hyoni was surprised. Yujin, riding the dragon, heard a cry that the enemy was right behind him. He turned around, holding the dragon's horns, and saw Riet attacking him from above. In one motion, the girl grabbed Yujin by the back of his clothes, and with her foot she forcefully pushed Noah away, who flew away from the blow. Lying on the ground, the dragon looked at her in amazement and wondered who it was. Riet easily held the guy by the collar of his jacket. The system reported that the effects of all skills are doubled when fighting Dio Valchasis. He grabbed his clothes in amazement, trying to get out, and was surprised to recognize the girl holding him, calling him by name. She looked at him gloomily, raising her head up. Sitting among the defeated guildmates, Kyungsoo laughed joyfully, saying that he was wondering when she would appear. The blonde looked at her in surprise and said that it was unexpected. Yujin shouted in surprise, asking why she was here. What about the ban on entry into the country? Is she on their side? Riet sternly stated that she came because she had important business. Seriously looking at the guy she was holding, she replied that she needed to kill the head of Jupiter and take Yujin. She called him to come with her. The hero kicked his legs in the air, trying to get out, and screamed, asking where she was taking him. The white dragon looked at this in amazement, and the girl said that someone would tell everything on the spot. He didn't have to know it. The guy looked at Riet in surprise and asked why she addressed him by name. She looked at him seriously, without taking her eyes off. The guy thought that something was wrong with her. She was too calm. Her eyes are completely empty. The blonde asked Riet what the problem was. It wasn't like her, why it teamed up with such wretched guys. The guild listened to this in amazement, and the head shouted indignantly, asking the poor people again, to which the girl replied that it was true. Holding the guy by the collar, she stated that she must follow the order, since the blood of the dragon of poison and curses flows in her. And Yujin listened to this in amazement. He wondered if she wasn't acting like normal. Maybe she was brainwashed or because of the influence of a psychological skill. Riet held him calmly, telling him to just listen to her. Suddenly she turned around, noticing Noah, who, with his mouth open, swooped down from above. He attacked her, but the girl put up her hand, and the white dragon's teeth fiddled with her forearm, and Eugen screamed in surprise. Noah squeezed his opponent's hand with his teeth and told the guy to run. Eugen turned around indignantly and thought that he could not run because he was F rank. Suddenly, he grabbed the girl by the waist. She looked in surprise at the brunette holding her and asked what he was doing. Looking at her with eyes shining from tears, Eugen urged her to come to her senses and not do this, because they are such good friends. Riette and the dragon holding her hand looked at him in shock. The Sudom Guild watched this scene in surprise. Eugen shouted, "Doesn't she remember their friendship, warm memories, and this blue sky? Doesn't her heart flutter at the sight of him?" Resolutely throwing the dragon's mouth off her hand, she told the guy to stop with this nonsense. Riette tried to remove the brunette's head, which he pressed against her stomach, and the guy thought, please, at least something, be it resistance to the curse or the double effect skill. He imagined the symbols of various skills and prayed that whatever was controlling her at the moment would be cancelled. Suddenly a bright flash appeared, illuminating everything around with light. Eugen closed his eyes. He opened them in surprise, feeling the girl's palm, which took his chin. With a kind smile, Riette looked at the guy, holding his head, and thanked him, saying that she thought that thanks to him, her mind had cleared up. Eugen exclaimed that Riette has returned. The girl smiled sweetly and said that yes, and this is his merit. The guy's eyes shone with joy. He exclaimed that he was very happy that she had become herself again. Riette happily picked him up and spun him around. Noah was amazed that it worked. Hyunsu indignantly asked what she was doing, why she was not acting as ordered. Pressing Eugen's head to her chest, Riette looked at him displeasedly and told him to shut up. She no longer listens to instructions. She squeezed the guy's cheeks with her palms, and he asked if she had stopped being on their side, to which the girl confidently confirmed. The guy froze in fear when she said that this was not all. Leaning down and holding the guy's head, she licked his cheek as if in a Gustav Klimt painting. The girl's hand on Eugen's shoulder turned into a clawed paw, and she began to question whether he knew. The girl's back began to change, she said, when she was 5 years old. Riette's body was engulfed in a dark glow, transforming into the body of a dragon, and she ended up dreaming of becoming an evil dragon from a fairy tale and kidnapping the princess. The huge black dragon looked with its scarlet eye and opened its huge mouth, clutching Eugen in its clawed paw. The others looked at this in amazement. The guy exclaimed that he thought they were twin dragons. What kind of appearance does she have? The black dragon with red eyes bared its huge teeth predatorily. Opening his mouth, he roared. The system reported that the ultra super powerful black dragon roared. The Sudom Guild members covered themselves from the gust of wind, not understanding what was happening. Hyoni stood, slightly covering himself with his hand, and said that there was not enough popcorn. Eugen was startled to feel as if blood was pouring from his ears, his resistance to fear activated. Holding the guy in her huge paw, Riette asked him to say the phrase, "Please save me, Prince." Everyone watched this in shock. But suddenly Riette, in the form of a dragon, quickly landed, and then jumped away past the amazed hunters and quickly rushed towards the White Castle standing in the distance. She confidently grabbed the small White Castle tower with her huge black paw. Angrily squeezing the tower with her paws, she opened her mouth and said that she was kidnapping the princess. Let them go to the very top of the tower if they want to deal with it. Hyunsu clutched his head in shock, not understanding what was happening. The white dragon behind him excitedly shouted Eugen's name, and Hyoni laughed, saying that this was indeed a traditional fairy tale. He imagined a huge black dragon sitting on a white castle, a frightened brunette as a princess, as well as a white dragon and himself, confidently rubbing his chin in front of the amazed members of the guild. He thought about the fate of the kidnapped Eugen. The guy imagined the silhouettes of a knight and a dragon near the castle, like a shadow theater, and heard that since ancient times, ominous dragons have always marked the end of adventure stories. A blue, green, and brown dragon emerged from the gate, opening its jaws. When dungeons began to open, they penetrated into the ordinary world. Fire, water, poisonous dragons, many different ones. The black dragon roared furiously, clutching the roof of the tower with its paws. Riette said that when she became one of them, she desperately wanted to recreate something like this. A traditional story about an evil dragon and a princess imprisoned in a tower. Eugen hung upside down, clutched by the dragon's clawed paw, and said that this should be a lot of fun. Inside the tower, everything was covered in cobwebs and scraps of fabric. Eugen sat on the old bed, gloomily leaning his fists on his knees and thinking, how did everything turn out this way? He tiredly covered his eye with his hand, and behind him the girl, who had transformed back into a human, screamed, asking if he was comfortable in this tower. The guy pulled back, covering his eyes with his palms, and shouted that the girl couldn't turn back so suddenly. Let her get dressed, to which Riette said in surprise that she was dressed. The brunette asked in surprise, saying that she had completely transformed. To this, the girl smiled contentedly, winked, and showed a finger up, saying that you just need to use the curse skill, to which the brunette asked her to teach her brother this. With a smile, Riet sat down on the bed next to the guy, contentedly declaring that it was so wonderful to play an evil dragon who kidnapped a princess, at which Yujin became gloomy, thinking that he was not a princess, and out loud congratulated the huntress on the fulfillment of her dream. Riet turned and with a predatory smile clenched her fingers, as if she was going to grab the guy, asking what she should do with him now, maybe eat him. The brunette tried to shield himself from her with his palms, embarrassedly saying that no, they should wait until someone comes to save him. Flashes of fire and an explosion appeared in the window, and Yujin asked that since there was no one now, let her tell how she ended up here. Did she also have a contract with that strange cult? Riet turned to him in surprise and asked again, saying that she had not, to which the guy reminded him that she had previously said that she had to follow orders. The girl thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand and, looking away, said that she was also wondering this question. She definitely refused the contract. She remembered how she stood, clenching her fists, next to the dragons, and said that when she first awakened, some vile people came to her and offered to share information with her about items and dungeons, but she sent them. With a sweet smile, the girl raised her finger to her face, saying that it was a bad deal. She would agree if after the loser became her subordinate. The guy replied that it was in her style. Surprised, he heard the girl say that she continued to refuse them anyway, so they tried to use her brother against her. Without turning around, he asked, they took him hostage, and Riet waved her hand, confirming and said that they calmed down after she defeated them every time they interfered with her business. She remembered looking around with weapons in her hands and saying that they had recently appeared again and given the order, addressing her as the first of the twin dragons of poison and curses of Dio Valsius, and then she had somehow begun to carry out the order. Yujin, sitting next to her, asked that perhaps it was because of her rank that he could control the dragons of poison and curses. The girl pointed her finger at her interlocutor and said that perhaps, and maybe he is also one of them. She feels the same high-class dragon poison and curses from them as she felt from the guy. The brunette rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He introduced an angry dragon and a red skill logo with a dragon and 2 crossed swords. He concluded that this explained why Riet was capable of disobeying orders. If the dragon's curse of poison and curses or order could hold the girl, then his resistance to curses would have a double effect. The huntress waved her hand in front of the guy, who looked distant and thought that even if it was a coincidence, it worked. He cried out in surprise as Riet threw him back onto the bed and leaned on top of him, resting her hands on the sides of his head, with her eyes closed, saying that anyway, thanks to him, her head cleared. She knew that the guy was special. Flirtatiously, she leaned over and took the guy by the chin, and he turned away, embarrassed, and asked if she could get off him. Riet hovered above, asking why. She suggested continuing where they left off last time, and the brunette screamed in fear that she should return to the form of a dragon and hang on the wall of the tower, or whatever real dragons do. With a flirtatious look and her tongue hanging out, the girl stretched her hands towards the guy, asking him what he liked best when she was in the form of a dragon. This is a very unusual fetish, to which the guy shouted that he didn't mean that. Amid a loud cry asking for help, a hand appeared at the window. Hyoni appeared in the arched window along with a surprised Noah in the form of a dragon, and theatrically said that he had come to save the princess. The girl lifting up the t-shirt of the screaming brunette turned around, looking at them. She looked at the guests with regret and asked that it was already time for the prince to appear. Noah embarrassedly covered his eyes with his paws, exclaiming the guy's name. The blonde put his fingers to his chin and thoughtfully asked, is this just a scene for adults disguised as a fairy tale? Yujin with tears in his eyes said to help him since they came. Having materialized a golden chain around him, the hunter stepped into the room, saying that since the princess wished so, the guy confusedly thought that he was not a princess, and Riet was surprised to notice that this chain was shining again. With a sly look, she asked the guest, does this mean he can use his skill again? Hyoni looked at her proudly and replied that he had finished eliminating the small fry and immediately headed here. After all, he needed to really enjoy the finale. Riet leaned her hand on the guy lying like a corpse and nodded, saying that this was the best solution. Yujin screamed as the hand lying on him turned into a black paw glowing with blue light, and the girl said that since the prince was here, jumping out of bed and flying into the air, she held blades in her hands and shouted that they would begin their final dance and asked if the blonde was fighting again. Hyoni jumped, smashing the tower ceiling above his smiling opponent with his golden chain, and the brunette shouted that they were crazy if they were going to fight in such a place. The incredible explosion from the impacts destroyed the roof of the tower, and fragments of bricks scattered all around, as did the screaming guy, thrown back by the force. The white dragon caught him on his back and asked if the guy was okay. Yujin sat on Noah's back and watched as the hunters destroyed the White Castle with purple flashes of power, and said that their power was beyond limit. They could not stop them. The white dragon replied that they were just having fun, no one would die or anything. With a gloomy look, the dragon closed his eyes and said that it would have been worse if his sister had not come to her senses, and the guy put his hand to his chest, thinking about what a relief, a huge relief, and all because the enemy was also a dragon of poison and curses. Suddenly he exclaimed, having guessed. He placed his hand on the dragon's back. He froze, immersed in thoughts about whether this was a coincidence, whether he had encountered too many dragons of poison and curses to consider this a coincidence. He remembered the black monster from his abduction, the black and white dragon, and the red dragon that spat out green poison. He thought that the first time might indeed have been a coincidence, but the cult also dealt with dragons of poison and curses. Dio Valchisis, who should not have existed, and Rochters, who suddenly appeared in the dungeon before the rollback. He looked ahead thoughtfully, and the dragon called out to him. Suddenly the guy covered his mouth with his hand in shock, turning to Noah. They landed and Yujin looked into the eyes of the white dragon, anxiously asked to tell in detail about the dungeon they went to receive the title of Dio Valchisis. He wondered what if this wasn't all just a coincidence. Among the rubble of a castle destroyed to the ground stood a girl who had reincarnated and greedily drank a potion. A little shabby, Riet stopped drinking and said contentedly how good it was. She hadn't fought like that for a long time, although she hadn't received a single normal blow. She stood surrounded by purple shining clouds and wondered if the cloud of poison had worked, and called to the prince to come out. Hyoni stood behind her, his hand clutching the forearm of his injured arm, and looked at her. His hand was trembling, and his entire palm was black, with purple veins of poison. The man thought that the antidote had a limit on his capabilities. Riet laughed, not noticing the blonde standing behind her, and he thought that he could not avoid such a poisonous fog even with battle foresight. If the rest of S-Rank and Riet attacked him, he would be in danger. He lowered his head thoughtfully, suggesting that he was going to get rid of it this way. The blonde tensed, paying attention, and thought that, however, a large shadow of a dragon wing appeared above the man. He asked in surprise, "What?" Raising his head, Hyoni saw Yujin jumping off the dragon and falling from above. The guy with glowing yellow eyes shouted for the man to catch him. Riet turned around in surprise, and the blonde jumped out of his seat so that the guy would not fall to the ground. The brunette covered the back of his head with his hand, but Hyoni managed to catch him before he hit the ground. The man thought that the most unexpected thing was the existence of Yujin. The brunette leaned on the man, who looked in surprise at his hand, which was illuminated by a green glow, healing. Riet ran towards them, shouting that this was cheating. The man was surprised to think that all the poison had disappeared, and the guy, leaning on his shoulder, said that enough of the fighting games. The man thought that he had cured the poison and freed the girl from submission. This F-Rank single-handedly ruined all plans. Looking at him decisively, Yujin turned to Hyoni and said that he wanted to ask him something. The blonde looked at the guy seriously, having heard the question about the dungeon in which Noah received his title. Did he learn about it from the cult? The man asked that the fairy tale had ended and the time of secrets had begun, to which the guy closed his eyes and called on him to listen. Looking at him seriously, Yujin firmly stated that that cult guy was trying to make Riet his subordinate instead of him. But when she rejected his offer, he dragged her brother into it and used the dungeon with the poison and cursed dragon to manipulate both of them. He imagined the hunters as wooden puppets surrounded by a black dragon. The guy continued that they planned everything so that information about the dungeon would pass through the man. He imagined the blonde standing on the chessboard, and concluded that, in other words, they were using him to get rid of him. Looking at Hyoni, the hero asked if he knew it would turn out like this, to which the blonde closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that he was not a seer. Yujin thought about it, thinking that if they used Hyoni as a pawn, then they were really meticulous in the way they created dungeons. Lon remembered how the white dragon told him that at first it was just a normal dungeon. There was a monster there that looked like a big tiger. Noah said in alarm that Dio Valchisis suddenly appeared and tore the tiger to pieces, becoming the new boss. Yujin widened his eyes in shock, thinking that this was the summoning of a dragon of poison and curses into an ordinary dungeon where the boss already existed. He gritted his teeth angrily, thinking that this was a D-rank dungeon. He remembered the huge three-headed dragon that towered over him and the fallen Yuhyun. The guy thought that Rochers, who should never have appeared in such a dungeon, and the brother who came to save him, seemed to know everything. Yujin grabbed the man's shirt, squeezing the fabric, and asked him to tell him. Frowning determinedly, the guy clutched his shirt and shouted for Hyuni to tell him everything he knew about these scoundrels. He thought in shock that the dungeon where his brother died was their work. Noah sat on the rock and watched the guy who grabbed the man's clothes and thought, I wonder why he jumped off out of the blue. Suddenly the dragon's eyes widened in surprise as he was grabbed by a muscular arm. Riet squeezed his neck and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the dragon only exclaimed in surprise. She held the gloomy dragon's neck, asking why he was so afraid. If it was because of what happened, then don't worry, she forgives him. In response, Noah was indignant that she should ask for forgiveness. Let him go and he will go to Yujin. The girl held his head, saying that he couldn't approach them now. The dragon watched anxiously, hearing that they were having an important conversation. The guy held Hyuni's clothes, demanding that he tell him everything. He was angry and screamed at him to tell him everything he knew about them, and if he couldn't because of the contract, then Yujin would cancel it. The brunette fell silent in surprise when he heard the words that he was canceling the contract, which meant he had resistance to curses. Hyuni heard a worried question. Did he know? Turned away, straightening his coat, and said that he didn't think that Riet would come back just like that. He assumed that it could be at least SSS rank, maybe L rank. Yujin looked at the man with displeasure, thinking that he was too smart. The guy thought that he needed to learn about them, even if it meant telling him about his skills. The brunette waved his hands, confirming that it was L rank. With him he would cancel the contract. The blonde looked at him, folded his arms on his chest, and replied that this would be enough. Yujin exclaimed in surprise when he saw a red light appear above the man's palm. Whirlwinds of fire and symbols swirled around the red flame. The guy was surprised to see the hunter summon a red contract sheet surrounded by radiance and lines of symbols. The contract glowed bright red, with a burning yellow eye in the center of it. He was shocked to hear the man say that the contract was L rank, so a resistance skill of the same class would not be able to cancel it. Hyuni held a scarlet contract surrounded by symbols over his palm and stated that his right eye and hand were at stake. The man's eye glowed, and scarlet waves spread from it. The guy asked in surprise why he agreed to such a contract. Noah looked at this in amazement, and Riet noted in surprise that this was stronger than the contracts that she was offering. She should take note. Yujin heard that their tricks were too obvious. It would be stupid to pretend that he did not know about them. The man remained silent and was safe. The guy excitedly thought that these scoundrels offered the same contract to Yuhyun. Yujin shouted that against poison and cursed dragons, the effect of his skill was doubled, to which the blonde calmly replied that it was impressive, but he was not sure that it would work. He did not want to be a lab rat. The hero confidently put his palm to his chest and shouted that he would take responsibility. He held out his hand to the contract over the hunter's palm, saying that he would do everything possible to compensate him if anything went wrong, so just let him tell. He was indignant, asking that the man was going to spend the rest of his life under their control. Was that all he could do? Suddenly, the man grabbed the guy who was not expecting him by the throat. Noah called out to him in surprise, and his sister blocked his path with her hand, not letting him go. Spreading a red aura of power, the man squeezed the brunette's throat with his hand, around which red flames swirled, and said that he really liked Yujin, but not so much as to sacrifice parts of your body. Hyuni looked at him carefully with glowing yellow eyes. The system reported that strong pressure was detected and fear resistance was activated. With burning blue eyes, Yujin looked at him with a frown. He reached out with trembling hands to the man's hand and asked if he was serious. Grabbing his hand and coat, he said that it was just an eye and a hand. The man was not even risking his life. The hero stated that it seems that the man is too curious about him to refuse just because of this. He knows his value, perhaps even better than the guy himself. Yujin grabbed the hand that was squeezing him and reminded him with a smile that the hunter said that he signed the contract because he did not want to spend his life in ignorance. Then let him risk it for him. Yujin squeezed his hand and, with a confident look, stated that he was still hiding a lot from Hyuni. The man calmly listened to the words that much more pleasure awaited him. He looked at the guy carefully, hearing the words that he should take advantage of him and tell him who killed his younger brother. Hyuni smiled slightly. Yujin looked at the hand that released him and heard the man say that he hoped the guy wasn't lying. Looking at the excited guy with a smile, he held the contract in his hand and said that he had not agreed to adventures for a long time. It was exciting. Yujin asked if he would allow it then right now. Yujin reached out with his hands to the outstretched contract, but the man interrupted him. Leaning towards the alarmed guy, Hyunhee told the guy not to forget, even if he manages to tear him apart, he would risk his arm and eye for him. Looking slyly at the brunette, the man stated that he was looking forward to seeing how he would pay off this debt. Yujin looked at him decisively and confirmed that he would not forget. He thought to himself that it was annoying that it turned out to be him. Hyunhee was kneeling next to the guy holding the contract, red waves swirling around them. Noah and Riet watched this and heard the brunette's words that he would maintain physical contact. Let him not be shy about talking. The dragon exclaimed in surprise, asking if everything would be okay, and the girl smiled contentedly, saying that if it didn't work out, his hand would come off. She was looking forward to it. The man began to speak, wondering how to explain this. He looked at the surprised guy and asked what he would do if his parents wanted the end of the world. The guy asked again in surprise. With his hands folded in front of him, Hyunhee closed his eyes and asked what? What if they had a child who wanted to see that dream come true? Yujin asked what he was talking about. The blonde clasped his fingers and looked away, saying that this was a clarification of their purpose. He imagined a planet surrounded by people in black cloaks and hoods, who were poking at the earth with their clawed fingers. The man said that they cannot directly influence this world, so they are trying to force them to sign a contract, using dungeons and objects as bait. The shards of glass reflected destroyed houses and broken cars. Hyunhee said that this is how they create subordinates in order to expand their influence in this world and destroy it as nature intended. Yujin asked in surprise, what? He touched the man's shoulder, asking why sign such a contract if the world collapses and they will die. To this the blonde replied with a smile that he was already rapidly moving towards his end. Everything would end when there were too many dungeons and the monsters were too strong. Yujin worriedly remembered that the system also said something similar. The contract shone in the guy's hand, surrounded by red lightning. The man closed his eyes and continued that they promised to leave the collapsing world if they cooperated. Yujin thought that the contract was reacting. The leaf shone brighter and brighter, and the brunette closed his eyes, asking what he was saying, what to help save. The hunter replied that yes, like a rescue boat. In fact, they speak as they are told, and the exchange is for salvation. He imagined the planet as a broken glass ball from which water poured out with a ship floating on the wave. The man looked at him, saying that they want to gather subordinates to speed up the destruction of the world and get rid of the key that interrupts the process. The contract burned brightly, purple flashes and red lightning bolts appeared. Hyunhee said that this is the goal of self-proclaimed filial piety addicts. The contract flared unbearably brightly, spreading a scarlet light around. The guy covered his eyes with his hand. Their clothes fluttered. The system reported the activation of the curse of bodily harm due to contract violations. Yujin opened his eyes in shock. The system reported that curse resistance had been activated. The contract was torn to pieces. The system reported that the effects of all skills were doubled when fighting the master of the poison and cursed dragon king, and his name was hidden. Yujin closed his eyes, looking up and leaning on Hyunhee. He repeated to himself, master of dragons of poison and curses. The man looked at his uninjured hand and said he was fine. He started to say that it looked like they won this one, but he felt the guy squeeze his shoulder and didn't continue. Yujin looked up furiously at the falling pieces of the contract and angrily thought that he really does exist. The owner of the stupid lizard that tore his brother into pieces. He imagined a three-headed dark dragon that roared, engulfed in fire. The head of the guild was feeling his remaining hand, and Yujin, gloomily looking down, surrounded by currents of wind, asked if his brother was subjugated by these filial piety addicts who forced Hyunhee to sign the contract, to which the guy replied that he would not call Yuhyun their subordinate, since he broke his contract with them a long time ago. The contract floating in the air, surrounded by flames, evaporated, and Hyunhee said that he kept wondering why they agreed for such a short time. But now he thinks that Yujin was the reason. The brunette flinched, eyes widening, when the head said that it was because Yuhyun's F-class older brother would not be able to leave with him. Riet and Noah watched tensely from the cliff as the two hunters talked as Hyunhee said that an ordinary person could not bear the shock of leaving this world. Putting his hand on his chin, the head of Jupiter looked away and said thoughtfully that this was probably why they were only getting close to the S-class, and perhaps Yuhyun found out about this and broke the contract with them. Yujin clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he had often wondered why his brother chose this path. He remembered how his brother turned away and was taken away by the guards when Yuhyun thought that he constantly deliberately distanced himself, trying to make sure his brother would not be seen by them, afraid that they would touch him. Yujin remembered how they were sitting at the table having lunch, and Yuhyun was telling all this. He remembered Yuhyun's downward gaze and words that at first he didn't want to burden him, and then he felt like he wouldn't understand. and Yujin realized that it wasn't because his brother was young and immature that everything happened. He remembered Hyunhee with the L-class contract when his right eye and hand were on the line. He remembered Riet saying with a sad look that she kept refusing them, so they tried to use her brother. The brunette looked down and, gritting his teeth in anger, realized that Yuhyun knew that he could not take him with him, and understood that even if they did not communicate, he could still be in danger. Suddenly blood sprayed. Yujin looked down and a hand came out of the ground and grabbed his leg. The claws dug into the guy's calf. Hyunhee covered his face, shielding himself from the bright purple flash that appeared in front of him. Riet and Hyunhee froze, looking blankly at the light in front of them. A four-clawed paw dug into the ground, surrounded by purple magical light. The monster stood on the ground covered in blood. A huge, muscular, glowing beast towered over Yujin as he lay on the ground. Pinned to the ground, he looked up, clearing his throat. Looking at the lizard with glowing purple eyes and rows of white fangs, the guy asked himself if it was because the contract was destroyed. Suddenly the monster's pupil moved, looking at the guy. Yujin's mouth opened in horror, and beads of sweat ran down his face. Riet ran towards the monster with an angry expression on her face, shouting at Noah to stay put. Holding a sickle-shaped weapon in her hands, the girl rushed at the beast. In flight, she looked back in shock, not understanding when he managed to move, that she didn't even notice. The monster, which was behind her, threw the girl away with its tail. He moved on when Riet rolled and hit the ground, and Noah jumped up to her. Hyunhee raised his hand in concern and surrounded himself with golden magic chains, saying that this was not normal. Suddenly, something appeared in front of his right eye. He sharply sent the chains flashing yellow, blocking the attack. Covering his eyes with his hands, he rolled backwards along the ground with his feet, thrown back by the strong shock of the blow. Drops of blood fell to the ground at his feet. Stopping the sickle-shaped weapon in his face with his hand, he looked up tensely while his hand was bleeding, and said that even though he had done everything in his power, the monster still continued to aim at his eyes. The lizard, shrouded in purple flames, clutched its clawed paw, and Hyunhee thought that even with the chains he could barely block its attacks, wondering how fast and strong he was. Noah was about to run up to Yujin, who was lying behind the monster with a bleeding leg, but he shouted at him not to approach. With his face tense in pain, Yujin turned his gaze to the monster, thinking that even a Born S-class could not cope with it. He frowned and a blue glow flashed in his eyes. Blue windows appeared near the monster, where it was written that it was an ancient type of SS-class Vikyu's poison and cursed dragon. Riet rubbed her bruised arm, and Hyunhee looked at the monster intently, thinking that he could not see a way out of this situation. Suddenly the blonde froze, staring forward in surprise. Lying in front of the lizard, Yujin put his hand on the ground and began to rise. The brunette wondered with a smile on his face whether this monster was also sent by the owner of that lizard. Raising his eyes burning with madness, Yujin asked himself, does that mean he is watching him? Suddenly, a blue flash of the chick class teacher skill activated came from him as he thought that he would do his best to kill the monster and shouted to everyone to take this skill. Noah looked back in surprise at his wings, covered with a blue glow. Riet happily raised her hands as her body glowed blue and asked what it was, and Hyunhee thought that this skill would not be enough. The guy sharply raised his intense yellow eyes, thinking that this monster is different from Bavar, despite the same class, because even with combat foresight it cannot keep up with its speed. Grabbing Vikyus by the leg, Yujin looked up at him madly, deciding that he would use the skill on the monster as well. He tensed his face with glowing yellow eyes. A yellow symbol flashed above Vikyus as the guy thought that he would try to use a skill on him that worked faster than combat foresight, and then he could show the three hunters what the monster was going to do, where it would look in all its sensations. Holding tightly to the moving leg, Yujin saw a blue window indicating that the target had refused to accept the skill. He clenched his teeth and blood began to flow from his nose. Vikyus tried to get rid of the guy who was caught on his leg, who, with burning eyes, did not stop trying to cast a skill on him. Vikyus' body began to become covered in a blue glow, and a window appeared stating that the skill's effects were doubled against Vikyus. Yujin opened his mouth with effort, his eyes sparkling. Noah raised his head with his eyes lighting up. Riet smiled with flared pupils. Hyunhee's eyes also turned yellow. All three rushed towards the monster as Yujin mentally told them to destroy it. Riet's hand turned into a gray clawed paw. She realized with a crazy smile that she felt a monster. Vikyus turned around, noticing the approaching threat. The girl swung her hand, and a purple light flashed in front of her. She stuck her transformed hand into it as the monster tried to grab her, and thought that because she could sense it, she could stop it. With blood gushing from her shoulder, Riet thought there was no way she could win, but maybe they could slow him down. The girl grabbed her bloody shoulder, and Vikyus waved his paw in front of her, in which a clot of pink energy sparkled. His paw was in front of Riette's face. She smiled madly and said that she was not fighting him to win. Suddenly, a glowing magical chain surrounded the monster's entire body and Hyuni appeared above it. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared from the chains, and fire broke out around the monster. Noah shouted with a smile that it worked. Steam was emanating from Vicuse's skin. He turned around and flashed his pink eye ominously. The monster screamed and tried to swipe Hyuni, but he blocked the blow with a chain. Riette suddenly appeared behind the monster and said that she knew that this was not enough. She threw a punch that created a blue flash. The monster's severed paw fell to the ground, bleeding. Throwing Eugen aside, the girl, whose hand was covered with bulging veins, shouted that their goal was to take the sweet thing from him. The guy flew behind the 3 hunters who bravely stood in front of the monster, and Riette said that now that they had reached their goal, the second round was coming. Vicuse, growling ferociously, rushed at them. Riette suddenly appeared in front of him and asked with a smile where he was going. A yellow light flashed between them as the girl yelled for him to focus on her. Suddenly blood gushed from her side as she said that the monster would no longer be able to use one paw. Vicuse's severed paw, glowing with a purple glow, was restored. Riette, with a wound on her stomach, opened her eyes in horror. The monster growled and glowed pink. He opened his mouth, collecting a magical ball of energy in his throat. Vicuse exhaled gray poisonous smoke from his mouth. The short-haired girl's face twisted in pain as she looked at the darkened hand and thought that even with resisting the poison, she would have a hard time and wouldn't last long. Suddenly her hand flashed with a blue glow from the activation of the healing hand, and she opened her mouth in surprise. Riette, covered in a blue glow, turned around in surprise when she heard Noah telling her to dodge strong attacks and he would support her. The yellow dragon opened its mouth and said that he had not forgiven her yet, and was only helping because the situation was serious and she needed to hold off the monster until Eugen recovered. The girl turned back to the monster and, grinning, said that Noah had matured. Holding the exhausted Eugen under his arm, Hyuni looked at the bright flash at the battle site and said that they had won extra time thanks to them. Having laid the guy on the ground, Hyuni helped him up, supporting him behind his back, and asked if he was okay and if there were any other injuries. Eugen replied that only his leg was injured, since he used a bead after the first attack, reducing damage to no. The monster's claws were sticking out of his leg, and he said that he thought it was worth tending to this wound, since it would not stop bleeding. Having torn the fabric of his pants at the site of the injury, Eugen asked the head to help him pull out his claws. The blonde asked about painkillers, to which the guy replied that they would not work due to resistance to poisons, and he could not turn off this skill due to the poisonous fog. Eugen lay down and raised his hand to his mouth, when Hyuni, looking at his leg, doubtfully said that the wound was deep and with an F-class pain threshold he was unlikely to withstand it. The guy, interrupting him, told him to help him and pull him out by 1 times, and woke him up if he loses consciousness, since they don't have time. Hyuni put his hand on the guy's skin, and the other grabbed the claw sticking out of his leg. Eugen clenched the fabric of the sleeve of his sweater with his teeth. The blonde calmly looked at the wound while the wounded guy screamed furiously in pain. Bloody claws flew out of his leg, pouring glowing liquid from a yellow bottle onto the guy's wound. Hyuni said that everything is ready and he thinks that Eugen should rest, and for this he needs to find a place where he can hide. Breathing heavily, Eugen interrupted the guy and said that now was no time for rest, they needed to get rid of this freak. He raised his palm in which blue beads appeared and said that these beads will cancel the damage received. There are 2 of them, and each lasts for 10 minutes, and once he used them, there are about 17 minutes left, and Hyuni will probably deal with him in 10 minutes. The blonde, with his eyes downcast, opened his mouth slightly, thinking that not much time had passed since Eugen woke up. Looking at the guy with his eyes burning with hatred and his hand clenched into a fist, Hyuni thought that he looked like he had been going to dungeons for many years and fought on the battlefield many times. The brunette turned a serious look at the head and, asking if he was listening, said that he would use the skill of doubling attack power on him. Looking at him, the head of Jupiter smiled softly and thought that every day it only becomes more curious what this F-class is hiding. Standing on the blue magic circle, Noah turned around sharply when he heard a voice. Hyuni, surrounded by chains, hovered above the dragon, holding a dark-haired guy in his hand, who shouted to Noah, asking to lend him some mana characteristics, and he asked in surprise if the guy was already okay. Eugen, sinking to the ground, approached Noah and, scratching the dragon, said that everything was fine with him and Noah did a great job, offering to finish off the monster and get out of here altogether. Against the background of the blue window, yellow images of the veteran F-class S-class skills and 1+1 appeared, and the sharing of the effect of the double damage skill with the person in physical contact with it was activated. The blonde looked at his hand with a smile, and Yujin, touching him with his palm and holding a bead in his other hand, said that with this skill they could also use it as a shield. The guy put his hand on Hyunhee's shoulder and said that the double damage skill would work even if they touched in different places. Touching the guy's shoulder, Yujin said that as long as they are not far from each other, he will be able to grab different parts of Hyunhee's body, so instead of hugging him like last time, he should just relax. The brunette looked up in surprise when the guild leader asked if he could dance. Riet flipped over and jumped to hit the lizard, and Hyunhee said that there is nothing like dancing when it comes to teamwork. Noah opened his wings and created a blue flash, activating his stat borrowing skill as Yujin said that his life did not have time to learn dancing, and Hyunhee replied that there was no need to worry, because he could learn it now. The blonde raised his hand with the glowing chain to his face, and his eyes flashed. While fighting the monster, Riet suddenly turned around. She jumped back, managing to avoid Vikyu's attack. The lizard suddenly looked up. Golden chains, sparkling with yellow lightning, struck Vikyu's. Covering her eyes from the bright light with her hand, Riet asked in admiration where such power came from. Hyunhee looked down at his hand and thought that this was truly amazing. Opening his eyes, Yujin shouted that this creature was still alive. The monster's body was covered with glowing yellow cracks. Opening his mouth, Vikyu's growled. The guys, surrounded by chains, sank to the ground in front of the furiously growling lizard. Darkening, the brunette screamed in horror that they were finished, and Hyunhee calmly said that he shouldn't worry and offered to dance. The blonde with sparkling eyes took the guy's hand. Yujin froze in surprise, looking at the guy. The lizard behind him suddenly rushed towards them. Hyunhee, holding the brunette's hand, with his eyes closed, jumped away from Vikyu's blow. The monster froze with its paw outstretched. The blonde gracefully took the shocked guy aside. Hyunhee led the clueless guy in a dance with a look of pleasure on his face, dodging the lizard's attacks. Standing on the side next to Noah, Riet asked with a smile what they were doing and shouted that it looked like fun, and the guy thought that he would not like to use this skill. The blonde with a smile on his face raised his palm, above which a blue glow appeared. Pulling the guy towards him, Hyunhee dodged the lizard's blow. The blonde, jumping up to Vikyu's, leaned the yellow stick against the back of the lizard and said that electricity loses its power if used in the air because it dissipates, so he is going to use it like this. The monster swung while Hyunhee, leaning the guy against him, ran a yellow stick over the lizard's body. Jumping back, the blonde hugging Yujin brought the glow stick to the monster's back. He stuck it into the lizard's skin and removed his hand. Riet suddenly snapped her fingers and shouted that she understood. The girl jumped, finding herself above Vikyu's, and, pointing her shining weapon at him, shouted that she would help and activated Eternal Severance. Riet, leaning against the lizard, stuck her sword into it. The monster turned around, growling, as the girl jumped to the side. Noah opened her eyes, realizing the tactic and realizing that they needed to concentrate the electricity. Hyunhee and Yujin, shrouded in a yellow glow, hovered in the air above the lizard, from which sparkling sticks and a sword protruded. The girl, smiling, shouted for the guy to burn everything along with the sword. Hyunhee, crossing his fingers with Yujin, pressed himself close to the guy and extended their sparkling hands forward, continuing the dance. A glowing golden chain surrounded Vikyu's. Suddenly, a huge yellow flash hit the ground and there was an explosion. A powerful stream of energy was sent from the sky into the ground where Vikyu's was supposed to be, destroying the huge stone plates underneath. Hyunhee held the protagonist's hand, and they both watched as a stream of ash and smoke came from Vikyu's silhouette. Yujin thought that everything was already over, because the lightning should have weakened. Suddenly, the protagonist widened his eyes and looked forward in amazement towards the dragon. Vikyu's stood slightly bent in the middle of a deep black crater after an explosion, from which clouds of smoke hovered nearby. Yujin realized that the battle was not over yet. Vikyu's opened his mouth with sharp teeth and coughed up blood. The silhouette of the dragon of poison and curses Vikyu's, who felt the yellow bolts of lightning, threw his head back and looked at the sky with his mouth half open. The discharges that filled the entire sky were now concentrated at one point, and they all passed through the dragon's body. Vikyu's spread his arms and roared furiously into the sky, releasing a shock wave of air from himself. The main character with one eye closed looked forward irritably, holding his hand in front of his face, surrounded by his blue aura. Yujin understood that he was in great shock, even though the pain was not directly transmitted. Vikyu's opened his mouth very wide and growled into the air as smoke emanated from his silhouette. Yujin, along with Hyunhee, watched closely as Vikyu's began to fall, standing not far from them. Riet, with a dissatisfied look, covering her face with her hand, walked up to the lifeless body of Vikyu's and extended her hand to pick up her sword. She supposed he should be dead by now. The paw of the dragon Vikyu's with sharp claws lay on the black ground. Riet was filled with curiosity about Eugen's skill and wanted to ask him about it. Suddenly, Vicus jumped up and almost delivered a powerful blow with his paw with a purple aura, but Riet managed to dodge it, feeling bewildered. Riet jumped back indignantly towards her brother Noah, who stood behind her in the form of a dragon. Riet didn't understand how Vicus found the strength to get up, because simply terrible things happened to him, after which he should have died. Vicus stood in a bent position, bleeding and emitting clouds of smoke. Eugen looked on in surprise as Hyoni, standing next to him, spread his golden chains to finish off Vicus. Hyoni noted that Vicus had incredible willpower. However, Eugen noted that it was not at all about Vicus and his power. The main character imagined how a large dark hand controlled Vicus's body like a puppet, and he was in the role of a toy. The protagonist knew that Vicus's body must move until his owner's order, more like a curse, was fulfilled. Hyoni stood next to Eugen and put his hand forward, sending a barrage of fire from the sky straight towards Vicus as he stood in the pit below. Vicus was spitting blood from his mouth and clouds of smoke were emanating from his burned body. Riet and Noah watched as Hyoni continued to blast Vicus with his fire blasts to finish him off. Eugen stood with Hyoni as Vicus crawled with his last strength to the guys, leaving traces of his blood on the ground. Vicus, with his last breath, spat out the remaining blood from his mouth and said something inaudible. Eugen approached Vicus's lifeless body and was about to touch it. The main character came up with ways of communication so that Vicus could somehow understand him. Concerned, Hyoni asked Eugen if he was sure it was safe to approach Vicus. The protagonist confidently replied that Vicus would never get back on his feet. Eugen placed his hand on Vicus's body and was about to use his blue aura skill. Eugen knew that if he focused on the commander's skill, he could probably get a clue about Vicus's master. The protagonist continued to keep his hand on Vicus's body with his brows furrowed as blue bolts of lightning surrounded everything around him. Vicus's lifeless body began to emit blue drops of blood from itself. The main character looked in amazement as his hand touched Vicus's body, and a glowing purple aura began to surround him. The violet aura matter began to absorb Eugen and he did not understand what was happening. Looking at everything with incomprehension. Everything was shrouded in dark space. The glowing silhouette of Eugen appeared in a dark space with a purple light. The tails of dragons covered with scales appeared in space. Eugen found himself in this space and tried to call his guys by name. Eugen looked around with a dumbfounded look, sitting on dragon tails. He noticed that his pants were in order and he did not understand what was happening around him. The protagonist thrust his knee forward and hit the dragon's hard tail. Eugen jumped up in horror and saw that he was in a space where everything around was shrouded in the silhouettes of dragons. The protagonist thought that absolutely everything around him was surrounded by dragons of poisons and curses. Eugen raised his head and looked to the side angrily, wondering where he had ended up. Eugen saw the silhouette of a monster in the distance, posing as the master of Vicus. Vicus's master's consciousness responded that they were inside his consciousness, or more precisely, inside their intersecting consciousnesses. The owner noted that he was glad that Eugen deigned to come to this place. The owner, in the form of a man with red cuts on his body and glowing eyes, looked down arrogantly towards Eugen. The owner noted that once again Eugen ruined his plans and caused him enormous damage. Eugen frowned slightly and looked at the monster with confusion when a notification appeared nearby with a description of the Vicus dragon. The owner replied that he had to overdo it and send Vicus, which is why even he fell in rank, albeit temporarily. Eugen realized with the sweat of his brow that Vicus, the same dragon that had just been sent, was sent by this monster. Eugen's feet stepped forward onto the black matter of the dragon's remains. Eugen rushed to run towards the owner of Vicus through the space swarming with dragon tails. Eugen asked the monster if he was the owner of the poison and cursed dragons. The dragon master looked disdainfully at Eugen and extended his hand, about to use his magic. Eugen indignantly asked that this monster was the one who sent Rachitas to the dungeon to kill his brother Yuhyun. Eugen looked at the dragon master with confusion, extending his hand forward as a huge dragon hand came out of the ground and was about to grab him. Before he could say a word, the dragon's hand pressed Eugen's body tightly to the ground, mixing him with the ground. A huge dragon with 4 eyes and a bone mask on its face towered over Eugen and pressed him to the ground with its paw. The dragon master flew closer to the pinned Eugen, who was being held by the dragon against the backdrop of a wall of fire. The dragon master grabbed the protagonist's head and turned it towards him as Eugen glared at him indignantly. The owner noted that Yuhyun's death was also unexpected for him. The dragon master raised Eugen's head and approached her, looking into his frightened gaze. The poison and cursed dragon master noted that the person who was supposed to die was Eugen. The Dragon Master lightly touched the protruding chin of Yujin with his sharp fingers, who looked at what was happening with a dumbfounded look, not understanding that it was he who was supposed to die. The Dragon Master looked arrogantly at Yujin with his multiple pairs of eyes. He noted that that dungeon was intended from the very beginning to kill the main character, and as long as he was alive, Yuhyun would not cooperate in destroying the world. The protagonist glared at the dragon monster, trying to swing his arms from under the dragon's pressed paw. Yujin did not believe what he heard and said that Yuhyun could not contribute to the end of the world. Yujin punched the ground where the dragon tails lay. The owner noted that Yuhyun chose death for his brother. The owner stood arrogantly at Yujin, who looked at him with his head raised. With a little anger, the owner explained that if not for Yujin, then Yuhyun would have been able to safely leave this collapsing world, and he would have accepted the contract and become much stronger. The protagonist looked at the owner of the dragons with disappointment, raising his head. The owner noted that even if Yuhyun did not agree to the contract, at least he would have the freedom of choice without being tied to the burden that cannot be avoided in this world. The Dragon Master's hand with his index finger raised was directed at the main character. The owner said that Yujin was a stumbling block for his brother because Yuhyun should not have died like that. Yujin looked down in horror as the owner touched the back of Yujin's head with his index finger. The Dragon Master noted that Yujin had shackled his dear brother hand and foot and for some reason still had the right to live. The main character, sweating, helplessly looked down, his eyes wide, when the owner's head approached him. Yujin began to remember moments from the past when rumors circulated about him and were written about in the news. At that time, he was considered a black stain on the reputation of the Abyss Guild and was considered an unpleasant person, because he boasted the name of the head of the Abyss Guild while being only an F class. At that time, people were not surprised that Yujin was abandoned by his own younger brother. Yujin recalled how the guild guards drove him out of the building in a crowd. The guards pointed out to him that if Yujin really cared about his brother, then he should sever all his ties and the guild would go abyss. The protagonist was very angry and did not understand why the guards dragged him out of the office without really explaining anything. Yujin extended his hand, trying to call out to his brother, who stood indifferently with his back to him. He remembered Yuhyun's hurtful words when he asked him how long he planned to force his little brother to clean up after himself. Yuhyun at that time told him to live quietly, and he did not want to repeat these words many times. The protagonist recalled how he held the lifeless body of his brother to himself, remembering his words about not shackling his arms and legs. Yujin waved his arms angrily while being encased in the dragon's clutches as the Dragon Master floated innumerably in the air. Yujin explained that the owner said everything correctly and he was not ashamed of the fact that he still continued to live. Yujin grabbed the Dragon Master's leg tightly. The main character continued to hold the owner's leg, being pinned to the ground by the paw of a huge white dragon. Yujin explained that at least he will take revenge on the owner of the lizard who tore his younger brother into pieces. Yujin looked at the Dragon Master in anger and fury, frowning deeply. The Dragon Master looked forward arrogantly and indifferently, with his hands behind his back. When Yujin was lying on the ground and looking at him, he asked the man what the insignificant F-class could do to him. Yujin replied that this most insignificant F-class had already violated his plans twice and chopped one of his pet lizards into sushi and fried the other with electricity. The dragon's paw began to squeeze Yujin's body and he waved his arms with frowning brows. The huge dragon threw the body of Yujin aside with its powerful paw, who managed to jokingly shout out that he should drag the bodies of these dragons he killed to this place and show it to him personally. The owner floated in the air with his hands behind his back and watched as the dragon threw Yujin's body away. Yujin noted that he could at least blame it on his class, but sarcastically replied that the Dragon Master might be too stupid for his class. The dragon threw Yujin's body away and he fell to the ground, bleeding slightly and laughing ironically while in pain. Yujin understood that this was exactly what would happen, because this cunning Dragon Master had no intention of killing him. The Dragon Master looked arrogantly at Yujin, who was sitting on the ground with a mischievous grin, wiping the blood from his face as a huge dragon was behind him. Yujin understood that if the owner wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago with the help of Vikyus. The protagonist ironically said that he heard how the owner gave Hyunhee information and was still deceived, noting that he could not achieve anything and could not even win Riet to his side. Yujin realized that the Dragon Master definitely wanted something from him. The huge dragon wrapped its tail around Yujin's legs and was about to grab him. Yujin managed to sarcastically remark, "Why doesn't the master of the dragons rename himself the stupid king?" The dragon held Yujin upside down in the air, and his arms dangled. The Dragon Master noted that Yujin was the person who stopped Riet and asked him how he managed to stop his orders. The Dragon Master grabbed Yujin's hair tightly and lifted his head, causing Yujin to close his eyes and groan. The owner asked Yujin how he managed to defeat the Rachitas. The Dragon Master looked down at Yujin arrogantly, holding his hair in his hands. The owner noted that Yujin could have been helped by immoral children. Yujin asked about this phrase, to which the owner of the dragons noted that these were scoundrels who created the system and controlled it. The owner continued to hold Yujin by the hair as the main character looked at what was happening sarcastically. The main character smirked about the nickname about immoral children, noting that the owner was angry with them because the guys from the system were trying to prevent the end of the world. The owner said that Yujin should have known about the system. Yujin's wounded face with an angry gaze was directed forward. The owner asked Yujin whether the system had given him anything and why they involved such an F-class in their affairs. Yujin began to understand that this was the part the owner wanted to know about. Yujin understood that the Dragon Master did not know his rank and skills, and therefore could leave him alive until he obtained information, and only then would deal with him. The owner looked at Yujin arrogantly, clutching his hair in his hands. Yujin said sarcastically that the owner was more naive than he thought. The owner continued to hold Yujin, who looked at him sarcastically and showed his middle finger. The main character said that he simply would not answer his questions, calling him too stupid and noting that this was why the owner of the dragons had achieved nothing. Yujin looked intently at the owner of the dragons and thought that he needed to hold out and find a chance, when suddenly a huge dragon grabbed his hand with its sharp mouth. Suddenly, Yujin turned around and widened his eyes when he saw blood splashing from his body. The Dragon Master threw a mocking grin towards Yujin. The protagonist lay on the ground and writhed in pain as the dragon towered over its master and held Yujin's severed arm in its mouth. Yujin continued to lie on the ground and scream in pain. The Dragon Master looked down at Yujin with contempt, noting that he should look carefully, because there was no way that the hand would disappear. Suddenly Yujin stood up and looked to the side in disbelief that his hand had reappeared. The dragon grabbed onto Yujin's body again and lifted him into the air as the main character looked around in horror. The Dragon Master watched indifferently as several dragons surrounded Yujin, who was tossing and turning on the ground without several limbs that had been chewed off by the dragons. The owner explained that they were inside his mind, and not in reality. The Dragon Master raised his hand and blood flowed out from his veins. He explained that this all meant that Yujin would not be able to die, and he would be able to torture him endlessly. The Dragon Master looked at Yujin arrogantly as a blood dragon emerged from his hands with a furious look. Yujin was completely shackled by the dragon's bodies, which were going to attack him at the first command. The owner explained that if Yujin does not answer, then he will simply tear him apart and find the desired memory. The protagonist put his hand on the ground. Yujin thought about the item Charlotte's balls. The owner explained that they were conscious, so Yujin could not get the objects. A bunch of dragons surrounded the main character, and some of them held Yujin's body in the air with their mouths, clinging to his limbs. The owner noticed that the balls that cancel the damage could also be from the people of the system. The Dragon Master also explained that Yujin could not kill the Rachita's dragon with this thing alone. That same bloody dragon opened its mouth and was about to bite off Yujin's head. The owner menacingly ordered Yujin that he had better answer truthfully. The main character at the same second grinned sarcastically and furrowed his eyebrows, looking bloodthirsty at the owner of the dragons. He replied that he would not answer and told the Dragon Master to think about this situation himself. The Dragon Master smirked slightly in response. All the dragons immediately attacked Yujin and tore him into pieces, splashes of blood flying in all directions. The entire space was covered in blood splatters. Yujin really regretted why his little brother got involved with this guy. At the same time, on the battlefield, Yujin's real body was lying on the ground, surrounded by a blue aura, as Noah, Riet, and Hyuni watched. Noah tried to call out to his master and told him to come to his senses already. The main character lay unconscious on the ground in the shackles of a blue aura. Hyuni and Noah surrounded Yujin's lifeless body, sitting right in front of him. Hyuni noted that last time the main character also lost consciousness. Noah asked Hyuni in surprise if he had done something to Yujin, because he had heard about the incident in the Babar's dungeon when they tried to take Yujin out of their own free will. Noah calmly opened his mouth in dragon form as Riet stood next to him with her arms crossed. Riet explained that this would be problematic. Riet grinned mischievously and looked at Yujin's body, saying that she wanted him too, noting that her dear Yujin actually had a lot of useful abilities. Hyuni sarcastically looked up at Riet, ironically saying that it would be understandable that ants would surround a box of chocolates. But still, Noah got a little angry and told the two guys to stop talking about this topic, because the situation was inappropriate. Hyuni stared down at the protagonist's body in concentration as Riet looked sarcastically into her brother's eyes. Noah explained that they should have cleared the dungeon first. Hyuni frowned slightly and looked attentively at the protagonist's body. Noah asked the head of the Jupiter Guild about what happened and why he was watching him so closely. Hyuni looked at Yujin's face. He explained that Yujin's face looked too milky and how long had it been like that. Noah stood with his sister, and they both looked at Hyuni in surprise. Noah did not understand what exactly Hyuni meant and asked him again. Riet ironically said that Hyuni broke the contract and still lost his sight. Hyuni noted that Yujin must have been 5 years older. Yujin lay unconscious, surrounded by his blue aura. The main character dug up memories and fragments when he had buried them long ago. Yujin experienced unpleasant memories where he sat in a room and held his head, remembering his bosses. Another moment when he was sitting on the ground and resting his hands on it, looking dumbfounded. Some voices were heard in the background. Yujin remembered his brother standing at the door. Yujin at that moment did not understand why his brother needed to go to the dungeon. The body of the main character was floating in the air upside down, unconscious. The protagonist remembered himself in the army when he was sad. His comrades then noted that it was Yujin's birthday that day, but his S-class younger brother didn't even call him. The guys thought that these brothers were not close, because until now there had not been a single meeting or letter. The protagonist recalled how he was very angry and grabbed one of the guys by the clothes, proving that he was not going to repeat many times that he no longer communicated with his younger brother, because he was tired of him too. The Dragon Master continued to rummage through his memory, tearing out fragments of memories with an iron cage. At that moment, the Abyss Guild was throwing a grand party in honor of their leader's Christmas and birthday. Yujin recalled how his wounded hand held onto the screen with the image of his brother. Yujin recalled how he sat in the cage and celebrated his bad little brother's birthday to himself. Yujin's lifeless body was floating in space, and it was all shrouded in the dark aura of the Dragon Master. The protagonist recalled lying in a hospital bed with his arm bandaged and his leg in a cast. The main character did not understand why only bad memories were shown to him. The last memory is when Yujin hugged his brother's dead body. The Dragon Master was still glad that he had found the memory he needed. The Dragon Master held a glowing crystal in his hand, thanks to which Yujin was then able to return everything, realizing that it was thanks to the wishing stone that he turned back time. The Dragon Master held the wishing stone in his hands as Yujin's body was thrust into the claws of the dragon's paws, and he sighed heavily. The Dragon Master suggested that the protagonist also gained resistance to curses after killing the Rachitas. Yujin was in a half-dead state, hanging on the dragon's claws and sighing heavily. The protagonist noted that everything around smelled of blood and he was sick of it all, asking a rhetorical question about how much time had already passed. The white dragon grabbed Yujin's body with its powerful mouth. The Dragon Master continued to mock the man, asking him how the F-class was able to kill the Rachita's dragon on its own. The Dragon Master looked at Yujin arrogantly, holding his hand with his dark aura in front of him. The owner noted that extracting memories from the main character was difficult due to resistance to curses, because if he was an ordinary F-class, then it would be a piece of cake. Yujin held his hand in horror, which began to reappear with a blue aura after the last dragon bite. Yujin understood that all these tests were only a matter of time. The protagonist sold holding on to his shoulder as his arm continued to regenerate. He understood that in the end the owner would find the answer he needed and then kill him. The main character lay face down on the dragon's scales as one of the dragons watched over him intently. Yujin didn't understand what he was doing here at all and why he couldn't resist, because right in front of him was the scoundrel who killed his brother. Yujin was very worried about why he was so weak. The main character realized that this is why Yuhyun didn't tell him anything. The owner began to delve into his memories again. Simyoung turned to Yujin and asked him if he could do anything for his younger brother. A bundle of money in an envelope lay on the table. Simyoung said that they came to return the money they sent. Simyoung stood over the table and held out an envelope as Yujin sat on the chair with his head down. Simyoung noted that Yujin must have thought that by doing this he would maintain his pride as an older brother, but still everyone around him understood what was happening. Simyoung asked Yujin what exactly he thought about that. Why did Yuhyun leave home immediately after waking up? At that moment, the main character was sitting with an indifferent look. The Dragon Master specifically recalled only negative events from his life when Simyoung looked arrogantly at Yujin and told him that for the head of the Abyss Guild and an S-class hunter, Yujin was just an ordinary older brother whom Yuhyun could not even rely on. The main character lay face down on the scales of dragons, experiencing a feeling of hopelessness. The Dragon Master looked to the side at the black glowing stone that he was holding with his hand while Yujin lay motionless on the ground. The Dragon Master noted even more useless memories, of which there were many in the main character's head, so he asked him a logical question about why Yujin himself didn't tell him all about it, because it would have been easier. Yujin clenched his fists while lying on the ground. He bared his teeth and raised his head, looking forward angrily. Yujin understood that that was why he tried to change everything this time. Yujin recalled how he happily drank with Xiang Han, another memory of him holding peace in his hands and looking at Simao. The main character also recalled a warm moment when he and his brother looked at each other with delight. Yujin simply wanted to become a good brother like he had never been in his previous life. The main character lay on the ground and sighed angrily, looking at the owner of the dragons with an embittered expression, clenching his fists. He sarcastically asked the owner if he had such a hobby so that he could ask again if he didn't like the answer. Yujin received a blow from his tail at the same second and screamed in pain, as the owner of the dragons noted that this was the desire of Yujin himself. Yujin forced himself to think. The Dragon Master spread his wings and looked at the dark stone, thanks to which he could climb into memories. Yujin was lying on the ground at that moment and noted that the owner of the dragons was a complete idiot, since he did not block the skills, whereas he did it with objects. The main character turned back sarcastically, breaking into a malicious smile. At the same time, the protagonist thought that he needed to find a way out of this situation, or at least a small hint. The Dragon King smiled mockingly as he looked at Yujin while stroking his green dragon. The owner noted that the idea would be good if skills were not considered part of the sensations. The Dragon Master pointed his index finger towards Yujin and the green dragon pounced on him, grabbing his shoulder. The Dragon Master arrogantly watched as the bloody Yujin lay on the ground and was closely watched by the dragon that had bitten him. The owner of the dragons noted that, purely theoretically, everything was possible because they were inside the consciousness, but people were not so creative. The Dragon Master placed his powerful paw with sharp claws on the protagonist's chest, causing him to immediately scream in pain. The owner went on about how a man who had never flown could move with wings, or a man who could run like the wind. The owner placed his dragon paw on Yujin's body and arrogantly towered over him, ironically telling him what an ordinary F-class could do to him other than crawling on the ground. The Dragon Master broke into a malicious smile and looked down. He admitted that he didn't expect that there was resistance to curses of this level. All wounded and exhausted, Yujin lay on the ground and laughed hard. He ironically noted that since everything was unexpected for the owner of the dragons, he would simply be stupid. Yujin noted that since the master of the dragons was betrayed, it was unexpected if he was tormenting him. Then again, to say that he did not expect such resistance would be too funny. The Dragon Master swung his tail and threw Yujin's body away from him, who coughed from the blow. The Dragon Master kept his arms crossed and looked at Yujin with a sense of superiority, who was held in the air by the dragon's limbs. The Dragon Master was surprised that the main character was capable of talking nonsense. The wounded Yujin found the strength to look at his enemy with contempt. He added that the attempt to kill him was also nonsense, because if he had done it after the gate was closed, then his brother Yuhyun would never have been able to enter. Yujin ironically noted that this fool actually had to send Rachitas. Yujin was shackled by the dragons as the Dragon Master looked at him arrogantly, with his hand behind his back. At the same moment, the owner of the dragons smiled sarcastically, baring his teeth maliciously and laughing. The owner spread his arms to the sides and began to laugh loudly. The Dragon Master extended his index finger and pointed it to Yujin's throat, who looked back in amazement, and told him that in this situation, the fool was the main character himself, who actually thought that the gate was open at that moment. The Dragon Master came closer to the protagonist and looked him straight in the eyes. He noted to Yujin that Yuhyun then borrowed his power to infiltrate the locked dungeon to rescue him. Yujin widened his eyes in shock upon hearing such a statement. The Dragon Master frowned slightly and noticed that now the main character began to react differently, and invited him to talk even more about his younger brother. At that moment, Yuhyun was standing on the bone skulls in front of the dungeon entrance and everything around was surrounded by a dark aura. Yuhyun lowered his head in confusion and said a sentence about why the Dragon Master was here again. Yuhyun turned to the side and saw the silhouette of a monster with a skull and horns glowing with purple flame. Yuhyun repeated that he had already said that he was no longer interested in his proposal. The skull glowing with a bright purple flame told Yuhyun not to be so heartless, because he came to share important news, and he would definitely regret it if he refused to listen. Yuhyun looked down at the Dragon Master's skull angrily and in bewilderment. The skull explained that there was a mistake in the dungeon where his brother was at that time. A crowd of people began to fuss and scatter in different directions when the gate to the dungeon began to emit black rays of aura throughout the airspace. They realized that there was another glitch in the dungeon. The guy in the cap followed the blonde girl with a worried look. The guy reasoned about what was happening, that the situation had not happened for the first time when the difference between the dungeon class and the hunter class was so great. He thought that there would be more victims who were missing the gate stone. The girl explained that the low-class hunter did not have them and ordered him to turn to the side. People raised their heads up and saw the silhouette of Yuhyun in the sky, which emitted blue gusts of aura from itself. Yuhyun flew closer to one of the scientists who was studying the energy from the gate. Yuhyun asked the scientist how things were. The scientist explained that it was dangerous because it was supposed to be a D-class dungeon, but its mana saturation looked serious. The scientist suggested that there could be at least an S-class monster inside. Yuhyun was about to draw his sword and enter the gate when he became alarmed the very second the scientist said that the gate had closed, so he would no longer be able to enter. Yuhyun began to scurry around and waved his sword in front of the gate's entrance, which emitted a pink and black aura from itself. A scientist from the side shouted that Yuhyun would not be able to open them and would have to wait until everyone inside died. Yuhyun glared at the gate, waving his sword and baring his teeth. Yuhyun looked contemptuously forward and under his long bangs when people from the side tried to stop him. The Dragon Master continued his line and asked Yuhyun if he now wanted him to let him in. Yuhyun was standing right in front of the gate when dark energy began to seep from the ground nearby. Yuhyun looked in shock through the dark magical window into the portal. Yuhyun watched through the portal as his brother was inside the dungeon, trying to escape from the Rachida's dragon. The Dragon Master explained that with his strength he could only carry one. Yuhyun tried to rush to save his brother through the portal, when suddenly along the way he was sucked into dark matter of energy. The Dragon Master noted that it was not free and suggested that Yuhyun sign a new contract. The hands of the Dragon Master with a red aura appeared from the dark funnel of the portal. The Dragon Master extended his hand towards the worried Yuhyun and then offered him a contract such that for a pass to this closed dungeon, Yuhyun would become his subordinate. The main character was shackled and looked down, in shock. The Dragon Master explained to Yujin that at that moment Yuhyun did not even hesitate in his choice. The two dragons continued to hold Yujin's limp body as the Dragon Master stroked one of them and continued to talk about his brother's past. He recalled that Yuhyun thought it was some kind of mistake in the dungeon, and it was a calculated move on his part, including the Rachidas. The Dragon Master recalled how Yujin fought with the Rachidas in that dungeon. At that moment, the owner explained that he complicated everything so that Yuhyun could not save him, but not so much that his life was in danger. The Dragon Master looked at Yujin with contempt and showed him through the portal an image of him dying, with his brother holding his dead body. The owner explained that if Yujin had died then, Yuhyun would have blamed himself and his weakness, considering that he is an S-class hunter and would want to become stronger, which would make him easier to manipulate. The owner recalled a situation where the main character was holding his brother's holy body, and replied that he couldn't think that the S-class would just die and sacrifice himself for his brother. The protagonist looked down and blood dripped from his face. Yujin imagined his evaporating image. He understood that all this was a trap because of him and he knew that Yuhyun would be under his control, but this would not be enough to save him. The owner smiled sarcastically and noted with irony that it was a pity that Yuhyun finally fell into his hands, but as a useless corpse. Yujin continued to look down with his head down. The dragons tightly clutched the main character's limbs when he asked about his brother's corpse, realizing that Yuhyun had disappeared from the world. The owner tilted his head to the side and smiled sarcastically. He replied that depending on the contract, he knew how to influence corpses and it was much easier to get his body when he was cut off from the world. The protagonist, hearing this statement, widened his eyes and asked the owner of the dragons that he had the body of his brother. Yujin imagined himself in a blue space, in which his brother and friends were along with peace. The protagonist thought that he had lost Yuhyun forever, realizing that even if it hurt, he knew that his brother was dead and would never come back. Therefore Yujin decided that he had to live in the present. The main character tremblingly extended his hand to his brother. Yujin raised his confused gaze upward. He turned back and saw the silhouette of his brother behind him, surrounded by a blue aura. The Dragon Master clutched Yuhyun's bloody body in his hand, saying that he had this body. Yujin looked at what was happening in shock. The owner smiled sarcastically and raised his fingers to his face. He noted that technically Yuhyun's body was taken by someone else. The wounded Yujin held out the blue glowing crystal forward, noticing his younger brother. Yujin's face dripped with sweat as he was imprisoned. He understood that even after death, Yuhyun could not escape from the hands of these scoundrels and was broken. Yujin looked down stunned and tears flowed from his eyes with understanding of the image where his brother was imprisoned, reflected from the shards of glass. The Dragon Master approached Yujin and was about to raise his drooping head. He thought it worked, so he told the main character that he could tell him if Yujin would just answer the right questions. Yujin, with all his strength, replied that he did not even want to hear this from him. The owner of the dragons leaned back in bewilderment and did not believe what he heard, as he was counting on a different outcome of events. Suddenly, everything around was surrounded by bright bolts of lightning, causing the owner of the dragons to fall into a stupor. The Dragon Master opened his wings and watched as Yujin's silhouette emitted bolts of lightning from itself. Streams of yellow magical aura intertwined in the air in a dark space. Yujin repeated the Dragon Master's words about how skills were considered part of sensations. The main character freed himself from the dragons and spread his arms to the sides, emitting powerful lightning bolts from them. The protagonist noted that he was not that inventive, but if this was an ability that he had already experienced before, then this was not the first time for him to feel this. Yujin recalled his brother's confident look in a similar situation. The main character extended his hand forward and emitted a bolt of yellow lightning from his finger, looking forward with a cold gaze. Yujin raised his hand and directed an energy stream towards the dragons. Yujin lowered his head and stood with his arm outstretched, surrounded by an aura of lightning. The Dragon Master looked down at the F-class man with disdain, slightly stretching his hand forward and ironically remarking that this ploy was stupid. Yujin stood on the ground as all the dragons headed towards him to tear him apart again. The main character leaned forward and white wings appeared from his back. The protagonist soared into the air with the help of his wings as all the heads of the dragons were directed towards his place on the ground. Yujin recalled how he stood on the roof of a building and watched Noah fly. He recalled experiencing this many times, the feeling of Noah moving his wings. The main character floated in the air and extended his hand forward with an open palm, emitting a stream of yellow discharges from it. Yujin deftly twisted in the air, throwing lightning strikes at the dragons. Yujin understood that he needed to trust his feelings. Yujin now looked at his enemy with contempt. He considered himself an F-class veteran who doubled his attack power, and on top of that, the raw cheetah's predator skill doubled that power again. The Dragon Master looked up with an angry look, baring his teeth. He didn't understand what kind of power Yujin had. The owner's dragon leg began to become covered in a blue aura shell, as if freezing. The owner looked with confusion at his leg, which was targeted by a stream of blue aura from the air from Yujin. Yujin remembered his fighting friend Yerim. He remembered her skills, an icy sigh and a day without a shadow. An angry and furious Yujin with a dragon paw was about to pounce on his enemy. The Dragon Master covered himself with his hand from Yujin's furious blows, not understanding why Yujin was doing this. The owner was not going to stand idle and also waved his hands to take revenge. Yujin was unable to dodge deftly and received a small cut on his body. The main character, holding his stomach wound, stood opposite the offended Dragon Master, who noticed that Yujin was a fool, because with his F-class body he had no chance. Suddenly the owner frowned and looked at the main character with bewilderment. Yujin held onto his open wound, which was absorbing blue air. Yujin noted the power that was absorbed into him from the ability of his brother, whom he left alone. The main character remembered how he held his brother's dead body close to him. Yujin peered out hostilely from under his long bangs with furrowed brows as he pulled out a red sword from his wound. It was a raging black flame, soaked in blood. Drops of burnt blood fell to the ground. Yujin swung his sword and was about to attack the Dragon Master, who stood in the distance and was indignant at what was happening. The protagonist bared his teeth with a furious look and tried to thrust the sword into his enemy, shouting that with this skill he would definitely surpass the master of the dragons. Yujin deftly jumped and practically stabbed the sword into the Dragon King's body as powerful explosions occurred around them from his used skill, the last appreciation being doubled again. A powerful stream of energy spread in the air, destroying everything in its path. The Dragon Master bared his teeth heavily and closed his eyes when he received a blow to the head, not understanding how this could happen. Yujin stood on the body of the fallen Dragon King in his blue aura. The Dragon King couldn't imagine how the main character could defeat him. The protagonist looked down arrogantly at the Dragon King, holding his sharp sword towards his face. Yujin ironically praised his enemy for showing him this method himself. Yujin knew that now it was his turn to rummage through the Dragon King's memories. Yujin was ready to come for his brother at any cost. The Dragon King's body floated in the air, and he realized that his memories, which had been accumulated for decades, were now being dug up. In the memories of the Dragon King, the guys in dragon skin armor looked at their ill-wishers in a burning village. The people were screaming that they were using poisons and curses, so they had to exterminate them. This was their ancient kind of poison and cursed dragons. The small silhouette of the Dragon King in the memory watched from afar as the small family played and smiled. The Dragon King sat on the ground, surrounded by stones glowing with purple flames in front of his master. Even if they could destroy the entire civilization, all their magic stones and knowledge would remain. From the Dragon King's hand, a bloody dragon emerged straight from his veins. Even then, the Dragon King had power and used it to destroy civilians. He shouted at them to be afraid of him, because all the young and unhatched eggs would be tainted with his curse, and those stillborn in his hands would be tainted. Even then, the Dragon King stretched out his hand and laughed evilly, shouting that all the people should fear his name. Yujin understood that it was not these useless memories that he wanted to see. The Dragon King lay on the ground, exhausted, with his mouth open. The main character arrogantly towered over the body of the Dragon King and told him to get ready, as he wanted to see the memories of his brother. Yujin stabbed a long black spear into his chest while sitting on the body of the Dragon King. He wanted to see something more interesting with dead dragons lying around. Yujin looked down with a slight grin at the King of Dragons and Poisons, who was worried about his wards of dead dragons. Yujin quipped that it was difficult for the Dragon King to search for the memories he would like by saying his name Dayama. The enraged Dayama became very angry and released the bloody dragon from his hands, lying on the ground at gunpoint from the spear. He didn't like Yujin saying his name. The main character flew back slightly when the blood dragon still tried to pounce and carry out its attack. Yujin immediately jumped to his feet and swung his long spear, surrounded by his blue aura. The protagonist ironically asked Dayama if he had any other attack methods other than using his animals. Yujin soared into the air and sent a stream of powerful blue aura towards the dragons, noting that their king was too pathetic. The protagonist swung his spear, which was surrounded by a purple aura, and glared at Dayama. He shouted that Dayama had lost all his pets and was now losing to the F class. A powerful energy flow was directed downwards towards Dayama's body. Yujin descended to the ground and held in one hand a piece of purple aura, meaning a piece of memory, and in the other his spear. He joked with irony that for Dayama it was necessary to come up with its own class, something like minus the F class. Yujin grabbed Dayama's horns on his face, which made him extremely unhappy. The main character brought Dayama's head closer to himself and looked at him menacingly. He noted to Dayama that if he didn't want his memories to be dug up endlessly, then he should show himself where he put his brother. Dayama replied that Yujin himself said that he did not want to hear this. The protagonist swung his dragon paw and was about to hit Dayama in the face, angrily shouting at him to just show him the necessary fragment that would show him his brother's location. Yujin struck Dayama in the face and black blood poured out, which began to drag him into memories. He found himself in a dark expanse of water. It was a planet like space that had mountain ranges and whales floating through the air. The blue hologram of Yujin floated in the air and was drawn deeper into memories. He realized that these were memories from another world, where there were even monsters and dungeons. A huge octopus monster attacked civilians in the city. One of the villagers with a headdress stuck out his hand, trying to summon a blue aura. That same man was hiding behind a huge blue shield, releasing a blue stream of energy into the sky when the huge ferocious octopus did not feel the urge to attack such a force. Yujin floated in the air in memory and watched what was happening with the understanding that it was the same system, or more precisely, immoral. A man in a headdress was hiding behind a blue shield, the silhouette of which began to crumble into small pieces. These were memories of trying to protect the world. That male defender vanished into thin air from such a powerful attack. These were attempts to protect the world from monsters along with the system, which were unsuccessful. Yujin floated in the air and watched as the system people held their heads in front of the control screen in panic. Yujin looked at the memories in amazement with the understanding that there were many such worlds, and he really believed that there had to be at least one in which it was possible to save the world. All memories with dead people began to be drawn into a blue funnel, emitting blue threads of energy. All the worlds that came to an end were consumed by something. These were threads representing the roots of a tree. Yujin floated in the blue space, examining the tree of memories. There were a lot of these roots, and they occupied the entire space, dissolving these memories within themselves. The main character looked around with enthusiasm, trying to understand what kind of tree it was, because he told Dayama to think about the memories of his younger brother. Suddenly, Yujin's gaze caught on the white feathers. He looked into the distance and saw a white bird flying among the roots of the trees. This white bird with thick feathers floated smoothly in the air. One of the bird's feathers fell out of the bird and fell down, falling into the crystal water. Small waves that appeared began to spread across the water surface, and the image of Yuhyun appeared there. The main character noticed this and looked at him frantically, trying to call out his name. Yujin anxiously extended his hand as a black aura in the form of matter blocked his visibility. Dark matter pulled Yujin out of his memories, and he appeared in reality with a dumbfounded face. The main character was worriedly holding his head and looking down at Dayama with a frightened look. He tried to find out what kind of white bird it was in order to immediately show him the bird again, because it could take his brother. Yujin angrily attacked Dayama again, swinging his dragon claw. Dayama was bleeding, but still continued to laugh from the situation when Yujin also tried to find out about the tree. The protagonist stood on the body of Dayama, into which a spear was stuck, which did not stop him from smiling maliciously. Dayama noted that since the protagonist saw a bird counting stars and a snowy tree, he must now kill it. Yujin glared at Dayama as the entire space in the air was shrouded in a red aura that began to crumble. The protagonist noticed that Dayama was already half dead, so he could hardly pose a threat to him. The main character raised his head up, puzzled, and saw how a red aura in the form of destroyed glass shards began to fall from the sky. Yujin grabbed Dayama's throat, who continued to smile. Dayama explained that since they were conscious, this body was not real. The protagonist turned back, puzzled, as Dayama's body began to dissolve, realizing that his real body was in a different place. The small silhouette of Yujin sat on the ground and looked around at the sky. Suddenly, a huge eye of a monster appeared in space, looking fiercely at the small silhouette of an F-class hunter. Yujin looked out from under his long bangs with confusion. A huge, ferocious monster in the form of a dragon proudly and widely spread its shoulders, covering all outer space. Yujin thought that this was Dayama's true form. Yujin looked at what was happening in numbness, raising his head up with the realization that this was impossible. Dayama gave credit to Yujin for being able to push him into a corner because he didn't expect things to turn out like this. The monster's huge paw blocked the sunlight. Dayama stepped on the ground with his powerful paw, trying to kill the main character. Yujin managed to dodge such a blow with a lightning-fast reaction. The protagonist frowned and looked at the monster with anger and hatred in his eyes. He understood that this could not happen, because Dayama's power was on a completely different level, and he felt that he could not cope alone. The Dayama monster raised its paw and was again going to crush the little protagonist with its mass. Suddenly, a blue aura with the inscription cheating appeared near the main character. Yujin widened his eyes. The main character covered himself with his hands from the bright purple light that was emitted by a small ball. The enraged Dayama opened its mouth, realizing that it was the system that had come to confront him. Yujin sat on the ground and looked in amazement as Newbie appeared right in front of him, who frowned at the monster. Newbie with furrowed brows said that using his true form in this place was cheating, so he decided to connect Sunbeam Nim's water drop. A heavy downpour began in their dark space, where Newbie was emitting a bright aura from himself and the main character was sitting on the ground. Yujin looked at the sky in admiration, not believing that it was raining. A beautiful necklace with blue bright stones appeared in space. Yujin realized that this was the same water drop. Water drop and a feminine silhouette appeared in their field of vision while Yujin was in shock. Dayama smiled sarcastically and noted that now it was the turn of the immoral who were ready to appear on the stage. Waterdrop grinned mischievously and noted that she was sure that Dayama was well aware that influencing directly was against the rules, and this was punishable by a fine. The enraged Dayama frowned and bared his fangs. Dayama was at a loss as to how Waterdrop managed to escape from his captivity. Waterdrop knitted her eyebrows and smiled maliciously. Newbie looked at Dayama with displeasure while Yujin sat on the floor in bewilderment. Newbie told Dayama that they didn't get out of there, but were inside the protagonist's subconscious. Enraged, Dayama extended his hand to the protagonist, baring his teeth. Dayama realized that they wanted to stop him. Waterdrop pulled out her weapon, which gave off a blue aura. Waterdrop swung her trident, preventing Dayama from attacking the protagonist. Waterdrop looked at Dayama with contempt and pulled out her weapon, which was wrapped in water. Waterdrop stated that even they don't fight live while in captivity. Waterdrop swung her weapon, causing a blue stream of energy to begin to envelop Dayama. Dayama raised his hand, looking in bewilderment at the blue stream that was engulfing him. A magical stream engulfed Dayama's body, causing him to open his mouth wide, screaming in pain. The main character held Newbie in his hands and watched Dayama in surprise. The protagonist asked Newbie what was happening to him. Newbie said that this was a punishment to a being from the outside world for entering there. Dayama's horns were enveloped in a stream of water. Newbie told the protagonist that the resistance of that place is weakening him. Blue lightning emanated from Dayama's body, which made him furious. Newbie told Yujin that they were using the powers of the developers and adjusting his powers according to that world. Newbie stated that in a world where the system is active, everyone must follow its rules, because this is how it was from the very beginning. Yujin rose to his feet and covered his head with his hand, holding Newbie. Newbie told the protagonist that there was nothing more they could do, and now everything was in his hands. The protagonist turned his head, looking at the small dragons. Yujin rushed to attack the dragons, cutting off its head. The main character stood holding a red spear tightly in his hand. The main character smiled maliciously, holding a spear in his hand, from which a purple aura emanated. The protagonist told Newbie that he was glad to hear this, that he too could join, since who else, besides him, so badly wants to see his head roll on the ground. The enraged Dayama loomed over the main character, baring his fangs. Dayama did not understand how such an arrogant person like him dared to resist a perfect being. The main character stood in front of a huge blue vortex flow that enveloped Dayama. Waterdrop said the adjustments have been completed and entry is cleared. Waterdrop released the bloodthirsty Dayama, ready to tear the main character to pieces. Dayama looked at the protagonist with impatience, breaking into a malicious smile, and baring his teeth. Dayama said that although he is weakened, he is still stronger than before. The protagonist stood in a fighting pose, raising his hand in front of him, from which golden lightning emanated, and looked at Dayama with anticipation. Yujin noted that this is even better. Yujin spread his wings and rushed to attack the furious Dayama, who opened his mouth wide. Yujin wanted Dayama to show him everything he could do. There was a huge fiery explosion that filled the space. Newbie covered herself with a system barrier, protecting herself from powerful flows of energy. Yujin began to turn around in the air, swinging his spear at Dayama and emitting yellow lightning. At the moment when Dayama raised his hand in front of him, Dayama's hand began to glow with a red aura, collecting a red stream of energy in it. Dayama sarcastically asked that the protagonist thinks he can defeat him by acquiring some minor skill. Red fire dragons appeared from Dayama's hand and attacked the main character. Dayama did not understand what the main character with such a fragile body was capable of. The dragons flew at the protagonist, grabbing him by different limbs of his body. Dayama told the protagonist that he is a pitiful person, also F-class. The red dragon opened its mouth wide, approaching the protagonist, who grimaced his face in pain. The red dragon slammed its mouth shut, trapping the protagonist in it. Dayama looked with a malicious smile at the dragon that swallowed the protagonist, at the moment when its neck began to swell, emitting a purple aura. Dayama told the protagonist that he could not even resist if he was consumed in one fell swoop. Smoke began to emanate from the dragon's mouth, and its neck glowed with a bright blue light. Yujin burst out of the dragon's throat, exploding it. The main character glared furiously at Dayama, emitting purple and blue energy from his hands. Yujin, leaving a stream of energy behind him, rushed on his wings towards the surprised Dayama, who opened his mouth wide. Yujin stated that even in his real body he has to rely on his henchmen. Enraged, Dayama began to collect a green stream of energy in his open mouth. Dayama stated that he would kill the main character with his own hands. Dayama attacked the main character, simultaneously hitting his own dragons. Dayama told the protagonist that he would melt him and leave no trace of him. Yujin closed one eye, knitted his eyebrows, and covered his face with his hand. Yujin told Dayama that this kind of poison would not work on him. Suddenly, Dayama grabbed the main character's body with his huge hand, which surprised him. Dayama squeezed the protagonist tightly in his hand, after which he grimaced in pain and opened his mouth wide. Yujin suffered from wild pain, baring his teeth. Dayama told Yujin that he holds up pretty well, but even with his pitiful skills, he is still weak and fragile F-class. Dayama smiled maliciously, raising his hand with the main character above his mouth, squeezing the blood out of him. Dayama asked the protagonist why he didn't want to admit that the loser was already known. The protagonist told Dayama that this was exactly what he wanted to say. Blood dripped from the protagonist's face onto Dayama's eyes, instantly setting it on fire. The protagonist told Dayama that he never learned anything. Dayama's eye glowed brightly with a violet flame, and out of wild pain he released the protagonist from the hands. Yujin bared his teeth furiously at Dayama and extended his hand, emitting a purple stream of energy. Yujin taunted Dayama for not realizing sooner that his blood could burn him. Dayama clenched his fangs, baring them as his eye was engulfed in purple flames. Dayama told the main character that he is an insect. Dayama opened his mouth wide, releasing many red dragons from his body. The dragons began to attack the protagonist, sinking their fangs into the limbs of his body, causing him to experience extreme pain. Dayama told Yujin that he would regret that he could not die. The main character stretched his hand up at the moment when the dragons wrapped around his body. Dayama watched as the dragons wrapped themselves around the protagonist's body, forming a cocoon of their bodies. Dayama told Yujin that even if he recovered, he would still feel the pain of his body being torn to pieces. The dragons surrounding Yujin suddenly exploded, causing Dayama to look on in bewilderment. The main character tore apart dragons with his spear, from which a purple aura emanated. Purple pixelated fire emanated from the protagonist's face. Dayama was surprised that Yujin wouldn't stop. Yujin furiously widened his eyes at Dayama. He stated that as long as he could move, he would continue to fight. A fiery purple circle formed around the main character, and he rushed at Dayama with his spear. Dayama extended his hand, shielding himself from the powerful attack of the protagonist. Yujin bared his teeth, clenching them from the feeling of wild pain in all parts of his body. Dayama did not understand how the protagonist does this, because the pain from being torn into pieces should still be felt. The protagonist furrowed his face with a furious frown, opening his mouth wide and clenching his spear tightly in his hand. The main character told Dayama that he, who looked at them with contempt, would never understand the one who manipulated his brother and killed him. The protagonist furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, swinging his weapon at his enemy, emitting powerful energy. The protagonist slammed his spear into Dayama's chest with all his might, causing him to spread his arms to the sides and open his mouth wide. The impact caused a powerful explosion, striking him with golden lightning. Dayama bared his fangs, screaming furiously in unbearable pain. The protagonist put all his strength into this strike, furiously watching Dayama. The main character opened his mouth wide, trying to punish his enemy. There was a powerful purple explosion that filled the entire space. The powerful blow burned a small portion of Dayama's body, leaving his ribs visible. Smoke emanated from Dayama's body. He raised his head up, noting that the main character is the key that can prevent the destruction of worlds. Dayama's lifeless body fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The main character fell to the ground, resting his hands on it. The protagonist turned his head, looking towards Dayama, and raised his hand to his face, breathing heavily. A bright light began to emanate from Dayama's chest. A magical stone Dayama appeared from the chest, from which violet energy emanated. Yujin rose to his feet and walked over to the magic stone, picking it up from the ground. The main character picked up the stone and looked at it carefully, with a serious look. The protagonist said that he wanted to ask Waterdrop and Newbie a lot. Yujin clenched the crystal and raised his head, looking at Waterdrop while standing next to Newbie. Yujin asked the guys if they knew about the star-counting bird, since it had his brother. A white bird fluttered in space above a snow-white tree, emitting a bright light. Waterdrop said that the star-counting bird is a prophetic creature, also known as the quiet white bird. And the only thing it loves is the snowy tree. It flies around it, whispering songs and stories that they cannot hear. The main character looked at Waterdrop with a serious expression on his face, clenching his hand into a fist. At that moment, as a magic crystal in his other hand emitted a purple aura, Waterdrop clarified whether it was true that the bird took his dead brother. Yujin noted that he saw this clearly in Dayama's memories, and he needs to meet this bird and take it away. A blue aura emanated from Waterdrop and it hung over the main character. Waterdrop didn't understand why the bird did this. Newbie was behind the protagonist, who looked more serious than ever. Newbie said that the white bird had not been seen for a long time. Yujin wanted to know how to get to that tree. Yujin lowered his head, his eyes wide and his mouth wide open. Newbie told Yujin that it couldn't be done. Yujin noted that his younger brother is there. Waterdrop raised her hand, causing blue pixels to form. The main character told the guys that he couldn't leave him in that place, and he didn't care how far it was. Waterdrop noted that it's not a matter of distance. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise when a hologram of a white tree appeared in front of his face. Waterdrop stated that the tree was the source of the world they belonged to, and that he would not be able to get there with a body like his. The protagonist examined the white tree with curiosity, his mouth slightly open. Waterdrop told the main character that this is the center and beginning of the universe, of which this world is a part. Waterdrop was a huge rocky mountain with a bright sky shining down on it. Waterdrop noted that the tree is the parent of countless kingdoms, in other words, God. Waterdrop was a gray funnel of energy that glowed brightly with white light. Waterdrop noted that by taking different forms, the source creates and scatters many worlds around. Waterdrop introduced huge magic crystals. Waterdrop noted that the snowy tree is the fifth source and the starting point of the universe that they are a part of. Waterdrop featured a huge white tree that glowed purple. Waterdrop noted that it absorbs an incalculable number of worlds, while simultaneously creating new ones. Cracks appeared in the violet space, from which white light escaped. Waterdrop told the protagonist that the old universes had either escaped or been consumed, and now it was their world's turn. A purple gate hovered in the air above the city, emitting a terrifying aura. Waterdrop said that this is the reason for the dungeons and skills. Waterdrop and other creatures confronted the followers. Waterdrop said that they are creatures trying to prevent this, which is why they were imprisoned. Waterdrop noted that adherents of filial duty, on the contrary, help the source absorb worlds. Waterdrop presented a white bird with its wings spread and a bright light emanating from it. Waterdrop noticed that the white bird remains impartial to everything. Waterdrop looked down thoughtfully, raising her hand to her face. Waterdrop couldn't understand why she took the main character's brother, because she knows the future, and she wouldn't do it without a reason. Waterdrop withdrew her hand and looked at the protagonist, who spread his arms to the sides. Waterdrop told Eugen that they would try to find her, and in the meantime, as they said earlier, he should gather 50 S-classes. Eugen asked Waterdrop that it could help save the world from destruction. Eugen looked at Waterdrop with concern, eyebrows knitted together just as Newbie smiled slightly. Eugen noted that what he saw was how he was abruptly interrupted by Newbie. Newbie said they can stop it. Newbie featured hunters fighting a black monster. Newbie said that if they continue to fight the monsters, the source will get tired and fall asleep, and then they will have about 100 years to escape. The main character turned to Newbie, looking at her, after which she smiled in confusion. Eugen said that this is not exactly an escape from death. Newbie said that they don't know how to do it either, but the attacked source can spew out part of the absorbed world back and become quiet again. Waterdrop looked at the main character with a serious face, while he turned to her, his mouth slightly open. Waterdrop noted that this only becomes possible when transcendental creatures like them appear, adding that the main character does not forget that this is how they were imprisoned. The protagonist clutched a magic crystal in his hand and raised his head, looking intently at Waterdrop. Eugen understood why they are called immoral. The main character thought that they fought with the source, their parents, and were expelled for it. Newbie briskly appeared in front of the main character, smiling widely. Newbie asked Eugen what he was thinking about, noting that with 50 S-classes everyone would be fine for the rest of their lives. The main character turned his attention to the glowing Newbie. Eugen looked away, raising a finger to his cheek, and knitted his eyebrows thoughtfully. The main character asked Newbie if it was true that this was all they could do, since Dayama said that he was the key that could stop the destruction of the world. Newbie assumed that Dayama meant that they were going to continue helping him. Waterdrop's hair began to develop in different directions. He looked at the main character with a serious face, forming water next to him. Waterdrop told Eugen that these devotees will also find a replacement for Dayama for a long time, and the next time it will not be the dragon of poisons and curses, and therefore they cannot rely only on luck as recently. A small water vortex began to form around the main character. Waterdrop told the protagonist that this is why he needs to collect 50 S-classes and keep a closer eye on those born with this rank so that they do not enter into a contract with adherents of filial duty. Newbie flew up to the face of the protagonist, who was looking at her intently with pursed lips. Newbie warned the protagonist that this is a secret and should not be told about it, adding that the more you talk about them, the more influence they gain. Eugen looked at Newbie in bewilderment, his mouth slightly open while in the water flow. Eugen thought that 50 S grades would not be enough. Newbie told Eugen that he should remember something. Newbie gradually began to disappear, becoming covered in pixels. Newbie mentioned the main character's dead brother, after which her speech was interrupted. Concerned Noah and Hyoni loomed over the protagonist. Noah asked the protagonist if he was okay. Hyoni noted that Eugen woke up much faster than last time and told him that they were still in the dungeon. Eugen lay on the ground with his eyes open, looking slightly tortured. The protagonist rose slightly, clutching his head with his hand, at the moment when the guys looked at him. Noah was worried that there was something wrong with the protagonist. Eugen recalled the moment when Newbie was in front of him, gradually disappearing. Newbie told the main character that even if he finds his dead brother, he will not be able to bring him back. The main character imagined his brother's body falling apart in a white space. Newbie noted that his dead brother had already been removed from that world, as had Dayama, whose powers had been diminished for attempting to join him there. Newbie added that his brother is weaker, so he will lose himself until he disappears forever. Eugen looked downcast, covering his eyes with his palm. He thought that he only wanted to bring back his dead brother, and that this wish was not that complicated, but he cannot even do that. An orange sunset and clouds floating across the sky were visible in the sky. Hyoni held the blanket in his hands as Eugen gradually began to rise from the ground, under Noah's gaze. The protagonist asked the guys how long they had been in the dungeon. Noah answered the main character that not even a day had passed, and they were done with the cleanup, since only ordinary monsters remained, and it was quite easy to deal with them. The main character praised the guys, saying that they did an excellent job. Yujin raised his hand and looked at her in surprise. His mouth parted. He thought that his real body was fine. Yujin recalled 2 magic crystals that emanated a powerful aura. Yujin noticed that he had Dayama and Vikyu stones in his inventory. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. Yujin noted that there are Dayama memories in his head that he retrieved. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows, looking straight ahead with an angry look, and clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist thought that this should help him at least a little, and he would find a way to return his brother, no matter what the cost. Just as he found a way to defeat Dayama, Noah watched the main character with concern. Noah stared at the protagonist while he turned towards him. Noah asked Yujin if he was in pain since he didn't look good. The main character told Noah that he was fine and should go back. The protagonist looked away and smiled sadly. Yujin noted that he was not injured anywhere. Hyoni grabbed the main character by the cheeks and put a bottle of potion to his mouth. Noah watched in horror as Hyoni forcibly poured the potion into the protagonist's mouth. Noah didn't understand what Hyoni was doing to Yujin. Yujin leaned back slightly, his eyes sparkling with pleasure as he imagined oranges in his head. Hyoni stepped back, raising his hands in the air, while the main character pursed his lips in anger. Yujin didn't understand what it was. Hyoni told the protagonist that this is a new natural fruit potion of the highest quality. The main character confronted Hyoni about how he was saying that he was fine. Hyoni looked at the main character, smiling slightly. He told Yujin that sometimes he himself may not even know that something hurts him, and he can't afford to get hurt, whether mentally or physically. The protagonist looked at Hyoni with displeasure, raising his hand to his mouth, wiping away the remains of the potion. The main character assumed that he did this because he owed him. Noah looked at Hyoni indignantly as he beamed with joy while holding a blanket in front of the main character, who was perplexed by Hyoni's actions. Hyoni told Yujin that it was because he was the perfect thing given to him by God. Noah displeasedly told Hyoni that the protagonist was human. The angry protagonist snatched the blanket from Hyoni's hands, exhaling heavily. The main character thought that he also wants to take advantage of his skills, but his character is not very good, adding that this is an ideal relationship in which they simply use each other. The main character irritably told Hyoni that his thing was tired and he needed to get out of there. The guys stood on the cliff of a small rock, looking down. Yujin wondered where Riet was. Riet tied a rope around the Sudam people and dragged them along the ground, smiling bloodthirstily. The main character was confused that Riet was dragging those people. The main character watched the scene in horror when Hyoni put his hand to his side and smiled slightly. Yujin said that he thought they killed everyone. Hyoni noted that they had to spare them since they were their souvenirs. Hyoni added that they will share with the protagonist, so he can choose the one he likes. Riet smiled madly, bared her fangs and blushed with happiness. Hyoni raised his hand to his chest and the other pointed at the Sudam people as the main character narrowed his eyes in confusion. Hyoni noted that they have 2 S-class latex mattresses at a special price for those who took the tour. The main character exhaled heavily, after which he smiled with relief, looking down. Yujin said that he would still take one as a souvenir, since the most important thing in tourism is shopping. The guys looked down at Riet, who was waving her hand, and behind her, tied people lay in a line. The main character thought that this was a big problem, because 2 S-class hunters tried to kill others. The Sudam people opened their mouths wide, looking very exhausted. The protagonist thought that the consequences would obviously have to work hard. As the instigators, they would have to take care of a lot. Kyungsu, lying on the ground, raised his head, looking furiously at the guys. The main character thought that both guilds might fall apart, depending on how things went. Kyungsu told the guys that they will pay for it. The guys looked down at the angry Kyungsu. Kyungsu told the guys that he would definitely take revenge on them, and at least on this F-class. Riet put her foot to Kyungsu's face at the moment when he said that even if he loses everything, he will pull the main character along with him. Kyungsu noted that he would steal it and send his fingers as blackmail. Riet sent Kyungsu flying by kicking him, causing the Sudam people to look on in horror. Riet told Kyungsu that he was pathetic for taking it out on the weakest. An exit appeared in the dungeon, from which a white light was visible. The main character thought that they had a lot of things to worry about, and they needed to get together in order to do what he could do as best as possible. The protagonist thought that he would first go buy some new pants, and then go home and deal with Yuhyun's contract. Streams of wind began to form around the exit from the dungeon. Noah came out of the dungeon, joyfully looking at his hands, after which the tired main character followed him, closing his eyes. The protagonist said that the guys did a great job. The main character took off his jacket, looking straight ahead, noticing that the building was no longer there and fire was raging everywhere. Yujin noted that it is really very hot there. The main character looked around the area in surprise, at a time when Noah was terrified. Yujin said that they were definitely in the building when they entered the dungeon. Sweat was dripping down the protagonist's face as Hyuni appeared behind him with a slight smile. Hyuni noticed that he was caught, noting that the young master could not notice it. The guys noticed an angry Yuhyun, with Peace standing behind him. Yuhyun raised his furious gaze and furrowed his brows as he looked at his older brother. A terrifying purple aura emanated from Yuhyun. The guys looked at Yuhyun in horror, their mouths slightly open. T1 stood with his eyes closed in front of the people with shields. Yuhyun rested his hands on his sword, emitting purple fire, his red eye flashing. Yujin asked his brother that all this was his doing. Yuhyun stood up from his chair, clutching his sword in his hand as the protagonist threw his arms forward in panic. Yuhyun asked his brother if he was injured, to which the protagonist replied that he was fine. Yuhyun widened his eyes, emitting an ominous aura, and looked at the blanket that was tied around his brother's waist. Yuhyun noted that this thing on the belt belongs to the head of Jupiter. Yujin was surprised that his brother knew about this. A lizard jumped out of Yuhyun's eye. Yujin told his brother that he just got his pants dirty. The lizard jumped towards the main character, burning the blanket on his belt. Peace appeared in front of the protagonist, covering him as the lizard returned to Yuhyun's shoulder. Yuhyun told Bart that they were not dirty, but bloody. Yujin called his brother an excellent detective. Bound hands appeared from the dungeon gates. The main character told Yuhyun that in any case, he was not injured anywhere else. Yuhyun told his brother that he couldn't believe it when 2 entire S-classes entered the dungeon. Bound people from the ships fell from the dungeon gates, after which the guys turned their attention to them. Happy Riet came out of the gate, smiling widely and holding one of the instigators in her hand. Riet was surprised by what happened there, thinking that a dungeon had broken out nearby. Riet turned her head, looking around, at that moment when the guys looked at her slightly confused. Yujin told Riet that this was not a dungeon, but he was afraid that his brother would definitely break through soon. Yuhyun furrowed his eyebrows and turned to Hyuni with a bloodthirsty gaze. Yuhyun asked Hyuni what happened in the dungeon. Hyuni smiled slightly as he looked at Yuhyun while Yujin was slightly panicking. Hyuni told Yuhyun that he saved the princess who was kidnapped by the dragon and also danced with her. The protagonist told his brother that Hyuni was not making things up and asked him to listen to him. Hyuni jokingly said that it was a pity that the princess never kissed him. Yujin furiously asked Hyuni what kind of nonsense he was talking about. An enraged Yuhyun walked towards Hyuni. His brows furrowed as Hyuni looked at him with arrogance. Yuhyun didn't understand what Hyuni was talking about and who the princess was. Yujin asked Hyuni to explain it to him normally. Riet opened her eyes wide and smiled widely, pointing a finger at herself, and in a moment, Riet's hand was handcuffed. Riet said that she was the dragon who dragged the princess to the tower. Riet gaped in surprise at the hand that was cuffed as T1 stood nearby and held the handcuff chain. T1 told Riet that she was under arrest. T1 looked at Riet with displeasure, raising his hand in which he was clutching the chain. T1 noted that for trading illegal contracts and illegal entry into the country, Riet bared her teeth in fury, frowning on her face. Riet said that she just came out and T1 is already pissing her off. Riet grabbed T1's clothes, moving closer to him, and opened her mouth wide. Riet asked T1 that he wanted the outside world to fall into chaos like the dungeons. Yuhyun glared at Hyuni, holding his sword tightly in his hand as Hyuni stood with a calm smile as Noah and Yujin watched in horror at the situation. Noah looked with a frightened look at the main character, who was in complete bewilderment, closing his eyes. Noah noted that they would need to evacuate local residents. Yuhyun looked behind him at his brother with a serious face. Yujin told Yuhyun to calm down and go home. Yuhyun told the protagonist to go first as he needed to talk to the head of Jupiter. Yuhyun's eyes widened and his mouth parted in shock. Yujin, in the form of a small man, walked up to his brother, grabbing his leg and making a pitiful look. The main character told his brother that he was too afraid to go alone. The protagonist looked hopefully at his brother, letting a tear fall from his eye. The protagonist told Yuhyun that he was the victim there and he was very tired. The main character added that the guide turned out to be a fraudster. He was kidnapped by a dragon, and his leg was wounded. Hyuni watched with a smile as Yuhyun began to stretch out his arms towards his brother. Yujin asked his brother to take him home, noting that he trusted him more than the others. Yuhyun hastily agreed, telling his brother that they would go home straight away. Yuhyun looked at Hyuni angrily, while the main character looked at the furious Riet. Yuhyun told the head of Jupiter that he wasn't done with him yet. The main character told Riet to go too. The main character smiled insidiously, knitting his eyebrows. He told Riet that if she made a mess again, he would be banned from entering the country forever, and if he got hurt because of her antics, the animal breeding center would be closed. The main character noted that Riet asked him to raise the monster's cub, adding that she should be punished properly and return back to give him her baby. Riet puffed out her cheeks with displeasure, narrowed her eyes, and snorted. Riet obediently lowered her hands, which made T1 slightly confused. Riet agreed with the main character, saying that it was only because he was the one who asked her. T1 lowered his head, drooping slightly, just as Noah appeared behind him, smiling widely. T1 was surprised that the huntress Riet became so obedient. Noah told T1 that he had read about it once, noting that it was an Eastern idiom of 4 characters. Noah imagined the protagonist sparkling with joy against the backdrop of a tree with green petals. Noah repeated the idiom that the soft can curb the hard, the weak can subdue the strong, adding that softness can conquer cruelty. T1 thought that Eugen, being an F class, could easily subjugate the S classes. Noah and T1 watched as Euhyun carried his brother away on his back. T1 didn't understand what kind of person the main character was. It was deep night over the high-rise buildings. Eugen told his brother that he would cancel his contract, so he can relax and not worry since he already checked it with Hyuni. Peace and Peepo sat on the sofa, looking in surprise at the light source. Eugen sat in front of his brother, holding his shoulder as a red contract appeared between them, which Euhyun looked at in bewilderment. Euhyun looked at the contract warily, frowning. Eugen asked his brother what he gave as payment. Euhyun told his brother that both his eyes were at stake. The main character grabbed the contract and patted his brother on the shoulder with displeasure. The protagonist asked his brother why it was necessary to do this. Euhyun told his brother to calm down, as it would hurt him more. The main character looked seriously at his brother, holding his contract in his hands. The main character told Euhyun that he was ready and started talking. The main character put his hand on his younger brother's eyes, after which an image of a white eye with a golden pupil appeared. Euhyun said that he knows about the adherence of filial duty. The entire room was filled with a bright purple light. Eugen removed his hand from his brother's eyes, causing him to look at his brother in surprise. Euhyun widened his eyes in surprise. The main character took his younger brother by the cheeks and pulled them. Eugen asked Euhyun if his eyes were okay. Euhyun told his brother that his vision was quite normal. Eugen plopped down on the sofa next to his brother and exhaled in relief. The main character told his brother not to do anything like that again, asking what he would have done if he hadn't asked Hyuni. Euhyun didn't understand how his brother pulled it off, since his curse resistance class is the same. Eugen raised his hand, in which a magic stone began to form. The protagonist told Euhyun that it is twice as effective against poison and cursed dragons. The Dayama stone appeared in the protagonist's hand, causing Euhyun to be completely bewildered as he looked at his brother. The protagonist noted that this was the Mana stone of Dayama, with whom he entered into a contract, and he beat him thoroughly. Euhyun was shocked that his brother was dating him and didn't understand what he was doing. Euhyun grabbed his brother by the shoulders as Eugen looked at him with a serious expression on his face. Euhyun assumed that Dayama was the cause of his leg wound, noting that Hyuni didn't even protect him. Euhyun asked his brother if he was okay and if he was sure that he was only shot in the leg. Euhyun turned his head away, looking to the side worriedly. Euhyun said that he tried very hard not to let him know. The main character thought that all that time, his brother was worried about him with such an expression on his face. The main character recalled seeing his brother sitting against the wall, his knees clenched. The protagonist thought that his brother only listened to grievances, could not tell anything, and suffered alone, only telling him not to go to the dungeon for 3 whole years, and then another 8 years, alone. The protagonist put his hand on Euhyun's head, ruffling his hair. The main character told Euhyun that nothing bad happened since the system sorted everything out. The main character lay down on the sofa next to his brother as he looked at the protagonist excitedly. Eugen told Euhyun that they also told him a way to save the world, noting that they need to take good care of the dungeons for some time. Then they will be safe for about 100 years. Eugen opened his eyes and smiled widely, looking at his brother. Eugen told Euhyun that it won't be easy at first, but everything will get better if they hold out for 5 years. Peepo and Peace were lying on the main character's chest, while the main character was stroking the contented Peace. Euhyun told his brother that Dayama tell him not to hope for anything. Eugen noted with a joyful smile that he was already dead. Eugen lay on the sofa, resting his head on his brother's leg, stroking Peace as Euhyun listened intently to Eugen. The protagonist told his brother that everything would be fine, as the system developers promised to help. The main character noted that they still have mounts, menus forge, and the results of Heian's research will come soon, adding that after that they can relax. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked up, looking at Euhyun. Eugen asked Euhyun if he wanted to do something or go on a trip. Yoo-hyun smiled happily as he looked at his older brother. Yoo-hyun told his brother that he didn't know, asking if he wanted to go somewhere. Yoo-jin wrapped his arms around Peace and Peepo, looking at them with a serious expression on his face. Yoo-jin thought about the place he would like to go to. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and smiled sadly, imagining a white tree. The protagonist stood up abruptly, clutching his pets. Yoo-jin told his brother that any place would do since he had never traveled anywhere except for a school trip. Yoo-hyun told his brother that it was absolutely the same for him. Yoo-hyun beamed with happiness, smiling widely as he looked at his older brother. Yoo-hyun told Yoo-jin that if he is with him, then he can go anywhere. Yoo-jin smiled slightly as he looked at his brother. The main character looked away, looking sadly to the side. He thought that he had lied, and at this rate their world would not last until the end. The protagonist recalled the attack of monsters on people. The protagonist thought that the fall of the worlds he saw in Dayama's memories was not something that 50S classes could handle. The main character thought that for some reason the system was lying to him. The main character recalled the moment of his conversation with Newbie. Yoo-jin thought that it was true that they wanted to help him, but he just couldn't trust them. The main character drew attention to the lizard that was sitting on Yoo-hyun's shoulder. The protagonist thought that fortunately he had the ability to raise hunters, and the knowledge gained from Dayama. Yoo-hyun extended his hand towards his brother, on which the lizard was sitting, and the main character touched it with his finger. Yoo-jin told Yoo-hyun to give her a name, saying that she was very cute and would help him if he took good care of her. The room was illuminated by a bright white light. Yoo-hyun said that she had already eaten billions of won worth of equipment in the storage room. Yoo-jin noted that he now has knowledge about elementals that have not yet been studied by the world. It was deep night above the pet rearing building. In front of the sink lay the Vikyus and Dayama mana stones. On the ceiling were hung ropes with pieces of paper on which hieroglyphs were depicted. The main character brought the dagger to his chest, looking at his chest with a serious face. Yoo-jin thought that he would also gain the knowledge to protect his younger brother in case of an emergency, and create a way to find the younger brother he had abandoned. Blood began to drip onto the floor from the main character's chest. Yoo-jin thought that he would use this knowledge as a stepping stone and move forward in search of answers. An orange aura emanated from the signs hanging on the ceiling. The main character narrowed his eyes, looking at the dagger with wariness. The protagonist thought that the closer to the heart, the better the result. The protagonist closed his eyes, grabbed the dagger with both hands, and brought it to his chest. Blood began to drip from the wound onto the floor. 2 mana stones floated in front of the main character, from which a purple aura emanated. The main character thought that the knowledge gained by Dayama was a way to combine mana stones to create new dragons of poison and curses. The protagonist looked with interest at the stones, from which terrifying energy emanated. Yoo-jin noted that he has the right skill base. The mana crystal began to enter the wound on his chest. Yoo-jin furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth in pain. Yoo-jin grimaced, feeling the burning pain, and bared his teeth. The main character watched what was happening with a serious expression on his face. System window. Activation of the Dragon Slayer. The main character noted that this ability allows him to control the dragon's mana stone of poison and curses. The main character was holding in his hand a stone that had fallen from Vikyus, from which violet energy emanated. The main character thought that he would apply it to another stone and move his mana. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows, bringing a stone to his chest. System window. Activation of the terrifying Chicken Commander. The stones joined each other, and the wound began to heal, emitting blue light. The stones were absorbed and the wound on the chest was completely healed, continuing to shine. Yoo-jin, sweating, sat on the floor, pressing his hand to his chest, where the wound was. Yoo-jin thought about the ability to fuse 2 different stones together. The main character frowned, looking at the wound, and opened his mouth. The main character noted that the transplant was successful, although he does not know whether the birth will go well. The protagonist pulled on his shirt and began to drink a mana potion, at that moment when Peace broke through the wall towards the main character, being in a shocked state. The protagonist turned his head, looking at Peace, who pressed his paws against his back and looked at him with a sad look. The protagonist noted that Peace smelled blood and told him that his dad was fine. The wound on the main character's chest was practically invisible. The protagonist also noticed the skill of an ideal educator, which will help the mana stone grow in his body. The protagonist picked up Peace and hugged him, stroking his back. The protagonist noted that the ingredients included transcendental mana, suggesting that if the cub was born safely, it would be strong. The main character lowered his gaze, looking down sadly. The main character remembered the skill Last Gratitude. When the target of the influence with the keyword dies, his skills and characteristics are transferred with double strength. The duration of the action is 7 days. The imposition is impossible. The protagonist thought that he didn't really want to use it like that, but the effect would be doubled thanks to the last gratitude and once again because of the dragon's poison and curses. The protagonist remembered a huge snow-white tree. The main character thought that the last way to protect his current little brother was to find his dead little brother. Yujin hugged peace and raised his head, looking at the sky from the window. Yujin thought that even if it was a small step, it was still a step. Clouds floated in the dark blue sky. Yujin noted that the incident was hushed up. Hyuni sat opposite the serious T1, arms folded across his chest. The main character thought, except for the contract of Hyuni and the fanatics of filial duty, all that remained was to tell that the ships and MKC attacked them. Riet stood in front of the building under the blue sky, stretching upward with a joyful smile. The protagonist noted that it was decided that Riet was simply hired temporarily by MKC, and that she left as soon as she learned of their plans. Yujin added that after a short probationary period, everything ended with a light punishment, cooperation in clearing dungeons. Simyoung leaned forward apologetically in front of T1, holding his hand to his chest, while Yuhyun stood behind with an indifferent expression, looking to the side. Yujin noticed that his brother was summoned to the association because he destroyed the A-class dungeon building. Kyungsoo sat behind bars, handcuffed. Yujin noted that Kyungsoo and high-class Sudama hunters were placed in a special detention facility. A beautiful orange sunset could be seen above the Hunters Association building. The main character contorted his face in bewilderment, opening his mouth wide. He was surprised that MKC would not be punished at all. The main character jumped up from his chair, placing his hands on the table, facing T1. T1 told the protagonist that Seokwon suddenly disappeared before he could be sent to prison, and they are diligently investigating the possibility of third-party intervention. The main character did not understand how this happened. T1 sighed heavily, looking down. T1 noted that senior officials were only delighted with this outcome. T1 told the protagonist that they wanted to hide everything regarding the MKC guild and force the courts to take responsibility, and said that the burden on the association would only increase if the balance of power of the main guilds collapsed. Yujin looked at T1 irritably, his eyebrows furrowed. Yujin moved his hand to the side as T1 sat at the table, staring intently at the protagonist. The main character asked T1 that this is why he decided to pretend that nothing happened. T1 said he was very ashamed. The main character did not understand how it could be that maintaining the balance of power between the guilds was more important than justice. The protagonist dejectedly grabbed his head, sitting back on the chair. The protagonist said that the damn association is absolutely useless, and it's just playing politics. T1 noted that he is well aware of the seriousness of this problem. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking to the side with displeasure. Yujin thought that the association had always been a stumbling block, and once the chaos due to the emergence of the dungeons subsided, the working people were forced out in favor of unskilled people. The protagonist imagined the association building as gloomy. The main character introduced a man in a business suit and glasses, and a lot of different news. The main character noted that an unawakened person who had never been to the dungeon took over the post of president of the association, adding that he was only talking nonsense, obsessed with making a profit, and the struggle for power. T1 closed his eyes, lowering his head slightly as the main character looked sadly at the table. T1 told the protagonist that he would like to apologize again. Yujin told T1 that he didn't need to ask for such forgiveness anyway. There was a glass with a bag of green tea on the table. Yujin noted that it was the association that made the decision and he had no choice but to follow their orders. Yujin raised the glass of tea to his mouth, watching T1 with interest. Yujin thought that he didn't understand him. T1 turned his head to the side, looking straight ahead with a cold gaze. The main character did not understand why he silently obeyed them, being so strong, and knowing full well that the decisions of the leadership were wrong. The main character introduced the heads of other guilds. The protagonist thought that the other S-classes either act alone or rule as guild heads, but T1 simply serves as the support of some rotten organization. The protagonist removed the glass from his mouth and opened it slightly. The main character told T1 that it would be much better if he became the president of the association. T1 looked at the table with a cold gaze, eyebrows slightly knitted. T1 opened his mouth slightly, not understanding what the main character meant. Yujin awkwardly looked away, holding the glass in his hands. Yujin told T1 that if he took this position, he would not have to follow strange orders, and since he was S-class himself, his powers could be used. Yujin fell silent abruptly, looking at T1 in surprise. T1 looked slightly angry, glaring at the main character. T1 squeezed his other hand with his palm. Yujin noted that other S-classes are also guild heads. T1 told Yujin that such power should not be given to him. T1 lowered his head, drooping slightly. The main character looked at T1 with confusion, pursing his lips. T1 asked the protagonist to move on to the topic of compensation. T1 closed his eyes and picked up a folder with documents. Yujin thought that he only wished to be a loyal civil servant with no interest in power, adding that since T1 was also an S-class, he was worried that he might also sign a contract with the fanatics of filial duty. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, looked intently at T1. Yujin thought that if the association continues to be so powerful and interfere with the hunters, their world will end, and if this is what he is after. The protagonist looked at the source of the noise and was slightly surprised. Yujin wanted to ask T1 if he was connected to any cult. A message came to the main character's phone saying that an emergency had occurred in the area of the Special Detention Center, and local residents were advised to evacuate. The main character looked at the phone dumbfounded. At that moment, T1 also looked at his phone. Yujin noted that this is where Kyungsoo and the other hunters were placed. T1 said that he needed to check this place urgently. A shocked Yerim ran into the room, after which the guys looked in her direction. Yerim said about a special isolation ward. Yujin noted that they found out recently. T1 said that there was a risk that some prisoner tried to escape, and Yerim would need to secure the protagonist. Yerim awkwardly raised her finger to her cheek, lowering her eyebrows. T1 and Yujin became gloomy at what they heard. Yerim told them that Yuhyun said he was going there to do some business. Yujin quickly ran out of the room, after which Yerim rushed after him. The main character said that he had a terrible feeling and had to go. The guys ran out into the street, slightly out of breath. The protagonist told Yerim that if there was an explosion, it means that the situation is already very bad, and you need to get there as soon as possible. Soyoung was in front of the building on her motorcycle, holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers. Soyoung opened her eyes, flashing them and smiling slightly, presenting the bouquet. Soyoung was going to pick up Noah after the interrogation. Soyoung dropped the bouquet on the ground after hearing this. The main character told Soyoung that they finished interrogating Noah the previous day. Soyoung was sitting on her knees, shedding tears, as Yerim walked up to her and took her hand. Yerim told Soyoung that she was just in time and if she gave them a ride, she would arrange for her to meet Noah. Soyoung stood up sharply and pulled her helmet on the main character. Soyoung said that she would take them even to the very depths of hell. Yerim rose slightly into the air, picking up T1 by the jacket, at the moment when Soyoung was already rushing off on her motorcycle, smiling insidiously. Yerim said they will be right behind. Soyoung told the main character to hold on tight. Soyoung was rushing at high speed along the city road. Yujin wasn't sure if this was normal. Soyoung told the protagonist not to worry. Her fines were piling up, but she had never been in an accident. A huge stone wall with barbed wire was illuminated by the beams of bright spotlights. This was a special high-class awakened isolation ward. Many floors connected by staircases with cells fenced with bars. High-class hunters who have committed serious crimes, such as killing an unawakened one, are kept here. Quite inhumane measures are used here to prevent them from escaping. The walls are made of several layers of dungeon material, and hunters have their equipment sealed. A building built with the highest security system to contain high-class awakened ones. At least that's how it used to be. The insulator, located next to the high-rise buildings, was shaken by a loud, bright explosion. The hunter screamed in fear as the wall next to him was destroyed. Yuhyun looked at Kyungsoo, sitting scared with his hands cuffed, and said that the isolation ward was destroyed. With sparkling eyes, the head of World's Edge asked if the man wants to escape, so he must help arrest him, to which the hunter stared at him in fear and shouted that he himself had allowed him. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? A bright beam of fire destroyed the shackles on the man's hands as he screamed that this thing was sealing his inventory and he couldn't get anything. He looked at his free hands in surprise, and Yuhyun said gloatingly that he also broke the seal on the inventory. Kyungsoo tried to stop, but the brunette sent a huge purple flame at him with his own, attacking and saying that they would agree that he had to kill him due to the serious threat. The sword collided with a materialized metal pole. Gritting his teeth from the effort, Kyungsoo held the attacker's weapon and asked why he was doing this. Isn't the imprisonment here enough? He doesn't even act on anything. Why is he committing such atrocities? Pointing the weapon that was surrounded by purple lightning, the guy said that Riet told him about his words. What was he planning to do with his brother's fingers? The hunter hiccuped in fear, trying to find out when he found out. The blade approached the man's face, and he was amazed to hear that he should regret that he had not died in the dungeon. A huge explosion rang out in the chamber, and fragments of stones fell. The imprisoned criminals looked around in surprise, running out of their cells and asking, "Is this an earthquake?" A bright flash from an explosion. Moving opponents left bright luminous traces from their weapons. Kyungsoo resisted, holding the enraged Yuhyun's weapon with his blade. The hunter jumped back, holding a long hilted blade in his hand and shouted, asking if he had really come to kill him. The enemy landed on the roof of a destroyed building. Kyungsoo got angry, his weapon was emitting blue lightning, and he said okay, then they will see who wins. With a swift jump he approached the enemy, saying that he would regret it. The attacker's lightning and glow formed into a serpent's head, swooping down on Yuhyun, and the man continued that he would regret removing the seal from his inventory. The brunette stopped the blow with his sword. With red eyes, he looked at the man and asked if he would regret it. He didn't care. Suddenly, a red fire elemental lizard jumped on the surprised Kyungsoo. The guy continued to say that he didn't care whether he had access to the inventory or not. The lizard's tail was on fire, and it flew straight towards the face of the startled hunter. Kyungsoo screamed, engulfed in fire, and began to fall back, and the guy calmly finished that he was still no match for him. The man screamed and held his head when the guy stepped on him and wished him dead. He held the lizard militantly, preparing to hit the man under him with a weapon, to which he, grimacing in pain, asked him to stop. Holding his head, he put out his other hand, trying to stop the raised weapon, and shouted that the guy had no reason to kill him. Covering his burned eye, Kyungsoo shouted that he wouldn't even lay a finger on his brother and wouldn't even try to do anything to him if the guy hadn't started insulting him first. He hysterically asked why the guy was trying to kill him. He was always like this and only towards him. What did he do wrong? Yuhyun thought about it. Looking down at the man with a glowing red eye, the brunette stated that he patted him on the head and told him to call him senior. That was enough to kill him. Kyungsoo screamed in shock. The guy pointed his sword, leaving behind a bright purple trail. The man screamed for someone to do something. Are they going to take Seokwam and abandon him? The purple trail of rapid movement gave way to bright red. The brunette looked at him with a red eye. A bright extraneous glow appeared. Yuhyun was surprised, overwhelmed by it, holding his weapon to his opponent's body. Bright round flashes appeared in the middle of a light cloud, and the head of the guild covered his eyes with his hand, protecting himself from the light. Raising dust, a black motorcycle rushed nearby. Soyeon laughed with an enthusiastic smile and said that with Yujin yelling behind her, dinner with Noah and his phone number. The traffic light showed a red signal, and the blonde said that the light was red and asked for help from the air. Yerim, holding T1 slung like a sack on her back, told them to lean on her, lifting the motorcycle into the air. People leaned out of their cars, watching in shock at the motorcycle hovering in the air, from which the dialogue was coming. Yerim told the guy to hold on tight, to which he asked in surprise if he wasn't heavy, and she replied that everything was fine, it was only during the red light. Holding the man on her shoulders, she stated that T1 was much lighter than she expected, light as a feather, to which he sheepishly replied that she shouldn't. Yujin asked worriedly if everything was okay. They were approaching the burning building of the detention center. The girl replied that this was an unforeseen situation, and then screamed that she could see them. She noticed that things seemed to be getting worse. Soyeon looked ahead and exclaimed that everyone should look there. They need to stop these people from getting closer. There was a crowd of ordinary people on the road looking at the traffic jam and asking each other if it was possible to drive here. If you drove along this road, you wouldn't have to make a big detour. A blonde woman on a motorcycle rushed there, shouting to the girl that she would block the path and come back. The men looked up in surprise when she called out to them. Soyeon summoned her metal pole, and she thrust it with force, shouting that they should beware of the collapse. Her rapid movement left traces in the air. She destroyed the wall with her weapon, so that debris fell everywhere. A blue glowing crack appeared across the stone. The debris fell down, straight towards the contentedly smiling girl, who told the onlookers that after this place the path was dangerous, so they could not go further. Yerim beamed, shouting that it was great, the barrier was made, and Yujin hanging on her asked if it was dangerous. T1 showed his palm and asked to lower it here. Below, prisoners in orange suits were escaping through a hole in the fence. The girl asked if the man was going to jump, to which he explained that there were criminals trying to escape. The man flew down, surrounded by a blue glowing rope, and said that he would deal with them first and then join them. The system reported that the rusty gray scales skill had been activated. T1 clenched his fists surrounded by red lightning. The system reported that his body mass had increased. The criminals, shouting what it was, scattered in all directions from the powerful blow, which left a bright mark. They fell, looking in surprise at the shining network that surrounded them. The network quickly narrowed, gathering all the caught criminals together. T1 stood on the mountain of criminals bound by a net, and holding it in his hand, he spoke on the phone that this was the head of the department for working with the awakened. He asked to bring all the escaped prisoners here. The crushed criminals asked why it was so heavy. Yerim looked at this in surprise, asking if this was a skill, before that it was as light as a feather, and Yujin pointed with his finger for her to look. In the midst of the rubble, he noticed his brother and was surprised to realize that he was also the head of the Sudam Guild. They ran towards Yuhyun, calling out to him, and he, without turning around, told them not to come closer. The guy said tensely, pointing at the man standing in a strange broken position, that something was wrong. He cut his throat, but he emitted a strange mist, and no matter how many times it killed him. An ominous voice was heard saying what a pity it was no longer possible to use it. Kyungsu's severed neck knitted itself back together, pulling its head back into place. The voice said that it wasn't like he was strong in the first place. Why did they make a contract with him? Yerim asked in surprise, is this a zombie? And Yujin, standing with a helmet in his hands, thought in surprise that no, it doesn't look like it. Frowning, he looked ahead and thought that he had met them so soon. A voice greeted, saying he just wanted to say hello. He was Dayama's replacement. The man's damaged neck was rapidly healing back. Yujin thought in shock that this was a new filial piety addict. The hunters stood opposite the twisted zombie, and the guy could not believe that he would meet with the fanatics of the end of the world so soon. The hole in Kyungsu's neck twisted like a mouth, and the voice said that he wanted to introduce himself, and then said that no, he looked terrible. The hunters looked at the bluish glow in surprise when the voice said that it would quickly change it. Yerim looked ahead in surprise, saying it can't be. Her eyes were very surprised. She clenched her fists with delight, and with shining eyes she saw a pink toy standing with her butt sticking out to the sweet music, and the girl delightedly said that this was a secret twerking version from the limited edition Bunny Bear. They were sold out in 2 seconds after the sale began. She screamed in admiration at how fast he was shaking his butt, and Yuhyun asked in surprise what she was talking about. It was an unharmed and cozy-looking older brother. Folding his hands in admiration, the younger imagined Yujin, who was lying on the pillow in pajamas with a nightcap and saying that from now on he would sit at home, as if Yuhyun's dream had been fulfilled. Yujin stared in amazement, hearing the girl complain that the camera was not recording, and the voice said that she was changing herself in accordance with their wishes. There was a sparkle in the guy's eyes. Standing in front of him was his younger brother, safe and sound, asking in an ominous voice what he thought. Did he like it? Or was it too much? Smiling with his brother's lips, the monster addressed him as an elder. Yujin glared at him. The real Yuhyun asked his brother, trembling with anger, growling like he dares, if everything is okay, should he get rid of him? Yujin repeated no, no, no. Then he mentally ordered himself to calm down. Clenching his fists, he looked at his imaginary brother and thought that this was just a psychological attack using illusions. He would not fall for it. The villain asked, he doesn't like it, then how about it? He transformed into young Yuhyun, who was standing in a Santa Claus costume with reindeer antlers on his head. The guy thought what the hell, and he almost ran towards him. The guildmates held the guy who wanted to run to the illusion with the words that he doesn't have photos from this school talent show. Let his little brother give him a hug, to which Yuhyun said that he was actually here, and Yerim told the guy to get ready. Illusion said that it looks like this is not the same either, it's better to just return to its normal form. The hunters saw how the figure of a small schoolboy turned blue and became covered with fog. The figure rose into the air, spiraling as they watched. She took on a human-like form, white with long fins and long blonde hair. She asked to be allowed to introduce herself. The eyes with light eyelashes were closed. The figure took the form of a girl with blonde hair, a veil and fins, like a sea creature, and said to call her simply Jellyfish. She is the successor of Dayama, the master of lizards. Yerim asked in surprise that she was still squeaking like a toy, to which Jellyfish smiled slyly and said that an ignorant child should not hear this conversation. A creature with long fins descended to the ground. She approached the hunters, saying that in any case they were the ones the lizard owner wanted. Medusa brought her veiled face closer to Yuhyun and said that especially him. He has good physical characteristics and his soul also looks delicious. How did he free himself from the contract? Maybe he will make a new one with her. Yujin covered the guy with his hand. He stood between the jellyfish girl and his brother, covering him, and told her to back off since she was here to talk nonsense to her brother. The guy looked at her angrily, asking why she kept coming at him. Didn't he learn anything from the lesson of the one who came before her? Jellyfish looked down at the guy proudly. Then she rose into the air like a real jellyfish and, waving her hand, said that everything was so. He just died. But she didn't know the details. She came to look at the man whose contract remained untouched. Half of the girl's face turned into Kyungsu's dead face and she said with a smile that he died as soon as she arrived. Yujin looked at her gloomily, covering his brother. Jellyfish pointed a long clawed finger at it and said, "Anyway, what could it be?" She approached the surprised Yujin, poking him in the chest with her finger, and said that it seemed like he had abandoned his skill. The brunette looked at her in fear, and the jellyfish asked how he managed to study it. She looked at him with a smile, calling him Dayama's successor. She suddenly flew into the air as Yuhyun hit her with his sword and Yerim held the fallen guy. Jellyfish looked at them with curiosity, asking if Depraved helped him, but he is too ordinary for this and of low class. Hyunhee turned around, asking his brother what she was saying, and the girl asked if they understood what it was talking about, what it was saying. Yujin was displeased when he heard the monster ask if he knew who killed him and how, and asked why he should tell her this. He thought to himself that she doesn't know about things about regression in him, that's good. Jellyfish thoughtfully put her palm to her face and chuckled, saying that it means he won't answer. Yujin thought that he didn't expect another fanatic to come so quickly. He was not at all prepared, and if unsuspecting people got involved. Medusa waved her tentacle, flying away, and said that okay, today she will just leave. The guys looked at her, hearing that she didn't like to fight without a drop of information, and the eldest thought in surprise, "She's really leaving, it's better for them." Jellyfish raised her index finger, saying that despite this she would leave them a small gift. A dark dungeon gate with red lightning inside appeared in the air. Jellyfish, laughing joyfully, pointed at them with her hand, as if making a presentation. Everyone looked in amazement at the crowded gates burning orange. Medusa waved her hand and said with a smile that she exchanged them for the value of the owner of this body, so the reward would be simply excellent. She wished him good luck and told him to say hello to Depraved. The jellyfish disappeared into the air like a transparent whirlwind, leaving the hunters standing below. They looked in amazement at the brightly glowing gate, shouting that something was coming out. A huge stream of water poured out of the dungeon, like a tsunami. The water was rapidly approaching them. They were very surprised. A huge whirlpool rushed down to the ground. Yerim managed to fly out of the abyss, rising into the air. She looked in amazement, wondering if it was water. She screamed, called Yuhyun and Yujin. The head of the guild appeared from the whirlpool, using his blue leaves to lift his brother up from the water. The wave was about to crash down on them from above, and the brothers screamed. The eldest asked, "Is it chasing them?" A rapid whirlpool hid the guys from the screaming girl. Screaming, she rushed down towards them. Quickly diving into the water, she plunged into the depths, right to the ground with the destroyed building and looked around. Startled, she noticed something. A dungeon gate appeared below, rapidly drawing in the guys. The brothers clung to each other, trying hard to resist. Yerim called out to the guy, swimming up to him with her arm outstretched. The brothers flew into a brightly shining red dungeon. The girl looked at it in amazement, trying to reach out with her hand. She grabbed the guy by the collar, preventing him from plunging into the whirlpool. Soyoung and T1 ran towards them. The blonde called out to the hunters, and the man asked in confusion what was going on. The high-rise buildings were engulfed in a huge layer of water from the tsunami, and a hunter who stopped on one of the roofs was amazed to think that the entire territory. Soyoung asked, "Is this a dungeon breakout?" But she had never seen anything like this before. The detention center employee was trying to help Yujin get out and noticed the warden, and the girl continued that it didn't look like the water was poisonous or anything. The man thought it was strange. The water kept coming. How far would it spread if they didn't do anything? The blonde standing next to the man screamed as water splashed on her feet. She looked into the whirlpool and asked if the water would stop after clearing the dungeon. Should you go in there? To this, T1 replied that it was dangerous for everyone to enter it. Among the thickness of the swirling water, the dungeon gates were red. He continued that if this is a breakthrough, the monsters can also get out of there. He continued that if the dungeon itself is full of water, then a hunter who knows how to fight in it will do best. The girl took out her phone while the boss reasoned that the poison of the huntress Riet would be weakened by water, and the wind skill of the hunter Hyena would not work. Raising the phone to her ear, the girl said that then there was only one person left. Yujin, Yerim and Yuhyun were locked together, surrounded by a huge amount of water. Soyoung said that she would call for help right away. The electric type is ideal for water. Yujin began to drown while the girl and guy were with him. They held the brunette, who was unconscious. Hark Yerim, I pushed off the water with my feet, as if from the ground. She used her ability to help pull the main character out of the water. He was indignant because of Yuhyun, who sat next to his brother and displeasedly told her that there was no need to interfere, to which the girl replied that fire skills are useless underwater. The young man lifted and grabbed both of them by the cheek, telling them to stop quarreling, because Yuhyun objected to her, talking about the presence of water battle items, and the girl considered this as a challenge, because he considered himself stronger than her. The main character began to look around while a guy and a girl were nearby. He asked them if they were in the dungeon, to which he received a positive answer from his younger brother. Trying to brush off the water, he listened to the girl who suggested that it was all because of the zombies, but he agreed, adding that the force was sufficient to drag everyone into the dungeon. The brunette frowned and thought, realizing that the jellyfish was stronger than the Dayama, judging by the way she spoke. Suddenly, drops of water began to form from the water and rise into the air. They surrounded the entire area with young people who were surprised at this phenomenon. The drops of water sparkled quite beautifully, slowly moving in the air. The girl became wary and took the spear in her hands, shouting for everyone to move away. With the help of a weapon, she destroyed one such drop, saying that they did not know what might be contained inside them. The remnants of the drop suddenly touched Park Yerim's nose. She looked into the distance in surprise, while the brunette was perplexed, because it seemed to her that she saw the day when they ate ice cream together. While the guys were looking around, the girl was jumping, popping more bubbles, answering their question, "Is it possible to see the past?" Positively. Yujin looked at the girl doubtfully until one such bubble accidentally burst behind him. The guy drooped, seeing in the memory that he had called out to his younger brother. There was suddenly a stop behind him. He met Yuhon in the evening, saying that today was his birthday. The girl was just as enthusiastically popping bubbles, which the younger brother of the main character was doing as well, while he himself looked back. Park Yerim stood surrounded by such bubbles, saying that it was as if she was not looking at photos or videos, but entering memories. She picked up another bubble that burst in her palms. She was immediately reminded of the white flowers on the grave. On her hands, instead of a bubble, there were splashes of water that transported her to childhood. She drooped as she scanned the memory. She looked back, seeing her little self, whom her uncle was offering to live with. He extended his hand to her, to which the small short-haired girl hesitantly gave him hers. Her face darkened at the memory and her uncle's words that he would take care of her home. Now Yujin stood and listened. He saw himself bending in front of the TV screen. He touched his hand to the screen on which his younger brother was being transmitted. The news reported that the Abyss Guild yesterday in honor of Christmas and the birthday of their leader, but before the TV had time to finish speaking, the main character remembered that the 25th of December, Christmas, is the birthday of his younger brother. He looked sadly at himself, completely downcast. Panic seized him. He darkened again, thinking that this was exactly what would happen. Frowning, he examined his memory, realizing that she was delving into the past and attacking with it. Yujin nervously thought, these are just memories and he won't see anything new, when he suddenly shifted his gaze. He looked at the bars in surprise when he saw someone's leg. The main character silently opened his mouth, unable to say anything. The door suddenly opened. He remembered the open door and the stairs down, and also his younger brother who came that day. The brunette rushed to the door, opening it, thinking how he saw his brother's memories, and there he was. He saw Yuhon leaving. His face clearly expressed sadness. The brunette was wondering what would have happened if he had found out about his brother's situation and not decided to go to the dungeon. He hurriedly touched his brother in the memory, realizing that under that condition, his beloved brother would never have died. A flash of blue is visible in the surprised eyes of the main character. With him, the younger one began to literally fall into crystals, glowing with blue light. The head of the younger brother lay on the ground among other fragments. Beads of sweat flowed from his face. He himself clutched Yuhyun's cloak in his hand, while the volleyball was behind him, repeating to him that even if he found his younger brother, he would not be able to bring him back. The brunette fell to his knees, still clutching his cloak. He bent over the crystals in horror, taking them in his hand as the creature continued to say that the younger one would slowly disappear beyond this world. He moved his hands along the crystals, as if in delirium, saying that he did not want what happened. The brunette hung over the trail of stones. He wanted to fix everything and even turn back time. Because this is not what he wanted. He was ready to pray to fix everything, regretting that he could not really go back to the past. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind the frightened Yujin, causing fragments to scatter. He turned back towards the noise. The girl grabbed the guy's hand, shouting at him to pull himself together, reminding him that they were now inside the dungeon, rescuing him. The main character found himself in front of the younger one and behind the girl who used her spear, calling on the head of the abyss to keep his brother closer so that he would not freeze. She wiped away her tears, cursing the zombie that ruined everything for her with that memory. The brunette worriedly asked the sorcerer Park Yerim if everything was okay and if she saw a bad memory. The girl answered positively. He looked at her with awareness, standing among the whirlwind of wind, thinking about her words that everything had already happened and the past was not something she could change. She stood in front of the two of them, continuing to use the staff while the brothers looked at her, because she understood that if she could not do something because of these memories, then in the future she would only be in more pain, which would be even worse. She clutched the weapon in her hands, telling them that they were her family. She again remembered herself as a child, standing in front of her parents' grave, saying that her life had changed and now she had the power with which she could protect the people dear to her. She selflessly fought the bubbles, holding the staff in her hands, shouting that she didn't want to be helpless again and lose someone again. The head of the abyss looked at the girl, placing his hand on the shoulder of his older brother, who was rather drooping. The guy again argued with the girl, declaring that he was the elder's family, to which the girl responded displeasedly that he could feel the atmosphere. Eugen closed his eyes and laughed lightly. He looked with pride at the brave girl in the earrings, thinking that she was a child in need of help, not understanding when she managed to grow up. The brunette, with the blonde behind him, replied that he could rely on the two of them, after which the head of Jupiter kindly corrected him. Eugen was very surprised while his younger brother pulled him away, looking at the blonde squatting, telling the girl to freeze him, because he considered Sung Hyunhee just another memory. The head of Jupiter snapped his fingers where the sparks came from, saying that he received a call as soon as the new lake appeared. He began to fight the bubbles with his ability, continuing to joke that he must have enjoyed that lake tour and was proud of himself as a guide. The brunette asked displeasedly if he was playing the role of a guide again, standing next to the younger one, while the girl wondered how he managed to cope with just one movement. The blonde and brunette began to talk tensely, but sarcastically, while the head of the abyss and the girl looked at them strangely, perplexed. The guy got into character, saying that he apparently didn't notice the half star in the reviews that he had given. The blonde confidently replied that he had a towel and dry clothes with him, for which the young man would have given another half a star, but the head of the guild laughed it off, that he is being too harmful. The girl asked when they managed to get close, to which the brunette replied that there was no such thing. Bubbles formed again behind the blonde as he disappointedly answered the indignant guy that he was hoping for friendship. The blonde's bubble burst while the brunette and the girl watched him. He answered completely indifferently that he saw his childhood memory. Eugen was harmful, clarifying whether he had a childhood, allegedly believing that he was immediately born as an adult. The head of the abyss and the girl looked around, keeping their powers at the ready while drops appeared around them again. The girl suggested freezing everything. She gave a thumbs up to the blonde who was holding the mana potions while the brunette was hesitating. Yoo-hyun stood furious next to his older brother because the girl mocked him, saying that he with his fire abilities could sit on the sidelines. The brunette smiled cheerfully, realizing that his soul was much lighter. He threw his hand forward, supporting the blonde and girl standing in front. She shouted enthusiastically, "Everyone be careful, because he's going to freeze everything." Park Yerim set to work with a battle cry. Swinging her spear, she activated its power. A strong whirlwind blew on her face while she offered to sweep everything away with a smile. Everything behind her became covered in ice, and she rushed forward. The blonde's foot stood confidently on the ice. The head of Jupiter extended his hand. Using his skill, everything sparkled. Streams of electricity filled everything around him. He walked ahead, eliminating drops of water in the air. The girl was in front, turning around and praising the owner of this skill. There were explosions of electricity all around. Yoo-hyun stood next to his older brother, forming a protective barrier over them as the drops turned into balls and fell from the sky. The brunette took a couple in his hand. The guys looked at them and the older one suggested that they did not pose a danger, but the younger one warned him, asking if he had a bead that would cancel the damage. He asked his brother indignantly, waving his hands, why he visited the detention center, but the elder replied that he came because of him. He began to shake the younger one in anger, telling how he rushed here, and the leader of the abyss also killed Kyung-soo. In his defense, he said that he had no choice, because the leader of the ships tried to escape, and he stopped him. Yoo-hyun handed the brunette a reddish-orange lizard to protect him from the cold. The animal climbed onto the guy's shoulder, and looking at him, he thought that if the head of Jupiter had not left him alive, the leader of the ships would still have died in the dungeon. Then he asked if he had given the animal a name. Junior also looked at the lizard, replying that the animal continued to reject his ideas. The brunette looked at him, asking if he had just called her a strange name. Then the hunters called out to them. The girl, being in the company of a blonde man, shouted to them that the path was closed further. The brothers walked towards the hunters on the ice, while the younger one held him, helping him get there. The brunette touched the gate, turning to the others, assuming that the ground on the other side was frozen. The four of them stood in front of an incomprehensible wall, and wondered what it could be. The girl was delighted, thinking that this wall was her work, but everyone else confirmed that it was a mirror. Upset, Park Yerim lay flat on the ice, trying to somehow justify herself, while the brunette grinned at her. The guy, along with his younger brother, noticed a drop of water behind the mirror. He pointed it out to the others, asking the girl to burst it, which she did with her spear while crouching. The wall seemed to begin to disappear. Soon she was gone, and their whole company looked up, where the whirlwinds of the wind raged. The head of the abyss suggested that the boss should come out now, while his older brother and girlfriend were panicking, but the blonde remained calm. From under the gray whirlwinds of a strong wind, an unusual huge creature appeared right in front of them. The main character and the girl tried to protect themselves from the wind with their hands, not understanding how it appeared here, panicking that now there were not as many of them as there were last time. Some dark liquid began to flow from the ice dragon's mouth, and he coughed it up. Soon the creature was seized with an attack. It roared, more and more blood came out of it. The heads of the abyss and Jupiter still behaved calmly, while the girl clutched the spear in her hands out of fear. The brunette's jaw dropped when he realized that they were now determining the strongest opponent from memory. More and more blood flowed out of the dragon, like a fountain. Two hands appeared from his mouth and began to climb right out of him. Soon the mermaid got out, raising her head. All four looked at the creature in shock. The huge mermaid opened her eyes. The brunette was horrified, thinking that he had seen something too strong. The blonde tensed a little while the girl remembered that this was her memory because of the earrings, but the brunette was speechless, covered in sweat. Well, the mermaid wore the same precious earrings that Park Yerim wears. The mermaid took out her spear and sent a huge wave of water towards them. They began to hastily run away from the big wave. Before they had time to run far, all three, except the blonde, looked back in panic and realized that the water was coming right behind them. The leader of the abyss summoned his lizard, which crawled onto his hand, and he confidently declared that this time he would succeed. Fire appeared around her and her eyes shone. The animal managed to resist the wave, sitting on the palm of its owner, who was holding his older brother. Yu-hyun looked at his lizard while the elder looked at them in surprise, thinking how great she had done. The head of the abyss again called the lizard's name, which she really didn't like and didn't attack. They were all washed away in one big wave. The girl took her spear and began to use her abilities. She stood in front of the others, trying to freeze this huge wave with her weapon. Stretching her staff horizontally, she could barely hold back the water while the brunette wondered if she could handle everything. The girl held on with difficulty, shouting that even the double damage buff would not help her. The mermaid continued to send huge waves at them while the girl froze them with her power. The brunette and the girl began to panic, thinking that they would die and had already begun to say goodbye. Yu-hyun looked at them displeasedly, while the blonde looked quite friendly while the girl sincerely said goodbye to them. Tears appeared in her eyes, and mentally she already wanted to meet them in a world where there were no dungeons. Her ice wall broke, but a pink protective barrier appeared. It was built piece by piece in real time. Before the eyes of the four, this barrier formed, protecting them from the waves. A pink volleyball appeared in front of Yujin and the girl, who was interested in its condition. The barrier coped well with the waves, protecting those inside. The brunette grabbed the ball in hysterics, while Park Yerim was indignant about what it was, and the guy asked the creature to help them. The blonde fought, while the head of the abyss looked at him skeptically and told him not to interfere, for his older brother was safe. The young man held the ball in his hand, looking at the pixelated drop. She said she was glad they were okay, but seeing what she looked like was a problem. The mermaid continued to cast a spell and call high waves to them, but the drop claimed that with the current forces they could not cope with her. The brunette thought about it, realizing that if they faced such a danger in a dungeon designed to test them, then the successor was definitely not an easy opponent. Yujin bowed down in front of the ball and the blob, calling on them to help, to which the blue one replied that intervention was impossible. He did not ask them to fight, asking what about the reward. He stood up, answering the drop's question, saying that they forgot it to him for defeating the master of the lizards, adding that he received only drops of mana for this, despite the fact that they helped him. The creatures became nervous, answering that the massacre took place outside the system, but the drop asked what was on the young man's mind. The guy frowned, his face darkened. He approached them, asking to borrow his skill, the mermaid queen of the deep blue waves. Yujin asked about Park Yerim's earrings, who perked up when she heard her name. He tells that the earrings on the girl and the mermaid could be connected, which is what he thought when he saw them for the first time, noting that it doesn't matter whether it's an ice skill or a water skill. The guy touched Park Yerim's shoulder with his hand, asking her to support him while standing in front of the drop, declaring that the girl was growing much faster. What did he think, despite his little experience and young age? Park Yerim, delighted by these words, looked at the guy while her earrings shone. The guy realized that he needed to support her so that she could protect herself, and he would have to squeeze everything he could out of them since they decided to deceive him. The brunette introduced the girl to the owner of her earrings, to which she hastily bowed to say hello. With a blush on her cheeks, holding a spear, she thanked the mermaid queen for her help. She enthusiastically told the silent drop about herself, clarifying whether she really was the owner of these earrings, saying that she uses them well, and they are the best. Park Yerim was overjoyed to hear that she actually wore them as a child. The drop eventually gave up, doing some magic. She conjured some kind of magical object almost in the hands of a girl, behind whom was a brunette. Soon she was able to see the outline of an object. A magic stone appeared in her hands. It was of mythical grade. This is the power with which the deep blue Volga mermaid queen established herself as a source of water from all over the world. It was limited to one use. She widened her eyes at the thing while the young man thanked her. The drop interrupted him, asking him not to thank him. She flew close to the guy, declaring that this was somewhat of a reward as far as the deal was concerned, because in this way she would feel less guilty before him. One could see a drop in the young man's eyes, but he himself was pondering what was what. He made the face of a madman, licking his lips madly, rubbing his hands, realizing that he could rip her off for all the remaining guilt. She explained to the brunettes and the girl, and also to the heads of the Abyss and Jupiter standing behind, that the item can be used once, but if done correctly, it will be of great help to them. Park Yerim looked at the item while the young man tried to negotiate with the drop for 10 uses. The girl was able to successfully position it on her spear. At the same moment, a powerful jet of water carried her straight up, frightening the brunette standing nearby. She flew high enough, damaging the barrier, which the pink creature noticed. The girl held onto her weapon in horror, not understanding what was happening, asking for help. Yujin shouted to her above to feel the flow of mana and learn the mermaid queen's ability to apply it to hers. While he was flooded with water, he continued to shout to her so that she did not give up, and with the right skill she would succeed. A huge stream of water flooded the barrier and all the people there were washed out. Due to the stream of water coming from the spear, it flew right in front of the surprised mermaid's face. Water rushed straight into the guy's face. The young man fell to his knees and the pink ball noticed that the skill was too high. The brunette realized that he couldn't miss his only chance and he just needed to show her an example of how to use it. The poor girl continued to fly around the mermaid. The brunette took out his book, activating the dreaded chicken commander skill. The girl's head turned yellow, and she looked at him in surprise. He was also able to contact the mermaid, whose eyes also turned yellow. The guy found himself in the water. He was being dragged to the bottom, unable to breathe and scared. He understood that he could now be consumed. However, the younger brother came to the aid of the older brother, who was choking and coughing up water. The head of the Abyss hugged his brother, who assured him that everything was fine with him, but the younger one was terribly worried about him. The brunette thought about it, looking very nervous, realizing that this command would not help him. He stood up, grabbing the blonde's arm, asking him to use his skill. He raised his head high and his eyes immediately turned yellow. The brunette took him by the hand, responding to his mockery that they were still friends. They looked into the distance together. The young man understood that if he couldn't directly transmit sensations, he had to look for a workaround. He planned to connect the blonde and the girl with his skill and transfer movements and fake sensations to the fake mermaid queen using the combat vision skill. At this time, the girl more or less tried to attack the mermaid queen with a stream of water. Suddenly she shuddered. She was right in front of the mermaid, who swung her weapon at her. Park Yerim saw all the mermaid's movements frame by frame. Her yellow eyes reflected the trident. She sent a huge stream of water at the girl. The brunette was afraid for her, screaming her name. She said that everything is fine. The mermaid looked ahead. The girl's hand got out from under the stream using a magical object. She was still in the water. A stream of water wrapped around her fingers. The mermaid tried to thrust her trident, but mountains of ice formed. The girl was able to get out, holding a spear in her hand. She flew up, closing her eyes, realizing that every drop of water in the air followed her will. Park Yerim appeared right in front of the disgruntled mermaid. Her look was confident, the girl was smiling. She jumped away from the water as if from the ground. Then she seemed to walk on water, leaving reflections on it. She used the spear like a surfboard and rode the wave. She was satisfied, but even happier. Coming off the wave, she rushed straight towards the fake mermaid queen. Using her weapon, she collected a huge stream of water. She collected all the water around. The girl shouted at her to take everything back. Park Yerim attacked the mermaid with all these gigantic waves. The water began to swallow the fake mermaid queen that Yujin had summoned. Yerim confidently stuck her trident into it. The barrier that kept her from getting out began to crack. Meanwhile, around Newbie, water began to splash in all directions. The girl, holding a weapon in her hands, began to get out of captivity. Yerim turned around embarrassedly as she told the brunette with a smile on her face that she had done it. From what he saw, tears began to flow down her face. In front of her lay Eugen, unconscious, with worried guys standing around him. At that moment she tried to call the guy. The brunette began to be absorbed by the water, which is why he found himself at the very bottom of the reservoir. He is interested to know if the girl managed to defeat him. He could still feel the water consuming him even though the gate was open. The guy woke up when an angry girl, hovering over him, loudly demanded that he wake up. Hyoni watches from the side as the worried guys surround him. Yerim asked him why he acted so rashly, to which the brunette did not give an exact answer, but asked her whether she managed to defeat the boss. Eugen began to feel awkward as the girl continued to hold his shoulders until Waterdrop appeared in front of him. She reported that the guy fell into a deep sleep in exchange for transferring his skill. The girl started screaming at the frightened Eugen. Interrupting him, she asked the brunette if he knew that this skill would take a lot of energy from him. Leaning his hand against the edge of the body of water along which a stream of water flowed, the guy realized that he could not resist fear since she had the power of a mythical class. Beads of sweat ran down his face as Eugen. Looking at the girl, he felt that a huge wave was falling on him. She looked at him with such a fierce gaze that her eyes began to glow bright blue. The guy began to tremble as she brought him to tears. At this point, he admitted that he did this so that Yerim could feel better. Eugen felt like a fish swimming in a stormy sea when the girl realized that he did such a thing for her sake. The brunette tremblingly ran to Yuhyun for help, asking him to stop Yerim. The guy, in turn, said that this time he was on her side. Eugen raised his cracking hand to call Hyoni, but he turned away from him when he revealed that he was also supporting the girl. The brunette didn't expect this at all. The guy rushed away from Yerim towards the exit from the dungeon. He suggested that the guys go out first, since the gates were already open. But Eugen was led astray by a huge wave. The girl looked at the guy lounging next to her when she realized that he was hoping to run away in order to avoid answering. Meanwhile, Eugen said that she quickly learned to control the skill. Yerim grabbed the guy, who was blue with fear, by the collar as he tried to calm himself down. Seeing how he was shaking, she asked why he used the skill that subjected him to such stress. The guys saw how the brunette began to wave his legs because the angry girl lifted him by the collar. She believes that now everything has happened differently from Bavar. Waterdrop made a surprised face looking at the guys when Yerim said that he could have just explained it to her so that she could figure it out somehow. As a last resort, she would have used the gate stones or simply died. But she realized that this was too much. The guy threw his head back as tears ran down his face from what he heard. The girl asked him if he thought that she would be grateful to him when the guy decided to bring himself to a critical state in order to make the battle easier for her. Yerim drooped as she let go of her head and admitted that she was afraid of losing her mentor. She loosened her grip as tears welled up in her eyes. Eugen did not understand how to calm the upset girl. She asked him never to do that again. Her hand, which was still holding onto the brunette's shirt, began to shake. The guy lowered his gaze to her when he remembered that she was a child who once lost her parents. He took the drooping girl by the shoulders, after which, apologizing to her, he admitted that it was short-sighted on his part. Eugen remembered how she smiled at him while holding the trident in her hand. He hopes that she will grow up strong and be able to protect herself. However, the guy cannot promise her that he will not do anything like that again if a similar situation happens again in the future. He took the embarrassed girl by the hands, looking into her eyes, and again apologized for making her worry, after which he suggested Yerim continue training, since his skill is still active. Purple lace began to appear from the water column when the girl angrily asked the guy if he was crazy. An unusually beautiful girl in a purple dress appeared in front of them. She didn't expect that the mermaid queen who appeared in front of them was so involved in the affairs of immoral children. Her eyes began to glow brightly as she said with a smirk on her face that this information would be enough for them, after which she bid them farewell. The creature left them, leaving them in such bewilderment that the brunette hid under his shirt. The guys headed to leave the dungeon through the portal, because as a result, everyone escaped safely. They saw that the entire city had turned into complete ruins. After all, as soon as they left the dungeon, the lake, as well as the gate and even the special insulator, disappeared without a trace. While the guys watched T1 resolve important issues over the phone, Eugen realized that it would be difficult for him to restore order for some time. The man reported that thanks to the disappearance of the gate, they were able to hide the traces of Yuhyun's rampage. Yerim, with Hyoni standing next to her, became very excited when the brunette told them that Newbie and Waterdrop were system administrators. Having learned this, the girl assumed that the Earth was round because the system was controlled by a volleyball. At this moment, Yujin felt awkward because she had misunderstood everything. He looked at the joyful girl, who already began to jump when the guy asked her not to forget how she felt when working with water skills. He also promised her to analyze everything that happened in the dungeon, to which she agreed. Clenching her hand into a fist, she began to remember all the moments, as she said that she would go through each of them so as not to forget anything. Frightened by the memories, Yaramada forged Yuhyun, calling him a terrible freak. While the man did not understand why she began to insult him, Yujin was glad that the girl had already mastered the skills so well. The brunette, sweat dripping down his face, was given a towel to dry himself off. The tired guy looked emotionlessly at Hyuni, glowing with happiness, who admitted that he wanted to get another half a star. The brunette remembered his promise, calling it sincere. Yujin, looking at the blonde, began to dry himself. He invited him to talk about Seokwon later, after which he decided to tell him what he heard from Newbie before he left the dungeon. When all the guys were heading towards the exit, the brunette turned around and saw the ball, which told him that the people who signed a contract with the owner of the lizards would be transferred to his successors. Newbie was very surprised, because he believes that the fewer contract workers, the more restrictions on the behavior of the jellyfish. And finally, he said that fanatics can interfere in their world only through contract soldiers, of whom there are very few. Holding the towel draped over his head, Yujin told the blonde that they needed to find Seokwon tomorrow. But Hyuni believes that the search will take a lot of time. The guy looked in surprise at the blonde man standing next to him and asked him why he thought so. Hyuni said that Seokwon is hiding, and he also believes that if he is found, it will be difficult for them to influence him outside the dungeons. The guys stood on a cliff that towered over the destroyed city. The blonde thinks that the guild master has become even more vigilant after Yuhyun caused a mess. The brunette began to defend his brother because he told him that he had no other choice. Hyuni tilted his head and gave the guy a suspicious look as he promised to find Seokwon. Yujin's serious face was still dripping with sweat. At that moment, the blonde asked him why he was in such a hurry. Yerim continued to use her new skill against Yuhyun until Hyuni reminded the guy that over the past few days he had been attacked and kidnapped, and had also been caught in a flood. The worried guy started waving his arms when the man waved him off, saying that he was worried. In turn, Yujin believes that everything that happened does not matter because he remained unharmed. He is also determined to find Seokwon to destroy the contract. Yuhyun and Yerim were very surprised because their mouths opened when they heard that the brunette had to help Hyuni 3 times. The blonde also said that he would lose a lot if Yujin got hurt. The guys, walking with their fists, pressed the guy to the wall when Yerim and Yuhyun asked what he had done again, since he had to help Hyuni with something. The guy began to deny and replied that he had not done anything special. The blonde man stayed behind waving while the guys dragged Yujin, who believes that Hyuni deliberately chose the moment to confess. They asked him to take a break from everything, because he, having an F class, is practically an ordinary person. The guy continued to watch the smiling blonde, wondering what he was up to. He doesn't understand why he hesitates so much, because the end of the world will come very soon. Sweat continued to flow down Yujin's angry face as he realized from the newcomer's story that Hyuni was the most suspicious. He remembered standing at the exit next to Newbie, who was glad that the chain's contract with Dayama had been terminated. The guy looked at him incomprehensibly. Raising his head, he asked what chain he was talking about. The ball said that this is a Born S-class, whose contract they destroyed. Hearing this, Yujin realized that he was talking about Hyuni. He held his chin in his hand and suggested that they name the blonde that because he uses chains. Without giving an answer to this, Newbie said that he was worried because this time there was no moon. But despite this, the brunette helped them. The guy doesn't understand who the system administrator is talking about. He said that Moon is one of them, who helped him break the contract between the chain and the owner of the lizards. Yujin was so surprised by what he heard that he opened his mouth. Hyuni appeared in his imagination, entangled in chains, when Newbie said that he did not know the details since Moon fell asleep. The ball added that the chain also does not remember anything, because it was drawn into their regression. Yujin squeezed the administrator in his arms while he wondered why the guy stopped talking to him in an official tone. Holding Newbie in his hands, the guy looked at him seriously when he realized everything that was happening. At this moment, the system administrator came to terms with the fact that the brunette stopped addressing him in an official tone. Yujin imagined 2 different beings controlling Hyuni like a puppet. The guy realized that the blonde had connections with both fanatics of filial duty and immoral children. Because of this, he doesn't understand what Hyuni did before him. Yujin lies on the couch with Peace while Chirpai rides the robot vacuum cleaner. This is how his forced leave began. The guys, pointing their fingers, ran at the guy and demanded that he sit at home while they went about their business. The brunette has come to terms with this because he understands that they are worried about him. The flame lion climbed onto Yujin while he busily worked on his tablet. He doesn't understand how to just relax all day long because he needs to learn even more information. He remembered how a snowy creeping tree with a devilish look seeks to devour the whole world, as well as the white bird that took his brother. Meanwhile, Yujin added notes to his plan. Something worries him, even though he knows that the immoral children who run the system are going against Source to prevent peace. They, in turn, are opposed by adherents of filial duty, accelerating the destruction of the world. Peace stepped on Hyunhee's photo with his paw. The guy looked back at the fiery lion hanging from his shoulder when he asked him if he also considered the blonde dangerous. Meanwhile, Peace threw the tablet out of the hands of the guy, who realized that he was offering to take a break. The fiery lion began to stomp on Yujin's back as he remembered that Hyunhee had connections with filial fanatics and immoral children. Imagining him as a puppet in their hands, he realized that it was useless to ask him, because all this happened to him before Yujin's regression. Now in his imagination, the blonde is in space, fighting with Vicus. The guy wondered if Hyunhee might be on the side of the immoral, since he broke off relations with Dayama. He believes that such behavior is not inherent in him, suggesting that he was simply attacked by boredom. Yujin imagined the blonde running away from Vicus to the system administrators, which was more believable in his opinion. But he still doesn't understand how he can find out more about it. A system sign appeared in a brightly lit room, on which was written a request to remove the obstacle that had arisen. Surprised, Peace and Yujin looked out of the room. The guy assumed that the robot vacuum cleaner had broken down again, even though he cleaned it of lion fur. He saw the device on which Chirpai was sitting chewing the hair of Myung-woo, whom he did not expect to meet in such a position. The brunette began to help the exhausted pupil. Yujin thought that he had overworked himself and lost consciousness, which is why I started calling a healer. But Myung-woo stopped him, saying that he simply did not have enough mana. Then I told him that I had completed the work. The man raised his hand to the excited guy to hand him the sword. A blue crystal sparkles near the handle of the silver beam. When the weapon fell into the hands of Yujin, he said in surprise that it looked more like the decoration that Myung-woo had been working on all this time. The man told him that he could not be broken, which was his only ability. Meanwhile, the guy was surprised because the sword began to take on a different shape when Myung-woo started telling him about it. The sword turned into a real sparkling decoration that adorned the hand of the guy who really liked its design. Among the intertwined crystals was a large brooch with a blue stone. While watching the sword transform into another form, Myung-woo said that the design was chosen to suit the taste of the original form, which is called Yunhai. It is a sword born from Charlotte's Mana Stone, a dragon lord and master craftsman. While the bird flew around the room, the brunette was surprised, as he noticed that it was in legendary class items. Looking at the embarrassed Myung-woo who was rubbing the back of his head, Yujin was surprised that he was able to create such an item. The man admitted that he also did not expect such a result. A squeaking Yunhai sat on the guy's head when Myung-woo said that he has unlimited damage cancellation, because now it's possible to recharge him by feeding him a mana stone. The man also added that when fully charged, the damage will work for 1 hour, while the unlimited class will last for a maximum of 10 minutes. The guy dropped so much when he heard this that he turned blue. Yujin wondered if this was considered cheating. Imagining how he was hiding from the mermaid queen, the guy realized that even she would not be able to break through his defense within 10 minutes. Raising a finger, the man said with a smile on his face that this item was capable of evolving, so that other skills or effects could be added in the future. Yujin was surprised that this weapon would have even more characteristics. He pressed his hand to his heart and opened his mouth when Myung-woo explained that only a contractor would be able to use it. Otherwise, the weapon would not be of the legendary class. In his profile, the guy saw that he was the owner of this weapon. He was very surprised because he now has an exclusive item. Meanwhile, Yujin began jumping all over the room with joy, as he realized that only he would be able to use this weapon. On the floor, Peace started playing with Chirpai when the guy asked Myung-woo to make the same items for others. But the man replied that this was impossible. The brunette calmed down and raised his head while the man said that he was able to complete the product thanks to the fact that Ismuar is the spirit that holds Charlotte's flame, because initially it was impossible for him. Yujin realized that the beads he gave him were from Charlotte's. Holding Yunhai on his gloved hand, Myung-woo admitted that he was the previous owner of the gold forge. The man remembered how the mana stone that he left after his death sparkled in the dragon's heart. He said that it was from this stone that he forged a silver sparkling sword. and the sky blue beads donated by Yujin remained after the forging of the weapon. Gaunt Myung-woo watched Yunhai closely when he said he created it thanks to a unique ingredient. He believes he won't be able to recreate something like this, even if his skills improve. The man remembered how Ismuor came to his forge. Flying next to him was Yunhai, who reminded him of Charlotte's in his youth. Holding the made weapon in his hands, the spirit said that thanks to his developed potential, Myung-woo was able to create the greatest product. Meanwhile, the man looked at Ismuor with a smile on his face. The spirit gave the man a weapon in the form of a sword. He believes that his name is Yunhai for a reason, as it means grace in Korean. Yujin awkwardly looked at the weapon emblazoned on his arm as Myung-woo admitted that during its creation, he prayed for the brunette's safety. That is why the guy realized how precious this thing is. The man's hair fluttered when, looking at him, Yujin asked why he was trying so hard for him. Myung-woo replied that he did not do it in order to hear such words from the guy. The man raised his head and with a smile on his face reminded him that he could hide in the forge if something happened. However, the brunette constantly goes to dungeons, which puts him in danger. Remembering how hard he sits at the machine, Myung-woo admitted that this is his way of supporting Yujin. After all, he does not have the strength to fight and protect him as other students do. The guy raised his head and was surprised when the man told him that he wanted to give him his own weapon not in order to hear such words from him. He believes that Yujin knows how a friend would respond in such a situation. A slight smile appeared on Myung-woo's face. Yunhai climbed onto the man's head, who was embarrassed, when the brunette began to praise and thank him. In turn, Myung-woo agreed with his words. Looking at the sitting Yunhai, the guy lowered his head and asked to take care of him, and also to simplify the design a little. Yujin felt embarrassed as he was covered in various decorations. The man said it was just her tastes. Chirpai started running around the room and screaming loudly when the guy asked to make the weapon look simpler. The furry creature confidently continued to squeak at Yunhai. Seeing this, the guys did not understand what was happening to her. The worried brunette took her in his arms as Myung-woo asked him why she was crying. Yujin assumed that she behaves this way because she cannot fly due to her too small wings. Hearing this, the man decided to use his skill to help her. On the foot, Chirpai has a glowing bracelet. The guys started smiling when they saw her fly. Myung-woo said that from now on she will at least be able to float in the air. Yujin thanked him because Chirpai also received a new item. Meanwhile, the weapon on the brunette's hand turned into a bracelet with blue crystals because they could hardly reach a compromise with Yunhai about the design. Meanwhile, someone was still working at the Hunter Association. Information appeared on the screen that Kyung-soo had died and Seokwon had gone missing. The workers don't understand what's happening. Sitting at a large wooden table, the men realized that they had lost 2 S-class hunters at once. The man with the medals was very angry at what he heard, as he believes that this is serious damage to the country's government. The person sitting next to him said that managing the dungeons had also become a problem for them, making public opinion seem unfavorable. A man with glasses clasped his hands in front of his face when someone said that all sorts of conspiracy theories were circulating about the disappearance of the dungeon near the detention center. It turned out to be Jin Hyuk, who is the president of the Hunters Association. He tried to reassure the others, because this man had gathered everyone in order to solve current problems. The staff began to have a heated discussion when Jin Hyuk announced that they needed a new S-class hunter. He had a tired face when, looking at the workers, the man said that they would not bring anyone, but would create new hunters. He had just begun to look for talent among citizens. At night everything is illuminated in different colors. Jin Hyuk believes that through his plan, Korea will provide itself with high-level hunters and be reborn as the country with the largest number of awakened people. Yoo-hyun stood in a fighting stance, holding a sword in his hand, engulfed in flames, and told his brother that he would advance. Suddenly, with explosive force, he took off from his place. The guys collided in the air. Yoo-hyun's impact sent waves through the air. Without letting go of the sword, he looked in surprise at the place where the blades touched. Looking at his brother's blue sword emitting light, he said something. Yujin frowned as he held the icy hilt of the sword, asking how he felt about it and whether he was strong enough. Suddenly the guy was thrown back several meters. While in flight he barely said that with this Yoo-hyun would not have to worry about him, to which his brother replied that, however, he had just been thrown back. Yujin shouted that he was fine, groaning as he hit the ground. The guy happily ran towards his brother, who was putting away the sword. The clothes on his back were torn. Yujin asked what he thought, adding that there was no need to worry about him anymore. Yoo-hyun replied that, however, this would not prevent him from being kidnapped and they would not care much about him since he could not get hurt. The guy tore off his bracelet, adding that, besides, he showed it to Yujin, who looked at him with annoyance. Holding his wrist, Yu-hyun finished his sentence by saying that in one movement he became defenseless. The guy held the bracelet in front of his face. A lizard jumped out of his eye at him, while the guy said that it was great after all, and that its protective abilities were undeniable. The lizard bit the bracelet and began to burst into flames. Yunai flew out of the bracelet on which the lizard was sitting. Yujin fearfully stretched out his hands to her and, worriedly asking the lizard not to eat it, called the bird. Yu-hyun told his pet to spit out the bracelet because it belonged to his brother. The lizard held the bracelet in its teeth, while in the hands of the guy, he called her Yirin. Yujin was thinking about how the fire elemental finally had a name, although she was picky for a while until she didn't like one of the names. The guy extended his hand to his brother to take the bracelet, and watched with a smile as Yunhai and Yirin hissed at each other on Yu-hyun's head, after which he told the bird that everything was fine and to fly to him, asking if she was surprised by that. What a bad lizard. Yunai closed her eyes and loudly repeated his words about the bad lizard. The guys looked at the bird circling in the air. Yu-hyun was surprised that she could talk. His brother answered him that he had heard that she was capable of developing, adding that, apparently, she was still able to learn words, after which he asked her to say dad. Yunhai reiterated that the lizard was bad. Yujin looked at Yu-hyun with a smile, who was holding a pet in his hand, and said that he should also answer her, to which she hissed. Yujin told him to raise her well, because no one knows what she is capable of, and then thought that in any case, Yirin is the first elemental in their world, so she will be a good help. The door creaked. Yujin walked ahead of his brother and, looking back at him, asked with a smile if he had contacted the Abyss Equipment Management team, to which his brother replied that everyone was in favor. The guy looked at him with a smile, saying that anyone would be tempted, because Myung-woo himself would be conducting classes on making objects. Last night, Yujin stood at the sink, listening to Myung-woo pouring something on his food and talking about what he felt while creating Yunhai. The guy came closer to him and listened carefully as he said that he would not have succeeded if he had been too carried away by describing the system. Myung-woo looked at the food on the stove and continued to say that Yunhai was initially on a completely different level compared to him, but he managed it, which means people are capable of more than what is written in the windows of the system. The flame burned under the frying pan while he said that this also applies to skills, because even if it is written that a person can only light a fire. Yujin held a tomato in his hand, listening carefully as the guy finished his sentence by saying that in addition to this, he can also cook food, chase away the cold, or provide light. Yujin thought that this was an extension of the skill. He began to remember how he used the Dayama skill. Blood splashes raged in his chest, and he thought that the principle was similar, but this was only possible thanks to the explanation of the system and the memories of Dayama. The guy listened in amazement as Myung-woo explained that this idea could also be applied to making equipment, and then admired the fact that Myung-woo himself realized this. He remembered how the man in the metallurgist's suit looked at the pouring metal. Myung-woo asked if it would be possible to create items using the skills of the people from the equipment management team. Several people gave thumbs up, and the guy added that in a broad sense, all of the skills are related to objects. A man with a mask on his face was beating a piece of metal on an anvil. Myung-woo, without looking up, said with a smile that if something like this was possible. The guy came out of his memories and with a wide smile finished Myung-woo's sentence, saying that if everything goes well, and they open a workshop for the production of items, then it will be great, because survivability and overall strength will increase significantly, and a real technological revolution will begin. The guy turned to his brother with a smile, took him by the forearm and told him that Myung-woo was amazing, and that he should not be angry and be kind to him, adding that at the same time he could get some equipment from him. Yu-hyun replied that he thought it would be faster to ask his brother to get it. Many shining threads gathered in one flash. Yujin thought that Myung-woo, who has no fighting ability, is just like a breath of fresh air in the world of hunters, adding that he needs to find as many people with special skills as possible so that they do not end up buried with your talents, and to prepare for the future to come. The sun's rays were peeking through the window. The guy mentally said that this is exactly what he thought. But the emblem of the Awakening Center was shown on TV, after which they said that it would open next month, asking all unawakened people to pay attention. Yujin gave food to Peace. Chirpai stood nearby. The guy looked at the TV, listening to a voice saying that now anyone can safely awaken under the control of the association. The image changed to a surprised man who received an S rank and said that he was unemployed. But his life was turned upside down at the center of the awakening. The announcer's voice added that anyone could get an S rank. The image changed again to a caricature of two people, happy with equipment and sad with an umbrella in their hands. The voice said that people can say goodbye to sad days without equipment. The construction process was shown on TV with a call to register right now. A voice called on people to unite in the name of the era of national awakening. Peace was eating food from the guy's hand. Chirpai was hanging on a jar of rocks, and the guy was watching the news in shock while the voice continued to say that they were accepting people for pre-registration on a first-come, first-served basis, and that if you had any questions, you should contact the association's website. Suddenly, from a building standing under the sun's rays, a guy was heard shouting, asking why the center was already opening. Jin-hyuk extended his hand and greeted Yujin and Simyeong with a smile. The guy standing next to Simyeong awkwardly shook the man's hand while he said that they were very pleased that Yujin himself came for the tour. Simyeong said that he was also surprised, because he did not expect that the guy would be so interested in the Awakening Center. Yujin and Simyeong followed the man, who said that it was still a little dirty, but they would finish the job soon. The guy thought that the Awakening Center is an institution where people can awaken in a safe environment under the control of the association, and initially it was supposed to open 6 months later. The man looked back at him, pointing at the two scientists, and asked if he wanted to see how they were testing the awakening system. The guy watched as one of the scientists raised his hand, in which a cube appeared, and said that the principle of operation is simple, because they use a psychological object, an illusory labyrinth. She turned to the person being tested below and said that unawakened people are shown illusions that are no different from reality, adding that they are now activating him. The cube glowed and decomposed into individual particles. The test taker looked up, watching in surprise as a barrier appeared above him. A second later, he was surrounded by forests. He looked around in surprise, asking what had happened. He raised his hand above his head, saying that everything looked realistic, because he even thought that it was real to be in the forests. Suddenly, a man in uniform shouted to the guy from the bushes, saying that it was dangerous there, and that he needed to get out immediately, because a mistake had occurred and the experiment was over. The monster bit the man on the shoulder. Blood splashed around while he said that this was not an illusion, but a real dungeon that suddenly appeared. The test subject watched in horror as the animal tore apart the man, who begged for mercy. The monster loomed over the guy. Blood was dripping from his mouth. The test taker, stuttering, asked to wait, muttering something. He stepped back step by step. Suddenly, several more monsters appeared behind him as he asked in a trembling voice that this was not true. Yujin and Simyeong stood behind the emotionless girl and watched in horror as the guy begged to stop this. The cube again took on its previous appearance and the girl said that the test launch was successful. An employee in uniform extended his hand to the guy shaking with fear. A scientist approached them with papers. The girl added that, under the illusion of being attacked by a monster, any person can safely awaken. The man helped the test subject get up. The guy was in tears and shaking with fear. Simyeong looked at what was happening in confusion while the girl was writing something down and asked if it was safe, to which Jin-hyuk said that if the effect of the maze does not exceed 30 minutes, then there will be no mental problems. The girl added that the limit is per person is 30 minutes, and no more than 30 people can participate at a time, after which she said that they will start with 1,000 participants per day, and plan to gradually increase this number to 3,000. Yujin activated the sprout skill. He looked at the test taker. The information that appeared said that he had received an F rank, although the potential was a D rank. It was also said that the task for obtaining D-class non-combat skills was failed. Yujin thought that, as expected, he had awakened as an F-class hunter and was unable to obtain any of the optimal starting skills. He remembered the awakening center of their past life, thinking that his biggest problem was that the center specialized in battles, and here they simply drove everyone into the same crisis situation without taking into account their talent. And in order to survive, most awakened with fighting combat support abilities or skills. He imagined how a weakened awakened one approached the trainer in the ring, and thought that artificial awakening, ignoring individuality, meant that even those who would like to become a scientist or a singer should join the fight. Jin-hyuk looked at the guy who put his hand to the glass. Yujin thought that this would not help him discover skilled people like Manhwa, because it would bury their talent and leave them to rot, and then asked if they were going to do this to the entire nation. He looked at the man sternly, asking if he realized what the social consequences would be. He remembered his own image with a spear and dirty clothes, after which he thought that this was not the only problem, because he knew better than anyone how much blood would be shed in the end, because he was the one who was in the center of the chaos itself. He flashed back to before his regression. A month after the center opened, two guys lying lifeless on a pile of rubble while someone screamed for someone to be cornered. A warrior with a sword ran towards a huge spider, while the mage girl held the spell and, looking back, shouted that if they were pushed back, everyone would die, and that later she would use potions, so everyone had to hold out. The girl looked back at the frightened Yujin and angrily shouted at him and told him to wake up, asking what he was doing there. The guy looked at what was happening in horror. A huge spider-like monster loomed over him, and he thought that in just 1 month everything had descended into chaos. A crowd of people stood outside the association building. Yujin recalled that people wanting to participate and awaken had been lining up since night, and in just 2 days the center had increased the number of places to 3,000 people. The news headline said that the number of awakened people exceeded 10,000 people in the first month of opening. The guy added that among them, only 1% received an E-rank skill or above. The icons of people appeared on the electronic board. Yujin continued to remember that in just a month 1,000 new hunters had appeared, but the result. The guy came out of the memories, resting his hand on the table. He sternly explained to the head of the association that they would have an acute shortage of equipment and items, especially for low-class hunters. Simyoung gave the man a glass of coffee while the guy asked him if he had prepared any measures for this, because what would happen if someone entered the dungeon without equipment? The man looked at him with a smile. The guy put his hands on the table and lowered his head, because Jinhyuk said that he hoped that there would be no such people. And Simyoung added that a whole week would be given to train new hunters. Yujin, I thought that there would be a lot of similar cases, and the preparation would later be reduced to 1 day. The head of the association began to stir the drink, saying that regarding equipment, they could simply require that hunters wear it in accordance with safety rules, to which the guy asked how this would be possible if there was not enough equipment. The man raised the glass to his mouth as he began to drink coffee and said that the association cannot take responsibility for individuals violating the rules. Yujin replied that it is not only about responsibility. The man put the empty glass on the table. The guy stood up with his hands on the table and said that he was simply asking him to be careful and postpone the opening of the center until the situation in the equipment market stabilizes, or that they at least limit the number of people. He watched as Jinhyuk sat back in his chair and said that he understood what he meant. The man made a face, saying with a smile that the guy was simply afraid of losing his job if there were suddenly more hunters. He patted the angry piston on the shoulder, telling him not to be greedy, because for the sake of peace, the number of hunters must increase, adding that he awakened recently, and probably does not know, but this conclusion was made experimentally after careful discussion. The guy clenched his fist angrily until he trembled, and, watching the man say that he would leave for a minute, he thought that he had been working in this field for 5 years. Simyoung came up to him from behind and quietly said that politics was still involved in this issue. 2 metal cans of coffee stood on the table, and the man added that public opinion is unstable, and if they reduce the number of people, trust will be shaken. Yujin asked if it is really a matter of trust. An image of a working illusion labyrinth appeared in Simyoung's imagination, and he said that in addition, many hunters are already familiar with the workings of the labyrinth, so when the method becomes known to the public, there will be those who will purchase this item themselves and set up a private awakening center. Simyoung adjusted his glasses, adding that in reality it would be very difficult to prevent this problem. And moreover, they should think about the future. He imagined how huge monsters loomed over the ruins of the city, and said that the number and complexity of the dungeons were gradually increasing, and in order to maintain society, it was necessary to somehow achieve an increase in the number of high-class hunters, adding that the creation of a large number of low-rank awakened ones was simply inevitable. He looked at the guy with his head down and said that at first there might be a little chaos, but he is sure that everything will stabilize. Yujin replied that this is only true for large guilds. The guy sat with his elbows on his knees. Simyoung asked him what this meant. Yujin repeated his words in his head about a little chaos and thought that he, as a person, was personally in the very center. The guy frowned. He was lost in memories. The notice board for hunters, he said that 51 people died in the dungeon that day. 125 people were injured and 68 people were missing. And at the bottom there was an inscription that safety is life. The guy stood in front of this notice, on the sides of which there were wreaths, and thought that every day was like a war. Funeral portraits stood in flower frames. Someone's voice asked the gentleman that this was not true. The guy thought that half of the low-rank hunters, especially F-class, ran away in the first year. Yujin looked at the grief-stricken women from around the corner and added that the other half was either already dead or seriously injured. But the target of the accusations, the guy received a heavy blow to the face. A man in a suit held him by the clothes and screamed, asking why he was the only one left alive, because everyone was dead or left disabled. And how is it that only he remains okay? The boy with a bruise on his cheek listened as the blonde said that his little brother was looking after him, and rumor had it that he was getting equipment from his brother. Yujin said that this is nonsense, because he did not get the equipment because he wanted it, adding that those sponsors were scammers and put a debt on him immediately after they found out that he had awakened as an F class. The man in the suit punched the guy in the face again and yelled at him, saying that the sponsors only approached him because he was Yuhyun's brother. White flowers lay on the floor while the guys beat Yujin. He recalled that he was the target of the accusations, because Yujin was the only one who survived each time, as well as Yuhyun, who was suspected of supporting his brother. He recalled newspaper headlines saying that the Abyss Guild leader was accused of giving his brother access to the dungeons, that the guild leader was a fraud, and that low-ranking hunters were resentful of Yujin. Under one of the posts there were a lot of angry comments where people discussed why he dropped out of school. The guy recalled that Abyss grew up without the support of the system and became an object of hatred. One of the posts said that only Yujin should be criticized because his brother is not to blame, with which the commentators agreed. Yujin remembered that from that moment only all kinds of insults poured in his direction. Standing in a dark alley, behind some guys, he put on a cap. The guy was kneeling in his own blood, leaning into the ground. His hand was pierced with a sword. There were guys with bats standing around. Yujin recalled that he was brutally treated then, and his hands were stained with blood. Suddenly the guy came out of his memories because Simeon called out to him. He silently looked in front of him. The man asked him if everything was okay, because his face turned pale. The man looked at the guy, asking if he had a reason to worry so much. Yujin looked depressed. The man added that even if the center opens in its current form and what he fears happens, then he has nothing to fear. The guy timidly replied that he didn't know this. Suddenly Jin-hyuk returned to them and, waving his hand, asked for forgiveness for the wait. He raised his hand and said it was the public relations department, then went back to the broadcast he mentioned. Yujin watched in surprise as Simeon glared at the man and said that they had already declined his invitation. Yujin looked at the grinning man standing behind the head of the association. Jin-hyuk said that he really wanted to ask Hunter Yujin for a favor. Suddenly the expression on his face changed. He did not take his eyes off him in fear. Simeon was surprised to see Yujin quickly jump up from his seat and asked what happened. Yujin looked at the man in horror with his mouth open, thinking that there was no way he could forget him. He remembered how in a previous life he had been lying with his hands tied in his own blood, in the middle of empty earth, and someone had asked him why he was so stubborn. There was a crowd of guys with metal pipes standing around him. One of them suggested breaking the guy's leg, adding that there would be no evidence left if they used potions, and the guy sitting in front of him told Yujin to calmly help them, because he was only you had to whine to your brother to get anything you wanted. Behind this guy stood the same man and also grinned. Yujin came out of his memories and, looking at the smiling man, thought that 4 years ago, or rather a year later in this world, he kidnapped him, after which he died at his hands. The man bent down a little, handed the guy a business card, and introduced himself as Dongwan, after which he said that he was from the Public Relations Department of the Hunters Association. The guy looked intensely at the business card in his hand and thought that he should calm down, because he didn't know him, and this didn't happen in this world. Yujin looked at the smiling man, holding his business card in his hand, and wondered why he was here then. And as part of the association, Dong Wan said that he hoped for him to appear on the show. The man raised his hand and, looking at the guy, added that the president of the association said that he was very worried about low-ranking hunters, and, in his opinion, this made him an even better candidate for their program. Yujin vaguely asked what he meant, to which Dong Wan replied that they intend to shed light on the dining corners of society, so they are mainly recruiting low-rank hunters and unawakened people. Yujin irritably squeezed the business card in his hand, thinking that the man was part of an association and at the same time recruiting low-ranking awakened and ordinary people. The man put his hand on his chest and with a smile, closing his eyes, said that the guy has F-class characteristics, but is quite a popular person, and it so happened that their other guest adores peace. Simeon blocked the guy with himself while Jin-hyuk asked him to help them this time, because in this case the number of views would increase, which would allow promoting the Awakening Center, to which the man replied that they should not impose this on Yujin, because he is now on vacation, and the prospect of a revival center is now weak. The guy lowered his head, standing behind Simeon, and agreed with the proposal. Suddenly he raised his head sharply, showing a finger up, and with a smile said that it would not be difficult for him to appear on air once. Simeon timidly asked if he had really decided. The man grabbed his head while the head of the association and Dong Wan happily thanked the guy, and wondered how he could explain this to the head of the guild. Dongwon extended his hand to him with a smile and asked him to take care of him. The guy extended his hand in response, thinking that before he thought that Dongwan and his gang were just kidnappers and blackmailers targeting the F class. But it seems. Yujin shook his hand with an awkward grin, ending his thought with the fact that, how it seems to him that the association is much more corrupt than he imagined. A Gossen team specializing in Class D dungeons walks through a crystal cave, its leader carrying a bat on his shoulder. Someone from the crowd asks to take a break and wait while he gets his equipment in order. Yujin smiles and extends his hand to the team member who has a scar on his face and offers to carry his things. The protagonist smiles and says that he wants to thank them at least by carrying their things. Team Gossen was famous for being able to get low-ranking hunters into a high-level dungeon even if they weren't part of the team. The man with the scar hugged the teacher and said that now he was ashamed of him. The snub-nosed team member turned to them and said that the more he saw of their Yujin, the more pleasant his character became. Team Gossen consisted of 2 C-class hunters and 5 D-class hunters. The composition was good, as was Gossen's reputation in society, since no one knew about their secondary income. While a fist is flying at our hero at great speed, he was told that there was no need for thanks, since he was taken only for entertainment. We observe a scattering of blood and a dull groan. The snub-nosed team member hit the protagonist and now his fist is bloody. The boy spits out blood and is in shock. The red-haired team member asks him to be quiet as they won't protect him if he lures the monster. Snub-nose covered the hero's mouth with his hand and told him to get everything from his inventory. And considering that he was walking alone, his brother definitely gave him a gate stone or something like that. The teacher looked at him in fear. The red-haired one holds a dagger in his hand. The team member in the turtleneck has his arms crossed and looks sarcastically. Snub-nose looks contentedly at the boy and self-confidently asks, why dear Yujin is looking at them like that? Because they took him F class with support skills in the dungeon D class of high rank. He didn't think that it was out of the kindness of his heart. Team Gossen's secondary income consisted of luring weak hunters, or unawakened people from whom they could make some money. Behind the stage is a team member who was wearing a turtleneck. Now he is dressed in a business suit, clapping and smiling. As it turned out, he had connections with the Hunters Association. Our hero looks displeasedly at that team member, and the presenter loudly shouts that today's dad of monsters include the hunter Yujin and cute little Peace. The lion cub stands in a basketball uniform, pointing his finger at the crowd with an unforgiving face and holding a bird in his paw. For the first time on their air there is a show of throws performed by the fiery horned lion Peace and Chirpai. The horned one tries very hard and begins to quickly hit the birdie on the floor like a basketball, and GG quietly claps for him and he doesn't know if he needs to get so deeply involved in the past. We are watching a fragment from the past, where the boy stands surrounded by the corpses of members of Team Gossen and understands that he no longer needs revenge. It has been achieved. He already killed them all then, although it took a lot of effort. Again, a fragment from the past. We see Simyoung, who is trying to find out the reason why GG is so worried, and if there is anything he should avoid. The hero agrees with Simyoung's past words and will no longer contact those people. Even if the Awakening Center opens, it should not affect him. Peace throws Chirpai. He doesn't make it. The main character continues his train of thoughts and wonders if this is so important. But then Chirpai makes a sound, becomes serious, flaps its wings sharply, and a blue ring on its leg glows. She flies over the ring. The presenter is very surprised, and then the bird flies exactly into the ring. Peace shows complete satisfaction and raises her thumb up. The bird is in a state of euphoria. The presenter shouts about a hit. It was a miracle goal that defied the forces of gravity. The protagonist continues his thought with what is possible if he just closes his eyes to it. And then his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a man who jumps up from his seat. Yujin was open-eyed by what happened. The man who jumped up was wearing a striped shirt and was shouting about how amazing it was. He shouted encouraging words to Peace and asked for a high five. He jumps on the animal with loving triumph. The animal itself is shocked and looks at the one who jumped. The protagonist tries to stop him and extends his hand forward. He tries to warn him that if he suddenly approaches the lion cub, then Peace suddenly jumps up and uses the high five of death technique on the man. The man is defeated. In the background of the scene, shouts can be heard to stop filming, call an ambulance and use potions. Yujin picked up the lion cub, bowed and apologized for his pet and his rude behavior with the person he had just met. A very attractive man wipes his face with a handkerchief. The hero asks him if his name is Hale and if everything is fine with him. The man replied that everything was fine with him and he was completely cured with potions, and besides, this moment would be cut out. The teacher bowed even lower and said that in the work of Hale, the face has the most important role. The green-haired man smiled, and Eugen was touched. The man said that it was his own fault that he scared the world and that he should ask for forgiveness. The hero immediately thought that he was a good person. But then the handsome man added that the scars from the world are a reward for him and he would leave them forever if he were not a celebrity. Such words shocked the teacher and put him in a stupor. Hale, with a charmingly sweet face, holding his cheeks with his hands, began to talk about how his dream is to awaken as a hunter and he wants to become part of the World's Edge Guild and wash Peace's paws. The boy had a chirp eye sitting on his head. He looked at him in amazement and asked about washing his paws and immediately thought that he seems like a good person, but at the same time strange. There are many people who fantasize about becoming hunters, but... And then Eugen paid attention to Hale's stats and was surprised that his optimal starting skills have as many as 3 classes. The first is called Can't Take My Eyes Off, the second is A Pleasant Sight, and the third is the icing on the cake. The hero reasoned that these were specialized skills related to his appearance and he would never be able to obtain them at the Awakening Center, although he could influence it with a keyword. Eugen, with a lion cub in his hand and a chirp eye on his head, leaned towards an interested Hale and asked him if he could inquire whether his wisdom teeth had been removed. But the man replied that he didn't have to do this, they cut through him carefully. This handsome guy looks sweetly at Gigi, and the hero himself is silent in a depressed state. But the hero noticed that too many eyes were watching them. What can be heard from the audience is that Mr. Hale is really very handsome. He is a newcomer, but he has already got the main role in the film and someone argues that if they send this film to the Louvre, they will show it. And then the protagonist, with a drop of sweat, realized that it seemed that this man wouldn't need any skills at all. And with such a face he would probably live well no matter what his job was. From such thoughts, our hero took the form of a squid. Peace looks angrily at Hale, and the green-haired one wants to again pet the lion cub. And then the protagonist wondered why he didn't see him before his regression. He should have caught his eye, at least an advertisement, since he was so famous. Then a person from Team Gossen approaches the company and turns to the handsome guy, asking if everything is okay with him. He scratches his head and says that he is ashamed, since he was the one who invited him here. Full of happiness, the green-haired one, screaming, turned to Dongwon Hyung and said that everything was fine and he was grateful that he was allowed to meet Peace. The man on the team is named Dongwon. Eugen was surprised and asked why he turned to him Hyung, and did not understand if they were close. It was strange to communicate so casually. The green-haired man spread his hands and just grinned and said that they met today for the first time and have already become friends. And Member Gossen said that in the future they will have many opportunities to work together with Hale, and they are going to support him as much as possible. To the side with a doubtful look and thought that this didn't sound good. The deceiver looks sarcastically at the handsome guy, and the hero understands that he sees in him only money, and a person who can be easily manipulated. He also understands that he can easily become Gossen's new target, and if it is for this reason that he did not meet Hale before the regression. Eugen turned his head and immediately turned to the flower with an offer to give him a Peace doll made from his wool, which is lying at his place. Hale was immediately delighted and said that he didn't know whether it was possible to accept such a precious thing. The hero smiled and handed the green-haired man a phone with an offer to give him his number and then contact him. But to himself he thought that this was a chance to get close to the bastards from Gossen. Afterwards we see the river and Gigi realizes that this chance presented itself earlier than expected. We see a very sloppy doll that Yerim made. Afterwards we see a fragment from the past as she concentrates on doing it. Eugen holds it in his hands near the cabinet and understands that in any case he will use it to contact Hale and ask him if the association's public relations department has contacted him. The protagonist writes a message with his tongue sticking out to the side. He wrote to the green-haired man asking if he got home safely and that he had found the doll. Hale answered him that he was very nice. Eugen was very surprised that he answered so quickly. But then the hero changed in the face. Green-haired thanked the teacher both for the doll of peace and for his help in awakening. The main character asked about the awakening, and it turned out that Dongwon arrived and reported a certain request to Gigi. He said that he was allowed to test the dungeon under development before its official opening. The hero does not understand when he said such a thing and says that he is hearing about it for the first time. Hale sent sounds of misunderstanding. The hero is at a loss and asks where Hale is now, but he replies that he was told to turn off his phone. Eugen asked to turn on his location, but the green-haired one disappeared. The protagonist tries to call him, but the number is unavailable. The main character is in despair and looks into the distance. He understands that these bastards hooked him and even used his name. We see how the handsome guy is being driven in a car and his phone is taken away and turned off. He is told to save battery power because he does not know when he will be able to leave there next time. Dongwon gives the handsome guy's phone to a team member with a scar and says that there will be no connection in the dungeon anyway and he will have to leave the phone in the car. We see the side of the truck and hear dialogue between the two. The green-haired guy asks him how long it will take and whether he really shouldn't tell the manager. They answer him that of course he can't, because he will go crazy and try to stop him, because the manager will think that he won't want to remain a celebrity after waking up. They get out of the car and Dongwon reassures the handsome guy that the association employee will not take him to a dangerous place. At the entrance of the gate, the entire Gossen team is already waiting for them and offers to enter as quickly as possible and quickly become the hunter that Hale dreamed of. The green-haired man is fascinated by the sight of the gate and his eyes sparkle. The handsome man turned to the deceiver and said that he trusted them. We see Eugen's phone in which there is a call. The number was unavailable. The hero looks at his phone with his hand on his side and says that he has to get there as soon as possible before it closes. The hero scratches his head and thinks about what to do. He can't call the police because the handsome guy is a celebrity. It will end in a lot of confusion. And besides, if the association is involved, it will simply cover its tracks. The main character starts dialing the number and thinks how he can find Hale without informing the police. He suddenly remembers someone and hopes that his number remains the same. This is the number of another bad friend from the past world. At the moment he still runs an ordinary detective agency. The hero dialed the number and the call began. A drawn-out greeting could be heard from the receiver. The person on the other end of the line introduced himself as a hamster agency and asked how he could help. The name Du Hammond popped into the teacher's head. He was an information dealer specializing in finding people. The hero smiled, and immediately after he opened his eyes wider, looked forward, said hello and said that he wanted to find one person. He wants to use one bad acquaintance to deal with other bad people from his past life. We watch as a hand feeds sunflower seeds to a hamster. Gigi asks for the handsome guy's name, notable features and phone number. The couch potato twirls the pen in his hand and prepares to use the skill. Raising the handle above his head, he activates the connected threads skill. This is a Du Hammond skill that determines the target's current location based on the unique number of the item it owns. The homebody extends his pen in front of him. The hero understands that he will soon become an information dealer for hunters, and the relationship with him in a past life was very unpleasant. The recluse points a sparkling pen at the screen and says that he will send the location as soon as he is paid via the link he just sent. Eugen, looking slightly worried, begins to pay and sees a notice of a commission of 10%. And understands that the dealer is evading taxes. Afterwards, he says into the phone with a smile that the skill is still effective and said goodbye, calling the dealer by name. The homebody jumped out of his chair at this and asked how he knew his name and who he was. He hung up. Eugen put on his cap and thought that it was not far from the Wonhyo Bridge and he could get there pretty quickly if he took the bus. The activation of the Find Hidden skill of Ranka has begun. It will be difficult to detect a person even for those who purposefully search. This is a stealth skill that he acquired during solo trips to the dungeon. He's going to end this all quickly with his help. We see a bunch of snakes rushing towards us. Afterwards, we see how Team Gossen defends against them by putting up shields and spears. The green-haired man curled up into a ball and squealed in fear. He pressed himself against Gossen's member with the scar, shouting about how scary this dungeon is. But he kicks him and tells him to shut up and stop provoking monsters. The green-haired handsome guy lies on the ground and holds his stomach, and Scarred scolds him for the fact that he likes to attract attention even in the dungeon because he is a celebrity. Dongwon stands over them and tells the one who hit him not to be angry, because the handsome guy has not yet awakened and because of fear he may want to go home. The deceiver hugs the green-haired one and he says that he is fine. While they are talking, the scarred man stands over them. Hale says that he will also awaken soon, and he has a lot to learn. And a member of the group says what a handsome, good boy he is. Dongwon lifts the hair from the green-haired man's forehead and tells him that he is like a naive child and does not understand how he is going to survive in this world. Even if it were not them, someone would still deceive him. Hale exhales. One of the team looks at the timer showing 0, and he says that the time has come. The deceiver says that it looks like it's time to start. The green-haired man is grabbed by the collar. He wanted to ask what time, but he is sharply hit in the face and he is told that it is time to close the gates. Hale flies back several meters, and we learn that the Gossen team's method was that they lured the victim into a dungeon and waited for the gate to close. The team members discuss how the unawakened one was thrown far away, and to keep an eye on the monsters. They ask the handsome guy what he will do now since he cannot escape. The green-haired one, who is lying on the ground, asks why his friend did this and what he did wrong. A man in ankle boots slowly approaches him and says that he has not done anything wrong. This man stands over Hale and tells him that even if it is not his fault, sometimes in life you are just unlucky. This man with cropped bangs, narrow eyes, and a tattoo on his neck turned out to be the head of the Gossen team, Kim Youngjun. He turned to the artist with a question about his name, grabbed him by the neck and said that he just caught their eye as the easiest and richest victim. From the list of applicants to the awakening center that Dongwon received, he holds the handsome man by the face and is full of happiness during this. With his victim scared, he used his puppet string ability. This is their leader's brainwashing skill. The leader broke into a smile and his face was covered with purple threads. He told the handsome man that he was going to deceive other people too, so there is no need to be too sad. This all happened only because the green-haired man trusts people too much. Hale looks with fascinated eyes and agrees with him. The threads tighten the space more and more and envelop the victim, and the head of the bastard becomes more and more satisfied. He says that the green-haired one is quite attractive and still wants to awaken, asks him if he shouldn't thank him for being born with such an appearance and just use it. Handsome again agrees and apologizes. He holds Hale's face with both hands and talks about letting the dream remain a dream and his path being to become a celebrity. The actor agrees again. The leader asks if he is grateful for his guidance. The bastard is standing right above him. Handsome agrees. Then the head suggests to him that proposals for TV shows, advertising, and anything else that will bring profit, he will now have to give 90% of the income to him, his mentor, But then the green-haired man begins to cry. He starts to cry and says that he still wants to become a hunter. Then the leader hits the handsome guy with his knee in the head and asks why he resists even when he is not awakened. The team stands in bewilderment and assumes that the celebrities are mentally stable. Another of the group suggests simply signing a contract, but they were immediately told that this way they would leave evidence, and this method was the best so far. The leader was asked not to hit him in the face, since potions might not be able to help. He immediately went berserk, holding the half-dead handsome guy by the collar, saying that he treated him lightly because he annoyed him. The head rubbed his forehead with his hand and wondered if the skill works best on a vulnerable psyche. Should he continue? How long should he hold out? Bloody and crying, Hale is shaking all over. Someone from the crowd shouts that he is betting 1 million won for 30 minutes. Someone bets 5 million on an hour. But then a voice from behind said that they were only showing their discrimination. The whole group turned around sharply and were dumbfounded. Someone raised their shields, and Eugen stood nearby, surrounded by an aura. Taking off the hood, he says that they set a minimum of 5 hours, saying that he was awakened. The find hidden skill has been cancelled. The bloody handsome man opened one eye and looks at the hero. Someone from the group exclaims, and the green-haired one asks how he got here. Takes off his hood and heads towards his friend. Someone from the group asks if it's really Eugen, and they try to figure out who brought him here. The other replies that if he had even touched him, Yuhyun would have burned him alive. Others wonder if the World's Edge Guild has followed him. The hero sits down on his knee and asks Hale if everything is okay and if he has any fractures. He tells him that everything is fine. The green-haired man somehow gets up and asks if the World's Edge Guild really came to save him, but tells him that he didn't call anyone else. Then the handsome man got excited and wanted to ask if you were the only one here, but the hero immediately answered him that he thought witnesses would be superfluous. But then a blow from a bat suddenly lands on Eugen's head, causing him to accidentally hit the handsome guy's head in the forehead. The handsome guy is passed out. The scoundrel has a broken bat. Grabbed the back of his head and asked what the hell he was doing because he had just gotten here. The scoundrel had a question why he was not injured. Because his class is F, they answer him that it is clear his documents were checked. The head takes out a sword, and a frightened Dongwon stands in front. The leader assumes that he must have a protective item. In any case, he probably came alone, otherwise someone would have jumped out after being hit on the head. Everyone pointed their weapons at the hero at once. Eugen smiled softly, and he said that he came personally to see if their methods remained the same, and apparently nothing had changed, because they had met before, although they would never believe it. The team looked at the hero with contempt and misunderstanding, and someone seemed to have seen him on TV. Here the hero grabs his earring and begins to take it off, saying that since this no longer concerns him, he decided that he could simply forget about them. He holds his earring in his hand and it emits a faint light. He says that they are still ruining other people's futures. The hero placed a barrier over the handsome man's body. Dongwon holds a spear and looks doubtfully towards The hero says that they even used Dongwon to steal personal data from the association, but he cannot turn a blind eye to this. The teacher puts his hand in his pocket and tells everyone to surrender right now and start a new life. And then someone from the crowd shouted that the hero was talking nonsense. A red-haired team member crept up from behind and grabbed Yujin by the neck, saying that for them, it was only twice as much money. The scoundrel only strengthened his grip and said that he may have been provided with equipment, but C-class is the maximum that can be achieved with the original characteristics of F, and loudly told everyone to take off his equipment. The entire group rushed towards Yujin to tear off all his equipment. The scarred one grabbed the hero by the jacket. The red-haired man laughs and says that the equipment from the World's Edge Guild alone will cost a lot of money. Baldy said to start with a protective item, but then a jet of flame flew into his face. He screamed in pain and held his face. The head didn't even have time to understand what happened. Everyone in the team surrounded the scarred man and did not understand where the fire was coming from, thinking that Yujin had hidden a weapon. There was news on social media that 2S rank hunters had gone missing, causing unstable national security in the country. In the evening, the girl relaxed with Hyunhee in a restaurant. She believes that the circumstances in the city are not a problem for them, as long as it does not prevent them from reacting to situations in the dungeons. The girl asked the blonde whether the number of recently awakened S-class representatives was growing. The man sitting opposite her, bowing his head, said that Riet and Noah would be staying in Korea for a while. The woman, dressed in an elegant beige dress, gazed at her interlocutor. Hyunhee reminded Evelyn that she also came because of the current situation in the country. Their table stood near the panoramic window, which offers a stunning view of the city. The blonde believes that this is their responsibility, because everyone is just trying to expand their influence through this. In turn, Evelyn thinks that such things will not change, even if the whole world changes. The man took his glass of drink. He stared intently at his drink, which he brought to himself as he said that the association had crossed the line. The man believes that we need to be better prepared to cut out the rotten part of society, for which Hyunhee has already prepared an excellent set of baits. The girl with glasses looked at him blankly. Is she talking about Yujin? The blonde laughed when Evelyn, sitting opposite him, asked him if the F-class could handle such a job, despite its skill. The man advised her to just wait, because she would also find the outcome of events interesting. Hyunhee remembered the events that happened in the last dungeon, when the girl said that Soyoung was also very surprised by them. Seeing them, the blonde assumed that she and Yujin had known each other since childhood. Holding her chin, Evelyn looked out the window as she assumed that the F-class brunette must be afraid of Hyunhee, even though she went to the dungeon with him. At that moment, the man called him unique in many ways. He looked down at the floor as he admitted that he couldn't describe Yujin as brave because he was so much more. The man remembered how the brunette stabbed one with a blank look on his face. Yujin was able to defeat the bandits, despite the fact that there were 3 of them. He stuck the blade into one so that he was completely covered in blood. His opponent did not understand what was happening, since he believed that Yujin had just recently awakened. A man in a sweatshirt decided to stab him in the back when he demanded that the others kill the brunette. But Yujin used protection, which caused the flame to consume the spear. The brunette suddenly kicked the attacker. Turning towards him, he walked the blade along his foot. Seeing this, the bald man decided to use his fire skills against him, cursing at the guy. He hit him on the head so hard that he pinned Yujin to the ground. Lying under the burning hand, the brunette tried to get out. The bald man believes that even a defense item will not help the guy stop his attack, thanks to which he will kill him. Meanwhile, Peace attacked the angry man from behind. Yujin saw how the fiery lion pinned the man to the ground so that it shattered. He asked to leave him, because he would still need Peace's help in the dungeon. At that moment, the guy swung hard to make the final blow, because he was very angry with the bandits. The ice in the glass was casting rays of light when Hyunhee said that everything was very strange. Watching the drink closely, the blonde said that the brunette had no criminal record, and he definitely lived an ordinary life. He imagined a blood-covered Yujin looking at him with a blank stare as he remembered that sometimes his eyes looked like he had killed a lot of people. The man imagined how an exhausted guy who rubbed his chin told him that he was ready to help without the skill of gratitude. Yujin stood alone among the dead men. At that moment, he remembered that in his previous life he had to fight for life. Youngjin lay unconscious next to the bald man. The guy realized that he now has increased characteristics, and also has Yunhai and Peace who help him. On top of all this, he has 5 years of work experience, which he did not have in his previous life. Yujin lowered his head. His common sense tells him to call the police, but given the association's involvement, he believes that they will not help him. Looking at Youngjin, who was lying unconscious, the guy wondered whether to leave him alive to check his connections with the association. but he decided to get rid of all evidence that could point to him. Peace approached the brunette when he realized that it was time to admit everything and stop inventing something. In the end, he failed to forget anything. Yujin began to pet the fiery lion, even though there were still corpses lying around them, when he remembered all the discontent that had accumulated in him. He apologized to the fiery lion for making him see such a thing. The guy knows that the dungeon will be restored after clearing, after which there will be no evidence left on him. All this time, a tired Hyuni was lying on Peace, riding the fiery lion. Yujin was surprised when he saw that the blonde had woken up. The man began to tell him about those who attacked them. At that moment, Peace jumped over the cliff, causing Hyuni to get scared. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face when he told the blonde that those people would not contact him anymore, since they were taken away by the association. But Hyuni's eyes began to shine, because he was able to ride Peace. Meanwhile, Yujin reported that the association asked that everything that happened be kept secret. The guy felt embarrassed by the joyful state of the blonde, who promised that he would keep the secret in his memories forever. Looking at him, the brunette realized that he was truly a bright personality. Hugging Peace, a slight smile appeared on Hyuni's face. He believes that he definitely saw everything. The man remembered the moment when he, lying exhausted, raised his head. In front of him, Yujin was fighting Team Gossen. A tear ran down Hyuni's face as he realized that this guy had killed everyone. Raising his head, the man smiled as he realized that the brunette was protecting him. He called him a dark hero who hides his true power. Heading towards the exit of the dungeon on Peace, Hyuni once again promised Yujin that he would keep his secret. They deleted the brunette's number and messages from Hale's phone. But despite this, the guy still wants to contact him in the future. The sun was already setting in the city. Yujin is lying on the bed with Peace. The guy clicked on the skill in his profile, which after his rebirth is called Final Gratitude. The brunette remembered how Youngjin grabbed him by the top of his head, laughing. He believes that the guy hoped to leave after fulfilling their conditions. When Yujin stabbed Youngjin with the blade, his final retribution skill was activated, as well as the effects of the educator title. The attackers saw that a strong aura began to emanate from the brunette, as the enemy's skills and statistics were transferred to him in double size. The men did not understand why the F-class suddenly became so strong. This was the only time Yujin influenced someone with the intention of killing them in order to take over their skill. Lying on the bed, the guy looked at his phone as he thought about whether he really wanted this or not, despite the fact that he survived thanks to the skill he learned. Yujin opened the phone book, remembering that he was going to live his life pretending to forget about him because he thought he would never contact him again. The brunette stood up. After all, he decided to call him. Yujin put the phone to his ear. A smile appeared on his face when he realized that he was alive. The guy remembered how he went to the dungeon with his partners, or rather the people who supported him. A man sits next to him on the roof, who believes that he should not worry, because the rumors will pass over time. Yujin thought he would never hear his voice again. After all, he held an exhausted partner in his arms, who advised him to escape. In the meantime, they answered the phone, asking who was calling. The guy lowered his head when he said he had the wrong number, wishing him a good day. He put the phone on the bed, because he realizes that they no longer know each other. The brunette remembered how he stood near the portal with his partners. Yujin believes that they all had a hard life because they had to take risks and go to the dungeons. The guy understands that they will be sent back to the dungeons, where chaos reigns, if the awakening center opens now. Looking at the view from the window, Yujin realized that he still clearly remembered all these people. Meanwhile, his face became serious. The brunette believes that he cannot close his eyes to them, since he still remembers them. A skyscraper with panoramic windows is illuminated by sunlight. The guy walked into Yuhyun's office, who was sitting at his desk. He apologized for coming so early, noticing that they were both already here. Approaching them while Yuhyun was working on the computer, the brunette said that he needed to discuss something with them regarding the Awakening Center. Simyoung didn't want to talk about them again, even though Yujin was worried. The guy looked at him with a serious look when he thought that the man needed a high-class awakening. Simyoung was surprised and threw his head back when Yujin promised to find them for him much faster than the Awakening Center. In turn, the man asked how he planned to do this. Yuhyun jumped out of his chair when the brunette explained that there were ways to awaken abilities that were suitable for a specific person, so that there would be no need to force everyone to fight. Yuhyun realized that Yujin was about to reveal the skill. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy admitted that he had a hidden skill. He asked the guys to convey his request to the association, and also work with him so that they could slow down the progress of the Awakening Center. The guy's skill is that he is able to check the possible awakening classes of the unawakened. Yujin believes that upcoming events will influence the start of the association's renovation. At the center of the association there were many people of different classes. Using his skill, the brunette told Yerim that he saw another C class. She told him that this was a fairly famous tutor. Yujin thinks he has the right job. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face as he thought about something. Sitting at a set table surrounded by guys, Yujin didn't understand why there were so many people in the center. Yerim began to eat the cocktail with her eyes, so much so that she began to salivate. She thinks the more people gather, the better. Soyoung smiled as she brought one of the dishes to Noah's embarrassed face as payment for the bike ride. She chose Dragon Bingsu. Sitting opposite the brunette was Hyuna, who admitted that she had come to watch him show off his skills. The skill, depicted as a sprout, allows you to see the possible characteristics of the unawakened after awakening. Yujin had never told anyone about him before except Yuhyun. The skyscraper they were in was illuminated by sunlight. The man asked the brunette in surprise if he could see the potential characteristics of the unawakened. Pushing the glasses up with his fingers, the excited Simyoung realized that the guy could use his skill without any restrictions. Meanwhile, Yujin began to glow in the man's imagination, while Yuhyun, who was watching everything, understood nothing. Simyoung realized that the guy could find highly targeted skills, and also that the blessings of his skills were endless. Yujin, holding his chin with his hand, when he realized that the man noticed that the hunter Yerim and Myungwoo also used this skill. The guy told him that he was offering the use of this skill for cooperation with the association. Hearing this, Yuhyun became very angry, so much so that he prepared a rope for the guy. He asked the brunette what he was going to do. In turn, Yujin asked to postpone this topic for now. The guy began to remember his plan when he told them that they needed to separate those coming to the Awakening Center. For those who come to him, the wait time will be longer, but in exchange they will learn which skill suits them best. And also for those who have a high level and special skills, which they will help awaken by changing their environment. Simyoung raised his head, clutching his chin as he said that this way they could reduce the number of visitors to the Awakening Center while prioritizing skill diversity. Meanwhile, Yuhyun tied Yujin's hands with rope when the man said that he would have to work hard. The guy said that he would only check it himself, after which he would leave the rest of the work to others. He calculated that if he allocated 10 seconds per person, he would end up with only 1 hour per day. Meanwhile, at the Awakening Center, Yujin recorded the classes of those who arrived in the table, those from whom he managed to learn using the skill. But more than half of the people turned out to be above the E class, and only 1% of those who came to the center received the powers of a hunter. Looking at the huge number of visitors to the center, the guy assumed that the talents of everyone else were buried in the ground. The brunette imagined Jinhak hanging over his head that the chance of his failure was 99%. And Peace standing next to him believed that the chance of the C classes was 50%. Yujin believes that with such advertising, most people will choose the latter, causing fewer people to go to the Awakening Center. At that moment, the guy remembered the latest events that took place in the association. The president handed him a letter of entrustment, who approved the guy as a representative of the Awakening Center. Smiling, Jinhyuk asked the brunette what he thought about this news. The assistant held this letter of entrustment while the president explained that every visitor would first be screened. At this moment, the edited paper fell, so Jinhyuk asked the assistant to attach it back. The guy thought they were trying to kill him. Yujin, refusing, put his hand in front of the president, since this is not what he agreed to, and also he does not have that much mana, since he only has an F class. The man took the guy by the shoulder. He believes that the brunette will succeed, so he asked him not to talk like that. The president of the association had a wide smile on his face as he told Yujin that he should work for the benefit of society, adding that in his youth he went to work at Sunrise. The guy looked at the man and smiled when he said that he was quitting. Sitting at the table in the center of the Awakening, Yujin did not expect things to turn out this way. Hyuna, calling the president of the association greedy, asked the guy what he would do. The brunette was carefully examining the vessel with the elixir when he realized that he needed to find another way. He began listing his options to Hyuna, who was sitting across from him, holding an ice cola in her hand. The girl said that the association would not give up so easily. Sitting next to Hyuna, Yerim asked her what she meant. But the girl just asked the guy how many high-class people he had found over the past few days, to which Yujin replied that he found 7 B-class people with special skills, 1 A class and 1 B-class with combat skills, and then sent them to the association, thanks to which their awakening was successful. Hyuna started pointing her fork at him when she reported that the team formed in a couple of days was above average. She thinks he has a scary skill that doesn't even require as much money as raising monsters. Imagining how Yujin stood next to the heads of the guilds, the girl said that he, too, would be in the ranks of the 5 largest guilds if he used his skill well. Yerim jumped up from her seat when Hyuna suggested that the association was going crazy trying to find a way to chain Yujin. In turn, Yerim believes that they cannot do this to him. While the red-haired girl was drinking cola, the guys jumped up from their seats, promising that they would protect the guy no matter what. But Hyuna doubts that they will succeed. Yujin looked at the girl as she explained that the association would look for him through those who stayed close to him, adding that they are already working on Yuhyun. The guy sitting at the table opposite the girls became worried about his brother. At this moment, Yerim asked the girl not to talk about it, since the brunette should rest. But Hyuna didn't understand why she was against it, so she asked Yujin if he really didn't know about what happened, suggesting that he didn't watch news on the internet. The girl showed the news on her phone when the embarrassed guy admitted that he only watches the news on TV, and also does not like comments. After that, Hyuna asked him to look at his phone. The brunette was very surprised when he read the news. The resource said that the head of the World Edge Guild is responsible for the fire in the Class A dungeon building in Sudama, and also that Yuhyun did not show up at the association conference after the raid on the S-Class dungeon and destroyed the reception center. Still holding the phone in her hands, Hyuna said that this was only news from the past few days. She believes that high-class hunters, by avoiding punishment for many problems, provoke fear and anxiety in people. The guy introduced his brother when the girl said that the news about Yuhyun had not been covered by anyone in recent days. Yerim turned to Hyuna when she realized that Yuhyun would be forced to be the bad guy if he didn't cooperate. Noah believes that this is more like incitement from the media. Yujin continued to scroll through the news when the concerned blonde suggested that the journalists were literally saying to stand up and solve the problems that Yuhyun would commit. Meanwhile, he remembered how the contract was burning in the man's hand when Hyuna said that the very existence of S-classes was dangerous. Yuhyun looked angrily at the disappearing leaf. The girl believes that the journalists are provoking them to try to force Yuhyun to do something. If he gets caught, it will be enough to shake up the media. The man, holding his tie, turned away from the president of the Grumbling Association. He wanted to leave the office, but a guard stood near the door. Yujin imagined T1 devouring his brother with his eyes when Hyuna reported that they were using Yuhyun for manipulation, since the brunette was constantly surrounded by S-classes and did not appear in public. Hearing this, Yerim looked at the girl with a surprised face, who was sure that Yujin would not allow himself to be controlled in this way. She believes that the president of the association is still a snake, so sooner or later something will happen. Meanwhile, a notification arrived on Hyuna's phone. It was an emergency message reporting that a high-class hunter was enraged, causing the surrounding areas to be sealed off. The guys didn't understand anything. Yerim pointed to the TV when the brunette thought that time was flying too quickly. The girl said that they were showing Yuhyun. There was news on TV saying that the head of the World Edge Guild had deliberately destroyed part of the association building, causing the area to be closed to the public. With his hand near the elixirs, Yujin listened carefully to the news. At that moment, Hyuna realized that she should have warned him earlier. The girl standing behind was surprised when the brunette said that Yuhyun didn't do it. Hyuna asked him how he was able to understand this. The brunette's eyes began to sparkle as he confirmed her words. Yujin's mood suddenly changed as he loudly said that Yuhyun would never destroy so little. Looking at the worried Noah, the brunette asked him for a ride, saying that he needed to get to the association immediately. The blonde agreed to help him. The brunette filmed the moment of Noah's transformation from different angles. Having mounted the golden dragon, Yujin told the guys that he was leaving. Looking at the flying mentor, Yerim called him. The girls continued to look at the sky when Yerim remembered that she had a late reservation for the quest, and Hyuna thought that the guy should rest. Holding onto the dragon, Yujin became angry because he did not understand how the association dared to manipulate him, even though he was the one who offered his help. The guy raised his head confidently and pursed his lips as he decided to show the association what happens when they try to do something using Yuhyun. With its wings spread wide, the yellow dragon flew over high-rise buildings under the raindrops. Yujin, sitting on Noah's back, put the phone to his ear and said that this is the building where they are building the Awakening Center, and he will leave it to the interlocutor. The dragon asked if he was sure that everything would be okay. Staring intently at the phone screen, Yujin replied that whatever happened would be his responsibility. The smartphone screen was filled with news about the head of World's Edge, and the guy thought that all those terribly demonstrative things that his brother did happened because he was worried about him. And if because of this, his brother's position in society was shaken, then it will be no different from his past life. Heading down towards the buildings, the guy flying Noah decided he wouldn't let his brother be held back because of him again. A burning, crumpled piece of paper rolled on the ground, and a voice was heard asking if this was enough. The guy, holding a bottle in his hands, squatted near the fire and added flammable liquid, saying that the fire did not spread much due to the rain. The brunette standing next to him told him to leave it like that, because it was better this way than he would reach the center of awakening. The red-haired guy said that the association asked them to destroy only a single building, and if they overdo it, they will be forced to pay. The three guys looked up in surprise, noticing a huge shadow blocking the light above them, and heard a voice say that they really had destroyed quite a bit. Hugging Noah, who had turned into a human, Eugen sank to the ground in front of them and said that it seemed like it only looked epic on the news due to the camera angles. The blonde man standing nearby was covered in a blue glow as the guys shouted, asking how Eugen ended up here since they blocked the entrances, and the brunette questioned whether the association asked them to do this. Raindrops drenched the buildings as screams and coughing could be heard from inside. Noah, with his face beaming with joy, put his foot on the guys tied with rope, lying unconscious on the ground, and, saying that he had knocked them out, asked if it would be better to tie them up and drag them. Suddenly a crowd of reporters appeared, suddenly jumping up to the blonde with three guys. Eugen extended his hand with his phone to take a selfie, shouting that first he needed to take a couple of photos for proof. Eugen turned around and closed his eyes against the bright flashes when he heard his name. A crowd of people with cameras and voice recorders in their hands ran up to the guy, who was shielding his eyes from the bright flashes, and shouted for him to say a few words, asking if Eugen had really come to convince his brother. Pointing his hand at the guys lying on the ground, Eugen said that his brother was not guilty, but they did it all. Journalists pulled microphones towards the guy, shocked by many questions, asking if it was true that the hunter Euhyun was on the run, saying that they had heard that the disappearance of a special detention center for high-ranking awakened people was also the work of Euhyun. Confusedly looking at the microphones in front of his face, the brunette frowned and said that this happened because a dungeon appeared in his place. The reporters asked if it was true that he burned down the Sudom dungeon building, and the head of the Sudom guild was arrested for committing a crime. The guy looked in horror at the people who said that the awakened society's anxiety was rising due to the crimes committed by S-rank hunters and asked if World's Edge had a way to contain their leader. Standing in front of dozens of flashing cameras, Eugen clenched his hands into fists. Noah looked at the guy sympathetically. Eugen and Noah, as if in the center of a web, are surrounded by reporters, but they are not here to make a report. This is a trap. They have already made a conclusion. Jinhyuk is behind them. On the tablet screen there was a photograph of the building from the scene of the incident, and text reporting news about the head of World's Edge. Euhyun, placing a tablet in front of him, sat at the table opposite a dark-haired man in a black suit and asked if they were now causing accidents while they kept him here so that he could not do anything. Looking dissatisfied at his interlocutor, the guy said that he did not know that the association had fallen so low, and asked if the man agreed with him. T1 frowned back without saying anything. Holding his hands clasped and fidgeting with his fingers, the man said that he was only here to ask for a personal favor. Looking at the brown-haired man opposite, T1 told him not to give the association even more reasons to act. He closed his eyes and lowered his head when Euhyun asked what he meant and said that he knew that the guy was doing this on purpose so that they would attack him. A bunch of pairs of hands reach out to Eugen, wanting to get him. T1 said that there is a force within the association that wants the hunter Eugen, and asked if Euhyun plans to destroy it when it begins to act. The man raised his hand palm up and said that he will prevent what Euhyun is worried about. He is going to make a request to correct the incident report regarding the destruction of the association building, so he asks for cooperation so that the association can no longer attack the guy. Euhyun pointed his finger at the building on the tablet screen. Looking gloomily at his interlocutor, the guy flashed a murderous look and asked if he was really saying that he was simply going to cover up the rotten parts of the association, and would do this forever so that they would not leak out. Rising abruptly from the table and turning away, Euhyun said that their conversation was pointless, so he was leaving. As he walked past the man, he said that he didn't care whether T1 wanted to be an association dog or not. The guy, looking forward and not looking at the man, said that he only wanted to cut off everything that could harm his brother. T1 stood up abruptly and, turning to the departing guy, asked if that was why he killed Kyungsoo. Euhyun replied that he could discuss this with Hyunhee, because if he destroyed the dungeon, he would not have to do anything. T1 reached out to the guy's hand, asking him to wait and talk to him. He abruptly pulled his hand away from the flashing purple fire in front of him. Shrouded in flames, Yoo-hyun with glowing red eyes glared at the man and, saying that he thought it was a personal favor, asked if the association had asked him to stall for time. Grinning aggressively, the guy said that if the man wants, he will burn everything here to the ground so that the fake news becomes true. Moving closer to the brunette shrouded in flames, T1 asked if this was a threat, to which Yoo-hyun replied that he was really holding back now. The man with blue eyes frowned at the guy. A man with ominously glowing eyes stood against the background of red-pink flames. T1 thought that he felt as if he was standing in front of an inhuman. One of the guy's eyes with a constricted pupil watered, and the other flashed with a red light. His crazy look led T1 to believe that Yoo-hyun was indeed an inhuman compared to other S-classes. The man's hands suddenly began to become covered in black flames as he asked himself how he could let them get free. Pressing his flaming hand to his chest, T1 touched the wristwatch on it and thought that these wild animals could not even be tied, and that's what a leash of association is for. A man in a white shirt with a black tie opened his mouth slightly. Imagining the rope breaking, he asked himself what he should do if the leash was rotten. Yujin's image appeared on the tablet's screen. Yoo-hyun turned his head towards the screen sharply after hearing the news saying that Yujin had just arrived on the scene. The guy suddenly grabbed the tablet and stared at the screen in horror when he heard his brother's name on the news. T1 opened his mouth in shock, seeing that the guy's mood changed in an instant, and Yoo-hyun dejectedly asked why Yujin came. Because he was supposed to be resting. The brunette brought the tablet closer to his face, and his eyes filled with fear. T1 thought that not only his brother, but everyone's attitude changes when Yujin gets involved. He remembered how Riet, handcuffed, took her arrest calmly. He remembered Hyuni, smiling sweetly at the guy and handing him a towel, who always behaved friendly towards him. He remembered how Yerim, clinging to the guy, shouted something with enthusiasm. T1 thought that it might be the monster that Yujin is raising, but he is also close to Hyuna. Looking intensely at the brunette, T1 thought that it was good that there was no big problem, and that's probably why the association needed Yujin, because at least you could talk to him. Yujin looked away emotionlessly as raindrops fell on him. The blonde looked at the guy with concern and asked if he was okay, and Yujin said that he was mistaken. Putting his palm to his face, the brunette looked up with hatred and said that if he had known that they were like that, he would not have taken the simple path in the first place. A woman with glasses, holding out a microphone, shouted, asking the hunter to briefly comment on the situation. Yujin exhaled and replied that the situation was scary. Covering his face with his hand, the brunette said that it seemed that the building was completely destroyed. All the reporters began to look around in fear, not understanding anything, when the guy said that this, of course, was not because of his brother, but because of an unknown dungeon nearby. Yujin, removing his hand from his face, said that it seems they haven't seen the huge dragon yet. Everyone raised their surprised faces to the sky. A huge shadow fell on the ground. The reporters screamed in horror and began to run away. Looking down, Yujin said that they were pathetic scum. A giant green paw with claws landed on the ground behind the guy's back. Standing in front of the stones flying in all directions, Yujin pointed his finger at himself and shouted that if they were writing an article about how the guild leader had caused chaos, then at least it should be like that. People with faces full of fear rushed away from the appearing dragon with red glowing eyes, shouting that they needed to evacuate because the dungeon had ruptured, and the dragon meant that this dungeon was at least a rank. Opening her mouth full of fangs, the dragon said that she had done him the favor he asked for, so now he must take care of her baby. Yoo-hyun looked pitifully at the tablet screen, where the news said that a dungeon had appeared and the building had been completely destroyed. T1 opened his mouth and his face, dripping with sweat, darkened. The dragon opened its mouth and growled. The monster extended its paw, destroying buildings as people fled in fear. Throwing up his hands, Yujin shouted joyfully that they could now see that the news that the head of World's Edge had gone berserk was fake. Noah looked up in surprise at the huge dragon towering over everyone and asked if Yujin was sure that this was normal. The pleased brunette replied that they had already checked that there was no one in the building, and shouted to Riet to destroy the entire center. The purple-green dragon smiled, narrowing his glowing red eyes. Behind the joyful guy, a building exploded and debris flew when Riet said that she would do everything as he wished. Smiling happily, Yujin thought that he should have done this from the very beginning. Riet happily smashed buildings while the guy thought that the easiest way to stop the awakening center was to get rid of it. Looking at the cloudy sky while raindrops ran down his face, T1 thought that this would not have happened even if he made them a good offer. Everything was ruined by the greed of the freaks from the association. Young guys in formal black suits with sheets of paper in their hands rushed towards T1, shouting that the dragon had flown away, and they were looking to see if there were still monsters left somewhere. T1 looked over, noticing how Yuhyun, holding a blue umbrella in his hands, walked away. Opening his umbrella, the guy approached the joyful Yujin. Approaching his brother and covering them with an umbrella, Yuhyun carefully asked why he was getting wet in the rain, and Yujin told him to look around and asked if there was somewhere to hide. The two guys were standing under an umbrella. The guild leader asked why his brother came here, saying that he thought he would rest today, to which Yujin replied that he came here because he saw Yuhyun here on the news. Turning to the blonde man standing under an umbrella, the brunette invited him to stand under the umbrella with them. But Noah, smiling awkwardly, said that it was okay, he was fine as it was. Turning his gaze to the side, Yujin asked why don't they go by car, and his brother coldly said that it was only for two, and Noah replied that it was okay, he would get there himself. Yujin nodded with a smile. The three guys walked together under an umbrella. The brunette said that Noah could sit on his lap. T1 opened his mouth in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Having hugged the guys, Yujin said something with a laugh. Yuhyun and Noah looked at the brunette walking in the middle. Looking at this, T1 thought that before he thought that the F-class was on a leash and was being played with like children with a dog. But now he sees that most likely it is the F-class has tamed the monsters to be submissive. A black car was driving along a road covered with rain. Sitting behind the wheel, Yuhyun told his disgruntled brother that he had recently spoken with T1's senior officer, and it didn't seem like he was cooperating on the matter, to which the guy replied that it was not surprising, because then he wouldn't lie like this if he were a man who is capable of this. Resting his head on his hand, Yujin looked at his brother and asked if what he heard from Hyuna was true, that the association had been bothering him lately. Yuhyun looked at the road with a calm expression on his face. When his brother said that he would deal with them, he interrupted him before he could finish, and said that he was the one who lured them into doing this. Yujin opened his mouth in surprise. The frightened guy moved away from the back of the seat and asked why his brother did this. Yuhyun said that he would interfere again if he told, and Yujin replied that he would interfere anyway, so let him tell. Looking down, the head of World's Edge said that there is a group of people in the association that is trying to negotiate with another country using him. The lights of the night city were reflected in the windshield of the car where the two brothers were sitting. Looking at the driver with confusion, Yujin asked that he was being used. He froze, mouth open. Pointing his finger at himself, Yujin asked if the association would sell him as a slave, and Yuhyun nodded. The road was reflected in the rearview mirror. Yujin shouted in surprise that he believed that they were trying to take advantage of him for their own purposes. Without taking his eyes off the road, Yuhyun said that it seems that there are divisions in the association, and some want to do this, as Hyuna said, but only he can deal with them. However, if they are trying to sell their brother to another country, then that is another story. Yujin's face turned white. He raised his hand to his mouth and asked if the association, a government agency, was involved in human trafficking, and said that he thought that there were those who were able to sell even countries. Yuhyun replied that it was, in fact, this is a betrayal of your own country. Hyuni, standing opposite the association led by Jin-hyuk, asked Yuhyun for cooperation because he wants to cause enormous damage to the association, which is possible if they can simply expose them. Yujin abruptly approached his brother, asking in surprise where Hyuni got such information, and Yuhyun replied that the head of Jupiter has international connections, so he himself deliberately did things that could cause scandals. Yujin is like in a palace, surrounded by guards from Hyuni, Hyuna, Minju, and Yuhyun, so the head of World's Edge thought that the association would go after him if he became an easier target. Resting his head on his hand, Yujin rolled his eyes, thinking that it seemed to have worked. Jin-hyuk, the head of the association, protected by his servants, is likely even more interested in Yujin since he revealed his promising sprout skill. Remembering the news about Yuhyun, the guy said that his brother's image was destroyed because of him and he couldn't allow people to hate the head because of him. The brunette took out his phone and started tapping something on the screen when Yuhyun said he didn't care, and Yujin asked if the point was for them to take the bait. The younger brother turned his surprised gaze to the older one. Yujin put the phone to his ear and greeted T1, saying that he wanted to confess that he had previously forced Hunter Noah to knock out the other hunters. Taking the phone away from his face, the guy smiled while Yuhyun asked in shock what he was doing. Looking at his brother with a malicious smile, Yujin suggested that the guy end this and not drag it out, since they were the first to deceive them, so it is better to do something in revenge. The next morning, multi-story buildings rose against the turquoise sky. Yujin laughed happily, holding Little Peace in his hands, and a yellow griffin flew above him. A crowd of reporters stood holding cameras and notepads, and Yujin and the two beasts sat next to the interviewers, who marveled at having the world's only monster tamer with them and seeing how he got along with these cute monsters. The girl with her dark hair tied up in a bun turned to the guy and asked if there was any secret to their upbringing, to which the guy laughed and replied that there were no secrets, just stable love and attention. Everyone turned around abruptly, stopping the interview. Standing to the side, a brunette wearing a black shirt over a white t-shirt waved his hand, greeting his brother and asking if he had lunch. People were shocked by the unexpected appearance of the head of World's Edge, and the guy who jumped up from his seat happily went to meet him. The brothers and Peace joyfully joined hands. Yujin pointed at the camera, telling his brother that they were still filming and they were live, and Yuhyun, upset, said that he thought they had already finished. The interviewers approached the brothers and awkwardly said that they were glad that he was here and his arrival was like a breath of fresh air. And it turns out that he was completely different from what they show him on the news. Putting his hand on the back of his head, the brunette lowered his gaze and, blushing, said that he was simply trying to be responsible to the media. The girl ran up to the guys and happily noted that they were both very close, and Yujin said with a smile that they were each other's only family. Yujin, putting his hand on his brother's shoulder, with sparkling eyes, said that he was very proud of him and was constantly worried about him, and Yuhyun, pouting, said that he was behaving like a parent. Closing his eyes and raising his hand to his mouth, Yujin said that as everyone knows, sometimes his brother acts rude, but that is because he worries about him since he meets many advanced hunters for work. His eyes began to water, and he covered his face with his hand, apologizing for his brother, and said that he had a feeling that his brother was hated because of him. Yuhyun squeezed his brother's hand, looking at him pitifully as he said that it was all his fault, because he was a fragile F-class hunter. Approaching the guy, Yuhyun embarrassedly stopped him, saying that even though he was weak, fragile, and in stats he looked more like an ordinary civilian. Suddenly, interrupting the brotherly dialogue, a man with dark short hair in a formal suit appeared. Raising his hand with his ID in front of him, the chief officer of T1 from the leadership of the Awakened Ones apologized for being a distraction. Handcuffing Yujin, T1 ignored all the reporters' questions and said that he was arresting the guy for harming 3 advanced hunters. Clenching his hand into a fist, the brunette shouted offendedly that this was impossible, asking what kind of setup this was. The reporters looked on with open-mouthed shock, still filming everything, when Yuhyun shouted that his F-class brother couldn't do such a thing. T1 silently pulled the chain of handcuffs, and the guy bent over. Yujin lowered his head and smiled maliciously when shouts were heard from the side saying that Hunter Yujin had been arrested on live television. A video was posted online showing Yuhyun's happy and smiling face. The main character noted that the reaction on air was very enthusiastic. Yujin added that the rare smile of the head of the Abyss Guild was shown in an interview with the world's only monster tamer. There were many positive comments under the video. The protagonist noted that this was also followed by the development of shocking events. In one of the comments, the viewer was surprised that the main character was arrested. The protagonist looked in horror at the hands where they were handcuffed. The main character said that it was simply impossible for him to be able to injure high-class hunters. T1 was clutching the chain from the handcuffs to which the protagonist was fastened, who was in disbelief. At the moment, Yuhyun ran up to his brother, covering him with his hand with a displeased face as the reporters stood in complete shock. T1 told Yujin to just testify later. Yuhyun told T1 that his brother could do nothing wrong, adding that Yujin should not go anywhere, as he would somehow solve this problem. Yuhyun looked at his brother with a beaming face, full of hope, and pressed his hand to his chest, after which the main character sadly lowered his head. T1 held the protagonist's hand while the protagonist closed his eyes and cried sadly, causing Yuhyun to extend his hand towards his brother. The protagonist told his brother that he was the head of the guild and he could not be a burden to him, promising that he would return soon. Noah and Myung-woo ran towards the main character in panic, looking at him with sadness in their eyes. Myung-woo told T1 not to treat Yujin so rudely, since he was only an F-class. Myung-woo looked at the main character with pity, causing tears to flow from his eyes. At that moment, Noah ran right behind Myung-woo, closing his eyes and crying with grief. Myung-woo told T1 that the protagonist is weak and there is no need to handcuff him. Noah noted that it is so stuffy in the detention center, and it will be even worse because it is already summer. This was a man with experience. The main character looked pitifully at the guys, pressing his hands to his chest, at the moment when Blue flew towards him from behind. Happy Blue looked at the main character, her eyes sparkling. Automatic translation suddenly appeared. Blue asked her dad where he was going and what kind of person was standing next to him. Yujin fell to the floor, closing his eyes and turning away from Blue, at the moment when Peace was covering the main character with his arms outstretched. Peace told Blue to come to him. Peace put his paw on the joyful Blue's head. Peace noted that Dad was going to America to earn money, and that he wanted to buy a lot of tasty things for Blue. Blue glared at Peace, asking how many more nights were left before he returned. Peace turned his head away, shedding a tear, and covered his eyes with his paw. Peace told Blue that someday, if she is obedient and studies hard, then someday he will definitely come. The main character imagined himself walking along the seashore in handcuffs, shedding tears, while Yoo-hyun, Blue and Peace sat behind him with a sad look. Blue said that she would obey well and told Yoo-hyun that she would wait for him and he should come back. The main character mentioned public opinion. People watched the live broadcast on the street, after which everyone cried because of the tragic story. In the comments under the broadcast, people were surprised that the main character was arrested and decided to protest against the association. Yoojin added that it was completely upside down. The main character presented an old TV with interference. He mentioned that there is something called Rule 3B. Yoojin pointed out that there are 3 Bs that are effective in attracting people's hearts. The main character imagined Yoo-hyun extending his hand to his brother, while Noah behind Yoo-hyun was saddened by what was happening. The main character noted that this is beauty. The protagonist imagined a sad Peace, shedding tears, standing next to an enthusiastic Blue. Yoojin noted that this is Beast. The main character added that the next day, a third one was added to them. Yerim, her eyes piteously sparkling, began to cry at the terrifying news, raising her hand to her face. Yerim couldn't believe that the main character was arrested while she was in the dungeon. The protagonist noted that this is Baby. The TV showed a live broadcast of Yerim, with a saddened face, at the moment when the main character was sitting at the table, leaning over his back, with a satisfied face and a belly full of food. Yerim said that she promised to protect the protagonist, and thought that he would be poorly fed in that cold isolation ward. The main character with a wide smile was holding a kebab in his hands, while Taewon stood opposite the main character with a serious look. Yoojin noted that he will leave their fat, thanks to Myung-woo lunch boxes. Yoojin closed his eyes and contentedly brought the kebab to his mouth. Taewon told the protagonist that in just a few days, Yoo-hyun's reputation as the head of the guild had completely turned upside down, and on the other hand, protests had begun to take place against the association. The protagonist noted that this is simply a wonderful situation. Taewon looked at the main character with a serious look as he stood opposite him. The moment the main character looked up at Taewon while eating the snacks, Taewon stated to the protagonist that he never said that he would cooperate with something like this. The main character told Taewon not to back down as they decided to work together and cut out the rotten parts of the association. The main character smiled wickedly, looking at Taewon, and raised his hand with the snack. The main character recalled the moment when he was riding in the car with Yoo-hyun and making a phone call. The protagonist noted that the plan according to which he voluntarily surrenders and which he proposed to Taewon. The protagonist imagined a tower surrounded by guild heads and how he got out of it, luring mice with him. Yoojin noted that all he needs to do is become bait and root out the kidnappers within the association. Yoojin added that if he breaks through the strict security and plays the role of bait, those who want to sell him will not miss this opportunity. Room with a blue barrier. Yoojin noticed that the Hunter Detention Center where he is located is the territory of the association, and it is an ideal place for them to steal him. Taewon stared at the main character with a serious expression and knitted his eyebrows. Taewon stated that he agreed with the idea of ambushing the kidnappers as soon as they arrived, but not with the idea of going that far and encouraging distrust in the association. The main character leaned back in his chair, drinking juice from a glass. The main character told Taewon that it was karma. Taewon closed his eyes, lowering his head slightly. Yoojin noted that he would not have responded this way if the association had not attacked him first. Taewon replied to Yoojin that his response was quite excessive and he could abort this plan and send him back. The main character knitted his eyebrows and pouted his lips, spinning the glass of juice in his hand, and looked at Taewon. Yoojin told Taewon that he is a very stuffy person. The main character represented the president of the association in the circle of bodyguards and Seokwon. Yoojin told Taewon that the Awakening Center is being stubbornly promoted without proper preparation, and on top of that, public opinion is being manipulated. Yoojin noted that they even covered up Seokwon's case last time. The main character told Taewon that he himself saw all sorts of devilry happen, and asked him that he still feels the urge to side with his superiors. The main character closed his eyes, knitted his eyebrows, and crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist thought that because of this Taewon died in a past life. The protagonist said that Taewon calls himself a public servant, then he should put people before the interests of the association. Taewon smiled sarcastically, noting that the main character was talking about people. T1 rested his hands on the table at the moment when the protagonist looked at him with a serious look. T1 said that if the association collapses as he hoped, the S-classes will be the first to go on a rampage. T1 leaned over the main character, looking at him with a dissatisfied look. T1 said that it would be the people who would have to deal with these unleashed monsters. T1 narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows, looking angrily at the protagonist. T1 noted that Yujin is allowed to desire such a world, but he mistakenly believes that since he gets along with the S-classes, he is on the same level as them. The protagonist looked intently into T1's eyes with a serious face. Yujin told T1 that he was the one who was wrong. The main character closed his eyes and began to take out a snack from the box. Yujin said that he never wanted the association to fall apart, and that rather, he even hopes that everything will be fine. The main character leaned over the box, dropping the snacks from the stick. The protagonist noted that for the first time in years she was not like this, and everything turned sour when outsiders took high positions. The protagonist pulled small tomatoes onto a stick. Yujin told T1 that the rotten people must be forced to resign, and the displaced employees must be brought back. Yujin looked at the snack with a wicked smile and raised his eyebrows. Yujin mentioned the president of the association in the conversation. The main character raised his gaze to look at T1. T1 furrowed his eyebrows, looking at the table with displeasure and pursing his lips. Yujin told T1 that it would be great to see him in this position. The lamp in the interrogation room was dimly lit. The chair Yujin was sitting on fell to the floor. T1 furiously grabbed the main character's clothes and pulled him towards him, while the main character looked at him with a smile. Yujin noticed that T1 did it in an instant, and he was really something, asking that isn't it a shame for him to have such power and at the same time bow to his superiors. Yujin, with a malicious smile, glared at T1. The protagonist told T1 that even he, an F-class, does all this, adding that after all, people like him should rise to the top. T1 furrowed his eyebrows in irritation and looked at the main character with his mouth parted. T1 asked the protagonist that he deserves to be at the top just because his class is S. T1 held the protagonist's shirt, looking at him furiously. T1 asked the protagonist what he wanted by putting him in this position. Yujin narrowed his eyes slightly and lowered his eyebrows, looking at T1 with a wicked smile. Yujin told him that there is peace in the world. T1 warned the protagonist not to say anything stupid again. The main character told T1 that it was true. Yujin furrowed his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Yujin imagined T1 standing in front of the city and looking at a bright source of light. The main character thought that if the association continued to act only in its own interests, neither the dungeons nor the destruction of the world would be able to be stopped. Yujin added that they need someone who can firmly lead the association in line with the rapidly changing reality. The protagonist recalled T1, who sat with his head down and said that such power should not be given to him. Yujin didn't understand why. Instead of responsibly using the power in his hands, he simply looked away and rejected his opportunities. The main character opened his mouth slightly, feeling complete seriousness in his face. Yujin told T1 about his wish. T1 looked at the main character with knitted eyebrows. The main character said that he wished Yuhyun had normal school years. T1 looked at the protagonist in confusion, his mouth parted. The protagonist told Yuhyun to be friends, to start a relationship. The main character imagined how he furiously hits his brother on the back while sitting at the table. Yujin wanted to be brought home after drinking with friends, and then he would scold him, noting that this was the life he wanted. The main character lowered his head and smiled sadly. He said that as an older brother, he had to teach Yuhyun to drink, but now he can't even get drunk, being an S-class. There were a few leftover snacks in the box. The main character told T1 that they wanted the same thing, that everything would be the same as before, without dungeons and hunters. T1 relaxed his face, looking at the protagonist seriously. The main character noted that in fact they cannot go back in time, even if they want to. T1 opened his mouth slightly. T1 pulled down the protagonist's t-shirt. T1 placed a gray device on the table, handing it to the main character. He said it was a panic button. T1 turned his back to the main character at the moment when the protagonist was looking after him. T1 told Yujin to press it when the kidnappers arrive. The main character straightened his clothes, looking thoughtfully to the side. Yujin thought that the world had already changed. T1 walked along the corridor of the building. Yujin noted that he wanted to go back to a time when these things didn't exist, and acted as if he shouldn't have this power. Yujin presented a lot of dirty papers. The protagonist noted that even if he squeezes into a tiny car, rides the subway, and supports a rotten association, T1 already has enormous power in his hands. Moonlight made its way into the room through the bars. The main character was sitting locked in the room, with his head down, when the guards entered him. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the door with a serious look. The guard told him that he had been transferred to another detention center. The main character extended his hand to the table, leaving a panic button. The protagonist approached the door, extending his hands to the guards. Yujin noted that he told T1 that he would signal when the kidnappers arrived in order to ambush them at the right moment. T1 ran into the room, eyes wide in surprise. T1 saw a panic button on the table. The button lay lonely on the table, illuminated by yellow light. Yujin added that he was sorry, but he would simply allow himself to be kidnapped and make sure that the association could no longer justify itself. The main character walked down the street with a malicious smile, looking to the side. The main character was led to a black car. The protagonist got into the car when the warden put the phone to his ear, telling his interlocutor that they were leaving. The black car moved away. Yujin noticed that this was not a police car or an escort bus. Yujin smiled widely as he looked at his guards. The main character was concerned that he might be taken to some strange place to sell his organs or blood, noting that his blood was type 3. The warden told the protagonist not to talk nonsense and sit quietly. The main character closed his eyes, smiling widely. He said that his younger brother has blood type IV. System notification. Activation of the curse of bodily harm due to a breach of contract. Notification. Curse of bodily harm is countered by curse resistance. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, remembering the contracts drawn up. Yujin noted that he created several contracts, leaving them as a means of communication before he came there, and he can inform the abyss of his condition by terminating a certain contract. Noah turned into a dragon and watched the car from the air. Yujin noted that they were all written with conditions that would not arouse suspicion, and the point of the contract was that it prohibited revealing Yuhyun's blood type. Noah noticed that the kidnappers were there. Noah said that he was tracking them and that they were heading towards the Gangsagu area, and changed cars midway. Noah watched a black car driving down the road. Simyeong and Yuhyun were in an office equipped with computers. Noah told the guys the kidnapper's license plate. Yuhyun told Noah that they would figure out the identity of the vehicle's owner. Yuhyun held the earpiece with the microphone while Simyeong sat at the laptop with a sly smile. Yuhyun asked Simyeong to handle it. Simyeong told Yuhyun to leave it to him and is already looking. Noah watched the car closely. Noah asked Yuhyun if everything would be okay and if he should take it back. The car stopped near the forest, after which the main character was dragged out into the street. Noah told Yuhyun that they stopped again. A girl with a tail approached the main character. The girl touched the protagonist, and a bright blue light began to emanate from them, covering them with pixels. Noah told Yuhyun that they disappeared, noting that it was teleportation. The girl pressed the main character to the floor, holding his head. The girl pressed the main character with her knee, causing him to twist his face in bewilderment. The girl told the man standing next to her that the target was suppressed and she would take off her equipment. The man with brown hair told the girl to be gentle with him as it would be their loss if he got hurt. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking displeased at his captors. The main character did not understand where he was, thinking that they were flying. Yujin didn't understand what kind of person he was behind all this. The girl began to remove the belt from the main character's boots. The girl was sitting on top, taking off the clothes from the frightened main character. The protagonist told him to stop undressing him, as it would be a crime if they continued. The girl told the main character that this was already a crime from the moment they kidnapped him. The man loomed over the main character, who bared his teeth in fury. Yujin told the kidnappers to leave his earrings, asking if protective items were allowed. Yujin noticed that they said they would suffer damage if he got hurt. Pipo suddenly appeared above the main character, causing everyone to look at her in surprise. The main character widened his eyes in shock, holding Pipo in his hands, at the moment when the girl jumped away from the main character, slightly frightened by the monster. The man told the girl that this was an F-class monster, and he had seen her on social networks. The man asked the main character that he was hiding it under his clothes. The main character knitted his eyebrows, looking at Pipo in his hands with bewilderment. Yujin thought that he left Pipo at home and thought that she could teleport. Yujin noted that he still cannot check the status window as it is still not working. The main character held an exhausted Pipo, who was spread out in his arms, and looked at the Pipo status window, which was in static. The main character widened his eyes in panic, causing them to scatter in different directions. The protagonist asked the kidnappers to quickly give him a mana stone, since the child was dying of hunger and needed high-grade mana stones. The main character stretched his arms slightly upward, holding Pipo, and smiled insidiously, looking at her at the moment when the kidnappers gave the mana stones to Pipo. Yujin happily thought that Pipo would get as much out of them as possible. The main character looked in bewilderment at the kidnappers who stood next to him, while Pipo, having eaten too much stones, lay in the arms of the protagonist, breathing heavily. The girl said that they would simply issue an additional invoice to the client later, and the monster would be useful as a decoration when demonstrating the goods. The main character did not understand what the kidnappers meant. The girl grabbed the main character by the face, causing him to look at her with displeasure. The girl asked the protagonist that he thought that private jets were needed in order to move him to another detention center. The girl smiled insidiously, looking at the main character. The girl told the protagonist that the place where he was going was a human auction. The plane was flying over a brightly glowing city. The girl said that there were many powerful figures all over the world who needed his skills, and that they would even cross seas just to buy him. The girl smiled maliciously when the main character was terrified. The girl told the protagonist that in a few days he would be sold in the strictest secrecy, and would remain missing forever. Yujin pretended that they were terrible kidnappers. The plane was flying in the night sky. The main character thought that this is not just human trafficking, but their sale at auction, which is even worse, but his location must be tracked. Hammond held a pen in his hands, from which a blue stream of energy emanated. The protagonist thought that he had prepared this guy precisely for such cases. Yuhyun and Yerim stood behind Hammond as he sat confusedly at the table, using his skill to search for the main character. Yuhyun asked Hammond in a rude tone to tell him his brother's location. Yerim noted that Yujin's friend is really talented. Yujin frowned at the kidnappers and held Peepo in his hands, asking them where they were taking him. Hammond and the guys looked closely at the map, looking for a location. Hammond pointed with a pen on the map where Yujin was located. Hammond told the guys that this is Hong Kong. The city was brightly illuminated by lanterns. Night fell over the city. A black limousine drove down the road, its headlights shining. The main character looked at the city from the car window with Peepo. Yujin thought it was his first trip abroad, which turned out to be a kidnapping. The protagonist looked warily to the side. In front of the main character sat Henry, who was glowing with joy, extending his hand and crossing his legs. Henry told Yujin to make himself at home as they warmly welcomed him. Yujin thought that he was sitting in the same limousine as his captor. The main character was sitting opposite Henry, who was smiling widely. Yujin asked Henry that he was the organizer of the kidnapping. Henry replied that he was just an intermediary. Henry closed his eyes, beaming with joy, raising his hand to his tie. Henry told the main character that he is a kind of manager who, for a fee, puts useful awakened people to work. It was the intermediary Henry Gregson. Yujin noted that this is called human trafficking. The night city was painted with the bright light of lanterns. Henry noted that Hong Kong is an area that has been heavily affected by dungeon breaches due to its small area and high population density. Henry noticed that many high-quality hunters were kidnapped by mainland China. Henry noted that Hong Kong's glory has faded compared to the past, but there is still no better place to gather people from all over the world. The main character looked at Henry warily, pressing himself against the car door. Henry said that this is why Hong Kong has actually become a land of opportunity for people like them. Yujin noted that he meant that it had become easier to commit crimes. Henry narrowed his eyes, smiling maliciously, which made the main character horrified by his words. Henry told the protagonist that he has high hopes, as he believes that the price for it will be the highest ever and hopes that he will create good memories before the auction begins. The protagonist imagined himself chained and a man slapping him on the back with a whip. These were the images of human trafficking that came to mind. The main character did not understand what other memories there could be while he was being kidnapped and sold. The protagonist thought that everything was fine, since he had earrings and yunai hidden in his inventory, whatever the situation was. The protagonist stood in a luxurious room that shone with its beauty and was in complete bewilderment. Henry, with a wide smile, extended his hand to the main character, who was in complete shock. Yujin was surprised by the hatch in the 5-star hotel. Henry told the protagonist that he hoped he had a wonderful time. Henry beamed with joy, closing his eyes and smiling widely. Yujin asked Henry if this was normal. Henry noted that there is no need to put pressure on the F-class, and, moreover, it must be kept in excellent condition until the auction. The main character looked at Henry with incomprehension, his mouth slightly open. Henry told Yujin to feel free to use the hotel's facilities, adding that there was still a guard at the door and not to try to escape. Yujin turned his head, looking around the delightful room. Yujin closed his eyes, breaking his wand into 2 halves, from which a blue spark appeared. The main character repeated the words about good memories before the auction. Notification: violation of contract terms. Curse resistance activated. It was a safe arrival notice. On the stand there were bottles with soap accessories, and bottles of wine and champagne. The protagonist did not understand what other auction, because he would return as soon as they caught the association on bait. The main character was lying in a bubble bath, smiling wickedly, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, while Peepo was lying in the bathtub on an inflatable duck. The protagonist thought that first he would create memories of this vacation. The main character was sitting at the table with a malicious smile, a towel wrapped around his head. Eugen was sitting on the sofa watching the news on TV. The news said that while the search for Hunter Eugen, who disappeared while in custody, continues, there are voices of criticism regarding the Hunters Association and the economic and social losses resulting from the tamer's disappearance. The main character said that everyone in the association is probably going crazy. The protagonist took the tray and opened the lid with a happy face. He thought that Noah would have to come for him as soon as the Abyss figured out the people involved, and he would simply disappear with him, and to hell with this auction. The main character saw a small note on the tray. The protagonist took the note, looking at it with bewilderment, which stated a change in plans. The protagonist opened the door to reveal Hyoni holding a carafe of juice and smiling happily. Hyoni told Eugen that he brought him freshly squeezed fruit juice. Eugen slammed the door in Hyoni's face. The main character stood at the door in a daze. The protagonist abruptly opened the door and looked angrily at Hyoni with a frown on his face. Eugen didn't understand what Hyoni was doing there and thought that he had gone over to their side. Hyoni told the main character that he was just an ordinary guest. Hyoni closed his eyes and entered the room when the main character turned his head and looked at him displeased. The main character told Hyoni that he treated him like a thing and is now involved in human trafficking. Hyoni told Eugen not to worry, as he was not interested in such simple buying and selling. Hyoni looked at the main character, smiling maliciously. Hyoni said that the young master and the little girl probably already know about his visit, and may already be hiding there. Noah and Yerim knocked out the staff and changed into their uniforms. Yuhyun put on glasses and a suit while in a crowd of people. Hyoni told Eugen that he came to him because he wanted to ask him for a favor. Hyoni extended his hand to the main character, who looked at him with a serious expression. Hyoni said that he would use one of the 3 favors promised to him when he handed over Noah to him. The main character frowned, looking at Hyoni with displeasure. Hyoni told the protagonist that he hoped he would add one more thing to his plan. Eugen thought that it was not enough to just appear out of nowhere, but he also wanted to ask him for a favor. The main character was lying on a lounger by the pool, enjoying his vacation, while Peepo was lying in a small inflatable ring in the pool. The protagonist said that this level of comfort is worth the risk of being kidnapped. The main character noticed that the entire edgeless pool was at his disposal. Eugen noted that even Peepo is fun, which is probably why everyone spends money on vacations. The main character turned around, looking behind him with a smile, when a cocktail was brought to him on a tray. Yerim told Eugen that she brought him a mango smoothie. The main character thanked her. Yerim was surprised that Peepo was also with him and said that there she was. The main character recognized Yerim, after which he widened his eyes, looking at her, at the moment when she smiled widely and took off her glasses from her face. There was a guard at the pool. The main character was surprised that Yerim was wearing one pair of glasses as a disguise, noting that it was too awkward. Yerim winked with one eye and smiled sweetly, adjusting her glasses. Yerim told Eugen that those people wouldn't recognize her since it was an item made by Manhwa that allows you to borrow someone else's appearance. Yerim added that she also put one of the hotel employees to bed and switched places with him, noting that Noah helped her. The main character took the glass when Yerim hovered over him. Yerim told Eugen that Yuhyun would infiltrate the auction as a participant, and that they all prepared as best they could, and they really worked hard. The main character brought the glass with the straw to his mouth, smiling in confusion. Yerim asked the protagonist what happened and how the head of Jupiter got there. Hyoni leaned on the sofa, crossing his arms over his chest, while the main character sat at the table and ate. Hyoni told the protagonist that he was sent an invitation because a valuable item was scheduled to arrive and he wanted to take a look at it. Eugen stuffed his cheeks with food and looked at Hyoni, who smiled slightly. Eugen was a valuable item. The main character asked Hyoni that the Jupiter Guild was also invited to engage in human trafficking. Hyoni noted that he received the invitation under his other name, and it is convenient to have 1 or 2 separate identities. Hyoni imagined people covering their faces with masks. Hyoni noted that such events are mainly attended by influential unawakened ones, rather than hunter guilds. Hyoni added that important figures do not come in person, but send close associates as their representatives, which is why he decided to come as the representative of the head of Jupiter. The main character brought the fork with food to his mouth, looking at Hyoni with bewilderment. The protagonist asked him that is his own confidant. Yujin thought that even under a disguised identity he received such invitations, and did not realize how far this person's influence extended. The main character closed his eyes, stuffing food into his mouth, while Hyoni closed his eyes and smiled slightly. The protagonist wished Hyoni good luck, saying that he would no longer be there when the auction began. Hyoni told the main character that he wanted him to stay. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, dropping the food on the floor. Yujin told Hyoni that he was offering him to sell himself. Hyoni told Yujin that in that case he would take responsibility and put it on him, saying that there was a more important thing. Hyoni raised his hand, smiling wickedly. Hyoni said about the honey pot, suggesting that the main character lure out not only the corrupt people of the association, but also those who buy and sell awakened ones. The main character looked at Hyoni with a serious expression. Hyoni told the protagonist that he was an excellent bait for this. Yerim raised her eyebrows, looking at the main character in surprise after hearing the story. Yerim noted that Yujin was saying that since they are there, they should also eliminate all the traffickers. Yerim and the main character were near the pool, conducting a dialogue with each other. Yerim told the protagonist that the head of Jupiter is fairer than he seemed. The main character noted that they were probably just annoying him. The main character sipped a smoothie while looking at the pool. The protagonist told Yerim that he is not interested in banal buying and selling, so he wants to get them all out of sight. Yerim palms between each other, looking straight ahead with a serious look and emitting an ominous aura, while the main character spat out the smoothie in surprise. Yerim said that this is a spectacular way to clear out the criminal world, adding that she understood everything, and then she must help the head of Jupiter kill all participants. There was clear sunny weather over the city. The main character called Yerim a high school student, asking what she was even talking about. The protagonist added that for this they would just call for reinforcements, noting that he had already completed the plan. Yerim was surprised that there would be reinforcements. The main character told Yerim that there would be a different task for her. Yujin noted that he agrees with the idea of eliminating those involved in human trafficking. The night city was illuminated by bright lanterns. The main character noted that he himself is a victim, and there is no need to feel sorry for anyone. Besides, this place is ideal for inciting chaos. Henry opened the doors, smiling maliciously, looking at the main character. Henry told Yujin to get ready to go upstairs, noting that luckily the clothes he had chosen suited him quite well. The main character stood in beautiful clothes and looked at Henry with a serious look at the moment when Peepo was flying next to the protagonist. Yujin lowered his head as Henry approached him and spread his arms to the side. The protagonist told Henry that he didn't know if there was a need to show off like that. Henry noted that this is the perfect outfit for a luxurious event. Henry narrowed his eyes, looking at the protagonist with a wicked smile, imagining monsters, plants and people with ropes around their necks. Henry noted that billions and trillions of dollars are circulating in that place. Henry noticed tycoons from around the world wanting smuggled plants and pet dungeon monsters, or entrepreneurs looking for low-class hunters tied to mining contracts. The protagonist looked at Henry irritably, narrowing his eyes. Henry said that all sorts of influential people and their associates had gathered there secretly. Yujin thought they were just a bunch of trash. There were people gathered in the huge hall, looking at the stage. Henry told Yujin that the main character of the day is he, the hunter, and this auction is dedicated to that. Henry closed his eyes and smiled widely, extending his hand towards the main character, at a time when he was looking indifferently to the side. Henry told the protagonist that his proposed speech before the auction would also attract a lot of attention, and that he was looking forward to it. The protagonist told Henry that since he was being sold, he had to figure out how to save himself. In this way he would at least find a more or less worthy owner. The floor was slightly illuminated by light. Henry told Yujin that he was confident that he would be treated well no matter who he ended up with. Henry pointed his hand at the golden circle in the floor, illuminated by the light. Henry asked the main character to stand right there. The main character stood in a circle with Henry. A bright light appeared in the ceiling. The protagonist was riding up the elevator with Henry, causing the ceiling to open up, and he looked at him in surprise. The bright light slightly blinded the main character, causing him to close his eyes in displeasure at the moment when Peepo widened her eyes. The protagonist widened his eyes at what he saw. Yujin appeared on stage in front of a crowd of people wishing for him. Henry smiled widely, pointing his hand at the confused protagonist. Henry thanked people for waiting, and introduced Yujin as the last special lot for the day. The main character lowered his gaze, looking with disgust at all the people in the hall. People began to joyfully look at the main character. One of the spectators said that she heard that he was constantly under S-class protection. Henry told the audience that he was the world's only tamer of magical beasts, including the newly revealed skill of assessing unawakened people. Behind the audience stood a cage in which lay a bound and exhausted monster. The audience was discussing that the peepo above his head was also a monster and wanted him to show them a trick. In the hall there was a cage with people who looked drooping and exhausted. Henry said that if they get Eugen, the balance of power of the entire world will be shaken, and the starting price is $1 billion, adding that he wonders how much it will rise to. Henry smiled widely the moment the main character snatched the microphone from his hands. Henry managed to say that Eugen is from Korea. The main character raised the microphone to his mouth, looking at the audience with disgust and fury. At that moment, as Henry looked at him in bewilderment, extending his hand towards him, the protagonist said that seeing them in person was even more disgusting, calling them participants in an illegal auction. The audience watched the main character on stage in bewilderment. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and smiled slightly, while people flew nearby with displeasure. Eugen told the audience that it must be surprising that the product can talk, adding that he is a human being like the rest of them. Henry stood with a slight smile, and behind him, footage from the life of the main character with his pets was shown. The main character told the audience that even in such a situation, he does not want to be sold to just anyone, and due to its nature, his skill will not work if he is forced to use it. Eugen knitted his eyebrows, looking at the audience, and smiled sarcastically. Eugen said that this is why he will add one rule to his auction. With the agreement of host Henry, the protagonist turned his attention, looking to the side. The auction participant asked the protagonist who he was to dare behave so arrogantly. The girl with a pathetic expression on her face opened her mouth wide, looking at the main character with contempt. She asked Eugen that he didn't realize his situation. The protagonist thought his plan was working and she openly complained. The girl stood up from her chair and pointed her finger at the main character standing on the stage. The main character said that he was a special product and the only one in the world. The girl objected dissatisfiedly that she didn't think so, that he was a special product. The main character smiled nervously, tightly gripping the microphone in his hands. The girl said that she thought that he would go into the dungeon and return with already tamed monsters, but he would also have to pay separately for food, when he would already have enough trouble with the owner's sign. The participants began to agree with her, noting that his face was also scarier than his younger brother's. Eugen thought dissatisfiedly that they should not hold an auction then. The spotlight illuminated the main character and the dissatisfied girl from the audience. Eugen told her that even animal tamers can't just catch tigers in the wild. The member told Eugen that this attitude is the problem, noting that he pretends to be unique and will still be torn to pieces by monsters if she throws him into the dungeon. The participant furrowed her eyebrows and smiled maliciously, pointing her finger at the cage behind her, from which glowing eyes could be seen. The participant extended her hand, blasting the chain on it with a gloating expression on her face. The protagonist widened his eyes in bewilderment. The auction participants looked in horror at the monster emerging from the cage. The monster flashed its red eyes and bared its fangs. The participant told the main character why not tame this monster too, so that he could prove that it was not in vain that he praised himself so much. The monster rushed furiously across the hall towards the main character, who widened his eyes in horror. The participants began to run away in panic, while Henry stood on stage asking the security to do something. The main character jumped back from the monster, which opened its mouth wide. The protagonist looked at the monster in horror while a man's hand reached out to him. Eugen thought that at least the Yunhai or earring shield worked. There was a small explosion on stage, causing plumes of smoke to rise. The participants looked at the stage in surprise. A man's hand stopped the monster, holding his head. The main character was lying on the floor, looking at how the man was holding the monster with one hand. A man with gray hair held the monster back, looking at him with an indifferent gaze. It was auction bidder Ian Holton. Henry turned to Ian Holton, asking if he was an unawakened person. Ian Holton turned his head, looking behind him at the main character. He told the protagonist that this was why he wanted to stop him from using himself as bait by calling him brother. The main character looked at him in surprise, his mouth parted. The protagonist was at a loss, realizing that this was Yuhyun in the guise of Ian Holton. Eugen was surprised that he snuck in there masquerading as an elderly man. Eugen noted that it is actually his younger brother who is undercover. The members watched in shock as Yuhyun, in the guise of an old man, stopped the bird. Participants noted that this dying old man was able to stop the monster with only one hand. Holton restrained the monster with a trembling hand, putting a bracelet on his hand. Henry didn't understand what was happening. Holton told Henry he was using a protective item. The The main character knitted his eyebrows, looking to the side in surprise, clutching the microphone in his hands. The participants thought that Holton might have woken up in time. The protagonist smiled widely, grabbing Holton's hand. Eugen thanked him, saying that he thought Holton would awaken as S-class. The participant frowned and smiled sarcastically, pointing her finger at the main character. The participant stated that it is obvious that this is a ploy so he can show off his other skill, and the likelihood of finding an S-class is incredibly low, noting that Holton is already 90 years old. The main character lowered his eyebrows, smiled insidiously, his eyes sparkling. Eugen told Holton that in exchange for saving him, he would help him awaken right that very second. The participants looked at each other in surprise while the guys stood on stage with the monster. Eugen said that raising magical beasts is not an omnipotent ability. However, his assessment skills are not limited to prediction. Yuhyun, in the guise of an old man, leaned towards his brother as he slyly looked at the auction participants. Yuhyun asked his brother what he was planning to do. Eugen said that he was bluffing, asking him to play along with him. The protagonist thought that there was no need to worry about information leakage anyway, since this was a secret auction, so communications were prohibited, and besides, the participants would soon, after which his thought was interrupted. Yuhyun raised his hand, gathering fire in his hand, while the protagonist smiled widely. Eugen said then he starts. An explosion occurred on stage, leaving the participants in shock. The participants shielded their eyes from the bright light, and some looked at the stage. There was green energy coming from Holton. The clothes on Holton's body were torn as his body increased in size, emitting a magical aura. Holton squeezed the monster's neck, causing it to open its mouth wide. Holton slammed the monster to the floor with all his might. The monster's lifeless body lay on the stage. Participants noted that he killed the monster with his bare hands. The participants watched what was happening in surprise, thinking that the main character had helped him awaken. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed, smiling contentedly, while Henry was in incredible shock. The participants began to rejoice joyfully, looking at the stage where the guys stood. The members were surprised that Eugen was actually capable of such a thing. Henry narrowed his eyes, smiled insidiously, and looked at the protagonist. Henry thought it was absolutely amazing. Henry introduced the participants, raising their hands one by one. Henry thought that most of the buyers who came to this secret auction were powerful unawakened ones who found it difficult to directly enter the dungeons and obtain items there. Henry introduced a puppeteer controlling people. Henry thought that with their influence and instincts they could not only awaken, but also buy young unawakened, brainwash them, and then create an army of awakened ones from them. Henry looked greedily at the main character at the moment when Holton cut the chain on the handcuffs with his hand. Henry thought that whoever won the bid would gain national power, noting that the auction fees he would earn would also be incredible. The participant smiled broadly, pointing her finger at the protagonist. She said that she admitted that she liked it and she would win him no matter what, adding that he should be ready for this. The main character smiled slightly, looking at the auction participant. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, bringing the microphone to his mouth. He asked her who gave her permission to do this. The protagonist smiled broadly, pointing his finger at the participant in a white jacket. The protagonist said that he would use his veto power against this person. The participant in the headband looked at the main character in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. The protagonist said that this is why it is necessary to listen to the rules to the end. Henry took the microphone and approached the protagonist, pointing at him with his hand, while the main character stood contentedly next to Holton. Henry told the members that their special item hunter Eugen was entitled to 3 waivers, in order to care for him and motivate him. Henry presented a picture of Eugen giving out red cards and holding the hand of the person he chose. Henry noted that he can use a veto not only to refuse an auctioneer he doesn't like, but also to have it bought by a participant he likes. The participants looked at each other in surprise, their mouths slightly open. Henry said that in other words, they need to both have a lot of money and win the heart of the product. The participant in the white jacket opened her mouth wide, her eyes widening in bewilderment as she looked at the stage. Henry told her that she had created a mess at the auction house and could no longer bid due to the veto. The main character smiled widely, holding a red card in his hand and looking at the auction participants. Eugen mockingly asked her that this was the first time she had been rejected by a product, telling the other members to try to win his affection that evening. The main character sat down on one knee and closed his eyes. The participants were at a loss, not understanding what to do, thinking that they should organize a talent competition. Eugen said that this is also good, but the most important thing is their character. The main character opened his eyes, looked at the participants with deceit and broke into a smile. Yujin told the auctioneers that since this was their first meeting, he couldn't tell exactly who they were as individuals, and so he would judge them based on their items. Yujin enthusiastically extended his hand to the side and looked at the auctioneers with a mischievous smile. He noted that each participant now had to present something of value that they were confident in. The auction participants immediately rebelled and looked around anxiously among themselves, heatedly discussing what was happening. The protagonist added that resourcefulness was important to choose the right value and deliver it without hesitation, so they had to prove that they were worthy of his abilities. The main character stood on stage next to Agent Henry and Holton, holding his shoulder as the two participants anxiously discussed the statement. Yujin noted that their property would be returned to them after the auction. The members were unhappy that giving away their valuable item would be very unfair, to which another member responded that it could be dangerous and Yujin might steal it. One of the auction participants turned to his colleagues with alarm and extended his hand to the side. He told them not to fall for this trick, because if they did not provide anything, the auction would continue as usual. One of the black-suited crowd clenched his fists and said the auction would not go on, but believed there should have been a chance. The protagonist held the microphone to his lips and looked with slight anticipation into the crowd of participants, realizing that no one wanted to come forward, although they only needed one participant. Yujin was standing on the stage next to Helton, when suddenly noise and bustle appeared from the side. Suddenly, golden chains flew at him from the side, to which the main character managed to react with bewilderment. A pile of gold chains began to shackle the body of a frightened Yujin, who dropped the microphone from his hands as Agents Henry and Holton watched him with concern. Yujin closed his eyes tightly and bared his teeth as a golden chain was thrown around his neck. He realized that he was definitely not ready for such a situation, because he asked for a completely different condition. Hyoni appeared in the middle of the hall and threw his golden chains at Yujin, shackling him with it. Hyoni noted that the protagonist's statement sounded too arrogant. Hyoni looked at Yujin with an ironic smile, clutching a gold chain in his hand. Hyoni sarcastically explained that the product should behave much more politely and accommodatingly. Yujin was angry at such an impudent action of his friend and did not understand what Hyoni was up to now. The main character was completely chained, but did not lose heart, but began to smile sarcastically towards Hyoni. He sarcastically asked him if he was taking on too much now. Hyoni smiled maliciously, looking forward at the goods and the role of Yujin and clutching the chain in his white-gloved hand. Hyoni sarcastically replied that Yujin was no less brazen and asked him about how he wanted to change the members' habits. He also added for all the auction participants that Yujin was not as simple as it seems. The participants realized that it was the head of the Jupiter Guild. Yujin's face darkened and he looked at what was happening with sweaty confusion. People began to think that the rumors were true and they wished that Hyoni would teach Yujin a lesson. The main character did not understand where the concept of democracy was, realizing that these people had no morals. He realized that everything was due to the fact that there was no control over people. Hyoni gripped his chain and was about to pull it. The protagonist was hanging in chains when suddenly Holton grabbed the chain and told Hyoni to stop mocking him. Holton towered over Hyoni on stage and they looked at each other with tension as their real silhouettes in the form of Yuhyun and Hyoni also looked at each other with tension. Hologram Yuhyun began to explain to Hyoni not to do such tricks with his brother, especially in front of him, adding that it was unheard of for a product to be treated like that. Participants who watched a tense dialogue between two people felt this tension from a distance. Another participant noted, Holton was already 90 years old and he was up against the head of Jupiter, and they both looked scary as hell. Hyoni put one hand in his pocket, lowering his head with a malicious expression on his face, and released the chain with the other. Yujin immediately leaned back in shock when the chain was free. Hyoni explained that the chain will be his move and if the bet wins, he will win. Holton immediately jumped in to help Yujin catch his breath when Hyoni spread his arms to the sides and looked back sarcastically. The main character smiled slightly while the gold chain was still hanging around his neck. He understood that the SS rank weapon from Hyoni, which nothing can compare to even if everyone here threw together, would be a bait, and he felt that now parting people with objects would become even easier. Hyoni turned away from the stage with a satisfied grin and was about to leave the auction when Yujin showed him the red card. Yujin understood this whole brilliant plan and therefore pretended that he did not like it and showed this card. Yujin understood that a red card to the strongest of the competitors would have a strong impact on other participants in the auction. Everything was as it should be. Holton also decided to take part for show and gave his gold bracelet to Yujin's hand. Colton noted that he only had an A rank bracelet with him, to which the main man of the auction thanked him and replied that that would be enough. He understood that immediately after the shock there would be an A rank. Eugen stepped onto the stage and looked towards the other members who were looking at this product in surprise. Eugen asked them if anyone else wanted to speak. The auction participants looked at the stage with enthusiasm and realized that it would definitely be worth it. The main character raised his head up with an exclamation and saw a blue shawl spread in the air. An elderly auctioneer in a blue dress looked at Eugen happily and wrapped a blue shawl around Eugen's neck, noting that it was an S-rank item, a sea magician's shawl. She really wanted the main character to like this item. Henry stood to the side and enthusiastically extended his hand, noting that the third bid was from member Kara Gray and her S-rank shawl. All the participants hurried to take a position and ran up to the stunned Eugen, holding out their items. One of the participants was offering his S-rank bracelet, which was definitely different from the A rank. Another participant proposed a robe that was supposed to be practical and could be worn in everyday life. Someone else from the side held out a small box and offered A rank earrings that were supposed to be attached automatically when they were first brought to the ears. Participants raised objects above their heads with glee and excitedly tried to offer their items. Agent Henry continued to accept lots and said that a bid had been accepted from Marseille Bardo for a ring, and from Sergei Arshavin for an S-rank necklace. The main character understood that these people had a lot of values, who had never even been to the dungeon. The main character stood on the stage and watched one of the hunters, who was sitting in a cage with a sad look, when the rich people were rushing to the stage and wanted to give away their items. Eugen realized that these people did not care at what cost these items were obtained, whether anyone was hurt during their extraction, or how much effort was spent on it all. He understood that the greed of people was only growing, surpassing any skills of the thirsty. Eugen lowered his head slightly gloomily and knew that it was time to start implementing the plan. The participants looked around. A guy with red hair and a mask on his face wondered where the head of Jupiter had gone. Another member angrily replied that Hyoni left because he received a red card and therefore it shouldn't matter anymore. At this time, Hyoni stood on the roof of the building along with the Noah dragons under the cover of darkness. Hyoni placed his foot on the edge of the roof and put his hands in his pockets, grinning mischievously. He knew about the main character's plan and understood that it was time for him to start cleaning up. Hyoni smiled sarcastically and looked down with a malicious look. Suddenly, a barrage of powerful discharges of yellow lightning struck the entire city. The auction participants looked around worriedly when they noticed that bad weather had begun outside. They realized that it was a thunderstorm that was too close to the city, although they knew that there was no promise of rain. Hyoni released lightning bolts with his dexterous fingers. He towered on the roof of the building and radiated these lightning bolts from his hands throughout the city. Suddenly, the electricity went out throughout the city. The city froze in a dark space without light and gray clouds floated smoothly above it. Noah scratched a pile of shining blue crystals with his claw. Noah replied that all the nearby buildings had lightning rods, so at Eugen's request, he laid paths of crystals. A path of sharp blue crystals spread across the ground as Noah, in dragon form, watched the dark city. He realized that all the buildings were now in darkness, except for the building where the auction was taking place, being the center of attention. Yerim opened the curtains and looked forward with enthusiasm. She was also a participant in the plan and noted that she opened the curtains and turned on the lights and asked the guys if everything was finished with the preparations. The tall auction building was brightly lit when the rest of the city was in darkness without electricity, as a path of shining blue crystals led to the auction building. It was a towering auction building on the shore that shone like a beacon. Eugen, with a contented look, continued to take on the participants' objects and was completely covered in them while hands continued to reach out to him. He understood that this building was bright, inviting from afar. The main character extended his hand forward along with all the decorations and objects on it. He was surprised that there were a lot of these items, and these things together cost more than he himself. The protagonist grinned and raised the microphone to his face, extending his other hand with jewelry in front of him. Eugen noted that it was time to start the game, but added the condition that if he won, he would like to be released. The auction participants looked at Eugen in surprise. Agent Henry was also shocked and asked the main character standing next to him what these words meant. The protagonist explained that since he was now a commodity, he also had his own family. The auction participants in their business suits looked at Eugen with grins and did not understand what he was even talking about. The main character said that it would be humane to establish business relationships and cooperation. The auctioneers started laughing hard as the spotlight shined directly on the three guys on stage. The participants ironically noted that their precious commodity, Yujin, did not fully understand his position. Sarcastically, they wondered why they had gathered in this case. Yujin closed his eyes and with a satisfied expression explained that he was sure that through this action they would be complicit in all of this. He explained to the participants that he would send all their gifts to the inventory. All the objects on Yujin's body glowed with a blue aura, and he smiled with glee, holding the microphone to his mouth. He said that all these items would benefit the dungeon hunters. All the auction participants at that same second began to fuss around displeasedly and nervously, looking around among themselves. They did not understand what exactly Yujin was doing, assuming that it was all entertainment and their items should be returned after the auction was over. The auctioneer in the white dress became angry when she saw Yerim taking the hunters from the cage. The contestant wondered why Yerim was taking all of her slaves that she had won. Yerim grinned maliciously, holding all the slave hunters on her back. She told the participant not to worry so much, because she was just cleaning up the excess. The auction participant did not understand who was cleaning up like that. The crowd of participants began to be indignant, coming closer to the stage and asking Henry that they demanded an explanation for what was happening. Henry, in horror and sweat, began to make excuses and say that all full-time employees were removed before the auction began and he was sure of it. The main character looked up with peace and joy, holding the small white bird Peepo in his hands. He understood that now there would be another stage of the plan. Yujin straightened his shoulders proudly and looked through the panoramic roof windows as Noah in the form of a dragon was about to fly into the building, when the entire crowd of participants was nervous and hysterical. He understood that now it was Noah's turn to implement the plan. Noah, in the guise of an angry dragon, flew into the auction building and began to growl furiously, scaring all auction participants. Yujin understood that it was time to begin the cleanup. Noah landed on the ground and all the people began to scatter in different directions, thinking that some kind of dungeon had broken through. Noah opened his mouth and angrily sprayed a poisonous purple cloud. People understood that it was poison and tried to escape. All auction participants ran as fast as they could in different directions without looking back. Yujin and Yuhyun climbed onto Noah, who came to save them. Yujin noticed that Noah arrived on time. Noah told them to hold on tight because they had to leave. A purple cloud of auras spread throughout the auction hall. Noah smashed through the wall of the building and flew out of it at high speed with Yujin and Yuhyun on his back. The main character turned back angrily and shouted the name of Yerim, who remained in the building. The protagonist watched in horror as Yerim was held by the auction participants and did not allow her to free herself. Henry grabbed onto Yerim fiercely and didn't let go, screaming that she was still his commodity. But Yerim didn't like it and wanted to free herself. At the same time, the auction participants began to come to their senses and watched as there was severe mayhem and ruins in their building after Noah flew into the building. Henry began to say that if Yujin had in mind the kind of cooperation that he had originally planned, then he would not get away with it. Henry recalled that if this event was made public, then all the influential people in the world would go against them. Yujin responded with a malicious smile and closed his eyes, ironically telling Henry not to worry so much, because no one would know about it. Henry managed to get caught on Yerim's leg and angrily turned around, flying along with the guys. Yujin explained that someone was about to appear and would not leave a living soul in that place. Henry looked convulsively at the main character, continuing to fly in the air, holding his leg. He wondered who was supposed to appear. Yerim flew after Noah, carrying the now freed hunters on her back, when a huge column of water appeared in front of them. Noah continued to fly forward when Yuhyun and Yujin turned back to see how Yerim was doing. Yujin told Yerim to free himself from Henry and throw him off. Yerim screamed in panic and did not understand what kind of column of water appeared in front of them. A huge funnel of water and air was heading towards the city to cleanse it. Red glowing eyes appeared from a huge and dark funnel. A huge tentacle emerged from the water. A huge and angry monster unleashed its entire mass on the city and Yerim realized that it was a kraken. The view from space was directed towards the mainland, which was illuminated by light from the cities. Hong Kong was originally characterized by a high population density and a large number of dungeons, but a factor emerged that caused further decline. A water funnel appeared in the water space and a dark gate to the dungeon appeared. It was a rare type of underwater dungeon that rarely appeared outside of land. Most of these dungeons self-destruct before discovery, along with all the monsters. The main character was sitting in his hotel in a robe and with an indifferent face, picking at a plate of food with a fork. He said that a year ago, a high-ranking Kraken boss was discovered. Hyoni sat across from Yujin at a table full of food and discussed this moment. Hyunhee poured juice into the protagonist's glass and asked him if he meant an underwater monster that could not be defeated according to official confessions. Hyunhee wondered if the kraken could have gone beyond the sea. The protagonist replied that the kraken could not do this, but he knew exactly what could force him to go beyond the sea. The main character was holding a glass of orange juice in his hands and was about to drink it, smiling sarcastically towards Hyunhee. Huge, angry underwater monsters once broke through to Hong Kong, and a crowd of people fled in horror from them. Yujin knew that now, more than ever, the knowledge gained before the regression, when there was a dungeon breakout on the shores of Hong Kong, was useful. During that breakthrough, there was no light in the city either, except for one building. Yujin knew that the breakthrough itself was different from others, because the problem then was the lack of coverage. That day, hunters in black suits were hiding in this building. The protagonist continued to say that only one building shone brightly in the darkness, the temporary shelter of the hunters. The hunters then looked in horror as the huge tentacles of the kraken approached them. They began to anxiously scatter in different directions in order to survive. During that breakthrough, the kraken attacked this building and completely occupied it, destroying it along the way with the help of its tentacles. The protagonist said that then the kraken reached land, destroying everything in its path, and before the regression it was he who became the symbol of the fall of Hong Kong. It was the same now. The kraken was tearing apart the auction building with its tentacles. Its tentacles wrapped around the building. The kraken itself completely wrapped itself around the tall, glowing building and was about to destroy it. Yujin, along with his brother on the flying dragon Noah, looked back to see the destruction with their own eyes as Yerim flew nearby and carried the rescued hunters on her back along with the scoundrel Henry. Yujin was glad that everything worked out perfectly because they created the necessary conditions and supplemented their plan with magic stones on the shore so that the kraken could then retreat back. Henry could barely hold on to Yerim's leg and shouted displeasedly that he felt sorry for his auction house and his clients. Suddenly a red rope was thrown over Henry's body and he was about to look back in panic. Hyunhee, with a mischievous grin, used his red rope to free Yerim from Henry, who flopped to the ground. Hyunhee ironically noted that since Henry was the initiator of the auction, he was still needed. Yerim looked around excitedly, noticing that this kraken octopus was the size of the entire hotel building. They radioed her to be ready. The main character and his brother flew past a glowing building that was completely engulfed by a kraken. Yujin explained that when the kraken is finished with the building, they will need to deal with the kraken before it has time to return back to the sea. Yujin looked on with glee, reminding Yerim through his microphone not to forget the plan. Hyunhee bound Henry with a red rope and watched as Yerim was on the ledge preparing to attack with her sharp trident spear. Yujin ordered to use everything necessary to deal with the merchants, but was taken aback that they still had to save the city of Hong Kong, since they themselves were in it. Yujin looked ahead gloatingly and put his hand in front of him, emitting a blue glowing aura from himself. He understood that they had only one step left and then they could calmly return home. All the guys watched excitedly as the kraken surrounded the building and destroyed it, waving its huge tentacles. The kraken engulfed the building more strongly and it began to collapse, going underwater. The kraken is a huge monster that literally turned Hong Kong into ruin during times of regression. Its characteristic feature is secrecy, and having previously devastated the surrounding area, it returned to the sea as soon as conditions became less favorable. The main character flew through the air towards the dragon and watched as the kraken continued to furiously attack the building. Yujin noted that the main aspect was to lure out the monster and deal with it on the spot. He also added that the guys should guess the time correctly, because they had no room for error. Yerim jumped off the building, raising her staff into the air, causing a wave of water to rise as Hyunhee stood below, surrounded by his aura of lightning bolts. With the water, as soon as the wave rose, electricity was released according to their plan. Hyunhee stood in his magic sphere and fired a bolt of lightning from his hand straight into the water. Yerim looked forward with enthusiasm at her hand, from which she was about to use the frost breath skill. They understood that they had to freeze the monster before the effect dissipated. A small magical sphere glowed with a bright light with lightning bolts. A bunch of bright spheres with lightning fell from the sky to the ground, to which the kraken looked at in surprise. The main character looked into the sky with delight and was glad that these magical bright spheres reminded them of Christmas decorations. He remembered that Christmas was very soon, as was Yuhyun's birthday. Yerim descended to the ground with a dissatisfied look and approached Hyunhee, who was looking up cordially with his hands in his pocket. Yerim was indignant that they again began to talk about their eternal topic, noting that at such a crucial moment it was inappropriate. Hyunhee added that his birthday was August 30th. Yujin said through the walkie-talkie with a cold look that no one cared and why did he even decide to talk about this topic. Hyunhee responded ironically about double standards. At the same moment, the kraken began to let go of the building and lower it to the ground. Yerim noticed that the kraken began to move and descended to land. Yerim cheerfully swung her arms and rushed to attack, shouting to Hyunhee that now the kraken should get what it deserves. Hyunhee extended his hand and looked ahead gloatingly, agreeing with young lady Yerim's order. A huge stream of yellow aura was directed towards a tall building, which was released by the kraken. The building began to collapse in half and its top fell on the kraken's head, pinning it to the ground. Yerim looked intensely at the kraken and swung her staff. Yerim understood that even if the monster's attribute made counterattack or freezing ineffective, they could freeze the building debris and limit the monster's movement. Yerim used her staff to lift frozen building debris into the air. She pointed them at the kraken and everything around was immediately surrounded by a blue frosty aura. The building's debris fell in a huge flurry on the kraken, causing it to try to swing its tentacles as Yujin watched with glee, praising Yerim for her work. The main character happily looked at his brother, placing his hand on his shoulder as Yuhyun looked angry. The protagonist noted that it would be difficult to hold out like this, so he told Yuhyun that it was time for them to support the attack when Yuhyun had to destroy the monster with one blow. Yuhyun asked, puzzled, about one strike and its possibility. Yujin added that Yuhyun will succeed, explaining that no one could have thought that Yuhyun would be with his strength. On Yuhyun's head sat the red lizard Yiren. It was the first spirit in the world, the true flame itself. Notification: double all abilities activated. The protagonist stood behind his brother, on whose head Yiren was sitting, and held him by the shoulders. He told his brother to close his eyes so that he could activate the separation of feelings. Yuhyun closed his eyes and looked peaceful. He imagined the image of Yerim deftly waving her staff in the air. Yuhyun extended his hand forward with his eyes closed, on which Yiren sat and tried to concentrate on his feelings. Blue magical funnels swirled in space. He felt Yerim's every move, just like she herself had adopted the skills of a mermaid queen without having any water-related abilities. Yiren soared into the air, emitting a fiery aura from himself as Yuhyun looked down with his head down. He took the power of Yiren and made it his own. Yujin closed his eyes from the bright flames that spread in a powerful stream in front of Yuhyun. Yujin looked at his brother in amazement, slightly covering himself with his hand, realizing that Yuhyun had succeeded. The main character looked at his brother, whose fiery gaze was directed at Yiren, who was on his hand. Yujin noticed this fiery look from his brother. Yuhyun told Yiren to go with him. Yiren sat on Yuhyun's hand, emitting bright and hot streams of flame from himself. Everything around was surrounded by fire and powerful fiery explosions occurred. Sparks of flame fell from the sky between buildings and cities. The car was burning with a bright flame. Yujin stood on a mountain ledge with his brother as the entire city, along with the kraken, burned in flames. The main character wondered if something would happen to them if they were touched by a flame. Yuhyun held onto his microphone and looked to the side anxiously as Yuhyun looked at his hand, which had flames burning from it. Yujin told the guys to be alert and keep their distance. Yuhyun extended his hand forward and emitted a stream of burning flames from it, which the main character looked at with surprise and an open mouth. The protagonist covered his face with his hand as Yuhyun made a fiery sword out of fire with an angry expression on his face. Yujin realized that the fire had taken the form of a weapon. Yuhyun swung his fiery sword and rushed to attack, emitting a wave of fiery stream from himself. Yuhyun, with a deft movement of his fiery blade, cut through the huge tentacle of the kraken. Yujin, with his luminous gaze, frantically looked at what was happening. He understood that the flame usually did not take a permanent shape, or it could not be maintained for long. The protagonist imagined Yuhyun taking out a fiery blade from his hand. He knew that even before regression, such a thing was only possible after leveling up and obtaining fiery black blood. Yuhyun, in his fiery form, held the hilt of the blade with a malevolent expression on his face. This blazing flame gave in to him and Yuhyun could do whatever he wanted. Yuhyun swung his fiery blade and looked down with a frown. Yuhyun quickly threw a sharp blade towards the kraken and it flew forward with a bright trail. This sword flew straight at the kraken, emitting tongues of flame along the way. The fiery blade was aimed directly at the monster's eye, almost reaching it. As soon as the blade stuck into the monster, there was a huge and bright explosion throughout the city. The monster's red eye looked up as a fire blade was stuck into it and everything was burned in flames. Drops of black blood began to drip from the sky to the ground. Noah and Yerim looked at what was happening in amazement. Noah saw that Yuhyun was able to defeat the kraken with one blow, when Yerim noted that not just the kraken, but the entire area was wiped out. A huge deep hole was formed after an explosion on the site of the building with the kraken. Yujin stood behind his brother and looked at him in surprise. He understood that there was no point in pulling with such force because this spirit was truly incredible. Yujin inspected the deep hole after the explosion. He understood that there was not a trace left, and even no evidence could be collected. Small pieces of ash flew through the air under the cover of darkness. The result was clear: the auction participants died as a result of a dungeon breakthrough, which was suppressed by the head of Yuhyun, who arrived to save his brother. The main character looked down indifferently, where Hyuni, who had tied up Henry, was waving his hand at him. He understood that Yuhyun and Hyuni would handle the rest of the details. He also intended to use the merchant's items for their intended purpose. Yujin held the blue chains in his hands and was about to return them to Hyuni. Yujin looked at his blue chains and their card with their characteristics came out. It was the chain of a level +1 noble seeker, which was the maximum mythic level. The chain, forged in the depths of the crescent moon, looked like metal but was essentially true light. Yujin realized that this chain was forged by the light of the new moon. The main character remembered the moment when he was talking to Newbie. He remembered that he had discussed this topic with him, noting that the crescent moon had contributed to the breaking of the contract with the Lizard Lord. Yujin realized that Hyuni could also be bound by the contract, but knew that he might not remember due to regression. Hyuni raised his head and looked puzzled at Yujin, who turned to him and asked about the crescent moon and the new moon. Hyuni looked at the silhouette of the moon in the sky and replied that he didn't know for sure, but if Yujin meant the real moon, then it was an aging one. Yujin explained that he meant something else. Hyuni frowned slightly and looked closely at the moon when the main character said that they weren't finished yet. Suddenly Yujin widened his eyes and looked to the side, turning his attention to the noise. Suddenly Yuhyun grabbed him and jumped away with him. Bright rays of light appeared in the sky and Yujin screamed in confusion. A powerful fiery explosion occurred at that place. The main character was lying on the ground and looking angrily at Hyuni. Hyuni waved his golden chains and looked towards Yujin, who was being held by his brother, with a mischievous grin. Hyuni thanked the guys for taking part in the operation and personally delivering Yujin to him. Yuhyun was surrounded by his fiery aura and peered out from under his long bangs at Yujin with his head down. Yujin asked his brother why this happened so suddenly. Yuhyun noted that he realized everything when the attack doubling activated. Yerim hovered in the air with Noah and shouted to the guys about what was happening. Yuhyun said when they tried to get Hyuna out of the dungeon, he, Peace, Yerim, Seonghan and Hyuna, then Hyuni wanted to kill them all. Yuhyun asked Hyuni if Hyuni actually wanted to kill them. Yujin suddenly became angry and clenched his fists while lying on his brother's back, not understanding what exactly Hyuni meant. Hyuni immediately grinned maliciously. Hyuni frowned ironically and looked forward disdainfully, surrounded by the glowing aura of his fire chains. He realized that now Yujin finally noticed what was really happening. At the same moment there was another explosion that destroyed all the land around. People from the rest of the city fled away from the epicenter of the explosion, thinking that there had been a dungeon breach, and they urgently evacuated. Powerful lightning bolts exploded across the city, destroying everything around. Yuhyun held his angry brother on his shoulder and swung his sword, about to attack Hyuni, who was emitting these bolts of lightning. Yuhyun with red eyes was about to advance on Hyuni, to which Yujin shouted to his brother to stop and negotiations were needed. Hyuni extended his hand and blocked Yuhyun's fire attack. The auras of air and fire resisted each other in the air. Yujin was very indignant that a fight had started between his brother and Hyuni, so he told these scoundrels to discuss among themselves. The main character frowned to the side as he lay on his brother's back. He thought that Hyuni was trying to kill everyone while the skill double was in effect and he was unconscious. Yujin imagined Hyuni taking off his coat and smiling slightly. The protagonist noticed that he didn't even feel anything, because the skill of the final reckoning would create an extremely unsafe situation for Hyuni. An enraged Yujin turned to his brother, telling him to slow down and discuss everything. Yuhyun boldly replied that there was no reason to communicate with Hyuni, because he was an unquestioned danger to them. Yuhyun looked forward furiously with his red eyes. Yuhyun recalled situations of conflict with ships, participation in an auction, to which Hyuni had a hand. Uncomprehending, Yerim and Noah flew to the aid of their fighting friends, asking them why they started the fight. A fiery beam in the shape of a bird flew through the air, incinerating the entire space around. Yerim and Noah with horror managed to dodge this fiery ray that Yuhyun fired at them. The angry Yerim shouted to the head of the guild abyss that he had gone crazy. The protagonist lay on his brother's back and glared at him as Yuhyun continued to point his sword into the air, from which a fire beam was released. Yujin recalled that these were their friends Yerim and Noah. Yuhyun tilted his head slightly as sparks of flame flew around. Yu-hyun explained his action by saying that these guys annoyed him and constantly pestered Yujin, so he was going to burn them all. The main character turned in horror towards his brother, his eyes wide. Yu-hyun held a blade in his hand, emitting a fiery aura from himself, from the flames of which Yujin covered himself with his hand. Yu-hyun explained that if things were left as they were, then Yujin would be in danger again, so he believed that it was necessary to get rid of any threat. Yu-hyun leaned forward and was about to jump forward with his brother on his shoulder as everything behind them went up in flames. Yujin grabbed his brother by the clothes and told him to stop and stop talking nonsense. The main character looked angrily at his brother, not understanding what was happening to Yu-hyun, because it didn't look like madness. Yu-hyun, with Yirin on his shoulder, looked forward menacingly with his red eyes. Yujin realized that Yu-hyun's eyes were revealing his condition. Yu-hyun looked forward bloodthirstily along with Yirin, whose eyes were also glowing red. The main character noticed that the eyes had not returned to normal for a long time, and Yirin himself was already outside and changed his appearance. Yujin thought that this might be a side effect of Yirin's power. The protagonist grabbed the red lizard Yirin with an enraged look. Yujin clutched Yirin in his hands with an angry and embittered look, surrounding everything around with his blue aura. He felt that if he could delve a little deeper, he would be able to understand Yirin. He used the teacher's skill on Yirin, thereby calming him down. Yirin's gaze began to calm down and his eyes continued to glow with fire. Yujin also looked forward with his red eyes through the flames. It was hard for him. The protagonist lay unconscious on Yu-hyun's back with his arms dangling, which his younger brother immediately noticed. Yerim ran towards them from afar with her staff in an angry state, trying to understand what Yu-hyun did to Yujin. Yu-hyun held his brother on his shoulder and swung his sword, sending a wave of fire towards Yerim. Yerim looked ahead in disappointment, shielding herself from the fiery wave with her hand, when Hyunhee's cloak appeared in front of her. Hyunhee came to Yerim's aid and deflected the fiery attack to the side with a malicious expression on his face. He told Yerim to be careful as Yu-hyun's strength still continued to double. Noah flew past and also looked angrily at Yu-hyun, who was holding the lifeless body of his brother. Noah turned to the head of the Abyss Guild and asked him if he intended to continue destroying everything even after his brother fainted, to which Yu-hyun answered without a twinge of conscience. Yu-hyun looked up, emitting a fiery aura from himself. Yu-hyun remembered the cleaning, noting that he would finish cleaning here until Yujin woke up, and would be even more glad when he finally came to his senses. Yerim looked angrily at the head of Jupiter Hyunhee, noting that Yu-hyun was definitely saying this in all seriousness, that he was going to incinerate everything around him, intending to go even against the three of them. Yujin suddenly woke up in an unknown room. The main character was sitting on the floor in the room and looked around in fear, studying the room with the blue ceiling in which he found himself. He realized that this was their former home. The kitchen with white furniture sparkled with cleanliness. This was the place where they lived together even before Yu-hyun's awakening. The main character looked around in shock, not understanding why he ended up here and how it was even possible. A greeting was heard from the side. The main character cast his amazed glance to the side at the sound. He saw the red lizard Yirin in front of him. Yirin looked up with a playful look. He replied that Yujin had noticed everything correctly. Yujin looked at Yirin in bewilderment and was about to pick him up. The main character asked Yirin how he was able to get into his head. Yirin explained that this was his master's skill. Yirin broke into a satisfied smile in his owner's arms. Yujin explained that he knew for sure that he did not have such a skill. Yirin answered that he still had this skill. He just didn't quite know how to use it yet, so he decided to help him. Yirin snuggled up to Yujin and felt warm feelings. Remember that this was Dayama's skill. The protagonist recalled that the jellyfish told him something similar, so he wondered if he could understand and gain the Dayama skill while viewing his memories. Yujin held a satisfied Yirin in his arms, who was hanging with his whole body. Yujin realized that another topic was much more important now. The main character decided to ask Yirin if his brother's strange behavior was related to him. Yirin replied that this could be the case. Yirin smiled widely as he looked at Yujin. He added that it was all because Yu-hyun took over his fortune. Yujin looked through his image in the blue aura of his angry, fiery Yu-hyun in real time. Yirin said that spirit is pure power. In the present time, Yu-hyun with his fiery aura fought with Hyunhee, who was helped by Yerim and Noah. Yirin explained that Yujin could now say that when Yu-hyun accepted his power, he became himself. Yu-hyun with an angry look and a fiery aura continued to fight with his own guys. Yirin added that many things were bothering Yu-hyun, and now he had the power to get rid of them. The protagonist looked down at Yirin in shock. Yujin did not believe what he heard and began to argue that this could not have happened, because it was impossible to just burn everything and everywhere. Yujin sat on the floor opposite Yirin and waved his arms to the side. Yirin explained that this was the nature of fire, cruel in itself, and asked him if Yujin had encountered anything similar. Yirin sat on the floor and scratched his head thoughtfully. The main character was shocked and offendedly remarked to Yirin that he still influenced his brother too much. Yujin, sweating, picked up Yirin again and replied that he would have tested the theory about Hyunhee anyway, and there was no need to worry about him, so he asked Yirin to calm down Yuhyun. Yirin explained that it won't work now. Yirin lowered his head and cried. He said that Yuhyun was too excited right now and he wouldn't be able to find a way out on his own, noting that only Yujin himself could figure it out now. Suddenly, Yirin jumped out of Yujin's hands and began jumping as if he had been stung. The protagonist widened his eyes and looked at Yirin in shock. He didn't understand how he could help his brother now. At the same time, on the battlefield, Yirin, very angry at what was happening, really wanted to knock Yuhyun on the head for such antics. Noah and Yirin were floating in the air on blue spheres with an angry look. Noah realized that Yuhyun was too fast, so he was going to back up Yirin after they caught Yuhyun. Yirin used the shadowless artist's skill. Yuhyun stood on the ground holding a sword in one hand and holding his brother's unconscious body with the other as the blue aura from Yirin tried to attack him. Suddenly, a wall of fire appeared in Yuhyun's defense, which Yirin certainly did not expect. Yirin, from afar, together with Noah, tried to throw a blue net at Yuhyun, who managed to defend himself with his fire. Yirin was angry that she couldn't get close to Yuhyun when she only needed to touch the shadow. Hyunhee was standing on the rubble of a building when Yirin turned towards him. Hyunhee asked that Yuhyun's shadow could be touched by anything. Yirin noted that all she had to do was hit, but Yuhyun's wall of fire prevented her from doing so. Exhausted, Hyunhee took out a golden feather and looked at it carefully. It was a griffin feather that would allow him to attract wind and affect fire, suggesting that through this method they would be able to distract Yuhyun's attention. Yirin looked at Hyunhee with a surprised look and thought that he wanted to try again to pull off something like the previous trick, but still did not believe that it could work. Yuhyun, in a fiery aura, looked angrily to the side at the guys. Hyunhee added that it was a kind of gamble, especially since the teacher's skill was also activated, and if they miscalculated the timing, the plan would not work. Yirin remembered the time Yuhyun was able to defeat the Kraken with one blow. He remembered that the Kraken was literally destroyed by this flame in an instant, although she herself did not have resistance to this fire, and any touch could destroy her herself. Hyunhee looked questioningly towards Yirin. Yirin felt that all this was strange, but she noted that she could not give up. At the same moment, Yirin looked forward with fascination and thirst. Hyunhee grabbed the griffin feather in his hands and smiled sarcastically, looking at Yirin. He noted with irony that she looked like her teacher. Hyunhee watched as Yirin rushed to attack Yuhyun, who was protected by his fire sphere. Yirin noted that she wanted to deal with this situation and was going to defeat Yuhyun. Noah in the form of a dragon, and Yirin looked at the huge amount of fire blazing below. The girl asked the dragon to look behind Chirpai, and he looked in surprise at the bird in his paw, which had almost melted from the heat. Covering her face with her hand, Yirin frowned and looked at the flame, saying that she couldn't even get close. What was wrong with it? Yuhyun stood with searching eyes, surrounded by raging fire. In his mind, Yujin held Yirin in his hands, asking if his brother was acting so strangely because he was nervous. He reasoned that his brother was too young to be the head of the guild. It was hard work, to which the elemental in his hands became angry and shouted that it was all because of him. He presented a photo of Yuhyun looking displeasedly at Yirin and Yujin smiling at each other. Yirin said that after finally making peace with his brother, Yujin brought someone else and included him in his family. He introduced Myung-woo looking around the dorm in surprise and said that the guy had made a lot of friends, even willing to live with them. The next memory was of a guy with strangulation marks on his neck. The spirit of fire said that he was constantly twitching at work because of monsters, clients, and suffering, and the dungeon put himself in danger. Yujin listened in confusion to the words of the indignant Yirin that he was even stolen and sold at auction, and confirmed that yes, he was wrong. The lizard in the guy's hands drooped and said that he didn't want to cross the elder's path, but he also couldn't just let someone take him away. The guy looked in surprise when the spirit began to wave his paws and shout that Yujin is the only one who loves Yuhyun and is always on his side, to which the brunette objected that his brother can also make friends and date. Yirin shouted even louder that the elder did not understand anything. Yuhyun would have no one at all. Looking with a gloomy look, the spirit of fire summed up that no friends, no relationships, never. Yujin thought it sounded like a curse. The fire spirit said that because of this, the brother is so nervous, he is afraid of losing the only person close to him, especially because of Hyunhee's attempts to take him away. Yuhyun stood opposite the blonde, raising his fiery sword, and flames burned around him in a spiral. Hyuni managed to protect himself from the fiery blow with his chains and said that he was a real jealous person. The brunette held a fiery sword in his hand and asked why he would be jealous of the pathetic thief. Holding his brother with one hand, he raised the other up and a huge burst of fire rose from the sword. With blazing, crazy eyes, Yuhyun raised his sword and said that thieves are only punished. The brunette swung his sword, sending a huge stream of fire towards the enemy. Hyuni, looking intently, withdrew his hand and thought that he was advancing. In response, he sent a blue stream of power at the guy. Concentrating, he ordered Yerim hovering behind him to attack right away, and she responded, holding her staff. The man opened his palm and a charge of electricity formed there. At this time, the girl, resolutely looking at the head of the guild, shouted for him to receive. A bright blue snowflake connected with a round pattern of golden lightning. The pale pain command of the Jupiter collaboration sounded. Streams of blue and gold lines rushed towards Yuhyun, who stood with his brother on his shoulder. He resolutely put out his hand with his sword, watching the blow approach. He raised his fire sword into the air, and with a stern look at them, he lowered it, parrying the blow. An explosion went up and Yuhyun quickly flew out of it, leaving traces of movement behind him, avoiding the blow. Yerim exclaimed in shock that this doesn't work either, it evaporates without even getting close. The guy was rapidly approaching the standing Hyuni. Suddenly he froze in shock. Turning around, the guy saw Yerim standing on one knee behind, dark shadows approaching him from her staff. Looking at him decisively, she showed the crystal floating above her palm and said that she had assumed this and added something. She said that the ice would melt, but the stones would be able to withstand. But he didn't even notice, thought that all the fragments were thrown out by lightning. The guy's leg was held by a dark shadow and a blue glow emanating from the fragments of stones. The girl screamed that now she could definitely win. Yuhyun raised his head up, looking at the huge golden stream of power. Golden lightning quickly approached him and struck the ground around him, creating a powerful shockwave. Noah hovered above the billowing smoke and asked, he came closer, isn't this dangerous even for a high level? Hyuni with a chain in his hands approached the unharmed guy. The blonde looked at him in surprise. Yuhyun, with glowing red eyes, held a fiery sword covered in golden lightning, and the man was amazed to think that he was using the sword as a lightning rod. The guy's eyes glowed angrily with red fire. The rapid movement was amazing. Something quickly rushed past Yuhyun, distracting attention from the man. Hyuni was extremely amazed. He looked at the guy with his mouth open and thought that if such a powerful flow of electricity was passed through a weapon of this level, it could explode into many pieces with enormous force. A very bright golden flash flashed, spreading the light far around. The blonde covered his head with his hands, protecting himself from the shock wave. Yujin, holding Yirin in his hands, looked up in surprise and asked what was shaking so much there. The lizard waved his paw, saying that it was nothing special, the battle was just going on, to which the guy shouted at him indignantly, asking what it meant. Nothing special, let him quickly talk about everything and how to help his brother. The spirit of fire looked at him and confidently stated that it was very simple. Yujin hesitantly approached, carefully listening to the spirit's words that he needed to be reassured, praised more often, and also told how much his older brother loved him, to which the guy hesitantly replied that this was a little awkward. Yirin, with eyes full of tears, shouted that he didn't love Yuhyun, to which the brunette hastened to assure that that was not the case. Being younger, he was freer with such words, but not now. The lizard decisively told the embarrassed guy that he needed to talk more and honestly. Deception would only make things worse. He said that there is not a single being that would not want to be loved, not one. Yuhyun stood surrounded by whirlwinds of blazing fire. Looking at the blonde who was holding his other hand, he said that he was still alive, but his stupid mistakes could cost his life. Hyuni was on one knee, his hand clutching the wound on his forearm. He silently and seriously looked at his opponent. The brunette extended his hand upward and an image of a symbol surrounded by red patterns appeared above his head. From it, as if from a portal, red blades appeared. He declared that this was completely unimportant. The swords quickly flew down, torturing and piercing into the ground. He lowered his hand, surrounded by stuck swords and red glowing symbols, and declared that he just needed to tear the blonde to pieces. Looking with red eyes, he calmly said the command predatory blade. More red symbols shone around. Ominous red lightning spread from the swords around, and the guy with his brother on his shoulder stood calmly among it. Hyuni held his hand as he watched the lightning-ridden blades glow next to him. He calmly looked at the guy, smiled, and said that then. Yuhyun listened in shock as he heard what if the young lady was ready. The brunette looked in surprise at the ground, which was covered with cracks, and thought that the ground was rattling, but this was not his skill. A huge blue ball appeared. In powerful streams, huge jets of water burst out from the ground, surrounding Yuhyun. who was trying to cover himself. He looked in amazement at the whirlwinds of water rising high into the air. The water approached him, surrounding him with large drops. Yujin asked the lizard if he helps his brother, then he will really be fine. This won't happen the next time he uses Yiren's power. To this, the spirit of fire assured that it was just now, out of habit. He smiled sweetly and said that if it got worse, he would need a little water and everything would be fine. Yiren floated in the air, there were waves all around, and a huge ball of water was concentrated near the staff pulled back. She aimed her staff with streams of water at the brunette standing below. Rushing down, she furiously screamed the name of the guild leader. She directed all the intertwining huge streams of water at the guy, shouting for him to cool down. Yiren directed a powerful stream of water at Yuhyun, and the guy, in order to fight back, created a huge ball of fire, covering him. He held a torturing sword in his hand and looked angrily at the girl. He shifted his gaze, his eyes tortured with displeasure. With a scream, the girl, stretching out her hand, approached her brother Yujin hanging on his shoulder. With her hand she was able to grab his clothes on the back, and suddenly, all three of them in a chain holding each other fell down. Yiren, flying backwards, screamed. Shocked Yuhyun also screamed. An explosion thundered, scattering rays of fire around it like a bright ball. Yujin suddenly opened his eyes. He saw the white ceiling of the room, trying to figure out where he was and what happened. The guy thought, has he returned to reality? But what about the others? He was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling in surprise, and Yuhyun and Yiren were sleeping on pillows on either side of him. He looked at the girl, who wrinkled her face and in her sleep called the head to fight. He then turned to his brother, who was drooling on his pillow, and told him to go to sleep. Everything was fine. Yujin sat on the bed, next to which Noah slept in the form of a dragon, who remembered the Inhumans and muttered in his sleep that he was starting to miss Kraken. The guy thought that it looked like they had a pretty good fight while he was unconscious. He walked towards the exit, and at the door he turned around and, looking at Chirpai sleeping on the pillow, thought that it looked like no one was hurt. He went out into the hall, where there were massage chairs and indoor plants, and scratched his head, wondering where they were. Still in Hong Kong. Probably they were in another hotel, as expected, because the previous hotel had not survived. The hero turned to the TV, where at that moment it was reported that the city was in shock due to the Kraken attack last night. In the city, on the site of the hotel there was a huge crater filled with water, and the announcer said that the hotel was completely destroyed. In its place there was a crater at least 10 meters deep. Most of the missing used pseudonyms when registering, which complicates the investigation. Yujin stared at the screen with his mouth open and thought in shock that the guys were more destructive than Kraken. The guy went down the stairs to the kitchen and thought it was great that they caught him and no one else got hurt. But no, there was one more problem. He pursed his lips resolutely and thought about what Hyuni wanted. He remembered how his brother, surrounded by fire, asked the blonde. In the dungeon he tried to kill them. The hero thought that if his brother was right, then the man was dangerous, no matter how useful his skills and role in saving the world were. There was a frying pan with oil on the stove fire. The guy thought that Hyuni was capable of dealing with a crowd single-handedly without even blinking, if it was to his advantage. The hand held a broken chicken egg. Yujin thought that they needed to check everything carefully and get rid of it if necessary. They definitely wouldn't be able to live in peace. Hyuni in an apron with a red burn on his chest and neck turned to the guy and asked if he woke up. The brunette stared at him in surprise, and the blonde asked with a smile if he would have breakfast, eat fruit and also bacon. And would he prefer hard-boiled or soft-boiled eggs? Surprised, Yujin first replied that it was better soft-boiled, and then pointed at him with a trembling hand and asked, "What is this? A burn?" Hyuni extended his palm to his neck, where there was a large burn, and asked, "Is this?" While calmly wiping the table, he asked, "The flame of the head of World's Edge is a fire spirit, right? Its power slows recovery, so it will take him at least a couple of days." Yujin asked in surprise, "Isn't his cloak fireproof?" The blonde remembered the girl with a staff and a cloak thrown over her shoulders and said that he lent it to Yiren. He could not allow the young lady to get hurt. The brunette asked in surprise, "Did he give it to Yiren?" Surprised, he asked the man if he was definitely a Hyuni, a man who wanted to kill everyone at one moment, and at another protects them, risking his own life. Hyuni looked at him with a slight smile. He smiled charmingly and, pointing a finger at himself, asked if his interlocutor would like to write him down as a good guy, to which Yujin took a fork in his hand and ordered him not to talk nonsense, which deeply wounded him. The man put the scrambled eggs onto the bacon plate with a spatula and said that this could be called smart management. He handed the plate to the frowning guy and, leaning over, said that the flame could have seriously injured the young lady. Wouldn't it have affected the guy? And he himself could have suffered. With a wicked smile, Hyunhee said that if his things were damaged, it would be a shame. He barely used them, so he hoped to continue working until he got tired of them. Yujin looked up at him with a fork in his hand. He thought that this was all Hyunhee, and out loud he confidently said that he should not get used to what does not belong to him. The fork stuck right into the center of the yolk, and the guy said thank you for protecting Yerim. Gloomily looking at the man and clenching his fork in his fist, the guy stated that in the future, if he thinks of starting something that puts everyone in danger, he will personally kill him. Hyunhee looked at him, a gold chain appeared next to him, and said that it sounded promising. Like a villain, spreading his arms like wings, he asked which skill would help him with this, should he study the guy better. Yujin imagined himself with a huge fork, with which he planned to defend himself and thought that a new battle would begin, a battle of wits. He looked at the man with displeasure and thought that he shouldn't say that, and then he heard his question. What about the future? The guy thought that it was better to build a different kind of relationship, not to become an enemy, so he would only be freer in his actions. Yujin pricked a piece of fried egg with a fork and advised the man to be careful with what he received for use. Without looking at the man, he told him not to dare to harm his family and not to go beyond the limits. Looking angrily, he added that he hoped he knew where they ended. Hyunhee looked at him with a smile, nicely leaning towards the guy and clasping his hands. He said that regarding the family, he knows, but as for Yujin himself, what is the limit? The guy was eating breakfast and replied that it depends on the situation. An adult can adapt to many things if necessary. It's all a matter of habit. Hyunhee smiled and thought that this was unusual, before the guy would have answered differently. Suddenly there was a loud scream that said it was Yuhyun. Yerim ran down the stairs, Yuhyun and Noah trailed behind. The girl asked when the guy managed to wake up, to which he replied that not so long ago, he called for breakfast and asked what they did yesterday that they slept so soundly then. Yerim pointed her finger at the head of the guild with displeasure and said that it was all because they had to calm him down. Yuhyun, with a lizard on his shoulder, leaned towards his older brother and apologized, saying that he had made a mistake. He said that the guy asked to stop, but he was too reckless, and Yujin thought that Yerim had also returned to normal, and could not find the words. Then he slapped the younger man sitting next to him on the back and said that it was not his fault. It was the spirit of fire that influenced him, forcing him to show cruelty. But don't worry, he'll get used to it over time. The guy thought about why his brother was so excited. He remembered how the spirit of fire told him that the brothers had been separated for a long time. He needed to return to the way everything was in this house, as before, and he asked him again. Turning around and looking around the room, he asked if that was why they were here, to which Yerim confirmed that he chose it because it was Yuhyun's favorite place. Yujin was surprised. Smiling, the spirit continued that the guy lived here with his brother, so the spirit also likes it here. Yujin held the lizard by the paws and thought that this is how it is. He hugged the spirit of fire, saying that he had gone and left this house. The guy stood in the middle of the room, hugging Yerim. He remembered his brother leaving with a backpack, and thought that he was the first to leave him, but he needed more. Yujin recalled how he ruffled his brother's hair when he returned from school, and thought that he needed care, and was drawn to the past, literally constantly. Yujin placed his hand on Yuhyun's head and addressed him, rubbing his surprised brother's hair. He said that no matter what happens, he is his precious little brother whom he loves, let him remember that. The guy looked at the younger one with tenderness and thought that he would make up for everything that he lacked during the separation, and said out loud not to worry about anything. He patted his tender brother on the back, saying that no one was hurt, which means we can call it all a small problem. To this, Hyunhee reminded him that he was actually hurt, to which the guy muttered that he didn't die, and Yerim angrily reminded him that the guy shouldn't overexert himself. She angrily shouted at the guild master, saying that he made her go through the unimaginable. Let him quickly cook her a fully fried egg, to which Yuhyun surprised her, saying that he should wait a little. Hyunhee turned around, looked in the same direction as the brunette and said that here is a new addition. With a scream, Peace burst into the room, followed by Soyoung, and Yujin asked in surprise, is the lion here too? Peace Hong Kong version presents a celebration of conflict resolution. The guy imagined a fiery lion with shining eyes and steamed dumplings in his paw, along with a small round bird, and another image was in the form of a rich man, Peace in dark glasses, who lit a cigarette from a burning bill, sitting among stacks of money. Yujin hugged the lover Peace and asked the blonde in surprise how they got here, to which the tired girl replied that Hyunhee ordered where to go. Blue could not be taken, but the fiery lion was another matter. He was very homesick without him. The guy turned to the satisfied blonde, who showed his palm, asking if he would add another star to his guide's review. Soyoung began to say that it was hard, and then turned around, seeing Noah, who was peeking tremblingly from around the corner and exclaimed his name in love. There was swearing and shouting in the room that Kraken was missing. The girl asked Yuhyun what, in his opinion, should be completely fried, to which he said that they always ate boiled and fried eggs hard-boiled, to which she continued to be indignant. Yujin thought that this solved the problem. They had a great time, thanks also to the so-called guide. There were photos of Soyoung smiling happily, Yerim posing with the others at the table, Yujin turning to look at the camera. The man was holding a tablet and watching the news about the damaged coastal hotel. The guy thought that besides rest, of course, there was time to think about their further actions. The president of the Hunters Association next to the staff was looking furiously at the screen. Drawn like a child's drawing of Yujin, together with the Kraken sitting on the roof, illustrated the guy's thoughts that a lot had happened during the trip to Hong Kong. But one should also remember the main goal, a revolution in the association. There were many newspapers on the table. Their headlines said that this was a special issue about the disappearance of Hunter Yujin, which was reconstructing all the events step by step. Another headline said there were obvious problems with the Hunters Association's security system. The next one said that the association's losses were reaching astronomical proportions. On the tablet screen, against the background of an inscription calling for an investigation into the disappearance of Yujin and punishing those involved, Simyoung said that the head of the World's Edge Guild had also joined the search for his older brother. With tears in his eyes, he put his hand to his chest and said that according to the latest information, he was found in Hong Kong after the Kraken attack, but the information is being clarified. He said that they should have protected Yujin and should not have allowed this to happen. Jin-hyuk sat at his desk with his arms crossed, looking at the monitor and saying that they were adding fuel to the fire. Henry leaned towards him and said that the public's opinion had changed a lot. They were saying that the association had started, but the old man stopped him, touching him with his hand, and said that they were saying a lot. Smiling insidiously, he said that their task was to get to the bottom of what was happening. The man asked in surprise what he was talking about. Looking over his glasses, the association president stated that Yujin was kidnapped because there were security problems at the detention center, and who was responsible for this. Henry looked at him, understanding what he meant, and said that it was T1. Smiling, the old man pointed his finger at the screen and said, "That's right. Isn't it obvious who is responsible for what happened? They can't do anything." He took responsibility himself. On the president's desk was a written apology sent to the Ministry of Public Administration and Security from T1. There was also a newspaper on the table with an article about the association taking action. The text stated that a thorough investigation was being carried out, as a result of which all those responsible would receive appropriate punishment. At the moment, proceedings were already underway with T1. It turned out that he was absent from work at the time of the abduction. Yujin held the stylus in his fingers and told Hyunhee standing next to him that it was written in the article that T1 took responsibility. Dissatisfied, resting his forehead on his hand, the guy said that he hoped that he would be involved and that they would definitely cover him up. But everything turned out differently. The blonde reached out to the bottle of wine and said that this is the man he is. He will protect the association to the last, even if he has to take everything upon himself. Hyunhee looked at the label and said that he had already reached it more than once, but it did not change anything. He introduced the broad-shouldered figure of a man, and continued that no matter what the guy did, he would not risk his life. On the contrary, attempts to escape could reach the point of absurdity. Yujin thought that with his level, he was not going to kill him. The man put a glass in front of him. While pouring wine, the blonde asked if Yujin was going to do the same thing next. The association would continue to cover up. Closing his eyes, he continued that he was ready to provide whatever the guy asked for if he needed help. Of course, he is not so good at taking care of the younger ones, but he can take on the bigger fish. Yujin held a glass in his hand and looked at him, saying that it's not worth it. He can just watch, because he, unlike the man, is good in both cases. The brunette asked to borrow his cell phone because he had his at home and asked if the man had T1's number. The blonde handed him the phone and said that, of course, the contact was saved like a watchdog. Seeing the name of his contact, Yujin swore in shock that the man had written it down as his valuable thing. The indignant guy shouted that he said not to take it for himself, to which the blonde covered his mouth with his hand, saying that not everything can be as he wants. Watching the guy, Hyunhee thought that he was angry when the possessive pronoun was used, but not about being called a thing, like always. I wonder why such treatment is acceptable. Yujin put the phone to his ear and waited for an answer, and the man thought that it looked like he was ready to use himself as a tool. T1 answered the phone and Yujin asked who it was. I smile. He asked if it was the head that allowed the kidnappers to kidnap the weak F-rank Hunter. To this, the man said his name, recognizing him, and the guy negatively stated that he was just an anonymous person who was going to blackmail him. The sun shone through the large windows of Incheon Airport the next morning. Hundreds of people gathered at the airport with signs saying they hoped Yujin would return safely, and apologized for not protecting him. People were talking among themselves about how the plane had literally just landed. Someone asked if everything was okay with Yujin, because they say that they tried to sell him at auction. Another person was surprised, saying that there must have been an association. One onlooker told another to pay attention. T1 himself was coming. The man stood tall in his black suit among the onlookers at the airport. Someone asked, filming him on the phone, did he come to apologize in person? Another shouted indignantly that this was unfair. How could he be criticized by the media? The man remembered Yujin insidiously telling him that if he didn't show up at the airport, he didn't even know what he would say about the association. The man looked down thoughtfully and wondered if Yujin wanted to see him personally bow down in front of him. T1 imagined the brunette standing among various scribbled sheets of paper with the association building in the background. He thought that after the kidnapping, Yujin became a victim in the eyes of the entire nation, and now they are using the position to influence the association. Suddenly, an incompletely peeled sweet potato flew into the man's shoulder. Two men tried to calm down the old man, who was shouting that the moment he looked at T1's face he immediately enraged. He indignantly pointed his finger at the man and shouted that the helpless F rank was grabbed by the scruff of the neck and locked up, and he allowed him to be kidnapped. Who else could have allowed this to happen if not him? Someone shouted for Grandpa to calm down. The security officer asked the head if everything was okay. Looking down, the man said that the old man was right. He really was to blame for everything. T1 thought that he would therefore take over everything. The sliding doors opened. The crowd shouted that the kidnapped man had arrived with an escort. Yujin came out into the airport hall, wrapped in some kind of rag. Yuhyun and Soyoung walked next to him, and there were a lot of guards around. A crowd of reporters shouted at him to look into the camera and asked if he remembered the faces of the kidnappers. Shrunk, the guy looked very bad and gloomy, wrapped in gray cloth. He heard that there were rumors that he had been rescued from an auction, and asked for more details. Yuhyun resolutely covered for him, declaring that he needed rest, all questions and comments later, and the guy insidiously thought that he would come closer and press for pity. Suddenly Yujin's eyes opened in surprise. Together with his brother, he stood and looked at T1, who bowed in bow. Someone in the crowd said that they had never seen S-rank bow so low. The man bowed deeply, hearing the words of the reporters to take a closer picture, and questions, is it clearly visible? Without getting up, T1 said that he apologized to Hunter Yujin. The man thought to himself that this was a small thing for him. The brunette looked at him in surprise. The head of the security department thought that criticism from others and live broadcast on all channels would make it so that the attacks on the association would end with him. Still kept his head down and thought that no matter how hard Yujin tried to destroy her, he would humbly wait. The guy grabbed the man's palm with both hands and screamed at him to get up. Looking at him sincerely, the hero squeezed his hand and shouted, asking what he was talking about, because Yujin should be thanking him. T1 looked at him in surprise and asked him what he was talking about. The crowd became agitated, whispering to each other. The brunette shouted, without letting go of the man's hand, that he took full responsibility for trying to save him, but the association blamed him for the exposure. The crowd was chattering, asking what he was talking about. Yuhyun put his hand on his brother's shoulder, trying to stop him, and said that he couldn't say that here. To which Yujin, sadly clutching his head, said that he could not remain silent because it was unfair. The onlookers asked each other what kind of revelation this is. Does this mean the head is not to blame? T1 turned in shock at the crowd of journalists who asked him to explain what was happening. Should they draw conclusions about corruption within the association? His colleagues from the security department, with eyes shining with tears, asked if all this was true, and after all, initially it seemed strange, so much pressure had fallen on him because of a denunciation. To which he replied that everyone should stop, it was just a misunderstanding. The man excitedly looked around at the many bright flashes of cameras around him and heard questions. Someone asked if it was true that the association was caught in a kidnapping. Did he himself become a victim by revealing this? What is the extent of corruption in the organization? Is the illegal auction also connected with it? Yujin and his entourage quietly left the airport, and a crowd of onlookers and journalists surrounded T1, shouting for him to comment on all this. As he left, the guy turned around and, looking at the man, grinned at him insidiously. The head of the security looked at him in shock, realizing everything. Suddenly, the crowd of people surrounding him bent over and fell to the floor, unable to withstand such pressure. The man clenched his hands tightly into fists, spreading a strong aura of anger and strength around him. Smiling slightly, he said that this meant that this was his role from the very beginning. The car was driving along the road. Yujin was sitting in the backseat, hunched over with a tablet in his hands, and his brother was excitedly asking if he was okay because he didn't look good. In response, the elder explained that he simply turned off his resistance to fear for a moment. Looking at the screen, the guy smiled and said that just look at the result. It justified itself and it looks pitiful. On the screen was Yujin, who was wrapped in a cloth and looked extremely scared and weak. A lot of comments appeared on the screen. Everyone was discussing this. Someone said that T1 actually helped. Someone wrote that it looks like this, but the association is in such a mess that they are unable to prevent the kidnapping or at least take responsibility. The next commentator wrote that everything was said by the victim herself. Everyone saw what was happening, and this is not a hoax. Someone said that they continued the investigation, although there are accomplices of the kidnappers within the association. Another lamented that poor T1 was getting all the blame. As a result, the commentator concluded that this was a sign that it was time to disband the association. Yujin thought that there was an unfortunate victim who had experienced the horror of being kidnapped. The informant, exposed to everyone, became a victim and a scapegoat. All attention was focused not on himself, but on the fact of corruption in the organization. Simeon, sitting in front, turned to the guys in the back seat and asked if everything was okay, because the eldest does not like public attention. Yujin grinned and said that if he wants to get to someone, he needs to be prepared to be grabbed by his clothes. Pointing his finger decisively at the monitor, he asked the man to ensure that the articles were as provocative as possible. Slave trade in the modern world, minimum price tag of $1 billion, powerful people buying and selling awakened ones. He looked at the man resolutely, saying that people everywhere would talk about him and the association for at least a week. The hero thought to himself, mentally turning to T1, that he was very sorry. But he was more interested in preventing the association from moving forward, but not in him personally. We see a fragment from the recent past where Yujin grabs T1's hand and presses her to him. Thus, he then shifted the focus of the incident to the association, and because of this, it was subjected to a barrage of criticism from the media. A plump gray-haired man is in the middle of an office bustle and pointing his finger at someone shouts to solve the problem, and no matter how, they urgently need to remove the headlines. Stacks filled with newspapers and various flashy headlines, which show footage of the meeting between the kidnapped hunter and the culprit, are before our eyes. And the most important one tells us about the words of association, in which they say that Yujin will misunderstand them and he should be confused from shock after the kidnapping. Next, we see a relaxed MC lying on the sofa with Peace lying on it. He reads this news and says sarcastically that it turns out he should have been confused, and he decided to refresh his memories. Next, the teacher picks his ears with his little finger and starts the call with the most disinterested look. Before this, he explains to himself that the events were supposed to happen only 2 years later, but if he knows the perpetrators of the crime even before him, then he is obliged to report them. The protagonist points his finger in our direction and, with an arrogant look, turning to the headlines, asks who will win this fight. The general of the Army of the Ground Forces looks at the photographs with an alarmed look. Afterwards, he sharply turns his gaze to MC and asks him if he is being blackmailed. Our main character just grinned and said that he didn't think of blackmailing, because it was all done by the general, not him. The hero, with a pretty expression on his face, extends his hand, palm up, and says that he prefers to simply spread this kind of thing. But this time he wants to be kinder. He suggests that for the sake of his image he should just leave and leave some kind of receiver in his place. From such words the general became furious and with all his fury hit the table with his fist and immediately shouted that the hero was trying to promote his man to the head of the association so that he could have them in the palm of his hand. He was not going to just sit and watch this circus play out, and if he puts it in the headlines that the hero is blackmailing him, then. At the same moment, 2 guards of our MC stand up. The general sobs and sits down in a chair with a frightened look. The protagonist is completely relaxed and asks the guys to sit down. Here the main character touches his chin and, closing his eyes, thoughtfully says that even if the general did this, it would not bring absolutely any problems for him. Yujin continues to speak with the same calm expression, telling the general that he wanted to return the original members of the association, and those who have nothing in common with him. Firstly, there are no guarantees that the public will believe the general's words, and even if they do, they will only treat the hero as a domestic and tell him to peacefully raise monsters. On the other hand, if MC exposes all this, then the general will be in trouble. The general looks at the document in great confusion. The military man furrowed his eyebrows and cold sweat dripped from him. And then the main character offers him a choice, to surrender to the mercy of the media or resign from his position, maintaining his reputation and try his luck elsewhere. The hero lounges smugly and crosses his legs, looks sideways at the general and asks him what he will choose. But here the hero's pathos is interrupted for a moment by Yuhyun and says that crossing your legs is not good. The general ran out of his office in tears, the people sitting in line shuddered and got scared, and the main character remained sitting in the hall and shouted from there that the one who replaces him will do his job better, so there is no need to worry. The main character set himself the goal of continuing to throw out corrupt members of the association in a similar way. Later we see a news clip in which a predecessor from the association is asked to return to his position. At the same moment, the teacher is playing with a peace ball and watching the same news. He is glad that it turned out so effectively. As soon as he began to think about how much was left, he heard the sound of the door opening. He immediately turned around and headed towards it. He first thought about who could come at such a time, and began to ask Yuhyun if it was too early for him. But I saw a tall figure in a business suit and covered in blood at the door. Immediately MC froze in front of him. In front of them they saw T1 with the most serious expression on his face and an overwhelming aura. Immediately the lion cub turned into a lion and got angry. The hero assumed that he had come to kill him because the hero stood in the way of the association and politely asked him how he got here. The big guy put his bloody fist in front of him. Yujin immediately wondered why his fist was bleeding, although he promised not to kill MC. But the big man extended his hand and gave the card covered in blood to our protagonist. He was very surprised by this and looked at the map in amazement. T1 said that this was the key to a place that the association kept secret. He brought it to him before it fell into the hands of the wrong person, and asked him to be careful for now. The boy immediately looked at his guest. Then he warily tried to find out about the owner of the key, but the big man only turned his head away, and said that the former owner of the key was alive. He just had to use a little force. The main character assumed that T1 beat up the executive director of the association to protect him. The man still looks at the boy reproachfully, and he continues to reflect on what happened and asked himself whether it is more important for him to protect a civilian like him than the association. Began to growl at him in displeasure and Chirpai began to squeak at him. The big guy started talking about what he thought. The kid has a reason to be confident, at least because he has a lot of tamed monsters, and he still looks at the hero with the same reproachful face. A huge multi-headed black monster appeared behind the hero, and the big guy said that the hero is too fragile to play the role of a chain. Yujin looked languidly at the big man, and he continued talking and said that the hero should not forget that one of their bites is enough to take his life. T1 began to leave, but the hero said to him in the back that his children do not bite. But the guy said that he bites. MC looked at the card again and realized that all the blood on the card and on the big guy was a warning that he was ready to use force when needed. But it also meant that T1 was not a blind lapdog of the association. After such thoughts, the hero became cheerful and, pointing to his neck, said that he had already been bitten once. This too appeared against the backdrop of news headlines, and the protagonist said that 4 had already quit, and at this rate the association would become better, and it would be easier for him to work in it. Besides, the hero is not just a chain. He simply set the stage so that the big guy could save more people if necessary. He sharply lowered his gaze and calmed down slightly, exhaling and saying that it would be more difficult for him this way. Yujin was surprised by this turn of events, and the officer asked not to replace any more employees of the association. And then the protagonist abruptly grabs him by the shoulder. MC has a spark in his eye and he slightly scared the officer, and the protagonist immediately asks where he is going, wondering if the officer is surprised. The hero began waving his arms and saying that he couldn't just leave and asked if he had time to eat and offered to have dinner. MC thinks that he needs to win his trust and a picture pops up in his head of how they became friends with Peace, because it was with the help of food that this happened. The lion cub shrinks to normal size, and Yujin took T1 by the arm and, smiling, dragged him with him. The big man asked why there was dinner at such a time, and the protagonist answered him that he was at enmity with the association, and not with him. At the same moment, he thought that everything was confused, but this man was not a bad person. Yujin with a smile on his face says that he will order fried chicken and beer, and they can scold Hyunhee while eating. And then it was as if thunder rang in the big man's head. The hero was delighted, but he cleared his throat and said that he agreed, but quickly. Fortunately, the officer did not refuse, because what they say is true: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We see a beautiful panoramic landscape of the city and a white-haired man standing in front of the window, and he noticed that his ears were burning, which means someone is remembering. But there is another side to everything that happened. It will greatly affect one person in hiding. There is a newspaper on the floor with a headline about the mass resignation of the leadership of the association. Next, we see a phone conversation between Seokwon and an unknown person. A speech is heard from the receiver that this happened and they can no longer keep an eye on him. He asks not to do this to him and tries to shout into the phone, but the connection is cut off. He sits on his knees in a pile of papers and books with a phone in his hand. He is furious with this and shouts and smashes the phone on the ground. This man is the former head of the guild, and he ran away to avoid being arrested for failing to kill Hyuni and Yujin in the Sudam Guild dungeon. The man is holding his head. Now he is hiding, but his guild was laid off and the leadership that took care of him was removed. He nervously clasped his fingers together and wondered how it all happened. But then the face of the former head was touched by the hand of a snow-white creature. The creature said that it seemed that all paths to salvation were blocked. A snow-white creature similar to a woman surrounded the man in the room, and said that he had failed to carry out the order of the owner of the lizard and even lost most of the guild. At the same moment, she asked if there was a reason to keep such a loser alive. The man immediately calmed down and began to beg to give him another chance, since he has connections abroad. Seokwon immediately jumped to the side, spreading his arms to the side, and immediately shouted that he would try to return the guild. But the creature, putting a limb to its lips, interrupted him, saying that it could save his life for now, since he needed a pawn. However, and at the same moment, Jellyfish drives 3 tentacles into his head, shocking him with an electric shock. She rose sharply above him and began to drive her sharp claws under the skin of his face, and at the same time said that he needed to prepare something fun in case he made a mistake again, and it would be mercifully give him a choice. She offered to sign him a new contract. The man wrapped in her limbs began to cry and look defiantly at the creature. Jellyfish burst into a smile and said that he could put his life on the line. Many news headlines flash before your eyes. Confession after confession occurs. The heads of the association are sitting at the table and are confused. Words are heard from behind the table that usually everything ended well, but the media is fanning the flames in their direction. Amidst all this turmoil, Jinhyuk sits in thought. From the crowd comes a speech that the association has a demand for an investigation, and is even creating a special inspection group for this, and his friend says not to talk nonsense, because he will be publicly disgraced. The head folded his hands in front of his face and thought that it was only a matter of time before they started pointing fingers at him. T1 gave Yujin the key to his house and he considered him an obedient dog. But it seems there is no one here who could be trusted. Voices are heard again about the fact that nothing can be done. It is necessary to divert attention from the media and regular scandals. But then the speech is interrupted by a sharply opened door. Seokwon bursts into the door, holding some poor fellow in his hand. He immediately loudly asks the question what they are all doing here and that they are going to sit with their hands folded and watch them get thrown out. He slowly approaches the podium holding his poor fellow by the collar. Everyone around them suddenly sat down and became quiet, starting to whisper about how they didn't think he would stick his head out, and why the director of the dungeon management department was with him. Here Seokwon stops and throws the director to the podium with the words that regardless of corruption and other things, if a threat is established before the eyes of the media, then they turn their attention to it. And turning to the director, he asked if he was right. The director leaned over with a pitiful look and approached the microphone. Having collected himself a little, he began to talk about the fact that there is an illegal dungeon of a rank that they managed together with MKC, and also that because of what happened they were delaying the raid, but if they allow the dungeon to break. The members began to talk among themselves and discuss a rift in a high-ranking dungeon. It should be effective, but... And then Jinhyuk loudly exclaimed about the rift of a high-ranking dungeon. But then Seokwon immediately looked at him and said that for the appearance of sincerity, he needs to wipe off his grin, and he immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The impudent man immediately pointed his finger at the president and said that he was absolutely sure that they were deliberately delaying this for the sake of such a situation, and said that he knew them well, and immediately said to stop pretending to be arrogant and be grateful for what he was doing for them. The cheeky one immediately gave off an ominous aura, and one of his eyes was black, and said that he needed them in power so that he could continue to live. Next we see a picture of a little dragon crying because other bird monsters are taking away his food. Downstairs, Shul Yujin, who was carrying a bag, told them not to steal food from each other. A slightly frowning piece stood next to him. After returning, MC tries to pay more attention to the monster. It is unpleasant for him to go out, since everyone is talking about him. The protagonist happily feeds grain from a bag to two unicorns named Salt and Pepper. Yujin mentioned that they eat quite a lot. Everyone went their separate ways despite the chaos caused by the association situation. Myung-woo has opened his own workshop and is diligently training the World's End Guild equipment management team, showing how to properly create equipment. Haein is so overworked in her research on the gate that she lies on a stack of papers, surrounded by cans of energy drinks and a sleeping team. It seems as if the members of her laboratory are half dead. Hamster he settled in a building next to the monster center, and the bloodhound himself shouted out that the sign was ready. Was there a recluse who wanted to put up stray hamsters for adoption? Yujin asked him how he was going to make money from the orphanage. In response, he received words that the shelter did not generate income, so he needed a part-time job. Hammond, beaming with joy, is extremely happy that he no longer has to pay rent. The protagonist thought that in some sense this is an animal farm. The reconnaissance of the recluse actually turned out to be useful in the study. The whole withered scientist talks about how tired she is in a barely alive voice, but then something fluffy and soft falls on her hand. At first she didn't understand what it was, but then it turned out that it was a hamster. Looking up, she saw a happy homebody holding a bag with such keychains. He said not to get tired and get a hamster. The scientist was touched and looked at the homebody with happy eyes, holding the hamster in her arms. The scientists put the hamsters in a huge house, and then cries rang out from scientists that they would work for the sake of hamsters and make this world safe. Yujin noticed with a slightly amazed face that this place was turning into a hamster center. And Yerim, full of pride and joy, clenched her fist in front of her while standing behind her with downcast eyes, and said that she was finally officially an S-rank hunter. After the incident in Hong Kong, she officially started going to S-rank dungeons, and Yuhyun decided that she had enough competence for this. In the background of the gathering people stood two brothers and the most confident Yerim with a backpack. Yujin asked her if she was sure, but she responded by saying what else. Besides, the head of the guild said it. She began to boast and said that she had completely crushed him in Hong Kong, and the gloomy younger one said that they fought 1-on-3. The woman became furious at such words and began to prove that she had dealt all the blows, and his attack power had been tripled thanks to the teacher. He answered her that she received a plus attribute, borrowed a stat, had an entourage on her side, a cape with fire resistance, support from the head of the Jupiter Guild. But she interrupted him, telling him to shut up, since she had been in this business for 2 months, and he had been for 3 years. The protagonist, oblivious to them, stroked and told him to have fun there. Immediately the teacher turned to them and said that the two of them were forbidden to fight in the dungeon. The protagonist put his hand on the heads of these two and told them that he loved them, and asked them to remember that safety comes first. His brother agreed, and the woman blurred in pleasure. She started waving her hand and shouted for him to take care of himself and stay in the house. My brother said that they are fast so you can't go anywhere alone. To which Yujin, waving after them, said that because they were talking about him in all the news, he didn't even think about going out. Afterwards, Yujin turned his head and mentioned that his guests should arrive soon. The door opened slightly and from behind it a quiet question was heard whether he had come too early. An officer entered the door with a package in his hands. The happy protagonist said that he was just in time, and invited him to come through. T1 smiled and said that there was a commotion at work today and he left early. After their first dinner together, they continued to keep in touch. Surprisingly, he turned out to be quite a pleasant person once you got to know him better. At the same moment, for a moment, the officer appeared in the form of an angel with a halo above his head. In MC's thoughts, a phrase begins about what, of course, if the conversation turns to. At the same moment, this thought is interrupted by the blow of a bowl of soju on the table. The next thing we see is how T1 and Yujin are sitting in traditional Korean outfits. The hero exclaims that the future of their nation like fire in the face of the wind. The prayers of the people are heard through the skies, for the sake of which the officer must take responsibility and rise up in position. The next moment, T1 shook his head with his palm forward and said that a person in power should not act hastily. This will only lead to more chaos. Next we see a miniature where Yujin in the form of a hare is trying to wake up the big man in the form of a bear. The hare screams that the mountain is on fire and asks how long he plans to remain imprisoned in the cave. The bear replied that this does not mean that the monster can be allowed to roam freely and he must stay here. The hare became furious at such words. The big guy never gives in. The main character is already in normal appearance and with a liter mug of beer in his hands looks intently at the big man. Later, having collected himself a little, he asks him what will happen if he does not become a leader, the world will be destroyed. After such words, the officer became extremely serious, and he looked at his drinking companion. After that, he lowered his head, slightly putting on a false smile, began to say that he thought that the result would be the same and the only end that awaits them with him as a leader is collapse. From such words, our hero's brains boiled and he grabbed his head with both hands. He immediately thought about what was wrong with him. He is thinking about whether it is worth using influence on him, whether it is worth manipulating him and trying to force him to become president of the association. After this, Eugen suddenly grabbed his mug and began to drink in one gulp. T1 did not quite understand this act and thought about it. Our hero continued the idea that he almost died when he tried to use his influence on Noah. What would happen if he tried this on someone who almost strangled him in their first meeting? In this case, the officer will not cooperate even if he tells him the truth. Eugen thinks that for now it's worth just communicating with him as usual and bringing him closer. The hero took the bottle and poured beer into the officer's mug with a speech that he wanted to get to know each other better, to which the officer agreed. The protagonist was delighted at this turn of events and offered to drink to their health. They spent several days together. The hero, in a rather drunken state, laughed because he had just found out. The big man, sipping beer, said that someone thought that the head of the Jupiter Guild would be younger than him and gave the head endless instructions on how to treat elders with respect. From this story, Eugen rolled under the table with laughter and said that Hyuni really looks younger than himself age. The hero, bursting into laughter, imagining a white-haired man walking cheerfully in a suit, says that that's why he always dresses up like that. Otherwise he wouldn't look younger. The two looked at each other and MC said that the blonde even spoke in an old-fashioned way, like a 40-year-old man. At this moment, the officer noticed that he had recently changed his manner of speech, which made the protagonist very surprised and asked if he always said that, to which T1 replied that at least it suits him. After that, he drooped and became more serious and said that it started about 2 months ago, right after Eugen woke up. MC immediately smiled arrogantly and wanted to say that he simply changed his approach, but then he interrupted himself, opened his eyes and thought, and the thought arose in his head about why this happened after he woke up. The big man, closing his eyes, added that Hyuna thought it was funny, and the hero thought about the fact that the head began to speak like that at the moment when he turned back time by 5 years. And then a frame from the past surfaced in the protagonist's head where the red wolf and the blonde stood in the crowd. He remembered the words that someone very sensitive can notice the difference. Perhaps that's why the head feels out of place being in his body, which is 5 years younger, and that's why he dresses and talks like that. The white-haired man in the memory looks in our direction with a very sad look, perhaps if Hyuni really noticed the difference, and if he somehow remembered what happened before returning in time and learned about Eugen. But the hero's internal monologue is interrupted by the sound of a notification from the phone lying on the table. They looked at the screen together and saw a notification about the rupture of an rank gate. They both screamed about the rift. The big guy immediately jumped up and said that he needed to go, since the other S ranks should be in the dungeons now, and Eugen had a question about whether the timing was too perfect right after S left ranks. The hero's face became tense. He further noted that especially immediately after Yerim and the younger brother, 2 hunters capable of attacking in an area, went into the dungeon. T1 also realized this detail and changed his face. The hero closed his eyes and became wary, and the big man clarified what he wanted to say. The protagonist said that he hopes that this is just a coincidence, otherwise the person who will benefit from this incident. Next we see a blurry image of Jinhak cunningly planning something. Eugen grabbed his jacket, threw it over himself and said that they would get to Noah faster, since movement is limited, and if this was done intentionally, then the culprit wants to cause as much damage as possible, so the hero wants to help prevent this. Next we see a broken gate in the sky from which flying monsters rushed. This takes place in Seoul Gangseogu. From the loudspeakers one can hear words that the rift that has appeared is supposedly a rank. Huge bee monsters that attack people. People run away from them in a hurry, hiding behind improvised means. The loudspeaker announces that everyone is being asked to evacuate to the nearest shelter. We see a hunter with a sword in his hand, who is breathing very heavily and is on his last legs. He says that his rank is C, although you can't tell from it. He started talking about how he would quickly kill them and save everyone, but he was wounded in the back by monsters and carried away. The people he was trying to protect are terribly scared and hiding under the rubble of houses. One of them screams and asks for help. At the same moment, an officer arrives and hits the monster with all his might, tearing it into pieces. The big man clears away the rubble and takes care of the wounded. He tells the victims to head to the shelter, but a huge swarm of monsters is flying at him from behind. Yujin immediately flies to the rescue riding on Noah, and they scatter the monsters to the sides, asking them to cover the residents. All the residents turn their gaze to the hunter on the dragon. The guys are carrying the wounded man and notice that Yujin is riding the dragon and thank the dragon. But the hero tells them to quickly go to the shelter. The protagonist asks from the sky if the officer had the ability to fly. He offered to share his with him and connect with the dragon. But the big man replied that this was not necessary, such a height was nothing. The strong man pushed off the ground with a roar and rushed up past the dragon and, pushing off from the wall of the building, flew towards the monster. He tore the monster into pieces with one blow of his fist. Yujin looked into the sky at the officer and thought to himself how amazing he was. The big man grabbed the monster by the antennae and began trying to pull them out. The hero notices that he has no ranged combat abilities, and the next moment the officer tears the monster into two parts with his bare hands, tearing off its sting. The protagonist again notices that he takes them out like a killing machine. Noah turns his head to the hero and says that he heard that there are no dungeons with bees in this area, and the hero suggested that this was an unauthorized dungeon that was kept secret. There are several dungeons like this. People do not talk about them so that they can monopolize the loot. Next we see an even larger flock of bees flying from the gate. The hero noticed that if you dig under the person who supplies honey from the dungeons to the hunting market, you can find out who is behind it all. But then the hero is distracted by something rushing towards him from the side. He and Noah are hit by bees and fall. While Yujin is flying, he screams and the dragon tries to catch him. He still manages to catch the protagonist, but a huge swarm of bees rushed after them, which continues to pursue them. The dragon noticed that they do not attack civilians. The changeling hits the bee with its tail and causes heavy damage to it. But the bees continue to arrive in huge numbers. The dragon suddenly asked why there were more of them and they were only flying after them. Huge pillars of bees filled the sky, and the lizard tries to dodge and kill them. And then our MC suddenly began to feel sick. He said that he was starting to feel dizzy. Noah asks if everything is okay with him, and said that he could just use his poison to get rid of them all. But the hero immediately rejected the offer since they are near residential areas, and this will lead to even greater damage. But then the protagonist notices something behind him. A huge queen bee begins to crawl out of the gate, and he shouts to Noah about it. Having scanned it, the main character sees that it is a red fixed bee of Ranka with the skills Poisonous Sting of Class A, Faith of the Colony of Class S, and the hero shouts that there is a queen on the other side. The queen is in a wild rage and lets out a loud cry. All the bees immediately went crazy. They began to attack our hero and his companion even more actively. The protagonist noted that this is a boss ability, and it strengthens the bees. They will lose their power as soon as she leaves. But then T1 rushed towards them, who doubted that he would not reach so high. Noah curled up into a ball to protect MC. The big guy noticed this. The hero shouted to him using the skill so that he accepts the connection now. And then the strong man's eyes changed color. He noticed an unusual feeling in his thoughts and he thought about the dragon. At the same moment, he took off and rushed into the sky. He rushed with great speed, ran into the lizard. At that moment he looked towards the teacher and wanted to ask him something, but he interrupted him and said that Noah would be his soil under his feet and he leaves these monsters to him. T1 became very serious and said that he would try to cope. He clenched his fists and gathered all his strength, and with crazy speed he rushed towards the queen, pushing off from the dragon. The hero noticed that the officer's strength and Noah's mobility would allow them to kill the queen. The big guy continues to attack with his fists, and then he sharply turns his gaze to the queen, being several meters above her. The queen wants to poison T1 with her sting. She fires it at the rushing officer. He raises his fist, and his friends are shocked by his actions. The protagonist shouts to him that the poison is rank A, but the officer smashes the sting into smithereens with a blow of his fist. Friends were even a little frightened by this turn of events. This beautiful man is reflected in the queen's eyes. The strong man charges his hand with aura and grabs the queen by the head, after which he aims his blow straight at her head. The man's face remains serious. From a blow of such force, the queen rushes down with incredible speed. After this, there were scraps of body that belonged to the queen on the floor. At the same moment, all the bees turned pale and began to crumble to the ground. And T1, surrounded by an aura and with a sparkle in his eyes, stands on the ground. The hero looks from the dragon and is very surprised that he was able to cope with just one blow. The big guy says that the next wave will not be so soon, and as soon as hunters of rank A and above arrive, they will need to enter the dungeon. Noah, lowering MC to the ground, asks if he is injured, and he replies that he is only a little dizzy. The hero looked up and thought about what. He knew that this would not be difficult for him, but he wondered whether it was the black aura or something else. He had resistance to poison or maybe the ability to cancel effects. But then Noah approached the teacher and asked why they were chasing them. The hero suggested that perhaps because of the dragon, because he also flew, and they mistook him for a friend. The dragon just laughed and said that he didn't need be friends. But something was rapidly flying towards him. There was a lightning strike and the lizard was thrown back. The lizard somehow opened his eyes and looked at what it was. A picture of a wolf with bright red eyes and a wide open mouth appeared before him, pinning Eugen to the ground. The big man ran up to them and asked if this was the next wave, but the hero said that he was unlikely to come out of the gate. Noah immediately asked if the boy was okay. He said with a sarcastic look that he had an item with him that annulled damage. So yes, however, his sudden appearance, bees that were aiming only at them. The wolf hovered over the smiling MC, and at that moment the hero said that apparently it was him. A huge wolf-like monster stood against the backdrop of the moon. The guy pondered its characteristics, thinking that it was an S-rank monster, a werewolf, whose nickname was the Wolf Eater. He added that it is believed that this monster, after awakening in an undiscovered dungeon, slept there for a long time, and about a year later it revealed its essence, after which it was subdued. The wolf sat on the rubble of buildings and ate magic stones. The guy continued to think that fortunately the werewolf did not cause much damage to the citizens, even despite his rank, and the reason for this was that the Wolf Eater is obsessed with only one thing, and these are magic stones. The monster bared its teeth. With explosive force, he took off. The guy thought that those magic stones contained the power of SS rank dragons and the power of the transcendental magic stone. Eugen lay calmly in the wolf's drool while the wolf licked him. The guy thought that these stones were contained in F-rank bodies. T1 and Noah watched in horror as the monster loomed over the guy. Drooling, Eugen thought that it was all about these stones. That's why they were chased by bees, and this wolf appeared earlier, because after regression, he became a tasty morsel. Noah asked if he was okay, to which the guy replied that he was fine. The bracelet on the guy's hand shone, and he thought that fortunately, thanks to the item that can be used to cancel damage, he was not injured. Noah looked sternly at the wolf and, bleeding, activated a silent scream. The same wounds appeared on the monster's chest, after which a notification appeared stating that the pain from the wounds would now double for the enemy. The wolf fell down. Noah shouted the guy's name, and T1 ran towards them, telling the dragon to take care of the guy, and he would deal with the monster. The man struck the wolf hard. Suddenly he looked at the monster in shock. The beast's body created glowing fibers that stopped its attack. T1 timidly said that its body had changed. The wolf struck back while the light was shining in his chest, causing the man to be thrown several meters away. T1 looked at his body in surprise. His shirt was torn across his chest. He turned to Eugen. The guy was leaning on the dragon, trying to get up, and said that this monster has a skill. The young man activated the Sprout skill and said that he had an SS rank defense skill, Wool Armor, and if activated, most attacks would not work. He looked at the wolf baring its teeth. The information window said that it was a rank 1 werewolf, an S rank Black Rock King. Just below were his skills, SS rank Wool Armor, S rank Sharp Claws, and a class height increase. The man wanted to ask how SS rank was even possible. Suddenly, a red dungeon gate appeared in the air behind them. Hordes of monsters began to appear from them. Looking at this, Noah shouted that the following monsters began to appear. The dragon ran towards them after the guy's command to take care of the gate. The guy turned to T1 and told him to take over the werewolf, asking if the black smoke that was during the battle with the queen bee would cancel the effects, to which the man said that it would, but he didn't know if it would work. He is at SS ranks. The monster rose into the air with great power while the guy told the man that he would pass on a skill that had double the effect to him, after which the man replied that there was no need for that. Eugen said that now there is a situation in which he cannot refuse. The guy walked onto the man's back while an angry monster was flying at them, and told him to quickly take this skill. The man clenched his hand into a fist, which was immediately enveloped in dark energy, and activated the skills of an F-rank veteran and more power. In the system window it was written that the attack skill now has a double effect and all the force of the blow will be transferred to the opponent. He delivered an uppercut to the wolf's jaw, sending the monster flying upward. The beast's teeth split into pieces. The man looked at his hand in shock, thinking about how powerful it was. Yujin and T1 watched as the monster broke through the wall of the building with its body. The guy said that now even SS rank skills have become powerless, adding that the man should hold it, because only if they are close to each other will it be possible to maintain the skill through his power. He didn't have time to finish his sentence when suddenly the man quickly picked him up by the collar. The guy with a frightened expression on his face ended up on the shoulders of the man who was squatting. T1 said that now they can go forward. The man lunged with explosive force towards the wolf lying on the rubble. The monster bared its bloody mouth again and extended its hand with claws. Yujin fearfully held onto T1's head while the man, one after another, dealt powerful blows that caused explosions. He grabbed the monster's paw and raised his aura-laden knee to strike, thinking that looting was originally a skill with a very narrow area of effect, adding that the way the guy used this skill was simply incredible. The man struck a very strong blow with his knee to the body of the monster. Tuan grabbed his head. The man jumped, placing his hand on the top of the monster's head, and ended up above its head. He thought with a surprised expression that it didn't bother him at all to have his hand held to keep in touch. He twisted the monster's fur, deciding that it was just the opposite. He drove his knee into the monster's back, thinking that it cheered him up. White scales appeared after the man activated the broken scales skill in order to increase his body weight. T1 and Yujin were enveloped in dark energy. The monster began to be torn into pieces. At the sight of the impact, a scarlet explosion formed, which sent shock waves. The man was wiping his chin. His clothes were spattered with blood. He stood with his leg in the same place. He looked at the impact site, which was only bare earth and wisps of wolf fur, and then thought that this monster must have become S-rank just like that. He looked down with a calm expression on his face. Suddenly his gaze was attracted by a guy who said with disgust that everything had splattered. Yujin, wiping his face, said that thanks to the distribution of the skill, everything was over quickly. He began to walk somewhere. The man took his hand while he said that they should immediately go deal with the gate. While Tuan was holding his hand, the guy said that he could already let him go, since the distribution of the skill had ended. The man looked at Yujin sternly and said that the guy seemed to be calm even when his eyes were splattered with blood, and then asked if it was a skill not to feel fear. Without taking his eyes off, he said that the guy had a lot of useful skills and was worth paying attention to the guild, adding that he had a terrible desire to hunt other monsters like this. Yujin listened to him in surprise, thinking about his words. He remembered the moment of the Hyunyi battle. He thought that the man meant not only the monster, and then wondered if he had the thought of killing everyone who was there, and did the head also feel the power of the skill, and was going to kill the other S ranks. A blue potion appeared in the man's hand, while the guy frightenedly said to let him go, because this is not funny. Tuan noticed the wound on the guy's chest. He splashed the potion on the guy's head, causing him to close his eyes. While the splashes fell down, he looked at the scar, and said that nothing had changed even after using the potion. T1 held the potion bottle in his hand with a stern expression on his face while the guy fussed around trying to figure out what to answer. The man said that the guy has an item that can cancel damage, which means that this wound did not appear today, and it seems that the wound appeared recently, judging by the fact that it was not there when he came to Noah. Tuan looked into the guy's face and said that he felt a strange magical power in this wound. He remembered the moment when the monster was aiming at the guy's chest, and he said that, moreover, the monsters that were chasing them were also aiming at his chest, after which he asked if this was related to his wound. The man squeezed the guy's forearm and told him to tell him what happened. Tuan thought that this was a very useful skill for F ranks. The man frowned, looking the guy in the eyes, and, thinking that it wasn't a matter of skill, and the guy was definitely hiding something, he asked what the hell he was doing. The man did not let go of his hand, asking the question of who he was, and thought that he could not ignore the power that gives an already damn strong person even greater capabilities. The guy looked at him incomprehensibly, asking what he was talking about, to which the man told him to answer right away. He looked at Yujin sternly and asked how he should perceive the guy. Two images of Yujin appeared in his mind, one with a wary expression and a t-shirt, and the other with a malicious grin in an expensive suit. And the man wondered if he could be an F rank worth protecting from the surrounding S ranks, or he is a threat to the organization, a cunning schemer manipulating S ranks who must be destroyed. The man's hand was enveloped in energy and, squeezing it, he decided that the choice was difficult. Energy flashed around them, and the guy asked in surprise what he was doing. Yujin looked at the man's hand in shock. T1 said that his leisurely robbery skill allows him to slowly lower the rank of one of the target's skills. He frowned at Yujin. The guy looked at him in fear. The man added that the action could reduce the level by about 3 classes. Suddenly a notification appeared in front of him that the fear resistance class had been lowered, after which the guy thought that the man, it turns out, could see his skills. The skill class was decreasing more and more from SSS to C class. Looking at this, the guy ended up thinking that the man was reducing his skills 3 times by 3 classes, after which he asked him to stop. Suddenly the guy froze in fear, realizing that it was difficult for him to breathe. He looked at his hand and at the corpses of monsters on the ground, thinking about the smell of blood, dead bodies, and he looked up at Tuan, which seemed huge and scary to him. The guy looked at him with a pitiful look. Yujin fell to his knees. His body shook and he clutched his neck, trying to breathe as the man standing over him said that he was right to be afraid. Tuan looked at him disdainfully, telling him to stop being in dangerous places and stop being a toy for these S-rank monsters. The man, holding the guy by the hand, leaned towards him and added that otherwise he would destroy him. Yujin's face began to sweat and he gritted his teeth as the man said that he needed to stop messing with S-ranks. Yujin raised his head, looked angrily into the man's face and said that he was lying, because in fact he wanted to get him out of the way because of his ability. Tuan silently listened as the guy said that he had enough of hiding behind S-ranks. He barely raised his trembling hand, adding that Tuan himself was scared to death, thinking at that time that he had existed perfectly for 5 years and without resisting fear. He grabbed the man by the jacket and began to stand up, mentally asking if he thought that now he would sit at home simply because Tuan scared him once, after which he said that he would do what he had to do, no matter is he scared or not. Yujin pulled himself towards the man and, frowning, said that if he continued to interfere with him, he would do everything he could to destroy his influence, adding that he would not stand in his way. He imagined the image of standing alone on the T1 platform. Yujin said that he would be tied up in useless work, after which there would be no people left to help him, and he would forever remain in the shadows. With a satisfied, malicious smile, Du also said that the man would continue to carry out orders from management, like a true servant, and there would simply be no time left for him. Tuan listened to these words in silence. He looked at the guy menacingly and said heavily that he was really stubborn. The man quickly took the bracelet off the young man. Holding it in his hand, he said threateningly that if he continued to behave like this, he would first destroy this object. Tuan squeezed the bracelet in his hand. It sparkled. Suddenly the object burst into flames. The man and Yujin covered their faces with their hands. Yujin was surprised to hear Yuhyun tell him that as he said, he should have stayed at home. The face of his brother appeared in the flames, and he asked what he forgot there. Yujin watched in shock as the fire took the form of his brother. Standing behind him, he asked how he got here, to which Yuhyun replied that he borrowed power from Yiren and after the incident in Hong Kong, adding that Yiren was sleeping next to him and woke up when he sensed danger. Suddenly Yujin looked back in surprise at the hand in which Yunhai appeared. Yuhyun turned to his brother, shielding him with his hand, and said that he could not maintain this state for long, so he should contact the head of the Jupiter Guild. He looked at his brother over his shoulder as he said that he heard that all the S-ranks were now in the raid, to which Yuhyun replied that it was just a cover, adding that Evelyn most likely went there, and the head settled things to Hong Kong and returned the same day. Yuhyun asked if he had his phone with him. The guy turned to the enemy and told his brother to call the head of the guild, and that he did not understand why he did this. The man, without listening to him, rested his hands on the ground, which caused cracks to appear along it. T1 made a quick dash towards them. Yuhyun added that, however, the man wanted to go all the way. Their forces collided, creating huge waves of dark energy and flame. T1 looked at the guy menacingly, preparing a blow. Suddenly he struck a blow that left a trail of energy. Yuhyun dodged. The guy extended his arms. Tuan was thrown back several meters with incredible force. He broke through a concrete wall with his body. The next second, engulfed in flames, he jumped out of the ruins, raising clouds of dust. Yujin covered his head with his hands in fear. There were explosions behind him. He thought that it was hard for him to even look at it, and then wondered if it was because his resistance to fear had weakened. He fingered the phone with trembling hands, thinking that they didn't need other S-ranks right now. He raised the phone to his ear. The voice of the interlocutor said that it was an honor that the guy called first. Yujin turned to Hyunyi. He knelt on the empty ground, looking at the destruction from the battle, and asked on the phone if he could go to the edge of the dungeon now, to which Hyunyi replied that he thought Tuan would be enough, after which he asked if he cannot manage. Yujin replied that this was the problem. Sweat appeared on his face. He shouted that if the man did not want his valuable thing to be lost, Then he should come now, thinking that Hyunyi's interference in all this could add problems. But Noah crushed the little monster. The dragon looked down while standing on a rock and stepped on rodents. Monsters were climbing on him while he said that there was no end to them and that it would be easier if he used a potion, after which he wondered what kind of flames were burning below. He looked in surprise at the raging fire from the men's battle. T1 prepared for another strike while the dragon asked in shock why Yujin and the head of public security were fighting. Noah began to rush around, clutching his head, while wondering when the officer became their enemy. He said he needed to intervene, but he was too weak. He opened his wings, saying that there was nothing left for him. He flapped his wings, scattering fragments, let out a roar. The rodents began to run away while he said that he needed to distract them. Yujin turned around in fear, noticing that the monsters were heading towards him. One of the rodents jumped on the guy. Suddenly, Yuhyun and T1 appeared in front of him and protected him by killing the monsters. Yuhyun indignantly asked the man, standing behind him, what he was saying, because he had just taken away his bracelet, and now he was protecting him. T1 replied that Yujin was F rank and he was weak against monsters. The guy, standing behind his brother, realized what was happening. He watched the man kill one by one with the monster, thinking that he did not understand how T1 felt about him, and he considered him either weak or a time bomb, and that it would be better if in his eyes he will be a weakling. Yuhyun looked at his hand, saying that his time was over. Yujin watched as his brother disappeared into thin air, and told him to be careful, adding that he would return as soon as he could. Yujin told him to continue clearing the dungeon, and then he could handle it himself. The guy covered his face with his hand, looking at the yellow flash that appeared from the sky, and thought that, besides, although it infuriates him, the one he just called is the best suited to strengthen his image of a weakling. Hyunyi stood among the corpses of monsters burning with blue flame and said that it seemed to him that they could not cope with the charm of their target. He held his hands in his pockets and looked at the shabby T1 and Yujin. Hyunyi covered his face with his hand and asked with a smile if it was T1. The guy grabbed his mouth and leaned over in fear. Looking at the man, Hyunyi seemed terribly scary to him, and he wondered if he had always been so intimidating, adding that he definitely did not want to see him while his resistance to fear was so weakened. But he looked around the entire field, covered in a dusty haze, and then finished the thought by thinking that T1 is now hesitating whether to take him under protection or destroy him, and he must be sure that he decides to protect him, so he needs Hyunyi, because he is the best person to be recognized as an object protection. The blonde looked at the officer with a smile and said that if he took something that belonged to another person, then he should return it to the owner. Yujin thought that this person treated him like an object. Hyunyi turned his gaze to the guy, saying that if the officer wants a reward for finding the lost item. Without finishing the sentence, he turned to Yujin, who was trembling with fear on the ground. Standing in front of the officer, he asked what he did to him, to which T1 replied that it was a natural reaction to the S-class, after which he asked to weaken the aura. The guy's hand was lying on the ground and shaking violently while he was thinking about how he didn't even need to pretend to be afraid. Yujin asked for forgiveness, saying that he was an F-class. He covered his head with his hands and, trembling, told Hyunyi to come back and not come near him, thinking that they had already played cheaters. The man smiled slightly. The smile on the man's face became more obvious. Yujin thought that Hyunyi is a very smart person and he will immediately understand what he wants from him. The guy smiled slightly, thinking that, as he expected, the man instantly understood everything. T1 watched in shock as dozens of chains headed towards the guy behind him. Yujin thought about how they would continue the role play they started in Hong Kong. The man grabbed the chains. Yujin looked fearfully at the evil T1 who was holding Hyunyi's chains and asked how to understand this. The blonde man, standing in the distance, said that he was taking what was his, to which the officer replied that he asked him to return. Hyunyi smiled mischievously and asked if he should listen to the subjects, please. Yujin looked at the man with his mouth open as he angrily said that the guy was not an object and he couldn't let Hyunyi treat him the way he wanted. Yujin thought that everything worked. He imagined a cartoon where T1 in a wolf costume was looking at Hyunyi in a fox costume holding a guy in a hare costume in his teeth, and then thought that if he was dragged away by an S-class monster, then T1 would have no choice but to try protect him. Yujin added that he feels guilty for manipulating him like this in a fantasy show, but this situation arose precisely because of his stubbornness. The guy watched in surprise as T1 broke the man's chains with a stern expression and said that if he plans to continue like this, he will respond with a different method. He turned his gaze to Hyunyi, who said with a smile that this was not bad. After all, a lot of time had passed since their last time, after which the guy exclaimed even more mentally. The officer accumulated energy in his hand, asking Yujin to step aside. The guy scaredly asked him to stop. The man hit the ground, which began to crack. Yujin thought that he did not want them to fight. Hyunhee jumped away from where the ground opened up, missing the man's blow. He asked with a smile if he wanted to protect the poor F-class. Suddenly, an enraged T1 appeared behind him, raising his leg up to strike. He hit Hyunhee in the back, creating a strong shockwave. The man hit the ground with great force, causing fragments to scatter to the sides. He jumped to the side and coughed a little, thinking that the enemy was definitely superior to him in strength and speed, and there was nothing he could do about it, even if he used combat foresight. He raised his head upward, from where T1 was flying at him, and launched his chains at him. The shackles hit the man's hand. He raised his hand back in rage, being a meter away from Hyunhee, who thought that, however, he had a way. Suddenly, T1's hand froze centimeters in front of his face. The officer looked in surprise at his hand, shrouded in chains. He looked back, seeing that his hand was tied to the tanker. Hyunhee raised his hand back, which had chains, and said with a smile that it was also worth keeping an eye on the object. After all, his goal was to take the guy. T1 looked back in surprise. The man's chains were heading towards Yujin, who was kneeling. He extended his hand, barely grasping the shackles. Suddenly, he noticed a man's foot approaching. Hyunhee hit him with a powerful roundhouse kick. The man flew to the side, breaking through the concrete ruins. Hyunhee slowly approached him while he was kneeling and said that it can be difficult to concentrate when there is something to protect, adding that it was a shame but he was taking his thing back. The man suddenly noticed something. T1 clenched the chains in his hands in rage, his veins popping out. The wheel of the fuel tanker came off the ground. Hyunhee watched as the tank flew towards him. Looking at this, he grinned. The truck hit the ground with great force, its parts scattered throughout the area. Suddenly, Hyunhee appeared among the debris, heading towards T1. They moved closer, looking at each other, the officer preparing to strike. Yujin covered his face with his hands from the explosion created by their impact. Looking at what was happening in fear, he thought that he did not even expect that everything would end peacefully. But it was difficult for him to watch such an intense battle, let alone try to stop it. The boy looked back as the dragon called out to him as he wondered if it was normal for him to be afraid since his resistance to fear was still Class C. The guy was horrified to see Noah looming over him with his mouth open. While the dragon shouted that he was done destroying the monsters, Yujin squealed in fear. The dragon looked upset at the frightened guy, asking why he reacted that way, to which the guy replied that he just scared him. Yujin became terrified again when Noah approached him, saying that he didn't look well and that he wanted to check the wound on his chest. Hyunhee looked back at them, listening as the dragon said that the wound had not healed, to which Yujin replied that it was quite an unusual wound. The man thoughtfully asked what unusual means. Standing opposite T1, he looked at the dragon and the guy, saying that there was a problem with his item, and then suggested that they leave it at that. Hyunhee's chains pointed into the air. He said that he would have to cut the guy open to see what he was hiding. T1 looked at this in shock. The chains hung over Hyunhee. He kept his hands in his pocket as he stood on the shaking ground and said that he would take care of Yujin. Suddenly there was a flash. Yellow lightning struck the ground in front of Hyunhee, destroying it. The officer took off. He approached Hyunhee in a rage, saying that he would not allow him. Hyunhee watched with a smirk as the man wanted to stab him. Suddenly the officer opened his eyes wide, frozen in place. Blood began to drip onto the ground. There were metal pins sticking out from T1's back that pierced him. The man wanted to ask something, but blood gushed from his mouth. He fell to his knees in front of Hyunhee, who said that it was a magnetic force, adding that he made the chain attract metal objects. T1 glared at him while the blonde said that he thought his goal had been achieved. Hyunhee looked with a satisfied smile at the officer from whom the pieces of iron were sticking out, and said that their battle was fun. Noah and Yujin looked at what was happening in shock. The dragon said that it was the first time he had seen something like this, and the guy noticed that he had no idea that a man could use such power. Hyunhee looked at his opponent with a smile, his chains writhing in the air behind him. T1 spat out blood heavily, saying that he couldn't let him take Yujin. The blonde looked back with a smile at the guy sitting next to the dragon and said that it seemed to him that the officer's goal had already been almost accomplished, after which he asked what he would do next. The guy, with a serious expression on his face, thought about the fact that he was able to visit the officer as a protector, adding that they shouldn't leave now, leaving him like that. Noah watched as the young man, heavily rising to his feet, asked him to treat T1 if it was not difficult for him. The dragon asked why, saying that he had just attacked the guy. The young man looked ahead, saying that something confusing just happened to him. He looked at the wounded man sitting among the rubble and thought that he really was a confused man. The officer sat with his head down and had difficulty telling the guy that following the head of the Jupiter Guild was dangerous. The guy listened to him silently. Suddenly Yujin frowned and told him that he decided to call Hyoni even though he knew it was dangerous. The man, covered in blood, listened in shock as the guy continued to say that he was scared because the officer might attack him. Yujin added with a stern expression that he had work to do. He imagined a large white tree standing under the falling snow, and said that he would not leave her, no matter how hard the man tried to intimidate him, adding that it would be the other way around. The more the man stopped him, the more dangerous it would become, just like today. The man sat exhausted on the ground, listening to the guy talk about how it was impossible to return to the old routine, no matter how much he wanted it. The guy did not take his eyes off him, adding that the man would not be able to persuade him in this way, after which he asked how he differs from those monsters with which he himself scares when he threatens. These words made the officer think. He remembered a moment from the past where he sat on the ground near his own blood, holding his face while someone shouted at him, saying that he was a monster and that everything was because of him. 3 guys tried to keep the man from crying, who was screaming at him, saying that he killed his younger brother and his own mother, and that everyone died because of him. In the officer's head, the outlines of the face of the man who was screaming at him in tears appeared. The man sat with his head down and sadly thought that he should not have such power, and no matter how hard he tried to convince himself that monsters with such power should not be shown. He looked at his bloody hands. T1 raised his head to the heavens, thinking that in the end he himself became like this, and then said that now he would not be convincing in the eyes of the guy. Hyoni looked at the defeated enemy, thinking that even if he pretended to be a shepherd dog and merged with a crowd of sheep, the wolf would not cease to be a wolf. T1 sadly lowered his head, thinking that he is not so cold-blooded as not to use power if someone is in danger, and even if he gives up this power, he still will not be able to return to his old life, which is what he so wants. After which he decided that he had nowhere to return. Suddenly everyone turned their attention to Noah, who asked the man to show him his wounds. The dragon brought its paw to T1's hand, and light began to emanate from it. The man, without raising his head, asked if they would contact him again. Yujin and Noah were stunned by his words and looked at him silently. The guy looked at the officer in shock, indignantly thinking about what he was saying, because he had caused all this mess, and now he was asking if they could contact again. Noah said that it seemed to him that he needed to get metal stakes. Yujin watched in fear as the man pulled the piece of iron from his thigh, saying that he would do it. The dragon and the man looked in surprise at the guy who asked the question about whether it would be better to use painkillers. Tuan replied that S ranks could endure such pain. The guy looked at the officer in surprise and then said that this sometimes happens during work. Watching the dragon treat the man, he realized something. Yujin stood in front of them while T1 took out the stakes from his body, and thought that even being stubborn, wanting to stay in place, the officer had long been beyond the bounds of routine. He remembered the moment when they were drinking together, and the guy added that perhaps the only routine for him was the time of idle chatter with him. The guy exhaled and scratched the back of his head, after which he wondered that maybe that was why he accepted it every time, even being afraid. The guy decided that he couldn't stop it himself. T1 looked in surprise at the hand extended to him. Yujin said that he would not stop communicating with him. Extending his hand to the man, he looked into his face, adding that he also continued to do what T1 did not like, thinking that subconsciously they both wanted to return to their old lives. Holding his hand outstretched, the young man with a smile asked him to be gentle with him, because he is an ordinary person. The man looked into his face with hope. Yujin thought that in this case, he would give Tuan that same carefreeness, and the man would give him a step. The officer shook his hand, saying that he was putting him in a difficult position. Hyoni looked at what was happening. Noah continued to treat the man kneeling in front of the guy. Yujin thought that, be that as it may, the officer would no longer want to hurt him, but the blonde put his hand on the young man's shoulder. The guy looked very scared while the man said with a smile that they needed to talk, and thought that he had something left to decide with Hyoni. The man began to talk about acting with a smile. He noticed that the guy was trembling, after which he said that apparently it was not a game. The young man quickly ran out from under the man's arm and fussily said that he was grateful to him for coming, after which he invited him to rest and talk in a few days. The guy thought that he needed time before the resistance to the rhinestone was restored. The guy took out his phone, which was not working due to the lightning, while the man with a kind smile offered to give him a ride and talk in the car, to which the young man replied that he was fine and could call a taxi, after which he noticed that the phone was not working. He quickly ran towards the store, shouting that the cashier in the store should have a phone. He pressed his hands against the door, tearing it open, and thought that he needs to get out of there by any means, because it is too dangerous to be with the head of the guild when the level of resistance to fear is reduced. Eugen was nervously looking around for his phone when he noticed it on the counter. He put the phone to his ear and asked if it was possible to order one taxi to the address, to which the dispatcher replied that it would be difficult due to the dangerous territory. The door of the store opened while the guy said that everything was in order there, after which they charged him handset. The man stepped into the store, saying that today he was upset. Standing in the doorway, he looked at the frightened guy and asked where his fortitude had gone. The young man turned to him with an awkward smile with a phone in his hands and said that it was probably because his body had become weaker, and he had a lot to do, to which Hyoni asked if something had happened to T1's boss. The blonde thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, reasoning out loud that even if this courage was an ability trait, he couldn't lose it because of the officer. Eugen fearfully wondered if he couldn't read minds. The guy fell down, leaning on the counter while the man walked towards him. Eugen said that he did not understand what he was getting at, because they were just discussing about life. Hyoni asked what kind of fire there was then, because such a burn could only be given to an officer. Eugen interrupted him, saying that, apparently, there was an explosion nearby. The young man looked away in fear, thinking that he would soon answer, and he had to use not only resistance to fear, but also mystery, because he should not give in. The guy exclaimed in horror after the man asked if he could look at the wound. The guy answered in fear that he would die from it. The blonde placed his hand on his chest. He took the guy by the clothes and with a sly smile said that he restrained himself well, after which he asked if he wanted to tell him this himself if he didn't want to show it. He looked at the guy, who had turned pale with fear, and said that it seemed to him that today. The man smiled slyly and finished the sentence, saying that it seemed to him that the guy would answer all the questions. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that he wanted to ask about the wound. But first, Eugen listened to him intently. The guy stood looking at the man who seemed terrifying to him and thought that Hyoni wants to destroy everything by getting a chance. And as soon as he gives weakness, everything will go down the drain. His abilities, magic stones, relationships with the gods, and even the truth about rebirth. The guy, being in a flurry of thoughts, thought that if this happened, then the attitude towards him would completely change. They might see him not as a special, but weak F rank, but as a dangerous member of society who should be eliminated. They staggered back. He thought that he should turn this situation in his favor. He stood steadily on his feet and sheepishly said that his hand slipped while he was cutting his hands while cooking. The man asked the embarrassed Eugen with a smile and asked if it was so deep that his ability to restore wounds did not work, to which the guy jokingly replied that the bow was S rank. The guy warily did not raise his eyes to Hyoni, thinking that, fortunately, the man did not want to kill him like an officer, and that he needed to hold on as much as possible, after which he said that the man was already busy, after which he suggested seeing him in a few days. Hyoni narrowed his eyes, saying that he couldn't help it. Suddenly the guy's body was paralyzed. The image in his eyes dimmed as he looked up at the man. Eugen fell to his knees in front of the blonde. He put his hand on his neck, thinking that he couldn't breathe. The guy, kneeling in front of this monster, activated fear resistance several times, thinking that this was unthinkable, and then wondered how he had swayed him with fear alone. The man took the guy by the head, calling him by name. He lifted the frightened young man by the chin. Looking into his eyes, he menacingly said that you need to answer only the truth, after which the guy decidedly thought that he would not be able to control him. The blonde smiled evilly and asked how that wound appeared. Gasping for breath, Eugen replied that it was a magic stone. The man let go of his face and calmly said with a smile that he would feel better if he stopped being stubborn. The guy reached out with a trembling hand to the man's leg, mentally forcing himself to come to his senses. Sweat appeared on his face. He dropped his hand to the floor and thought that whatever difference in levels they had, it was just normal intimidation compared to what he had to deal with. The guy was lost in thought, thinking that real horror, in contrast to this, is much. He imagined his own image falling and disintegrating in the air, and he again thought that real horror, The blonde looked at him in surprise, thinking about that whether he stopped breathing. The guy stood with his head down and thought that an F rank like him couldn't escape this fear. The fear resistance icon appeared and he added that it was impossible to overcome the difference in levels with just a wish. He raised his hand with difficulty, thinking that even if as an F rank he couldn't do it. He slammed his palm onto the floor, and a red light appeared from under it. Suddenly, a scarlet fire began to spread across the room, covering the floor. The blonde looked at this in surprise. Dark patterns covered the surfaces, black liquid froze in the air. Suddenly, the space above him split open, revealing a cosmic wasteland, and the guy ended his thought with urine telling him that he still had the spirit soul skill Dayama. The man began to look around in surprise, while the guy, having fallen even lower, thought that if S-rank fear was destroyed, then horror of an even greater level would appear. The young man tiredly and with difficulty raised his hand. He remembered beings from the past, and thinking about them, he mentally said that it was still a little early for him. But he could very well create this ability by returning memories of those creatures that he had met before. Suddenly the guy released a terrifying aura, after which he thought and added that he would remember the feeling of their great presence. The trident and the monstrous serpent were heading towards them. The guy understood the look, the color of his aura changed, and he thought that if we now compare them with Hyoni, then the man is nothing. A giant creature with a trident appeared above the guy, and he mentally insulted the man. A water aura began to cover Hyoni. The guy, covered with his own aura, tensed with all his strength. Suddenly he coughed and fell to the floor. The head of the guild began to look around. Everything around them had dissipated. The guy was breathing heavily. The man was thinking about what it was just now. He looked in front of him in surprise, thinking that at that moment the guy was covered with a huge amount of magic, after which he wondered what he had done this time. Tears streamed down Eugen's face as he tried to catch his breath. The guy fell exhausted to the floor and asked with a smile why he was looking at him like that, after which he called him a pathetic S-rank. These words shocked the man. He put his hand to his face and decided with a grin that the guy was funny. He lifted the disgruntled guy by the scruff of the neck, after which he apologized, thinking that it was never boring with him. He took Eugen in his arms and began to leave the store, thinking that no matter how much he wanted to open him with his own hands and pull out the whole truth, it seemed that it would be more interesting to leave him alive and see what he could do. Then he said that he forgives one of Noah's debts. Eugen said that they would end this and he would forgive both debts, to which the man replied that he was too cruel to his only S-rank, and that he would even take him home. The man left the store, holding the guy under his arm, and added with a smile that the car should be somewhere nearby. Suddenly he saw that his car was standing nearby, completely wrecked. With a slightly annoyed look, he remembered that Tuan had been thrown into her during the battle. The officer sat on the ruins while the dragon restored him, and uniformed workers, Hyoni, scurried around. The man looked at the dragon and turned to him, asking if the healing ability works on the mind, to which Noah replied that it does not, asking why he needs it. The man closed his eyes with pleasure and said with a smile that he simply felt such calmness, as if he had been freed from something. At this time, Eugen laughed hard while Hyoni presented the red car with a displeased smile, and said that he would need a new car. T1 thought that even though he lost, he was still able to win back on the machine. As clouds floated across the sky, Eugen thought that in general, the destruction of the dungeon had quickly calmed down thanks to him being an active monster bait. The white car rushed along the highway. The guy added that every single one, including the flying poisonous insects and mole monsters that are not easy to catch, were eliminated, and they were able to prevent damage to the residents. Sitting in the backseat next to Hyoni, the guy said that they couldn't just end with a little damage, and that they should catch those association people who blew up the dungeon. Eugen wrinkled his eyebrows with a tired look and said that it would be difficult to find workers since this dungeon was secret. But since the main monsters of the dungeons were bees, it would be possible to trace those who sell honey from this production. Hyoni watched with a smile as the guy tried to figure it out, holding his hand to his forehead. Without taking his eyes off the young man, he said that he would take such information upon himself, and that the guy should rest, because he would get ready and call him later in the evening. The glass dome of the building stood under the sun's rays. Eugen mentally said that he had returned home. The guy collapsed exhaustedly at the entrance in front of Chirpai, saying that he had returned. The chick happily ran to the guy, who looked at him tiredly. Eugen apologized for the fact that he was waiting for him, saying that he was delayed because so many events had happened, and all one after another. The guy dozed off right on the floor, before saying that he was glad that the wound on his chest did not rip apart and he was safe. Suddenly a shadow hung over the guy, and a question was heard from his brother, who asked what kind of wound was on his chest. The guy sat down next to his brother, asking what happened to him. A hole in the t-shirt revealed a deep wound on his chest. Drops of rain knocked on the glass. The guy sat on the bed next to his brother, holding the phone to his ear, while a voice from there said that there was no need to worry about it, because the problem was the T1 officer. Yu-Hyun asked what kind of wound his brother had on his chest. Looking at him, he added that even the most high-class potions had no effect on her. He looked sternly in front of him while the voice on the phone said that, apparently, his brother had not told him anything about this either. Hyoni stood at the computer against the backdrop of a huge aquarium and said on the phone that this was a scar that even Noah's healing ability had no effect on, and he didn't want to talk about it himself. The man said with a slight smile that he himself did not know anything except that it was connected with the magic stone. The guy put his hand on his brother's chest while the man on the phone said that if he concentrated, he would feel a slight aura of the stone. His fingers touched the wound on his chest, and a light shone from under them. The man added that if even they felt this aura, then it could be someone S rank or higher. Yoo-hyun remembered how the mole-like monster jumped on his brother, thinking that monsters only rushed at him, and that he heard that monsters could clearly sense the existence of magic stones. He imagined his brother with a glow in his chest against the backdrop of huge monsters, and thought that his brother himself was an F rank, and a stone of the highest power. He looked at the phone with a confused look, wondering what exactly happened. Hyun-hee told him to send him some S-grade onions located in their kitchen. The man held the phone in front of him, saying that suddenly he actually got hurt while cutting it, after which the guy hung up the call. He turned off the phone, closed his eyes and wondered what Yujin was up to this time. Lowering his hand with the phone, he added that it was a lot of fun, and the magnetic attraction used on. The man looked at his hand in surprise, thinking that he was able to use this ability so well. He remembered the moment from the battle when lightning struck from the sky and thought that he had begun to get more or less comfortable with this skill. But despite this, the power and limits of this power were too great, as if he had been training for years. His foot stepped onto the entrance surface. The man stood on the surface of the water in the darkness. Beneath him was an image of him from the past, and he thought that the effect was as if he had been practicing for at least 5 years. Yujin fell through the water. The guy was unconscious. In his head he saw white branches of trees and thought that it was snowing, incessant rain and endlessly outstretched white roots, and that the snowy tree was the 5th source. When he opened his eyes, he saw white feathers flying from Chirpai, and added that there lived a white bird, the stargazer bird. Suddenly the guy looked at the chick in surprise. Chirpai squealed. Watching the bird fly away towards the branches, he realized that it was a dream, adding that the chicks were also white. He watched the chick step into the snow and wondered if he could even see it in his dreams. The bird's tracks were visible in the snow, and the guy added that a white bird had taken him. Chirpai ran to the feet of the man lying in the snow. Yujin watched this from the side. He looked down pitifully, his eyes filled with sadness. His 25-year-old dead younger brother was lying in the snow. Yoo-hyun's face was very pale. The guy moved towards him. Pushing off the air, he looked at his brother's body and thought that he understood that his brother would never wake up, and that the dead do not feel the cold. The wind rose, and Yujin thought that, however, this was a dream. He covered his face with his hands. Yujin tried his best to reach his brother. Hanging over the corpse, he extended his hand, thinking that he needed a little more closer, after which he asked to be allowed to hug his brother at least once in his sleep. He looked at the blurry silhouette of the guy, holding his hand outstretched, and thought that he was unable to do anything just by looking. The wind carried the hero further and further from his brother's body. He was carried so far away that his brother's body remained a shining point in the darkness, and he finished the thought, thinking that he had already experienced enough of this in reality, and that he had never asked for more. Yoo-hyun sat next to his brother, trying to wake him up, with the silhouette of a lizard on his cheek. Yujin opened his eyes sharply and wide, looking at the ceiling while his brother said that he needed to eat. The guy quickly jumped out of bed, reaching out to his brother's face, and asked how he ended up here. Yoo-hyun looked at the guy in surprise and replied that he used the exit stone, and that he came earlier, since he was told in the dungeon that there should be no problems. The guy looked at his face incomprehensibly, holding his hand to the guy's face. He thought that this was not his dead brother, this was him at the age of 20, before this incident. The guy grabbed his head, saying that this was really his brother. Yoo-hyun asked if he was sick, because he looked doubtful. Yujin held his head, looking at the bed, and said that everything was fine and that it was just a dream. Yoo-hyun exclaimed in horror when he heard the guy say that maybe it was because his fear resistance had deteriorated since it was now at sea level, adding that he was subjected to this by sharing a double attack skill with T1's boss, after which his brother asked what it was for the skill. Yujin held his neck and looked at the bed, saying that he himself did not know that this could happen. Suddenly he saw an exhausted Chirpai lying on the bed and reached out to her. Yoo-hyun watched as his brother picked up the chick in his arms and began to feed him magic stones, asking if he was hungry and why he was so wet. Was it because it was raining, and he used movement in space, and then asked where he was. Yoo-hyun sadly looked down and said that he now understands why the Jupiter Guild leader said that he was in bad condition. He looked at his surprised brother, asking how that scar on his chest appeared, because it was somehow connected with the stone, to which Yujin said that, apparently, he had already heard about it. The guy fell silent for a second, looking at his brother. Yoo-hyun looked away upset and said that he was quietly doing very dangerous things. Yoo-jin thought about what made him worry again. He remembered the moment when his brother sat nervously on the floor in a past life, and he thought that the same thing had happened before his return. And now it was happening again. He patted his brother on the head with a wide smile and asked for forgiveness, saying that he should have told him everything. Yoo-jin began to tell him about one of the skills. The chick was sleeping on the bed with a full belly when Yoo-hyun exclaimed, saying that his brother planted the stone in himself. Yoo-jin put on his clothes while his brother sat on the bed and asked if he was okay after using the Dayama magic stone. The guy replied that everything was fine, because only valuable ingredients were used in it. He touched the wound on his chest, imagining the magic stones, and with a serious expression on his face, said that if he was born normally, he would be above the S rank, which meant that he would have another source of magical power. He looked at the scar, glowing pink, and thought about what it would be like if it grew back normally, before adding that it had been a long time. But he was worried that there was no change, and maybe that was because he is of high rank. Yoo-jin straightened his jacket and said with a smile that this was for his greater safety, to which Yoo-hyun replied that there was no point in it if he attracted monsters. He asked his brother if it would be safer to stay home, to which Yoo-jin replied that he had too much to do for that, and then turned to the news. He picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The announcer said that due to the destruction of the dungeon towards the region in Seoul, they replaced the planned broadcast with a news broadcast. The screen showed moments with bees in a destroyed city, after which Yoo-jin said that it was all because of yesterday, and that they decided to turn everything around to cover the case about him. Yoo-hyun exclaimed displeasantly after his brother's words that the game would be over when it was revealed that this was all arranged by the association, adding that he agreed to obtain information related to this by meeting with Hyunhee, to which Yoo-hyun loudly asked if he was going somewhere again. Then it goes. Yoo-jin stood sideways to his brother with a smile while he shouted that it was dangerous, and his level of resistance to fear even dropped, to which the guy replied that ordinary people live normally without it. Yoo-hyun put his hand on his brother's shoulder, adding that his opponents are not ordinary people. The guy looked at his brother menacingly, using his aura, and said that he himself knows what fear high-class hunters inspire. Yoo-jin looked at his brother in surprise while he said that in this state, if he loses his grip even a little. Suddenly he interrupted his brother, flicking him on the forehead, and said that he was an exception. What else could there be fear? Yoo-hyun held his forehead while Yoo-jin said with a smile that he is his brother and he is not the least bit afraid of him. The guy remembered the moment when Yoo-hyun gave him the gate stone in his past life, and he thought that even before returning, he was never afraid of it, and perhaps it was because he raised him since childhood and saw him in his most terrible state. Yoo-hyun was touched by these words and he silently looked at his brother, who took out the phone and said that his brother should give him another one, because he died and he doesn't know if the SIM card is alive. He again dreamed of white trees, and he thought that his goal was to live and roll like cheese and butter after returning. And now he knows that he must make every effort, if danger comes, in order to live in safety with his brother, stopping the apocalypse, and to meet his 25-year-old brother, because there is still a lot to do. The guy held the phone to his ear and incomprehensibly wondered why they were not answering him. Hyunhee's phone was completely broken on the floor. Around the man kneeling, efficient lightning raged and fragments lay. A white sphere hung in the air. The man looked at the fragments showing different reflections and asked what kind of memory this was, because he had never encountered such a thing and did not remember. In the broken reflection, one could see how the blonde man held his head in shock, thinking about new memories from the future 5 years later. He fell through the fragments into a dark space, thinking that these memories were the future. While in the darkness, someone took his hand as he tried to figure out where he was. He looked back and saw an image of himself from the future, who said that he finally understood everything. Suddenly he was shocked by his words about the inconsistency of time. Hyunhee looked at his copy, consisting of fragments. The double said that soon the time would come to change places. Yoo-jin was on the phone with Soyoung, saying that Hyunhee wasn't picking up. The girl stood at the counter, holding the phone to her ear, while the guy said that he called her himself, since he did not answer, to which the girl replied that she checked that Hyunhee was at home in the morning. The girl added with a wary look that his mood was different from usual. Yoo-hyun looked blankly at his brother, holding his head, while the girl asked him if he could come if he didn't have an appointment. Yoo-jin thought that the war of public opinion was only a matter of time, so it was better to act quickly, and then wondered if anything would happen if it came like that. The guy drew attention to his brother, who pointed to himself and asked if he should go with him. Because Yoo-jin still needed security, the guy asked if he could handle it. because he was going to go attack the dungeon, to which his brother replied that he has camouflage glasses, so he will pretend to be another guild member. A guy with headphones around his neck sat at the table. Pointing at himself, he sheepishly asked if they wanted to borrow his identity. Eugen thought that this man only appeared in the dungeons occasionally, and he also recommended the bar to the officer. He remembered the moment from the bar when he was sitting with T1, and the man said that this bar was recommended to him by Min Yui, because, according to him, this is a polar place among young people. He then remembered how this guy held the ability to talk to a man in the dungeon, and Eugen mentally imagined him as a B-rank hunter assistant, Min Yui. The image in his head changed again. The guy sat with a wide smile, holding out his hand to the dog. Min Yui was sitting on the sofa. His brothers and Simyeong stood in front of him. He repeated that he would just need to sleep and not go out anywhere, to which Simyeong replied that he should not worry, since they would put him to sleep with an object. The guy put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that giving away one's identity is somehow. His man interrupted him, saying that he would receive payment in the amount of 3 hazard pay, as well as an extension of paid leave, after which the guy continued his phrase, saying that it was exciting, but he would be happy to cooperate with them. Eugen mentally chuckled at the fact that it was a quick decision. Simyeong covered the guy lying on the bed. Min Yui turned to the leaving brothers, asking them to fulfill one of his requests. He looked at them with a smile, asking them not to do anything bad in his image, because he would be sad if he woke up with a criminal record. Eugen raised his hand, showing a finger up, and with a wide smile said that he could rest assured that they would not do anything illegal, after which he thought that they would do everything except that. The guys saw that Min Yui had rights. There was a guy's yellow car parked on the street, and Eugen offered to go in his car. While sitting in the car, he looked back to where the worried crowd was standing before saying that everyone was very worried, to which Yoo-hyun replied that it was because they see him as a B-rank hunter, jokingly asking if anything would happen to such protection, and whether it will be stolen. The guy turned to his brother with a smile and said that he was like a younger brother to him, so he was calm. Suddenly it started to rain. Buses and cars were driving between large buildings. Yoo-hyun asked his brother if he had to go to Jupiter. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at his brother, who was holding his hands behind his head, and added whether they could look for information themselves about who was connected with the explosion. Eugen replied that it was necessary to study the turnover of the special dungeon market. The holographic map shone above the guild building. Yoo-hyun said that Word's Edge is also developing rapidly, but they are not yet connected with the dungeon, and Jupiter, on the contrary, is not growing, but is making connections abroad. Eugen patted his brother on the back with a smile while he said that if World's Edge rises faster, then he won't need to visit Jupiter, after which the guy said that his brother can handle it anyway, adding that he is already 20 and there is no need to rush. Suddenly he turned his attention to the radio. The announcer said that yesterday's rift in the dungeon was stopped by the hunters of the association, joining their efforts. He looked at his brother with a smile while the announcer said that the Hunters Association, which always takes the safety of citizens as a priority, singled out. Eugen said that they were talking nonsense, because no one except T1 even turned a nose. Suddenly, their car rammed a truck, knocking it off the road. After the impact, he still continued to drag the car in front of him. Yoo-hyun kicked down the door with his roots. He grabbed his brother's arm and jumped out of the car. The next second, the truck pinned their car against a pole, smashing it completely. The unconscious guy heard his brother trying to wake him up. The guy raised his head. Yoo-hyun pulled out a sword, holding the guy on his knee, and worriedly asked if he was okay, to which the young man answered in the affirmative. There was a crowd of people and cars standing around the burning car. The truck was cut into 2 parts. Yoo-hyun said that the impact fell on the front part, and then asked how this could happen right after the appointment of a B-rank security guard. The man in the cab of the truck was sitting covered in blood, lying on the steering wheel. The guy said that he seemed to have died. Yoo-hyun with a stern expression said that he did not think that his brother would be attacked on the main road, adding that they need to call World's Edge, request a new car and have them solve it, to which the guy replied that people's safety comes first. Yoo-hyun looked at his brother incomprehensibly, who said with confidence that since they tried to remove him like a thorn, there was a high probability that this was an association. The truck held the burning car pinned down. The guy addressed his brother by name, after which he corrected himself and called him Min Yui, asking him to save people, adding that let the guild deal with the driver's body. The guy frowned, looking in front of him, and said that it seemed to him that the association had decided to put an end to it, and that it was necessary to answer them, since they were always on their tail, and so diligently want to do harm. Yoo-hyun looked at his brother in surprise and listened to him silently. In the Jupiter Guild lobby, Soyoung said with concern that she heard that a truck suddenly drove into them. Yoo-hyun watched as the girl looked at his brother in fear, asking if he was hurt. Yoo-jin said that he was fine. He walked up to his brother, pointed at him and introduced him as a B-rank hunter Min-yui, adding that he saved him. To which the girl indignantly asked if he was crazy for taking a B-rank hunter. She exhaled and, having calmed down, pointed her hand to the side, saying that Yoo-jin needed to be more careful, and that she would take them to the guild owner's house. The guys followed her, after which she added that the guard from the guild could not go with them. The guy put his hand on his brother's shoulder while he worriedly said that he couldn't leave him alone, to which Yoo-jin replied that everything would be fine and he would be back soon, so he should wait for him in the lobby. Irin quickly ran over his arm as he said that if anything happened, he would contact him. Yoo-hyun watched as his brother walked towards the portal door. Yoo-jin thought that, if anything, he has abilities, and although his level of resistance to fear remained the same, but if you remember his determination yesterday. He extended his hand towards the door, ending his thought by saying that he would not give in to Hyuni even if he pressed. He walked through the door and, raising his hand to his mouth, asked forgiveness for disturbing him. The guy looked around the huge room and admired his house, asking if he lived here alone. The golden chain moved closer to his leg as he called out to the owner of the house and asked what floor he was on. Suddenly, the chain knocked the frightened guy off his feet. He looked at his leg in shock. The chain pulled the guy across the room at high speed while he screamed and asked to stop. The shackles hit the guy several times against objects in the room and the floor. Yoo-jin nervously tried to shout out to the man. Then the chains dragged him up the stairs. While the guy was banging his head, he shouted that there were stairs and for the man to stop. The guy hit the floor and stopped. He looked above himself angrily and, insulting the man, asked if guests cleaned there, and added that he had legs. Suddenly the guy fell silent, looking at the menacing blonde standing over him. The man looked at Yoo-jin sternly, holding the chains in his hand. The chains lifted the guy above the aquarium. He asked himself what kind of tank it was and whether there was a glass floor there. The man, without looking up at him, asked if he was the brother of the head of the World's Edge Guild. The guy hung in the air, looking at the man as he said that he was recorded as his item, to which Yoo-jin replied that this did not mean ownership. The guy looked at him warily, thinking that he was somehow strange today. The man looked down sternly. Yoo-jin thought that he was not even responding to the muttering and seemed to be really not in the mood, as Soyoung had said. The man grabbed the guy by the ear, interrupting his words about starting with chains. The man looked at the embittered guy incomprehensibly, asking where he got this earring from, because he didn't give it to anyone or give it away. The guy looked up at him and shouted that he had already developed dementia. The chains began to move as he asked if the man had forgotten that he had given them to him. Hyuni didn't listen to him and quickly lowered him into the water. The guy, plunging under the water, thought about what kind of suddenness this was, and that canceling the damage would not get rid of suffocation. He frowned at the man through the water, asking what he was doing. Hyuni looked at him emotionlessly, looking at the blonde from under the water. He thought that the man seemed to have forgotten the memories of him. Fish of various colors swim in schools in blue water. Peace, holding a long white vase in his paws, tries to get his tongue into the neck, but he fails. Chirpai, with its beak open and turned on its side, tries to reach the water in a flat saucer with its tongue. It is not nice to give Peace a long vase and a chicken with a long beak a flat plate. And also you can't feed Yoo-jin F-class a whole aquarium of water. The brunette opened his mouth underwater, coughing and choking from lack of oxygen. A guy lying on the sofa in soaking wet clothes raised himself on his elbow and shouted displeasedly to the blonde sitting opposite that they definitely don't know how to treat guests here. Hyuni said that he had finally woken up. A fair-haired guy, sitting on a chair in a burgundy shirt and a black vest, crossed his legs and, clasping his hands, said that he didn't even flounder as he plunged into the water, and he had a face as if he was sure that he didn't will harm him. Wiping the water off his face, Yoo-jin looked at him angrily when the guy asked what kind of relationship they had. Sitting on the sofa, the brunette sarcastically replied that they had a relationship between a tourist guide and a very dissatisfied client. The rating was barely increasing after the fake tours, but the customer service was so terrible that it dropped to 0 stars. Raising his hand, surrounded by magical chains, Hyuni threateningly asked if the guy's throat was dry, and Yoo-jin, covering himself with his hands, shouted to him to wait. Raising his palms in front of him, the brunette, his face white with fear, said that now he would explain everything properly, and wondered what was wrong with his memory. It didn't seem like dementia. Coldly looking at the guy, Hyuni, who had gold chains floating around him, said to Yoo-jin to explain everything to him. The guy thought that the head had a normal tone of voice, but he changed his tone after he regressed, and probably these memories to him and got knocked off. Holding one palm in front of him, the brunette took out his phone and looked down at the burning screen. He placed the phone face up on the table, telling Hyuni to look at it and asking if he remembered anything from here, thinking he was lucky the phone was waterproof. Hyuni picked up the phone with the search engine tab open with news about Yujin, the best monster breeder, and replied that he didn't remember. Closing his eyes, the brunette raised his hand and proudly said that they had a very mutually beneficial relationship. And moreover, they killed 2 SS-class monsters. The blonde was surprised whether such an F-class as he did it. And Yujin replied that he has some pretty useful skills. The blonde looked at the hand sparkling with purple light in shock as Yujin said that he also broke his contract with the lizard master for him, which he can check. Awkwardly raising his hand to his mouth, Hyuni said that this is incredible, and he still treated him like that, and Yujin thought happily that it was right. Let him be grateful and change his attitude. Scratching his chin, the blonde looked to the side in confusion and asked why he didn't tie him up and keep him. Placing his hands on his knees, the brunette stared puzzledly at the guy in front of him and thought that in any case, this made it clear that he did not remember anything about what happened after his regression, wondering if it was amnesia. But why from that moment? Looking away and scratching the back of his head, Yujin said that he didn't know how it happened, but he had one interesting skill. Hyuni looked from his smartphone screen to the guy when he said that he thought he could use his skill to dig up and return his memories. The guy's eyes flashed and he coldly said that this was interesting. Suddenly, a golden chain wrapped around Yujin's neck. The brunette fell to the floor in front of Hyuni, who scornfully asked if he really thought he would let him rummage through his head, and said that apparently he was too soft on him. Yujin looked at the chain around his neck in horror, saying to himself that he thought so. Looking at the guy with the sparkling eye, who was holding a coiled chain in his hand, shackling the brunette, Yujin thought that he realized that all this time he had been generous to him, but did not think that he would behave like that towards him. Drops of sweat ran down his tense face. He thought that this whole situation seemed familiar to him. Then, in the Hyuni cave, a hand surrounded by red clots of magical energy strangled the guy when he wanted, risking himself to break the contract with the owner of the lizard using a game. Grabbing the chain that the head was holding with his hand, looking down at him, Yujin shouted that not even a month had passed, and he was doing this again. Pulling the chain and looking defiantly at the guy, the brunette said that then he should live the same life he's been leading until now, not being able to remember many things. Approaching the guy looking down on him, Yujin said with a smile that he was not the kind of person who would just give up just to save his image in front of some F-class. Hyuni thoughtfully lowered his gaze when the brunette shouted that he would regret it later. Suddenly the corners of the blonde's lips lifted into a smile. Letting go of his hand and removing the chain from the guy, Hyuni closed his eyes and said that he had not played for a long time, and Yujin thought that he said this the same way as then. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, Yujin said that he would lose consciousness for a while. Hyuni closed his eyes and both boys were engulfed in blue flames as Yujin said that he would finish as quickly as possible, so let him get in. Yujin closed his eyes, becoming covered in a blue glow. The brunette found himself in the air in a bright room with columns when he heard someone say hello to him. Standing opposite him was Hyuni, wearing a white shirt with the top buttons undone and saying that he was touched that the guy came to him in person. The guy carefully lowered himself to the floor when the head said with a smile that he was wondering if he was hospitable to him there. Yujin opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that this was the previous Hyuni. The guy threw up his hands emotionally, shouting in displeasure that Hyuni tied him up and dragged him everywhere, and almost drowned him in an aquarium. The blonde apologized, and Yujin told him to explain what happened. Lowering his soft gaze, Hyuni said that in fact, he was also stuck. Looking at his palms, the blonde said that about 2 months ago he began to feel a strange feeling of discomfort. He seemed to float in a dark space among shining crystals, and at dawn he vaguely remembered things he had forgotten about. But in the end, all the memories were mixed up. Yujin opened his mouth, staring in surprise at the guy who said that he was stuck like that. Hyuni is like walking on water among other people and numbers. As the newcomer said, regression is not just turning back time, but also rewriting current data. The original Hyuni seems to dive into a sea of forgotten information, and the past Hyuni emerges from there, forgetting everything due to regression. Due to discomfort, he began to delve into his memories, and, apparently, became the same person he was before the regression. Rolling his eyes, Yujin remembered the sinister blonde with a chain in his hand, realizing that he had no memories of what happened after the regression, and wondered what he even remembered now. Hyuni raised his hand to his chin as Yujin asked if anything came to mind while he was here. Looking down full of hopelessness, the guy said that he imagined 30-year-old Yujin, but did not know why the memories were so mixed up. Looking thoughtfully at the guy, the brunette was surprised, thinking that this was the age he would be in 5 years when he regressed, and realized that the head remembers what happened before the regression, but, fortunately, does not know the reason. Transforming his hand into a paw with claws, the brunette said that maybe Hyoni had the ability to see the future, and the head of Jupiter said that foresight was not his style. Yujin, with a satisfied smile on his face, raised a yellow paw with claws, and the blonde asked what kind of hands these were. Looking at the transformed hand, Yujin replied that it was Noah's hand, since this is the spirit world. Thanks to sense sharing, one can use the abilities he sensed, so he is going to help Hyoni with this hand. Confusedly looking at the menacing-looking paw, the blonde stammered and said that he roughly understood, but this method of help was frightening. Yujin smiled sweetly, putting his hand forward, thinking that this was the method Dayama taught him. Suddenly there was a flash of bright light. Yujin swung his clawed hand across the blonde's chest. Hyoni looked in shock at his chest, from which red and black clots of energy were coming out. He pressed his hand to his chest, and Yujin, who jumped to the side, asked how he was and if he remembered anything. The brunette showed a clawed hand, in which there was a red ball of energy, and said that in this way it is possible to extract memories. And in order to return to the way things were originally, you first need to take out all these memories and carefully organize them again. He raised his second hand up and a huge blue ball of energy formed above it. Holding his hand on his shoulder, the blonde looked up and said that this was really effective. The brunette smiled, holding a giant ball that was increasing in size. Hyoni said that he feels like this is a bit personal for Yujin. The guy, smiling, replied that this is not so, it's just a bunch of memories. Putting his fist in front of him, entwined with blue energy, Yujin with a frightening expression on his face said that it will hurt a little. But it's just pain, there will be no scars in life, it's all for his own good. The brunette directed blue energy at the hunter, showering him with a wave, and said that first he would make him drink some water. Inside the mental world, yellow sparks struck and destroyed the palace. Yujin landed with his hand on the floor. He looked up and with injustice on his face shouted that this was cheating, because before that he was stronger. Hyoni stood on the floating and sparkling ruins of the castle, looking down at the guy. Yujin had to run his clawed paw through him and pull out the memories, and then defeat him. He should have buried the memories of the events before the regression, and Hyoni would have surfaced from the sea of memories, becoming normal. Putting his hands to the side, Yujin asked displeasedly how this turned into a battle. Hyoni, who had yellow sparks glowing in his hand, said with a smile that it was all thanks to Yujin's personal excavations. Thanks to this, he was able to remember his fighting skills. Yellow lightning bolts flew towards the brunette releasing blue energy, and he ironically said that these were the memories Hyoni remembered first. Yujin turned his head and sharply placed a block in front of him, and shouted, asking what kind of explosion this was, how could he do something like that? Hyoni smiled creepily and said that the hydrogen explosion was caused by electrolysis, and he remembered this thanks to him. Suddenly, the floor under Yujin's feet disappeared, and he began to fall into the resulting hole. The guy flew into the burning pit with a cry of horror, and the blonde said with satisfaction that it seemed he had learned something about manipulating space in the spiritual world. Suddenly, yellow dragon wings burst out from the brunette's back, and his second hand also transformed, and he shouted that he realized that Hyoni was doing well. Flying over the blonde man standing on an island in the middle of the lava, Yujin shouted at the guy to just stay still so that he can dig through his memories, and Hyoni asked if he would do that if he were in his place. Gathering blue energy into the dragon's paws, Yujin shouted that he wouldn't like it either. The brunette directed energy towards the guy, shouting that then he would just force him to be calm and follow the plan. Hyoni asked in surprise if it was really Noah's paralyzing poison. Yujin abruptly looked at the green forests and rivers below him and wondered if the area had changed again, thinking that these places were connected to Hyoni's memories before his return. Suddenly, the blonde man appeared next to the guy who was distracted by his surroundings and said that this poison is nothing. The brunette coughed as Hyoni grabbed him. The guy flew down towards the luxury ship floating on the sea, wrapping one arm around the screaming Yujin, and said that he would borrow some poison resistance skills from him. Hugging the guy, Hyoni landed on the table covered with a white tablecloth, knocking the glasses of champagne and scaring away the guests. Waving his hand, Yujin offendedly told the guy to get away from him, and Hyoni said with satisfaction that it worked great. Yujin rushed towards him, waving his arms and saying how annoying he was, calling him son of a buck. Hyoni jumped back and called him daddy. Yujin asked what nonsense he was talking about. Had he really lost his mind? And the guy replied that Yujin called him son. Hyoni looked back at the fragments of memories where multi-story buildings were visible, and said with joy on his face that, Thanks to Eugen, his memories were returning, and it was fun since he also has battle foresight. He landed on the ground opposite the brunette, who thought that he was having fun. Eugen looked around and, seeing a city street with high-rise buildings, said that this was the area where he used to live. Had Hyuni really been here before? And the blonde, ignoring the question, asked why not try to use the sense-sharing skill. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked if he meant the teacher skill. Hyuni smiled and said that Eugen said that when he returns to reality, he will forget what happened here, and asked if it is a skill, if he could remember it using sense-sharing and teach it again when he returns to reality. The brunette, thoughtful, replied that it sounded useful. Suddenly he ran his claw along his forearm, cutting the skin, from which black liquid poured out. Eugen began to take out a red-violet magical spear from the wound, entangled in black clots of energy, and said that he could not do this for him for free. Squinting, Hyuni looked at the guy and said that he remembered this, asking that this was his younger brother's black blood flame. Pulling out his spear and holding it in his hand, Eugen shouted to strike him 10 times. Holding the glowing weapon in front of him, he ran to the head of the guild. Suddenly there was an explosion of purple energy. Eugen opened his mouth in surprise, looking forward in confusion. His spear collided with a black clot of energy that protected the blonde. Black flames flowed around Hyuni's hand, with which he grabbed the tip of the spear, and the shocked brunette asked if this was slow plunder, Mr. T1's skill, and the guy confirmed. Knocked back by the flash of clashing energies, Eugen asked where he got this skill from, and Hyuni replied that he was not sure, but it seemed to be given to him. The brunette shouted that he would check whether he was lying or not, and his colleague replied that he did not want to with this. A girl with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail frowned and said that this was impossible. Soyeon, blocking the entrance, said that hunters from other guilds are prohibited from entering the head's residence, and Yuvhon and Min's body said that it seems that something happened to Eugen, and asked if she was sure that the head of Jupiter was not doing anything wrong. Eugen. Soyeon got angry and shouted that it was very rude and asked if he meant that the guildmaster would hurt Eugen, and the guy asked if she could guarantee that he wouldn't hurt him. The girl, drops of sweat running down her face, covered her eyes in irritation and shouted that she couldn't. The head is definitely a troublemaker. Yuhyun, looking at the girl with displeasure, thought that he was suddenly getting a reality check of what kind of person his guildmaster is. Yirin had a response to whatever is going on in there. Remembering how he appeared in front of Eugen in the form of a flame back then, he thought that it would be good to go to the head's residence like this, but if he used this skill, his body would become vulnerable. A guy in glasses and a white shirt over a black turtleneck walked decisively towards the entrance, saying that he would have to go there in person and check. A man with side-swept hair reached out to him, trying to stop him, and told him he was crossing the line. Suddenly, Min grabbed the man's hand. He sharply twisted his arm and laid the man face down on the floor, pinning him down with his knee. Soyeon, swinging her leg to hit the attacker, shouted, asking what he was doing. Min lifted the man by the neck, exposing him to attack. The man grabbed his neck with his hand. Suddenly the guy moved, heading towards the entrance, and Soyeon sharply turned her head, stopping her blow. Yuhyun held up the white card and looked at the girl, saying that she could have just given him the key to the doors, then he wouldn't have to use force. Soyeon, looking confused at the leaving guy, shouted to the man lying on the ground with the phone that he urgently needed to contact the head of the guild. He raised the phone to his ear, and Soyeon clenched her hand into a fist and, looking up, thought that Hunter Min was hiding such enormous power. Looking at the screen, the man said that the head was not answering the call. The girl grabbed her head, asking what he was doing there. Snow-capped mountains stretched beyond a blue lake surrounded by green hills. Lounging on the grass, Eugen wearily said that it seemed he had run out of mana. It was exhausting. Hyuni, sitting next to him, replied that he had worked hard. Happily looking at the blue sky, the blonde said that thanks to him, his memories became clearer. Eugen said, which means it was worth it. Looking at the blonde next to him, the guy thought that he felt like he had even more questions. Hyuni looked into the distance with a soft smile as green leaves circled around him, and Eugen thought that before he regressed, he was an ordinary F-class person, so he didn't have much information. But if he could delve into the memories a little more, Hyuni then perhaps would have learned more about the transcendence of this world. Remembering the blonde man who had grabbed the tip of the spear with his hand shrouded in black flames, he again wondered how the T1 officer's skill had ended up in him. Imagining T1 going into the dark distance, Eugen thought that before his regression, the officer dies and Hyuni disappears, so T1 has no reason to give up his skill while he is alive. So either Hyuni killed the officer and took his skill, or threatened him to give it to him, but Hyunhee is definitely involved in T1's death. Looking gloomily at the joyfully smiling blonde, Yujin thought that he wanted to dig deeper, but this fool did not want to cooperate. Standing up and looking at the mesmerizing views of the mountains in front of him, Yujin asked where they were, and this place was also from his memories. The guy replied that they were in Switzerland, and this must be his last memory. Throwing his head back and looking at the sky, the blonde said that it seemed he was traveling abroad. Yujin asked if he killed the T1 officer to steal his skill before hiding abroad. White clouds floated across the blue sky, and Hyunhee replied that he was not sure since he had no reason to kill T1 and asked if there were such rumors. Looking up at the sky, Yujin said something like that since he disappeared after T1's death. Hyunhee looked at the guy with a gentle smile, who said that he's caught on. Looking at his palm, the blonde said that he knew that he did not just suddenly acquire a professional skill. Remembering how the brunette pulled out a spear from the wound on his hand, Hyunhee said that Yujin said that he could use the skills that he had witnessed before. The guy froze, looking ahead, when Hyunhee said that his brother's black blood flame does not yet exist at the present time, which means that he experienced it in the future. The guy with wind-blown hair looked at Yujin and asked if he would now tell him why he had future memories and the truth that he was hiding. Looking at Yuji with a smile, Hyunhee asks to tell the truth that he is hiding. The guy lowered his sad gaze and sighed. Looking at the man rising with an innocent smile on his face, he noted that for some reason he was no longer trying to extract information from him, as before. The head of the guild replied that even if he found out everything now, he would forget as soon as he returned back. He approached Yujin and with the same innocence and smile began to choke him, causing him to make a face. The blonde says that if he could get out of here with his memories intact, he would get the information out of him in a nice manner. With a grin, Hyunhee removes his hands, asking why he doesn't want to talk to him. Yujin threw his head back and looked at him with his mouth slightly open when the man said that keeping everything to himself was a bad idea. The teacher lowered his head and wondered if it was worth telling him about everything here. Sitting on the field, the guy looked at the blonde, thinking that the vicious one asked not to talk, but since he would forget everything anyway. He remembered the old skirmish, thinking that he couldn't get into trouble because of misunderstandings. He also remembered the meeting with the president and Simeon, when he sat at the table with his head hanging. The guy thought that he also couldn't be disappointed or suffer because he had to keep everything to himself. He thought that this time he would say it. Looking at the blonde, the teacher made a serious face and said that he was reborn from the 5-year future to the present. When Yujin turned away and closed his eyes, the guild leader asked if he really had the ability that could turn back time. The teacher replied that this was not so and said that he had an item that could only be used once. Imagining a crowd of people in his head, he continued to explain that technically he did not return time back, and the information of 5 years overlapped the information before rebirth. He noted that therefore, people who were alive before rebirth have duplicated information. Hyunhee looked away as the teacher continued to say that they don't realize this, so he doesn't know why the man is an exception. The guild leader replied that everything was clear to him now, noting that this was why everything seemed so wrong. Looking at the bright mountain landscape in front of him, the blonde asked if it turns out that Officer T1 died and then he disappeared. Yujin confirms his words, saying that that is why he is suspected of murder, because he allegedly stood in his way, and in the way of the association. The guy laughs cheerfully as Hyunhee looks on with a surprised face and says that this is all nonsense, since the officer is too talented to kill him over such nonsense. He suggested asking him when they returned, because if there was a reason, he would share his skill. The teacher noted that he would probably strangle him if he asked again. He stands up and turns to Hyunhee, asking if he is upset because he was involved in rebirths. He adds that he is sure that he was busy all these 5 years, and in the end, because of him, it all lost its meaning. The man says that everything is fine. The guy with an irritated face looked at the head of the guild when he, with boredom on his face, rested his chin on his hand and said that he was offended by his past self. He noted that he had to live an uninteresting life, listening to the ravings of his lizard owner. Yujin muttered that it was like he was talking about another person and not himself. He looked away and exhaled with relief with a smile on his face, thinking about what he was afraid to say. But the man apparently took everything calmly. The blonde man drooped while the teacher, putting his hand on his neck, said with an innocent smile that he had nothing more to tell because he had a rather miserable life. He noted that this was about the moment when he got out. The blonde looked at him with a sly smile and began to ask what, that is, he was reborn. Removing his hand from his neck, Yujin froze with surprise in his eyes when the head of the guild asked if he had done it to find your brother. The guy with fear on his face, and with his mouth slightly open, turned towards Hyunhee. Still with great surprise, the hero looked at the blonde, who put his hand to his chin and asked with caution how he understood if he had no memories. The man replied that this was not a memory at all, but just his assumption. He looks at the floor, holding his hand to his chin, and says that any normal person would try to correct all the mistakes if he had a chance to turn back time. His thoughts are depicted in the form of an hourglass and a picture of the reunion of two brothers. Hyuni guessed that he was reborn about 2 months ago, and that's why his energy changed. Removing his hand from his chin, the blonde turns his head to Chief Yujin and says that the reason he is so worried about his brother. He expresses great surprise while looking into his eyes when he says that it is because both young men are friends at a friend. In a fleeting silence, the guild head's gaze became softer. He pulled him aside, smiling a little. The blonde looked up at the sky, putting his hands in his pockets, and the teacher hung his head. Hyuni congratulated the guy on improving his relationship with his brother, and he thanked him in return. The man looked at his palms, which slowly began to turn blue, noting that it would be nice if they talked more. The main character, making a face and putting his hands in his pockets, looked at the disappearing Hyuni while he said that he would hear the rest later in great detail. The teacher muttered that he would not tell him anything more. He lowered his gaze and pursed his lips, thinking that perhaps he shouldn't have said anything. Before disappearing, with peace on his face, Hyuni collects the memories into a ball, deciding to give them to Yujin. At this moment, the guy was thinking that if he wants to know the reason for his rebirth, then he is not so sure of him as to tell everything that happened. The head of the guild said that he was giving the memories from this place to him. He hands the iridescent sphere to the teacher, and he, looking carefully at the ball, accepts what was given. The guy continues to monologue in his thoughts, thinking that this will be the only time he told the truth. Holding the bright shining sphere above his palms, he thought that he didn't care. Yujin turned his calm gaze to the sky, mentally noting that the fact that he was able to share with someone what he had hidden for so long calmed him down. Hyuni completely disappears, leaving behind traces of his memories, and the teacher looks at the remains of the disappeared hero. Holding the white sphere in his hands, he looks at it with a suspicious gaze, thinking that in any case, it was supposed to preserve the memories that were before the rebirth. He imagines the blonde along with Soyuong and Hyana, thinking that this version of Hyuni will allow him to return with the same mean memories as the others. Suddenly the ball, spreading in the hand, began to shimmer in different colors. The guy's eyes opened wide in surprise and fear, and his lower jaw moved down. He didn't understand what was happening when the Sun Hyuni variation appeared from the ball. The guild leader, with a crack on his face, opens his eyes and greets Yujin. He screams in bewilderment, asking if they weren't supposed to unite. Meanwhile, the blonde wakes up in reality. He puts his hand to his head, not understanding what is happening, and a dark figure stands in front of him. Holding his hand over one eye, the man looks up, saying he wondered who it could be. As Yuhyun walks towards the guild head, taking off his sunglasses, the man greets the junior master. The head of the abyss, with a face gloomy with anger, looks at the man with angry eyes and indignantly asks what he has done. Removing his hand from his face, Hyuni looked to the side and saw Yujin lying on the floor, bound with a golden chain. He lies covered in drool, pale and chained. The blonde continues to look down at him with a puzzled face. Putting his hand to his chin, he looked at the uninvited guest and thought. The man smiled widely and stroked his hair with his hand, saying that he couldn't remember. At this moment, Yuhyun's eyes turned white with anger. Blowing away the floor under his feet, he rushed forward at the person sitting on the chair. A moment later there was a big boom. With great confusion on his face, the teacher looks at the version of Hyuni in front of him, asking what is going on here. Watching the man with a crack on his face, the guy's sweat dropped a few times and noted that he thought they had teamed up before asking why he was here on his own. The guild leader says with a straight face that it didn't work. Hyuni lowered his eyes to the floor, saying that based on what he told him, all the information before and during the rebirth should have been connected. One of the versions in a ghostly form is watching the second. The man says that, however, they both felt something was wrong. Looking at his hands, Hyuni went through the projection, saying that technically they are one, but not quite. The guild leader looks back with a crack in his face, guessing that he was rejected. He looked at the back of himself going ahead, saying that they could not connect, and in the end he came right through. Yujin's face contorted in horror as the man added that this was why they were still apart. The indignant teacher started pointing his finger at Hyuni, who crossed his arms over his chest. The guy exclaimed irritably that he was a sissy. The blonde explained that even if he is apart from him, he is unstable. He looks down sadly, saying that he is like a fragment with incomplete memories, and he barely has memories from 5 years ago. He added that it would eventually consume him and disappear. Yujin sighs in bewilderment, wondering if they will eventually unite or not. Hyuni abruptly grabs him by the forearm when he, with a nervous smile on his face, begins to wave his palm and say that he didn't quite understand the details, but he had to go. The head of the guild asked if he would just leave if he were in his place. The teacher makes a wary face, looking up at the man, and asks what he should do. He asks if he should go team up with him since he doesn't want to bother with it himself. The blonde replies that there is one way, pulling the guy closer to him. Hyuni looked into his eyes and said that there is something that will help him not disappear, and the teacher has this something. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise when the man asked him to give him his body so that he could be in it. The guy indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Yujin fearfully began to cover his body with his hands, calling the man a pervert, asking why he wanted to penetrate his body and take possession of it. Hyuni replied that he was actually not interested in such a weak body. The teacher exclaimed that he was actually an F-class hunter, not an ordinary person. Taking on a serious look, the blonde points to the guy, noting that it is impossible to take possession of someone else's body. But when the head of the guild pointed to the guy's chest, a bright purple light lit up in it, and he said that if he settled in a magic stone in his body, then everything will be different. Yujin excitedly pointed a finger at his chest and asked again, while the man, waving his hand, said that the memory of Dayama was still with him. The teacher touched the golden crack just above the heart while Hyuni asked if he was trying to create a demonic beast by planting a stone in himself. He said that a crack appeared in one of the stones, and the magic died out. The blonde continued to point to the crack, asking him to settle here. He added that he would replenish it with his magical power. Yujin lowered his puzzled eyes down, trying to digest what he heard, while the man said that then the beast would be born safely within a month. The guy asked if this would really happen if he settled in a magic stone inside his body. The teacher's sweat dropped with shock in his eyes, imagining in his head a picture of little Hyuni crawling out of his chest. Crying loudly, he began to run away, saying that this was disgusting, after which he began to chase the man away. The blonde replied that it was very painful for him to hear this. Looking down sadly, Hyuni explained that he would not be born. Yujin, looking at him, listens attentively, keeping his hand on the crack. The guild leader notes that it would be nice if he could be reborn, however, this is impossible. He added that even if his magic were present, the born beast would be a different creature, so there was no need to worry. The blonde lowered his head and put his hands in his pockets when the teacher covered himself with his hands again, asking if everything would be okay, noting that the beast should only absorb his magic. The head of the guild commented that he just didn't want to disappear. Raising his hand, he smiled faintly, noting that this was also beneficial for the guy. Yujin pursed his lips and looked down at the crack again when the man noted that in any case, in his current state, the magic stone would not awaken. The guy thought that this was really true, because the stone inside him did not react to anything. Fixing his gaze on the blonde, he asks whether he guarantees him a magical beast. The man answered positively without hesitation. Waving his hand, the teacher says that he agrees. The blonde grinned when he was warned that if he did anything stupid, he would be kicked out instantly. The head of the guild replied that he understood everything. Hyuni began to slowly disappear, and the energy from his body rushed towards the teacher's chest with a bright light. The man said that he himself could return to reality. Lowering his eyes, Yujin watched in shock as a bright light passed through his chest. At the end of the relocation, he covered the crack with his palm, thinking that although it was unpleasant for him, it was much better than a broken stone. The crack continued to close, shining with a soft light, and the guy thought that this way he could definitely create a demonic beast, and there was a possibility that its abilities would be higher than usual. When the blonde completely disappeared, the teacher's entire body sparkled, casting many shadows. He thought this was the best solution for him. Before his eyes, he saw blue system interference. With a scared look on his face, Yujin suddenly wakes up in reality. Rising up on his elbows, he began to look around the dark room, asking where he was. Sitting down on the floor, the teacher began to examine himself, after which he put his hand on his chest and wondered if he had really returned. He noted that he no longer felt magic. Grabbing the dark sofa with his hands, Yujin suddenly curled up and began shouting obscenities. With a sick look and bruises under his eyes, he looks at his open palm, thinking that it seems to him that he is going to die, because he apparently used too much magical power. He thought that he felt the same way as when he fought Dayama, and now, thinking back on it, he felt a strong pressure from having created the spirit world. The teacher decided to get up from the sofa and put his foot on the floor, asking where Hyuni is. His face contorted in bewilderment when there was nothing under his feet, and he began to fall into a hole in the floor. With a loud scream, he flew to the bottom floor, but Yoo-hyun, who was directly under the hole, was able to catch him. With a worried face, he loudly exclaimed that his brother had woken up. The head of the abyss looked at his frightened brother, asking if he was injured. In response to Yoojin, shouldn't he have waited outside? The teacher looked around and saw mountains of glass, after which he asked why everything around was broken. Looking at Hyunhee with an innocent face, the guy began to shout indignantly, asking if he really fought his brother. The blonde answered, then he, in fact, started first. The teacher was mentally outraged that they had committed a massacre here. Yoojin began to stand up, looking at the man with concern, noting in his thoughts that it seemed that the real Hyunhee had returned. He began to ask him if he remembered. However, his brother interrupted with a request to be more careful because there was fish here. Putting his hands in his pockets, the blonde watched in puzzlement as his younger brother began to fuss with Yoojin. When he exclaimed that he had not paid attention to her at all, Yoo-hyun said that he would definitely slip if he stepped on it. Hyunhee walked up with the guys and knelt down with his hand outstretched. He asked the teacher how many fingers does he show. The guy replied that it was 3. He grabbed the man's wrist and began to peer at the 3 bent fingers when he said that this was the wrong answer. The guy asked him how is this possible if there are really 3 fingers. Yoojin's face darkened and one eye began to twitch when Hyunhee said that if he carefully examined his fingers, it meant that he had vision problems. A moment later, Yoo-hyun worriedly grabbed his brother's shoulders, loudly asking if his eyesight had really deteriorated, to which the guy replied that he was fine. The head of the abyss began to exclaim that he was definitely not okay. Yoojin points at the pleased Hyunhee with a malicious smile, noting that this fool should not be trusted. He added that it is absolutely normal for a low-ranking hunter to have his mana drained. He said he used his skills to save that guy and now he needs a rest. Yoo-hyun grimaced and looked at the smiling blonde with disgust, asking if he really saved him. Yoojin asked suspiciously if the blonde remembered anything. The man apologized, noting that he didn't remember anything at all. The teacher began to laugh arrogantly, pointing his finger at him and wiping away tears of laughter with a handkerchief. In his heart he was glad that the man had forgotten everything. The guy began to mock, shouting that his life was saved, but he doesn't remember anything. He declared that from today on he is his benefactor and demands respect. Yoojin pointed a finger at himself with a cocky grin, and his younger brother began to unsheath his weapon with an angry face as he revealed that he almost died today because of the blonde. After a second, the teacher ordered Yoo-hyun to calm down. He noted that in any case, he had already helped. Throwing one hand on his belt, the guy smiled and pointed his finger at the puzzled Hyunhee, demanding to repay the debt. He said that he therefore asked that the promise of publication be kept, and then the news about the truck collision would need to be dealt with. The guy ordered that he and his brother be given additional changes of clothes. The blonde muttered that he would do everything. As the man turned away and picked up his phone, Yoojin added with his hand in the air that he had something to say. The guy looked away puzzled, remembering their battle and thought that Hyunhee's fighting skills accumulated 5 years before his return to the past were simply incredible. With a wide smile on his face, he began to pat the uncomprehending man on the shoulder, thinking that he would definitely not return them for free. The teacher happily exclaimed that he wanted to tell him about the benefits of knitting for preventing dementia, and added that we would send him a book and pink yarn. At this moment, he thought that he would give him a chance to not suspect anything about himself for now, and then regain his skills. He later noted that although Hyunhee did not regain his memory, he did not ask him anything. Soyoung looked up with her mouth wide open and her face puzzled. She, along with the rest of the squad, stood in front of a large block of ice, noting its size. When the blonde noted that this was exactly what happened, Yoojin laughed, saying that now there would definitely be no fire because of her. Together with the assistant, who was hiding behind the girl, they watched what was happening with shocked eyes. Soyoung was thinking about the invasion of the residents and the subsequent commotion. Yoojin, who was standing next to his brother in Min Yui's body, looked at the girl in surprise with a smile. She wondered what kind of hunter this was. On the way back, the guild representative bows to a puzzled Min Yui, offering a business card. He asks to accept a copy of their guild's business card. The teacher is surprised by what happened. Looking at his brother studying the card, the shocked guy wondered what he had been doing with Min Yui's body all this time. After a while, Yoo-hyun took on his true form, and he and his brother got into the car. He asked if they were going home now. The head of the abyss grimaced with indignation when Yoojin, with his head buried in his phone, said that he first needed to call on the head of song. My brother asked if he was really going to do it in this state. Continuing to look at the screen, the teacher smiled, saying that he had a lot of work, and now he was only half done. When Yoo-hyun sees the guy leaning too close to the phone to see the number, he exclaims that he really can't see anything. Ignoring his words, Yujin turned to his brother with a puzzled face when he saw that he buried his face in the steering wheel. The head of the abyss said that his glasses accidentally fell. The teacher asked to be careful. Keeping his hand on the steering wheel, Yuhyun thought about how he had put so much effort, and also, raising his head, the guy lowered his eyes, plunging into memories. At the big ice block, he held Hyunhee by the collar, thinking that he had so much will. The blonde said that now it is clear to him why Yujin came here today. Touching the abyssal head's hand on his collar, he asked if he didn't come here for a request. Frowning his eyebrows, Yuhyun continued to hold the man, saying that it was only this time, and he would not do such a thing again. Hyunhee replied that this was not the problem at all. The boy froze and his eyes widened in shock as the blonde said that no matter how strong he becomes, Yujin will still be his brother. He noted that this is a child who will forever need to be protected. The man chuckled and brushed off his collar as Yuhyun released him. He said he was sure he knew. He remembered how the teacher, holding a fiery lion in his arms, protected his brother from attacks. Hyunhee said that this guy has one bad habit. Remembering how he hugged two guys in the rain, the man noted that he blindly trusts his instincts and protects everyone. Yuhyun clenches his hand into a fist while the blonde straightens his tie and says that such affection is not desirable for S-class hunters. He flashed his yellow eyes with squinting, saying, "What does this mean?" Straining his eyes, Yujin looks at the phone screen, which is too close to his face. The head of the abyss remembers the man's words that even if Yujin has to risk it alone. Yuhyun stares at his older brother, who is messing around with his phone. Hyunhee's words flash through his mind that he will never try to depend on his loved ones or share his burden with them. Confidently adjusting his new glasses, Yujin decisively said that there was a small incident, but the time had come to cleanse their association, to which Min Yui, standing behind Yuhyun in the body, asked displeasedly. T1, sitting with a laptop at the table, looked at him and suspiciously asked him about his glasses, what happened again, to which the guy replied with a smile that something happened, but it didn't matter and would pass in a few days, and his brother muttered that he doubted it. Turning to Min Yui, the man asked what Hunter Yujin was up to which he confusedly thought that he had noticed everything right away. After the discussion, the man stood next to the table in a thoughtful pose and repeated that from deliberately taking the dungeon to attacking the truck. Yujin looked at him carefully and said that now all the problems have gone far beyond, so this could be a good opportunity for them. The image of the Hunters Association building seemed to crack. The guy continued that if they can correctly collect all the evidence, then there will be a chance to weed out the people they don't need. T1 stood looking at him and listened carefully that he might not like it, and the position of the association would be greatly shaken. Looking at the man, Yujin stated that this is why he came to tell him this in advance. What choice will the head of the security department make now? The man looked at him carefully. Suddenly the guy seemed as harmless as a red panda as he asked if the man was going to cooperate or not and just watch. T1 stared at him in surprise. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear it away, and Yujin thought triumphantly that he could definitely convince him. Leaning his hand on the table, T1 said that he had already decided to protect Yujin. Moreover, it was a risk for civilians, so they were actively working on it now. The guy beamed, saying that was great. If he said yes, the guy would leave him alone. The head of the security department looked at the guy carefully, asking, how he plans to deduct unnecessary people will not be easy. At this, Yujin took out his phone, thinking, what we'll check now, and told him not to worry about it. They already have a plan. The guy has already received everything he needs. A foot in a red shoe appeared in the room, next to which was a cane, spreading a blue glow. A woman with short hair, wearing dark glasses and carrying a cane entered the room, behind which a man was carrying a silver briefcase. Yujin thought that they needed to get information about who was attacking the dungeons and clearing out all the useful items. The person who awakened special skills who managed to attack the truck. The woman smiled and introduced herself, saying her name was Min Jisoo, and asked where the body was. Together with a man who was carrying a briefcase and her brothers, she walked along the corridor and said that when leaving the dungeon, she wandered blindly around and was startled by stepping on the corpse of a monster. Then she acquired the skill of reading information about monsters. Jisoo stated that Hyunhee once made her an interesting proposal. Is it possible to try to read information not only from the corpses of monsters, but also from people? Yujin asked her in surprise if she didn't mind. The man could have forced her. With a sweet smile, the woman stated as openly as possible that she was not forced. She agreed herself. He is so handsome. Having received permission from Hyunhee, she touched the face of the man's corpse and everything worked out. Isn't the head of her guild a genius? Just a smart girl. And not the head? Does he disagree with her? They entered the room with the body, which was covered with a white cloth. The woman raised her hand to her head, and a blue glow spread from her palm. She said that her skill is to read information through the body, so there is less psychological pressure, so it is safe. Jisoo emitted a blue glow, blue symbols swirled around her hand, and lines of text seemed to flash across the body of the corpse. She declared that she could see what others could not. The symbols of the text were reflected in the lenses of her glasses. Yoo-hyun asked the elder in a whisper that Yerim also has a similar skill. He should ask her when she returns. To which Yoojin asked in a whisper how he is going to ask her at such a young age. She won't like it. Jisoo carefully studied the information and said that she found it. This is a truck driver. His name is Junbi and he was also a hunter. Simyoung was sitting at his laptop, surrounded by documents, smiling greedily, and Hammond, sitting next to the tablet with the map open, turned around and said that he seemed to have seen the Junbi dossier before. He started rummaging through the papers on the table, saying that it was here somewhere. Finally, he exclaimed that he had found it, and said that the man belonged to the guild in charge of the internal transportation of useful items obtained from the dungeons, and the location of the guild was here. A small rectangular building with glowing windows. T1 clenched his fist and gave orders to his subordinates to check and block them everywhere. In front of the boys, he decisively opened the doors like a curtain. There was the sound of a struggle and shouts that they were breaking all the rules. The security personnel pressed the twisted hunters to the floor, saying that the suppression of force was completed, and T1 stood with a burgundy book in his hands and spoke into the phone that they had learned the list of all the hunters. Now he would take a photo of it and send it. Yoojin listened to the phone asking if he minded. The man said that if he talks about everything so openly, it is unlikely that those involved in the incident will confess. To this Yoojin replied that everything is fine, so they will learn something. A black car was driving fast along the road. The gray-haired man behind the wheel shouted furiously into the phone, saying how did they know? What was the point of this? They shortened the investigation time like that in just one day. There were wads of money and jars of magic crystals on the front seat. The man said that by this time any trace of their involvement should be erased, and the evidence moved before it is found. Suddenly the driver, screaming, turned to the clawed hand that broke the window and reached towards him. The car hovered over the road. Noah with dragon wings held the screaming man with one hand, and with the other lifted the car into the air. Fragments of broken windows rained down. The blonde said into the headset that he had obtained all the magic stones received in exchange for the illegal sales of items found in the dungeon. He thought that he would need to collect all the fallen things, and then continued that in the end the man himself transported the evidence to hide it from everyone. Yoojin heard Noah's request to let him know when he found his next target and put his arm around Hammond's shoulders, deviously licking his cheek, telling him to quickly find their next location. They'll pay for it all, to which the hamster lover shouted that he understood. On the one hand, this is loud work, on the other, quiet and hidden tactics. Several men tied with rope were kneeling in the room. Yoojin was sitting on a chair. Noah and Yoo-hyun stood next to him in the body of Min-yui. The guy applauded and said with a smile that he couldn't believe it, but these people were the leaders of the Hunters Association. He continued that they dared to steal items from the dungeons, deliberately hit the truck. It was all good teamwork. The gray-haired man shouted angrily, asking if he thought that by doing something like that he could go unpunished, to which Yoojin replied with a wide smile that they should not worry about him, but about themselves. In a few hours everything they had done would spread all over the news. The captured men listened in amazement that after this they would certainly be treated as enemies of the people. Only one road had long been prepared for them. With a wide smile, Yoojin pointed his hand at the people who stood nearby with a determined look and said that these people will take responsibility for their past mistake. A man with a headband, a woman with a short haircut, a muscular man and others listened resolutely that these are the people who will take their place and do their part with dignity. Yoojin gathered all the people who were previously oppressed and replaced them with his own. People leaned angrily towards the terrified, tied-up executives, and the guy said he personally gathered everyone so they could pay back in full. The guy with the headband poked his fingers at the tied-up gray-haired man and said that he was glad to meet the main manager of the dungeon department, so he really did this all the time. This is what he did, kicked him out of the team. He shook the man angrily, shouting at him to look at him, and answered what happened in the end when he took a leadership position in the association. Did he think he could get away with it? The girl turned around and said that they themselves did not know what to expect from the future. She clenched her fists resolutely, saying that they gave themselves the will to get rid of them when they destroyed a worthy guild. Won't they get anything for this? They will also be imprisoned for bullying. Although the situation has changed, no one has cancelled the rules of the Hunters Association. Yoojin flashed his glasses ominously, holding his clasped hands in front of him, and said that she was smart. He asked the surprised people if they thought they would get their place for free. In this world, everything has a price. With the palm of the sinisterly smiling guy's hand, a contract with spikes drawn appeared, and he said that if they wanted to safely return to their position, they must sign this contract. He said that this is a confidentiality contract with the S-rank curse, and otherwise it will be impossible to withdraw or terminate the contract. They will have to follow its terms. Do you agree? They read their contracts carefully, and the guy with the bandage said that nothing much had changed, and then he noticed. He read the text of the contract in surprise. It was written there that the opening of the Awakening Center would be delayed until the stability of the awakening process, and the supply of all equipment were ensured. After initial registration, low-level hunters will be assigned to a management team who will provide assistance for a period of time until they gain experience. Prioritize the distribution of dungeons between guilds through special items and consultation of heads to avoid bias towards a specific guild. The future leaders talked back and forth, saying that this was some kind of oath, and that it was unfair, and the guy became more and more gloomy. The man in the headband asked if he decided to interfere in the affairs of the association in this way, to which Eugen indignantly asked how dare he be indignant. Without an agreement, would they work honestly, tirelessly, so that their guild would prosper? Seriously. Eugen leaned over and told the angry guy that this would discourage them from signing the contract in full, to which the guy continued that these were the true rules of all guilds. Looking at them with an ominous laugh, Eugen said that this also included keeping what they saw and heard today a secret, as if they knew nothing. He thought they understood if they didn't want unnecessary problems for themselves. Laughing evilly, Eugen said with a mad look that they would have to accept his offer for the sake of the interest of the hunters, for the sake of honor and dignity. The hunters with contracts in their hands looked at him in shock and thought that this was a threat. As Eugen watched them sign the papers, Eugen asked Noah in a whisper, what about the president of the association? Was he also in cahoots? To this the blonde replied that it was a little strange. Looking at the guy, he excitedly said that he found the evidence, but he couldn't determine the location. No matter how many times Hammond counted, he couldn't find it. The body of the president of the Hunters Association was lying in an unknown location with his legs severed. Seokwon looked at him in shock. One of his eyes was completely black. He asked in shock, how did this happen? Behind him appeared a smiling jellyfish, who said that she touched him lightly and thought that he died. Well, the association is already useless. Is there any need for it? She hovered behind the man who clenched his fists and asked him what he would do, because she was sure that he had not forgotten. The monster's shining eye was very attentive when she said that the more he fails, the closer his death is. Jin-hyuk ran scared among the clouds of shining fog. Turning around, he said that it was all Seokwon, and begged him to take everything, but not to kill him. The old man ran in fear and shouted that it was the man who first suggested opening the dungeon, and he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Why were they attacking him? Suddenly he fell. His glasses flew off and fell nearby. Jin-hyuk stood up, putting on his glasses, and awkwardly said that he couldn't see anything because of the dust. Suddenly he turned around and saw that his legs seemed to have thawed and remained lying behind him. He asked in fear, "What is this?" The old man screamed and tried to crawl away. At this time his arm and his body seemed to begin to melt, and his second leg melted and fell off. He screamed in fear. Crawling back, he had already begun to melt all over, laughingly saying that this was all an illusion. He saw how objects were used for illusions. Laughing, he said that he understood everything and asked to stop. His face was already melting and spreading as he asked to be let go. Jellyfish hovered next to the disfigured president, and a glowing ball formed in her palm. She held it out, demonstrating it, and said that this is an unawakened memory. In this world he will be able to obtain all the knowledge about it, although it is not entirely useful. She bent down holding the ball and asked Seokwon standing by the body, is it okay if she kills him like this? Isn't the association his only lifeline? Seokwon, without looking at her, said that in any case the association had met its end. Even if he left them alive, they would blame him for everything. Jellyfish pounced on him with a crazy look, asking if he was giving up, to which the man recoiled in fear, saying that no. She said that there was one way. He reached for the tablet, shouting that the negotiations on the terms had already been completed. They said that if they handed over this guy, they would not only be given money, but also several S-rank hunters. On the screen was a photo of Eugen laughing and holding peace in his arms. Seokwon stated to a bored-looking jellyfish that if all goes well, the ISS will be able to get back on its feet. High-rise buildings and skyscrapers rose above the reservoir under the first rays of the sun. The president of the Hunters Association has disappeared. This was not a very popular topic. As soon as dawn broke, the entire country was upside down with various messages. There was a pile of newspapers on the table. The headline read about a deliberate dungeon escape. There was an article in another newspaper that the head of the dungeon management admitted to selling them illegally. The vice president knew about the trade and hid everything. The article was called "The Future and Present of the Hunters Association: Why the Substitution of Items Occurred." The next one stated that corruption in the Hunters Association would destroy the world. When evidence was provided of the association's involvement in corruption, it was assumed that the Hunters Association had covered everything up. There was an empty director's desk near the large panoramic window. Eugen thought that he wanted T1 to take the vacant seat. The man stood and applauded along with the others. Due to his decisive refusal, the position of the head is still empty. It was converted into the current system of authority. All predecessors returned to their places left by the arrested leaders. There was a banner on the stage stating that this was the official return to the position of the Association of Hunters. There the predecessors were solemnly presented with documents. They stood on the stage in suits. The guy remembered that there was an urgent situation regarding the association. For this purpose, predecessors were formed to resolve the positive opinion of the society. The internal working staff also unanimously welcomed their return. The people on stage bowed to the audience in the hall. The guy in the orange headband asked the girl standing next to him in a bow. No one would believe what happened. The kidnapping victim, whom the people now feel sorry for, turned out to be not really a victim. The girl screamed and swiftly slammed the guy's head against her knee, screaming at him to remember the secrecy agreement. Had he already forgotten about it? Two other men said that they were accepting them without any demands. The man with dreadlocks said that he thought they wanted to ask for a favor. Maybe it was done with good intentions. The girl turned around, saying that she didn't know what they were thinking, taking them back to the association. A group of people stood with documents in their hands. A beaten guy was lying behind them. And the girl said that nevertheless, they need to be on the alert. They personally confirmed what is happening to those who are involved in corruption. If they do something like this, they may also end up in the same situation. Eugen sat with an amber liquid in a glass, which turned out to be barley tea, and chuckled ominously, telling them to be vigilant and do their best. He was watching the broadcast on the floor in front of the TV, and said that he was watching them, to which Yoo-hyun pulled his chest, asking if he was sitting too close to the screen. Where are his glasses? When will his vision return to normal? The little black dragon held the glasses in his paws, and the guy replied that, probably, when he rested, he would take the glasses. Yoo-hyun took the glasses from the little dragon, and turning around, ordered him not to go out anywhere and asked him to sit at home and rest, to which the elder replied with a smile not to worry. The dragon was biting the surprised guy's head when he heard that his brother was not going to leave the house today and asked, "Is he really?" Eugen looked away embarrassed and said yes, because they had a guest. A beaming Riette appeared in the room with a carrier in her hands and asked with a smile how he was. She, as promised, came to pick up the baby. Yoo-hyun silently looked at his brother, who said that he had nothing to do with it. He did not go out, as he said, and the girl looked at them questioningly. T1, who came with her, leaned over to Eugen and whispered in his ear if he minded. It must be because of him that his resistance to fear was lowered, to which the confused guy replied that everything is fine. It's not about him. And in Riette, a huge dragon appeared in his thoughts. The guy thought that it was a monster of a girl, whom he agreed to raise in exchange for preventing the opening of the Awakening Center. The huntress opened the lid of the glass carrier and said that she did not need a rider. Bel Air was not designed to be ridden. A red shiny snake appeared. The system information said that this is a fantastic species, a second-class snake, a red jewel snake, a small one. His name was Bel Air. Leveled the Awakening level from A to S skills were already acquired poison teeth and poison resistance, and acquired after growing up, gem scales and scale strengthening. Eugen looked at the hissing snake and said that it has resistance to poison, and is it possible to use precious stones as weapons? To which the girl replied that they say that when it grows up, it will be able to turn into an SS rank weapon. Riette licked her lips hungrily, taking the snake in her hands, and said that for now the only SS rank weapon is the Hyoni chain. When Bel Air grows up, she will fight him again. Eugen, embarrassed, asked to do this in a deserted place and finally released the snake. The girl handed the guy the blue stone of the owner's necklace, telling him to take good care of it. She lovingly pressed herself to the chest of the clearly frightened guy, asking what happened. He broke out in a cold sweat and his pulse quickened. This is love. Is he finally ready to confess to her? Yujin replied that everything was wrong and asked to leave. Yuhyun intervened, telling her to move away from his brother. T1 tried to calm her down, and at that time the snake saw something. He hissed at the squeaking round bird that stood on the table next to him. Suddenly Beller opened his snake mouth and showed his fangs. Yujin was surprised to see it lunge at Chirpai, biting its small round body. Yujin grabbed the bird, trying to pull it out of his mouth, and T1 grabbed the long body of the snake, saying that it looks like he used his deadly poison. He will remove it, and the guy must cleanse the blood of the poison. Yujin looked at his pet in surprise. Chirpai sat calmly, showing her wing, as if saluting. The guy asked in surprise that he was okay. The guy was holding a chick in his hands, looking back angrily at the snake, and asking, is he okay thanks to his fluff? With a loud squeak, Chirpai jumped from the guy's palms straight onto the surprised snake. It landed hard on his head, like a flying press. Yujin asked, was this a counterattack? He stood in surprise next to the fighting pets, called to look, and Riet asked if this was a fight. There was a hissing and an angry squeak. Finally, Chirpai released the battered Beller's neck from his paw. He opened his mouth in surprise. Chirpai towered over him belligerently, squeaking determinedly. Beller crawled away, sticking out his tongue, and then he bent into a triangle, as if in a bow. The pets on the table seemed to be talking to each other. The birds heard an angry word and hissing, but the snake said that it was not a curse. Riet watched this lovingly, saying that the chick was teaching the snake, and Yujin asked if this is normal. Why does it seem to him that they are talking? This is how Precious Beller joined their family. Night fell on the city. The guy thought that his day would end well, but this was not the case. Hyunhee narrowed his eyes in displeasure, calling out to his brother. Yujin, with a towel around his neck, was chasing a dragon who stole his glasses and demanded to give them back. Chirpai was getting in the way under his feet, who was riding Beller like a horse. The guy shouted that he might accidentally step on them, and his younger brother asked him if he didn't say he wanted to rest. Yujin turned around, holding his foot, and said that he was at home, resting. Yuhyun grabbed the dragon, took away his glasses, and said that this is not a vacation. Let him leave his pets in the cage and sleep a little, to which his brother answered him that everything is fine. He doesn't want to sleep. Yujin, with a chick on his head, looked at the kite wound on his arm and said that there is a lot of work ahead. He needs to find Seokwam. He presented the figure of a hunter against the background of the association building, and said that now that the association's protection had been lifted, it was the right time to quickly find him and break his contract with Jellyfish. Yuhyun angrily clutched his glasses in his hand, breaking them, and said that he had not recovered yet. His vision had not yet improved to go on the mission. He looked at him resolutely, declaring that this was not the best idea. At least his vision should be fully restored. Yujin replied that everything was fine and called to take a look. He connected the skill with the snake and, looking at the guy with yellow eyes with a smile, said that if he uses the Beller skill, he can see perfectly, an excellent ability. It will not affect his vision in any way, so starting tomorrow. But the guy didn't finish. With a snake on his neck, he was surprised to feel blood flowing from his nose. Drops of blood fell to the floor. Yuhyun exclaimed in shock, looking at how his brother clutched the gushing blood with his hand. The younger one screamed, asking if everything was okay. Yujin yelped in fear, saying that it looked like he had gone too far. A sign on the medical clinic building was glowing in the night. Yujin sat on the bed with an IV and, embarrassedly rubbing the back of his head, said that he had a slight nosebleed, but here they said everything was fine. He sat in bed and said that he would rest for a day at home and feel better, to which Yuhyun, sitting on a chair next to him, asked, bleeding from the nose, what's the point of being overworked all the time? He imagined his brother running around screaming near the bowls and pets, and said that even while eating he was always busy with monsters. He introduced a guy with a tambourine and toys, saying that he couldn't sit down for a minute because he was playing with them. He indignantly stated that it was only during the day, and at night he began to sleep poorly, to which Yujin embarrassedly said that he was talking about it. Yuhyun remembered sleeping in his bed yesterday, and said that it literally happened last night. The younger one woke up from the light that hit his face. At the door he saw a frightened Yujin with a pillow in his hands and exclaimed in surprise. Yujin approached the bed and asked if it would be okay if he slept here with him, to which the younger agreed. Yujin looked with huge fearful eyes at his brother, discouraged by his behavior, and, placing his hand on his chest, asked him to inhale and exhale. Finally, he lay down on the pillow next to Yuhyun, who did not understand anything, without removing his hand from his chest, and said that this is how his heart beats at a normal pace. The brother excitedly said that he lay there until dawn and asked what happened. Yujin looked away embarrassedly, straightening his hair, and said that he couldn't sleep because he couldn't see well, to which Yuhyun asked, "What's the difference if you sleep with your eyes closed?" Yujin thought that he couldn't say that he saw him dead in his dreams because his resistance to fear was still weakened. Yuhyun lowered his head thoughtfully, saying that this is not all, when he became strange, since he went to the dungeon escape site or even before. He remembered how they met Riet, who brought her pet, and said that even with poor eyesight, he asks people to increase the amount of work. Even though the truck almost ran over him, he did not take care of himself. He remembered sitting next to a guy with his head down. Looking decisively at his brother, Yuhyun stated that he had no need to go to the scene when escaping from the dungeon. The elder thoughtfully scratched his cheek, saying that without him, the damage to residential buildings would have been greater, to which the brother objected that even if this was so, he was not responsible for it. Yujin lowered his gaze, listening to the younger's words that he was F-rank and he had to evacuate people and not go there. The guy asked why he was worried about something he couldn't do himself. Yujin excitedly began to answer, but his brother interrupted him, asking that this is all because he is his junior, and the brunette cannot rely on him. The guy asked in surprise, to which Yuhyun shouted, asking if that was why he was trying to do everything on his own. He shouted that he was also strong and would not be hurt like his brother. In response, the elder ruffled his hair and said that no, his little brother is the strongest and most reliable person. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he just didn't want to drag him into this difficult situation. Otherwise, he would have been worried. Yuhyun was a little embarrassed looking at the hero who had his hand on his shoulder. The elder winked and showed a finger up, promising that this would not happen again. He would take care of everything. Suddenly, his radiance disappeared under his brother's gloom. He literally carried him away in a cage behind his back with an IV in his hand while Yujin screamed, asking what he was doing. Junior repeated the guy's answer that he would take care of everything and said that that's why his answer to this was his imprisonment. Yujin shouted at him to calm down and they talked. The door to the room opened and the foot of an expensive shoe appeared. The man said that this is a hospital not only for hunters, but also for animals. Yujin turned around and saw Hyoni, who entered the room with a large bouquet of flowers in his hands. The guy, embarrassed, held onto the bars of the cage. Beaming, the blonde smiled and said that he originally wanted to give this bouquet in honor of the success of the reorganization of the association. Yuhyun extended his hand, in which a violet fire was blazing, and declared that fresh flowers were very harmful to the health of the patient. In response, the blonde said that this was really not the most suitable gift for a visit to a sick person. Yujin looked out of the cage and asked how he knew about this place, to which the blonde said that they called him and told him about the guy. He asked in shock who. A blue box appeared above the man's palm. He said that he brought it as a gift along with a bouquet. The box contained a beautiful gold wristwatch. The man said that it was a hunting watch that could be kept in inventory. Yujin looked through the bars in amazement at the box, which he had already picked up, and asked again about the watch for hunters. Does he want to say that each part is made from a dungeon item and therefore they can be stored in inventory? He thought that usually in a dungeon during a battle, watches and phones quickly break down. There's nothing better than being able to put your jewelry and cell phones in your inventory. He introduced the hunter's Seokwan with a watch on his wrist and Hyoni, who smiled slyly, as if it were an advertisement with a slogan that is possible even in a dungeon. The brunette thought that such items were so expensive that for ordinary hunters it was like getting a star from the sky. He said that it couldn't be, he couldn't take it, and the brother turned away and added that, in fact, he had already ordered them. The guy in the cage handed the watch back to the blonde, saying that there was no need, let him just take it, to which the man agreed. Yujin thought that was because that his brother is already preparing a gift for him. God, his brother ordered something similar for his older brother. He dreamily remembered how little Yuhyun bought a gift from some granny, thinking that this way he would definitely please his brother. Yujin thought that he used to refuse to buy sweets to save up for a gift for his brother, but he hasn't changed since then. No matter what, Yuhyun is the best. Yuhyun at this time took him by the arms like a little one and lifted him up, saying that they should check his health. Hyoni picked him up, asking if it was really that bad. He had lost so much weight. Yuhyun stated that he would not remain silent and complained that instead of getting a good rest, Yujin took care of his monsters all day. The elder looked at him in shock. The brother stood at the cage next to the man, who folded his arms across his chest and asked him to take care of him for a while. Yujin called out to him indignantly. He held onto the bars and looked at his brother, displeasedly asking what kind of assignment this is he a pet? But Yuhyun turned away, saying that this was the only way to make him rest. The hunters stood with a contract and a pen in hand. Yuhyun stated that they must sign a contract for personal safety. If the man hurts his brother like last time, he will have to pay for it with his blood. In response, the blonde reassured him not to worry, because he had never violated trust in business relationships. Eugen shouted angrily from the cage that, in fact, he also has the right to vote. The younger one crouched down, looking into the cage, and said that he didn't want to get to that point. He looked at his brother carefully and said that no matter what he said, the eldest would still be stubborn. So from that moment on, he decided to do things his own way. Yoo-hyun headed towards the exit of the ward and told the guy to rest peacefully, and now he needs to do something called Minhyui, to which his brother indignantly asked what he was going to do. The blonde looked at him saying that the roses were burned and the watch was thrown away, so he thinks he should at least be given a sincere favor. Eugen screamed heart-rendingly at him to go away, complained that he was biting him, and shouted to his brother did he know who he trusted with his older brother. Simeon, with a folder of documents in his hand, looked at the guildmaster in surprise and asked, did he just say that he entrusted Eugen Hyoni? Yoo-hyun, without turning around, replied that if he left him at home, his brother would spend all day taking care of his monsters and would not get enough rest. To this the man said that, apparently, there really was no other option. He read the contents of the documents and reported that it is also difficult for other guilds to feel safe. Since there is a risk of attack, the only place that is completely controlled by the guild leader is Hyoni. Yoo-hyun, sitting at his laptop, asked the man how Seokwon was doing. He replied with alarm that everything worked as expected. The man was holding a phone in his hand, on which there were many articles with headlines about him. Simeon said that when he spread the information as instructed, the man seemed to be in a hurry and took their bait. He imagined Seokwon furiously clutching a newspaper in his hand while many more of them were flying around, and said that thanks to this, they would be able to find his residence. The guild leader was standing behind his laptop, and a staff member asked him if he was sure if they left Hyoni at Hyoni. The brunette slammed the laptop lid. Without turning around, he resolutely said that it would be better this way. There was a large painting of black and white fish hanging in the hallway. Yoo-hyun thought that at least his brother wouldn't care about the blonde so fiercely. He walked along the corridor with large windows and thought that there was no one else, and Yerim and Noah too. He looked ahead. In the phone in his hand there was a message from his brother asking him to do this for him. Move Bel Air to another place. It is a very poisonous snake. The guy will write everything down here so that other kids can use it for reference. So show them his messages. Now they should sleep in the room. Yoo-hyun thought that not only people, but also demonic beasts. He opened the door into a spacious room with indoor plants. The nest next to the large pillow was empty. Chirpai was sleeping on a curled up snake next to the black little dragon. The guy resolutely grabbed them all in a heap with his large palm. Squeezing the pets in his hand, he looked at them angrily. Gloomily, he said that his brother was ready to risk himself to protect him and these creatures. Yoo-hyun looked at the frightened animals in his hand. Only the chick was sleeping peacefully. He thought he was holding back his inner anger for now. He clenched his fingers harder, and the dragon looked at him in shock. Yoo-hyun's look was very angry. He thought that he really wanted to get rid of them. The guy's red eye looked at the baby monsters. He thought that then his brother would be very upset. The guy introduced his brother. A bright circle shone around his head. Like a halo, his title was Protector. The rank icon represented an adult and a child next to a small heart. He thought it was a relatively common title given to a person, a guardian, who awakened to level C or above. Thoughtfully, Yoo-hyun lowered his head, wondering why so much. The brother accepts and tries to educate them. This is not normal. The door to the room was open. The brunette thought that, probably, because he was also raised by a non-human. The younger thought that it was just a human appearance, but the characteristics were different. He imagined the boy's palm holding another, black palm, and thought that this was just existence. Yoo-hyun remembered little Eugen with an umbrella in his hand, who put his hand on the head of a completely black boy, himself. The brunette thought that long before he awakened, he was raised well. The hero opened his eyes and thought that he was not human. He is the one who was not originally born for the sake of harmony. He remembered himself with a briefcase in his hands on the day he woke up 3 years ago. There was an accident on the road. Cars and buses collided, one of which overturned, and a car was on fire. Large black dinosaur-like lizards were flying in the sky above them. The frightened people ran away, as did Yoo-hyun, who was holding the phone in his hands. Everyone was screaming and asking what it was and asking for help. Suddenly the phone slipped out of the hand of the guy who exclaimed. He reached out to pick it up, but before he could, a lizard flew at him, opening its dangerous beak. Yoo-hyun froze, not reaching the phone, looking at it in fear. And then suddenly he resolutely grabbed the monster by the neck with his hand, while the man nearby covered his head in fear. The schoolboy growled, squeezing the lizard's neck, while people worriedly asked if everything was okay with him. How could he go at the monster with his bare hands? The guy froze, realizing that what was in his head then was not fear or embarrassment. He looked at the monster and realized that he felt liberated. There was a small flash of fire, and the guy thought that he had been waiting for this opportunity. Fire appeared from the palm with which he was squeezing the enemy's neck. The flames grew larger and the lizard screamed and then exploded. Passers-by looked at him, asking if that was an explosion, and shouting for him to run quickly, because the monsters would attack again. The lizards actually opened their beaks and tried to swoop down on the guy, but he quickly rushed towards them first, and his hand was blazing with fire. With his flaming hand, he threw away one of the lizards, which immediately caught fire. Passers-by looked at it in amazement, asking what kind of fire this was. Someone shouted that you could go crazy, you need to go back. If you continue to hang around here, they will burn alive. Yu-hyun's appearance with flaming hands was a little crazy, but very determined. He thought he wanted to burn it all. The guy looked at the fire almost with delight, thinking that he wanted to turn everything into ashes, and so all life on Earth would be burned and consumed. The brunette looked at the burning cars and buses lying on the road and thought that everything would return to the original form of their planet. Nothing would depend on anything. He lowered his head in shock. Then he fell to his knees, resting his hands on the road while everything around him burned. People looked at him and asked how it happened. Yu-hyun grabbed his head with his hand. His clothes were burnt to holes in some places. He put his flaming hand to his chest and thought, no. Sitting huddled in the middle of the huge pillars of fire, the schoolboy remembered that he had been thinking about returning home. There was a broken phone on the road with messages open on it. He remembered that he wanted to have dinner with his brother. There was a message on the screen in response to finishing early today. Yujin texted him and suggested he eat fried meat a little later. He received coupons and bought beef. Yu-hyun thought about how he wanted to go home. Onlookers looked at this in surprise, sitting on the ground. Someone even filmed it on their phone. The flame changed its color and became purple-black. The hunter stood up and thought about what came of it. He looked at his palms, which were burning dark, and thought that the oppressed sword had turned into flame. The system reported that the S-level flame skill, Black Flame, has been activated. The next notification stated that Yu-hyun's awakening reaction was complete. Yu-hyun thought that if he followed his true nature, he would burn this world and consume it. He looked at the glasses he held in his hands. The hero remembered how he and his brother, when they were little, ran after their parents, and wondered if the older brother was the only one who instinctively felt his fire, which his parents avoided and, without thinking, nurtured in him. Yu-hyun put on his glasses, thinking that maybe that's why he's trying to take care of things that aren't human. He can't afford to let his brother act irrationally anymore. There were two large glass multi-story buildings in the city, from where came the question whether the person had heard the story of the hunter Min-yui. People whispered asking that he seemed to be hiding his true power. Yu-hyun and Min-yui's body walked among the hunters who turned to him and whispered that there are rumors that he is dealing with an S-rank hunter, and that he was in charge of guarding the guild leader's elder brother, so the person does not think that it is a hollow sound. He walked up to a guy holding a tablet, who greeted him. The guy looked at him angrily, and the people behind him whispered that the aura really reminded him of the guild leader. Shouldn't his salary be doubled since he is engaged in such activities? Someone said that there was already talk that he would be transferred to a place with much better conditions than now. Yu-hyun, in the guise of an employee, thought that apparently the rumor had already spread quite widely. He remembered how the man handed him a guild card and thought that it was a business card received from a guild member after an accident. A rumor spread based on this. Min-yui hides his true power and wants to be treated according to his abilities. He imagined a guy standing on a cylinder with a medical cross on it, and another standing on a much larger cylinder with a sword on it. The guy thought that the relief world received significantly less attention than the combat one. Therefore, if he had awakened his fighting skills, he probably wanted to improve his working conditions. What if the person who was responsible for protecting the guild leader's older brother decides to emerge from the bottom? A large palm held Hyuni and Yujin standing next to him with peace on his shoulder. The guy thought that this person could very well be Seokwon. The guy held the phone in his hand and thought that he must have thought that he was still in prison and therefore decided to take a few steps forward, thinking that this was his last chance. Yu-hyun looked ahead resolutely, thinking that the hidden rat had fallen into a trap. All he had to do was catch it with his own hands, and after that he could relax a little. Yujin looked up and threw his head back. He sat at the round table with Hyuni, who told him not to say that he wouldn't eat it. The brunette leaned back in his chair and replied that if he cooked himself, he would cook the rice right. The blonde leaned his head on his hand and said that in this case he would have to sit here until his appetite got to him. In response to this, the guy diligently grabbed a fork and said, "Here he is eating." The beaming Hyuni smiled sweetly and said that he was glad to see that the guest was eating well. Doesn't he need to muster up the courage to sincerely apologize for his impoliteness on his last visit? Yujin thought angrily that when he takes care of him, he looks more worried. This is even more annoying. The guy asked if that was why the man had been with him all day and dragged him around the guild building. The sign said that the tour was all inclusive of the internal facilities of the guild and together with its leader. Yujin sat scared in the hairdresser's chair while predatory hairdressers with huge scissors and a comb in their hands bent over him. A professional hairdresser can handle even the hair of a top-level hunter. The huge trainer extended his hand while poor Yujin tried to lift a huge barbell in the center where experienced hunters conduct personal training. Another man with huge muscles was holding a large syringe with a vaccine that can be given to top-class hunters. Yujin was literally beaming, but looked tired. Thanks to this, he was able to eat well, get enough rest and take care of his health, which means the guy decidedly thought that he would not be able to escape. He is confident that this person will follow him, even if he leaves the room for just a moment. Yujin munched on the meat on his fork as the man took a photo of him with his phone, saying that they said he needed to send a photo to prove he was eating well. The brunette posed while sitting at the table and asked if it was normal that the guild leader was free all the time. The man calmly replied that everyone thought he was still conquering the dungeon. The guy asked why he was walking around here so imposingly, to which he received an answer so that the guy didn't worry. They could prevent such an information leak. Yujin angrily brought the meat to his mouth and asked why the man even agreed to this. If he just trusts him and calms down, then he himself will have a great rest. This means that he trusts him more when he dunked him in the water than now. Hyuni held a cup of steaming tea in his hand and said that it was because he had earned a lot of trust as a business partner. In the early days of the guild, he helped the leader in many ways, to which Yujin was extremely surprised. He clutched a knife in his hands, angrily asking if he didn't put pressure on people to repay his debts. Is this why they left him here? The man, with a cup in his hand, replied that Yujin should restore the image of his gloomy brother. Sitting at the table, he said that he helped remove inconvenient people when the situation was at its peak. The guy doesn't have to worry. He has already paid for everything that Hyun noticed. The guy stood up, leaning on the table, and asked if there was anything she missed. He looked at the man resolutely, saying that he would return the money to him, let him just tell him if he needed anything, and asked him not to bring up this topic without a reason and not to burden his younger brother. Hyuni smiled, putting the cup on the table and said that everything is as the guy said. The elder is trying to take everything upon himself. He asked the thoughtful guy why he was trying to take responsibility for everything. He was a hunter and an adult. Yujin lowered his eyes, saying that his younger brother was underage at the time. He remembered watching his brother, along with Simyeong and Seong-han, go into the distance and said that the boy, who had just recently been in the first year of high school, left home and founded a guild to protect his older brother. He did this without anyone's support, subjecting himself to all sorts of tests, and even taking poisons. Yujin clenched his fingers, saying that there was nothing he could do. He was his guardian, but there was nothing he could do. I remembered how my brother sat on the floor with his head buried in his knees, and thought that it was 3 years later and 5 years. He looked down in frustration, saying that that's why even now all he can do is what he wants to do. Hyuni picked up the book with a smile. He handed the books to the distant guy and asked him to read. Yujin asked, "Are all his debts recorded here?" And then he exclaimed, "What is this?" On the cover of the book there was a drawing of a stork with a child, and the book was called Parental Thinking for the Proper Upbringing of Children. The next book was called How to Get Rid of Empty Nest Syndrome. Hyuni looked contentedly at the angry guy with books in his hands, saying that it was time to read to calm his mind. To this, the brunette indignantly asked what happened to his choice of books. Hyuni looked away and thought that they had similar brothers, both sides trying to come forward, declaring that they did not see the other person's efforts. Yujin frowned with displeasure, leafing through the books that lay in front of him. He heard that if he wanted to ease the burden of his younger brother, he should first get well and stay here as long as possible. He said that if his eyes hurt, he could read before bed, to which the guy shouted that he didn't need it. Yujin thought that no matter what, he had never had such a rest in his life. Night fell in the sky. That's why this happened at night. The guy stood in the middle of the room and looked forward angrily. Jellyfish hovered nearby, illuminating everything with its radiance. An uninvited guest appeared. Beller hugged Chirpai as she chirped happily. Yujin sat on the bed and happily fed the bird while the red snake lay nearby while the brunette said how he missed his pets. He fed the bird a lot of crystals, telling you to eat more in order to teleport him. Chirpai immediately fell on her side and dozed off, which of course the young man noticed. He covered his face with his hand, holding the sleeping bird in his hand, saying in frustration that he might have no choice but to stay up all night, because there was no telephone or television. Covering his forehead with his hand, he warily thought that if he fell asleep, this would come up again in his dreams. The guy was furious, because due to the fact that resistance to fear lowered his rank, he could not move normally after regression. He tore his t-shirt with his teeth, indignantly asking if it was time for him to recover, and why his little brother didn't leave him a few days later, because despite all the inconveniences, he couldn't sleep properly without him. The bird chirped pitifully, hiding from the sunlight. The young man thought that she should sleep peacefully. Yujin was touched by the bird, reaching out to someone's hand, which held out a remote control to switch the light. The young man looked at him in surprise, not having time to thank him. The remote control fell right at the brunette's feet. In shock, he noticed his younger brother standing in front of him, and he asked if he was surprised. The copy of Yuhyun put his hand on the shoulder of the main character, who was scared to death while he said that he wanted to come early. But there were always people around the brunette. He, in fear, did not believe in what was happening, considering the vision a dream. The same one asked him not to worry, because without the contractor's consent he could not touch Yujin. He put his hands on the brunette's shoulders, being from behind the frightened guy. It was an illusion created by the jellyfish. The illusion looked at the trembling protagonist, answering the question that in this form it was more convenient for him to open up. He leaned towards the guy, looking into his eyes. The young man was noticeably worried while the creature clarified whether this was the appearance of the person he constantly thinks about and values most of all. Yujin looked at him in shock as he offered him something. The illusion took its form and loomed over the guy, touching his face, asking him to make a contract with him. He claimed that he could save people dear to him from a dying world, but it would take him away. The guy's wide gaze showed his surprise. The illusion of his younger brother continued to say that she became interested in him while she was doing research. Yujin that this was the only time his brother smiled at him at that age. The brunette pushed him. The guy was surprised by this behavior. The guy jumped away from him and angrily declared that he would not fall for such nonsense. Deals of this type are concluded with representatives of the upper class. The eyes of the illusion sparkled brightly, but madly, and he explained that the young man was special. The brunette grimaced with displeasure, listening to him call him a teacher who loved and raised the S-class native. The younger one stood confidently in front of him, with his hands in his pockets, saying that the titles of educators were confusing and that it was rare for anyone to raise a member of the upper class. Illusion touched her chin with her long fingers, looking thoughtfully at the floor and declaring that by the time they were found, they were already dead and would not appear in any universe again. He describes the first source, the highest mountain, and the second source was the wings of an endless stream, and the third was the deepest source. The fourth was a gemstone of all colors. None of the above were found. He told the main character that only in the fifth source, in the snowy tree, do they find a teacher who raised a person of the highest class. The illusion suggested that if the name was associated with the nature of the origin, then he could find out about it by looking at the brunette. He hovered in front of the wary Yujin, releasing his tentacles, answering the guy's question if his goal was to help the source destroy the feast, to which he replied that destruction as such was not his goal. He spread his arms to the sides, looking at the young man, saying that he was driven by curiosity. Help the source for his curiosity to see what would happen if the world was completely consumed. He bowed down before the nervous young man, madly declaring that he found him a very fascinating subject. He knows that he is a member of the lower class and therefore he cannot extract him completely, but he is going to take care of him as best he can. Illusion stretched out her hand, beginning to conjure something in front of him, glad that most of the brunette students belonged to the upper class, but even if not, he could save some of them with the help of his power. He handed the protagonist, who was alarmed, a contract, while saying that destruction was inevitable in any case. The brunette sank, his face darkening as his opponent stated that it was not a good idea to suffer by clinging to a paltry chance. The guy's hand approached the agreement. At that moment, the bird flew onto a piece of paper and tore the illusion out of his hands. She ruined a piece of paper, surprising her owner by calling out the pet's name. Chirpai began to destroy the document while the alarmed brunette tried to stop her. The younger copy watched in surprise at this spectacle, wondering what kind of bird it was. Yujin looked contemptuously at his opponent, holding an angry bird in his hands, when he asked where it came from, thinking that it was in his hands the whole time and he should have noticed it. The illusion reached out to the bird, but the brunette pulled back, not letting him look, shouting at him not to touch the pet. The door burst open as the guy shouted, threatening to stay away from the bird. The illusion reached out to the guy who hid the animal in his palms, not giving him a chance to look. In the eyes of the frightened guy, the illusion is pierced by electrical circuits. He watches in shock as the chains cut into his flesh. A copy of the younger one was pulled in chains to the wall. The brunette himself was also engulfed and pulled by the chains while he shouted the name of the younger one. The head of Jupiter looked at the illusion that he had pierced through with his ability. The blonde grabbed the main character by the side, surrounded by his own chains. He said not to covet someone who belongs to someone else. The illusion half took its form, grabbing the chain with its hand. He had a crazy grin on his face and declared that it was the light of the crescent moon. A hole formed on his body where the chains had pierced him, proclaiming happily as he did so, that the crescent moon chose him. Having got out from under the chains, he attacked the head of Jupiter like a madman, stretching his hand towards him. Sung Hyuni extended his hand towards him, in which a flash of yellow light appeared. The clash of their forces led to an explosion. Medusa lay electrocuted while there was a broken wall behind her. He replied regretfully that he wanted to talk longer. The creature flew away while the men looked after it, finally telling it to think carefully the next time they met. The brunette's face dropped when the blonde stated that he was going to agree. The same one asked what the jellyfish looked like to him. He was alarmed and clarified who he looked like to the blonde. Sung Hyuni looked at the brunette, assuming that the illusion was in the form of his younger brother. The guy replied that he did not need to see it. The brunette touched the hand of the head of Jupiter, who was trying to get out, asking him to let go, to which the opponent asked whether the main character was going to accept the contract. The blonde looked sternly at the guy, clenching his hand into a fist, declaring that he could not break the contract, as was the case with Dayama, and clarified whether he wanted to show noble self-sacrifice. Yujin looked at him, gesticulating and answering that it was a matter of time and they could make a deal. The guy got out of the blonde's grip, crouching down and leaning on his hand, saying that the jellyfish said that it could not harm either him or Sung Hyuni. The brunette took the bird in his hands while the head of Jupiter looked at him with his hands in his pockets. The guy looked at his pet and trembled. He remembered how the illusion of his little brother was pierced by the blonde's chains. Then he saw his younger brother hugging him, which he protected at the cost of his life. The brunette thought that even knowing that he was not real, he still felt the same as at that fateful moment. From these thoughts he shrank, hugging the bird to himself. He remembered the jellyfish in his guise. He thought about it and realized that there was no point in deceiving himself. He needed to see the whole situation clearly. Medusa's second son, an adherent of piety, resumed his activities. The brunette leaned over, placing his hands on his knees, and while the blonde watched him, stated that they needed to find Choi Seokwon. He recalled the jellyfish with the dark man, saying that he said that he could not use power without a contractor, so he needed to find and break the contract as soon as possible. He looked at the leader of Jupiter, talking about his plans, but the man interrupted him, saying that this was impossible. The guy asked why. The blonde, with a friendly smile that made sparks fly off, replied that the brunette could not leave this place. Yujin darkened, indignantly asking what he was talking about, calling the man an old man. The next day the sun rose. The brunette was holding a mug and a toothbrush in his hand, being in pajamas, walking behind the blonde, whom he persuaded to find Choi Seokwon, to which the leader of Jupiter smiled sweetly, not giving in to persuasion. A man in a pink apron prepared food for the main character sitting at the table, who again mentioned that name. Standing alone, he again mentioned his name in parts. 2 days later, a rather angry brunette with a snake on his neck and a bird on his head abruptly stood up from the table that was in the garden and asked the completely calm blonde why they weren't letting him out, to which he replied that it was in the contract that they signed. There is a clause where the guy is prohibited from going outside. Yujin waved his hands, looking at the blonde, declaring that since he was the head of the guild, he saw the jellyfish, then action must be taken. Sung Hyuni replied that without a contractor, little can be done. He scoffed a little, saying that with such danger, a low-ranking brunette should be locked up. The blonde calmly turned his head in his direction, urging the guy to notice the changes in himself after the rest. Surrounded by his pets, the brunette angrily took the crystal out of the jar, answering that the fault of his lack of sleep was on the head of Jupiter, for he destroyed the bedroom. Frowning, he began to feed the animals, thinking that he felt better due to improved resistance to fear, and it was definitely better than going outside. The young man abruptly grabbed his phone, standing up from behind the steel, looking angrily at the calm blonde, telling him that it was time for him to get out of this place. He was going to call and tell everything to his younger brother. He began to call him nervously, biting his nail while Sung Hyuni put his elbows on the table and clasped his hands, urging the angry young man to trust his brother, even though the younger man's phone was turned off. The brunette removed the phone from his ear and looked at his opponent with contempt, which reassured him, saying that he did not need to worry about the future of the contractor. Still holding the phone in his hand, he sat down at the table, asking if his younger brother was looking for this man instead of him, to which the blonde said that he could not talk about work, because he had signed a contract that included a similar clause. The guy began to ask him to finally tell everything. The main character pointed his finger at his interlocutor with displeasure, urging him to go out and catch the dark man rather than hang around with him all day. The blonde still calmly said that he was not playing, but managing his objects. His phone started ringing as he explained that he was officially supposed to be in the dungeon. He looked at the screen as the brunette clenched his hands into fists with hope, looking contentedly at his opponent as he declared that the dungeon raid was over, realizing that this was his chance. The sun was shining in the bright, slightly cloudy sky while the blonde said that he needed to do this, and he tried to take a promise from his interlocutor that he would not go anywhere, to which the young man replied that with his rank he would not run away anywhere. Song Hyun-yi, in his uniform, held his hands behind his back, declaring that he was in charge of the brunette today and hoped to get along. He was a class and was also assigned as an escort. Yujin played the flute for his snake while his bird went wild on the drums, and looking at the attendant, he greeted him, asking him to wait, for now they had music time. The guy's hands reached out to shake hands. The brunette's palm was quite sweaty. Waving his hand, with a smile and a towel around his neck, he ran to the bathroom until the attendant asked him not to lock himself in the bathroom, because he was not going to follow him into the bathroom. The brunette gave a thumbs up to his bird, who happily raised her wing with her wand up, beaming at her owner's request to play a drum solo. The bird beat wildly with its sticks while Song Hyun-yi sat and looked at it. Next, he looked at his ear, where the earphone told him that the food truck had arrived. A woman with a cart appeared from the portal, asking where the guy was, while the brunette's nanny told her that he had gone to wash. He asked if food was even delivered to a person with such a low rank. The woman looked with a smile at the crying guard, who, having heard from her about the brunette's abilities, became upset, saying that he also knew how to breed cockroaches. The wheels of the cart stopped, and the woman prepared to leave, for the snacks had been delivered, after which she said goodbye. Yujin used his ability to sit on the van while the woman tried to pull him back into the portal. Looking at the parameters, the brunette was glad that the stealth skill works on a rank representatives. He did not think that the guard would start looking for him in the near future, and it would be inconvenient for him to return, even though he had already arrived at the place. The sun illuminated the cloudless sky that hung above the gate, protected by a barrier. It turned out that the raid on the S-class dungeon of the Sesson Guild was successfully completed. Guild leader Jupiter and Huntress Evelyn Miller came out of the dungeon, falling under the lenses of the paparazzi. They looked quite relaxed, and you couldn't tell that they came from such a high-ranking dungeon. A girl with glasses, with blonde hair and a pigtail, told the blonde walking next to him that pretending that they were together in a dungeon would be more unpleasant than she thought. Sung Hyun-yi simply thanked you for your attention. Under the light of the cameras, the huntress displeasedly asked the man who had closed his eyes whether it was fun for him to be with her as an escort, to which the guild leader replied that thanks to her he had seen a lot of interesting things. She perked up when he stated that the main character lives in his house. She would not mind meeting him. The blonde touched his chin, telling her that the brunette was unlikely to be at home right now. The girl wondered if it should not be easy to restrict the movements of a representative of such a low rank. He looked to the side, saying that a rank was assigned to him to monitor him, but the head of the guild still doubted. At this time, he picked up the phone, holding the phone in his hand, where the attendant began to speak. He and the huntress looked indifferently at the screen while a rank told him that the brunette had escaped. The bird continued to mindlessly hit the plates with its chopsticks. The attendant stood in the shower, where the water was coming from, and shouted into the phone that the guy had run away to the sound of the pet and the sound of the water, suggesting that this happened when the food was being delivered. Several cars of different brands, 2 black and 1, stood near the house. The guy inserted the keys and started the car, stealing them from someone. He reached over and adjusted the rearview mirror with his hand. The young man put his hand on the handbrake and looked at his snake, asking him to grant him visibility. He pressed his boot firmly on the gas pedal, thinking about the driver's license he had gotten a few years ago. The black car flew over the closing barrier. He quickly ran away from the people in light suits who tried to stop him. The blonde looked at the screen while the girl marveled that the brunette managed to take the head's car, and he himself asked whether he took a rank item or used the stealth skill. The car raced insanely fast down the road while the head talked about how the guy exceeded all expectations. The strapped-up young man held the steering wheel in his hands while the snake sat on his neck. He imagined the adherent of Sons of Piety standing in front of the guard gates, thinking that further if the brother managed to find a contractor, he would not be able to terminate the contract without the elder's abilities. It would be risky, and if the brother was not careful, he would end up in the same situation, as well as Kyungsu. A small building with a pile of cardboard boxes at the entrance. A stuffed deer head hung on the wall. There was some strange garbage on the floor. A guy in glasses and a white shirt walked confidently, thinking that Choi Seokwon hid in such a place. Paying attention to something in the corner, he guessed that there weren't many guild members here. He noticed the corpse of a man in a suit and glasses against the wall. The corpse looked as if it had melted. The guy approached him, thinking that the whole person had melted. He looked away thoughtfully to the side, hearing someone else's voice. He turned around and noticed someone's black silhouette in the shadows near the stairs. The guild leader MKS walked down the stairs, holding onto the railing. He looked at Yuhyun and Minyu's body, who straightened up and stated that it was an honor for him to meet the leader in person, to which he replied that it would have happened anyway, sooner or later, so it didn't matter anymore. He smiled ominously, declaring that he was not here to recruit his opponent. The man further descended, while Yuhyun and Minyu's body clarified whether he had contacted him for a personal meeting, to which the dark-skinned man laughed, asking why he needed this. Yuhyun and Minyu's body was shocked when the guild leader stated that he knew he was hiding his identity. The guy looked in bewilderment at the crazy-looking guild leader, who responded to his bewilderment that it was easy for him to recognize him as the leader of the guild and as belonging to the upper class. He put a hand on his shoulder, grinning, saying that he had come all the way here without knowing it. His eyes sparkled madly. A grin appeared on his face, inviting the guy to punish him for such a lie. Yuhyun and Minyu's body looked warily at the man's hand. The guy stood with his hands clenched into fists, addressing his opponent by his full name, asking how he figured him out. The man squeezed his hand on his shoulder, saying that it was easy to understand. He put both hands on his shoulders and told the perplexed guy that the rumors about him being high class were just rumors. He turned around, walking away from the guy with one hand in his pocket, smugly declaring that if this were so, it would serve as good advertising and increase influence. He continued by saying that he would have been treated better so that other guilds would not lure him away. He sat over the sofa, asking the guy what rank he was, to which Yuhyun and Minyu's body asked if the story about the S-class was a way to ensure safety. The guy with glasses praised the man rather, agreeing that he had the mindset of the head of the 5th largest guild, and then asked why he called him. The head of the ISS poured cognac into a glass of ice, frankly saying that he needed his cooperation. The guy looked at the glass of alcohol that the man put on the table and asked him to help in kidnapping Yujin, promising a generous reward for his work. The head of the guild spread his arms to the sides and closed his eyes, asking the guy standing in front of him if he would agree, since he had already come to the meeting. The man frowned, picking up a glass of alcohol, asking why he was interested in the purpose of the kidnapping, calling the question stupid. The guy with glasses looked at the man, grinning, answering that he wanted to make sure, because he was being offered good money, because the ISS was on the verge of collapse and he had no guarantee that he would be paid. A glass of alcohol and ice falls and breaks into pieces before the young man has time to express his distrust of the man. The head of the guild jumped up furiously and grabbed the guy by the collar, wondering why he started talking about this. He further said that he had no right to choose, promising him anything for this job. The man frowned and froze in the moment, as if something had broken. He screamed, eyes bulging, leaning back. He then bent forward when they grabbed him by the neck, realizing that he had been poisoned. He looked back and noticed Noah, who grabbed him by the neck and arm, throwing him to the floor. The head of the ISS became wary, noticing the sword blade in front of him, while Yuhyun and Minyu's body said that he thought that everything would take a little longer, not expecting that he would humiliate himself so ridiculously. The guy took off his glasses, menacingly holding the blade over the trembling head of the guild, who nevertheless realized that it was Yuhyun. The dead were lying on the floor in their own blood, and the wounded were calling for help. Then the brunette declared that from his guild he was the only one left alive. Angry Choi Seokwon raised his hand to attack, shouting curses at his opponent. The young man, with a slight movement of his hand, cuts off the man's hand, leaving splashes of his own blood. The man screamed in shock. The brunette prepared to jump, still holding the sword in his hand. He gave a good kick to the head of the guild, which sent him flying into the wall, breaking it with himself. The man crouched and curled up, trembling and whimpering in pain. He looked angrily at the blade that was stuck to the left of his face right into the wall. Yuhyun said that he would still find out who was behind his brother. He leaned over the man, clutching the hilt of his sword tightly, ordering him to terminate the contract with the adherent of Sons of Piety in exchange for his life. Indignant and covered in sweat, the man did not believe the words of the brunette, who promised him life for his cooperation. Above him was Yuhyun himself, looking menacingly at his victim, looking down on him, which is why he didn't believe him. The brunette straightened up, holding the sword in his hand, looking at the defeated head of the ISS, saying that he promised not to commit crimes in the guise of Mini-Yu, to which he called him, also mocking. The guys looked at the man who was shouting that this was all not serious, because the young man was now standing in front of him, as if his victim was worth nothing. It's as if the child who didn't flinch if his parents were torn apart before his eyes now becomes an obedient smart girl, following the instructions of his older brother. The point of the sword was again pointed at the man who cursed the brothers as a whole. Then Yuhyun asked him about the contract. He stood with a knife drawn at his victim while Noah watched it all from behind. Choi Seok-won was covered in sweat, baring his teeth, declaring that he would still die even if he broke the contract. Like a madman, he looked at the guy, declaring that his only move would be death. He remembers the Son of Piety touching his face and offering him a new contract in case he loses again for his amusement. If a man dies without breaking the contract, then it will remain valid, and the body will belong to him. The creature looked contentedly at the suffering of the man who screamed in pain, declaring that he would give a gift in case he decided to break the contract and commit suicide. The head of the guild took up the blade. He squeezed it in his hand, which began to bleed while the guys looked at him in surprise. Crying in pain, as if in madness, he declared that he would take them with him. Holding onto the blade, the man terminates the contract with a scream. The surprised brunette looks at this whole spectacle and sees fog. A huge monster appeared behind him, reaching his hand towards him. The guy turned around and noticed him, holding his sword at the ready. The brunette makes sharp swings, but fog appears in place of the monster. He looked in bewilderment at the monsters rising from the dust, not understanding where they came from. The guy uses his fire abilities, reflecting on the fact that the victim did not have such an ability. Then he suggested that the jellyfish might be involved in everything. He made another wave of his hand, trying to finish everything quickly before his brother noticed. Yuhyun ponders whether he should kill the man right now. He widened his eyes, not understanding what the point was in leaving his older brother at the head of Jupiter. The guy stood uncertainly, looking at the floor. He put his hand to his face and looked down in confusion, asking himself who he left it to. The black car was parked on the sidewalk. A group of young people took pictures with it, praising and marveling at the coolness of the car. Yujin touched his chin with his hand and closed his eyes while there was a bright light behind him, and he told the surprised people that it was his car, and the guy was immediately recognized. The brunette stood embarrassedly next to the guy who stood nearby and waved his hands, telling everyone to remove the cameras. The girls began to remove them. An emergency message came to the phone. The brunette asked the guy who was nervously holding the phone in his hand, explaining that the emergency message was related to an incident involving a high-class hunter. Yujin made a fan of Bill's, placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, asking him for his phone number for tomorrow in exchange for money. The joyful stranger jumped on the sidewalk while the brunette sat in his car, saying that it would be better than a payphone. He called while holding the steering wheel, asking to be connected with Simang's recruiting manager Seok. When asked who he was, he gave his name, saying that he had a question related to Mini-Yu. The windows of multi-story buildings sparkled from the last rays of the setting sun. The brunette kept trying to find out where the young man was and whether the emergency message was connected with him. He looked forward seriously, saying into the phone that what had happened was very dangerous. The guy was sure that the younger brother told him not to say anything because he was worried about the younger brother, but further he asked if the man should not prioritize the guild. A man with glasses and a folder in his hands was talking on the phone, but he was interrupted. He was indignant when he heard that the main character was in a stolen car and without a driver's license, threatening that if he did not confess, the young man would definitely have an accident and become a criminal. Frowning, the guy looked away while the voice on the phone told him the location of his younger brother. The brunette pressed the gas pedal, forcing him to say the address and inform the others about his location. He thought about it and regretted that he had not come up with a backup plan of action, because based on what happened last time, the head of the ISS was clearly a difficult opponent. A construction worker on the road stood in a helmet with LEDs in his hands. The brunette confidently shouted Belair's name, using her power. The car suddenly jumped up and smashed the obstacles in its path. The guy looked at the road with serious intentions and drove the car, fearing that anything could happen if the jellyfish uses its power through the head of the guild. Early night hung over the two-story house where Yuhyun and Noah were. The fog spreads, blanketing the city below. Yujin is speeding down the road in a car. He tries to peer in order to see what is happening, and Belair sits on his neck and helps him with this by sharing his skill. The hero says that the fog is getting thicker and thicker and asks what kind of fog it is. He hasn't heard about the explosion in the dungeons. Mick turns to the snake and, smiling at it, says that he is glad that he took her with him, because thanks to her he can detect warmth, and she hisses back at him. We see everything through the infrared spectrum, and the silhouette of a large man is moving towards the car, rushing through the smoke. The protagonist says that even through the fog he can see a body emitting heat that comes from there. The silhouette suddenly approaches the teacher's car and raises its fist. At the same moment, the hero assumes that the person is about to hit, but does not have time to finish the sentence. It turns out to be Saiyan. He hits the hood of the car with his palm, thereby stopping it. Then he squeezes her hood as if it were not metal, but fabric. Then the other hand breaks through the windshield, grabs Eugen by the collar and pulls him out of the car in an instant. The officer raised the car above his head, and he holds the hero upside down. The snake hanging on his neck is surprised by this, and behind them there is a huge hole. The big man warned the protagonist that there was a big hole there. The hero thanked him and said that the officer arrived quite early. Riet jumps out from behind the officer and waves his hand. The big guy says that he was nearby. That's why he arrived at the place first, and he had just finished evacuating the residents. And the huntress screams that she is also here and is also helping civilians. T1 easily throws the car to the side, continuing to hold Mick by the collar. The hero asked him why he was here, because he was sent to Jupiter, but he replied that the detention was illegal, so he escaped. The big man said that he couldn't shake the feeling that Eugen would need protection. The man took the boy by the arm and told him that, apparently, the hero would not just return, and since they had come all this way, then most likely they were following the leader of the World's Edge Guild. He answered him that yes, since this place is Seokwam's residence, and his brother and Noah went to him. Eugen looked as pitiful as possible, shedding a tear. T1 made a straight face from this. The hero said that he could get lost in this fog, and because of this he would wander around and cry. He only remained silent in response. The big man put the young man on his back and ran across the rooftops, with Riet running even faster in front of them. The man said that he had some thoughts about everything that happened, and moreover, this could be another threat for them. Eugen, sitting on his back and snuggling closer, clarified what he meant and asked why everything around was destroyed. He wanted to assume that the monster did it. At this moment, he was interrupted by a figure quickly approaching from the sky. He called out to the officer, warning him of the danger from above. Something landed on the ground with great speed, and our heroes jumped into the loose debris. Riet managed to grab Mick and throw him down, screaming that he was caught and now belongs to her. She licks his cheek with her long tongue, and the hero is shocked by this action. But the hero sees that the one who attacked them was none other than Noah, standing in a fighting pose. And the huntress put her hand on our protagonist's back. The dragon showed his grin and very angrily asked in Spanish what they were up to and whether they had brought in other S-ranks to manipulate him. The hero is horrified by this and looks in bewilderment, noticing that the language is foreign, and the short-haired woman sits with an imperturbable look. The hero shouts to Noah a question about what happened to him. She answered him by saying that the fog was to blame for everything. The dragon took a fighting stance, and Riet continued to broadcast that there is a curse that erases memories, since some residents had obvious memory problems. Mick noticed that he attacked in a similar way as soon as he encountered the fog. The big man stretched out a rope filled with aura in his hands. The protagonist blurted out the words that apparently he is the cause of the chaos on the street, and then he needs to pacify his friend and detoxify. The strong man agreed and said that he would calm him down. The beast rushed towards T1 at great speed. He dodged the dragon's attack by moving to the side. The big man suddenly threw the rope around his neck, which made Noah's eyes widen. The next moment he wanted to growl and attack, but the officer pressed him to the ground with great force and used the angry grayscale's skill. The dragon howled. The next moment, the big man used weight gain with a serious face. They fell into the ground together. They landed at high speed, creating a huge impact on the ground. The hero leaned over and looked into the resulting crater together with Riet, and said that the method of strengthening the officer was too cruel. Eugen and the woman look down at a pile of rubble and dusty clouds. The big man presses him, who has already taken on some human form of a dragon, to the ground, and he begins to cough because of this. T1 said that he could not do otherwise, since the S rank is against him, and even in this state. Riet took off and jumped down with the words that this child, in any case, needs to give a little heat. The hero stretched out his hand and wanted to slow her down. A woman with a happy face landed on Noah's head. The officer was surprised by her action and asked what she was doing, The white-haired one wanted to ask something, but the huntress pressed him to the ground harder and told the boy not to be afraid, since now he doesn't care about her and that he has lost his memory. She does everything to him will remind the short-haired woman took Noah's head in her hand with claws. He looked as scared as possible. The woman said that she would remind him of everything he forgot. The hero standing on the roof was horrified and shouted from above that they had problems and the blonde was about to get hurt again. Mick leaned over the abyss and said that she was too aggressive and they needed to be separated now because the officer could not cope with this alone. Immediately the hero heard a voice behind him and turned around. It was a cry that someone had arrived. Immediately Soyoung flew over his head, riding a motorcycle. The hero noticed her and called out to her. The blonde flew down and screamed that this was the appearance of a dragon knight, and in a whisper about what was in the future, again screamed at the top of her voice, demanding that her hands be removed from her dragon, and again in a whisper about what was in the future. The girl pointed the motorcycle down and flew straight at them. Riet summoned her blade and asked sarcastically. The motorcycle was already very close to these three. The short-haired woman rushed at her and cut the motorcycle into pieces. The girl put her hand near Noah's head. She blocked it from the woman while a motorcycle exploded behind them. The huntress asked if she showed her cuteness like that during the explosion. The big man called out to the girl. She turned to him, and he asked if Jupiter had warned her. She replied that yes, and the guildmaster should arrive soon. She arrived here first, since she heard Noah. The girl turned her gaze back and with an angry face told the huntress Riet to get away from her dragon. The masterpiece woman, breaking into an impudent smile and bringing the blade closer to herself, asks who gave her the right to say so. Behind them, Yujin jumped down, T1 sat with a stone face, and the girl grabbed the lizard by the cheeks and told her to look at him, because anyone who would see him in this state now. But she doesn't have time to finish and Mick shouts for them to stop. The hero, shaking off the rubble and getting up from the floor, says that Riet must stop, and both women must stay away from him, since he has lost his memory and is in danger. The girl asked the hero again. She covered her mouth with her hand and stepped back a little. The protagonist said that he would now dispel the curse and asked to stay away. The blonde at first sympathized with his loss of memory, but after a second an idea came to her. The blonde broke into a lustful smile so much that even the short-haired one was shocked. She ran up to the boy and asked him if he remembered her. The hero began to talk about what if she came closer, but he was interrupted. The blonde grabbed the bound boy by the hands. She, a little embarrassed, pulled his hand towards her while licking her lips and said that even if he doesn't remember anything, it's okay since she will remind him again that they were connected by threads of love. The boy shuddered at this. Even the protagonist was shocked, and T1 was speechless from this turn of events. She said that perhaps he doesn't remember, but he is in Korea. He wandered around the world in search of the love of his life and finally met her on this earth. Noah looks at how this young lady is blurring in lust and her saliva is flowing, and from such horror she begins to breathe heavily. The white-haired woman continued to talk about how the words of love and devotion that they exchanged while eating crushed ice together are still with her, and those that he shared with her then in Hong Kong. Then he swore that he would make her a dragon so that he could don't worry, even if he lost his memory. He can just trust her and become her dragon again and let her ride him again and again. Noah cried in horror on the floor and screamed that this couldn't happen, and the blonde realized that he seemed to have returned. The protagonist thought with hope that he had returned thanks to the antidote and not horror. The boy closed his eyes and finally exhaled, saying that he was very ashamed since he was very rude to them. He sat on his knees. Next to him on one knee was a hero. He told him that this is what happens when you lose your memory and run away. He replied that he would never have thought that trying to deal with Seokwon would backfire on them. But he did not have time to finish the sentence and was interrupted by Mick with a question about whether the fog is connected with him. The boy, looking down a little, remembered in his head the picture with the head of the guild breaking the contract and said that this fog appeared because of him. The fog at the epicenter was much thicker, and then he fell into it, then he began to hallucinate. The hero looked pitifully at the blonde, and he continued to talk about how Seokwon attacked him and he ran away from the mansion. In confusion, he wandered into the fog and attacked them. The protagonist thought that memories and hallucinations are probably the power of the jellyfish. The hero looked at the woman and T1 and began to think in his head that Noah has no resistance to poison. The big guy will most likely be able to resist poison. Riet has the resistance skill. The fog in this place is relatively weak, so it does not have much of an effect. But gently touches T1's hand and says that they can only follow the fog and move forward. The official goes with him so that he can resist the poison, and Soyoung, a masterpiece woman, comes up from behind, hugs the girl and tells her to stay close to her. I liked it. And the protagonist drives away the thought in his head that everything will be fine. but these two. The hero lowered his head and thought that most likely the problem would be in Yuhyun. We see the brother with a sword in his hands and looking at the sky. And the teacher thinks that he does not have the skill of resisting poison and he must be closest to Seokwon. And there is a high probability that he has lost a lot more memories than Noah. And I wonder if he will be able to carry out purification with him. Yuhyun, who is enveloped in fog, looks as blankly as possible into the sky. The head of the Jupiter Guild stands in the middle of clouds of fog at the place where the main character rushed through the fence in a car. He looks at this place, then he raises his hand and looks at it. He thinks that this is an unusual fog and that it blocks his sensations. He lowered his head, and fragmentary memories surfaced inside him. He thought that this illusion was apparently similar to the one that existed then, and if this fog was associated with poison or a curse, the idea of entering might be dubious. The fog swirls between the houses. The head shields itself from the stream flying at it. As he removes his hand from his face, he hears a greeting ahead of him. He lowers his hands and sees Yujin in front of him. He puts his hand to his chest and asks if he remembers his childhood. Henge, placing his hand on his side, says that he can discuss the interview with his marketing company, and suggests that perhaps next year he may have free time for this. The protagonist says that this is cold towards him. The blonde says that of course he is not too interested in the fake version of Yujin. Mirage smiles with a blank look. Then, covering himself with his hand and laughing, he says that he quickly guessed, although he looks exactly like him. Hyoni says that his reaction is too boring and his property would be different. White-haired imagines how the protagonist grimaces and makes sarcastic remarks to him in a variety of ways. The head curls the gold chain with an aura and says that he needs to hurry, since the S-class dare not be late for the meeting with the F-class. And then he takes on the most charismatic look, curling the chain around himself, and says that if he is going to continue to bother him, then it is better to look for someone else who has free time. Mirage looks at the head and notices his chain. Tentacles similar to those of a jellyfish fly out from the fake's back. And then he says that the chains should not have forgotten their previous owner, and they could not just fall into his hands. Hyoni asks if he is talking about the crescent moon, and then adds that he sees it a couple of times a year. The fake smiles and wanted to say what it really is, but she was interrupted. Several projectiles pierced her from the back and created a powerful shock of energy, and the white-haired man extended his hand to control the chains. He said that it seemed to him that there was no moon in their area, and it was a very boring conversation. The chains were covered and pierced the body, and the fake was spitting out blood. Mirage smiled and said how cruel the head was. He attacked him without a single drop of regret, because he even chose the person he liked the most. Mirage began to slowly approach the head and asked why he didn't want to answer him, and asked if he remembered anything from his childhood, and whether he had a childhood at all. Hyoni just looked seriously and filled the chain with aura. There was a blow of enormous power caused by the aura, which burned the Mirage. The charred body fell dead and said that apparently he did not push childhood away, but put it in a certain place. It itself would like to ask the crescent, but no, it needs to find out more. The blonde looked down and said that he was already starting to miss the present. He said that the filial piety addicts intervened as he expected and asked where Soyoung was. She should be with them now. A team of hunters with Yujin in their composition runs along the rooftops above the clouds of fog. The blonde dodges the fog monsters and says that the fog is getting thicker and she has never heard of such skills before. She swings her pole and hits the creature, asking when it's her, but then she's interrupted. She opens her eyes wide and thinks that she doesn't feel anything when killing. Her eyes are empty and she suddenly forgot what she was doing. A clawed paw touches her shoulder and emits light. It was Riet. She hugs her from behind and, addressing her as Sweetie, says that if she has her head in the clouds, her memories will disappear. But the blonde sharply asks why she is so friendly. The huntress spread her arms to the sides and said about the antidote and that they need to stay closer. But she is not an S-class, and she is not afraid of her at all. The short-haired girl playfully touched her cheek with her finger and looked at her. The white-haired girl, slightly out of breath, said that she is a class, and that thanks to her skills, dragons do not bother her. After that, she immediately broke off and looked with interest at the huntress. She was shining in a sweet smile, and she asked if she, too, was a dragon just like Noah. Everyone else made a poker face after this question, and the boy was completely speechless. The main character said that he was pleased to know that these two are now together. T1 looked and told him that even a high-ranking hunter has a very hard time withstanding the influence of the fog if he does not have resistance to poisons, and he succeeds only because he borrows resistance from MC. He, in turn, said that the disadvantage is that the range is small, so he cannot help everyone. Yujin dimmed and said that he was thinking about the amount of memories Yuhyun had lost. The protagonist thinks that he cannot forget him since he has known him since birth, but if he did not recognize Noah, then he must have lost at least a month. But at the same moment Riet accelerates, she throws Soyoung at Noah, and she flies forward and blocks with her paws the attack of her younger brother, whose sword is blazing. The blonde took a defensive stance, and the short-haired one said that she had found her brother and his greeting was enchanting. Behind the head, a purple wall of fire is blazing, and everyone is standing behind the dragoness. Yuhyun looked at them and asked who these people were. The dragon came forward and addressed his younger brother. The main character jumped off the big man and said that this was dangerous. Everyone should move back. He would try to talk to him. But the protagonist was stopped by what he heard from Yuhyun. He was slightly dumbfounded. The younger brother asked why he came after everything that had happened. The older brother's eyes filled with unpleasant anxiety, and the younger brother said that he thought that he told him not to show his face again. The hero understands that this is very bad. Yuhyun stood in a threatening position and asked if it was time for him to accept this. The main character thought about the cold light coming from him, a quiet voice that sounds strange and familiar at the same time, but completely dropped after this phrase. His brother said that he was nothing more than an interference in his life. The main character realized that it was Yuchen who pushed the protagonist away from him. That time he heard this and fought with him. Then they even blocked each other. He hoped that this would not happen again. The younger brother grabbed the second one and pulled him towards him. He asked what happened to his mana and asked if he had awakened by chance. And the earring in his ear looks like a high-class item. Pulling his brother a short distance and looking angrily into his eyes, he said that the guys behind him looked like an S-class and asked what they were up to. Yuhyun looked over his shoulder and saw T1 and asked if he was cooperating with the officer. But then the big man screamed and asked him to calm down and told him that he had lost his memories. And the hunter Yujin awakened as an F-class and was endowed with special hunting skills. Noah extended his hand a little forward and slowly approached and said that he was also connected with him. The brother was perplexed, and the elder confirmed their words. Yuhyun looked at his brother very seriously and heard from him that he already knows all this. It's just that his memories were erased. A lot of things happened and of course led to a good ending, so there is no need to worry. Yujin enthusiastically raised his finger up and said that the younger one had a monster that he could ride soon, and also had a fiery spirit, and he also violated the contract he had given with Dayama. Yuhyun's face became as lost as possible. He threw Yujin away from him. He grabbed his head and said that it was impossible, and asked how. He grabbed his head harder, running his fingers through his hair, and broke out in a cold sweat. He talked to himself and asked himself how he could let his brother get into this crap. The head took out his blade and enveloped it in flames. He said that he should have just let him go in, but then he said that he should just. His brother asks him to calm down and let him use his abilities, but he interrupts him, waves his sword, sending a trail of fire straight at Noah, and says that he doesn't need it. His friends somehow take cover from this pillar. Everyone called out to him at once. The younger one swirls rings of flame around himself and says that even if he is telling the truth, it just means that he is making the wrong judgments. Yuhyun stands in front of his brother and shields him from others. He says that in this case he needs to correct his mistakes. He gets into a fighting stance and says that he needs to get rid of all the participants so as not to participate in this rubbish anymore. He brought the sword closer to him and with a serious look said that he needs to get rid of these people so that they cannot talk about him. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.